Chapter 1. The System to Save Girls. Damn this apocalypse. The sky was overcast with grey clouds, the streets deserted, and several abandoned cars were randomly parked by the side of the road. In a narrow alleyway, a woman's terrified screams could be heard. 3 men surrounded the woman, their faces filled with sinister lewd smiles. The man threw the hunting rifle casually aside and then took off his leather jacket, starting to undo his belt. The holster on his waist was also tossed away. Enjoying her look of terror, the other 2 men's eyes lit up with excitement. The woman, wearing a black long skirt and high heels, kept stepping back. "I won't do it, I won't." Tears rolled down from her eyes uncontrollably as she dropped onto her knees. "Kind gentleman, please have mercy, let me go. Having eaten our bread and canned food, you now want to take it back." A man with a scar on his face coldly chuckled. "Woman, business isn't done this way. But clearly, you said only one of you. You've consumed 3 meals worth of our rations. Naturally, you should accommodate all 3 of us brothers," the blonde man laughed. "Perhaps we might be so pleased that we'll reward you with another bun, ha ha ha." The woman thudded down on her knees again. "Kind sirs, please show mercy. Let me go. I'll kowtow to you." Her head struck against the asphalt floor repeatedly, blood quickly appearing. The man in the middle was growing extremely impatient. He lunged at her, tearing at the black long dress on her body. With a ripping sound, the dress tore apart, exposing her pale thighs. The woman cried out in despair. A howling cold wind seemed to carry something sharp. The central man stiffened. Shaking his hand towards the back of his head, he seemed to feel a hard spike there. Touching again, it was an icy arrow. With widened eyes, the man collapsed in unwillingness, blood gushing out from the back of his head. White brain matter mixed with bright red blood formed an eerie flower on the ground. At the alley entrance stood a figure, tall and lean. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, with short hair reaching his shoulders. A hood covered his eyes, casting a shadow over them. Only half of his finely sculpted facial features were visible. In his right hand, he held a crossbow. The 2 men beside him were shocked by what had just happened. Coming to their senses, they hurriedly drew the guns from their waists. But their movements weren't smooth. One of the men's guns fell to the ground before it was even fully drawn. The person seemingly paid no regard to their combat abilities, directly throwing the crossbow aside. Striding forward with the speed of a fierce wind, a flash of cold light emerged as a dagger slit through their necks. Both men hit the ground in quick succession. The woman, barely clothed, cowered in the corner, trembling. He removed his cloak, gently draping it around her. "Big brother, take me away, I can do anything, I can attend to you." The woman seized his hand when he draped the garment over her. She noticed his hands. What kind of hands were these? Pale, slender, fingers like jade onions, though the fingertips carried some calluses. But they were a woman's hands. Suyu sighed softly, tucking her slanting bangs behind her ears, revealing a pair of bright eyes. Whenever moments like this arose, she regretted being a girl. It was obvious from the disappointed look on the girl's face. "What is your name?" she asked her. "Zhu Li," she responded in a low voice. When Zhu Li looked at Suyu, her face turned slightly red. Though her counterpart was a girl, the natural elegance exuded in every movement made her somewhat bashful. Suyu pulled out 2 compressed cookies from her backpack and handed them over to her, asking again, "Zhu Li, do you know how to use a gun?" Zhu Li shook her head. She had only seen but never touched one. This fragile-looking girl truly gave one pause on how she managed to survive for 3 months. 3 months ago, a Z-virus outbreak occurred globally. Infected humans lost their sanity within 24 hours, turning into zombies. In just 90 days, most people in his city either became zombies or the food of zombies, or rapidly adapted to the environment, becoming stronger and surviving in the post-apocalypse. Suyu was among the latter group. Although Zhu Li did not know how to use a gun, Suyu still handed her a gun anyway. "Take it, if anyone bullies you again, you can try intimidating them. If your acting skills are good enough, you generally can fool people." Then Suyu pulled a sharp dagger from her waistband and handed it to her too, "And this is for you. If shooting doesn't work, surely you can stab someone, and if not, at least you can peel apples or slice watermelons. Anyway, during emergencies, it's better than being helpless." "Thank you." Zhu Li trembled as she accepted the gun and dagger, then glanced at Suyu. I want to follow you." Though both girls, and she appeared even younger than herself, Zhu Li inexplicably felt safe around her. Suyu shook her head. "If you follow me, you'll be in more danger." She didn't want the beauty to tag along and place herself in peril. She got up to leave. "Are you looking down on me, disgusted that I'm selling myself?" Zhu Li's eyes welled with tears. Suyu sighed, turned around, revealing half of her profile. "Zhu Li, in this apocalypse world, everyone has their way of survival. I'm not any nobler than you. In short, survival is the only truth." The fact that she'd survived for 3 months among zombies despite her apparent weakness was already quite remarkable. 60 kilometers southwest of his city, there's a base. Take this dagger to go there, and they will shelter you. After Suyu finished speaking, she got up and walked out of the alley, hopped onto her electric motorcycle, and sped out of the district like the wind. Ding, host successfully rescued a girl in trouble, gained 20 system reward points, and +1 sister charming skill. 3 months ago, one day Suyu was walking on the road when someone suddenly knocked her unconscious with a stick. She slept for 2 days in the hospital, and when she woke up, the world had already changed. The apocalypse had come. At the same time, she was bound by a system with a problem. The system had misidentified her gender. The system asked her to save female characters, completing missions to gain their favor and earn points to exchange for supplies, while also granting her the ability to increase her sister charming skills. Even though her usual outfit consisted of jeans and t-shirts, her short hair reaching her shoulders slightly giving her a punk style, but she wasn't a tough guy who could lasso horses, yet the system mistakenly identified her as male. Could it be any more careless? So she had a system that males would envy greatly, a save girl system. Suyu refused inwardly. Although there were many unnecessary features, at least it helped her survive better in the post-apocalypse. She could use points to exchange for many useful things, such as weapons, space, maps, and artificial intelligence. Good as these things were, they were expensive. Ding, host's points reached 200, exchangeable for a 500 cubic meter space. Would you like to proceed? Yes, yes, yes. In post-apocalypse survival, having space is a basic requirement. It can store supplies anywhere, ensuring you don't lack clothing or food. In 3 months, she had accumulated just 200 points to buy this storage space. Suyu's motorcycle raced through the desolate streets without a soul in sight, yet the street was not quiet. There were many wandering zombies, their movements slow, their throats constantly emitting hoarse sounds. They looked at Suyu's retreating back, trying to chase her, but their speed was nowhere near the power of her electric bike. She found the motorcycle in an abandoned car repair shop. It made travel much easier through the city infested with zombies compared to a car. The loud rumble of the motorbike sometimes attracted many zombies, but there was an advantage: this thing could pass through many narrow alleys. The motorcycle stopped in front of a veterinary clinic. Suyu pulled a small watermelon knife from her backpack and walked into the clinic. This 2-story building had its doors and windows tightly shut, but the front door wasn't locked. She tore open the rusted gate, only to face 2 zombies, a man and a woman. They were wearing white doctor coats, their faces filled with dark red blood vessels, their pupils clouded, showing large patches of sclera. As they lunged towards Suyu, she plunged the knife straight from their necks to the tops of their heads. After pulling out the blade, the female zombie collapsed instantly. Destroying their brain nerves would terminate the zombie's life. Damage to other parts of the body wouldn't affect them, nor cause them pain. The male zombie was similarly cut by Suyu with a smooth motion, which she had perfected after killing countless similar creatures. The veterinary clinic had become disheveled due to the mess left by the zombies, stinking to high heavens. Suyu went to the pharmacy where various boxes and bottles of medicine were placed on shelves. She had no time to identify these drugs, so she stored all of them into her space before leaving. By the time she came out, the pharmacy was already empty. She had also killed 3 more zombies inside. These zombies often suddenly appeared right in front of her, and even if they didn't bite her, she was almost scared to death. This was something Suyu always wanted to complain about, asking for advanced warnings ahead. After leaving the pharmacy, ready to head back, she heard sobbing. Her heart sank. Following the sound, she moved towards a treatment room. Opening the door revealed several large cages inside, holding zombie dogs and zombie cats. They violently scratched at the cages upon seeing Suyu enter, growling more ferociously. Their fur had completely fallen off, exposing bare skin covered with tiny blood vessels. Their teeth became abnormally sharp, fierce, and horrifying. Without hesitation, Suyu pulled out her gun, attached a silencer, and ended the lives of those zombie cats and dogs. Her heart grew increasingly heavy. If one day in the future... Never mind. That day will never come. As she walked out of the veterinary hospital, the sky grew darker, heralding an impending storm. Suyu quickly got on her motorcycle and prepared to head home. But just at that moment, a man suddenly rushed out from an alley not far away, careening through the street with a group of zombies chasing after him. The man wore black-framed glasses and was dressed neatly, his skin tender and unmarked, not the appearance one would expect from a human in this post-apocalyptic world. Stumbling forward, he ran as a large group of zombies pursued him from behind. Help! Help! He shouted in despair. Several gunshots rang out, firing close to the man's feet and forcing him to retreat a few steps. Suyu looked up to see several men standing on the rooftop of a nearby building, enjoying the spectacle of the bespectacled man's predicament. Every time he managed to escape the danger zone of the surrounding zombies, they shot at him, forcing him back into the zombies' range. It seemed like they were amusing themselves at his expense. Suyu originally wanted to drive away without getting involved. He wasn't a girl, saving him wouldn't give her any reward. The first rule of survival in this apocalypse: stay out of other people's business. Those men on the roof continued laughing as they shot at the man. Unable to dodge their bullets, his zombie pursuers closed in on him rapidly. It appeared inevitable that the man would soon become food for the ravenous horde of zombies. With a sudden roar, the electric motorcycle charged over. A perfect drift 5 meters away from the man turned the vehicle around and stopped it. Come on, Suyu shouted at him. A god, a god. Seeing Suyu arrive like a heavenly savior, the man almost shed tears of relief and began stumbling wildly towards her. When the men upstairs saw someone approach, all of them raised their guns and started shooting at Suyu. Bullets struck the ground beside her and whizzed sharply against her motorcycle. Suyu retrieved a Tavor assault rifle from her storage and opened fire on them with rapid bursts. Those men on the roof immediately crouched down to take cover. 2 of them were hit and let out painful cries. By now, the man had climbed steadily onto Suyu's motorcycle. She stepped on the gas pedal and the electric motorcycle sped off like lightning. My name is Cheng Zhengqiu. Thank you for saving me, Cheng Zhengqiu said to Suyu after they had traveled quite far. Suyu. Suyu responded coldly. You don't owe me anything. How about asking who I am and why those people treated me like this? Suyu glanced at him, realizing he could be quite talkative. Directly stopping in front of a convenience store, she said plainly, I don't care who you are or who they are. Chances are we won't meet again anyway. Let's part ways here. Seeing that Suyu intended to send him off, Cheng Zhengqiu hurriedly said, No way, I haven't repaid my debt to you for saving my life. I can't leave you now, especially since you're a girl in this city overrun by zombies. It's so dangerous. I must protect you. How shameless. Suyu rolled her eyes and took out a gun she had just picked up from her bag, handing it to him. Protect yourself well then, don't get used as bait again. With that, Suyu hopped on the motorcycle, revved the engine, and was about to leave. I'm a doctor, Cheng Zhengqiu blurted out. In this apocalypse, doctors were incredibly rare. But Suyu paid no attention, simply riding her motorcycle away. I'm a veterinarian, Cheng Zhengqiu shouted after her. At this, Suyu slammed on the brakes hard. The piercing screech was deafening as she came to a stop 10 meters ahead of Cheng Zhengqiu. Realizing there was still hope, Cheng Zhengqiu hurriedly jogged over. I just saw you coming out of the veterinary hospital. Did one of your pets get sick? I'm a veterinarian. I graduated from Agricultural University 2 years ago and have obtained my veterinary qualification certificate. I've been practicing medicine for a year and a half. I've delivered puppies, neutered cats, treated hamsters for wet tail syndrome, rabbits with depression. Anything goes. Like applying for a job, Cheng Zhengqiu poured out all his skills to Suyu and looked up at her with anticipation. Give me a chance. In this apocalypse, your primary skill determines whether you survive and for how long. Get on the bike. Suyu didn't waste any more words, simply instructing him. Cheng Zhengqiu clenched his right fist, exclaiming yeah. Then he eagerly climbed onto Suyu's motorcycle. After all, he had already witnessed her skills earlier. Following her meant he'd surely have enough food. Tell me about yourself, and why those people did what they did to you, Suyu asked. Since she'd decided to bring him home, she needed to know the basics about him. Here's the thing, the veterinary hospital you came out of was mine. After the apocalypse, people like me who are weak and can only provide healing support could barely survive without depending on someone with strong combat abilities. Those guys were the local hooligans in the city. They had weapons and food, so I joined them. But they only accepted capable individuals, so I lied and said I was a doctor. In time, lies always get exposed. As a veterinarian, how could I possibly treat humans? That's why. Cheng Zhengqiu scratched his head. It was all for survival. I didn't want to deceive anyone. He had just tried to lie to her earlier. What about your family? Suyu asked again. I have a younger sister. We got separated after the apocalypse began, and I've been looking for her. He shook his head and sighed. Perhaps, it's not likely she survived. Speaking of his sister, Cheng Zhengqiu fell silent for quite a while. The motorcycle had already left the urban area and entered the suburbs. On the vast plains ahead, lightning struck from the sky, and soon thunder roared. Half an hour later, a small villa appeared in sight. Around the villa was a wired fence with pointed wooden stakes outside, providing multi-layered defenses. Awesome! Cheng Zhengqiu exclaimed. Did you do all this? Suyu opened the iron gate of the fence and pushed the motorcycle inside. No, this place was already deserted when I arrived. Cheng Zhengqiu followed Suyu into the yard. A black Labrador retriever with drooping ears greeted them excitedly, wagging its tail incessantly and circling around Suyu. Suyu squatted down, gently stroking the Labrador's head. Her eyes softened as she introduced him to Cheng Zhengqiu. His name is Maro Maro. Noticing the presence of a guest, Maro Maro approached Cheng Zhengqiu, sniffed him briefly, and then wagged his tail lightly, which was probably considered as a greeting. However, Cheng Zhengqiu noticed that the dog wasn't in great condition. Normally, Labrador retrievers are non-aggressive and very friendly towards humans, especially strangers visiting their home. They would usually be overly enthusiastic, jumping around and showering visitors with affection. Crouching down, Cheng Zhengqiu examined the dog's eyes and nose, furrowing his brow. The nose mirror is cracked, and there's pus-like discharge from the eyes. He then felt the dog's belly and forehead. It's still running a fever. It must be canine distemper. Suyu nodded, feeling a pang of sadness deep within her heart. Even though he was critically ill, Maro Maro would still force himself to greet her every day when she returned home. Cheng Zhengqiu followed Suyu inside. Maro Maro also followed in. In the living room, Cheng Zhengqiu started his examination of Maro Maro while Suyu placed the drugs she had brought back into an empty storeroom on the first floor. Cheng Zhengqiu first took Maro Mao's temperature, 40.1 degrees Celsius. Then, he immediately used a syringe to inject some antipyretic medicine. The current situation doesn't look good, Cheng Zhengqiu said, sitting on the sofa with Maro Maro lying at his feet. Canine distemper is like cancer for dogs, with a cure rate of only 15%. This disease has 3 stages, early, middle, and late. The earlier it's detected and treated, the higher the chances of recovery. Judging by Maro Mao's symptoms, he should be in the middle stage. If it progresses to the late stage, he'll suffer from persistent high fever, accompanied by intermittent convulsions, refusal to eat or drink. Just tell me if you can cure him or not. Suyu interrupted Cheng Zhengqiu. She had looked up all this information online already, she didn't need his reminder. Cheng Zhengqiu felt incredibly unlucky. He couldn't save humans, nearly losing his own life, but now when he finally encountered something within his professional domain, it was canine distemper, a near-incurable fatal disease. I will try my best. Cheng Zhengqiu hesitated to guarantee anything to Su Yu, because this disease really was difficult to treat. Su Yu nodded. As long as there was even the slightest bit of hope, she wouldn't give up. Maro Maro had been with her for 8 months and hadn't yet reached adulthood. Together, they braved through the horrors of the apocalypse, escaping zombies, saving lives, enduring hardships. And now, he was succumbing to illness. Su Yu refused to accept it. She cherished Maro Maro too much. She would spare no effort to try and save his life. Su Yu arranged a guest room for Cheng Zhengqiu upstairs. Gratefully accepting it, Cheng Zhengqiu found comfort in having access to hot water for showers, soft beds to sleep in, and a fridge full of food. He thought to himself how nice it would be to latch onto Su Yu as his benefactor, but unfortunately, she wasn't particularly interested in him, not even sparing him a proper glance. The next day, Su Yu was awakened by the system voice. Ding. System task, rescue a trapped woman from the gang leader. The trapped woman is located in a forest 10 kilometers southeast of the host. Reward, 50 points. Do you accept the task? Yes, Su Yu answered without hesitation. In general, unless her own situation was particularly critical, Su Yu would readily accept a mission. For one thing, she could earn points to exchange for equipment. Secondly, she couldn't bear to see girls being bullied, especially in the apocalypse when the physical strength disparity between men and women was more pronounced, making girls more prone to become victims. It reminded her of Zhu Li from yesterday, who had been forced to become a man's plaything just for a piece of bread. After each rescue, Su Yu would give the girl a gun or a dagger, items she'd collected over time. Su Yu knew she couldn't take these girls along on missions, she couldn't protect them forever. The best thing to do was teach them self-defense and reliance on themselves, which was the ultimate survival method in the apocalypse. Su Yu quickly got up, splashed water on her face, and went directly to the courtyard where she pushed out her electric motorcycle. Seeing Su Yu come out, Maro Maro tried to muster the energy to come and play with her. Su Yu said to it, I'm going out. The brother at home will take care of you. Listen to him. Maro Maro seemed to understand half of what she said, let out an "oh," then lay down again, watching Su Yu leave. With someone at home to take care of Maro Maro, Su Yu left feeling much more assured. She wasn't worried about him stealing things either, as there was nothing of value in the house besides a fridge full of food. All her valuable items were stored in her own space. As for the food in the fridge, it would spoil soon after being taken out. Since Cheng Zhengqiu had managed to pass himself off in the gang for 3 months, he clearly wasn't dumb. For now, clinging tightly to Su Yu was his best chance at survival. Su Yu raced toward the southeastern highway like the wind. Everywhere, fields of wheat grew wildly, occasionally dotted with several zombies shambling along. Most zombies congregated in cities, where populations were highest. In a small forest, a young woman carried her luggage, sobbing as she walked toward the road. Behind her trailed a 50-something old woman and a 20-something young man. Shuku, Mom, I don't want to go, the woman cried her heart out, dragging her feet unwillingly. Qin Yuan, listen to us. I need to take care of Mom, and I can't possibly be around you all the time. These people have weapons, they can ensure your safety. Shuku consoled Qin Yuan gently. But you're my husband. Qin Yuan cried out hopelessly. So what? Partners are birds of the same forest. Now that we're facing calamity, who still has time to think about the other? Shuku responded irritably. Not far away, several men leaning against a jeep wore black vests or were bare-chested with sunglasses, appearing anything but benevolent. A man with a dragon tattoo on his back approached, glanced at Qin Yuan, grinned, and showed a golden tooth. She's pretty good-looking. Xiao Wu, give them 35 cans. The young man named Xiao Wu counted out 35 meat cans from the jeep's trunk, put them in a bag, and handed it over to Shuku, smirking, catch well. Don't get robbed, haha. The old woman snatched the bag of cans first, carefully counting them before saying, all right, the daughter-in-law is yours now. It was only then that Qin Yuan realized the truth. Unable to believe it, she shook her head. You lied to me. You said you were going to find me a safe place. It was all a lie. You sold me for food. Just for this. Her tears rolled down her cheeks. 35 cans, and after 3 years of marriage, her husband had sold her so cheaply. Humph. After 3 years of marriage, your belly hasn't moved an inch, you don't even deserve to cry. The old woman harshly scolded Qin Yuan, pointing her finger at her and yelling, our family nearly went extinct because of you. A woman who can't produce sons shouldn't even eat our rice. If they're willing to feed you, you should thank Buddha. Shuku stood aside, silent. Qin Yuan stared at him hard. He felt uneasy under her gaze and turned away, not daring to look at her. Do you even care how I'll end up after you sell me to them? Wiping her tears fiercely, she repeatedly questioned him. If you serve them well, you'll at least have some food. Shuku stammered, looking down and not daring to meet her eyes. This was her husband. I must have been blind marrying you. Looking at him, her eyes were bloodshot, and she gritted her teeth, spitting the words out. I was blind ever thinking of marrying you. Why are you shouting at my son? The mother-in-law immediately stepped forward to protect him. You wicked woman. My son was planning to divorce you anyway. No children, reckless spending without knowing how to save money, you're such a curse. Sending you off is doing everyone a favor. That's enough. The tattooed man finally stepped forward, holding his flip-flops and lazily said with his hands on his waist, "We don't want to hear your family squabbles. Don't waste our time. Girl, come with me. Take good care of me, and I'll make sure you eat well from now on." "No, I belong to myself. No one has the right to sell me." Qin Yuan took a step back and shouted. The tattooed man gestured to the blonde beside him, who quickly approached Qin Yuan in an attempt to grab her. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan grabbed his arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming the blonde hard onto the ground. This is interesting," the tattooed man remarked as he looked at Qin Yuan, a little wildcat with some martial arts skills. With that, he immediately pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Qin Yuan's forehead. "Let's see if your skills are faster than my bullet. Get in the car." Qin Yuan was escorted toward the SUV under the threat of the pistol, reluctantly moving forward. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Blood splattered across Qin Yuan's face, a bullet hole gushed blood through the tattooed man's forehead, and he fell dead. "There's an ambush," the blonde screamed. Su Yu emerged from the bushes with a gun, and the men also hastily raised their guns at her. However, Su Yu now held a hand grenade. "Want to try shooting?" She would immediately detonate the grenade if they fired. Calculating correctly that these guys wouldn't risk their lives, Su Yu continued, "You have 10 seconds to scram." The men glanced at each other, prioritizing their survival, before scrambling into the SUV. The vehicle roared off. Through the rearview mirror, the blonde glared at Su Yu and spat angrily, "Damn, that woman again." Chapter 3, The First Teammate. Su Yu casually threw the hand grenade, tossing it near Shuku and his mother. His mother was so frightened that she jumped up in panic and quickly hid behind her son. "Fake, just a model toy," Su Yu said disdainfully. "Thank you for saving me," Qin Yuan said gratefully as she looked at Su Yu. "Don't mention it." Anyway, Su Yu had system rewards, so she flashed a charming smile, stroking her short hair by her ears. Qin Yuan's heart thumped once and her face turned slightly red. "By the way, I see your martial arts are pretty good. Did you train?" Su Yu remembered how effortlessly she flipped that blonde-haired guy earlier. "Yeah, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo," Qin Yuan nodded. She shook her head regretfully, looking at Shuku and his mother. To have such a capable wife at his side yet sell her out for a few cans of food was... She didn't even know how to describe how foolish they were. "What are you planning to do next?" Su Yu's interest was piqued. She wanted to bring Qin Yuan with her. As a black belt in Taekwondo, her skills were indeed enticing. And she herself needed strong teammates to keep each other alive. Qin Yuan coldly glanced at Shuku and his mother-in-law. Shuku seemed to suddenly understand his mistake and hurriedly grabbed Qin Yuan's hand. "Wife, I'm sorry. I've wronged you. It was unforgivable. I swear there will be no repeat offense. I will definitely treat you well and protect you properly." His mother-in-law was still unclear about the situation and pulled on Shuku urgently. "Son, we already don't have enough food. If we add one more person, that's one more mouth to feed. You need to think carefully. This woman is a burden. We can't take her." "Mom, you don't understand. Sai, please stop talking," Shuku whispered soothingly to his mother. "Shuku, I won't stay with you anymore. Let's part ways and become strangers from now on," Qin Yuan declared resolutely. Shuku got flustered. "Think it over. I truly love you." "Don't bring up love. You make me feel sick." Qin Yuan refused to look at him any longer. "If you really cared for me, you wouldn't have sold me to those scumbags. But I made a temporary mistake. Plus, what about being alone? Without food or drink? Here, I've still got some canned goods. Enough to last us for a few days." "Who said she's alone?" Su Yu interrupted, looking at Qin Yuan. "Sister, would you like to come with me? I've got plenty of food and wouldn't stoop to selling you for a few cans." She spoke with a teasing tone. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Yuan felt her heartbeat quicken again. Truly. Looking at Su Yu's clear, kind smile made her feel like the protagonist of an idol drama where the prince in shining armor came to rescue her at her moment of need. Qin Yuan decisively nodded her head. "I'll go with you." Su Yu pushed out her extreme lightning motorcycle from the bushes. Shuku clutched onto Qin Yuan's clothes in despair. "Wife, don't leave me. Together without men protection, it's dangerous for two women." Qin Yuan snatched her clothes from his grip coldly. "Could you ever protect me? In these past 3 months, every time danger came, it was always you running off with your mom, leaving me behind. Last time in the forest when I twisted my ankle, zombies were right behind me. I screamed your name, but you didn't even look back at me. If Brother Huang hadn't arrived in time." Qin Yuan choked up emotionally. Shuku was speechless, his expression awkward. Su Yu pushed her motorcycle closer. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan hopped on. With a roar, the motorcycle raced down the road, leaving the pair of people further and further behind them. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earned plus 50 points, gained sister's goodwill plus 1 humility makes 1 progress, arrogance leads to failure, please continue to improve. You old man. This stupid system actually had built-in motivational. What did you say? Qin Yuan asked. Nothing. Suddenly Qin Yuan felt much lighter. She rested her head on Su Yu's shoulder, tears streaming, but she promised herself silently that this would absolutely be the last time she cried. Su Yu glanced sideways at her, unsure of how to comfort her. After all, she herself hadn't gone through anything similar. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Su Yu, I'm 23 years old. Su Yu tried to shift the topic. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan wiped her tears with her sleeve. I'm older than you, 25 years old this year. Have the past 3 months always been spent with the three of you? Su Yu curiously asked. A timid man, a woman, and an old woman could manage to survive until now, which was indeed not easy. In the first half-month, Shuku and his mom and I fled from the city to the suburbs. We heard there were fewer zombies out there, but we encountered a lot of danger on the way. Later, we joined some small temporary teams and found a relatively safe camp. However, last month our team suffered a large-scale zombie night raid and got separated from our teammates. I brought Shuku and his mother all the way here. Our food started running short. I don't know how Shuku contacted those people today. Last night he suddenly told me that he couldn't take me with him anymore, wanting to hand me over to someone more capable of protecting me. I laughed at the time. Wasn't it always me who protected them, the two of them? This man. Qin Yuan shook her head, gave a melancholy smile, and stopped talking. Su Yu's motorcycle suddenly came to a stop. Qin Yuan didn't understand why until she saw ahead on the highway a group of zombies, not many, about 20 or so. They were all wearing the same yellow and blue clothes and caps with XX Travel Agency written on them. It seemed they were part of a zombie travel group. Ding. The side mission has been initiated. The host encounters a group of zombies. For every zombie killed, earn 2 points. There's a side mission as well. But even without the system's task, Su Yu had to pass through this group of zombies since this was the only way home. Otherwise, she would have to go through the wilderness and forests. Besides potential lurking zombies in the forest, there were also many mutated beasts, far scarier than any mutated cats or dogs. Qin Yuan, can you handle it? Su Yu looked at her and asked in a serious tone. Qin Yuan pulled a dagger out of her pocket. No problem. To Qin Yuan, this was an opportunity to show off. Since Su Yu had chosen her as a teammate, she needed to display the skills that proved her worthy of becoming one. The zombies noticed the two people before them and immediately went berserk, excitedly rushing towards Su Yu and Qin Yuan with loud growls, showing their teeth and claws. Qin Yuan plunged into the horde of zombies first. Her movements were incredibly nimble, dexterous, and skillful. She dodged left and right, and with a flash of her blade, cleanly stabbed it into a zombie's brain. Su Yu, on the other hand, held a rifle, aimed at the zombie's head, and shot it down, clearing the zombies around Qin Yuan one by one. One long-range attack, one close combat. The wave of zombies was quickly handled. The ground was full of nauseating corpses. For the last zombie, Qin Yuan's knife became blunt, so she simply threw it aside and punched hard at the zombie's head. She then turned back and grabbed its neck, twisted her hand sharply, and with a crack, the zombie collapsed to the ground dead. The scene was in chaos. Su Yu looked at Qin Yuan from afar, standing amidst the pile of zombies like a reborn female warrior. She was killing zombies, and also venting all her depression and frustration, venting her anger and unwillingness. Qin Yuan turned around and gave Su Yu a smile of relief. Su Yu extended her hand to Qin Yuan, thumb up, giving her a thumbs up sign. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Killed 16 zombies, gained plus 32 points. Qin Yuan walked towards Su Yu, who quickly took out wet wipes from her bag and handed them to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan stared in surprise at the pack of wipes. Never thought I'd see this thing again in my lifetime. She took the wipes and cleaned the bloodstains off her face, taking a deep, refreshing breath. Su Yu wouldn't tell her that she used her points to exchange for space, and the first thing she did was empty an entire convenience supermarket. In a dilapidated factory in his city, there were a few military green tents set up roughly, surrounded by several anti-riot barbed wire fences. The wire nets were stained black and red, emitting the stench of blood, with flies buzzing around. A man in shorts came over and poured a bucket of water onto the barbed wire net to wash off the blood. Boss, spare us, spare us. Huang Maro knelt on the ground, begging continuously. Behind him was a deep pit filled with hungry zombies roaring and howling, revealing eyes filled with greed. Huang Maro and his brothers knelt on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs. Looking at the pit full of zombies, they trembled in fear non-stop. Before them, a man dressed in a floral checked shirt sat in a reclining chair, wearing sunglasses and coldly staring at them. Dragon boss, please spare us. The canned food was sent out, but the people were not brought back. Do you really think you deserve such mercy? Dragon slapped Huang Mao's face, saying coldly, you dare to plead for your lives. It's not our fault. That woman took the people away. Yesterday when little Xuanzi and others got involved and Cheng Zhengqiu's people were taken, it was also her. Huang Maro knelt trembling as he said. A woman reduced you to this state? Tell me, what good are you if this is what I get for keeping you around? Brother Long raised his foot and placed it on Huang Mao's shoulder, giving him a hard kick. Huang Maro nearly fell into the pit, his face turning deathly pale as he almost fainted from terror. You've made me lose face, Brother Long, now you'll lose your life. Go. With a lazy wave of his hand, Brother Long ordered the men to act. The kneeling men were one by one pushed into the zombies below. The zombies surged forward, grabbing for their food with screams echoing endlessly. There were chilling sounds of flesh tearing, bone snapping, and the greedy swallowing of the undead. Huang Maro wet his pants out of sheer fear. Just as he was about to be pushed in, a lean man from behind Brother Long stepped forward and shouted, wait. Brother Long turned back. Oh, old two. Do you recognize that woman's appearance, Ahui? The man called old two asked Huang Mao. Ahui nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'd recognize her even if she turned to ash. Brother Long, if the goods are gone, we can reclaim them. But if we lose our brothers, it'll be hard to find replacements, said Lao Lu Xiong, whispering into Brother Long's ear. Today that woman appearing in the suburbs wasn't a coincidence, it's likely she lives nearby. Brother Long stroked his little beard, pondered for a moment, and finally waved his hand, ordering them to release Huang Maro and Ahui. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Lead a team and find that woman. Yes. Ahui nodded profusely in agreement. Thank you, Brother Long, thank you, Brother Xiong. Chapter 4, Ambushed. Here we are, this is my place. Su Yu got out of the car and instinctively reached out to Qin Yuan, wanting to help her out of the car. Although Qin Yuan could manage on her own, she still extended her hand and placed it on Su Yu's, using her support to step out, a streak of blush crossing her face. Su Yu turned around and noticed the gate was unlocked, slightly ajar. A bark came from the backyard. Su Yu sensed something was wrong and quickly ran over. Qin Yuan immediately followed. In the backyard, 3 zombies were advancing toward Cheng Zhengqiu in the corner. Cheng Zhengqiu, trembling, held a shovel pointing at the zombies, shouting, You don't come near me. Maro kept barking wildly at the zombies beside Cheng Zhengqiu's feet. Su Yu stepped forward without hesitation, stabbing a zombie from the back of its head to the top. Qin Yuan joined in to assist her. With a few swift movements, they had knocked down one zombie, then Qin Yuan picked up a shovel nearby and smashed the zombie's brain with it. Cheng Zhengqiu's legs were already shaking uncontrollably, and he slowly leaned against the wall, sitting down. You guys are so cool. After dealing with the 3 zombies, Maro happily trotted over and circled around Su Yu and Qin Yuan's feet, wagging its tail affectionately. Qin Yuan squatted down and stroked its fur on its back. Su Yu walked over and asked Cheng Zhengqiu, Were you outside just now? Yeah. I went for a walk, Cheng Zhengqiu explained. When I came here yesterday, I saw there seemed to be a farm nearby. I thought there might be some surviving ducks or such, the Z virus is ineffective on poultry. But I didn't find anything useful. All I managed to get were 2 shovels. Thinking they might be useful, I brought them back. Cheng Zhengqiu pointed at the 2 shovels by the wall. I forgot to lock the gate when I came back. That's why. Cheng Zhengqiu scratched the back of his head apologetically, saying, Sorry about that. That ranch I've been to before, everything living inside has long been eaten by zombies. Su Yu said as she dragged the zombies away. Cheng Zhengqiu and Qin Yuan hurried over to help. The 3 of them pulled the corpses of the zombies out of the yard. Su Yu lit a fire and burned the bodies. Incineration was the most effective way to prevent the spread of the Z virus. Hey, miss, nice to meet you. Cheng Zhengqiu had already noticed Qin Yuan who returned with Su Yu, and he greeted her warmly. My name is Cheng Zhengqiu. My name is Qin Yuan, pleased to meet you. Qin Yuan gave him a friendly smile and asked Su Yu, Is he your teammate too? Before Su Yu could say no, Cheng Zhengqiu quickly interjected, Yes. I'm definitely her good teammate. I'm a doctor. Veterinarian, Su Yu added. Well, a vet is a doctor too, Cheng Zhengqiu awkwardly laughed. I don't have teammates as weak as you, who can't even deal with 3 zombies. Su Yu looked at the roaring flames and said to Cheng Zhengqiu, Once you cure Maro, I'll give you enough rewards, defensive weapons, an ample amount of food. Isn't this like burning the bridge after crossing the river? Cheng Zhengqiu frowned. You very well know that someone like me, once I step outside, my food and weapons will surely be gone within half a day. Cheng Zhengqiu, Su Yu turned to look at him. It's the end of the world now. If you just want to rely on others to survive, I really can't guarantee how long you'll last. And I need to survive too. I need strong teammates, and group survival. You might not fit into my team. What about her? If I don't fit, does that mean she fits your team better? Cheng Zhengqiu pointed at Qin Yuan, slightly upset. Su Yu chuckled coldly. Do you want to compete with her? Qin Yuan handed Cheng Zhengqiu a dagger. If you can make me bleed in 1 minute, I'll leave right away. She glanced back at Su Yu, and Su Yu nodded in agreement. Cheng Zhengqiu took the dagger and looked up at Qin Yuan. This is what you said. Qin Yuan shrugged, stepping back slightly to prepare herself. Cheng Zhengqiu roared and lunged at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nimbly dodged. Cheng Zhengqiu continued his assault, but Qin Yuan moved left and right, then suddenly grabbed his hand and squeezed hard. There was a clatter as the dagger fell. Qin Yuan kicked him away with ease. Cheng Zhengqiu covered his stomach, picked up the dagger by his feet again, gritted his teeth, and attacked Qin Yuan once more. Kicking, grabbing, and countering, Qin Yuan easily subdued him again. It's already been 2 minutes. Su Yu reminded. Qin Yuan directly snatched the dagger from his hand. Cheng Zhengqiu panted heavily, unwillingly raising his head to look at Qin Yuan and Su Yu. Su Yu smiled and said, If you had used that much determination fighting zombies earlier, it wouldn't have been necessary for Qin Yuan and me to get involved at all. You could have handled them yourself. Cheng Zhengqiu thought about it for a moment and finally sighed. I wasn't brave enough. He admitted truthfully. He knew that Qin Yuan wouldn't be willing to hurt him, so he dared to fight against her, but zombies were a completely different matter. Getting bitten by them would definitely lead to infection. Su Yu didn't want to say much more, inviting the 2 guests into the house as she began preparing lunch. Qin Yuan looked in surprise at the steak on her plate. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten fresh cooked food. Su Yu, I think you're simply the God-sent heavenly deity sent to save me. She observed Su Yu's home. This is the apocalypse. You're living quite comfortably here, huh? No wonder this guy clings to you like glue, she teased Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Zhengqiu grunted discontentedly, keeping his head down as he ate. Su Yu placed the final serving of steak on the table and smiled as she said, I was just lucky. I found a lot of chilled meat in the underground cold storage room of a hotpot restaurant. Luck, or skill? Qin Yuan looked admiringly at Su Yu. I see your gun handling is very proper, and super accurate, one shot to the head. What did you do before? I mean, before the apocalypse arrived. I'm a student. Su Yu smiled, seeing that the two of them didn't believe her, so she added, Military Academy cadet, graduating this year. If things had gone smoothly, I should have become a soldier. No wonder you're so capable. Originally, I thought you were a police officer, Cheng Zhengqiu exclaimed loudly, then you should even more protect us common people from danger. Su Yu didn't bother correcting him on the difference between police and soldiers. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, safeguarding the peace of civilians would have been her duty, but now, this world was fraught with peril, and relying solely on her own strength, even protecting herself from danger was already considered incredibly fortunate. You'd better take advantage of this period of time and learn some self-defense techniques from Sister Qin Yuan, Su Yu said. Don't always rely on others for protection. Cheng Zhengqiu thought Su Yu's words made sense. After eating lunch, he nagged Qin Yuan to teach him martial arts skills, and Qin Yuan patiently coached him. Su Yu had a rare afternoon of leisure, and without any system-issued tasks, she sat in an armchair enjoying the sun, while Maro Maro lay curled up beside her feet. Its fever had subsided today, and after Cheng Zhengqiu gave it some medicine he had concocted, it was clearly feeling much better. Its appetite had also improved significantly, which delighted Su Yu immensely. In this world, Maro Maro was her only family member. The reason she had chosen to join the military academy was because she wanted to find her missing parents, both important members of the military department executing international classified missions. 4 years ago, the two had simultaneously disappeared, leaving no word behind. Back then, Su Yu was in her final year of high school. Affected by her parents' disappearance, she hadn't performed well on her college entrance exam, her academic score barely clearing the military academy admission line, so she decisively chose to follow in her parents' footsteps and enrolled in the military academy. After passing the rigorous physical fitness test at the military academy, Su Yu became a cadet, undergoing unbearably stringent daily physical training. Her shooting courses and close combat courses all ended with perfect scores, laying a solid foundation for her survival in the post-apocalyptic world. She originally intended to take the exam to enter the same department where her parents used to work upon graduation, but the apocalypse arrived. Su Yu closed her eyes, entered the system, and checked her points. Today, she had earned 82 points, not enough to exchange for many items. She decided to temporarily keep the points to exchange for an artificial intelligence brain later. It was the year 2034. Cities had basically achieved full coverage of clean energy, controlled by the central computer managing hydroelectric and wind power stations. As long as the rivers didn't dry up and seasonal winds still visited the continent every year, cities wouldn't lose power. Of course, intentional sabotage wasn't excluded either. Su Yu's midday nap was very light, and the slightest sound would wake her. Suddenly startled awake, she turned her ear to listen and determined that she could hear the rumbling of car engines outside. Su Yu quickly stood up, pulling on her coat, and ran to the window. Several cars were driving towards the villa from a distance. In a rush, Su Yu put on her shoes and went out the door, running to the door of Qin Yuan's room and knocking heavily. Soon, Qin Yuan opened the door in slippers. What's wrong, Xiao Yu? Someone's coming, a lot of people. They probably don't have good intentions, we need to hide. Just as these words finished, several gunshots, Toda Da, broke the serenity of the noon. The windows shattered, accompanied by the barking of several dogs from outside. Hurry up and pack things. We need to leave, Su Yu told Qin Yuan and then ran to Cheng Zhengqiu's room, knocking for a long time without anyone answering. She kicked open the door forcefully. Cheng Zhengqiu wasn't in the room. Qin Yuan hurried downstairs with a black backpack, but since Cheng Zhengqiu couldn't be found, Su Yu had no choice but to take Qin Yuan to the backyard first. A black Mercedes-Benz was parked in the underground garage. At this moment, several trucks in the front yard started ramming the gate. Judging by the sound, it wouldn't last long. Can you drive? Su Yu asked Qin Yuan. Yes, Qin Yuan replied. Su Yu got out of the driver's seat and then opened a hidden car door in the underground garage. This underground passage is 2 kilometers long, and if we go this way, it leads outside. It's very safe. She told Qin Yuan to sit in the driver's seat. Qin Yuan suddenly grabbed Su Yu's hand and asked anxiously, Aren't you coming with me? I'm going to find Cheng Zhengqiu. After saying this, Su Yu slammed the car door shut and instructed her, There's a GPS in the car, just drive southwest. You should be able to find a base before dawn, and we'll meet up there. Qin Yuan grabbed her hand once more. I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. Su Yu thought for a moment and finally nodded. After 5 minutes, no matter what, you must leave. Chapter 5, Trapped. Listening to the incessant gunfire on the ground, Qin Yuan's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Since the apocalypse began, she had experienced countless brushes with death, but never before had she been as tense as she was now. Su Yu ran out of the garage and slipped through a small door at the back of the villa. The iron gate in the front yard had already been smashed open by a large truck, and faint voices could still be heard. Just as Su Yu entered the living room, she collided face to face with a man. She immediately pulled out a dagger and stabbed at him. Cheng Zhengqiu quickly grabbed her hand and shouted loudly, It's me. Where have you run off to? I fetched the medicine for Maro Maro. Cheng Zhengqiu shook the bag in his hand. Where's Maro Maro? Su Yu asked anxiously. Cheng Zhengqiu shook his head. I just went to the doghouse and didn't see it. That little one is smart, it must have hidden itself. Su Yu pulled Cheng Zhengqiu out of the back door to the entrance of the rear yard garage. Qin Yuan is waiting for you downstairs. You drive away with her, we'll meet up tomorrow morning southwest of here. Aren't you coming? Cheng Zhengqiu looked at her incredulously. The people who ambushed us today are from the team I previously joined. They're ruthless and despicable villains. I can't leave Maro Maro behind. After finishing her sentence, Su Yu patted Cheng Zhengqiu's shoulder. I'll be careful, you go. With that, she turned around and walked towards the front yard. Cheng Zhengqiu looked at her retreating figure with complicated eyes, and finally jogged into the underground garage. Wang, wang wang. Amidst the gunshots, barks were heard from the front yard. Maro Maro. Following the sound, Su Yu saw two dogs rushing towards her, not Maro Maro, but two pit bulls growling fiercely at her. At this moment, something cold pressed against the back of Su Yu's head. It was a gun. The man behind forced Su Yu to walk toward the front yard. Two military green trucks had crushed the gate, followed by two cannons behind the vehicles. A few men fully armed stood atop the trucks laughing while shining their headlights into Su Yu's eyes. So this is the woman ruining all our plans. Isn't she? Said the yellow-haired man behind Su Yu. Finally in my hands, today isn't your lucky day after all. Before he finished speaking, Su Yu kicked back, directly hitting the yellow-haired man's vital area, inflicting an explosion-like pain. Gripping his lower body in agony, he loosened his hold and dropped the gun, which fell into Su Yu's hands. She aimed the gun at the men on the roof. Simultaneously, everyone there held their weapons pointed at Su Yu. However, they dared not fire because Su Yu's gun was pointing at their second-in-command, Lu Xiong. Your skills aren't bad. Lu Xiong appeared completely unafraid, instead appreciating Su Yu. In the apocalypse, the most needed are talents. Going solo won't be easy for you. Why don't you join us? We have plenty of weapons and food. Zombies would only be pets to us, no threat at all. He admired Su Yu's abilities since she'd repeatedly thwarted their plans, indicating her strength. What do you say? Consider joining us. Su Yu gave a cold laugh. I wouldn't join a team that treats zombies like pets. Thinking some firepower will suffice to play in the apocalypse world, how naive. Su Yu clicked off the safety catch of her gun. Let me go or your head will explode. Kill me, and you die too, Lu Xiong said. I think that won't happen. Su Yu looked around the surrounding men. You shouldn't be the boss, so they need me alive. In the apocalypse, living women are worth more than men, at least certain men thought so. They'd keep Su Yu to take credit and receive rewards. So why should I believe that when I say let her go, they'll actually release her? Lu Xiong curiously asked. I've been holding a gun to your head for this long and they haven't attacked me yet. It shows your position isn't low. Su Yu replied. I like smart women, Lu Xiong smiled, but you won't guess what's behind you, right? Staring at him intently, Su Yu slightly frowned and slowly turned around. Cheng Zhengqiu had a gun pointed at the back of Qin Yuan's head and forcibly pushed her towards the front yard. Boss Lu, Cheng Zhengqiu waved casually and greeted warmly. Lu Xiong snorted coldly. You little liar, you're useful at critical moments after all. Hehe, I almost let this woman escape, but if I bring her back, can I stay with you again? Cheng Zhengqiu flatteredly asked Lu Xiong. Alright, considering you're somewhat clever, we'll let you stay, Lu Xiong agreed readily, clearly eager for capable members. Fraud. Traitor. Qin Yuan spat venomously. Sorry, Miss Qin, but the wise bird chooses its tree wisely. Since you and Goddess Su don't want me, I have to find another way out. In this apocalyptic world, we all need to understand each other, so please don't hate me. Cheng Zhengqiu chuckled and said, Goddess Su, drop your gun. I may not control my strength well with this hand, and if I accidentally hurt Miss Qin, that would be awkward. Su Yu stared into Cheng Zhengqiu's eyes for a long moment before finally lowering her gun. A few men quickly ran over and twisted her hands behind her back. Kid, drop your gun too, Lu Xiong called out. He didn't want this clumsy fellow to really hurt her. They were counting on taking both women back to Brother Long to gain credit and rewards. Cheng Zhengqiu nodded repeatedly. Alright, dropping the gun. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan bent down suddenly. Cheng Zhengqiu raised his gun and fired several shots, hitting all the men restraining Su Yu. Although his shooting wasn't precise enough to kill them instantly, it was sufficient to knock them down. To hell with your act. You made me a zombie bait. I'll kill you all. Cheng Zhengqiu retaliated by firing wildly at those around him. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan pulled a gun from her bag and took down a few more men near her, dragging Su Yu toward the backyard. Cheng Zhengqiu quickly followed. Su Yu realized that the two had deliberately acted in concert to rescue her. At that moment, there was a loud boom. The nearest big locust tree burst into flames with an immense force. The explosion threw the three of them backward, landing heavily on the grass. Su Yu could only hear a continuous ringing in her ears, completely blocking out external sounds. Behind her, Lu Xiong held a rocket launcher, smiling coldly. Want to escape from under my nose? Not that easy. Men rushed forward to bind the three and threw them onto a truck. The large truck shook violently as it drove. After 2 hours, it came to a stop. Su Yu, Qin Yuan, and Cheng Zhengqiu were thrown onto the icy ground. Cheng Zhengqiu was still unconscious, while Qin Yuan had already awakened. She and Su Yu exchanged glances. Su Yu clearly saw injuries on their faces and worried about what else might be beneath their clothes. Damn it, they should have listened to her and left immediately. A group of people gathered around, all men. Some were fully armed, wearing bullets around their necks and holding machine guns. Others were bare-armed. They stared at them with eyes gleaming like wild beasts. Brother Long. Brother Long. Brother Long walked over, and everyone respectfully greeted him. Suyu looked up at him, a muscular build with dense black tattoos covering his arms and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His appearance alone suggested he had the air of a leader. Brother Long squatted down and reached out, grabbing Suyu's chin to examine her carefully. Then he glanced at Qin Yuan, his lips curling slightly into a smirk. Without warning, he extinguished the cigarette but directly on Cheng Zhengqiu's face. ZZZT Cheng Zhengqiu screamed in agony as he woke up, leaving a large burn mark on his cheek. Lift this woman into my tent. Brother Long pointed at Suyu and then looked at Qin Yuan. Number 2, she's yours. He told Lu Xiong. Brother Long, these 2 women are highly skilled. If they joined us. Lu Xiong's words were interrupted mid-sentence by Brother Long impatiently waving his hand. In my team, women serve only one purpose. He grinned wickedly, and his subordinates also laughed. And as for that man, Brother Long glanced at Cheng Zhengqiu. Do whatever you want with him. Thank you, Brother Long. His subordinates were ecstatic and helped carry Suyu into Brother Long's tent. There, they had already untied her ropes. Back in the truck, Lu Xiong had feared any tricks and injected them with sedatives. Even now, despite being freed, Suyu couldn't summon any strength. Her mind was muddled with extreme excitement and fatigue. Brother Long and his brothers were outside drinking and celebrating their day's bounty. Inside the damp tent, Suyu lay on the wet cement floor, staring at the dim yellow light bulb swaying above. Her consciousness swayed with it. Ding, host's brain has been interfered with by foreign substances. Available points can exchange for antidotes. Exchange. Suyu mentally responded urgently. Ding, requires 6G of antidote, costs 120 points. Insufficient host points. Then why bother telling me? Suyu shouted internally in anger. She had 82 points. Thinking for a moment, Suyu said, I'll exchange for 4G of antidote, is that okay? Ding, approved. Exchanging 4G antidote for the host, deducting 80 points, remaining balance 2. After 2 minutes, Suyu's fingers twitched. 1 minute later, Suyu could roughly see the arrangements inside the tent. 10 minutes later, Brother Long, reeking of smoke and alcohol, pushed aside the tent flap and walked in. He directly yanked Suyu off the floor and threw her onto the large bed in the middle, then loomed over her with rough intent. Suyu favored simplicity and brutality. Her hand went straight for the gun holster on Brother Long's belt behind him. Outside the tent, the men were sprawled all over, snoring loudly. They appeared to be quite drunk. The guards who saw Suyu walk out immediately aimed their guns at her. But she had a gun pointed at Brother Long's head. She was using him as a hostage as they made their way to the gate of the camp. Make them open the gate. Suyu threatened in Brother Long's ear. Open it, Brother Long said with a furrowed brow, waving his hand. One of his subordinates had already started pushing aside the heavy obstacles. As Suyu forced him out of the camp gate, Lu Xiong suddenly emerged from a tent, holding a rifle. You're quite something, aren't you? Not even that dosage of sedative could take you down, Lu Xiong commented meaningfully. Cut the crap and bring out my friends, Suyu growled fiercely. Or I'll kill him. Chapter 6, Meeting an Acquaintance. Cut the chatter, bring out my friend. Suyu said fiercely. Or else I'll kill him. Do as you please. Lu Xiong smiled faintly. In the apocalypse, the strong dominate. Anyone who becomes a woman's prisoner does not deserve to be our leader. Second in command. You, what are you saying? Dragon Brother looked at Lu Xiong in disbelief. What he said is correct. At this moment, Huang Maro also stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. You treat us like dogs, feeding us to zombies at the slightest dissatisfaction. You don't deserve to be our boss. I support Brother Xiong taking over. Right, support Brother Xiong. The men around them roared in agreement. Seeing the situation turning against her, Suyu started retreating step by step slowly. Lu Xiong looked at Suyu with a smile. What? Not going to make your move? Or would you rather I help? Suyu furrowed her brows deeply. Just then there was a gunshot sound, bang. A bullet hole appeared on Dragon Brother's forehead, blood flowing down his nose from his gun which was still smoking in Lu Xiong's hand. Throwing away Dragon Brother's corpse, Suyu turned and ran, escaping into a small alley under cover of the dark night. Bring her back, alive, he put his gun away coldly. There were several zombies wandering in the alley. Suyu fled like mad, merely blocking any zombie that got in her way without killing them, leaving these zombies behind as backup. Sure enough, cries of agony soon followed from behind, along with the sounds of flesh being torn apart. Suyu zigzagged through the alleyways, fleeing for her life until she emerged onto the main road. She gasped for breath, dizzy spells hitting her. The 4G detox pill had a good effect but could barely support her intense escape effort. Now its effects were fading fast again. Feeling the world spin around her, her legs trembled uncontrollably as she collapsed to her knees. On the main road, zombies were everywhere, aimlessly wandering about until they caught sight of Suyu. Struggling to get up, her legs felt like they weren't hers anymore, weak and powerless. Upon seeing Suyu, the zombies were like famished beasts catching sight of prey. They stretched out their hands and pounced toward her. Suyu picked up her pistol, aiming at the closest zombie, bang. The bullet merely grazed the zombie's scalp without harming it. Her vision blurred, feeling the entire world spinning. Consecutive shots rang out. Although it slowed their advance, none hit the critical areas of the zombies. Her bullets were all spent. Suyu threw away her gun and drew her dagger. She wasn't even sure if her hand had enough strength left to stab into a zombie's brain. Clutching the dagger, she couldn't feel its presence anymore. Could it really be that today, she would meet her end here? After 3 months of struggling for survival, earning points, and gaining better means to live, how reluctant she was. A zombie grabbed Suyu's arm and lunged to bite her. Suyu used her last bit of strength to thrust the blade straight into the zombie's brain. Splatter! Brain fluid oozed out of the zombie. More zombies came at her, but Suyu no longer had the strength to move, so she closed her eyes. The zombies lunged towards her, yet the expected pain never came. With a tearing sound, disgusting viscous blood splashed all over her. Opening her eyes, a man stood tall before her, wielding a long samurai sword. Facing waves of zombies, he slashed and chopped effortlessly, every strike fatal. His moves were practiced and fluid, highlighted by the cold moonlight. Zombies fell one after another at his feet. With the final few dealt with, the blade returned smoothly to its scabbard under the moon's glow. The man walked over, picked up Suyu by the arm, squatted down, hoisted her over his shoulder, and turned to walk towards the other side of the street. Under the pale moonlight late at night, the man carried a woman while walking through the ruins. Zombies lunged at him from behind, but the man didn't turn back, only gunshots rang out. Every shot took out a zombie. As Suyu tilted her head, she saw a neatly dressed boy of about 10 years old emerge from the alley holding a rifle, following closely beside the man, protecting him. They brought Suyu home. It was an elevator apartment complex. The staircases had been locked off, so only the elevator could reach the upper floors. Zombies lacked the intelligence to use elevators. Their place was small, but relatively clean. The man laid Suyu down on the couch. The boy nearby shouted immediately, "Jingi, don't put her on the couch, it's too dirty." Suyu's body was covered in zombie blood. Seemed like she was rejected. But the man paid no heed. Carefully, he examined Suyu's body for any signs of bite wounds. Suyu's vision grew more blurry. People appeared doubled to her. Tiredly, she closed her eyes, letting the man handle her as he pleased. "Go get some medicine," he said to the boy. The little boy pouted, but still obediently went through the first aid kit, taking out 2 capsules from a bottle and walking over to hand them to the man. "Brother, we don't have much medicine left." The man didn't say anything. He got up, poured a glass of water, and helped Suyu swallow the pills. She lay on the couch for a long time. In the distance, she heard muffled voices, buzzing in her ears, making it hard to understand clearly. She felt something wet on her hand, as if a tongue was licking it. Suddenly coming to her senses, Suyu opened her eyes and sat up. A black Labrador retriever was sitting there, its tongue sticking out as it looked at her. Seeing that she had woken up, it affectionately jumped onto the couch and started licking her face. "Mao Mao." She joyfully hugged the dog, stroking its short fur. "Am I dreaming? How did you end up here?" "So this is your dog," the boy said while walking over with his bowl in hand, using chopsticks to shovel rice as he spoke. "I thought it was ownerless so I could adopt it. We shouldn't have saved you." Suyu saw his face now. He had fair skin, and his childlike features hadn't fully matured yet. He was an adorable boy. "But, is it sick?" The boy put down his bowl and gently touched the dog's neck. "It doesn't seem to eat much. My brother even went all the way to the pet store to bring back several bags of dog food, but it wouldn't touch any." "Yes, it's very ill," Suyu said somberly. Maro Maro turned around once and settled itself into her lap. "How did you find it?" she asked. "It found us actually. Around 3 in the afternoon today, my brother and I went out to look for food when we saw it running madly toward us, with a few zombies chasing behind. We saved it casually, though it looked really exhausted and stayed lethargic the whole afternoon. From the outskirts to the city, about an hour-long drive, it seemed that Maro Maro must have followed after seeing Suyu being taken away, which caused Suyu a wave of heartache given its condition. Jing Xan, go wash the dishes." The man finally spoke up in the dining room. Suyu looked up and saw the man wearing a white shirt and apron, bringing plates into the kitchen. His profile was sharp, his expression cool and calm. "Jing. Chi. Hey. Do you know my brother?" Jing Xan paused before leaving, curious when he heard Suyu mention his brother's name. "He's my senior at school." Of course Suyu knew him. Once upon a time, Jingi was a legendary senior in military academy, a godlike figure who made every girl on campus crazy. It was said that he finished all his courses with perfect scores, versatile and unmatched in every skill. By his sophomore year, he was already selected by the army as a priority trainee. And during his final year, he was promoted early to other projects. Since Suyu was a year younger, she naturally had heard of senior Jingi's reputation when she entered school. She'd also seen him play basketball on the court. He was basically unstoppable. Yet rumors were abundant that many girls tried confessing their love to him and failed miserably. Jingi seemed to instinctively repel females, maintaining his icy facade without showing much warmth, which paradoxically only added to his popularity. He was like an unattainable flower growing on the high mountain, beautiful and aloof. In the apocalypse era, men like Jingi would naturally survive. "Brother, she says she's from the same school as you." Jing Xan leaned closer to Jingi as they washed the dishes together. Jingi slightly lifted his head and glanced at Suyu lying pale-faced on the couch, catching her eye just briefly. Then he turned away. "I know." Suyu stood up, feeling slightly dizzy still. She walked to the table where her dinner was waiting, a pork chop. Suyu picked up the plate and squatted down, offering it near Maro Mao's nose. The dog sniffed it but showed no interest. Looking up, it saw Suyu's hopeful eyes and gave a couple low whimpers before reluctantly extending its tongue to lick the pork, eating it down. Suyu encouraged it by patting its head. Good Maro Maro. That's your food. Jingi stood in front of her, looking down at her. At home, to encourage Maro Maro to eat, Suyu used to feed it 2 pieces of beef daily. I'm not hungry, Suyu replied, glancing up at him. From this angle, she could perfectly see his jawline and those absurdly long lashes above his indifferent eyes. Jingi's face was cold, and she guessed he must be displeased deep down. With how hard it was to come by meat in this situation, feeding a dog with their food was indeed quite excessive. Jingi said nothing, turning to take a piece of bread from the fridge and cutting it into slices before entering the kitchen again. Not long after, he came out with a plate and handed it to her. On the plate were 3 toasted slices of bread. Slightly embarrassed, Suyu sat down and bit hungrily into the toast, truly starving. Jingi silently turned again and brought her a cup of water. Thank you for saving me and saving Maro Maro, Suyu sincerely thanked him. No problem, he replied calmly. Suyu nodded, considering whether she should call him senior out of mere politeness. However, looking at Jingi's cold and distant expression, she decided against it. There was no way he would even know who she was. At school, Suyu was an extremely low-key girl. During her night runs when she occasionally encountered Jingi, all she did was keep her head down and run, unlike other outgoing girls who, despite not knowing him, could cheerfully greet him as senior. Actually, Suyu admired Jingi quite a bit deep down inside. Chapter 7, Midnight Rescue. I used to think, you were a guy. Jingi sat across from her and said, back when we were in school. A guy. Suyu took a big bite of her bread, staring blankly at him. Senior Jing, do you know me? It was unbelievable. The day of your first-year combat exam, I was the one grading you. Jingi explained. The teacher had called in sick that day. If I'd known you were a girl, you might have gotten an even higher score. Suyu suddenly choked on a sip of water, coughing violently with her face turning red. Her scores for the first-year final exams were mostly above 90, except for the combat exam which barely passed with a score of 60. She was dissatisfied and thought she deserved better. She almost called the professor to question the result, but upon learning that her classmate failed entirely in the combat exam except for her, she decided to keep it quiet. Wait, although she has a flat chest and short hair, how could Senior Jing have mistaken her for a guy? Even though you restrained your opponent every step of the way until you knocked them down, there's a huge issue with your technique. If the opponent is an experienced fighter, you would have been easily overpowered. Jingi didn't notice Suyu's gloomy expression as he continued giving her advice on her combat techniques. Suyu realized that Senior Jingi wasn't taciturn, it's just that he hadn't come across topics he was interested in discussing before. Speaking of combat, she guessed if she weren't currently unwell, he might have pulled her into sparring right then. Also, this happened so many years ago, yet Senior Jingi could still recall the details of her moves, details that she herself had already forgotten. However, Suyu humbly accepted Jingi's guidance. In this post-apocalyptic world, all these are essential skills for survival. After dinner, Suyu stood up again, thanking both Jingi and Jing Xan. I have to go, but please take care of Maro Maro for a day. She glanced at Maro Maro, who was being petted by Jing Xan while Jingi said nothing and walked back to his room silently. Where are you going? Jing Xan looked up, Maro Maro also lifting its head with a woof and wide eyes gazing at her. My comrades are still in the hands of that group, I need to rescue them. Suyu looked out at the night scenery, thinking every minute delayed increases the danger for Cheng Zhengqiu and Qin Yuan. Ah. Jing Xan glanced at Maro Maro and showed an excited smile. Great. If you die, this dog is mine. Suyu thought, between these two, one like an iceberg, one a sharp tongue, they becoming brothers could be considered destiny. If I don't come back, please take care of Maro Maro. Jing Xan seemed to really like this dog, so it should be safe with him. Go ahead. Jing Xan happily waved at her. Jingi had already gone back to his room, and Suyu initially thought of bidding him farewell but changed her mind, there was no particular rapport between them anyway. She walked to the door, changed her shoes, and as she pushed the door open, only to hear Jing Xan's surprised voice. Brother, are you going out? Suyu turned around to see Jingi already dressed in a black jacket heading out the door, a long weapon strapped to his back. He wore a hooded sweatshirt, his hands in his pockets, standing at a height of 187 centimeters, looking absolutely handsome. Brother, you're actually going? Jing Xan quickly jumped up and grabbed onto the edge of Jingi's clothing. They're dangerous. Stay and take good care of the dog. Jingi lifted Jing Xan and shoved him behind a bit. Jing Xan sighed, knowing full well that what Jingi had decided could not be changed. Under the moonlight, he resentfully stared at Suyu and Jingyi. Well, if all 3 of us end up dead, Maro Maro will starve to death. Along the road, Jing Xan kicked a stone far away, irritated. Didn't I tell you to stay home? Suyu glanced at Jing Xan, noticing the large sniper rifle on his back, walking alongside Jingyi. If it weren't for MY, protection, you'd both be dead faster. Jing Xan slapped his chest confidently. Is that so? Suyu clearly didn't believe him, after all, this boy looked to be only about 10 years old. How powerful could he be? You look down on me. Jing Xan pointed to a zombie staggering far away, pulling out a left-wheel gun from behind, fitted with a silencer, and taking aim. Bang, the bullet struck directly into the zombie's left eye, followed immediately by another shot through its right eye, making it fall hard. This level of marksmanship, unparalleled. Wow. Impressive. Suyu genuinely praised. Worthy of being Senior Jingyi's brother. Hey woman, if you want to compliment me, Do it without dragging my brother into it. Jing Xan was highly unsatisfied and suddenly smirked meaningfully. Do you secretly admire my brother? Suyu didn't mind at all. Back in the day, there were countless girls who had a secret crush on senior Jingi, but she was not one of them. You're too young to know anything about unrequited love, Suyu said. Jing Xan turned his head to look at Jingi and instantly went blind. Was that possible? Not possible. No, it's not possible. Jingi blushed. Jing Xan immediately shut up, clamping his mouth tightly and deciding never to mention this again. Absolutely not. As they approached the campsite, Jingi and Suyu concealed themselves in the shadow of an adjacent building, while Jing Xan had already gone upstairs, finding a good vantage point at a window on the second floor. He set up his sniper rifle, tested its accuracy, attached a silencer, and then gave Jingi and Suyu a thumbs up. There had been some commotion at the camp earlier today, with the death of one leader and another stepping into place. Despite Suyu's escape, they still held a celebration. Now deep into the night, the lights in the camp flickered faintly, their flags laid low, and even from afar, the heavy smell of alcohol could be detected. They surely wouldn't expect Suyu to return after having escaped. Based on the current situation, Suyu, skilled as she might be, wouldn't dare face fully armed opponents alone, nor would they have anticipated that she'd find help so quickly and such extraordinary help as the top student from the military academy. The man on the camp's lookout tower hadn't finished his last cigarette when a bullet pierced straight through his forehead, knocking him down dead. Without giving those around him a chance to react, several more shots rang out quietly. The guards at the main gate were all shot down without anyone making a sound. While admiring Jing Xan's excellent marksmanship, Suyu also secretly marveled at how he, just a child, showed no hesitation in taking lives. This kind of ruthlessness, within 3 months of the apocalypse, indicated how strong his adaptability must be. Suyu glanced back at Jingi, who nodded and moved silently in sync. One each side, they dashed forward and scaled the high walls. Watching them from a distance, Jing Xan couldn't help but marvel. They both came from the same school, even their movements were almost identical. After landing stably, both Jingi and Suyu stood up and proceeded straight inside. The surroundings were full of drunken men, making it quite easy for them to enter the factory premises unnoticed. Suyu abducted a semi-intoxicated man at the staircase, pressing her gun to his neck. Where are the 2 people you captured today? She asked fiercely. This man probably hadn't consumed much alcohol. Scared by Suyu, he suddenly sobered up. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. They're in the storage room behind the factory. Lu wanted them as followers, so he didn't hurt them. Suyu struck the man's head with the handle of her gun, rendering him unconscious. Following Suyu, Jingi skirted along the factory's outer wall until they reached the storeroom. Their path was surprisingly smooth, allowing them to find the location effortlessly. It was a temporary boardhouse, guarded by several men. Jingi stealthily crept from the side of the wall, disposing of the guards within seconds, so fast they didn't even let out a cry. It was the first time Suyu had witnessed Jingi's combat skills, swift enough to dazzle her eyes. It felt like it had ended before it even started. Jingi pulled out the keys from the guard's waistband and unlocked the door. Unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly lunged out. Suyu gasped in concern, shouting, "Be careful." Fortunately, Jingi reacted swiftly, slashing horizontally with his blade to sever the zombie's neck. "Are you alright?" Suyu asked anxiously. Jingi shook his head. He was already accustomed to such dangerous situations. Suyu crouched down, noticing that there was still a chain tied around the zombie's neck. The room was lit, and upon entering, Suyu saw Yuan and Cheng Zhengqiu bound to a pillar in the center of the room. Zombies surrounded them on all sides, with chains wrapped around their necks stopping precisely 1 meter away from Yuan and Cheng Zhengqiu. These zombies flailed wildly toward the center, continuously letting out murky growls, their eyes glowing with greed. However, they couldn't reach these 2 individuals, stopping just 1 centimeter short of touching them. This was definitely a form of torment, a mental torture. "Little you." Yuan spotted Suyu first and called her name. Those few zombies noticed 2 new intruders and immediately pounced on Suyu and Jingi. Suyu grabbed the collar of one zombie, plunging her dagger diagonally into its neck where it popped out through the top of its head. She withdrew her dagger, and the zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Jingi took care of another with just 1 swift slash. In no time, they had cleaned out the room of zombies. Suyu rushed over and cut the ropes binding Yuan and Cheng Zhengqiu's hands, urgently asking, "Are you 2 alright?" Especially focusing on Yuan, furrowing her brows as she looked at her intently with deep concern. Did they? Yuan's heart warmed slightly, shaking her head with a faint smile. "Relax, I'm fine." "Who is he?" Cheng Zhengqiu looked over at Jingi, who was a head taller than him. Cheng Zhengqiu had to look up at Jingi, which naturally made him somewhat displeased. "This is my senior, Jingi," Suyu introduced them, not even realizing that she had subconsciously linked herself with Jingi. "However, now isn't the time for chit-chat. We need to leave here as soon as possible." Every second of delay meant an increased danger. Exiting the storage room, Suyu led Yuan and Cheng Zhengqiu back along the original route, with Jingi taking the lead. As they were about to walk out of the gate, the powerful lights from a cargo ship suddenly turned on, directly exposing all of them under the light with no way to hide. Chapter 8. Recruiting the senior student. After leaving the storage room, Suyu led Yuan and Cheng Zhengqiu back along the original path with Jingi leading the way in front. As they were about to exit the gate, the strong light from a cargo ship's lamp suddenly turned on, exposing all of them under the beam without any place to hide. Around them, dozens of fully armed men surrounded them. Jingi instinctively shielded the 3 behind him. Lu Xiong jumped off the car and looked at them, a slight smile on his lips. Miss Su, you're really something, finding help so quickly. He waved his hand, and a few men brought Jing Xan forward reluctantly. Jing Xan glared daggers at Lu Xiong through gritted teeth. You talk too much. The kid has decent aim, is he your brother? Lu Xiong took out a gun from his bag, pointing it at Jing Xan's head while looking at Jingi. Jing Xan trembled slightly. Although he tried to remain calm on the surface, his fear was still clearly visible. Jingi stared coldly at Lu Xiong, his hands gripping tightly. What do you want? Su Yu glared fiercely at Lu Xiong. Miss Su, don't look at me like that. Since your companion refuses to cooperate with me, we can trade one for one me for you, and if you come with me, I'll let him go. Lu Xiong poked Jing Xan's forehead with the gun. Otherwise, I'll kill him right now. Trade. Su Yu responded without hesitation. I'll join your team, just let him go. And my companions. Then come over here. After Lu Xiong finished speaking, he put down his gun and slapped Jing Xan on the shoulder. The two of you, move together. As Su Yu took her first step forward, her hand was suddenly grabbed by a warm large palm. Startled, she turned around to see the determined gaze of Jingi. Lu Xiong immediately fired another gunshot near Jing Xan's feet, making him jump in fright. The gun was once again pressed against Jing Xan's head. Jing Xan was nearly driven insane by these sudden changes. You should decide after having a clear plan. This almost killed me. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A hole appeared between Lu Xiong's eyebrows, blood flowing out and trailing down his face like a centipede. Lu Xiong fell abruptly, stunning everyone present. Following Jing Yi's line of sight, Su Yu saw a sniper on the nearby rooftop. Jing Yi had noticed earlier. At this moment, countless gunshots sounded akin to fireworks, as a truck came driving out from the corner of the street, a few men firing from its top. Lu Xiong's subordinates hurriedly turned to find cover, exchanging fire with the people on the vehicle, causing an instant roar of gunfire. Jing Yi ran swiftly forward, protecting Jing Xan as they retreated. Follow me, Su Yu shouted, guiding the group toward the small alleyway where she escaped earlier. There were too many zombies on the main street, and they would soon be attracted by the gunshots, making the narrow alley the best route for escaping. Jing Yi was running ahead, wielding a sharp long knife, clearing their path in a bloody advance. Su Yu helped care for Jing Xan, who, though unwilling to be protected by her, couldn't break free from her grasp. Cheng Zhangqiu closely followed Su Yu, while Qin Yuan stayed at the rear. Exiting the alley, they arrived at the place where Jing Yi had initially found Su Yu. Not long afterward, they reached the apartment building where Jing Yi and Jing Xan lived. Seated on the sofa, Cheng Zhangqiu and Qin Yuan were still catching their breaths. Following proper hospitality, Jing Yi poured each of them a glass of water. Gunshots could still be heard continuously from elsewhere in the city. The battle seemed ongoing. Who saved us? Cheng Zhangqiu asked curiously. They're from the base. Su Yu replied. She instantly recognized the truck, and there were familiar faces on it. You mean that shelter you kept mentioning, located to the southwest? Qin Yuan asked. Su Yu nodded. What's going on there? Cheng Zhangqiu questioned Su Yu. There used to be a large ranch there, which survived the apocalypse. They built iron fences and electrified barriers, keeping the zombies out. Many animals have been able to survive and breed, and they planted crops as well. Moreover, they've taken in quite a number of survivors. Su Yu reflected, realizing how many people she had sent there as part of her missions, especially those rescued women who had nowhere else to go. There's such a good place. Cheng Zhangqiu's eyes lit up with excitement. Can I go there? Yes, Su Yu said. Had today's events not happened, I would have recommended you to go anyway. You're a veterinarian, and they have numerous livestock, they would definitely welcome you. Fantastic. Cheng Zhangqiu made up his mind to start for the base the next day. Such a great place exists. Qin Yuan showed interest, turning to Su Yu. Why didn't you stay there, you? Why choose to live in such a dangerous environment alone? Su Yu smiled. To live there, you have to listen and obey orders and rules, but I've always been wild and don't follow orders well. The main reason was that she had a system which gave her tasks constantly. Staying inside would make doing those missions inconvenient. There was also a more important point. Su Yu feared adapting to the sheltered life in the base might cause her to lose her will to fight. This could be fatal as there were no utopias in the apocalypse world that lasted forever. Hey, are you coming with me tomorrow? Cheng Zhangqiu looked at Qin Yuan. He quite liked her and wanted her to join so they could take care of each other on the way. Qin Yuan did want to go a bit too. However, she had already promised Su Yu to be a teammate, especially since she had risked her life coming back for them. Qin Yuan thought leaving now would be disloyal. Qin Yuan, just before Qin Yuan was about to decline Cheng Zhangqiu's invitation, Su Yu suddenly spoke up. Tomorrow, I will go with you guys. You can take a look first and then decide whether or not to join them. I just happen to want to thank them for today. We wouldn't have escaped so easily if it wasn't for their timely appearance. Qin Yuan gave her a grateful glance, knowing she was giving her time to think. You seem quite familiar with them, Cheng Zhangqiu asked again. She was familiar indeed, almost like their teenage girls' rescue post-ops team. I pick up weapons or medicine in the city and occasionally trade them for some food, Su Yu explained. Half of their arsenal comes from me. No wonder your fridge is stocked with all sorts of goodies. So you do have a backup branch, Cheng Zhangqiu exclaimed, understanding now. The three talked endlessly upon being reunited while Jingi sat alone on the sofa with Maro lying by his feet asleep. Qin Yuan felt bad because they had been busy talking amongst themselves, neglecting this host, and awkwardly smiled towards Jingi. Xiao Yu, is this handsome man your senior? Yes, he's my senior at military school, extremely talented. Back in school, he graduated with perfect scores in all subjects, becoming a legendary figure. Speaking of Jingi's achievements, Suyu had much to say. Jingi was so exceptional, once admired by all the female students in school. Now working alongside him seemed surreal. Jingi maintained an expressionless face, without any change, not uttering a word, as if none of what she said had anything to do with him. Qin Yuan noticed the admiration in Suyu's eyes. During their brief encounter, though Suyu was capable and confident, she rarely showed such respect towards anyone. Clearly, this Jingi was an exceptionally talented person. Qin Yuan selfishly thought that if Jingi could join their team with Suyu, it would be a great boost to their strength. Senior Jingi, have you been staying here these past 3 months? Suyu looked at Jingi. Of course not. Jing Xan had wanted to interject for a long time, finally getting his chance. We came from South City. The zombie density there was too high, making survival completely impossible. His city isn't as badly fallen yet. Seeing Jing Xan's gun-handling posture and his shooting accuracy, Suyu guessed that he had gone through numerous combat training sessions and realized they couldn't have stayed in one place all this time. Were you living in South City before? She asked Jingi. Yeah, are you checking our ID? Jing Xan said rudely. Suyu chose to ignore him. What plans does Senior have afterward? She looked at Jingi again. Just as Jingi was about to speak, Jing Xan interrupted him again. What business is it of yours, woman? Raising an eyebrow at Suyu, are you trying to recruit my brother? Let me tell you, give up that idea early. My brother wouldn't. Jing Xan, go back to sleep. Jingi's speech was concise and forceful, cutting off Jing Xan's words. Brother, you. Jing Xan wanted to say something along the lines of that's too obvious, but he held his tongue, got up angrily. Maro, let's go to bed. Maro whimpered and looked up at Suyu. She nodded, and he followed Jing Xan into the room. Cheng Zhangqiu also saw Suyu's intentions revealed by Jing Xan and found it somewhat awkward, so she said, Jingi, do you have any plans to join our team? Actually, asking this question was difficult. Suyu knew that based on Jingi's abilities alone, even the 14-year-old Jing Xan could be trained into a sharpshooter by him. Survival in this world wasn't too hard for the brothers. Even Cheng Zhangqiu couldn't help but focus intently on Jingi, waiting for his response. After all, the guy was immensely strong. His berserk killing spree in the alley earlier had been utterly inhuman. Jingi's eyes flickered downward, his long lashes trembling slightly. Qin Yuan noticed that aside from being incredibly powerful, Jingi also had an astonishingly high level of good looks. The three of them tightened their hearts in unison. I need to think about it, Jingi said. Suyu deflated. Well, it was obvious that the godlike senior wouldn't be easy to convince. Back in school, so many girls confessed to him and failed, yet there were still plenty more who tried. Someone like Jingi was truly rare. Fortunately, before he met her, he hadn't joined any other team. Otherwise, poaching would have been even harder. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, had great confidence in Jingi's words. She was 2 years older than Suyu and, having worked in society for quite some time, she had a sharp eye for people. At a glance, she saw through Jingi. He actually wanted to join Suyu's team but didn't agree directly out of shyness. He was merely being restrained and saying he needed to think more. His personality leaned toward introversion, subtle and shy. It was getting late. Jingi offered his room to Suyu and Qin Yuan, while he squeezed into one room with Jing Xan. Cheng Zhangqiu was arranged to sleep on the living room sofa. Chapter 9, Heading to the Base. After Suyu came out from her bath, she was using a towel to dry her short hair. Qin Yuan looked up at her as she sat on the bed. Suyu had an excellent figure thanks to years of rigorous training. Her body carried not an ounce of extra fat. Beneath her toned skin were well-developed muscles and clearly visible abdominal lines. Her refined features developed towards a more masculine charm. Accidentally glancing at her, one might genuinely mistake her for a petite boy. Xiao Yu, I've made my decision. I'll follow you guys. I won't go to that base anymore, Qin Yuan said to Suyu. Suyu smiled faintly. She knew Qin Yuan would definitely stay by her side. From the moment they first met and Qin Yuan declared, I belong to myself, no one has the right to sell me. Suyu realized Qin Yuan had her own thoughts. By the time Qin Yuan risked her life under dangerous circumstances to save Suyu, Suyu had come to regard her as a reliable teammate willing to entrust her life with. Qin Yuan likely felt the same way. I don't even have a group, Suyu remarked, unsure if Jingi would actually agree. Don't worry, big handsome Jingi will surely join us, Qin Yuan confidently stated. So certain? Suyu wasn't nearly as optimistic. Moving closer, she dried her short hair with a hairdryer. Jingi Sr. is rather cold in nature. He might be unwilling to engage in group actions. Cold? Qin Yuan shook her head. He isn't cold toward you. You're imagining too much. Suyu had only spent less than 10 hours with him. There was little possibility of any deep emotions forming, just some friendly bonds between a senior and junior student of the same school. In truth, these bonds could hardly be considered as close acquaintances, merely a mutual recognition existed. In reality, even just being classmates within the same school who meet during the apocalypse is already a rare form of fate, Qin Yuan murmured, lying on the bed while staring at the ceiling. Even countrymen meeting each other abroad cry tears of joy. I think your Jingi Sr. cherishes your classmate friendship deeply. He gave up his room for us to stay. Suyu slightly smiled, turning off the light and laying down alongside her. If what you say turns out to be true, then we might have found a great treasure. Jingi had never thought that he would one day be regarded as such a valuable asset. Resting his arm under his head, he stared absent-mindedly at the ceiling. Mao Mao's soft snores accompanied the quiet sleep of Jing Xan next to him. Should he join Su Yu's team? He somewhat wanted to. But, how should he make it seem like he wasn't so eager or overly willing? This issue troubled him greatly. Finally, Jingi poked Jing Xan by his side. What is it? Unhappy, Jing Xan grumbled, attempting to turn over and continue sleeping. Jingi poked him again. Brother, if you can't sleep and want someone to talk to, our house isn't just me around here. There are 2 girls next door and another guy in the living room. Please, spare me. Jing Xan frowned, speaking irritably. Little brother, tomorrow you tell Su Yu that you're unwilling to part with Maro and plan to leave with them, Jingi replied seriously and earnestly. Jing Xan's mouth quirked noticeably. Brother, are you sure? Do you really intend to join them? We could become their burden. The one called Yuan seems quite skilled, probably trained. Su Yu is my junior, Jingi reflected. It was rare to encounter someone familiar, especially a classmate from the same school in the post-apocalypse era. That one phrase Jingi Sr. echoed through his mind repeatedly, giving him a peculiar sense of warmth and comfort. Jing Xan shrugged indifferently. Since Jingi had decided, he certainly had no objection. Anyway, at Jingi's place, his resistance always amounted to naught. For him, it was merely about gaining additional targets for his sarcastic remarks. The next morning, as everyone gathered around the dining table for a lively breakfast, Jing Xan stared intently at Jingi, who nonchalantly glanced back at him. Eventually, Jing Xan still spoke to Su Yu. Woman, my brother sent me to tell you I'm reluctant to leave Maro behind, so I'll leave with you all. As soon as those words left his lips, Jingi choked on something. At the very moment food was reaching the mouths of these 3 individuals, they paused instantly, watching as Jingi coughed for a long time before heading to the kitchen to fetch water, drinking nervously. His face turned red up to his ear tips. Yuan was the first to laugh, covering her giggles. Patting Jing Xan's head affectionately, Jing Xan instinctively recoiled from the intimate gesture. Xan, is it truly you who's reluctant to leave Maro, or is it your brother, who finds it hard to let go of Maro? Yuan asked with amusement. Jing Xan deliberately tried to tease Jingi for making decisions without consulting him. It's definitely. Jingi cast a threatening glare from afar. Jing Xan shuddered but quickly adjusted himself. It's definitely me. I've always wanted a dog. Now dogs have all transformed into zombie ones, it's disgusting. It's rare to find such a normal one now. It's obedient, I love it to death. Once Jingi returned to his seat, Su Yu's lips curved into a smile as she raised her glass of milk. Senior Jingi, welcome aboard. Her gaze was pure and clear. In the future, I hope we can work closely together. Jingi also raised his cup, gently clinking it with hers. He remained silent, simply nodding. After breakfast, Su Yu and Yuan helped wash the dishes while the Jing brothers started packing their belongings. The 2 brothers had originally been refugees as well. Jing Xan took a small backpack, while Jingi took a large one, packing just a few changes of clothes. Aside from that, there wasn't much else worth taking in the apocalypse. Too much weight could cost your life, so they aimed to travel light. Once everything was packed up neatly, the group descended downstairs and happened to see the truck from yesterday rounding the corner. There were 3 men on the truck, 2 sitting in the cab and 1 standing in the back. When they spotted Su Yu, the man whistled a greeting. The truck stopped by their side. I was just saying, when I turned around you were already gone. I thought about looking for you but then decided against it. It's too much trouble chasing after someone who might not appreciate it anyway. And you are Su Yu after all. A bearded man, somewhat stout but muscular, smiled broadly at Su Yu. Brother Lee, we're heading to the ranch. Can you give us a ride? Su Yu asked the bearded man. Get in. Li Xiong lowered the tailgate for them. Su Yu dragged Yuan along while Li Xiong helped pull them onto the truck. Jingi directly hoisted Jing Xan up, who upon being lifted remarked, this kid sure is handsome. Jing Xan gave him a disdainful glance. I'm not a kid. Aya, help me up, will ya? I can't do this. Cheng Zhengqiu wailed pitifully, hold me tight, I'm heavy. Finally, it was Su Yu's turn. Without hesitation, Jingi supported her and hoisted her up. Li Xiong pulled her from above, and lastly, Jingi leapt up gracefully using only his hands to push off the ground, earning a remark even from Li Xiong. Brother, impressive skill. The truck quickly left the city, leaving behind quite a few zombies. But their movement speed was too slow to catch up with the vehicle. Brother Li, how did things go last night? Su Yu asked Li Xiong out of concern. Just a ragtag group, most of them got wiped out. Some escaped but we didn't bother pursuing them. However, their equipment was really good. There was an entire truck full of weapons transported back. Also, lots of food. In the office inside the factory warehouse, we found plenty of jewelry, likely stolen. What use are those things now, right? How useless. Su Yu grinned, her eyes twinkling mischievously. There are so many girls at the ranch. If you share those pieces of jewelry among them, each would surely give you a kiss. Hee. Li Xiong chuckled like a veteran driver patting his bag. Already keeping them with me. But, why did you arrive so conveniently? Su Yu asked again. Yesterday morning, some of the guys were on patrol outside when they found a woman's body that hadn't yet mutated after being attacked by zombies. We found your dagger on her, worried something might have happened to you. So, we sent people over to look for you at the villa, where we discovered it had been torn apart, and some undead were still wandering around. They must have been those unruly ones from the city. Thinking you had probably been captured, we immediately sent forces to rescue you, and while doing so, we dealt with that group to prevent future issues. The woman carrying her dagger must have been Zhu Li whom she saved that day. For a moment, Suyu felt her mood sink. Even though they had reached the edge of the ranch, she hadn't expected Zhu Li to meet with an accident. The big truck continued its journey through the country roads. This region near his was vast and sparsely populated, with many large ranches. Initially, the number of zombies here was relatively low, but lately, many displaced people had flooded in, and gradually the zombie count began to increase. The situation grew more complex. Suyu began to feel some worry, realizing perhaps this place wouldn't be suitable for a long stay either. A group of passengers greeted Li Xiong, getting to know one another. Li Xiong especially appreciated the fact that Cheng Zhengqiu was a veterinarian. "Oh my, our livestock fell ill earlier this year and we lost quite a few. If only we'd met sooner." Cheng Zhengqiu slapped his chest confidently, promising, "With me around, the animals will definitely stay healthy. That makes us all very happy." Beep. System task. It had been a while since the last task, so when this beep sounded suddenly in her mind, Suyu twitched, startled. Jingi, closest to her, noticed her abrupt reaction and looked at her curiously. Embarrassed, Suyu scratched her head. Save the woman surrounded by zombies. Coordinates: a small forest 2 kilometers east of the host's current position. Reward 100 points, plus 3 points per zombie killed. Do you accept the mission? Accept. Suyu blurted out without realizing it. The people on the truck were chatting and didn't notice Suyu shout, except for Jingi, who once again cast her an puzzled look. Suyu blinked at Jingi for a moment before leaning toward the cab and shouting, "Juji, can you please pull over?" The truck stopped by the roadside. Suyu jumped off the truck and said to them, "I've got something to take care of. I'll go to that nearby forest, so please wait for me here. I should be back in about 40 minutes. Alright, Li Xiong nodded. Besides, driver Xiaoju also needs a break. He was up all night last night. Poor guy. I'll go with you." Jingi also jumped off the truck as Jing Xan laughed from behind him. "Brother, everyone has emergencies, Suyu just needs to attend to personal matters. Why are you going along?" "To escort her." Jingi, being easily embarrassed, turned red from his brother's teasing. Suyu, hands on her hips, bluntly declared, "I want brother Jingi to escort me. What's it to you?" Back when they were in school, Jingi mistook her for a guy, and she had been holding a grudge ever since, so she decided not to bother maintaining any particular image anymore. After all, he already thought she was a man. It would be safer to bring along Jingi given the unknown situation in the woods. Fine, you're the boss, I won't argue with you." Jing Xan looked away and ignored her. Without wasting time, Suyu gave a nod to Jingi, and the two of them climbed down from the highway edge, crossed through a field of wheat, and ran toward the nearby small forest. Chapter 10, The Girl with a Sprained Ankle. As soon as the two stepped into the grove, they heard the terrified cry for help from a girl. Suyu and Jingi glanced at each other and hastened their pace to find the source of the call. Under a large tree not far away, a girl in her early 20s sat on the ground, holding her leg. Around her were dozens of zombies all staring menacingly, ready to pounce on her like she was a delicious piece of meat. The girl was in tears as she attempted to stand up, clearly having sprained her ankle. She tried to escape but fell again after only a few steps. Encircled by the group of zombies, she couldn't move forward. Suyu said to Jingi, "I'll distract them, you save her." Before Jingi could reply, Suyu ran to the other side shouting loudly, "Hey, over here." Suyu kept waving at the zombies. "Right this way, come and get some freshly baked delicacies." Suyu's voice successfully drew their attention. The zombies slowly turned back to face Suyu, then pounced toward her. Suyu retreated continuously, turning around to run while calling out to the zombie group. A few remaining zombies weren't lured by Suyu, but these were nothing Jingi couldn't handle. He pulled out his long sword, sweeping it through the air and decapitating the zombies before the woman. Seeing Jingi come over, the girl repeatedly said, "Thank you, big brother, for saving me." Her voice was very sweet, and even her forced smile was endearing. "But big brother, I twisted my ankle," the girl pouted, pointing to her injured leg. Jingi took a brief glance at her leg, then scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no more zombies nearby. "Big brother, could you perhaps carry me?" The girl's words were cut off when Jingi abruptly turned and left her behind. Jingi chased after Suyu's direction. Suyu thought Jingi had probably finished dealing with the situation there, so she stopped engaging further. She plunged her dagger into the heads of the two nearest zombies beside her, then pulled out her gun and fired, taking out one zombie head at a time as she gradually retreated and eliminated them. Emerging swiftly from the side of the woods, Jingi wielded his sword with remarkable agility and joined Suyu. The two stood back to back against the encroaching crowd of zombies surrounding them. "What about the girl?" Suyu asked. "Safe for now." Jingi simply responded, "Fight or flee." "Fight." Suyu replied firmly, and as she did, her blade already struck down an approaching zombie. There were points to be earned, walking away would be a waste. Jingi and Suyu cooperated seamlessly, one using a sword and the other a dagger, quickly wiping out the several dozen zombies in the forest. During brief eye contact between the two, there was a fleeting gleam of admiration. She enjoyed being in combat with such a capable and well-coordinated teammate. It was exhilarating. Jingi's performance was commendable, resolving most of the conflict with every motion exuding a ruthless beauty, almost as if he were naturally born to kill. Meanwhile, Suyu held her blooded dagger, finding it somewhat unwieldy. While convenient to carry, it often lacked enough power in large battles. "Let's go," Jingi led Su Yu back along their original path. Seeing Jingi return, the girl flashed him a broad smile. Are you okay? Su Yu squatted down and asked. I'm fine, thank you both. The girl sweetly expressed gratitude. Su Yu's expression darkened. At her side, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of Jingi's lips. It was as though he were saying, see? I wasn't wrong before. Su Yu had grown accustomed to being mistaken for a male, asking helplessly, can you walk? My foot is sprained, the girl answered, otherwise, those zombies wouldn't have caught up with me. She looked expectantly at Jingi. Could you carry me, big brother? Su Yu knew that Jingi didn't enjoy physical contact, especially with women. Sure enough, a slight frown appeared on his brow. Since they came here for the mission, Su Yu didn't want to put him in an awkward position. So she hastily told the girl, I'll carry you. You. Clearly unwilling, the girl gave Su Yu a once-over, noting her small stature and thin frame. I'm quite heavy. Don't worry, I won't drop you, Su Yu confidently reassured her before squatting down. The girl glanced at Jingi again, but Jingi turned his head aside, clearly reluctant to carry her. Reluctantly, the girl climbed onto Su Yu's shoulders. Ouch, you're a girl? As the girl's hand touched Su Yu's neck, feeling the absence of an Adam's apple. It took you long enough to notice, Su Yu muttered irritably. With her carried securely on her back, they steadily moved through the forest with Jingi walking ahead observing their surroundings. Then, how could I let a girl carry me, she said. You don't have more choices. Walking out of the grove, in the distance on the road, they could faintly see the convoy of cars. My name is Zhao Tiantian, the girl introduced herself. I know the rules, one should introduce oneself first. I used to be a model. In these 3 months, I've been traveling with my boyfriend. We joined 2 teams, but both didn't last long due to internal conflicts and eventually broke up. 2 weeks ago, my boyfriend abandoned me and ran away. Damn it, only I was left. I originally wanted to join a new team, but I twisted my ankle in the forest and nearly lost my life. Fortunately, you guys came just in time. Thank you very much. Anyway, meeting is fate, let me join your team. Su Yu grimaced. This woman was really talkative, almost as much as Cheng Zhengqiu. I can take you to a safe place, but it's not that easy to join my team. Su Yu said, do you have any special skills? I'm beautiful, I can be your bait. We rob people on the road. Zhao Tiantian said without hesitation. Su Yu and Jingi exchanged a silent glance. This girl seems to have quite a complicated experience. We don't rob others, Su Yu said. I only accept those with real abilities, who can protect themselves. Zhao Tiantian rolled her eyes. That's so boring. Carrying Zhao Tiantian onto the road, Li Xiong quickly came over to help, pulling Zhao Tiantian into the car. We met this girl in the forest. She twisted her ankle and was attacked by zombies, Su Yu explained to everyone. Hi everyone, my name is Zhao Tiantian, please give me your guidance. Zhao Tiantian sweetly smiled at everyone. She had a delicate appearance, and after this smile, she looked even more charming. Among them, except for Li Xiong and Cheng Zhengqiu, who greeted her warmly, the rest were relatively cold. Qin Yuan had an immediate bad impression of this girl, always feeling that there was something flirtatious in her eyes, especially when she looked at Jingi, her eyes were clearly seductive. Jingi never liked talking to others, while Jing Xan thought, this Zhao Tiantian was too sweet to the point where his sharp tongue didn't even work. Zhao Tiantian remained highly enthusiastic throughout, showing no signs of having just barely escaped death. However, among those in the car who were willing to chat with her, Li Xiong and Cheng Zhengqiu got little response from her, so she got up and sat down in the empty seat next to Jingi. Brother Jingi, I haven't properly thanked you for saving my life yet. Her voice was sweet and sticky, enough to melt anyone's bones. Jing. Brother. Jing Xan's ears immediately perked up. How dare this woman compete for the title of brother with him? Her audacity was outrageous. Jing Xan immediately stood up, and Jingi smoothly moved to his position. Jing Xan then came over, separating Zhao Tiantian and Jing Yi. The tacit understanding between these two brothers was unmatched. Who are you? Zhao Tiantian glanced at Jing Xan disdainfully, dissatisfied with his action of separating her from Jing Yi. Woman, I warn you, don't entertain any improper thoughts about my brother, you don't stand a chance. Jing Xan bluntly dug out Zhao Tiantian's secret desire. Zhao Tiantian showed no awkwardness at all after her secret desire was revealed. On the contrary, she affectionately hugged Jing Xan's arm. Oh, your brother Jing Yi's younger brother. No wonder you're so cute. She then pinched Jing Xan's cheek. Jing Xan hated being called cute or anything similar to the core. These words were off limits for him. And she even dared to pinch him. Jing Xan was fuming, wanting to throw this woman off the car to feed the zombies. Watching his red-faced anger, Su Yu found it amusing and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Just in time, she caught Jing Xan's furious gaze and quickly restored her serious expression, sitting straight and looking at the distant scenery. Jing Xan, seeing Su Yu laughing at him, felt even more irritated inside. Then he hatched a plan and directed his glance at Su Yu, adding a deeper meaning. Su Yu glanced at him, sensing something wasn't right. As expected, Jing Xan spoke to Zhao Tiantian. My brother has someone he likes. Upon hearing these words, not only Zhao Tiantian was shocked, even Qin Yuan, who was looking at the view beside them, couldn't help but turn around, perking her ears to listen to what Jing Xan had to say. It's her. Jing Xan pointed at Su Yu. Zhao Tiantian turned her head and re-evaluated her from head to toe again, her eyes full of contempt and scorn, also carrying a bit more resentment. Su Yu was stunned. Hey, you brat, stop making stuff up. Clearly knowing that Jing Xan was deliberately using her to irritate Zhao Tiantian and creating enmity as well, Su Yu did not want to make enemies with anyone. It was difficult to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, so cherish every moment. No matter how much Jing Xan teased, he didn't dare to joke about his brother anymore. After saying that, he stopped. On the way, Zhao Tiantian's gaze was sharp like a blade, making Su Yu feel restless as if sitting on pins and needles. She simply closed her eyes and entered the system to calculate her points. After the calculation, it turned out to be 358 points, and she herself was shocked. How could there be so many? Rescuing Zhao Tiantian earlier rewarded her with 100 points, then killing zombies also gave point rewards. One zombie was worth 2 points. She counted, she killed no more than 40 zombies, which would roughly amount to 80 points or so. Adding this to the previous 100 points, it still totals only 180. So where did the extra 160-something points come from? Su Yu suddenly looked at Jingi. He had killed far more zombies than she had. Could the system have added in the zombies killed by Jingi? That wouldn't make sense. In the previous zombie-killing mission, Qin Yuan participated, but the zombies killed by Qin Yuan were not added into her total. How strange. Jingi noticed Su Yu looking at him and slowly raised his head. His hazel pupils met her gaze, as if he was probing something. Su Yu quickly averted her eyes and turned her face toward the window to look at the scenery. Jingi also hastily shifted his gaze away. The subtle interaction between the two of them didn't escape Qin Yuan's notice entirely. Chapter 11, The Ranch. The ranch was right ahead, just as Su Yu had said. A tall iron wall completely isolated the ranch from the outside world. The tightly joined iron plates made it hard for zombies to break in. In the distance, the lookout tower spotted the truck coming and waved to signal below to open the iron gate. After the truck drove in, everyone's gaze retracted. The ranch used to be much larger, but due to the construction of the iron wall, it had shrunk inward quite a bit. The actual refuge area wasn't that big, strictly calculated. It was approximately 6,000 square meters. The truck proceeded along the central road. On one side of the road was a grassland with cattle and sheep grazing. On the other side were livestock farms, including cowsheds, horse stables, and chicken coops. Over the past few months, the variety of animals on the ranch increased significantly. This was mainly because the people at the ranch had explored the surrounding areas and swept through neighboring ranches, bringing back any surviving livestock they found, such as chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, rabbits, and others. The grasslands and animal farms occupied about half the space, while at the end of the main road lay the residential area. Compared to the sparsely scattered few bungalows before, now there were rows upon rows of houses standing up close together in the ranch. Due to limited space, the buildings were a bit taller, mostly wooden structures, yet they presented their own kind of charm. The truck entered the residential area, and people came out of their homes, surrounding the truck. Whenever new people arrived, they would warmly welcome them, asking all kinds of questions about the situation outside. After all, most people preferred not to go out once inside, though curiosity was definitely there. Qin Huan and Cheng Zhengqiu were pleasantly surprised by their warmth and tried their best to answer the many random questions they were asked. The residents here seemed very friendly, and after experiencing the looting incident in the city, they cherished this friendliness even more. Jingi and Jing Xan, however, were quite uncomfortable with such a scene. Standing coldly to the side, they radiated an icy aura that signaled do not approach. Zhao Tiantian, on the other hand, quickly warmed up to several men with her attractive appearance and sweet voice. These men were married, and their wives nearby wore unpleasant expressions. It's Sister Xiao Yu, a woman's voice rang out. Ah, Xiao Yu. It's Su Su. Then, a group of women surged forward, about 5 or 6 of them, of various ages. Seeing Su Yu, they were very warm and cordial, pulling her hand and asking how she was doing. Sister Xiao Yu, have you been doing well? It's been so long since we last saw each other. I've been fine, Su Yu smiled, revealing a dashing smile that instantly charmed the hearts of many young girls. These were the women whom she had saved and then sent to the base. Yu, are you leaving today? Stay at my place. I'll make you potato pies. A slightly older woman took Su Yu's hand and said, No, Sister Xiao Yu has to come home with me. I want to sleep with Sister Xiao Yu tonight. Another little girl pulled Su Yu's hand. Su, come to my place. Come to mine, it's spacious. Seeing how popular Su Yu was, Qin Huan finally understood why she felt so good about Su Yu. It was not baseless. This girl, who resembled a boy with her elegant demeanor, naturally appealed to younger girls. Moreover, she had saved them. Zhao Tiantian muttered discontentedly, saying softly, What, turns out she's a lesbian. Her voice wasn't loud enough to avoid catching the ears of Jingi, who stood nearby. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as his eyes locked onto Su Yu's like deep ancient wells. Just at this moment, a middle-aged woman walked over, followed by several men. Su Yu recognized her. She was Huang Ling, the owner of the ranch. This ranch was operated jointly by Huang Ling and her husband. After the apocalypse began, her husband unfortunately passed away from illness. She rallied the ranch workers, built defensive walls around the ranch, and welcomed external refugees, forming the present-day ranch safe haven. A truly remarkable woman. Sister Huang, Su Yu greeted her first. Huang Ling looked at Su Yu and smiled warmly. It's good to see you're okay. I heard your house got attacked by those guys. I was really worried something might happen to you. Su Yu approached her and introduced Qin Huan and the others one by one to Huang Ling, whose attitude remained gentle throughout, making it evident she was a kind-hearted woman, and also the leader of this shelter. Upon learning that Cheng Zhengqiu was a veterinarian, Huang Ling was overjoyed and directly asked Cheng Zhengqiu if he would stay to become their ranch veterinarian. After the apocalypse, Cheng Zhengqiu had never experienced such respect, so he nodded repeatedly, indicating his willingness to stay. The ranch environment was good, which made him happy to join. Qin Huan, on the other hand, indicated that she would follow Su Yu. Jingi and the two brothers remained silent, but their stance was clear, they too would follow Su Yu. Xiao Yu, I'm sure your home is no longer safe. Have you thought about staying here this time? Huang Ling looked at Su Yu. Many times, she had invited Su Yu to stay at the ranch permanently. Su Yu often brought weapons and useful tools to trade for food. If she could stay, it would only benefit the ranch without any harm. Su Yu glanced at Maro Maro, who wasn't in a great mental state, then looked at Cheng Zhengqiu, the only veterinarian there. If Cheng stayed, then for Maro Mao's sake, Su Yu would need to temporarily remain at the ranch as well, making plans after Maro Maro recovered. Su Yu shared her plan with Huang Ling, who immediately expressed approval. As long as she agreed to stay, time would heal all wounds. Once accustomed to the peaceful life of the ranch, perhaps she wouldn't want to leave in the future. Just then, the ranch iron gate opened again, and a green truck roared in. It's Boss Xiao returning. Li Xiong excitedly waved to the people on the truck. The truck stopped near Su Yu, and several men jumped down. One of them, wearing a black singlet, with tanned skin and some muscle tone, told Huang Ling, Sister Huang, we had a big harvest this time, we raided the city thugs and got a lot of good stuff. He pointed at the truck bed, filled with guns and weapons. That's enough, Ziwei. You guys worked hard all night. Put away the weapons and rest up, instructed Huang Ling. There are new arrivals. Huang Ziwei turned and looked at Qin Huan and Cheng Zhengqiu. They are Xiao Yu's friends, Huang Ling introduced them. Who in our ranch isn't one of Su Yu's friends? A short man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking rather slim stepped forward, his tone slightly mocking. Huang Ziwei didn't pick up on the sarcasm from the bespectacled man, instead laughing heartily. It's true, Su Yu only rescues beauties. Ha ha. Su Yu knew that the man with gold-rimmed glasses was named Ju Bin. He was always dissatisfied that she only brought girls back, thinking they were useless and couldn't help much, just consuming food. Moreover, because Huang Ling didn't allow these men to harass women, they became even more disgruntled. At that moment, a man leaped off the truck, tall and lean with a well-built physique under his vest, his muscles defined but not overly bulky, and he appeared far more handsome than the rugged Huang Ziwei group. Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao. The men treated him with evident respect, not like how they greeted Huang Ling, but out of a sense of submission between men. He walked up to Su Yu, and Su Yu looked at him, smiling faintly. Xiao Tan. Xiao Tan stared at her for a long while, finally landing a punch on Su Yu's shoulder, causing her to stagger before pulling her directly into his arms. Kid, I've been looking for you all night. Su Yu was surprised by Xiao Tan's embrace. The expressions on the others' faces were fascinating. Huang Ling smiled subtly, Qin Huan looked slightly shocked, and Xiao Tan's subordinates began whistling mischievously. Jingi maintained his usual distant demeanor, his thin lips pursing slightly. I'm fine, thank you. Su Yu awkwardly pulled away from him, stepping back 2 paces. Xiao Tan smirked unabashedly. You owe me a favor now. Remember to repay it. Sure, whatever you want, if I have it, it's yours. Xiao Tan paused, his dark eyes gleaming. I don't know yet, so keep it on record. With that, he climbed back onto the truck. His men followed suit, whistling all the way as they drove towards the residential area. Xiao Tan watched Su Yu from afar until her figure gradually shrank out of sight. Sister Ju, you take Xiao Yu and the others to their lodging place. Huang Ling turned around and said to a girl beside her. All right. Ju quickly linked her arm with Su Yu's. Sister Xiao Yu, come with me. Su Yu nodded at Jingi and Qin Huan, and everyone followed Ju toward the residential area. No one really wanted to bother with Zhao Tiantian, except Cheng Zhengqiu, who kindly offered to help support her twisted ankle. There are only 2 empty houses left now, the new ones are still being built. You'll need to make do with sharing for now, but each person will definitely get a room. Ju led them to 2 wooden cottages. 2 stories high, they were brand new, likely just completed, standing face to face. Sister Xiao Yu, how about, you stay with me? I live alone, and there's plenty of space. Ju pulled on Su Yu's arm, admiration and affection evident in her eyes. No, Ju, I'd rather stay with my companions. Su Yu firmly decided to stay with Qin Huan. As teammates, it made no sense for her to abandon them and stay with someone else. All right. Ju sounded a little disappointed. There are exactly 6 of you, so divide these 2 houses among yourselves and decide how to live. Su Yu would definitely stay with Qin Huan, and Jingi and Jing Xan naturally wanted to be together as well. This left Cheng Zhengqiu and Zhao Tiantian. For Maro Mao's treatment, Cheng chose to live with Su Yu and Qin Huan, leaving Zhao Tiantian to joyfully join Jingi and Jing Xan. This arrangement irritated Jing Xan, who pointed at Zhao Tiantian in disdain. I absolutely refuse to stay with this woman. Fine then, you stay with them 3, and I'll stay with brother Jingi. Zhao Tiantian was thrilled and even went to hold Jingi's arm. Jingi frowned and immediately withdrew his arm, stepping away to maintain distance from her. Not fair. This arrangement is unreasonable. Jing Xan shook his hands vigorously to indicate his disagreement. The boys should live together, and the girls should live together. Maro is male, so it can stay with us. I will take good care of him for you, he said to Su Yu. That works too. Su Yu didn't mind because she could always visit Maro anytime anyway. So it's me and Qin Huan and Zhao Tiantian in one house, and the three of you and Maro Maro in the other. This arrangement was satisfactory to everyone except Zhao Tiantian. Chapter 12, Threat. The house, although looking rather simple on the outside, was exquisitely decorated inside. Sofas, cabinets, carpets, fireplaces, everything was complete. Qin Yuan was quite astonished to find how good the conditions were here. Su Yu, however, wasn't surprised at all. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, there were plenty of abandoned homes, so furniture and household items were the least scarce things. This house happened to have 3 rooms. Zhao Tiantian chose the largest room on the 2nd floor. The dissatisfaction Qin Yuan had felt during their journey finally burst out. Little Yu hasn't even said a word. Why do you get to choose first? Why should I let her choose first? Zhao Tiantian sat down on the sofa and looked up to rudely ask, you guys follow her orders, but I don't. Young girl, ingratitude will bring misfortune, Qin Yuan coldly said. In this damn apocalypse, are you telling me about retribution? Zhao Tiantian smirked with contempt as if she'd heard the funniest joke. Anyway, my life was saved by brother Jingi. What does it have to do with her? Apocalypse, is it? Su Yu walked over to her, and suddenly, her dagger had already landed at Zhao Tiantian's neck. Shocked by this sudden change, Zhao Tiantian froze. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? I'm just reminding you that I can save your life, but I can also take it anytime. You can try calling brother Jingi over, and see if he would side with you against me. Su Yu's eyes were icy cold, her voice even colder. You who can't contribute anything, it's best not to annoy me. This is an apocalypse where only the strong survive. If you want to live well, you need to learn to be a decent person. Do you understand? Scared out of her wits, Zhao Tiantian nodded repeatedly, her face deathly pale. Su Yu then withdrew the dagger and told Qin Yuan, you stay on the 2nd floor. Qin Yuan also nodded, giving Zhao Tiantian a cold glance before heading upstairs with Su Yu. The small room on the 1st floor was left for Zhao Tiantian, who was still trembling in fear. I thought, you were always gentle with girls. Inside the room, Qin Yuan helped Su Yu tidy up clothes, smiling and saying, if we're going to be living together for some time, I'll need to adjust her attitude a bit. Otherwise, she might think our tolerance means we're afraid of her. Su Yu replied. She wasn't exactly a saint, it made no sense to be kind to everyone. Smiling with furrowed brows, Qin Yuan asked tentatively, is your harshness towards her due to Jingi? What does it have to do with him? Su Yu was confused. You can try calling your brother Jingi over, and see if he would fight against me for your sake. Qin Yuan mimicked Su Yu's tone, then stepped closer to Su Yu, placing a hand on her neck. Were those words you spoke earlier unintentional or intentional? Of course they were unintentional. I was merely following her line of reasoning. Su Yu asked, puzzled, what do you mean? If they were unintentional, then it doesn't mean much. With meaningful laughter, Qin Yuan left the room. Soon after, Huang Ling sent someone to deliver food to them. Food was distributed quantitatively, but since it was a ranch, the diet was pretty good apart from rice. There was also chicken, mutton, and pork. No one could loaf around at the ranch. Everyone had to use their unique skills and work daily. Most women would do needlework or look after livestock like sheep and cattle, or feed chickens. Some were assigned to the farm to grow vegetables, plants, and fruits. Men, too, were divided to do labor-intensive tasks on the farm or serve as militiamen patrolling and standing guard every day. Those skilled in combat would be armed and accompany Xiao Tan and others, venturing out regularly to gather supplies. Cheng Zhengqiu was tasked to give the livestock periodic health checks. Su Yu, Qin Yuan, and Jingi voluntarily joined the armed group and went on missions regularly. Jing Xan initially wanted to join the armed group along with Jingi, but Huang Ling didn't agree. After all, Jing Xan was merely 10-something years old. No matter how proficient his marksmanship, it wouldn't suffice to go on dangerous expeditions. There was a temporarily constructed elementary school in the ranch with 2 teachers and over a dozen children. Reluctantly, Jing Xan was sent to study there. As for Zhao Tiantian, she joined a small entertainment troupe organizing parties and dances in the evening to entertain residents who had worked hard throughout the day. Qin Yuan found herself increasingly fond of this place. To have such a peaceful little haven amidst the apocalypse was truly rare. Su Yu, however, wasn't as optimistic. Despite the harmonious appearance of life here, where residents seemed naive and innocent and Huang Ling worked tirelessly to protect their tranquil existence and make them forget the turmoil outside and past sufferings, Su Yu did not support this approach. Tranquility wasn't eternal. If these residents were thrust into the world beyond the ranch, they probably wouldn't survive more than an hour. Everyone must learn self-rescue and self-protection. At the very least, each resident should be equipped with weapons. Her suggestion was vetoed by Huang Ling. Su Yu, your worries are unnecessary. It's safe here. Huang Ling always said this. This was also the fundamental reason why Su Yu was unwilling to stay. After dinner in the evening, Su Yu went to the house across the street. The door was not closed. When she pushed it open and entered, Jing Xan was crouching in the corner. Maro Maro lay by his feet. Jing Xan furrowed his brows. His expression was not good as he held a few pieces of dog food in his hand. Maro Maro, can you have another bite? The dog lowered its head, sniffing his hand but refusing to eat anything else. Su Yu squatted down beside it. In the late stages of canine distemper, dogs usually lost their appetite entirely. This was why the mortality rate was so high. Most dogs died because their bodies were extremely weakened. Su Yu's eyes stung slightly. Cheng Zhengqiu gave it injections of serum and interferon every day, but ultimately, it depended on the dog's ability to endure. Yu took the dog food from Jing Xan's hand. Maro licked her hand and ate a few more pieces, seemingly trying to comfort her. Yu nearly shed tears. Then, its muscles twitched. In the late stages, seizures had already begun. Maro, will it die? Jing Xan asked Yu, his voice trembling with emotion. He really liked this dog. Yu remained silent. Jing Xan got up and ran back to his room, slamming the door hard. Yu wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye. In the apocalypse, tears were the most useless thing. As Yu had journeyed through life, facing zombies, villains, nothing had ever troubled her. Her heart was as strong and unyielding as a rock. She wiped her tears again with her sleeve. Jingi stood at the top of the stairs, watching Yu squat in the corner, stubbornly wiping her tears. For some inexplicable reason, his heart ached. He didn't say anything, instead heading straight for the kitchen. Soon after, the aroma began to fill the air, causing Maro to whine softly and move its nose, seemingly catching a scent. Jingi placed a plate of shredded meat fried rice in front of Maro. Surprised, Yu turned around. Jingi didn't speak. He squatted next to her and used his long fingers to push the plate closer to Maro's mouth. Maro sniffed it and, supported by sheer effort, stood up, then began eating vigorously. Yu's heart lifted too. Watching it lick the plate clean, she excitedly patted Maro's head and encouraged it. That's amazing, Maro. You ate it all. Thank you, brother Jingi. She turned and looked at him gratefully. Jingi's mood improved considerably as well. He reached out to pat Maro's head. No problem. After Maro finished eating, its spirit seemed much better. Jing Xan's face brightened with a smile. Because of Maro, his attitude towards Yu softened somewhat. Big brother, could you cook for Maro every day from now on? Jing Xan tugged at Jingi's clothes, pleading, it only eats your food. Actually, Yu wanted to say that too, but she felt embarrassed since it would be too much trouble for him. Alright, Jingi readily agreed. Yu sighed in relief, looking at Jingi with gratitude. Every time their eyes met, he felt strange, his heartbeat quickened without reason, forcing him to quickly look away, but moments later, he'd glance at her again stealthily. Chapter 13, The Besieged Gas Station. The ranch gate opened, and a large truck drove out with several oil drums on the roof compartment. Today's mission was to go to a gas station 30 miles away and bring back some gasoline and diesel. There were not many people going, Yuan, Yu, a driver, and a man named Huang Dao. It wasn't the first time the ranch had gone to that gas station for fuel, so they knew the way well. There weren't many zombies on that road, so there was no need to bring too many people. The car wasn't driving fast, the sunlight was warm, and Yu had been dozing off leaning against Yuan on the roof of the vehicle when she was abruptly woken by a burst of gunfire. She immediately stood up and drew her gun, ready to face any danger. However, Huang Dao glanced at her with mockery as 3 zombies chased the car. He used his gun to aim at the hands and hearts of the zombies but didn't kill them, laughing wildly as the undead ran after the truck. Bang! 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 3 zombies fell behind the car. Huang Dao turned around and saw Yu holding the gun in her hand, her expressionless face revealing a cold gaze. What are you doing? Huang Dao yelled angrily, they're mine. Why did you kill them all? You're wasting bullets, Yu said calmly, and your gunfire will attract more zombies. Temph, if you're afraid, don't come along. Outside isn't your women's world, Huang Dao sneered at Yu. Yuan stood up directly, tripped Huang Dao with a leg sweep, then grabbed his neck and choked him hard. Outside is the world of the strong. People like you should hide inside the walls and pray for peace. Choked breathlessly, his face turning red, Huang Dao couldn't breathe, but Yuan knew how far to go. Yu didn't stop her. Yuan gave him a small lesson before returning to her seat. Huang Dao climbed back up from the ground, though dissatisfied, he dared not offend them again. The truck stopped in front of the gas station. It was located by the roadside, surrounded by a barren landscape on one side and a forest on the other. Driver Qian Liangyi got out to help Yu and Yuan carry the gasoline barrels. He skillfully opened the switch of the gas pump, and soon enough, the fuel flowed continuously from the pipe, filling the 5 oil drums they brought within minutes. Huang Dao lazily looked around idly, unwilling to lend a helping hand, and walked toward the inside of the gas station instead. Where are you going? Qian Liangyi asked him. To urinate. There was a convenience store next to the gas station, and Yu walked in to see if there was anything useful they could bring along. Inside the store, shelves were completely disordered, almost all food had already been taken by others. Yu wandered through, grabbing some toothpaste, toothbrushes, a can of hair gel, and a pack of chewing gum before storing them into her storage space. Right at that moment, bang, a gunshot echoed from the rear of the gas station. Damn it, who dared fire a gun here at the gas station? Did they want to get them killed? Yu rushed out of the convenience store to find Yuan and Qian Liangyi already loading the oil barrels onto the truck. They had all heard the gunshots. Yuan quickly jumped down from the truck and, together with Yu, ran toward the direction where the gunshots came from the back of the gas station. In front of the restroom, 2 zombies lunged toward Huang Dao. Trembling, he kept stepping backward, firing his gun at them, but none hit the critical spots. Now less than a meter away from him, his bullets were exhausted, and he desperately waved the knife at his waist, panicking and shouting, "Don't come closer. Don't come closer." Yu threw a dagger far away which pierced cleanly through the zombie grabbing Huang Dao. Nevertheless, the other zombie still managed to bite Huang Dao's hand. Huang Dao let out a loud scream, blood gushing from the zombie's mouth as it bit violently into his arm, tearing apart muscles and exposing blood vessels. His hand was severely bleeding, deep to the bone, as he screamed in pain, falling helplessly to the ground. Su Yu and Qin Yuan rushed over. Su Yu pulled the dagger from the zombie's head, drawing some pus, and plunged it into the brain of the zombie attacking Huang Dao, causing its ferocious biting to finally cease. Su Yu grabbed its collar and tossed it aside. Huang Dao was dying, nearly fainting from pain. Su Yu and Qin Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes expressing an obvious meaning: he wouldn't survive. Before long, Huang Dao's eyes turned grayish-white, indicating the precursor of mutation. Su Yu took a step forward and stabbed the dagger directly into his chest, ending his suffering. Qin Yuan watched Su Yu. Her killing was just as merciless as killing zombies, without hesitation or regret. Qin Yuan found it hard to imagine how many dangerous situations Su Yu must have encountered to possess such calmness and composure amidst the apocalypse. Before the two of them even reached the road, the truck's engine had already started. Su Yu and Qin Yuan were equally startled as they watched the truck drive away on the road. Moments later, the ha-ha growls sent a chill through Su Yu's scalp. She turned her head to see countless zombies swarming out of the nearby forest, so many that it was impossible to count them. They resembled an army of ants advancing towards them, some already stepping onto the road, growling ha-ha, and stretching their hands towards the two women with staggering steps. It was Huang Dao's gunfire earlier that drew them out from the woods. Driver Qian Liangyi must have seen all these zombies and was terrified, fleeing in panic and leaving them behind. Xiao Yu, what do we do? There was a clear tremor in Qin Yuan's voice. Fear was unavoidable at this point. Su Yu felt scared too. Zombies surged from all sides, and it wasn't safe to fire guns near the gas station. A stray bullet might result in both of them joining the undead to meet Yama, the god of death. If it came to hand-to-hand combat, there were at least 700 or 800 zombies here. Even if they fought until exhaustion and death, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. The nearest zombies were now only about 10 meters away. Su Yu glanced around and noticed the oil drums not far away, which had just been filled but hadn't been loaded onto the truck yet. She pulled Qin Yuan and ran toward the other side of the road where fewer zombies were gathered. The two almost sprinted at full speed, running dozens of meters in one breath. Behind them, the zombies had already covered the entire gas station, beginning to gather in their direction. Su Yu took out the Tavor assault rifle from her spatial storage. Qin Yuan, busy escaping, didn't notice exactly where she retrieved the gun from. Su Yu stopped, aiming at the distant oil drums while zombies kept attacking her from all around. Qin Yuan seamlessly cleared the obstacles for her. Click click click. The firepower from the assault rifle was sufficient, sweeping away a large group of zombies blocking the oil drums. After a few shots, the oil drums burst into flames. The zombies turned back, saw the burning barrels, growled and rushed over. However, drawing the zombies wasn't Su Yu's main purpose in shooting the flames. After igniting the oil drums, Su Yu shouted loudly, "Run!" The two of them sprinted recklessly down the road. Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion behind them. The gas station erupted with a boom. The powerful blast hurled Qin Yuan and Su Yu several meters away. In an instant, the world went quiet. It felt like Su Yu had been cut off from the outside world, her eardrums painfully swollen. Fortunately, they were far enough away, and their injuries were just minor scratches. She barely stood up and helped Qin Yuan, who was holding her ears. Qin Yuan's eardrums had also been hurt by the loud explosion. Most of the zombies surrounding them were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. The gas station area was now engulfed in a fiery inferno, countless zombies resembling walking torches before collapsing after taking only a few steps. With the wind blowing, a nauseating burnt smell spread through the air. The zombies quickly got back up, and Su Yu held her gun, shooting and retreating with Qin Yuan. Although many zombies had perished in the fire, this place was still extremely dangerous since the explosion would surely attract more zombies. They won't come back to get us, but they will certainly send people to search for us once we don't return, Qin Yuan suggested. Su Yu looked at the sky. It was almost dark, and retracing 30 kilometers back without any shelter was very dangerous during the night. If Qian Liangyi goes back, he definitely won't tell anyone he abandoned us and fled for his life, Su Yu said while firing shots. Guess what he'll say? Qian Yuan's heart sank. He'll say we're dead. Or worse, that we've turned into zombies, Su Yu added. Qian Yuan sighed, feeling utterly hopeless. At a time like this, they should ask the system for help. While fighting zombies alongside Qin Yuan, Su Yu concentrated her thoughts. Currently, she had 358 points and should be able to exchange them for some awesome equipment, especially something they desperately needed right now. System, I want to make an exchange, Su Yu said. Host currently has 358 points. Detecting the host's current predicament, recommended items. 1. Smart map, costing 140 points, duration, 5 hours. 2. Invisibility cloak, costing 200 points, duration, 10 hours. 3. PPS 43 submachine gun, costing 300 points, duration, permanent. Can I exchange for a vehicle? Su Yu asked. A car was what she needed most right now. She could drive back easily, and the zombies would never catch up. The lowest end electric tricycle costs 500 points. Host currently does not have sufficient points. The system's voice remained cold and unyielding. Well, Su Yu could only choose from the few items listed by the system. Actually, at this moment, the invisibility cloak was what she needed most. If she could turn invisible, she could directly cross the zombie-infested area and return to the ranch. However, invisibility would only work for her alone, and Qin Yuan was still with her. Su Yu could never abandon her, so she gave up on that option. As for the PPS-43 submachine gun, Su Yu already had the TAVR assault rifle as a permanent equipment acquired through points exchange. The downside was that while the gun was permanent, bullets still had to be exchanged with points, making it a bottomless pit. Thus, it wouldn't help much at the moment, so she ruled it out too. Su Yu chose the smart map. The smart map covered a radius of 20 kilometers around Su Yu, displayed in 2 dimensions. Whether it was zombies, humans, buildings, or trees, everything was clearly marked on the map. Su Yu noticed that this road would pass through a small town located about 5 kilometers ahead. At first glance, there were quite a lot of zombies in the town, but at least it offered places to hide, avoiding being exposed all night on an open plain and becoming easy targets. There's a town up ahead, we can go there and take cover, Su Yu said to Qin Yuan. Alright. Qin Yuan always trusted Su Yu and followed her, fighting along the way and running towards the town at the other end of the road. Chapter 14, Rescue. Under the deep blue starry sky, the town was like a dead city, located in a vast empty field. In the distance, you could still see a few wandering zombies. Fortunately, there was still a full moon hanging in the sky, otherwise, on such a night outdoors with no lights at all, it would be hard to see things around clearly. There was a slanted sign by the side of the road. With the moonlight, they could read that it said Wuli Town. Below the name, someone had drawn a simple skull image with blood, as if it were a prank. Su Yu and Qin Huan walked towards the town. Here, it was a transitional area between urban and rural areas of the town. Houses around the highway were mostly no more than 2 stories high, all relatively low brick-tiled bungalows, with quite sparse spacing. The deeper they went in, the denser the houses became and the buildings grew taller. With the help of the map, Su Yu led Qin Huan along the smaller roads where there were fewer zombies. Su Yu noticed that on the map, individual zombies were marked as red dots moving continuously. And in the southeastern part of the town, there were also green dots. The green dots represented humans. There was a human group in this town, and their numbers seemed not small, clustering together. Su Yu couldn't figure out exactly how many people there were, but there would definitely be no fewer than 30. So this town wasn't exactly a ghost town yet. Their current position was very far from the group. They were located on the edge in the southwest direction, while Su Yu and Qin Huan were positioned on the west side. She certainly wouldn't go crazy enough to seek help from these people. In the apocalypse, sometimes humans could be much scarier than zombies. Now that only Su Yu and Qin Huan were here, the best way was to avoid drawing any attention from this group. Therefore, Su Yu didn't plan to delve further into the town but rather search for shelter nearby. After scanning the map quickly, Su Yu led Qin Huan into a clothing store. Qin Huan didn't know that Su Yu had already checked the map. There were no zombies in this clothing store. When Su Yu kicked the door open, Qin Huan instinctively held her dagger and stepped in front of Su Yu, just in case zombies suddenly attacked. Qin Huan's subconscious deeply moved Su Yu. At this moment, Qin Huan had already considered Su Yu as someone she could trust her life with. After hiding inside, Qin Huan pulled out a flashlight from her backpack and shone it around to check, while Su Yu attached a silencer to her assault rifle, took care of a few zombies at the entrance, then closed the door. She went to a plastic mannequin and violently tore off one of its legs, propping it against the doorknob. Worried about security, Su Yu and Qin Huan pushed the counter in front of the door to hold it shut. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, they could see many zombies wandering outside, seemingly attracted by their scent. Su Yu quickly turned off Qin Huan's flashlight since zombies were not only sensitive to smell but also very keen to light. Hidden in the darkness, Su Yu and Qin Huan watched the ghastly expressions of the zombies outside. The zombies pressed against the glass window trying to look inside the shop. However, from outside looking in, the shop was pitch black, making it impossible for them to see Su Yu and Qin Huan. In the dark, Su Yu tightly grabbed Qin Huan's hand, feeling her nervousness and unease. "Relax, I'm here. Nothing will happen," Su Yu whispered softly. Qin Huan nodded heavily and realized Su Yu couldn't see her, so she just responded with a millimeter. Somehow, she felt reassured. Ever since she started following Su Yu until now, she thought this girl was simply incredible. Surviving in the apocalypse for her was as smooth as water, completely at ease. How could there be such a person naturally suited for surviving the end of the world? Until she met Jingi, did she realize that there truly were such people. While ordinary people were feasting daily with customers, they were undergoing harsh physical training, as well as professional gun and movement training. Therefore, when the civilization collapsed and the law of the jungle ruled in the apocalypse, they were better suited to survive than anyone else. Qin Huan also slightly rejoiced that her past unfortunate experiences led her to decisively learn taekwondo and stick to it without interruption, forming excellent physical fitness, which was her most precious wealth for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Although there were many zombies outside, they hadn't found their exact location, thus not attacking the front door. Su Yu quietly collected clothes from the store and laid them on the ground, then lay down with Qin Huan for some rest. They had been running and escaping non-stop throughout the day, and they were now utterly exhausted. In the dark, Qin Huan reached for Su Yu's hand, and she heard Qin Huan softly ask near her ear, "Xiao Yu, do you think someone is looking for us?" Su Yu furrowed her brow. She really wasn't sure. Even if the ranch sent someone to look for them, all they'd see would be a charred gas station and hundreds of zombie corpses. Although Su Yu had left marks along the way with random items from her storage space, it was still questionable whether anyone could see them in such darkness. "Even if no one comes to find us, as soon as it's dawn tomorrow, we'll fight our way out. There are so many abandoned cars by the streets of this town, Surely, some of them will still work. Su Yu consoled Qin Huan. During these 3 months of survival in the post-apocalypse, she had been alone the entire time, never depending on anyone. This time was no different. She wouldn't wait around for rescue but would take the initiative to act, seizing the best opportunity to save herself and escape danger. In fact, I think Jingi will definitely come looking for you, Qin Huan continued speaking in the dark. He seems like a very reliable person. Jingi, with his impressive abilities, was certainly someone to rely on. However, Su Yu wasn't confident that she could fully trust him, even though they were teammates. Compared to Jingi, she trusted Qin Huan more. She had saved Qin Huan before, and they needed each other, leading Qin Huan to completely trust her without reservation. But Jingi, he was quiet and his thoughts were hard to fathom. Though he treated her well, helping her take care of Mao Mao and always providing full support during missions, they were merely classmates without deep ties. They formed a team only for better survival. There was no reason for Jingi to treat her the same way Qin Huan did. Don't think about it. Su Yu murmured, I'll keep watch in the first half of the night, and you'll take over in the second half. Get some sleep now. All right. Qin Huan said and closed her eyes. Su Yu struggled to stay alert, gazing at the full moon outside the window, her heart calm as water. In the second half of the night, Qin Huan nudged Su Yu, immediately waking her up. Qin Huan placed a finger to her lips, warning her to be quiet, then whispered softly, someone is coming. Su Yu quickly got up, grabbing her gun, and cautiously approached the window. Sure enough, she saw flickering headlights in the distance. Are they our people? Qin Huan asked as she walked beside Su Yu. Su Yu opened the map in her mind, and sure enough, there was a cluster of new green dots on the town map, while the ones previously to the southeast hadn't moved, meaning these people had just entered the town. Few people would dare travel at night, it was too dangerous. Su Yu preferred to believe that these were indeed people sent from the ranch to look for them. The headlights gradually drew closer, and the zombies by the window were drawn away by the vehicle's sound, clearing Su Yu's view considerably. Then she spotted Jingi in the back of the truck. More precisely, she only saw a silhouette, but she recognized it immediately as her school senior who she'd seen countless times surrounded by crowds. It's them, Su Yu told Qin Huan. However, they hadn't noticed Su Yu or Qin Huan yet, and the car drove past toward the other end of the road. They had to find a way to let them know. Qin Huan quickly handed over the flashlight, and Su Yu turned it on, shining its beam through the large windows towards the car's approximate direction. However, in the darkness, this single light source also attracted several zombies. The car didn't stop but kept moving forward instead. Meanwhile, the zombies began gathering around Su Yu. Damn. Just as Su Yu was about to turn off the flashlight, Jingi suddenly glanced their way, then leapt off the car unexpectedly. The others on the vehicle didn't understand why, calling for the car to stop urgently. Surrounding zombies surged toward him, but Jingi pulled out his long blade and slashed relentlessly, not allowing the zombies to impede his progress even slightly. Su Yu crouched by the window, watching Jingi mercilessly decapitate zombies outside under the pale moonlight. It was as if he were a demon straight out of the battlefield. Su Yu and Qin Huan rushed out of the store, joining Jingi in battle. The three stood back to back, forming a strong triangular fortress. In a blink of an eye, many zombie corpses piled up around them. A truck then pulled up nearby, and several men jumped down and joined the battle. Most of them used guns, and Su Yu originally wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Gunfire echoed thunderously into the sky, inevitably alerting the people in the southeast area. Staying here any longer was unwise. Once most of the zombies in the area were dealt with, Jingi shielded Su Yu and Qin Huan as they all climbed aboard the truck, which drove out of Wuli town along the original route, returning to the highway. As they left, the eastern sky had begun to brighten faintly. Still panting heavily, Jingi's emotions hadn't calmed down. Undoubtedly, when the flashlight beam shot into his eyes, Jingi felt as if his heart would leap out of his chest. He really wanted to ask Su Yu and Qin Huan if they were injured, but the words in his throat felt awkward somehow. Eventually, Cheng Zhengqiu asked the question for him, are either of you hurt? Just some minor scratches, nothing serious. Su Yu was somewhat surprised. How did Cheng Zhengqiu end up here as well? Wasn't he the one who feared zombies the most? Hey kid, did you come along for a vacation? Qin Huan chuckled teasingly at Cheng Zhengqiu. We've been through so much together, and you say that I'm so heartbroken. Cheng Zhengqiu clutched at his chest, pretending to be deeply wounded. You don't know how worried I was about the two of you. Su Yu thought back to the night when her villa had been stormed by Lu Xiong's group, and Cheng Zhengqiu had gone berserk with his gun, spraying bullets wildly. He didn't act like himself at all that night, proving that everyone has their breaking point, and once crossed, it could unleash incredible potential. Chapter 15, I choose Xiao Tan. That's really very kind of you, Su Yu smiled at him and asked, however, how did you manage to find this small town? As for this, Cheng Zhengqiu had something to say. That bastard surnamed Chen came back, told everyone that you were eaten by zombies. When the news came that Su Yu was dead, several women fainted on the spot. Afterwards, a man called Xiao Laro Da came over. Before Chen could finish his sentence, he shot him in the knee with a gun, saying that even if Chen died 100 times, Su Yu would never be possible to die. Then he forced Chen to tell the truth. This Mr. Xiao is indeed a tough character, almost killed him on the spot. Fortunately Huang Ling arrived just in time to stop it. Later we rushed to the gas station, splitting into 3 groups to look for you. My group, along with Jingi Sr., took the highway route. Not long after, we saw there was a town here, guessed you might be inside, and decided to search thoroughly. Fortunately, Senior Jingi had sharp eyes and spotted your trace. Otherwise, in such a big city, it would have been quite difficult to find two people. Cheng Zhengqiu opened his mouth like a machine gun that wouldn't shut up. Su Yu also briefly narrated her own encounters with Qin Yuan, an experience full of thrills but without incident. She told it calmly, yet it made Jingi's heart race as he lifted his eyes and looked at Su Yu with concern. Li Xiong, on the side, reported the situation via radio to the other two groups, informing them that they had found Su Yu and she wasn't hurt badly, so they could return. Li Xiong walked over and handed the radio to Su Yu. Xiao Lao Da has something to say to you. Su Yu took it and said, Xiao Lao Da, this is Su Yu speaking. How are you? Xiao Tan spoke quickly, with an urgent tone in his voice. Qin Yuan and I are fine, no injuries. Su Yu replied. Slightly reassured, Xiao Tan's tone relaxed somewhat. That's good. On the other side of Xiao Tan's radio, laughter could be heard from the men around him. Well, see you later. Xiao Tan hastily ended the conversation to avoid further commotion around him. Yes, see you later. Su Yu handed the radio back to Li Xiong. Li Xiong added casually, Xiao Lao Da worried about you the most, getting so anxious that he nearly killed someone. No one dared to provoke him. Oh, he's really kind-hearted. Su Yu pretended not to understand Li Xiong's words. Jingi frowned, having perked up his ears to listen carefully to the conversation between Xiao Tan and Su Yu. Everyone else could effortlessly express their concerns, but Jingi felt like there was cotton blocking his throat, making him unable to utter a single word. Then he heard Li Xiong's comment and grew slightly uneasy. Who says Xiao Tan was the one who worried the most? Wasn't he, Jingi, equally worried? He simply didn't know how to express it, with countless thoughts swirling in his mind, suddenly feeling baffled at why he was so fixated on these matters. Looking at Su Yu again, he realized that as long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. On the road, Qin Yuan leaned against Su Yu's shoulder and fell asleep. Su Yu also closed her eyes and soon fell asleep, unintentionally leaning her head onto Jingi's shoulder. Jingi stiffened, completely at a loss, the weight on his left shoulder completely disrupting his body's balance and hormone secretion equilibrium. His face turned red, fortunately cloaked by the night as everyone was nodding off, and no one noticed his abnormality. Subconsciously, Jingi moved closer to Su Yu, allowing her to lean more comfortably. When they returned to the ranch, it was already early morning. The people at the ranch had already risen to work. Seeing Su Yu's car come back, they waved and greeted her enthusiastically. Xiao Tan's car had returned earlier, parked by the roadside. As Su Yu got out of the car, Xiao Tan quickly walked towards her, examining her from top to bottom. Su Yu's body was covered in dried blood, though not hers, but splashes of zombie blood on her, implying just how perilous the situation must have been then. Xiao Tan's expression darkened, clearly wanting to kill someone. Mr. Xiao, thank you. Qin Yuan approached and greeted Xiao Tan with a smile. If it weren't for your persistence, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to come back. Xiao Tan smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. Su Yu has 10 lives, one more than a cat, and won't die so easily. Thank you for your good words. Su Yu also smiled at him and said, I'm so tired, I need to go back and sleep. You've worked hard too. Thanks in any case aren't enough. I, Su Yu, will always remember it in my heart and repay your kindness when needed. She pounded on Xiao Tan's shoulders with great camaraderie before hugging Qin Yuan and walking together towards their house, leaving behind a dashing and upright figure. Qin Yuan leaned on Su Yu, bird-like and affectionate. The surrounding women screamed, looking enviously at Qin Yuan. All the men felt something strange was amiss, sympathetically glancing at Xiao Tan. When Su Yu woke up, it was close to dusk. She hadn't indulged herself in sleeping late during the day for a long time. The slow-paced and leisurely life on the ranch indeed made it easy for one to forget the ever-present dangers of the apocalypse. When Su Yu woke up, she went to the room to look for Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan had already gotten up. There seemed to be voices coming from the backyard, so Su Yu followed the sound and found Qin Yuan sitting on a wooden veranda in the backyard. A man was sitting next to her, a clean-cut figure who was chatting with Qin Yuan. Su Yu recognized this man. He was one of Xiao Tan's subordinates, named Yuan. She had seen him take down zombies in close combat. His skills were quite impressive. You two are having a chat. Su Yu walked over and asked. Xiao leader sent me to give you some Yunnan Baiyaro for treating external injuries. Yuan pointed at the medicine bottle on the wooden table. Please thank Xiao leader for me. He is thoughtful. Su Yu sat down beside Qin Yuan and picked up the ointment, using her index finger to scoop out a bit and rub it on the abrasions on Qin Yuan's face. As Yuan watched Su Yu apply the ointment to Qin Yuan's wounds, he blushed. Well, I'll go back then. I'll see you off. Su Yu stood up. Yuan quickly said, no need, no need. After that, he walked around the house through the garden and left. Qin Yuan took the ointment and applied it herself to her arm while smilingly saying to Su Yu, you're using me as a shooting target, huh? I don't understand what you mean. Su Yu sat down again and applied the medicine to her own arms and thighs. I'm under a lot of pressure. Qin Yuan saw through Su Yu's intentions of showing intimate gestures in public to make an impression on Xiao Tan. If one day Xiao Tan shoots me when I'm sleeping, how wronged would I feel? Relax, if he dares to shoot you, I'll twist his neck off, Su Yu solemnly stated. Xiao Tan and I are just ordinary friends. We are slightly more familiar than others here in the ranch, but nothing else. Once in the Eastern River Valley area, they encountered a sudden zombie attack, and Xiao Tan got separated from his team. Su Yu happened to be out riding her motorcycle collecting supplies and met him there, and helped him break through the zombies together. It was only during that incident when Su Yu brought him home and spent a night alone with him. Later, whenever they met, many people were always present. So, they never really had the chance for anything serious to happen between them. Alright, I believe you're not acting and that you really love me, Qin Yuan joked. Anyway, you know where you stand. Do you blame me for blocking your chances with men? Su Yu decided to counterattack Qin Yuan. In these past 2 weeks, quite a few men have been flattering you at the ranch. Didn't you and Ji Yunyan just talk for a long time before I arrived? You little brat, you're teasing me, right? Qin Yuan poked Su Yu's head. I'm a married woman, not that interested in such things. Talking about love isn't exactly in the style of the apocalypse. I know, going straight to bed without arguing is the rhythm of the apocalypse, Su Yu joked. She had watched many American TV series set in the apocalypse, and she felt very connected to them. Discussing such embarrassing topics made Qin Yuan come alive. She secretly smiled and said to Su Yu, let me ask you a question. Suppose, just hypothetically speaking, if you had to choose between Xiao Tan and Jingi for a bedtime partner, who would you pick? Su Yu turned bright red. What kind of question was this? Impossible situation, refused to answer. Come on, tell me, it will just be our little secret as best friends, and anyway it's not real, just hypothetical. Qin Yuan pulled on Su Yu's hand pleadingly. Su Yu frowned, truly not wanting to answer the question, but looking at Qin Yuan's expectant and gossip-loving eyes, she casually said, Xiao Tan, okay? Jingi walked out of Su Yu's yard, feeling dizzy, swearing that he absolutely did not intend to eavesdrop. He came to deliver some medicine to Su Yu. When he found no one in the house and heard voices from the back garden, he followed the sound and just happened to hear Qin Yuan asking Su Yu to choose between him and Xiao Tan. Jingi's entire face turned red all the way down to his neck. Originally, he wanted to turn and run away, but his feet were like roots, desperate to hear Su Yu's answer. Then she said she'd choose Xiao Tan. Jingi felt as if his heart had been struck by lightning, stars appearing in his eyes. Like someone fleeing for their life, he rushed out of Su Yu's yard, crossed the road, ran back to his house, and didn't even notice when he directly collided with Cheng Zhengqiu who had just stepped out. Cheng Zhengqiu fell on his back and looked puzzled at the flushed Jingi. Senior Jingi, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Cheng Zhengqiu stood up to touch Jingi's forehead, but Jingi quickly sidestepped and avoided him, then silently walked upstairs, slamming the door shut. Hey, Xiao Tan. I thought you would choose Senior Jingi. Qin Yuan called out loudly, clearly very surprised. Why didn't you choose Senior Jingi? Why should I choose Senior Jingi? Su Yu countered. Then why did you choose Xiao Tan? Qin Yuan didn't understand. Because I can't get Jingi. You don't know how popular he was in our school back then. Not a single girl could win his heart, and I'm not about to humiliate myself. Su Yu stretched lazily in the sunlight. I just asked you to choose, not actually go after him. Qin Yuan pouted. Do you really think you stand a chance with Xiao Tan? No, but compared to Jingi, his difficulty level is much lower. Su Yu laughed. Xiao Tan had a bit of a rogue vibe about him, so if Su Yu were to approach him right now and proposition him, she guessed he wouldn't refuse. But Jingi was totally different, aloof and aristocratic. Then, if their difficulty levels were the same, who would you choose? Qin Yuan pressed further. Are you really going to dwell on this? Su Yu poked Qin Yuan's forehead. Are you so eager to hear me say I choose Jingi? That's enough already. Let's drop this topic. If anyone hears us, I'll have no face left. Just at that moment, Cheng Zhengqiu came around from the front yard. What are you two saying about Senior Jingi that has cursed him with a fever? Su Yu shot Qin Yuan a warning glare, signaling her to stop. Nothing, Qin Yuan said Senior Jingi's skills are great, and wanted to ask him for some tips. Su Yu explained. Why is he running a fever? Don't know. He bumped into me just now, all red-faced and distracted. Cheng Zhengqiu shrugged. Qin Yuan looked up at the sun. It's too hot today. He must have gotten heat stroke. Probably. Su Yu nodded. Chapter 16, Landlord Game. In the evening, Su Yu went to check on Marumaro as usual. Upon seeing Su Yu, Marumaro happily ran circles around the room, constantly wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. You look much better, Su Yu said in pleasant surprise. That's right, all thanks to Senior Jingi's excellent cooking. Cheng Zhengqiu came over, crouching down to examine Mao Mao's nose and eyes. Senior Jingi cooks for him every day. With his appetite restored and with daily injections and medication, the convulsions have stopped already. I estimate that he will be fine. Cheng Zhengqiu smiled. Su Yu was happy, continuously petting Mao Mao's belly. Marumaro lay at her feet enjoying her massage. At this time, Jing Xan entered from outside with his backpack, listlessly looking drained of energy. Seeing Jing Xan come back, Marumaro excitedly rushed up to play a bit. Jing Xan squatted down to touch it and then sighed, lying on the couch like a dead body. What's wrong? Su Yu looked questioningly at Jing Xan. Girl, go tell my brother that I don't want to go to that wretched school anymore. It's too boring. Jing Xan let out another sigh with no energy left. What do you learn in school? Su Yu sat down and curiously asked him. There are 2 teachers, one teaches math and history, and the history teacher also handles Chinese language. The math teacher also covers physics, Jing Xan said. There's no point to it. Su Yu frowned. Besides these, do they teach other things? Like defense against zombies? Do you expect these guys dressed in suits inside the school to teach you how to fight zombies? Jing Xan rolled his eyes. I could probably teach them more. Su Yu thought if the school only taught textbook knowledge of math and Chinese, it was really quite pointless. After all, it was the end times. Preserving knowledge of civilization was indeed important, not to be forgotten, but what might be more crucial now would likely be teaching the next generation of children how to survive during the apocalypse. This conversation with your brother is futile. I'll talk with Aunt Huang Ling, Su Yu said to Jing Xan. Jingi was lying in bed, and the slanting evening light streamed into the room from the window, casting a golden glow across the house. Su Yu knocked on the door. I don't want to eat. Jingi assumed Jing Xan had called him down for dinner and muttered unhappily. It's me, Su Yu. Hearing Su Yu's voice, Jingi quickly sat up from the bed, then swiftly grabbed the shorts on the bed and hid them under the pillow. Come in. He cleared his throat. Su Yu walked in and casually wandered around the room inspecting it. Jingi's gaze followed her movements closely. Hearing from the veterinarian, Senior, did you fall ill? Su Yu sat beside him, looking at him and asked. Feeling her proximity, Jingi's heart started pounding rapidly. Suddenly, Su Yu reached out her hand directly to his forehead, making Jingi feel momentarily blank. Her palm was soft yet carried a hint of calluses, creating a slightly coarse sensation, leaving Jingi completely rigid. Not very feverish, but why is your face so red? Su Yu looked at him, a little puzzled. Is it because you got heatstroke on a mission this afternoon? Jingi nodded in cover-up, then Su Yu secretly pulled out a small bottle of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid from her space pouch. Here, it's for you. She handed the bottle over to Jingi, but when he didn't reach out to take it, Su Yu directly bit off the aluminum cap with her teeth and placed it by his lips. Drinking it will make you feel better. Looking at the small bottle she had bitten open, Jingi's face flared up again, mechanically receiving it and drinking it all in one gulp. Seeing him finish it, Su Yu smiled satisfactorily. Jingi was definitely a cornerstone in her small team. His health needed to be maintained well. Jing Xan sent me here to tell you he doesn't want to go to school anymore. Jing Xan kept persistently begging her to talk to Jing Yi. Su Yu was troubled. Being a captain certainly shouldn't involve getting entangled in family affairs, right? However, if she didn't say anything, there would inevitably be many sarcastic remarks from Jing Xan in the future. Having finally mended their relationship somewhat, Su Yu decided to deliver the message anyway. Whether to agree or disagree would be entirely up to Jing Yi. What's your opinion? Jing Yi asked Su Yu deeply, again kicking the ball back. Was she meant to be some kind of housekeeper who had to manage everything? Would you like to hear my opinion? Su Yu asked him. Jing Yi nodded seriously. In my view, knowledge is undoubtedly essential, but it isn't the most critical thing, Su Yu said. The skills you've taught Jing Xan can save his life at crucial moments. In the apocalypse era, nothing is more important than that. Jing Yi actually agreed with this line of thinking. These past few days, Jing Xan had complained plenty about school. For Su Yu's sake, Jing Yi hadn't said anything, but now that Su Yu aligned with him on the issue, he immediately responded, then let him skip school tomorrow. If there's spare time, let him practice taekwondo with Qin Yuan. Su Yu smiled faintly. He'll be ecstatic about that. As Su Yu smiled, Jing Yi suddenly froze. Still lost in thought when Su Yu had already stood up and left the room. Come down for dinner, everyone's waiting for you. After dinner, Jing Xan and Cheng Zhengqiu strongly invited Su Yu to play cards with them, both of them planning to win all of Su Yu's good stuff. Su Yu had slept all day today, so she was not the least bit drowsy now, thus she agreed. Playing cards alone is boring, we should bet something, Cheng Zhengqiu proposed, first placing a few boxes of aspirin that he'd been keeping for a long time on the table. I'll bet the painkillers. Wow, nice goods. Su Yu picked up those boxes of medicine and looked at them, then pulled out some chewing gum from her space pouch. I'll bet chewing gum. This won't do, the values aren't equal. Cheng Zhengqiu disagreed. Su Yu thought for a moment and added a few tubes of toothpaste and toothbrushes, which were ordinary items but quite precious in the apocalypse era, especially in suburban areas. Jing Xan took out a few chocolate bars from his bag, which were also treasures he'd kept for a long time. What game? Su Yu asked. For 3 people, let's play Fight the Landlord, Cheng Zhengqiu said as he shuffled the deck and dealt the cards. Jingi sat on the sofa reading a book while Maru lay asleep on his long legs. Occasionally, his gaze would wander towards Su Yu at the dining table playing cards, watching her frown in deep thought, smile in delight upon drawing good cards, and look dejected after losing. Jingi felt inexplicably reassured. His thoughts drifting, he could no longer focus on the book, then strangely remembered what happened this afternoon, when she said, I choose Xiao Tan. A sense of emptiness swept over Jingi again. He didn't know how it happened, but after a series of games, Su Yu was always the landlord, and Jing Xan and Cheng Zhengqiu teamed up against her. With her poor card skills, she always lost, quickly exhausting all her property. He, Cheng Zhengqiu laughed, hugging the pile of winnings. Shall we keep going? Place more items and try to win back your losses. Nope. Su Yu rose with a disappointed sigh. Bad luck tonight. They conspired to win against you. Jingi walked over and remarked. Whoa. Brother, you can't just make random statements. We didn't cheat or swap cards. Everything was done according to the rules. Jing Xan quickly defended himself. I'll play one round with you, betting on everything you've won so far, Jingi said, sitting down. Before Jing Xan could refuse, Cheng Zhengqiu had already agreed. Sure thing. But, what do you have to stake? Hey, don't play with my brother. Jing Xan pulled at Cheng Zhengqiu's sleeve and whispered, he's really skilled. Cheng Zhengqiu was confident in his own card-playing ability. It has to be equal value to our pile. Jingi placed a sharp Swiss Army knife on the table, and Cheng Zhengqiu, who knew its worth, recognized that it was far sharper than ordinary knives. Well, I'll deal the cards now. Cheng Zhengqiu grinned, thinking that tonight would bring a big harvest. Jingi drew the landlord cards, and Suyu peeked at his hand. His cards weren't particularly good. He merely glanced at his own cards casually, then attentively observed Cheng Zhengqiu and Jing Xan's hands. Initially, he played cautiously, but later in the game, it seemed like he figured out exactly what they had in their hands and anticipated their strategies. Each of his moves directly cornered the two of them, eventually becoming the first to play all his cards and emerge as the winner. That doesn't make sense. Cheng Zhengqiu couldn't believe it. We had both jokers in our hands, how did he win? Jing Xan glared at him accusingly. I told you not to play with my brother, he memorized the cards. Memorize cards? Cheng Zhengqiu didn't understand. Your point is, Senior Jingi can remember every card that's been played. Surprised, isn't it? My brother is a genius. Suyu wasn't actually surprised since Jingi was an all-around champion at school. This wasn't just physical tests, it included cultural classes, theoretical courses, and logic classes. He consistently scored full marks in all subjects. He was undoubtedly a genius. In Cheng Zhengqiu's entire gambling history, he had never encountered anyone who could memorize every single card. Jingi had converted skill into luck, and Cheng Zhengqiu surrendered wholeheartedly. All yours. Cheng Zhengqiu dispiritedly pushed the pile in front of him toward Jingi, who grabbed a bag and put all the items inside before giving them to Suyu. Huh. Suyu was confused. But, you won this. Yeah, big brother, why are you giving it to her? Jing Xan pouted, thinking he might as well give it to his beloved younger brother if he didn't want it. I'm helping you win it. Jingi said bluntly. Suyu looked at him, bewildered for a moment, but ultimately found no harm in it and smiled, accepting the bag. Thank you, Senior Jingi. Now everyone follows Suyu's lead and calls Jingi Senior Jingi, which sounds friendly, but only Suyu's call truly reaches his heart. Suyu was about to leave with a bag in hand when she turned back to Jingi. Senior Jingi, would you escort me? Hey, it's just a few steps to the door, and you're asking my brother to send you. Do you really think you're such a delicate little junior that someone will follow you every time you go out? Jing Xan was sulking over Jingi's favoritism. Unable to resist launching another insult at Suyu, he got silenced by a glare from Jingi and shut up immediately. Without saying a word, Jingi quickly changed his shoes and left the house with Suyu. Your brother, he's really a good guy. Cheng Zhengqiu scratched his head and sighed. TCH, if he were this nice to everyone, I'd be your younger brother. Jing Xan grumbled angrily. Chapter 17, Jingi's return gift. In fact, Suyu meant to wander around with him. But the stubborn and taciturn Jingi directly escorted her home. When Suyu was about to step to the end of the road, Jingi asked her, are you not going home? If she wanted to go home, why did she need him to send her at all? Suyu simply said to walk around, and then started walking. With no choice, Jingi awkwardly followed, extremely nervous, unsure where to put his hands, so he kept them in his pocket. The night breeze was slightly cool, gently caressing his cheeks, as if it were a few years ago, during the school nights when they jogged on the playground and passed by each other countless times. In his seemingly infinite capacity brain, there were many things, but why did he remember her so vividly? Suyu's intention for calling out Jingi was very simple, just simply, to close the distance between them and improve their relationship. Life on the farm was peaceful, but Suyu didn't think this would last forever if Huang Ling's leadership philosophy didn't change. Maromao's health was gradually improving, and sooner or later, she would leave to find a safer area more suitable for herself and her small team. Qin Yuan hadn't said it, but she would definitely leave with her. Then, what about Jingi? Suyu couldn't be sure. Right now, she needed him, but it seemed that Jingi didn't need Suyu and Qin Yuan as teammates that much. So the problem was realistic and harsh. To keep Jingi, Suyu had to build up their relationship. Suyu took out a bottle of men's hair gel from her bag and handed it to Jingi. Here, it's for you. Jingi was a little surprised as he accepted the bottle of hair gel. Suyu then explained, I found it in the convenience store yesterday. I noticed your bangs are quite long and covering your eyes, so I guess you might need this. Aha. Jingi shyly held the hair gel bottle and said, thank you. Seeing that Jingi accepted it, Suyu sighed with relief. Many girls had given gifts to Jingi in the past, and none of those gifts had been accepted. She was also afraid that Jingi might refuse, which would have been very embarrassing. Jingi Senior, do you have any plans for the future? Suyu cautiously asked him. I mean, you, with Jing Xan, do you have somewhere specific you want to go? Jingi thought for a moment and replied, a safe place. Here, it's pretty safe. Suyu continued probing. But Jingi shook his head, it's not safe here. Suyu was startled for a moment. Did Jingi think the same way as her? The number of zombies is increasing day by day. It's impossible for just a few men to hold this place down. Jingi said faintly. He indeed thought the same way as her. After yesterday's attack by the large group of zombies, Suyu felt her sense of crisis growing stronger. No matter what happened in the suburbs in the past, it was impossible to encounter such a massive wave of zombies. This indicated that the number of incoming zombies in the He's area was increasing, getting closer and closer to the farm. Sooner or later, the hungry zombies would notice this rich target, and unless the farm could arm everyone up, relying solely on Xiao Tan and a few men wouldn't be able to protect the farm. After strolling back home with Jingi, Suyu finally felt relieved. It seemed like Jingi was planning to follow her. If Jingi brought Jing Xan and followed her, the burden on Suyu's shoulders grew heavier. She needed to find a safe haven for her teammates who trusted her. Suyu hadn't had time to find Huang Ling yet, but Huang Ling sent someone to invite her over. Huang Ling's office was very tastefully decorated, with paintings hanging on the walls, sculptures on the shelves, and potted plants on the desk, all incredibly exquisite. And Huang Ling, dressed in a well-fitted lady suit, sat at her desk looking at Suyu, giving her a sense of being received by a superior. Huang Ling gestured for Suyu to sit down and then slowly said, "Suyu, you know, our farm has become more than just a farm now." Suyu nodded. More and more refugees had joined the farm, building houses. Everyone had their own job. It was less of a shelter and more like a community, even a small town. And Huang Ling was no longer just the female owner of the farm, she could be considered the mayor. "I heard from the teacher that the child you brought doesn't want to go to school?" Huang Ling asked her. Suyu guessed that Huang Ling asking her was probably also about Jing Xan. "It's his brother's decision, and I believe it should be respected," Suyu replied. "Family opinions are certainly important, but here, if everyone disobeys the rules and does whatever they want, it will be hard to maintain the daily order and stability of the refuge," Huang Ling said calmly. "We have hospitals, schools, and even a theater stage. Do you know what this means in the apocalypse? It means the continuation of civilization. I understand, but the foundation of civilization is peace. If people can't even guarantee their own lives, how can we talk about continuation?" Suyu frankly stated. "Do you think our farm is not stable enough? We have sufficient food, strong defenses, and everyone is living in peace. Isn't this stability?" Huang Ling's face turned grim. Even though she was upset, Suyu still had to remind her, the number of zombies outside is increasing day by day. Besides zombies, there are also humans who are eyeing us greedily. Just take the Yui town as an example, there are surviving human groups there, and they're not few in number. As long as they follow the rules, our shelter welcomes all. Suyu smiled. "Sister Huang Ling, you underestimate the complexity of people outside. They've survived for so long in the apocalypse that they've probably forgotten the rules of human society a long time ago. Like you, right?" Huang Ling stared at Suyu intensely. Suyu did not deny it. Indeed, she was unwilling to comply with the farm's rules, which was why she hadn't wanted to settle here for such a long time. "So tell me your thoughts," Huang Ling finally asked patiently, clearly showing some leadership qualities now. "Arm everyone, teach everyone how to protect themselves. Schools should not only teach cultural subjects but also give children the skills to defend against zombies." Suyu originally had much more to say, but Huang Ling interrupted her before she could continue. "All I've worked hard for over such a long time has been to let the villagers forget about the trauma brought by the outside world, and you want to throw them back into fear? This isn't about instilling panic, it's about teaching them self-protection during a crisis," Suyu said urgently. "Stop talking." Huang Ling waved her hand. "I won't agree. The farm has its own armed team, and their responsibility is to protect the villagers. Right now, the villagers are safe." Suyu eventually swallowed all her words. Huang Ling was stubborn. Once she was convinced of her own ideas, it wasn't easy to persuade her with just a few sentences from Suyu. As Suyu walked out of Huang Ling's office, she met Xiao Tan on the road. Xiao Tan was still wearing his black shirt, his muscular outline very apparent. He looked tall and handsome. A few men around him noticed Suyu and immediately nudged Xiao Tan, laughing mischievously as they left. Xiao Tan walked toward Suyu. "What did Sister Huang want with you?" Xiao Tan saw her sullen expression and asked solicitously. "It was about Jing Xan. She wants Jing Xan to return to school, but I don't think it's necessary," Suyu replied. Walking with Suyu down the quiet street, Xiao Tan said, "I know why you don't want to stay, but, actually, you don't need to worry too much." He patted the gun slung over his shoulder. "I'll protect this place. Our armed team is quite powerful right now. Speaking of which, I saw other human groups when I was in Yui town the other day," Suyu said seriously to Xiao Tan. "It would be best to figure out their situation." Xiao Tan furrowed his brows. Yui town was too close to them. They had been there several times before, but they hadn't seen any signs of human activity. Since Suyu mentioned this, there must be something behind it. Perhaps those people were hiding intentionally, and if that was the case, the possibility of them being enemies was high. "I understand. I'll investigate thoroughly," Xiao Tan said. Jingi was teaching Cheng Zhangqiu to use a knife in the courtyard. In the distance, he saw Xiao Tan escorting Suyu home. His eyes flickered with a mixture of emotions. Recalling what Suyu had said earlier about choosing Xiao Tan, his heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. Caught off guard, Cheng Zhangqiu swung his blade over, and the sharp edge landed on Jingi's arm. Jingi quickly moved aside, but the blade still tore a small opening in his sleeve. His heart also felt like it had been slashed open. Ding. System task, Yui Town Elementary School, rescue trapped girl. Reward points, 200. Do you accept the task? Suyu had just returned to her room and was preparing for a midday rest when the system issued a new task. Accept. Every time Suyu needed points in an emergency, there seemed to never be enough. She had to complete more tasks to earn points, which could save her life in critical moments. Suyu initially planned to find Qin Yuan to go with her, but Qin Yuan seemed to be out on a mission with the armed team. Suyu then went directly to the house across from hers to look for Jingi. When Jingi heard Suyu say they were going to Yui Town, without a word, he picked up his sheath and followed Suyu out the door. But upon leaving, he seemed to remember something and told Suyu to wait while he rushed upstairs. Suyu curiously watched him come back again. This time, he had an extra cloth bag in his hand. From the bag, he took out a short knife and handed it to Suyu. Suyu was slightly startled as she picked up the short knife and examined it. The handle wasn't elaborate, but it felt very comfortable in her hand. The blade was longer than a regular dagger, about half the length of an arm. It was smooth and extraordinarily sharp, glinting under the sunlight, almost blinding. What is this? Suyu looked at Jingi questioningly. It's for you. Jingi's face reddened slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed, to return your last gift. Suyu recalled giving Jingi a bottle of hair gel last time. Today, she noticed he had combed up his bangs that usually covered his eyes, revealing a high forehead which made him look more mature and handsome. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You're really polite, senior." However, she did need a set of close-range weapons that suited her better. Daggers were too short, and every time she killed a zombie, she got covered in pus. This knife was just the right length. But I don't really know how to use knives. Suyu asked Jingi, "Do you stab with it like you would with a dagger?" Jingi drew out the knife and gave her a quick demonstration of basic knife techniques. Suyu memorized each of his movements. "I'll teach you slowly when we have more time," Jingi said. Chapter 18, Warrior Monk. Suyu nodded, sheathed her knife, and walked toward the gate with Jingi. On the way, they encountered a large truck, and Xiaotan stood on it with a gun in his hand. When he saw Suyu, he greeted her. "Where are you guys going?" Suyu asked him. "To Wuli town. Last time you said there were survivors in that town, so we're going to check the situation." "Great. Take us with you, we're also heading there," Suyu said. Xiaotan waved his hand, and the truck stopped. Xiaotan pulled Suyu onto the truck, and then Suyu turned around to pull Jingi. When Jingi saw her hand, he hesitated for a moment. "Hurry up and get on," Suyu urged. Jingi grabbed her hand and quickly got on the truck. The truck drove out of the ranch gate. "The group of people in Wuli town should have their camp in the southeastern part," Suyu said to Xiaotan. "After finding them, what do you plan to do?" Xiaotan threw the cigarette butt in his hand away and said, "First, we won't show ourselves, but we'll sneak around and gather some intelligence. If they aren't decent people, like the group from his city, we'll just wipe them out directly." There was a touch of ruthlessness in his gaze, which explained why these men all followed him. Xiaotan's decisive judgment really had the air of a leader. Suyu glanced at the people on the truck, tall Yuan, lean and cunning Bin, as well as Lin Zun who didn't talk much and slightly overweight Huang Jirue. These were all the brothers Xiaotan trusted the most. They were few in number, but each one was skilled. There shouldn't be any problems. "Oh, by the way, we're here to carry out a mission. What are the two of you doing?" Bin looked at Suyu and Jingi mischievously and joked, "You two aren't planning to go into the city to watch a movie or something, are you?" After this question, Xiaotan also lifted his eyes to glance at the two sitting opposite him. Suyu certainly couldn't tell them that she was going to rescue people as part of a mission. This simply wouldn't make sense, so it was better that no one knew about the system. "I'm on leave today, bored, so I'll go into the city to wander around. Watching movies is out of the question. We'll just find a KTV to sing songs or something like that. Is there a problem?" Suyu bluntly looked at Bin and asked. "You're God Suyu, if you want to do something, you can just do it. How dare I have any issues?" Bin laughed and looked at Xiaotan, who wasn't in a very good mood. 2 hours from now, meet back here on time." The group got off the vehicle at the road sign for Wuli town, and Xiaotan said this to Suyu. Suyu nodded and together with Jingi walked toward the small town. Looking at the two leaving silhouettes, Bin remarked, "These two seem to have a pretty close relationship, huh?" Before his words even finished, Xiaotan delivered a punch, causing him to stagger, nearly falling down. Huang Jirue hurried over to help Bin up and whispered into his ear, "Do you still want to live if you're flaunting your thoughts in front of the boss?" Bin spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and approached Xiaotan, saying to Xiaotan, "Boss, you hit well. But even though you may not want to hear it, I still need to say it. Sister Huangling might not let us touch the women at the ranch, but in this chaotic endworld where the strong prey on the weak, those women depend on us to survive. Why can't we touch them? In our brothers' hearts, you're truly the boss, and we only follow your orders. As long as you give the word, we'll defy Sister Huangling. Then, wouldn't Suyu become the meal on your plate? It would definitely be better than feeling stifled like we do now." Xiaotan's eyes glimmered coldly as they slowly shifted from Bin to Huang Jirue, Lin Zun, and Yuan. "Do all of you think this way?" he asked coldly. It was actually Yuan who stepped forward and said, "Boss, we respect you. Whatever you want to do, we'll stand by you. But, we're not bandits. This notion of the strong preying on the weak, isn't that making us no different from beasts?" He angrily glared at Bin and said disdainfully. "That's right," Huang Jirue stepped in and said. "I'm not highly educated, but I agree with what Yuan said. We can't be like the gang from his city last time, it's too damn disgusting." Lin Zun remained silent, but his expression indicated that he shared Yuan's stance. Xiaotan smiled faintly. Truly, these were the loyal brothers who'd followed him for such a long time. He turned to look at Bin, "Never bring this up again unless you want another beating." After saying this, he turned and walked toward the small town. Bin trudged behind with a sullen face. Huang Jirue came to his side and quietly said, "Sister Huang has done favors for the boss. If you value your life, don't mention anything about rebellion anymore." Bin let out a low humph and remained silent. "Wah, I'm scared." The young boy stood trembling on a pile of high desks in the corner. Zombies were reaching out their hands towards him from below. "Shut up. You're attracting the zombies." From the other end of the classroom, an older girl shouted. She was holding an iron stool and kept hitting the zombies, trying to drive them away. One leg of the iron stool pierced straight into the zombie's head, and she pressed the zombie down with all her might, causing one of its eyeballs to burst and bounce on the ground twice. Cheng Ling, watch out behind you. A girl from the other corner shouted, alerting Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling swung the stool backward, knocking down the zombie that was pouncing at her. She then forcefully jabbed one foot of the stool into its brain. The zombies in the classroom had been taken care of by Cheng Ling. She said to the little girl who cried earlier, Xia Tian, quickly lock the classroom door. After saying this, she also ran to close the back door. The girl called Xia Tian ran to the front door nearest to her. As she was about to shut it, a zombie's hand slipped inside, waving madly. Its shriveled skin was dark greenish-blue, with long nails almost tearing Xia Tian's skin. Startled, Xia Tian gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength to close the door. The arm that had intruded was clamped under the door, which emitted the cracking sound of bones breaking as Xia Tian used more force. Then pus and blood splattered out, covering Xia Tian. Finally, all the doors were locked. Xia Tian and Cheng Ling pushed the desks together to block the classroom door. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the glass window, there were more and more zombies gathering. They saw the three people inside the room and crowded around the window. The faces of some of the innermost zombies almost touched the glass, glaring ferociously at them with greedy and hungry eyes. War. The little boy standing high up on the pile of desks started crying again. Mama, I'm so scared. Ju Yuan, stop crying. You'll get us killed. Cheng Ling angrily yelled at him. Ju Yuan's cries diminished, and he began sniffling, sobbing hopelessly. Actually, Xia Tian felt quite hopeless too. Maybe they would die today. But seeing Cheng Ling's determined face, she still suppressed her inner fear. The zombies kept beating against the glass windows. Soon, one of the windows developed cracks and wouldn't hold for much longer. Don't be afraid, Zhuyi will return soon, we'll be saved. Xia Tian softly consoled Ju Yuan. Just as the window glass was about to shatter, the zombies suddenly became agitated. They all turned their heads and looked toward one side of the corridor, then roared oh, as they rushed in that direction. Sounds of combat echoed along the corridor. Cheng Ling relaxed a bit, it must be Zhuyi returning, but the person who appeared before them wasn't Zhuyi because Zhuyi didn't have hair. She had short, tidy hair. Wearing tight-fitting trousers and a tank top jacket tied around her waist, she revealed her athletic figure. In one hand, she held a short knife, while in the other, she lifted a zombie by its collar. The short knife stabbed directly under the zombie's neck and emerged from the top of its head, bringing out pus and blood. Another zombie growled and pounced at her from behind. Without even turning back, she gripped the knife handle firmly and inserted it straight into the brain of the zombie behind her. The zombie fell with a thud, and she swiftly turned around, eliminating all the surrounding zombies one after another. A light sparked in Cheng Ling's eyes. This woman was so powerful. Su Yu signaled to open the door. Cheng Ling quickly called Xia Tian over to help. Pushing aside the furniture blocking the entrance, Su Yu walked into the classroom, glanced around, and asked, "Are there only the three of you?" Cheng Ling nodded. "Our companions went out to look for food. Now, there are just the three of us." She introduced them individually. "My name is Cheng Ling, I'm 13 years old. This is Xia Tian, 12 years old." Then she pointed at the little boy who jumped down from the desk. Ju Yuan, 10 years old. All of them are still children. There are many zombies outside. It's not safe to stay here long. You should come with me, Su Yu said. The three of them looked at each other, but our companions went out, we need to wait for them. At that moment, Jingi called Su Yu from outside. Su Yu stepped out, and as Jingi sheathed his long sword and stood on the balcony looking down, Su Yu followed his gaze. She saw on the playground there was a bald man wielding a long stick, staging a dramatic display of martial arts, his movements fluid and graceful. Spinning around, striking, withdrawing his stick, sweeping, every strike seemed effortless yet hit the vital points of the zombies accurately. Within a few minutes, more than 10 zombies lay dead around him. This bald man looked just like the warrior monks from TV shows about Shaolin Temple. The three children also ran to the balcony. Xia Tian exclaimed joyfully, "It's Zhuyi coming back." Zhuyi. Ju Yuan cried out with happiness and tears in his eyes. Zhuyi looked up and saw the three children, as well as Su Yu and Jingi. Holding his stick in one hand and placing the other on his chest like a monk, he nodded slightly to Su Yu and Jingi. "Truly, a martial monk," Su Yu said to Jingi, disbelief evident in her voice. Su Yu and Jingi escorted the three children out of the school building. Zhuyi came toward them with his stick. Xia Tian and Ju Yuan ran to Zhuyi and hugged him tightly. Ju Yuan burst into tears again. "Zhuyi, you're finally back. We almost died." Chapter 19, I Don't Kill People. Su Yu and Jingi protected the three children as they ran out of the teaching building. Zhuyi, holding a stick, walked towards them. Xia Tian and Ju Yuan ran over, hugging Zhuyi tightly, while Ju Yuan cried again. "Zhuyi, you're finally back, we almost died." Cheng Ling looked at Zhuyi and turned her head away somewhat awkwardly. Zhuyi came over and said to Cheng Ling, "Thanks for your effort." "It's nothing." Cheng Ling carelessly shrugged. Xia Tian was a great helper, except that Ju Yuan kept crying and made too much noise. "Oh, by the way, Zhuyi, did you find any food?" Zhuyi helplessly shook his head. "All the nearby supermarkets have been emptied. All that's left are expired foods." Su Yu carefully examined Zhuyi. He wore a set of grey robes, looked very refined, had very dark and bright eyes, sharp and spirited, appearing quite young, only about 23 or 24 years old. "Thank you for saving the children." Yi clasped his palms together, addressing Su Yu and Jingi. No problem, Su Yu said looking at Yi. Your skills are amazing. Are you a martial monk? Yi nodded. Yes, but I'm secular now. In this apocalypse, if one didn't return to secular life, it would probably be hard to survive, let alone eating vegetarian. So, are they your friends? Su Yu looked at the 3 children and asked Yi. We used to live in his city. 3 months ago, we went on an art excursion with the teacher from an art training center. Then, we met zombies that eat people, many classmates died, we survived hiding in the car. We've been dodging here and there outside for a few days, and then we met Yi, who has been protecting us all along. Chengling told Su Yu. Are you from his city too? What happened to it? Su Yu shook her head. It's already been occupied by zombies. The people in the city either fled or died. Chengling's eyes began to redden slightly. What about my brother? Chengling, don't worry, your family must still be alive, Xia Tian clumsily consoled Chengling. My brother is both stupid and cowardly, he couldn't have lasted long. Stupid and cowardly? Do you know Cheng Zhengqiu? Su Yu suddenly asked, remembering that Cheng Zhengqiu mentioned his sister was missing. Chengling abruptly raised her head. You know him. Small world. Su Yu smiled faintly. I can take you to him right now. Though he may be timid, he isn't stupid. This place isn't suitable to stay for long. Jingi glanced at the increasing number of zombies on the playground, and said to Su Yu. Do you want to go back with us? We have a base, temporarily very safe. Su Yu looked at Yi. Yi glanced at Chengling and Xia Tian, and nodded, finding a safe place for the kids would be best. Jingi was at the front, drawing a bloody path with a long sword. Su Yu guarded the 3 children in the middle, while Yi covered the rear. The 3 of them left the school and entered the street. While walking through a narrow alley, several gunshots rang out nearby, and Jingi gestured for everyone to stop. After 2 minutes, a few more gunshots sounded, getting closer. It's not a firefight. Su Yu and Jingi exchanged glances. If it were a battle between 2 parties, the shots wouldn't be intermittent, it could only mean someone was killing zombies. Not long after, the roar of engines approached from a distance. A large truck drove down from the end of the road, with 3 or 4 people standing on it, rifles strapped on their backs. At the front of the truck was a pole, and on the pole hung the upper body of a zombie, its legs already chopped off, but its hands continued to swing around chaotically, its mouth making sounds like "Ao-woo." Trailing behind the truck were ropes tied to 2 more zombies, being dragged as the truck moved forward. Behind the truck followed a large group of zombies chasing the vehicle, screaming "Ao-woo" continuously. The men on the truck were drinking beer, using their guns to fire at the pursuing zombie horde while laughing loudly. Su Yu and her group clung closely to the shadows against the wall, fortunately not spotted. However, the crux was, these insane people drove away boldly, leaving them to deal with a wave of zombies. Many zombies noticed the few figures hiding in the shadow, reaching out their hands toward them, and more zombies became aware of them. Su Yu and Jingi exchanged glances. Break through. Su Yu shouted, drawing her dagger and stabbing 2 nearby zombies down. Jingi stepped forward, diving into the zombie crowd, beginning to fight fiercely. Yi primarily focused on protecting the 3 children. His long stick swept horizontally, knocking zombies down, and then following Su Yu and Jingi rushing madly towards the outskirts of the city. Su Yu followed closely behind Jingi. Jingi glanced back at her, then directly grabbed her wrist, pulling her along. Su Yu was startled, realizing the density of zombies around them was growing higher, and Jingi was pulling her to dodge the zombies. At a moment like this, she was actually thinking of protecting her. Su Yu's heart slowly began to fill with warmth. From this point forward, she truly began to trust Jingi, realizing he was a teammate worth entrusting her life and back to. Be careful. Su Yu turned back and shouted to Yi. At this critical moment, Yi's long stick proved to be very effective for protection, sweeping down a large group of zombies with one motion. System, I want to change my weapon. She remembered that she had just earned 200 points, which would be perfect to use now. Ding, host currently has 418 points. System detects current environment crisis. Suggest exchange, requires 30 points, can interfere with the zombie's visual and olfactory system. Exchange for 3. Ding, exchange successful, X3, placed in host space. Yi, get out of the way. Su Yu called out and bit open the valve of, throwing it toward the zombies coming from all directions. Smoke quickly filled the air, and the actions of the zombies began to slow down and became uncertain. The number of zombies chasing after Su Yu and the others dropped drastically, and they managed to break through their encirclement and fight their way out. Without pausing for a breath, they ran outside the city where only a few scattered zombies remained, none having noticed them from afar. Su Yu panted heavily, and Jingi also stopped to steady his heartbeat. At this moment, the big truck also came from inside the city. Xiao Tan and the others were shooting zombies along the way. The vehicle stopped beside Su Yu. Wow, who released the just now? Huang Zirui excitedly said, it really should have been fun to watch those bastards chewing on each other like blind bears. Their olfactory systems temporarily paralyzed, leaving them unable to distinguish friend from foe. It was this big sister who did it. Xia Tian pointed at Su Yu admirably. Xiao Tan's gaze fell on Su Yu's wrist, still tightly gripped by Jingi, his expression slightly darkened. Jingi also realized his hand was still holding hers. His heart, which had just calmed down, started beating rapidly again. He quickly let go, and Su Yu also felt a little awkward. We encountered these 3 kids and this young man on the road. Su Yu asked Xiao Tan, can they come back with us? Since you've already asked, How could I possibly say no? Xiao Tan spoke with a somewhat teasing tone, making the ambiguity clear in his words, causing his subordinates to smirk. Get on the truck first, it's not safe here. Yuan lowered the back rail of the truck and helped each of the little ones climb aboard. On the road, Su Yu briefly recounted their encounter to Xiao Tan. Ignoring the children, Xiao Tan focused his attention on Yi. If you're going to return to the ranch with us, you'll need to answer a few questions of mine, okay? Yi nodded. Ask away. Where are you from? What do you do? West Sacred Mountain, disciple in training. How many zombies have you killed? Countless. How many people have you killed? Yi's pupils suddenly tightened. I don't kill people. Xiao Tan suddenly smiled, finding his answer rather disdainful. If you don't kill others, they will kill you. How will you choose? Yi's gaze intensely locked onto Xiao Tan. His facial muscles tightened. I don't kill people, nor will I allow others to kill me. Alright, it was just a joke. Xiao Tan walked over and patted Yi's shoulder. Don't be upset. Actually, whether you stay or not isn't up to me, but I guess Boss Huang would like someone like you. But speaking of it, why did you two go to Wuli Town? This time, it wasn't Jubin asking, but Yuan. He indeed was asking for Xiao Tan. Everyone could see that Xiao Tan was interested in Su Yu. When I wasn't living in the ranch, didn't I wander around? Su Yu shrugged, got used to wildness, so if I didn't go out for some time, it makes me uncomfortable. If you want to go out, tell me next time, I'll take you. Xiao Tan spoke up, lifting his head and directing his pitch-black eyes toward Su Yu. Big brother Xiao is such a busy person, I wouldn't dare trouble you. Su Yu gave a faint smile, trying to sidestep the subtle innuendo in his words through humor. I always have time for you, Xiao Tan replied once more, and even Cheng Ling heard something in his tone this time. She turned her head and looked at Su Yu and Xiao Tan. This guy keeps talking and becoming bolder. Su Yu's scalp stiffened as she decided it was better to keep quiet. Jingi hadn't spoken throughout the conversation, sitting next to Su Yu. His scalp also tightened as he listened to Xiao Tan's straightforward expressions towards Su Yu, feeling increasingly annoyed. The more he saw of Xiao Tan, the less he liked him. Huang Ling welcomed Yi and the three little ones upon seeing them, though the accommodation was temporarily insufficient. Su Yu then invited them to stay in her two houses, which Jingi had no objection to. Where's my brother? Cheng Ling couldn't hold back her urgency and asked Su Yu, where is he? Cheng Zhengqiu should be at the ranch conducting routine checks on the livestock at this time, but someone had already been sent to call him. He should be here soon, and Su Yu consoled Cheng Ling with a few words. Huang Ling then turned to Xiao Tan. How about your situation? There's a group of survivors in Wuli Town. Their camp is the town hospital. The number is unclear, but it should be considerable, Xiao Tan said. Those guys don't seem like good citizens. So, Huang Ling looked at Xiao Tan with almond-shaped eyes. What do you plan to do? Take the initiative. Xiao Tan spoke firmly, locking eyes with Huang Ling. His gaze was filled with ruthlessness. Just like last time with the group from his city, eliminate them. Chapter 20A Reunion Dinner. Strike first. Xiao Tan said solemnly, locking eyes with Huang Ling. His gaze was filled with ferocity. Just like what we did to those people from his last time, wipe them out. No way. Huang Ling flatly rejected his suggestion, turning back and walking to her desk. Leaning on it, she seriously said to Xiao Tan, we don't know who they are. We cannot indiscriminately kill innocents. I'm not sure who they are, Xiao Tan enunciated each word clearly, but I'm certain that if they find out about the existence of the ranch, they would be very, very interested. My ranch welcomes everyone. Huang Ling spread her hands, appearing almost like a saint as she said, if they come to join us, I will accept them. Jubin gave a cold laugh but said nothing. If they want to seize the ranch instead of coexisting peacefully, do you think you can convince them to follow our rules? Su Yu countered Huang Ling. I won't make assumptions about things that haven't happened. Huang Ling said coldly, her face already looking terrible. I'm tired. Get out, all of you. Don't talk about this anymore. The ranch is very safe. Humans aren't as scary as you think. As they stepped out of the office, Cheng Zhengqiu came running down the corridor in a disheveled state. Sis. He flailed his arms wildly, shouting as he nearly collided with several passers-by. Sis. Cheng Zhengqiu ran over, picked up Cheng Ling, and spun her around in the air, tears streaming down his face. That's great. It's amazing that you're still alive. Cheng Ling was also glad, but her smile was more reserved and inward-looking. She awkwardly pushed at Cheng Zhengqiu. Put me down quick, you're embarrassing me to death. After putting her down, Cheng Zhengqiu was still excited. From now on, Big Brother will protect you well. Stay close by me, and don't run around recklessly. Cheng Zhengqiu slapped the back of Cheng Ling's head without much consideration. Cheng Ling stumbled slightly from the slap, in pain, frowning, glaring at him for a moment, and all the joy from their reunion had faded. Now, she just wanted to be as far away from Cheng Zhengqiu as possible. It's thanks to Ji Yij who protected us. Cheng Ling walked closer to Zui Yi, seeming even closer to him. Young man, your name is Zui Yi, right? Thank you. Cheng Zhengqiu sincerely thanked him. I owe you a big favor. Let me know if you need anything in the future. Not necessary. Zui Yi shook his head, signaling that it wasn't needed. After stepping out of Huang Ling's municipal building, the group bid farewell to each other. Xiao Tan suggested sending Su Yu off, but Su Yu politely declined. Xiao Tan looked at the group around Su Yu and didn't insist. After saying goodnight, he left with his subordinates. The entire journey, Cheng Zhengqiu incessantly narrated various experiences since the apocalypse began to Cheng Ling, who listened quietly. Unlike Cheng Zhengqiu, Cheng Ling hardly spoke, displaying completely opposite personalities. These two siblings truly differed significantly in character. However, speaking of personality differences, Su Yu sneakily glanced at Jingi beside her, and he was also quite different from Jing Xan. Jingi noticed her glance, lifting his eyes to meet hers for a brief moment. Su Yu quickly turned her face away. Jingi's heart once again became unsettled. Did she look at him? Why did she look at him? Zui Yi and Zhu Yuan stayed in Jingi's house, while Cheng Ling and Xia Tian stayed in Su Yu's house. Rooms were somewhat tight, but Cheng Ling and Xia Tian could share a bed, and Su Yu and Qin Wan could stay in one room. In the evening, after dinner had yet to be served, Qin Wan learned that Cheng Zhengqiu had found his lost sister, so she invited everyone to gather at her place for a family reunion dinner. Cheng Zhengqiu was delighted and brought over some red wine he had been hoarding for a long time. Su Yu helped Qin Wan prepare the meal in the kitchen while Cheng Zhengqiu and others chatted in the living room, listening to the children recount their experiences over the past 3 months. Jing Xan sat on the sofa with Maro, exuding aloofness. He showed little interest in these kids, except Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan, who seemed quite curious about Jing Xan, more accurately, quite curious about Maro beside Jing Xan. When asked about Zhao Tian, Qin Wan said she probably met another man, and tonight she might not return home. Since moving into the ranch, staying out overnight had become common for Zhao Tian. Su Yu didn't pay much attention. Although she had saved Zhao Tian, she disliked her, especially the fact that Zhao Tian always seemed to have an eye on Jingi. Su Yu didn't care whom Zhao Tian wanted to get along with as long as it wasn't Jingi. She didn't want her own capable teammate stolen by another woman. Jingi entered the kitchen to help them out. Qin Wan was holding onto a lively fish when she jokingly teased him. Big brother Jingi actually knows how to cook too? Jingi nodded and took over the wriggling fish from Qin Wan. Leave it to me. Su Yu was cutting green onions nearby and saw Qin Wan's incredulous expression about Jingi cooking, so she added, our big brother Jingi is the all-around king, there isn't much that he can't handle. Jingi blushed slightly at Su Yu's compliment, turning around silently to fillet the fish. Qin Wan washed her hands and took off the apron. Alright then, I'll leave the kitchen to you two. Hey, didn't someone say they would show off their cooking skills tonight? Su Yu shouted after Qin Wan, who turned back and gave her a knowing smile before walking away. Senior Jingi, don't be so enthusiastic. Su Yu walked back into the kitchen and advised Jingi, these guys just take advantage of your honesty. Qin Wan, Cheng Zhengqiu, and Jing Xan, none of them were simple people. They took advantage of Jingi's good nature and lack of complaints, which Su Yu wasn't happy about at all. Is he honest? Jingi had never thought of himself as such. He just wanted to help her cook. Senior Jingi. Su Yu suddenly leaned closer to him, curiously asking, let me ask you a personal question. As she moved closer, Jingi felt a slight flutter in his heart. Holding the spatula, he flipped the fish and tried to appear calm as he said, go ahead, ask. In the past, there were so many girls chasing you, did you not once feel something for any of them? This was a question Su Yu had long wanted to ask, but their relationship used to be too distant for her to bring up such a asterisk topic. Now that they shared a bond of hardship, he probably wouldn't mind, right? Why were they chasing me? Jingi asked casually. They were chasing you. Su Yu looked at Jingi's innocent face. Did he really think chasing meant being pursued by zombies? I remember Senior Jingi got professed to many times, right? Su Yu rephrased it. So, what does that mean when someone says they like you and want to be with you? Isn't that what confession means? Jingi scratched the back of his head, blankly asking. This senior seems to really not understand these things. Su Yu nodded vigorously, excitedly asking. So, what were you thinking at the time? Jingi furrowed his brows. I was very busy training, and I didn't have time to date so many people. Su Yu blinked, realizing that Senior Jingi was incredibly pure-hearted, extremely pure-hearted. He clearly didn't understand these matters. What did it mean to date so many people? Why should he agree to all of them? Shouldn't one pick someone they liked, and only start dating that person? Su Yu strongly suspected that Jingi completely misunderstood the word date as simply engaging in human interaction. So, Senior Jingi, haven't you ever felt a heartbeat racing over a girl? If you did, wouldn't you want to date her? Su Yu muttered, understanding now that this big person, Jingi, lacked any experience in matters of emotion, possibly even less than Jing Xan. Such innocence, that was great. No need to worry about him being lured away by other women. Jingi dropped the spatula straight onto the ground. She quickly squatted down, picked it up, rinsed it at the sink, handed it back to Jingi, and then noticed his face was red like an apple. She hadn't expected Jingi's reaction to be this big. Hold on, what had she just said? Heartbeat racing? She reached out and touched Jingi's chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat. It was going to explode. She stared at Jingi incredulously. Jingi quickly turned around and continued fiddling with the fish in the pot. Sorry, I'm not used to physical contact. You're too close. He feigned calmness as he concealed his feelings. Now she understood. She almost thought. Jingi's heart raced because of her. Her own heart raced from the shock. Su Yu quickly shuffled away, maintaining some distance from Jingi. On the contrary, now that Su Yu had left his side, Jingi's heart somehow felt a bit empty. When dinner was served, everyone marveled it had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a sumptuous feast. Jingi's culinary skills were truly unmatched, rivaling those of hotel chefs. Su Yu assisted him throughout, and the entire table full of exquisite dishes was made solely by Jingi. The three young ones ate voraciously. They genuinely hadn't tasted food this delicious in a long time. During these past 3 months of wandering and fleeing, they almost hadn't had a proper meal. Jing Xan watched them, lightly snorting in disdain through his nose. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan seemed eager to befriend Jing Xan, but Jing Xan remained aloof throughout and showed no interest in playing with them. Instead, he was more interested in Cheng Ling, who largely ignored Jing Xan and chatted with Zuoyi instead. Su Yu watched Jing Xan's frustration and couldn't help but feel like karma was at play after all. Jing Xan always bullied Cheng Zhengqiu, and now his younger sister got her revenge on behalf of her brother. Seeing how uneasy Zuoyi looked, Qin Wan couldn't bear it and said kindly, "Young master, do you eat vegetarian? Shall I stir-fry some vegetables for you? There's no need for the trouble, I've already disrobed." Zuoyi gratefully replied to Qin Wan, "That's good then." Qin Wan served a piece of chicken leg to Zuoyi, "Then go ahead and eat without hesitation. With all the chaos outside, it's fate that we've come together. Just treat us as family." "That's right," Cheng Zhengqiu said. "You took care of my sister for 3 months. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen her again." His face was a bit red, and his eyes were also a bit watery. "Master Zuoyi, I'll toast to you, thank you." "I don't drink alcohol," Zuoyi declined, waving his hands. "Let tea stand in for alcohol then." Su Yu poured Zuoyi a cup of tea. Today, Cheng Zhengqiu was the happiest. He toasted with everyone a few times. Jingi had the weakest alcohol tolerance. After drinking a little, he became dizzy and started acting strangely. Then, everyone had the rare opportunity to witness the most embarrassing day in Senior Jingi's life. Chapter 21, Running Away. Su Yu was helping Qin Yuan wash dishes in the kitchen when Zhu Yuan and Xia Tian came over to help. Then, Jingi also entered and suddenly pounced on Su Yu. He was tall and strong, and his attack was as ferocious as an eagle's, grabbing Su Yu from behind with wet hands. Stiffened by surprise, Su Yu stared wide-eyed at Qin Yuan beside her, who was also completely shocked, mouth agape, incredulously staring at Jingi. "Senior brother Jingi, are you alright?" Su Yu tried to pull away Jingi, but he had a firm grip around her waist and refused to let go. "My brother is always like this when he's drunk," Jing Xan said, watching from the side as if enjoying the show. How could Jingi always maintain his aloofness and grab the limelight? Now, it was time for everyone to see his embarrassing side. The expression of tomorrow's sober Jingi would be amusing to imagine, and Jing Xan couldn't contain his excitement just thinking about it. Wow, senior brother Jingi is so unrestrained tonight. Cheng Zhengqiu looked at Jingi and thought it was quite entertaining. "Senior brother, why don't you give me a hug too? What are you standing there for? Pull him off." Su Yu's face was flushed red. The smell of alcohol coming from Jingi enveloped her entirely. She truly felt overwhelmed. A hug won't get anyone pregnant, and it's rare for senior brother Jingi to express himself genuinely once. "Would you have the heart to push him away?" Qin Yuan chuckled happily. Su Yu understood then. These people were deliberately here to make fun of her. Not that easy. Slightly bending over, Su Yu gathered her strength, lifted up Jingi and carried him out of the kitchen. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. This woman, does she possess primordial strength? Su Yu carried Jingi to the sofa and set him down. However, Jingi still clung to her and wouldn't let go. Su Yu beckoned Cheng Zhengqiu over, slightly moved Jingi's arm, and placed it on Cheng Zhengqiu's shoulder. Cheng Zhengqiu, half drunk himself, found it funny and was exceptionally cooperative. Thus, Su Yu slipped out from Jingi's embrace and inserted Cheng Zhengqiu in between them. Su Yu rose, stretching her stiff arms and legs, not expecting Jingi's tolerance for alcohol to be so low. In the future, she would need to be more careful not to let him drink too much, especially in unsafe places. Imagine if he threw himself at someone like zombies, it could cause real trouble. Jingi, probably sensing something amiss, pushed Cheng Zhengqiu aside, looked at him with disdain, and stumbled drunkenly towards Su Yu again. "How come this isn't over yet?" Su Yu quickly hid behind Qin Yuan, who helped block Jingi while consoling him. "Senior brother Jingi, Su Yu is still a young lady, you can't go hugging her like this. Be a good boy, if you must hug someone, how about hugging Jing Xan?" Pushing Jingi toward Jing Xan hurriedly stepped aside. "I certainly don't want to be hugged by him." Jingi frowned then, looking exactly like a child upset about not getting candy, particularly endearing. "Su Yu, hug me." Although drunk, Jingi still spoke concisely, opening his arms wide for Su Yu. All eyes were now on Su Yu. Fine, I'll give you a quick hug," Su Yu consoled him like a child, reaching out to embrace his waist. There was a sense of tight muscle under her touch, and Jingi wrapped his arms around her, sighing contentedly as though savoring the moment. Being held by Jingi, Su Yu didn't feel awkward at all. On the contrary, his firm embrace gave her immense comfort, which was particularly rare in this apocalypse era. After the hug, they finally managed to coax Jingi into bed, exhausted after much effort. They all wished each other good night and returned to sleep. The school on the farm was a 2-story building, and all the children were sent here to study. Mornings were for Chinese and history classes, and afternoons were reserved for math and physics. Despite their utmost reluctance, Cheng Ling, Xia Tian, and Zhu Yuan were also enrolled here. Xia Tian sat at her desk frowning. "I thought we'd finally escape school since it's the apocalypse, but apparently, we're still stuck." Beside her, Cheng Ling crossed her arms leisurely, saying, "At least it's better than a classroom full of living dead." Zhu Yuan was sitting behind them, peeling open a chocolate bar to put in his mouth. This chocolate was given to Cheng Ling by Jing Xan, but she wasn't fond of it and passed it along to Zhu Yuan. At that moment, a chubby little boy beside him snatched the chocolate directly from his hand and started munching on it. It's mine. Yuan stood up, frowning loudly in protest, catching the attention of Xia Tian and Cheng Ling. Looking back, they noticed a group of boys gathered around the fat boy. What do you want to do? Cheng Ling also stood up. She was the oldest of the three, and Zuoyi had once told her to take care of her younger brother and sister. You three newcomers don't understand the rules. The chubby boy stood up too. He was taller than all of them, fat and strong-looking, and the boys around him appeared very respectful. It seemed he was the little tyrant of the school. All new students must pay tuition to me. What kind of tuition? We don't even want to come to school, Xia Tian said loudly in obvious defiance. All your snacks and toys need to be handed over to our big brother here if you want to stay, another boy beside the chubby one said with his arms akimbo as he addressed the trio. Go to hell. Cheng Ling rolled her eyes impatiently. I'll tell you little rats not to mess with us. We've just survived out there. We're capable of anything. If you're so tough, why did you come to our ranch? The chubby boy pointed at them and shouted in a gruff voice. My father says it's people like you from outside who are stealing our food and resources. That's right. My mother also said that ever since you came, we've been getting much less food every day, and you're taking over our houses. Let's all attack together. Give them a taste of their own medicine. After the chubby boy rallied everyone, all the boys rushed forward. Cheng Ling's movements were very agile. She jumped onto the desk, avoiding being caught, but Xia Tian and Yuan weren't as lucky. They were surrounded, and punches rained down on them. Xia Tian shielded Yuan, enduring several punches herself while Yuan cried uncontrollably. Xia Tian kept resisting but couldn't handle so many attackers at once. A burst of anger surged within Cheng Ling. She picked up a small wooden stool, leaped down from the desk in just a few steps, and began furiously smashing the boys who were attacking Xia Tian, striking mercilessly. Back off, you trash. Just then, someone suddenly yelled, blood. Everyone stopped fighting immediately. They saw that the chubby boy now had a small hole on his forehead, from which blood was steadily oozing. In an instant, his face was covered in bright red blood streaming continuously. All eyes turned to Cheng Ling holding the wooden stool nearby, one corner still smeared with blood. Panicking, Cheng Ling dropped the stool instantly. Murder. Someone screamed. You killed someone. Fingers were pointed at Cheng Ling. The boy's father is a big official here. You'll be arrested and shot. Hurry, report this to the teacher. A few boys already ran out of the classroom. Xia Tian's face turned pale with fear. She grabbed Cheng Ling uncertainly. Ling, what do we do? Without saying another word, Cheng Ling bolted out of the classroom and fled. Jing Xan was practicing the taekwondo moves Yuan had taught him in the yard when Xia Tian and Yuan hurriedly approached, with Yuan still tear-streaked. Where is Su Yu? Where's Zuoyi? Xia Tian asked anxiously. Is anyone home? Su Yu and Zuoyi went on a mission. Jing Xan paused his exercise, wiping sweat from his face with a towel. I'm the only one home. What happened? Tell me. Seeing that Jing Xan was not much older than them, Xia Tian hesitated for a moment but then said, Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling injured the chubby boy. They said she would be thrown in jail or executed. So Cheng Ling, she ran away. Jing Xan was surprised for a moment before realizing, she must have hidden somewhere on the ranch. There's only one exit here, and it's guarded. They wouldn't let her leave. No, Sister Cheng Ling must have gone out. Believe me, follow me. Xia Tian pulled Jing Xan hastily towards the exit. However, Jing Xan stopped and said, wait a minute. Then he quickly returned inside and took out his AK-47 assault rifle, strapping it to his back before following Xia Tian outside. At the edge of the wheat fields, under the tall iron fence, Xia Tian pointed to a large and thick tree, Huai tree, next to the fence, telling Jing Xan, Cheng Ling knows how to climb trees. She must have climbed this tree and then crossed over the fence. Then she pointed toward the treetop, and Jing Xan noticed a small black shoe hung between the branches, belonging to Cheng Ling. She really did run away. Jing Xan realized the gravity of the situation immediately. He quickly hugged the trunk of the tree, easily climbed up, retrieved the shoe from the treetop, and found that it was effortless to jump from the tree onto the iron fence. Big brother Jing Xan. Xia Tian called from below, get down quick. Hurry, go to the farm and find Cheng Zhengqiu, ask him to contact the armed team. I'll go out to look for her. Jing Xan finished speaking and flipped over the fence. When Su Yu and Jingi returned in the afternoon, they had already heard about Cheng Ling running away, and Jingi learned that Jing Xan had also gone out to look for her. Cheng Zhengqiu, who was worried about his sister's safety, had already left with the armed team earlier. So, Jingi and Su Yu took the next available car to follow. Relax, Jing Xan is very clever, you've trained him well. He'll be fine, Su Yu said gently as she noticed how pale Jingi looked in the car. She reached out to hold his hand, offering some comfort. Even though the reassurance felt insufficient at the moment, Jingi still nodded slightly in response. Cheng Ling continued her frantic escape. Fear overwhelmed her heart, making her legs shake uncontrollably. She had killed so many zombies before, but she had never killed a human being. Yet this time, she did kill someone. Killing would certainly mean retribution. She'd surely be caught and executed. The more Cheng Ling thought about it, the more terrified she became, causing her to run even further into the forest. She had no idea where exactly she was heading, just blindly sprinting forward. After entering the woods, Cheng Ling felt a faint sense of security. She leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Suddenly, she heard an all-too-familiar sound. Ha. Cheng Ling looked up, stunned, only to find herself surrounded by zombies. Slowly, they turned their lifeless bodies toward her, extending their hands and lunging straight at her. Chapter 22, Immunity. The traces Cheng Ling left behind were clear but messy. Jing Xan, following the identification method his brother taught him, roughly figured out the direction of Cheng Ling's escape route and chased after her. As the sky gradually darkened, he entered a deciduous forest, and afterwards, the traces became difficult to identify because there were also marks left by zombies and wild animals moving in the forest. Moreover, with the darkness setting in, the visibility range began to narrow. Jing Xan equipped his gun with a silencer, but he was still reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary because ammunition was limited, and once it ran out, there would be no more. He took out a dagger and cautiously moved through the woods, trying to avoid the zombies as much as possible. Any that came face to face with him were dealt with using the dagger. Zombies would only die completely when their brain cells were destroyed. Since Jing Xan wasn't tall, it was somewhat strenuous for him to kill zombies at close quarters. A large group of zombies appeared under a tree not far away. Jing Xan immediately stopped and hid behind the tree. The zombies raised their heads and extended their hands, continuously emitting hoarse cries of ah and ua. Jing Xan soon spotted Cheng Ling on the tree. She sat perched high among the treetops, curled up into a ball, while those zombies kept clawing at the bark, seemingly very interested in this succulent dinner. But Cheng Ling hadn't noticed that on the trunk behind her, a mutated black leopard had slowly crept up to her. It opened its blood-red mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Just as the zombie leopard pounced towards Cheng Ling, a muffled sound was heard, and a bullet struck the zombie leopard's brain, causing it to fall directly from the tree. The starving zombies swarmed in to fight over the meal, blood splattering everywhere. Cheng Ling saw the zombie leopard and realized how dangerous the situation just was. She panicked, looked around nervously, and saw Jing Xan hiding behind the tree. He held a rifle and made an okay gesture, indicating she should relax. Then, he started firing on the zombies below the tree. He tried his best not to waste a single bullet, and every zombie hit by him received a headshot. Gradually, the zombies began noticing Jing Xan's presence and started to slowly walk towards him. After firing the last bullet, Jing Xan was surrounded by zombies. He had no choice but to turn and run, shouting loudly as he went, "Hey, bastards, come on," trying to attract as many zombies as possible in order to give Cheng Ling a chance to escape. Once the zombies below the tree had decreased to almost none, Cheng Ling came down and glanced at the direction where Jing Xan had fled. Wiping a tear, she then turned and ran back out of the small woods, clumsily running along the way with several zombies chasing her. On the road, she encountered the car of Jingi and Su Yu. Su Yu grabbed a gun and burst the heads of the few zombies trailing Cheng Ling. Exhausted, Cheng Ling fell to the ground, and several people who got out of the car lifted her inside. "Where is Jing Xan? Did you see Jing Xan?" Su Yu asked her quickly. "He's in the woods, he saved me." Tears streamed down Cheng Ling's cheeks. "Go save him quickly." Upon hearing this, Jingi dashed madly into the woods, with Su Yu right behind him. Inside the woods, Jing Xan frantically stabbed the zombies around him with his dagger. "Get away, you disgusting creatures. Get lost." Jing Xan cursed while kicking one nearby zombie away and struggled to flee. Bang bang bang, consecutive gunshots echoed, and several zombies beside Jing Xan were killed instantly. Looking up, Jing Xan saw Su Yu aiming at the zombies surrounding him, and Jingi had already cleaved a bloody path ahead. "Brother, Su Yu." Jing Xan rejoiced and hurriedly ran towards them. But he didn't notice the female zombie missing its lower body that suddenly grabbed his leg, tripping him and making him fall hard. Next, that female zombie bit onto Jing Xan's ankle. "Ah!" Jing Xan screamed in agony. Jingi seemed utterly berserk, running over and fiercely chopping the semi-bodied female zombie apart, cutting her into a bloody mess while venting the anger and pain in his heart. "Brother!" Jing Xan weakly called out. Jingi quickly embraced Jing Xan and pulled down his trouser leg. The bite marks from the zombie's teeth were clearly visible, and blood flowed steadily out of the wound. Su Yu unleashed another round of gunfire, quickly disposing of the surrounding zombies before rushing over and squatting down to examine the wound. "Brother, am I going to become one of them?" There was a tremble full of immeasurable fear in Jing Xan's voice. Jingi tightly held onto him, his own body trembling even more than Jing Xan's. "No. No. Brother, if I do change, you kill me. I don't want to be like them, so disgusting." Jing Xan said tearfully. Jingi took out his long knife, touching Jing Xan's face gently. "Now, I have to cut off your leg. Before the virus fully invades the heart and brain, sacrifice the leg to save the life." "No." Jing Xan hurriedly shouted. "I'd rather die." Jing Xan, youthful and valiant, was unbearably proud. Losing a leg to become disabled in this apocalypse and being a burden to others would make him prefer death. Su Yu took off her coat and tied it around Jing Xan's calf to slow down the blood flow, then took out a needle tube from her space pack and inserted it into the vein on her hand, drawing out a small amount of crimson blood. "Brother, if I die, you must live well." Jing Xan was still giving his final words. "Though there aren't many women who deserve you in this world, without me, you'll end up lonely all your life." "That's not good. Su Yu may look ugly like a man, but at least she won't drag you down." While saying his last words, Jing Xan didn't forget to mock. "You should reluctantly accept her." "Just shut up," Su Yu said. "You won't die." After that, she directly injected the half-tube of blood into Jing Xan's lower leg and slowly pushed it inside. Neither Jingi nor Jing Xan understood what was happening. Su Yu sighed softly, realizing it was time to reveal her little secret. "I'm an immune body," she told them. "Not only immune, my blood can also kill the Z virus." Jingi knew that some people were naturally immune to the Z virus and wouldn't be infected even if bitten, but blood capable of killing viruses, he had never heard of that before. In fact, Suyu discovered this secret when she just came out of the hospital. A nurse zombie bit her, but Suyu didn't undergo any mutation. From then on, she realized she was likely immune to the zombie virus. The female nurse who bit her immediately fell to the ground, twitched for a few seconds, and then died. Could her blood actually kill zombies? Later, Suyu used her blood to save a girl who was bitten, at first merely trying it out. Unexpectedly, the girl really didn't mutate. Since then, Suyu knew she was very special, extraordinarily so. So, she always kept this secret close to her heart, making sure no one found out, otherwise, she would become everyone's target, unwilling to become either food for zombies or a savior for humans. Saving the world wasn't her interest, she only wanted to live her life as she pleased. Sure enough, after Suyu's blood was injected into Jing Xan's body, his pale complexion gradually turned back to normal. Am I really not going to die? Jing Xan asked Suyu with doubts. Rest assured, you won't die, Suyu said. Seeing her determined gaze, Jing Xan finally felt relieved. Then, forget what I just said, don't you dare have ideas about my brother. You brat. Suyu slapped the back of his head. Who says I want to scheme against your brother? Haven't you been doing all the talking? Suyu. Jingi suddenly called her name. Suyu looked up, meeting Jingi's serious and devout eyes. Thank you. Not necessary. Suyu gazed into Jingi's eyes, where it seemed like the sky full of stars was shining, dazzling and bright, pulling her in deeply, unable to escape its spell. Jing Xan, seeing the two staring at each other for too long, thought something bad was about to happen. He immediately cried out, interrupting their intense stare. Where does it hurt? Jingi anxiously asked him. My wound hurts. Jing Xan pointed to his foot, grimacing exaggeratedly while calling out in pain. Bandage it up after returning. Suyu instructed, clean the wound, but no one else must see that you've been bitten. If the blood immunity is leaked, I'll be in trouble. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Jing Xan promised Suyu. Jingi carried Jing Xan in his arms and walked towards the car outside the woods with headlights shining brightly. Jing Xan was placed on the car seat. Cheng Ling immediately asked with concern, how are you? Are you injured? Twisted ankle, nothing serious. Jing Xan turned his face away, apparently unfamiliar with her care, looking somewhat embarrassed. Because of Jing Xan's courageous rescue, Cheng Ling's indifferent attitude towards him earlier had significantly changed. The car hadn't returned to the ranch when it encountered Cheng Zhengqiu's car on the road. Cheng Zhengqiu tumbled off the car and saw his sister unharmed, exhaling a long sigh of relief as he embraced Cheng Ling tightly. You idiot, why did you run? If anything happens to you, how will your brother cope? Cheng Ling tightly hugged Cheng Zhengqiu and then looked up to see Zhuyi. She gave him a okay sign, and Zhuyi stood his palm before his chest, murmuring quietly, blessed by Buddha. The two cars drove into the ranch, and it seemed that many people were gathered at the entrance of the residential area, bustling with noise. It didn't look like they were there to welcome them. Today, Cheng Ling had injured quite a few people apart from the little fat guy. There were also parents of many little boys gathered at the gate, as if demanding an explanation. Big brother, will I go to jail or get executed? Cheng Ling asked in terror, looking for help toward Cheng Zhengqiu. As long as your brother is here, no one dares to touch you. Cheng Zhengqiu promised, puffing out his chest. But Cheng Ling didn't believe him. Can you really handle it? Don't worry. Cheng Zhengqiu is part of my team, Suyu's team, and so are you. Without my permission, no one can touch either of you, Suyu told them. Cheng Zhengqiu looked at Suyu in surprise. Goddess Su, are you willing to take me in? You cured my dog, which is a favor to me. And, according to Qin Yuan, you've made great progress. You've even dared to kill zombies. As long as you're still willing to follow me, I'll accept you. Suyu said. I'm in. Cheng Zhengqiu said solemnly, following Boss Su, we'll have meat to eat. Cheng Zhengqiu was an extremely pragmatic and intelligent person. Suyu precisely appreciated his clever and flexible mind. Moreover, his younger sister Cheng Ling was also a good seed worth cultivating. Thus, her team now consisted of Qin Yuan, Jingi, Cheng Zhengqiu, and the two kids, Jing Xan and Cheng Ling. In terms of combat, there was Qin Yuan and Jingi for close-range fights, Suyu and Jing Xan for long-range attacks, and Cheng Ling could also be counted as part of the close-range fighters. Overall, it was a pretty solid team. In fact, Suyu had also considered recruiting Zhuyi. After all, Zhuyi's martial arts, especially the monk stick techniques, were incredibly formidable. However, she took into account one thing: Zhuyi was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to hurt others. Their team would need to not only fight against zombies but also inevitably confront some humans in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhuyi's compassion might lead to a lot of conflicts. Chapter 23, Relief. After getting out of the car, Cheng Ling immediately saw the little fat boy. His head was wrapped in bandages, and he was hiding behind the adults. Hey! He didn't die. Cheng Ling was somewhat excited upon seeing the little fat boy, and her anxious heart finally calmed down. The little fat boy's name is Wang Ruihang. As soon as he saw Cheng Ling get out of the car, he immediately jumped out, pointing at Cheng Ling and shouting loudly, it's her. She took my chocolate and hit me on the head with a chair. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan also emerged from the crowd and ran up to hug Cheng Ling. Xia Tian quickly contradicted the little fat boy. Wang Ruihang, you're lying, it was you who took Zhu Yuan's chocolate. I'm not lying, the classmates in school can testify for me. That's right. They stole Wang Ruihang's chocolate and also took our stuff. They claimed they were outsiders, fearless of anyone, and even threatened to kill us. Another injured little boy stepped forward and said. The anger of the crowd was quickly stirred up by these children. They all condemned Cheng Ling and Xia Tian. Yuan couldn't explain properly since he was outnumbered and accused falsely, so he began to cry. Wang Ruihang's father, Wang Dezhong, was one of Huang Ling's trusted people, considered her right-hand man. Initially, he had helped her build the ranch. Now that there were more people in the ranch, he felt that he had carved out an era of his own, rising from the humble shepherd to a manager. This new status gave him airs, and made him look down on others. Our ranch has its rules, everyone must coexist peacefully. We absolutely do not allow any theft, let alone robbery. Wang Dezhong cleared his throat and continued, but kids, being kids, they might be ignorant, and there's no need to take things too seriously. Just make her apologize to the injured classmate, lock her up in the hut for 2 days to grind her rebellious nature, and that should be it. What do you all think? Wang Dezhong looked at those angry parents of the children. It's good that Deputy Director Wang understands reason and seeks justice for us. 2 days locked up is too lenient. It's better if she goes hungry for 2 days, then she'll know how hard-earned our food is. Giving it away to these outsiders is already enough, but they dare to steal. Lock them all up. Several parents of beaten-up children came over to drag Xia Tian and Yuan. Su Yu and Cheng Zhengqiu stood in front of them protectively. Don't touch them. Su Yu coldly scolded Wang Dezhong. Wang Dexiang had heard of Su Yu's reputation. Many girls in the ranch were saved by her, and half of the weapons in the warehouse were her contributions. But today's matter related to his prestige among the masses here, and he could not back down no matter what. A child makes a mistake and should be punished. Indulging them will only harm them. Wang Dezhong grunted. Whether it's punishment or retaliation for personal grievances, that's something you are well aware of. To arrest people based merely on the one-sided words of a few children seems rash. Su Yu looked at Wang Dezhong and said, that's not necessarily true. She's been living outside for so long, who knows what kind of behavior she's developed now. Wang Dezhong glanced disdainfully at Cheng Ling and pulled out his son for everyone to see. Look how much force she used. She almost caused my son a concussion. It's because he instigated those boys to bully Xia Tian and Yuan, which led me to act. Cheng Ling tried to defend herself. I did not. The little fat boy Wang Ruihang hastily contradicted. Jing Xan stepped out and glared at him fiercely. Try telling another lie. Jing Xan was someone these little ones dared not provoke. When he first started attending school, some wanted to bully the newcomers, but ended up being severely beaten by Jing Xan. Since then, they've never dared to mess with him. With such a fierce glance from Jing Xan, the tears poured out of the little fat boy like water. Look everyone, this is what people from the outside are like. They lie shamelessly. Our ranch doesn't have room for people like this. Wang Dezhong loudly said to the crowd. Exactly. Kick them out. They eat our food but hurt our kid. How could we possibly tolerate that? Drive them away. In an instant, public indignation rose. It looks like we can't stay here anymore. Qin Huan coldly sniffed. But don't forget, your ranch only has one veterinarian. If we leave, when your livestock get sick next time, don't come crying and complaining. With these words, everyone did indeed fall silent, no longer saying a word. While they were happy to jump on the bandwagon when it didn't affect them, now that their personal interests were involved, no one was willing to speak up for Wang Dezhong anymore. The ranch had only one veterinarian, Cheng Zhengqiu. If he left, who would take care of the animals if they got sick? A disease outbreak could devastate the herd and leave everyone starving. What's going on? Xiao Tan emerged from the back of the crowd, and the people parted to give him room. They all had some fear and respect for Xiao Tan, even more so than before. Cheng Zhengqiu gave a brief summary of what happened, and Xiao Tan turned to look at Cheng Ling, merely saying, it's good no one's seriously hurt. Xiao Tan, we can't just let this slide, Wang Dezhong said indignantly. He disliked Xiao Tan interfering in ranch affairs. After all, he was an outsider trying to overstep his bounds. Relying on his authority over the armed squad, he wanted to dominate everyone, including Wang Dezhong. This wouldn't be as easy as Wang thought. Back when the ranch was first built, Xiao Tan was nowhere to be seen. So how do you want to handle it? Xiao Tan turned back to face Wang Dezhong, his voice cold. Do you really intend to drive out the only veterinarian on our ranch? Even if I agreed, ask the herders behind you, would they agree? Wang Dezhong looked toward those herders who used to support him fully but now kept their heads down, unwilling to say another word. Well, even if we don't drive them away, there should still be punishment, right? Stealing and hitting people, if there's no punishment, then our ranch will have no rules to speak of. Wang Dezhong grumbled resentfully. Punishment? Xiao Tan chuckled coldly. Since you insist on following the rules so strictly. He suddenly spun around and grabbed a little boy from the crowd. The boy trembled in fear of Xiao Tan. Xiao Tan squatted down, wearing a very friendly smile, and patted the boy's clothing lightly, resting his hand on the boy's neck. Little De, tell everyone what exactly happened at school today. Xiao Tan's voice remained gentle. They fought over. Before the boy could finish his sentence, the pressure of Xiao Tan's hand on his neck increased slightly. It was too dark for anyone to notice, and now Little De's face turned deathly pale. His body began shaking uncontrollably as Xiao Tan leaned in closer. Kids who lie get fed to the zombies. It was Wang Ruihang who took Yuan's chocolate, and also demanded protection money. That's why the fight started. It was Wang Ruihang and the others who made the first move. Xia Tian and Yuan were surrounded and beaten up, and Cheng Ling only stepped in to help them by throwing a chair at Wang Ruihang. Little De cried intermittently while telling the truth. Wang Ruihang trembled in fear, gripping his father's pant leg tightly, unwilling to let go. Is what he said true? Xiao Tan stood up, turning his gaze to the other children with minor injuries. Yes. Yes. They hung their heads low and softly admitted the truth. Facing Xiao Tan, they didn't dare to lie. At last, the parents realized the whole story and started scolding their own children on the spot. You rotten kid. Have you learned to lie now? Wang Dezhong, seeing the situation turn against him, yanked Wang Ruihang's collar and slapped his bottom. Apologize to your classmates right now. Wang Dezhong dragged Wang Ruihang in front of Cheng Ling, and the little fat boy glared at her before muttering under his breath, sorry. I don't accept half-hearted apologies. Cheng Ling suddenly spoke coldly and turned to Xiao Tan. Without order, there are no boundaries. Since he stole and hit people, locking him up for a couple of days and letting him go hungry for a few meals will temper his wickedness. Su Yu couldn't help smiling gently. She liked Cheng Ling more and more. Her tendency to settle every grievance reminded Su Yu of herself when she was younger. Xiao Tan caught Su Yu's smile and immediately responded, all right, we'll do as you say. With that, he gestured for a few of his men to step forward and drag the little fat boy away. Wang Dezhong hurriedly shielded his son. You can't do this. I won't allow it. Not allowed. Xiao Tan smirked coldly. Since when does the rulebook here belong to you? His voice deepened as he shouted, take him away. Ji Yunyan and Lin Zun came forward and forcibly took Wang Ruihang away, his cries and curses echoing in the distance. Xiao Tan, you'll regret this. Wang Dezhong failed to protect his son, losing both face and advantage. Clenching his teeth, he stared bitterly at Xiao Tan, saying, this isn't over. Don't bother sending me off. Xiao Tan sneered lazily, uninterested in further engagement. Seeing Jing Xan's wound might worsen due to the excitement, Jingi led him home first. Afterward, Su Yu and Cheng Zhengqiu also returned together, while Xiao Tan seemed to linger beside Su Yu as if escorting her. The group noticed Xiao Tan's intentions and quickened their steps, leaving the two far behind. The night was cool like water, and the crescent moon hung low in the western sky. Xiao Tan silently accompanied Su Yu, walking side by side with her. Neither of them had much to say, so they enjoyed this moment of silence in mutual quiet. Cheng Zhengqiu and Zhuo Yi entered the house where Jingi was helping Jing Xan bandage his wound. Cheng Ling also followed Cheng Zhengqiu in to check on Jing Xan's condition. Then Qin Wan, Xia Tian, and Zhu Yuan came in to visit as well, making the room lively and bustling. Jingi kept her eyes on the doorway the whole time, but even after Zhu Yuan closed the door upon entering, she still didn't see Su Yu come in. Cheng Zhengqiu immediately picked up on Jingi's thoughts and chuckled, don't bother waiting, Xiao Tan is with her. They're dragging their feet somewhere along the road. Jingi turned her head, cutting the bandage with scissors, then grabbed the medical kit and went upstairs, her face taut and silent. You shouldn't have said that, Qin Wan scolded Cheng Zhengqiu with a glare. Cheng Zhengqiu just smiled carefree. Chapter 24, Zombie Night Attack. Brother Jing Xan, is your wound okay? Xia Tian ran to the edge of the sofa and asked Jing Xan with concern. It's nothing, just tripped over a tree trunk on the ground and scraped some skin. Jing Xan said lazily, turning his head to look at Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling also felt quite embarrassed. If it weren't for Jing Xan today, she might have already become prey for zombies and wild beasts. I owe you one. She walked to the edge of the sofa and glared at Jing Xan. I'll pay you back. You don't need to pay me back. Jing Xan said coldly. He just didn't like Cheng Ling's arrogant attitude, nor could he figure out why she had to act so proud. Moreover, he couldn't understand why this woman's actions were any of his business. His brain must have gone haywire for him to go out and look for her. Seeing that there was no major issue with Jing Xan, everyone relaxed. Qin Huan bid farewell to Cheng Zhengqiu and then left the house with Xia Tian and Cheng Ling, walking towards the street opposite. Just then, they happened to bump into Xiao Tan returning Su Yu. Qin Huan smiled knowingly at Su Yu and took the children inside. Su Yu pretended not to see and after saying goodbye to Xiao Tan, entered the house too. So, what's going on? As soon as Su Yu entered the room, Qin Huan approached her curiously and asked. Nothing's going on. Su Yu answered while unhooking one leg of her shoe and changing into another pair. What did you talk about all the way here then? Qin Huan inquired further. We didn't talk about anything. Su Yu replied. He acted as if he'd taken some mute medicine, not uttering a single word. By the time we returned, I had a full-blown case of awkwardness. Didn't talk at all? Qin Huan didn't believe it. This doesn't seem like Xiao Tan's style. I thought he would directly. She grinned mischievously and pushed Su Yu against the wall with one hand. Corner you. I wish I could. Su Yu turned around, directly pinning Qin Huan against the wall instead, and cornered you. As she spoke, her face drew closer to Qin Huan's. Su Yu's features were striking, her short hair falling to cover half of her face. Through the strands of hair, her gaze exuded a fatal allure. Qin Huan blushed instantly and her heart raced. She was so handsome, even more than the boys around her. You too, aren't you sickening? Zhao Tian, dressed in flashy attire, came out from her room and leisurely walked to the entrance to change her shoes. She glanced disdainfully at these two people. If we're disgusting to you, why don't you move out? Qin Huan mocked her coldly. TSK. Who actually wants to live here? It's like a refugee camp, packed to death. Dissatisfied, she sneered at Xia Tian and Cheng Ling, grabbed her bag, and walked out of the door. In the dead of night, Su Yu woke up abruptly from her sleep, To be exact, she was woken by a scream. She rushed up, sensing something was wrong but unsure whether the scream had come from her dream or reality. Xiao Yu, did you hear that? The urgent sound of knocking came from outside the door. Su Yu quickly got up and opened the door. Qin Huan had indeed heard that scream moments ago. What was that? Qin Huan widened her eyes and asked. I don't know. Su Yu shook her head. I'll check outside. She quickly put on her coat, and Qin Huan fetched her own gun from the bedroom before following Su Yu out of the door. As they stepped outside the door, multiple gunshots rang out nearby. Zombies. There are zombies in the ranch. A man shouted from afar, followed by a scream. Around the street corner, several zombies appeared. Spotting Su Yu and Qin Huan, they lunged toward them. Qin Huan lifted her gun and fired off several shots straight into their heads. Su Yu hurriedly turned back and closed the main door tightly. Xia Tian and Cheng Ling stuck their heads out of the second-floor window. Stay hidden in the house. Su Yu warned them. Cheng Ling, protect Xia Tian well. Do not leave the house under any circumstances. All right. Cheng Ling nodded continuously. At this moment, Jingi also came out from the house with his knife in hand. After exchanging a glance with Su Yu, the two headed toward the residential area together, while Qin Huan ran to the other side where the screams were coming from. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhengqiu locked all the doors and windows inside the house, taking care of the incapacitated Jing Xan and Yuan. Indeed, zombies had appeared in the ranch, but their numbers were not many. Later, most of the residents who were bitten mutated into zombies. The entire residential area looked devastating. Many ranch folk lived their lives within the ranch, having never even seen what a zombie looked like. When attacked suddenly without expecting it, their legs gave out, making it impossible for them to retaliate. Thus, they ended tragically and mutated. Some refugees coming from the outside did know they should attack the zombies' heads, but after living such a tranquil life in the ranch for so long, many couldn't even handle a blade properly and became nothing more than food for the zombies. By the time Su Yu and Jingi arrived, the entire residential area had completely fallen. They charged into the crowd, desperately killing zombies, leading the herders to the houses and advising them to lock the doors and windows. For those zombies pounding on the house windows and gates, Su Yu shot them down with gunfire, a large number falling in one sweep. Jingi still preferred using his knife as usual, swinging the sharp blade that could decapitate the zombies at once. The armed team drove several trucks and furiously fired at the zombies from not too far away. Their weapons, equipment, and firepower supply were all very abundant. After almost an hour of fierce fighting, the last zombie was killed under Xiao Tan's Mauser 98K carbine. The zombie night attack caused heavy damage to the ranch. Many people died. Xiao Tan was at the square outside the residential area, ordering all corpses, including the zombie corpses, to be brought over for counting the numbers. Huang Ziwei ran over out of breath, followed by Lin Yun and Ji Yunyan, who carried a corpse. Running up to Xiao Tan, their expressions were flustered. Xiao Tan walked over, lifting the white cloth, only to see Huang Ling underneath. Huang Ling had zombie bite wounds, but the cause of death was suicide by gunshot. Upon hearing Huang Ling's death news, everyone fell silent. The reason for the zombie night attack was quickly uncovered. The gate was opened from the inside, letting the zombies in. The guards were all attacked and turned into zombies, so there was no way to know who exactly opened the gate. The death toll was determined, 58 people. The ranch had barely over 100 people, and tonight half were lost, including their ranch owner, Huang Ling. The death toll and survivors were counted, and finally Xiao Tan realized that one person was missing. It was Zhao Tian. It was impossible to disappear within the ranch. The only possibility was that she had run away. This meant that the ranch gate was opened by her. What? Zhao Tian let the zombies in? Qin Huan was cleaning bloodstains around her house, incredulous as she looked at Su Yu, who had just returned from Xiao Tan, bringing back the message. Why would she do that? What benefits her? Qin Huan couldn't understand. Now she's escaped. Without finding a new refuge, it'll be tough to survive outside. Su Yu said. You mean, she conspired with outsiders, intentionally luring the zombies to the ranch? It's possible. Su Yu remembered the words Zhao Tian had spoken the first time they met. She had said she could become bait. Perhaps even then, she had already been the bait. I questioned the off-duty guards, and they said that the guard manning the door recently got close to Zhao Tian. Su Yu took over the hose and helped Qin Huan clean the bloodstains on the street. She definitely had the opportunity to obtain the ranch gate keys from him. I don't really agree. Cheng Zhengqiu suddenly appeared from somewhere, having listened to their conversation all along. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, always thinking too negatively about everyone. What do you mean? Qin Huan looked at Cheng Zhengqiu, puzzled. And Su Yu immediately picked up on the undertone in Cheng Zhengqiu's words. You think Zhao Tian is just a smokescreen, set up by someone inside the ranch? Cheng Zhengqiu shrugged. Irresponsible speculation. Boss Huang is dead, nearly half the ranch population is gone, a major purge. TSK. He sighed. This seems cleaner and more guilt-free than any political coup in human history. As long as we push all the blame onto the zombies, everything's fine. Qin Huan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. It's not that complicated, right? I've said it's irresponsible speculation. Cheng Zhengqiu stuck his hands in his pockets, smiling crookedly at Su Yu before walking back to his house. Huang Ling is dead. The ranch needs to elect a new leader. With his armed strength, Xiao Tan naturally became the biggest boss of the ranch, earning unanimous approval from everyone. Even those who might be discontent, like Wang Dizong and his ilk, didn't dare to voice anything. Before joining the ranch, Xiao Tan was a rogue outlaw, his gang of brothers have always followed him, none of whom were easy to deal with. After the zombie night raid, all the surviving civilians at the ranch began to realize how close danger and death had come to them. The sanctuary of the ranch was no longer an absolutely safe haven. Thus, Xiao Tan's initiative for universal arming was quickly accepted by the people. Some of the villagers even organized themselves into a militia team, taking turns to patrol at night. As for the school, in the morning they taught cultural courses, but in the afternoon, all lessons were replaced with anti-zombie defense classes. They taught children how to hide if zombies attacked and even how to kill zombies. Cheng Ling and Xia Tian thus became very respected important figures at school because of their 3 months of combat experience. Jing Xan continued to stay away from school and kept learning taekwondo from Qin Huan. Cheng Zhengqiu also became Qin Huan's disciple, studying alongside Jing Xan. Cheng Zhengqiu's words from that day lingered in Su Yu's heart like ripples spreading after a pebble dropped into water. In Jingi's living room, everyone gathered together. Including the 2 kids, their group totaled 9 people. Though not all of them were ideal teammates in Su Yu's mind, their mutual ties and bonds made it impossible for them to separate now. Cheng Ling followed Zhuo Yi around more closely than Cheng Zhengqiu, enjoying spending time with him. Zhuo Yi was a kind-hearted person who treated everyone well. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan preferred playing with Jing Xan. After all, they were all peers. However, Jing Xan didn't enjoy their company, thinking himself far more mature than these immature kids. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan asked Jing Xan to play hopscotch with them, but Jing Xan subtly stuck gum onto Zhu Yuan's hair, which made it impossible to pull out and brought Zhu Yuan to tears. Xia Tian kindly helped Zhu Yuan fix his hair, while Jing Xan wandered over to Cheng Ling feeling utterly bored. Cheng Ling sat beside Zhuo Yi like a little adult, listening intently as they discussed plans. Chapter 25, The One Who Understands Me, Xiao Tan. Based on the current situation of the ranch, what do you guys think? Su Yu sat at the head of the dining table, looking at her little group as she asked. The ranch has improved quite a bit due to Big Brother Xiao, especially in terms of defending against zombies. Qin Yuan was the first to speak up. Perhaps under his leadership, the ranch really has the potential to become a sanctuary in this apocalypse. But we cannot afford not to be cautious of Xiao Tan. This time it was Cheng Zhengqiu who spoke. His hand supported his nose bridge, and his dark-rimmed glasses framed eyes that were bright yet profound. Back in Huang Ling's ranch, as long as one followed the rules, everyone could survive well. But now, obedience is the only rule, not only obedience but also utility. In this post-apocalyptic world, tyranny is common, Su Yu said. She didn't like Huang Ling's idealistic kindness. More often than not, Xiao Tan's decisiveness in matters of life and death was actually better suited for solving problems. You, Su Yu, seem to be on Big Brother Xiao's side. Cheng Zhengqiu chuckled as he looked at Su Yu. Consider my words null, he. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingi, who had been absent-mindedly playing a palm game with Jing Xan on the side, suddenly lifted his head and looked at Su Yu. I'm merely stating facts, Su Yu said. Regarding Xiao Tan, I won't make any comments. However, the number of zombies in his district is increasing. Staying here may not be safe. So, are we leaving? Qin Yuan turned to Su Yu. Su Yu nodded. Human civilization has lasted for thousands of years. It shouldn't collapse entirely in just 3 months. I plan to head towards the capital, perhaps it would be safer there. It was Cheng Zhengqiu who immediately nodded in agreement. Experts from various fields have gathered in the capital, and military defense is top-notch. Perhaps there's hope. Qin Yuan looked at Su Yu and nodded too. She always trusted Su Yu, every word she said, every single one. I'll follow you, Qin Yuan said. Since I've already joined your team, count me in. Cheng Zhengqiu quickly raised his hand, dragging Cheng Ling's hand up with his. Cheng Ling had an inexplicable admiration for Su Yu. Hearing this, though she had doubted it a little at first, seeing Qin Yuan and her brother place so much trust in Su Yu made her feel inclined to see where this led. Such an interesting experience, she was very interested. Jingi remained silent, but without needing words, Su Yu knew he would follow her. So, there was only one person left, Zhuo Yi. Little Master Zhuo Yi, will you leave or stay? Su Yu asked Zhuo Yi. Cheng Ling hurriedly pulled on Zhuo Yi's clothes hem. Since coming to the base, Zhuo Yi had changed out of his grey robes into a black men's t-shirt and jeans, looking quite handsome and fresh. Big brother, can you go with us? Cheng Ling hopefully looked at Zhuo Yi. As a man of cultivation, adaptability is key. As long as we have no regrets within our hearts, Zhuo Yi replied to Su Yu. If you need me, I am willing to contribute what little I can. Su Yu nodded. Since Zhuo Yi had decided to join her team, naturally Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan couldn't be left behind either. So, the group now consisted of 9 people, 4 kids and 5 adults. Aside from Zhu Yuan who had absolutely no resistance, the others were all relatively capable of protecting themselves. And don't forget about Maro Maro. Most of the virus inside Maro Maro had basically been expelled, meaning they had recovered to a large extent. This was also one of the reasons why Su Yu had decided to leave. At that moment, Qin Yuan saw Ji Yunyan approach and went directly to knock on the door of the opposite house. We're over here. Qin Yuan waved him over by the French window. Ji Yunyan glanced at Qin Yuan, smiling faintly before walking over. You've all gathered together, holding some grand meeting? Ji Yunyan teased. Just discussing what we should eat later, Qin Yuan said seriously, not even flinching while fibbing. Speaking of which, Xiao Leader invited all of you today for lunch, Ji Yunyan informed them, inviting them over. Xiao Tan's house wasn't too big, even smaller than theirs, but since it was just him living there, it felt spacious and open. The room was tidy and clean, not messy like those rough armed force squad members' rooms, nor did it appear as if it was cleaned especially for guests. This indicated that Xiao Tan was someone who normally kept things neat. The dishes had already been served on the table. Xiao Tan was sitting at the main seat of the long dining table, while Su Yu's 9 companions took their seats on either side. Xiao Tan's few close subordinates such as Yuan, Ju Bin, Lin Yun, and Huang Ziwei, among others, also found their places. The food Xiao Tan prepared was quite lavish, with fish and meat available. However, Xiao Tan's daily food supply was the same as everyone else's, with no special treatment. Today, however, the meal was specifically prepared for entertaining guests. Su Yu, try these dishes. Do they suit your taste? Xiao Tan said, placing a piece of chicken leg in Su Yu's bowl. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Xiao Tan treated her differently, but everyone chose to turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. Big brother Xiao, why don't you ask if the food suits our taste? Cheng Zhengqiu laughed and said, continuing his act of feigned ignorance. As long as we can eat our fill, that's enough. Su Yu cast a glance full of threats at Cheng Zhengqiu before speaking. Xiao Tan also smiled. The ranch has plenty of food, this isn't something to worry about. Our threats only come from outside. Everyone chatted harmoniously during the meal. Yuan sat next to Qin Wan, constantly serving her dishes, prompting Qin Wan to thank him each time, feeling a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Xiao Tan showed special care for Su Yu, which didn't escape Jingi's notice across the table, causing him to lose his appetite entirely. Finally, for the first time in his life, Jingi decided to be proactive, thinking what other men could do, why couldn't he? He extended his chopsticks, picked up a chicken wing, then slowly reached out toward the opposite side. His hand trembled nervously as his heart pounded violently. Watching Jingi's chopsticks inching towards Su Yu's bowl, everyone lifted their heads, forgot about eating, and became tense. Jing Xan, sitting beside Su Yu, sensing the impending disaster, suddenly stood up, holding his bowl outward to intercept the chicken wing firmly and cheerfully. With an innocent smile on his face, he gleefully announced, "Thanks big brother, you know I love chicken wings." It turned out Jingi was serving his younger brother. All went back to chatting and laughing just like before, as if the sudden silence was merely a momentary freeze in time. Jingi glared resentfully at Jing Xan, who returned the glare with an expression saying I'm doing it for your own good, and they both ate flavorlessly while glaring at each other. At this point, Cheng Zhengqiu looked at Xiao Tan. Big brother Xiao, what did you do before? Su Yu dreaded hearing this question, so halfway through Cheng Zhengqiu's words, she kicked his shin under the table, though Cheng Zhengqiu seemed unfazed, still staring expectantly at Xiao Tan. On the contrary, Jing Yi, looking surprisingly innocent, realized he had been mistakenly kicked. Su Yu quickly maintained her composure, gazing at the sky as if nothing happened. Upon finishing the sentence Cheng Zhengqiu had begun, Xiao Tan's subordinates put down their bowls and chopsticks, and the atmosphere stiffened instantly, becoming tense. Only now did Cheng Zhengqiu realize that he might have asked something inappropriate. Seeing everyone appear as if they were bracing for a storm, Xiao Tan was the first to break the silence. He smiled gently, revealing attractive dimples. Before the apocalypse, I was just sentenced to life imprisonment. What exactly I did? Let's just say, it involved risking my head. The atmosphere froze abruptly, leaving everyone stunned by Xiao Tan's response. Cheng Zhengqiu chuckled awkwardly. Haha, big brother Xiao knows how to joke around. Qin Wan complied with Cheng Zhengqiu's dry laughter, and Xiao Tan's men quickly steered the conversation to another topic, managing to ease the awkward tension. Finally, Cheng Zhengqiu resolved to eat quietly, avoiding asking any more inappropriate questions. As for Xiao Tan's past, Su Yu had indeed heard rumors. He wasn't joking, he was genuinely sentenced to life imprisonment on the way to being transported to the desert Huangyang prison in the northwest. They encountered a zombie attack when the apocalypse arrived, giving Xiao Tan a new lease on life. His subordinates, naturally, had been his loyal brothers even before the apocalypse. Su Yu knew he'd only been sentenced to life imprisonment but wasn't entirely clear on what specific crimes he committed. Presumably, he led a group of brothers engaging in businesses disruptive to societal harmony, serious enough to land him a life sentence. However, these things weren't important. Su Yu didn't care who Xiao Tan used to be. In the wake of the apocalypse, everything resets. It doesn't matter whether you were once a CEO or a beggar. Here, surviving is all that matters. Actually, the reason I invited you here today is to discuss something with you. Xiao Tan set down his chopsticks and looked at Su Yu. Su Yu had already anticipated that he must have something to say. There was no way inviting such a large crowd over was just for idle chatter or building relationships. Go ahead. I'm planning to take action against the people in Wuli Town. The moment Xiao Tan spoke, everyone stopped eating, indicating it was time to get down to business. Su Yu calmly nodded. In favor. Wuli Town was too close to the ranch, posing a significant threat. Of course, Xiao Tan wanted much more than Su Yu's simple approval. Su Yu, I hope I can count on your help. Xiao Tan's gaze shifted from Su Yu to her team members. Though ostensibly Qin Wan and Jingi worked for the ranch, Xiao Tan was very clear that they only took orders from Su Yu. Xiao Tan had originally intended to use her team members for a plan, but Su Yu needed to carefully weigh this idea in her mind. After all, she knew little about his strength. It wasn't easy entrusting her people to die for Xiao Tan's causes. Su Yu glanced at Qin Wan and the others, noticing how their eyes were already on her, waiting for her decision. One word from Su Yu, and they would obey without hesitation. It was precisely because of this absolute loyalty that Su Yu hesitated. Big brother Xiao, frankly speaking, we do intend to leave. However, Su Yu looked at Xiao Tan and paused briefly before continuing. The ranch has sheltered us for such a long time. It's only fair that we make an effort before we go. A slight smile flickered across Xiao Tan's lips. There must be another however, right? Su Yu responded with a bright smile. You know me too well, Xiao Tan. Jingi watched as these two exchanged pleasantries and laughed so joyfully, feeling increasingly irritated. As for what they were actually talking about, he hadn't even bothered to listen. Chapter 26, Diverting the tiger away from the mountain. Help me eliminate that group, and I'll take 10 weapons of my choice from the armory, along with some ammunition, food, and medicine. Xiao Tan's smile gradually faded. Little you, you've got a big appetite, he said. Of course. My team is worth this price, otherwise, you wouldn't have come to negotiate with me, would you? Su Yu's eyes were sharp as she gazed into Xiao Tan's deep pupils. Xiao Tan did indeed consider Su Yu's team's combat ability, Qin Yuan and Jingi, invincible in close combat, especially Jingi whose marksmanship was impeccable. Even Jing Xan, the child, was an excellent shooter. Adding Su Yu herself made them capable enough to handle tenfold opposition. Deal, Xiao Tan said. Wait, Leader Xiao, you're too hasty. Let me finish. Su Yu interrupted him. Our team will only send 3 people. Xiao Tan furrowed his brow. Me, Qin Yuan, and Jing Yi, Su Yu said, just the 3 of us. Su Yu wouldn't risk sending out children like Jing Xan and Cheng Ling. Moreover, Zhui Yi, the compassionate monk, probably wouldn't want to participate in such operations. He'd be better suited for fighting zombies later. Include the kid who's very good at shooting, Xiao Tan referred to Jing Xan. No way. He's only 14 years old, Su Yu firmly refused. She absolutely wouldn't allow Jing Xan to do such things. Killing and plundering, even in the apocalypse, still constituted evil deeds. Children don't have the mental maturity of adults. In any case, Su Yu wouldn't agree. Jingi looked at Su Yu gratefully, which didn't sit well with Xiao Tan. After a long pause, Xiao Tan sighed and rubbed his eye corner. I can never get you under control. All right. If others didn't misinterpret it, his tone carried a hint of indulgence. Why? You all go prepare. We'll set off tomorrow morning, Xiao Tan said. Su Yu nodded and added, as for the weapons, I need them now. Are you not being too hasty? Xiao Tan looked at her with complete tolerance and affection. Do you fear I'll renege? Su Yu just smiled and didn't respond. Ji Yunyan, take her to choose 10 weapons from the arsenal, Xiao Tan instructed Ji Yunyan. The ranch's arsenal was well equipped with all kinds of firearms, cold arms, and modern ones. Some were acquired by Xiao Tan and his crew themselves, while others were traded for food with wandering individuals like Su Yu. After browsing through the weapon inventory, Su Yu picked a Type 56 submachine gun, a Jaeger M1A1 sniper rifle, and a Type 56 assault rifle for the proficient shooters. Additionally, she chose 3 handguns for training purposes for those less experienced. Finally, she also selected 4 cold arms. After all, bullets could run out, but as long as cold arms were well maintained, they would remain sharp. These included 2 swords, a dagger, and an axe. She then took some ammunition, packed it carefully, and when finished, Ji Yunyan offered, this is quite a lot. Shall I help carry it back for you? Not necessary. Su Yu slung the load over her back and walked away. Upon reaching a deserted alleyway, she stored everything into her space. At dawn, the 3 prepared their gear and readied to leave. Jing Yi, bare-chested in the courtyard, cleaned his sword one last time with water before slowly sheathing it. The morning sunlight cast a warm glow on his body. His gaze lingered on the sharp blade, surprisingly gentle, while his long lashes shimmered with the early light. His chiseled features were outlined starkly against the sunrise, tight upper muscles, defined six-pack abs, with the V-line leading straight into his pants, a breathtaking picture against the backdrop of the rising sun. Su Yu called for him but paused outside by the grape trellis in the yard, secretly watching him, almost forgetting to breathe. Jingi really looked good, his face so beautiful it seemed to stop one's heart, his body, simply irresistible. On the second floor, Jing Xan rested his chin on his palm and idly watched the sunrise. Seeing Su Yu covertly staring at his elder brother for a while, he couldn't help shouting, "Hey, bro, get dressed. Someone outside is peeping at you like a pervert." Jing Yi's glance immediately darted over, seeing Su Yu awkwardly step out from behind the grape trellis. Upon realizing it was Su Yu, Jing Yi turned red up to his neck instantly, hastily grabbing the shirt beside him and covering his chest as he nervously turned around to put it on. He looked exactly like a bashful new bride, making Su Yu find it amusing, thinking to tease Jing Yi further. "Senior student Jing Yi, your body is really fit." She elongated her tone and walked to Jing Yi to look at him. Jing Yi's face turned as red as an apple, and the buttons on his chest were all misaligned. Su Yu found his nervousness increasingly adorable. Thus, she reached out and began unbuttoning and rebuttoning each button for him while Jingi stiffened completely, not daring to move as her deft fingers worked over his chest like small pebbles tossed into a river, every tiny action causing ripples of significant emotion within Jingi. Whenever Su Yu's hand paused, he could feel his wild heartbeat. Woman. Let go of my brother." Jing Xan leaped up as if his cabbage was being eaten by a pig, pointing at Su Yu. "Don't touch my brother, female hooligan." After shouting, he vanished from the window. Su Yu knew he had rushed down in a hurry to confront her. "Hurry, let's go." Su Yu directly pulled Jing Yi's wrist, knowing that if Jing Xan came along, they wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Jing Yi was dragged out of the yard by Su Yu, running hard to keep up with her steps. Behind them, Jing Xan burst out of the yard, placing his hands on his waist and yelling after Su Yu, female thug Su Yu. Su Yu laughed continuously while pulling Jingi along the way, leaving behind laughter like a string of silver bells. Holding his hand, watching her, Jingi's lips couldn't help but lift slightly. When Su Yu released Jingi's hand, his heart felt suddenly hollow. Together, they walked toward the front gate. Several times, he wanted to reach out and take Su Yu's hand just as she had done moments before, yet ultimately, he did not act. In the distance, the herdsman drove the cattle and sheep to the pasture, ducks clattered and ran all over the ground, and the morning breeze gently swept through the wheat fields, creating a peaceful and harmonious scene. However, none of them could have foreseen that such a tranquil and beautiful morning would never come again. This day marked the last time the ranch greeted the dawn. 7 vehicles carrying the most combat-ready people left the ranch, heading towards Wuli town in full force. The well-armed fleet appeared truly impressive as surrounding zombies weren't too numerous. Everyone allowed them to chase after the vehicle instead of wasting bullets shooting at them. On the road, Yuan tugged at Su Yu uneasily. "Little Yu, is what we're doing right? I mean, they haven't harmed us in any way." Yuan was, after all, kind-hearted, whereas compared to her, Su Yu was far more ruthless. That was why Su Yu took the role of the team captain. There's a saying that barefoot people have no fear of those with shoes. And the ranch here is the coveted pair of shoes. Those desperados will stop at nothing to seize the ranch. We need to take the initiative. From afar, Su Yu gazed at Xiao Tan who silently sat in the lead car. She thought he must be worried about this too. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and as someone holding a high position, Xiao Tan had to make every effort to maintain peace in the ranch. The convoy entered Wuli town and proceeded straight to the town hospital, their designated base, catching them off guard. Their defenses weren't strong, only built to withstand zombie attacks. So there was no need for strategy. They drove straight in and bombarded heavily, which saved time and proved highly effective. No one anticipated, however, that when the truck rammed open the gates of the hospital, it wasn't met with intense gunfire, but rather, a yard filled with zombie. Their base was entirely packed with zombies, and these zombies were locked inside, apparently waiting for prey to fall into the trap. They were the bait. Gunshots sounded, the convoy commenced attacking the incessant waves of zombies. Su Yu furrowed her brows tightly. These guys had left an empty base for them. Perhaps they had foreseen an ambush early in the morning and prepared accordingly by luring these zombies to drain their firepower, so they could appear later and catch them unprepared. But few knew this plan. Could someone have leaked information? Su Yu didn't have time to think much further. Both Jingi and Yuan had already joined the battle, firing at the clusters of zombies. This wasn't sustainable. If their ammunition ran out, they'd end up like fish on a chopping board awaiting slaughter. She immediately accessed the system and had to locate where the others were hiding. System, I want to exchange items. These past days, Su Yu had completed several missions, including rescuing girls and killing zombie scenarios, accumulating quite some points. Enough to exchange for many things. Ding. Host detected 1200 points available for item exchange. Stop talking. I need a smart map. Intelligent map, centered on the host's location, with a radius of 30 miles, 300 miles, or 3000 miles, requiring 100, 300, and 600 points respectively. Duration of use, 48 hours. Please choose. 300 miles. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful exchange, and received an intelligent map. Su Yu immediately opened the map. Within a 300-mile radius, her vision expanded greatly. Besides the red dots indicating zombies in Wuli town, the green dots representing humans were only left to their convoy. Could those guys have already left the town? Su Yu continued to widen her search area, and then, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she abruptly stood up. A cluster of green dots appeared on the map, a significant number, heading towards the ranch. Their moving speed was fast, and they were estimated to reach the ranch in less than half an hour. They were traveling from the north to bypass Xiao Tan's convoy. In an instant, a chill ran down her spine, and beads of cold sweat broke out all over her back. Jingi was the first to notice Su Yu's pale face. He turned around, put down his gun, and looked at her with concern. Jingi, we must go back now. Su Yu's voice trembled, and the tone when she spoke was unrecognizable even to herself. We fell into their trap. Jing Xan, Cheng Ling, Cheng Zhengqiu, and others were still at the ranch, and the entire armed team of the ranch had already departed. The people remaining at the ranch now were entirely defenseless civilians. Chapter 27, The Ranch Falls. 10 a.m. Cheng Ling brought Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan to skip class, running to the shooting range to play with Jing Xan. Cheng Ling was actually very interested in shooting. She held the gun that Su Yu had given them for self-defense, aiming at a target shaped like Jing Xan and shooting. However, every time she missed. Jing Xan kept observing her out of the corner of his eye. Occasionally, she would also glance at him, but because of her stubbornness and pride, she refused to ask him for advice. Jing Xan also ignored her, showing off as if in defiance. Every shot from Jing Xan hit the bullseye without fail. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan applauded and praised from the side. Cheng Ling finally put down the gun, pouting with great discomfort. She had always been a competitive person, striving to be first in everything at school, whether academic performance or painting skills, she had to be the best. Even after the apocalypse, among the 3 companions who had come together by fate, she was the strongest and bravest one. It wasn't until she met Jing Xan, who was around her age, that Cheng Ling realized she was inferior to him in every way, be it shooting or close combat. Cheng Ling fought solely with wild instincts and no technique, while Jing Xan had an entire system. It was clear he had received professional training. This was the first time Cheng Ling felt a sense of failure toward anyone, so she often acted aloof towards him to mask her jealousy. Would you like me to teach you? Jing Xan, watching Cheng Ling sweat profusely as she practiced shooting, felt somewhat sorry for her. Cheng Ling instinctively wanted to refuse, but after some thought, she nodded. Now was not the time to act spoiled. The only way for her to surpass him was to humbly learn from him. Jing Xan moved behind Cheng Ling, first correcting her stance, including her lifting of the gun and her grip, all basic techniques originally taught to him by Jingi. He spared no effort in teaching Cheng Ling these methods. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan also ran over to observe and began learning alongside Jing Xan. Jing Xan explained the essentials of shooting to Cheng Ling, who then tried another round of shooting with the gun. As she fired, a deafening boom sounded, followed immediately by a loud crash where the iron fence directly opposite them buckled, leaving an indentation. Gunshots erupted from all directions. The children were completely stunned, as was Cheng Ling, who almost thought the commotion came from her own firing. Then, upon hearing the shots, chaos erupted at the ranch. Remembering the previous zombie night attack, the farmers were extremely sensitive to such sudden changes, fleeing wildly at the sound of gunfire. Jing Xan noticed that something was hitting both the front gate and the iron fence repeatedly, realizing that trouble was imminent. Follow me. After shouting this, he took the 3 children back in haste. My brother. Cheng Ling wanted to head to the ranch to find Cheng Zhengqiu, but Jing Xan grabbed her wrist. Take care of yourself first. Your brother's an adult, he knows what to do. He had complete trust in Cheng Zhengqiu's quick wit, confident that he could hide better than any of them. In a rush, they ran from the shooting range back to the residential area. Jing Xan turned back to see a military green truck driving in. Everyone on the truck wore terrifying black ghost masks and started a strong barrage of firepower against the ranch. Several farmers who hadn't managed to escape lay bleeding under the hail of bullets. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan were petrified, not knowing what to do. Jing Xan and Cheng Ling reacted quickly, each taking one child and heading toward home. There were still weapons at Jing Xan's house sufficient for defense. It was best to retreat there, try to delay time, and wait for rescue from Su Yu. After rushing back to the house, they worked together to push all the furniture they could, in fact, anything movable, against the door, securing it tightly. Then, Jing Xan retrieved all the weapons he and Jingi possessed, sniper rifles, daggers, small knives, and the handguns previously given to them by Su Yu. There were only 2 handguns, which Jing Xan handed over to Cheng Ling and Xia Tian. Xia Tian tremblingly accepted the gun as Jing Xan looked at them seriously and said, although there's no time to practice, I've already explained it thoroughly just now. Follow my instructions, and when necessary, shoot immediately without fear or hesitation. In the post-apocalyptic world, killing became a trivial matter. Returning to his room, Jing Xan hid Zhu Yuan and Xia Tian in the wardrobe, warning them under no circumstances to come out. He then firmly closed the wardrobe doors. Placing the sniper rifle by the window, Jing Xan stood ready. Cheng Ling held the handgun beside him, preparing to use what she had learned immediately. Trucks loaded with the men wearing ghost masks drove into the streets. The men jumped off the trucks, some carried guns, but most who jumped down held weapons like machetes and axes. They searched house by house, kicking doors open and dragging out residents hiding inside. They slaughtered the men in the street, while the women, especially the young and beautiful ones, were subjected to unspeakable atrocities. Seeing their insane acts of massacre, Cheng Ling's palm sweated, and her hand gripping the gun started to tremble slightly. Jing Xan gave her a reassuring glance, then narrowed his eyes as he aimed at a mask-wearing man diagonally across from them. The man was pulling a woman's hair, trying to drag her out. The woman was being dragged on the ground, screaming in terror. Annoyed, the man kicked her stomach twice. Jing Xan mentally counted down, 3, 2, 1, fire, and instantly blew the man's head apart with a single shot. On the truck, someone immediately noticed the direction from which the shot came. They hadn't expected there to be a sniper and quickly sought cover. Seizing this moment, Jing Xan aimed at another man who hadn't managed to hide yet, firing a bullet that struck him in the heart. Immediately after, all guns were aimed at the window where Jing Xan stood, panging loudly. Dense gunfire erupted as Jing Xan and Cheng Ling ducked for cover instinctively. Shattered glass rained down, hitting their bodies. Cheng Ling, start firing, Jing Xan said in a deep voice, his gaze firm as he looked at Cheng Ling. For a brief moment, Cheng Ling thought she saw something similar to Jingi in his eyes. This made her inexplicably feel a sense of calm. She lifted her gun, aiming at the truck and fired several shots recklessly in the chaos. It was unclear whether she hit anyone or not. Then Jing Xan raised the sniper rifle again, shooting several times toward those guys in the street. 3 bullets hit their marks, but 1 missed. Soon after, those men had already run into Jing Xan's yard, entering his field of vision dead zone, and began smashing the door fiercely. Inside the wardrobe, Zhu Yuan's face contorted with fear. Xia Tian quickly covered his mouth. Soon, the wooden door was slammed open, and several men with ghost masks rushed inside. Jingi and Cheng Ling hid at the stairway corner. As soon as the first guy entered, several gunshots rang out, knocking the man who had walked in down to the ground. The subsequent intruders became much more cautious, using battered pieces of wood as shields. Cheng Ling, out of fear, opened fire wildly several times at them, depleting all her bullets. Jing Xan's bullets were also running out. He pulled Cheng Ling back into his room and locked the door. Footsteps continued to sound endlessly from the staircase. The sounds of smashing doors stimulated Jing Xan's heartbeat. It was absolutely impossible not to be afraid in such moment. He grabbed Cheng Ling's hand tightly, and Cheng Ling clutched it back just as firmly. In the instant when the door finally burst open, Jing Xan used his body to shield Cheng Ling, crouching down in the corner together. 4 men with ghost masks walked in, holding guns. Upon seeing Jing Xan and Cheng Ling, they seemed somewhat surprised, struggling to imagine that the ones who had just killed so many of their group could be mere children, and among them, even a little girl. Take them outside, one of the skeleton-masked men ordered. Children. There were quite a few members in their team who had an interest in children, boys or girls alike. Ooh! A muffled groan suddenly came from the wardrobe. It was the sound made by Yuan due to extreme fear despite Xia Tian pressing hard against his mouth to silence him. The groan was clear enough that everyone, including Jing Xan, heard it. One of the men came over to open the wardrobe. Both Jing Xan and Cheng Ling felt their hearts leap into their throats. As the man opened the door, a gunshot echoed with a loud bang. The man standing before the wardrobe collapsed heavily to the ground, a shoulder wound bleeding profusely. Inside the wardrobe, Yuan shook violently as he shrunk beside Xia Tian. Xia Tian, pale-faced and clearly terrified, pointed the gun shakily at the others in the room. In moments of despair, people sometimes found courage and pushed their bodies to their limits. Xia Tian fired another shot, but it went wide, embedding itself into the wall instead. The skeleton-masked man quickly discerned that this little girl did not know how to properly handle a gun. With a wave of his hand, another man immediately disarmed Xia Tian, dragging her out of the wardrobe as she panicked and screamed, her hands desperately clinging to the wardrobe door. At that very moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The clown-masked man, who had been standing behind the skeleton-masked man, pulled out a knife and slashed at the back of the skeleton-masked man's neck, cutting it clean through. The man dragging Xia Tian was caught off guard, allowing Cheng Ling to lunge forward and knock him down. The gun fell to the ground. Jing Xan hurriedly ran over, picking up the gun and firing a bullet into the man's chest. In an instant, 3 more corpses lay in the room. All eyes focused on the man wearing the clown mask. Cheng Ling quickly pulled Xia Tian and Yuan behind her to shield them, while Jing Xan also raised his gun and aimed it at him. The clown mask was removed, and Cheng Ling let out a startled cry when she realized the person beneath the mask was actually Cheng Zhengqiu. Brother. She rushed forward and hugged Cheng Zhengqiu tightly, who caught her and hugged her back with great force. I'm so glad you're safe. You scared me half to death. Cheng Zhengqiu exclaimed as if he'd just escaped from the jaws of death. How did you end up wearing this thing? Cheng Zhengqiu asked as he walked over and kicked the clown mask lying nearby with his foot. Just now, I killed a masked man in the cattle pen. I figured none of them had shown their true faces, so I stripped off the guy's clothes and mask and wore them myself. It turned out that no one stopped me along the way. Then, when I saw them enter Jing Xan's house, I followed them inside. Cheng Zhengqiu explained. Chapter 28, Escape. Then, can we wear these masks too? Xia Tian shakily pointed at the 3 corpses lying beside her. No, you are not tall enough, it will be very easy to get discovered. Cheng Zhengqiu frowned and said, I can only disguise myself as one of them and take all of you out. There is a small parking lot near the chicken farm in the southwest corner. There are several cars parked there. We'll sneak over there, steal a car, and leave the ranch. Big brother, this is too risky. Cheng Ling looked at Yuan and Xia Tian. She thought this proposal was bold enough. If they were discovered on the way, they would become targets for gunfire. I think we should hide and wait for Suyu to come back. But we cannot be sure when they will be back. Jing Xan furrowed his brow. At the current pace, by the time they return, the entire ranch might have been bloodily wiped out. I think although Cheng Zhengqiu's suggestion is risky, we should give it a try. It's better than doing nothing. Cheng Ling finally agreed with Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Zhengqiu put on the mask, gun in hand pointing at the kids, escorting them out of the house. The street was already in chaos, full of screams and gunshots. Corpses could be seen everywhere. Those masked men pounced on women they saw and killed the men outright. It was like a scene from hell. Those masked men did not suspect anything seeing Cheng Zhengqiu escorting a few children. They just helped themselves to food, supplies, and women. Xia Tian tightly clutched Yuan's hand, terrified every step of the way. Jing Xan and Cheng Ling were close together, also very nervous. Just as they were about to leave the residential area, a voice suddenly came from behind. Halt. Everyone froze. Behind them, a man wearing a screaming ghost face mask approached with an assault rifle and asked Cheng Zhengqiu, where are you taking them? The boss told me to bring these brats to the other side of the ranch, Cheng Zhengqiu replied, lowering his voice. The man looked at Jing Xan and Cheng Ling, then at Xia Tian and Yuan, both of whom were pale-faced and trembling. Go ahead, the man with the ghost face mask said. Cheng Zhengqiu quickly turned around and led them away. However, Cheng Ling carefully turned back and saw the man with the screaming ghost face mask raise his gun, aiming at Cheng Zhengqiu's head. Brother, get down, Cheng Ling screamed, rushing towards Cheng Zhengqiu, knocking him down. Simultaneously, gunshots rang out, bullets whizzing past Cheng Zhengqiu's scalp. The man sneered, Boss. I am the boss. After saying that, he released the safety catch again, pointing the gun at Cheng Zhengqiu. However, before he could pull the trigger, a stick struck his head violently, rendering him unconscious immediately. Behind him stood Zhuo Yi, holding a long stick. After Zhuo Yi knocked him out, he placed his hands in front of his chest and muttered, Sanzai. Big brother. Cheng Ling ran over joyfully, hugging Zhu Yi's leg. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan also ran over to hug him. Cheng Zhengqiu took off his clown mask, clutching his own chest, his heart pounding incessantly. It was so close. Just a little closer and he would have met his end. Zhu Yi escorted everyone towards the southwestern parking lot, saving many others along the way, including children escaping from school and 5 or 6 ranchers. A bus and a small car were stationed in the parking lot, just enough space for all the people. Cheng Zhengqiu and Zhu Yi helped everyone onto the vehicle. Though there were no keys, it was not a problem for Cheng Zhengqiu. He had seen those hoodlums break into locked cars back in his city. He sat in the driver's seat, tampered under the steering wheel for a while, pulled 2 wires out, and sparked them against each other. The engine started. Cheng Zhengqiu drove towards the rear gate of the ranch, with Jing Xan standing by the window, gun in hand. Every shot he fired accurately hit the masked men. The back gate had already been opened, likely by fleeing ranchers, and the car drove straight out. At this moment, gunshots behind became increasingly dense. Looking back, several large trucks were already driving into the ranch. Jing Xan shouted excitedly, "It's Su Yu and the rest returning." Cheng Zhengqiu immediately parked the car near the wall. Zhu Yi said to Cheng Zhengqiu, "I need to go down and help them. Big brother, please don't go." Cheng Ling clung desperately to Zhu Yi's hem. "There's fire all around outside, it's dangerous." "It's alright, I won't get hurt." Zhu Yi touched Cheng Ling's head and resolutely got off the car. "I want to help my big brother too." Jing Xan wanted to get out with Zhu Yi as well. "You stay here." Cheng Zhengqiu immediately held him back. "Why are you going?" "Just stay here so your brother doesn't have to worry about looking after you. The main team is back now, they'll handle it fine." "But..." Jing Xan frowned anxiously. "Just follow my brother and stay here. They will be fine over there." Cheng Ling interrupted him. "They are well armed, surely they can drive those people away. If we run over now, what if we become hostages?" Finally, Jing Xan decided to stay. As gunshots continued inside the ranch, everyone's heart became tense with great anxiety. About 15 minutes later, someone couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to say, "What are we still doing here? Let's flee for our lives." It was a middle-aged man, one of the ranchers. "No, the situation is unclear right now. We cannot leave, we have to wait for them," Cheng Zhengqiu said. If Su Yu and his group couldn't hold out, this car would be their last retreat route. They must wait for them. However, Cheng Ling pulled on Cheng Zhengqiu's sleeve, her trembling hand pointing towards the distance. Cheng Zhengqiu looked in that direction and saw a large group not far away, as black as ants. Upon closer inspection, they were actually an army of zombies. All the people got goosebumps. The zombie army surged like a tide, overwhelming the sky and heading towards the ranch direction. Perhaps attracted by the bloody smell from the ranch, their numbers were unimaginably huge. Ha ha, ha ha. Even at such a long distance, the greedy growls could still be heard clearly. Good. Good heavens. The people in the car also saw the swarm of zombies. Their last nerve had shattered. Drive. Drive immediately. 2 or 3 ranchers stood up demanding Cheng Zhengqiu drive away now. It's too dangerous here. We should get out of here fast, otherwise, we'll have no bones left soon. Sweat poured down Cheng Zhengqiu's face like raindrops, dripping non-stop. Quick, drive. So many zombies. If we don't drive away now, we're dead for sure. The initially uneasy emotions of the ranchers were completely replaced by restlessness. Several ranchers had already stood up. Seeing this unfavorable situation, Cheng Zhengqiu also got out of the driver's seat and faced them, trying his best to soothe them. "The zombies are still a certain distance away from us. Let's just wait a bit longer for them. Otherwise, if you go alone, you may encounter even more dangers." "No way." A big and sturdy man refused quickly with a wave of his hand. "If the zombie army comes, we won't be able to escape either. You shouldn't go too far." Cheng Ling said angrily, "If it weren't for Zhu Yi saving you, you'd all be dead by now. Why can't you just wait for him?" "Girl, that's not how it works. In this end of the world, all us commoners can do is survive." A stout woman stood up and said. "Yeah. Besides, we didn't ask him to save us." Another man said, "As for knowing gratitude, he does these things to accumulate merit. Actually, we should thank him." HMPH. Jing Xan raised the corner of his lips with a sneer. Truly fascinating. In the apocalypse, ridiculous human dramas unfolded one after another, making life somewhat less lonely. "Please, wait for brother Zhu Yi." Xia Tian was also getting anxious. "No way. We've got so many people in this car, how can we just stay here waiting for one person? If it's really because you refuse to leave and we all get eaten by zombies, can you take the responsibility?" A man who was dressed relatively decently stood up and directly questioned Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Ling gave him a cold look. "Who is responsible if we die?" "Are you kidding me?" "Xiaoling, don't curse." Cheng Zhengqiu reprimanded Cheng Ling once, though he quite agreed with her words. "Well, if you want to leave, leave by yourself. I'll get off and find them." Cheng Zhengqiu said to them, "Is there anyone among you who knows how to drive?" "I can." That big and sturdy man quickly raised his hand and said, "Brother, I'm going with you." Cheng Ling quickly said, "And me." Jing Xan said while opening the car door, jumped out, and turned back to Cheng Zhengqiu. "I won't leave without seeing my brother." After some thought, Cheng Zhengqiu still nodded. "Then Lingling and Jing Xan will go with me, Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan will stay in the car." He glanced back at those ranchers. "You keep driving north, we'll catch up with you. As for the 2 kids, please take care of them, okay?" "That's no problem," the plump woman said. "We're not bad people, we just want to survive. Hope you understand." I'll help you take care of the children. After the 4 children bid each other farewell, Cheng Zhengqiu led Jing Xan and Cheng Ling running toward the ranch. The engine started again, and the car drove towards the northern main road, speeding off and raising dust everywhere. Xiao Tan's convoy had just entered the ranch when it was attacked by these masked men. Although they were in large numbers, their firearms and ammunition weren't particularly well supplied. Most of them only held cold weapons like knives and axes. As a result, they were quickly scattered and fled by the armed team. The moment the car stopped, Jingi immediately jumped out and ran toward the residential block where they lived. Along the way, anyone who blocked his path met with lethal force. He had already gone berserk with worry for his younger brother's safety. Su Yu understood this as she closely followed behind Jingi, dealing with attackers from the rear while he moved forward. The two of them ran toward the house. Meanwhile, Yuan remained with the armed team to handle the masked men. Chapter 29. Who is the traitor? Su Yu and Jingi returned to the house, finding the door already in shambles, obviously having been damaged. There were obvious traces of bullets sweeping through the room, with items scattered in disorder on the ground. Jing Xan. Jingi shouted loudly, calling his name, but naturally there was no response. He hastened up the stairs in a few quick steps. Inside the room, there were 3 corpses of masked men lying haphazardly on the floor. The moment Jingi saw the bodies, his figure stiffened abruptly. After realizing that they weren't Jing Xan's, he finally relaxed. Brother Jingi, come and take a look at this. Su Yu stood by the doorway, examining something on the wall. Jingi walked over and noticed a line of small characters carved into the wall with a dagger. Big brother, I'm heading to the parking lot, Jing Xan. This row of words had originally been covered by a photo stuck to the wall so as not to be discovered by those masked men. Su Yu noticed the photo. It showed Jingi in a handsome military uniform, embracing the short-statured Jing Xan in a picture. Unable to resist, she removed the photo, revealing the words carved into the wall. I know where the parking lot is, Su Yu said to Jingi. Let's go find him. Jingi nodded, and the two ran out of the house towards the parking lot one after the other. The parking lot was empty except for a row of tire tracks leading straight out the back door, which was open. A few zombies had already begun wandering in through the opening. Did they leave? Su Yu murmured, gazing at the trail of tire marks. Just then, a large truck approached, with Xiao Tan standing on it waving at Su Yu. Little Yu, quickly get on. We're leaving here. Leaving? Su Yu seemed somewhat puzzled. But then, when she turned her head, she saw a vast army of zombies flooding into the ranch gate like a tidal wave. They were crazily scavenging dead bodies from the ground, much like ants, leaving only white bones in their wake wherever they went. They're coming. Get on the vehicle. Yuan shouted loudly from the truck. Without delay, Su Yu climbed onto the truck and extended her hand to Jingi. Brother Jingi, get on. Jingi's eyes remained fixed on the 2 sets of tire tracks, his expression seemingly very concerned. Jingi. Su Yu couldn't help calling his name again, glancing anxiously at the approaching zombie horde, now just less than 100 meters away. Finally, Jingi walked over in a few quick strides, grasped Su Yu's hand, and was pulled aboard by her forceful tug. The truck sped up to its maximum speed, rushing straight out of the ranch's back gate, kicking up a cloud of dust as it ascended onto the road. The ranch gradually grew distant behind them, shrinking bit by bit until it became unimaginably small. Xiao Tan sat alone at the rear of the truck, his gaze profound, looking deeply at the ranch receding far behind him. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. At this point, the entire ranch had fallen to the zombie army. The cattle and livestock within the ranch had probably become meals for the zombies by now. When they left, there was almost nobody left in the ranch except for those fleeing masked men, who lacked organization. They were merely the riffraff gathered together from the city. Therefore, the fight against them hadn't been too strenuous. However, these masked men clearly anticipated the actions at the ranch beforehand and gave them an empty city ruse. Undoubtedly, there was a traitor among the ranch group. Suddenly, a gun pressed against Su Yu's forehead, held by a short man named Ju Bin. How did you know those people were going to the ranch? Ju Bin questioned Su Yu. Seeing him draw the gun, Jingi immediately stood up, whoosh, his blade unsheathed. Lin Xin and Yuan hurriedly drew their guns, pointing them at Jingi. For a moment, tension filled the air within the back of the truck. Su Yu turned her head and glanced at Xiao Tan. In his eyes, there seemed to be a similar question, though his expression remained calm, unreadable as to whether he was pleased or angry. Yet, he tacitly approved of Ju Bin's action. Su Yu could not disclose the matter about exchanging system points for the intelligent map. It was simply too bizarre. Even if she told them, no one would believe it, and she didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for herself. I guessed, she replied. Just that. Yuan queried doubtfully. That probably isn't convincing enough. What else can there be? Su Yu countered. So, are you suspecting me? Don't waste time talking to her. The people who knew about this operation plan are few. Ju Bin growled furiously. These past days, she kept running off aimlessly without any proper explanation. Last time, they also went to Wuli Town, definitely getting acquainted with the people there long ago. This time, she planned to coordinate with them inside and outside to seize our ranch. This speculation seemed reasonable. Indeed, Su Yu could not clarify why she had constantly been stepping out. Doing system tasks, rescuing damsels in distress. These were things impossible to explain to Xiao Tan and the others. Last time when she and Jingi went to Wuli Town, whenever asked about their reasons, they always dodged around the subject. Now, it has provided others with leverage against her. Xiao Tan's gaze grew increasingly cold, and even Yuan, who had always been considerate towards Su Yu, now wore a much sterner expression. Jingi drew his blade and stepped in front of Su Yu for protection. Although his blade wasn't as quick as a gun, he still did his best to shield her from harm. This gesture did not sit well with Xiao Tan. This matter does indeed require an explanation, Xiao Tan said as he stood up, approaching Su Yu. He then slowly pulled out a gun from behind him, pointing it directly at her. Seeing Xiao Tan draw his weapon, Bin lowered his gun, smugly stepping aside. However, the moment he took a step forward, there was a loud bang and Bin collapsed to the ground. His left knee had been shot by Xiao Tan. At the sound of the gunshot, Jingi's towering figure completely enveloped Su Yu in a protective embrace, holding her tightly against his chest. Shocked, Su Yu looked up to see everyone around them with astonished expressions. Boss Xiao, you've targeted the wrong person. Yeah. Why are you attacking Bin? Xiao Tan let out a cold laugh. The one who needs explaining isn't her, but you. Bin curled up like a shrimp, blood pooling all over the floor from his left knee. In excruciating pain, his lips were already pale as he struggled to say, Leader, I don't understand what you mean. To catch a spy is very simple, Xiao Tan said coldly. Just before, while his men were clearing out the remnants, he had randomly grabbed one of the masked hooligans, shattered his knee with a gunshot, and told him that if he didn't want every bone in his body broken, he'd better divulge the spy's name. Without hesitation, the man gave up Bin. Bin's mouth dropped open. He had assumed those people would either be dead or fled, so Xiao Tan wouldn't find out what he'd done. They had promised Bin that once they took over the ranch, they'd make him the leader, while they only wanted regular supplies of food and women. Damn. How could you do such a thing, Bin? Do you even realize how many people have died because of you? Huang Zirui angrily exclaimed, pain evident in his voice. As an emotionally straightforward tough guy, he voiced his thoughts without restraint. Why did you conspire with outsiders to harm us? Leader Xiao, please hear me out. Bin pleaded toward Xiao Tan, but before he could finish speaking, another gunshot rang out, leaving a hole in his forehead. The bullet had embedded itself deep into his brain. I never listened to explanations. Xiao Tan coolly returned the gun to its holster behind him and gave a terse order, throw his corpse down, feed it to the zombies. Yuan and Lin Xin didn't hesitate, lifting Bin's body and throwing it off the truck. He had betrayed his comrades in such a way that caused rivers of blood on the ranch. Such a person only deserved to become zombie fodder. Jingi had now released Su Yu. Xiao Tan seemed displeased with their intimate pose, though given his already foul mood, he kept silent and instead sat back down in the rear of the truck. Everyone else resumed their positions, each feeling heavy-hearted from what had just happened. Thank you, Brother Jingyi, Su Yu whispered close to Jingyi's ear. Her breath tickled the back of his ear, making him feel slightly tingling, but he shook his head to indicate it was no big deal. If we keep following this road, we'll eventually catch up to Jing Xan and the others, Su Yu softly spoke to Jingyi. You shouldn't worry too much. Everything will be fine. Jingyi nodded, and the two stopped talking. Su Yu closed her eyes and reopened her intelligent map. She now worried more about Qin Yuan. Based on what Xiao Tan said, Qin Yuan had gone with another team of his men, though the two groups had separated. They had agreed to meet at a river valley in the north. If Qin Yuan remained with his group, they should soon meet, but Su Yu couldn't help but remain uneasy. The smart map could detect within a 300-mile radius, and the area around the ranch had already turned a solid red, indicating dense zombie populations numbering beyond count. Around the ranch, scattered across roads, forests, and plains, faint green dots were moving. These green dots represented humans. These green dots might include the ranchers who escaped from the ranch, perhaps some of her companions, though she couldn't confirm the identities of these scattered dots. The only option now was to follow Xiao Tan's vehicle northward, evading that massive wave of zombies. They encountered a couple of ranchers walking on the road. Xiao Tan offered them a ride as well. Though the ranch no longer existed, his sense of responsibility hadn't entirely disappeared. The man was named Li Bianjiang, and he looked like an honest peasant farmer. The woman was called Li Wanling, who was 8 months pregnant. She worked as a health officer at the ranch and had been a nurse in her past life. In this current apocalypse, she could now be considered half a doctor. Have you seen any children, or the veterinarian Cheng Zhangqiu from the ranch, or perhaps a bald little master? After they got on the truck, Su Yu couldn't help but ask them anxiously. Li Bianjiang frowned as he tried to recall. Just as we were passing through, we did see 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, both around 13 or 14 years old. They were heading towards the ranch. I originally intended to stop them, but the kids insisted that they wanted to go back to find someone and refused to come with us, so we just let it go. Now, I don't know where they are. A boy and a girl. Could they be Jing Xan and Cheng Ling? Before Su Yu could inquire more meticulously about the appearances of the 2 children, the truck had already come to a halt. She looked up and saw a minibus parked by the side of the highway ahead. Chapter 30, Parting. Jing Xan and the Cheng siblings, Zhangqiu and Ling, returned to the ranch. They didn't find Su Yu's group but did come across Maro hiding in a patch of grass near their house. The little guy had concealed himself well, only emerging when he caught Jing Xan's scent. The group searched almost every corner of the ranch but found no sign of Su Yu or Jingyi. With zombies approaching, the 3 reluctantly hopped into a small sedan, with Zhangqiu driving them away from the ranch. Behind them, zombies had already overtaken the entire ranch. Jing Xan's complexion grew increasingly pale. Watching his silence, Cheng Ling comforted him gently. Your brother will be fine. He's so capable, maybe he's already left the ranch. Maybe he went back looking for me, Jing Xan muttered gloomily. I should have waited for him in the room. In the apocalypse, once separated, it was uncertain when they might meet again, it was all up to fate. She had experienced being separated from her brother before, knowing all too well the feeling of having loved ones missing, even unaware if they were alive or dead. Chengling didn't know what more to say. She turned her gaze out the window, silently thankful that at least her brother was still by her side. Still, she wondered where Zhu Yi's brother might be, whether he was with them. Brother, look, Chengling suddenly shouted, pointing to the road ahead. There, on the side of the highway, sat the very bus they'd been chasing earlier. Cheng Zhengqiu quickly slammed on the brakes. The three stepped out cautiously and approached the bus. There was no one inside, just piles of zombie corpses sprawled over the seats. Their mouths gaped open, revealing repulsive black teeth and gums, exuding a foul stench as flies buzzed incessantly around them. Though their faces hadn't fully distorted, you could still vaguely recognize the previous passengers. These were the ranchers who had originally boarded the bus. But now, all of them had become undead and subsequently deceased zombies. Multiple bullet wounds marred their bodies, most fatal injuries inflicted upon their heads, many were victims of headshots. However, Jing Xan noticed several neck wounds among some zombies, one even bore a deep stab wound straight through its forehead. It's brother, he exclaimed joyfully. These mutated zombies were killed by my brother and his team. He recognized this kind of blade wound, unmistakably left by Jingi's katana. Xia Tian, Zhu Yuan. Cheng Ling ran straight onto the bus, searching amidst the pile of bodies for her two companions. Thankfully, they weren't there. Maybe they're with Su Yu, Cheng Zhengqiu guessed. If these zombies were really killed by Jing Yi's group, then perhaps they've already taken Xia Tian and the others. Hurry up. Let's get in the car and follow them. They quickly got back in the vehicle. Cheng Zhengqiu revved the engine and sped off. After nearly 2 hours of driving, the road forked ahead, prompting Cheng Zhengqiu to stop the car. The three looked at each other uncertainly, unsure which path to take. Su Yu mentioned we could try our luck in the capital city. If the capital is our destination, then maybe they took the right road, Cheng Ling pointed out, jumping out of the car to examine a simple map at the fork in the road. The right road led north, while the left headed northwest toward the river valley region. To reach the capital, they needed to choose the right route. Cheng Zhengqiu glanced down the left road. A mountain range loomed in the distance under dark, menacing clouds. Cheng Ling made sense. If they all knew their destination, eventually they would meet again along the way. Thus, the trio drove forward on the right road. Dark clouds gathered above the river valley area, flanked by towering cliffs. An ominous atmosphere filled the air as gusts whipped dried leaves violently, creating an eerie scene. Hardly any zombies wandered here since the area was devoid of people, making it relatively safe for the moment. As the truck arrived at the river valley, 2 other trucks were already parked at the edge of the ravine, full of familiar faces from the armed team. There were about 10 of them. Xiao Tun leapt out and greeted each member, checking the numbers. These seemed to be the last remaining survivors of the armed group. Su Yu hadn't seen Qin Wan. After asking around, one of the men informed her that Qin Wan hadn't followed the main group, so her whereabouts were unknown. One thing was certain, she'd left before them because when the last truck evacuated, the entire ranch had no living souls left. Su Yu visibly grew concerned. If Qin Wan wasn't with the armed group, then alone, where could she possibly be? Xiao Tan quickly conferred with his brothers, devising their next plans. Then he turned back toward Su Yu, who had her eyes closed tightly and brows furrowed deeply. She was using the intelligence map to search for Qin Wan's location, though it was difficult. The map couldn't identify specific individuals, only detect all humans within proximity. Within a 30-kilometer radius, the green dots on the map were sparse, but there were still quite a few of them. Nevertheless, no matter what, she had to go back and look for Qin Wan, Jing Xan, and the others. As Jingi glanced at her, he realized they shared the same thought. It was about to rain. After a brief rest, Xiao Tan and his group would leave the river valley area since it would soon flood, making the region very unsafe. Xiao Tan walked over. Come with us. You'll be safe with me. His tone was confident, even a bit arrogant. Indeed, surviving in the apocalypse alongside Xiao Tan did promise safety. He had equipment, strength, and a loyal gang of brothers willing to risk their lives. Xiao Yu shook her head. My companions might also be looking for me. I have to go back. Xiao Tan pursed his lips. He had anticipated Xiao Yu's decision. She wouldn't abandon her companions, but despite this, he still had to ask her. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he still wanted to try. If that's the case, we'll part ways here. He rubbed his eyes, feeling reluctant to let her go as he turned around and said to Ji Yunyan, give Xiao Yu that off-road vehicle and add 3 days' worth of rations. Load it all into the car. Ji Yunyan nodded and drove over the off-road vehicle parked by the river valley edge. Thanks, Xiao leader. Xiao Yu gave him a smile, her heart slightly heavy as well. Xiao Tan had treated her really well, unmatched, especially hard to find such genuine friends in the apocalypse. Oh, I mentioned earlier that I owed Xiao leader a favor. If we don't meet again in the future, please tell me what you want now. Whatever I have, it's yours. Xiao Yu kept thinking about this matter because Xiao Tan had been so good to her. If she couldn't repay this favor, she would feel uneasy. Suddenly, Xiao Tan arched an eyebrow and smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. It was a handsome smile. Xiao Yu, those were your words. He took a step closer to her. A crowd near the truck noticed them and started watching with amusement, chuckling lightly. I have only one request. Other than asking me to leave with you, she quickly added. Close your eyes. Xiao Yu was utterly confused. Just this one request, close your eyes and don't move. Xiao Tan's voice softened considerably, almost unrecognizable from his usual commanding tone. Though puzzled, Xiao Yu followed through anyway. She wondered if, according to TV drama logic, Xiao Tan might suddenly pull out a gun and shoot her. Next thing she knew, a warm kiss landed on her forehead, light and fleeting like a dragonfly touching water, and then it was gone before she could react. Xiao Yu opened her eyes in shock, unable to believe what had just happened as she stared at Xiao Tan in disbelief. From the truck side came bursts of laughter. Jingi's gaze swept over from afar. After kissing Xiao Yu, Xiao Tan even threw a smug glance at Jingi. Enraged instantly, Jingi's face darkened as he stomped over, pulled Xiao Yu's hand, and dragged her toward the off-road vehicle, his cold expression enough to freeze half the world. Kid, take care of her. Xiao Tan shouted after Jingi. Watching Xiao Yu enter the off-road vehicle and looking back at him one last time, he felt a bit relieved. He waved goodbye to Xiao Yu. The entire journey, Jingi remained sullen-faced while Xiao Yu's heart had been disturbed by Xiao Tan's kiss and she didn't notice Jingi's reaction. Xiao Tan liked her, she knew, but she pretended not to. Xiao Tan was dangerous, and she didn't want any deep involvement with him. Yet, that kiss made her heart ache slightly, not out of romance, but solely because of parting. She hated farewells. Just like when her parents bid her goodbye after dinner years ago, a farewell that made seeing each other again almost impossible. Her insistence on going back to look for Yuan, Jing Xan, Cheng Zhengqiu, and the others stemmed from her unwillingness to lose the hard-won friendships built on trust and emotion. Damn it, she loathed separations. Chapter 31, Scattered Flight. Zhuori walked alone on the highway. He hadn't found Su Yu and the others, but he had saved several herders, leading them out of the ranch that had already been overrun by zombies. Then they parted ways, and once again, Zhuori set off on his own journey with a calm heart. Life and death were predestined, and he didn't overstrive. Far along the highway, two figures were rapidly approaching him. Zhuori braced himself, holding his long stick horizontally. On closer inspection, those two were Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan. The two youngsters were fleeing desperately, with several zombies in hot pursuit behind them, growling as they lunged at them. Zhu Yuan tripped ungracefully and fell to the ground. Xia Tian quickly went over to help him up. Behind them, the horrifying zombies were almost within arm's reach. One female zombie, whose hair was matted into clumps, lunged forward, grabbing Zhu Yuan's leg, and was about to bite down with her mouth full of sharp teeth when there was a bang, and her brain exploded. Zhuori's stick had already pierced directly into the female zombie's brain, pulling her away from Zhu Yuan and letting her fall heavily to the ground. Then Zhuori turned around and swiftly dealt with all the zombies behind him without leaving a single one remaining. The Zhuori in battle and the usual mild-mannered Zhuori were two different people. In dealing with zombies, he was ruthless, striking with fatal precision, never giving them a second chance to struggle and rise, like the Monkey King defeating demons. Brother Zhuori. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan each ran to hug one of Zhuori's thighs. You, why did you come back? Zhuori asked them. I told those uncles and aunts to drive to a safe place and wait for you, but they refused, saying you must have died already. So Xia Tian and I got off halfway through and came back to look for you, Xia Tian explained with a childish voice. However, at this moment, a car horn sounded behind them. The three turned around to see an old, broken-down sedan driving toward them from the direction of the ranch. It stopped steadily in front of them. The door opened, and a woman stepped out. She wore tight leather pants, and her clothes were already bloodstained, with disheveled hair. The car had multiple damages, covered with bullet holes. Judging from its condition, she had just barely escaped after an intense fight. But she wasn't flustered at all because she was Qin Huan, the composed combat enthusiast. Little Master Zhuori. Qin Huan waved at him as she got out of the car, delighted to encounter companions midway. It's Sister Qin Huan, Xia Tian shouted in surprise and joy. Zhuori led the two children over to Qin Huan. Are you alone? He asked her. Yeah. Qin Huan nodded. I lost contact with Su Yu and the others, but it doesn't matter. The armed team mentioned a meeting point. If we follow this road, we might still meet up with them. Look, didn't I find you? Her eyes twinkled with smiles. Zhuori clasped his hands together. May Buddha protect us. He too felt grateful to have encountered Xia Tian, Zhu Yuan, and Qin Huan. Get in the car. Let's travel together. Qin Huan waved at them. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan quickly climbed onto the back seat first, and Zhuori pulled open the passenger side door and sat down. The battered little car sputtered violently but managed to start nonetheless. Although the speed was slow, something is better than nothing. Qin Huan planned to switch cars if they encountered a better vehicle along the way. As the car reached a crossroads, Qin Huan got out, hesitating about which way to go. Xia Tian and the others also followed suit, looking at the old map on the signpost curiously. According to the prior arrangement with the armed team, going left would lead to the river valley. If Su Yu was with the armed team, they should definitely be heading along the left-hand highway. But Qin Huan couldn't be sure if Su Yu was really with them. Just at this moment, Xia Tian yelled, Sister Qin Huan, here, there's a mark. Qin Huan walked over, following Xia Tian's pointed finger, where indeed there was a small mark scratched with a sharp stone pointing rightward on the old map. It's left by big sister Cheng Ling, Xia Tian said to Qin Huan. Her. To Qin Huan, that was just a regular arrow pointing the way. It could have been scratched by some other person before and couldn't necessarily confirm that it was left by their group. Look, there's a triangle symbol here, Xia Tian pointed under the arrow, A triangle is big sister Chengling's mark, mine is square, and Zhu Yuan's is round. We agreed on this beforehand. Following Xia Tian's fingers, there was indeed a wobbly triangle drawn on the map. Qin Huan's spirit lifted. Chengling was alive, and surely not alone. Given her young age, Chengling couldn't possibly be driving. Considering the speed along the way, the ones ahead were definitely driving. Therefore, the adults with her might include Cheng Zhangqiu or even Su Yu and their group. The group got back in the car and sped off down the right-hand highway. Finally, by evening, a heavy rain came pouring down. Su Yu found an empty little hut on the map, located in a nearby forest not far away. The forest was a vast wasteland. There weren't even wild beasts, much less zombies. Staying here for the night would be a good opportunity to rest before continuing the journey. The car pulled up next to the wooden cabin and stopped. Jingi quickly ran out, took off his waterproof jacket, and opened Su Yu's driver's side door. It wasn't until he had stood under the rain for a long time that Su Yu realized he was trying to shield her from it. Would it kill you to say something? Su Yu thought to herself, but she nonetheless willingly let him cover her as they both went inside together. When the wooden door opened, a damp, musty smell greeted them. Su Yu coughed a few times before getting used to the interior scent. The house was spacious and empty, with a bed made of hay piled simply. It wasn't really a bed but more like a small nest. In the middle of the room was a blackened fireplace, likely left behind by someone who stayed here temporarily in the past. When Su Yu entered, she noticed a stack of firewood beside the wooden cabin. She went outside, fetched some dry wood, and lit it with a lighter. As the fire crackled, the dimly lit hut became brighter. After roughly tidying up the messy wooden hut, they carried more firewood and dry grass inside and laid out 2 makeshift beds, or rather, 2 nests. With everything set for staying indoors, Jingi closed the front door and firmly secured it with a wooden stake. In the apocalypse world, vigilance was always necessary. If both needed to sleep, the surroundings had to be absolutely secure. Once everything was arranged, Su Yu and Jingi sat around the fire on a pile of straw. Su Yu brought over her backpack, reached in as if retrieving something, and took out 2 packets of compressed biscuits from her personal storage space, handing one to Jingi. Cheng Zhangqiu often joked about how being with Su Yu meant having meat to eat, but it was true. Her storage space held many kinds of food preserved in a vacuum-like state, so they wouldn't spoil. Whether it was cooked dishes or fresh meats, once placed in the space, they were permanently kept fresh. Silently eating their meal, the quiet little cabin was filled only with the crunching sounds of chewing. Suddenly, Su Yu let out a soft laugh, drawing Jingi's curious gaze. Isn't it funny, how we're like 2 hamsters? Su Yu laughed at her own bizarre idea. Jingi blinked several times, the warm light illuminating his face making his smile particularly charming, though slight. He gave her a gentle grin. The rain outside pattered softly, almost stopping, and the forest at night seemed exceptionally serene, devoid of life, even the chirping of crickets and birds had ceased. After dinner, Su Yu chatted idly with Jingi to pass the time. No matter what they talked about, it was mostly Su Yu speaking to herself, with Jingi occasionally nodding in response. As long as she didn't ask him questions, he could remain silent indefinitely. Over time, Su Yu noticed Jingi's decreasing words. In reality, it wasn't that Jingi didn't want to talk, he just felt too nervous, unsure of what to say. Many thoughts had been churned repeatedly in his mind, but before he could express them, Su Yu would already shift topics. Lacking prior experience in conversing with girls, he was now entirely confused. Maybe, he thought he was annoying her. Seeing Jingi's troubled expression, Su Yu considered this, then decided to stop talking altogether. Being as sensitive as he was, Jingi immediately sensed the change in Su Yu's mood. Finally, after several internal struggles, he mustered up the courage and said, "Why can a dragonfly still fly even when its wings are broken?" Su Yu turned her head and looked at Jingi, puzzled by his earnest expression and sweating palms. "Is this a test?" she asked hesitantly. Jingi nodded. Su Yu furrowed her brow, deeply pondering. Why could a dragonfly with broken wings still fly? Could it be because its wings grow back, she ventured. Jingi shook his head and revealed the answer, because it's resilient. After saying this, he looked at her eagerly. At that moment, Su Yu's mind was filled with incomprehension and skepticism. What the heck? Seeing Jingi's earnest eyes, Su Yu finally understood that he was telling her a joke. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Although it was a lame joke, Su Yu forced herself to give an awkward laugh anyway. Jingi's first attempt at teasing failed, leaving him deflated and resolutely tight-lipped, refusing to utter another word. On the other hand, Su Yu thought a Jingi who tells corny jokes was undeniably adorable. Just as Su Yu began to feel drowsy, 2 knocks suddenly sounded at the door. For a moment, she was startled and became fully alert. She exchanged a glance with Jingi, who also quickly rose to his feet and approached the door cautiously, tilting his head to listen attentively. Su Yu drew the gun from her waistband and stood by the door with Jingi, ready to face whatever was out there. At that instant, another knock sounded on the door. The night was desolate, not even zombies dared to roam. And certainly, no living human should be inside this forest. But, apart from a human, who else would come knocking in the middle of the night like this? Chapter 32, Body Evolution. Su Yu asked, "Who's there?" Apart from the howling wind outside the window, there was no response at all. Su Yu walked over and carefully removed the wooden stake wedged against the door. If they didn't figure out who was knocking, neither of them would get a peaceful night's sleep. The door was pushed open slightly, and a gust of freezing wind rushed in, making the flames of the fire dance. Su Yu, gun in hand, pointed it towards the door. She kicked the door wide open with her foot, but found only darkness outside. There wasn't a single shadow to be seen. But just now, someone had clearly knocked twice. A cold breeze passed by, sending shivers down Suyu's spine. She immediately went back inside, tightly shut the door, and shook her head at Jingi. No one. It's impossible for no one to be there, unless what's knocking isn't human, Jingi said. Suyu's body went cold as goosebumps spread everywhere. This guy, usually he didn't talk, but when he did, he scared the life out of people. Sure enough, not long after they sat down again, the thump-thump-thump knocking sound rang out once more, becoming increasingly urgent. Suyu's heart sank. I'd like to see who's fooling around. Angered, she stood up with her gun, moved the log away, and kicked the door open. She walked out, pointing her gun into the dark space ahead and firing wildly. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased abruptly. A zombie leapt out suddenly from the right side of the wooden house and bit down hard on Suyu's shoulder. Suyu let out a muffled groan from her throat. But just as its teeth tore through her skin and tasted her blood, that zombie sprang up, fell to the ground, clutching its neck and coughing uncontrollably. Jingi rushed out, pulling Suyu behind him protectively. He saw the tooth marks on her neck and watched the blood flow profusely. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. He took the gun from Suyu, ready to blow the zombie's head off, but she stopped his action by pressing down on the barrel. Biting her lower lip tightly and looking very unwell, Suyu shook her head at Jingi. You don't have to do it. You don't have to move, it won't survive anyway. Indeed, the zombie began struggling fiercely on the ground, attempting to crawl toward the forest for a few steps before finally going still. It was dead. How did it die? My blood has antibodies to the Z virus. It can't survive long after getting my blood, Suyu explained weakly. Jingi immediately helped Suyu into the house, closed the door, and laid her down on a pile of dry grass. Seeing how anxious he looked, Suyu squeezed his hand, which was already covered in sweat. Relax, senior, I'm not going to die. The zombie virus doesn't affect me. She consoled him. Yes, before this, when Jing Xan had been bitten by a zombie, it was Suyu's blood that saved him. Jingi felt reassured and took out disinfectant and bandages from his backpack to clean Suyu's wound. Suyu took off her coat to reveal a tight-fitting blouse underneath. On her left shoulder was a clear set of bite marks, and the blood had already soaked the shirt bright red. Turning her back to him, Suyu undid the buttons of her blouse one by one, pulled her left arm out of the sleeve, and exposed her left shoulder where the wound lay, the flesh torn apart and bleeding heavily. Even though she was only facing away from him while partially unbuttoning her blouse, Jingi's heart still raced wildly. However, upon seeing her wound, a surge of pain quickly swept over him, overwhelming any hint of excitement. Hold on for a moment, Jingi said. He then dipped the gauze in disinfectant and began wiping her wound. Suyu gasped with pain SSS and her shoulder started trembling uncontrollably. Jingi immediately stopped. He couldn't bear seeing her in so much pain. Senior Jingi, please continue, Suyu said in a low voice after calming herself. Jingi then gently wiped her wound again. As the disinfectant touched her blood-soaked flesh, white bubbles emerged. Suyu clenched Jingi's shirt corner tightly, gritting her teeth, enduring the pain silently. Watching her endure such agony, Jingi's heart ached uncontrollably, flipping back and forth in sorrow. Finally, the cleaning was done. Jingi poured some healing powder onto the gauze, placed it on Suyu's shoulder, and then opened the roll of bandage with his teeth, carefully wrapping it around her step by step. To avoid touching her wound, Jingi helped Suyu button her blouse. Was the zombie earlier the one knocking? Suyu asked puzzledly after he fastened the last button. Jingi shook his head, indicating he didn't know. How could a zombie knock on the door? Suyu muttered to herself, zombies can't possibly do something that humans do. Would zombies possess intelligence? There were other strange things too. Just now, that zombie moved far too quickly. Before she could react, it had already bitten her. According to their knowledge, ordinary zombies moved extremely slowly. Even if they were faster than usual, they wouldn't surpass the speed of a human jog. Evolved? Jingi suddenly guessed. Suyu's heart sank, hoping he was wrong. If the evolved zombies moved faster and had intelligence, it would likely be another disaster for all the survivors on Earth. In the middle of the night, Jingi was awakened by some movement from beside him. Sitting up quickly, he saw Suyu curled into a ball, shivering uncontrollably while emitting pained moans. What's wrong with you? Jingi rushed over and held her. Suyu's face was drenched in sweat, and her clothes were soaked too. In the firelight, her complexion was deathly pale, with red blood vessels rolling in her eyes, a sight that terrified Jingi. Suyu tightly clutched Jingi's hand as though it were her last lifeline. It felt like there was a fire burning inside her body, making her feverish as the zombie virus fought against the antibodies in her blood. If it was just an ordinary zombie virus, the antibodies would have consumed the Z virus already, and her body wouldn't have shown any signs of reaction. But if this was a mutated zombie virus, Suyu didn't know what to expect. She felt as though she were about to explode. Jingi, run. I may be mutating, she trembled painfully and said. She'd been bitten by zombies before, but she'd never experienced this unbearable state. Jingi shook his head forcefully. I won't leave. He resolutely declared that he wasn't going anywhere. Suyu let out another scream of agony, then her entire skeleton began grinding together. Another pained scream escaped her lips as her eyes became completely filled with blood vessels, which flowed rapidly like worms. After the screaming stopped, she collapsed limply onto the haystack and lost consciousness. Jingi's heart throbbed with pain. He couldn't understand why watching her suffer like this made him so desperate to take even part of her anguish away. Su Yu's hand twitched slightly, grabbing onto Jingi's sleeve. Jingi lifted her up gently and placed her on his lap for comfort. Jingi. I might mutate. She used her last ounce of strength, breathing heavily as she told him, "No joke, I'll bite you. Hurry, it's too late already." She could no longer control her body, feeling numb all over and unsure whether her mind would stay intact for much longer. When that happened, would she turn into nothing more than a walking corpse? "I won't leave," he said firmly, tightening his embrace. "I'll stay with you." Su Yu's heart trembled sharply. She drifted into an unconscious sleep within his arms. Jingi toughed out the whole night, tightly holding Su Yu with one arm without letting go. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of dying, he simply couldn't bear the thought of her alone dying and becoming someone else. With the other hand, he gripped a dagger tightly. The moment she showed any sign of transformation, he was prepared to stab it straight into her brain. Su Yu actually later secretly thanked her luck. "Fuck. If I had thrashed around in my sleep, I'd have ended up killed instantly by my senior's blade. Where would I go to cry after that?" Finally, at dawn, Jingi's nerves slowly unraveled little by little. Gradually, he fell asleep, not waking up until well into the day. Shock jolted him awake when he found both his arms empty, the house deserted, the door wide open, and Su Yu nowhere to be seen. Stumbling out of the cabin, Jingi spotted Su Yu in the forest. She was crouched beside a zombie corpse, examining something. His heart sank heavily when he first realized she was gone, almost feeling hollowed out. Now, seeing her again, he finally started filling up bit by bit once more. Su Yu had never felt so good. When she opened her eyes, her body brimmed with energy. Carefully disengaging from Jingi's grasp, she noticed the dagger still clutched in his other hand, yet even then, his arm embracing her hadn't loosened. Stepping outside the wooden house, Su Yu took a deep breath, welcoming the fresh scent of mud after the rain. Sniffing, the earthy smells and even the stench of the decaying zombie corpses filled her senses. With her eyes closed, based solely on these scents, she could judge exactly what surrounded her. Opening her eyes again, the sky seemed clear as if washed clean, sharper than ever before. Her vision felt refreshed as if cleansed, allowing her to see every single leaf on each tree and every piece of bark in the woods. Meanwhile, her hearing sharpened exponentially. Every muscle in her body was full of vitality, as if reborn. She tested herself by running around the forest. To her amazement, her speed improved immeasurably. If she pushed herself, she reckoned she could probably match the speed of a cheetah in motion. Returning to the edge of the small wooden house, Su Yu felt that her physical abilities had definitely improved a great deal compared to before. She was no longer even close to an average human. After enduring the excruciating pain akin to death last night, she had managed to overcome the mutated zombie virus and evolved herself. So if zombies could evolve, humans could also evolve. Ding. Congratulations, host's physical evolution has reached T2 level. Sensory perception, speed, strength have all significantly increased. Reward points, 600, reward equipment, permanent smart map within a 30 kilometers radius. It really work. The system awarded points and equipment, which thrilled Su Yu. Her purchased smart map expired already, but now the system granted her another one, this time permanent within a 30-kilometer range, fully meeting daily need. As she approached the corpse of the zombie, its clothing appeared relatively new with little bloodstains, indicating he had been turned very recently. Apart from that, there was no significant difference between this and any other zombie. Dry wrinkled skin, sharp teeth protruding from blackened and rotten gums, releasing putrid stenches. At first glance, it was just a regular zombie. Turning back, Jingi stood by the doorframe, looking at her from afar, his gaze profound. Su Yu's heart stirred slightly, as though a flower bloomed slowly in some quiet corner of her soul, petals unfurling gently, emanating an intoxicating fragrance. "Good morning, Senior Jingi." "Good morning." Chapter 33, The Refuge Base. Yuan was driving along the road, and up ahead the highway branched off again. A small sign was planted by the side of the branch road, with several large words written in red ink, "The Refuge of the Apocalypse, all are welcome." Then there was an arrow pointing to one of the roads. Could there be a refuge here? In addition, on that small sign, Xia Tian found a triangular symbol, a mark made by Cheng Ling. Clearly, Cheng Ling should have gone to the refuge marked by the sign. Having a refuge welcoming exiled survivors was naturally a good thing. After Qin Yuan and Zhuo Yi discussed it, they decided to follow the arrow-marked refuge. Perhaps Cheng Ling and the others had already gone there. After driving for another while, they once again found a marker for the refuge, which still read, "The final sanctuary of humanity, all are welcome." After darkness fell, Qin Yuan stopped driving forward and parked her car by the roadside, settling under a tree. The area around them was wilderness on all sides, with no available shelter, so she and Zhuo Yi prepared to take turns keeping watch and roughing it for the night under the tree. Neither of them carried much food. Qin Yuan only had 2 chocolates left, which she gave to the children. She and Zhuo Yi just toughed it out without eating. Qin Yuan was quite interested in Zhuo Yi's past, so she asked many questions. Zhuo Yi had a good temper and answered all her questions frankly. In their conversation, Qin Yuan learned that Zhuo Yi had been practicing at Holy Mountain from his childhood until adulthood, never leaving. When the apocalypse came, his master passed away, instructing him to leave the mountain and enter the secular world. Zhuo Yi's eyes looked very clear. In this world, it was hard to find someone as calm and steady as him. Even facing the apocalypse, he could remain composed, indicating his profound cultivation. Qin Yuan had a good impression of this young monk and liked talking to him. They didn't need any pretense or facade, anything they wanted to say could be said straightforwardly. As they were talking, Zhuyi suddenly stood up, picked up his wooden stick, and focused his gaze steadily on the dark front. Qin Yuan also took out her gun and prepared, but she couldn't see anything. Master Zhuyi, what is it? Hush. Zhuyi signaled her to be quiet. Suddenly, a zombie dashed out of the darkness at incredible speed, lunging directly towards Zhuyi. Zhuyi raised his stick and swept sideways, yet the zombie managed to dodge and then crouched back into the shadows, ready to attack at an opportune moment. How can it? Qin Yuan was a little surprised. Regular zombies wouldn't dodge, they couldn't think. Just as Qin Yuan was astonished, the zombie ran out from behind the tree and leapt toward Qin Yuan. Turning around, Qin Yuan lifted her gun and fired with a boom, hitting its chest, but the bullet did no damage at all. Zhuyi quickly pulled Qin Yuan behind him for protection and raised his stick, striking the zombie's head hard enough to stun it. He hurriedly stepped back to avoid it. Right at that moment, a wire noose landed on the neck of the zombie. Two men appeared from the darkness. One of them held a metal rod with a wire noose attached to the end. He lightly pressed a button on the rod, immediately knocking the zombie down with a strong electric current. Zhuyi and Qin Yuan both took a few steps back as a car approached and parked in front of them. Several people got out of the car, men and women alike. One middle-aged woman with curly hair walked over and looked at the stunned zombie on the ground, saying, "It's this one, take it back." Then she looked up at Zhuyi and Qin Yuan. By the light of fire, Qin Yuan saw her face. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman dressed in leather clothing, with two handguns tucked into her waistband. She smiled at Qin Yuan. "Are you two all right?" Qin Yuan shook her head. "Are you going to the refuge?" the woman asked again. Qin Yuan shook her head again. "We're just looking for our lost companion." "Oh, a companion? Our refuge has recently accommodated quite a number of wanderers. Maybe your companion is among them." The woman extended her hand to Qin Yuan. "I'm Lu Qing, the manager of the refuge." Qin Yuan did not take her hand but instead looked at the electrocuted zombie on the ground. Lu Qing noticed her suspicion and explained, "This zombie is one of our research subjects. It accidentally escaped, and we are trying to recapture it." "You research zombies?" Qin Yuan asked. "Yes, our refuge has a dedicated zombie research facility where we develop medicine to counteract the Z virus." Lu Qing continued, "But it's a long story. Would you like to go back with us?" Qin Yuan looked at Zhuyi, who indicated he had no preference. She then glanced back at the two shaken children under her care and nodded. This refuge seemed decent. It was unclear if Cheng Ling and the others were inside. After getting into those people's car, they drove for about an hour before arriving at a small town. Following the road through the town and then heading back into the suburban area, the vehicle wound its way among hilly slopes covered with thick forests. After 20 minutes of twisting turns, a large base came into view. The outer perimeter of the base was surrounded by tall electrified wire fences. Zombies were kept outside, while inside there were numerous factories with cold grey-white walls of varying heights. It had likely been an industrial zone in the past. Behind the buildings stretched vast areas of thermal insulation greenhouses. Qin Yuan guessed they might be growing vegetables and fruits inside. The car entered the base, and after they got out, Lu Qing led them to an open factory warehouse where armed patrol guards were stationed. All wanderers must hand over their weapons and equipment before entering the residential area of the refuge, Lu Qing stated. "We didn't plan to stay here. We just came to find our friends," Qin Yuan replied, reluctant to part with her weapons. Lu Qing's curved Danfeng eyes swept over Qin Yuan as she said, "If your friends are also in the refuge, you must hand over your weapons in order to enter the residential area and find them. The ban on carrying weapons in the residential area is for everyone's safety. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone's temperaments have become quite volatile, and we don't want any bloodshed from mere disputes. Rest assured, we'll only hold onto your weapons temporarily. You can leave whenever you like." After pondering for a moment, Qin Yuan took off her firearms and placed her dagger on the table. Zhuyi handed over his long stick, while Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan turned in the handguns they carried. Lu Qing glanced appreciatively over their surrendered weapons and waved for her men to come forward and thoroughly search them again. Qin Yuan frowned slightly, clearly displeased, but since they were now on someone else's territory, it was necessary to follow their rules. The armed men then escorted the four of them to a factory door, opened it, and let them in. Qin Yuan soon discovered that what was called the residential area was just a huge factory hall. Many people were lying scattered around, sound asleep given the late hour. They paid no attention to Qin Yuan and the others' arrival. Once inside, the men quickly exited and shut the factory doors behind them. Qin Yuan immediately rushed to the door after they left and tried pulling it. It was locked. Damn. A sense of foreboding surged within her as she slammed her hands against the door. Several surrounding individuals woke up, irritated, cursing a few words under their breaths. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan looked worriedly at Qin Yuan. In order not to make the two children overly anxious, Qin Yuan eventually calmed herself down. It was already very late. She found a corner, letting the kids sleep. Although this refugee camp seemed peculiar, at least they wouldn't face immediate threats from zombies for the time being. The children fell asleep soon, and Qin Yuan sat leaning next to Zhuyi. Qin Yuan asked quietly, "Little Master Zhuyi, what do you think of this place?" "It doesn't feel like a refuge, more like a prison." Zhuyi echoed her inner thoughts. "Indeed, what kind of refuge locks its doors and forbids people from coming and going freely? How foolish I am." Qin Yuan sighed dismally. "We shouldn't have handed over our weapons earlier. Since we're already here, We might as well settle for now. Zhuo Yi remained relatively calm. Let's see how things go tomorrow. Qin Yuan nodded and lay down accordingly, deciding to rest first and deal with matters after dawn. After a short pause, Zhuo Yi lay down beside her, shielding Zhu Yuan and Xia Tian in between. In the darkness of the night, faint sounds of panting drifted from somewhere nearby, and it wasn't just one source. Qin Yuan instantly recognized these as the sounds of people engaging in pleasurable activities. Despite the noises being deliberately lowered, they still came across clearly because the surroundings were so quiet. Qin Yuan lifted her gaze to meet Zhuo Yi's, who had his eyes wide open. He'd naturally heard these sounds as well. Their gazes clashed momentarily in the dark. Zhuo Yi's face reddened, and he quickly closed his eyes, silently reciting sutras to expel impure thoughts. Qin Yuan found this rather amusing. Zhuo Yi, the young master, had such a pure and innocent mind. She wondered if he truly lacked all emotions and desires. She rolled over and gazed at the ceiling, propping her head on her hand. But her musings didn't last long. Instead, she became increasingly concerned about what awaited them tomorrow. The next morning, most of the people in the refugee residential area had already woken up. They lined up in long queues to go to the small infirmary beside the factory building to wash up, then queue again for their daily rations. Qin Yuan didn't see Su Yu or the others. She roughly counted about 100 people there. She approached a big-eyed, kind-looking little girl and asked her about this place. Her name was Sun Xiong. She was also new here and wasn't very familiar with things herself, saying that she'd been attracted by the refuge sign. This place took her in, offering food and drink while freedom was lacking. It was better than the outside world, where they were constantly worried about threats from zombies. Here at least, she could rest peacefully. Why restrict freedom? Qin Yuan asked her, puzzled. Apparently, this place isn't just a refuge but an experimental base as well. The restrictions on residents' movement are meant to ensure no one interferes with the experiments, or even accidentally runs into the zombie zones where they could die, Sun Xiong explained further. Every afternoon, some physically strong ones are sent out to work, mostly doing agricultural labor like harvesting crops. Anyway, most people here have adapted to life in the refugee camp. They don't mind not having freedom as long as they can survive. As long as they survive. Qin Yuan certainly did not wish to eke out a living here like a prisoner. Chapter 34, Siblings and Spouses. Can the refugees leave here? Qin Yuan asked Sun Xiong, and go to the outside world. Sun Xiong shook her head. It seems that they cannot. I'm not sure either. Anyway, all the people who come in never want to leave. It's practically hell out there. Qin Yuan felt that it wasn't much better inside here. But this kind of mixed living situation is only temporary, Sun Xiong added. As long as you listen obediently and stay healthy, you'll have a chance to be selected. Selected? Qin Yuan was confused. Every 3 days, a group of people leaves to live in better factories. It said that the selected refugees can become official residents of the shelter, with single rooms and no restrictions on personal freedom. Sun Xiong said, everyone hopes to be chosen. A lot of people have already left. For the day's rations, Qin Yuan received a steamed bun. Zhuo Yi, being a man, got a slightly larger one, whereas Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan's buns were only half-sized. Zhuo Yi split his bun in half and then further into quarters, handing them to Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan respectively. Qin Yuan exchanged her bun with Zhuo Yi, saying, you're a big guy, how can you eat so little? Zhuo Yi refused stubbornly, but Qin Yuan insisted earnestly, claiming she was dieting because her stomach was small, and eating too much would make her uncomfortable. After Qin Yuan persisted for quite some time, Zhuo Yi finally took her bun and held it carefully in his hand. He sincerely said to her, thank you. It was the first time Zhuo Yi had felt care from someone other than his master, and he was deeply moved. Zhuo Yi went to a corner with his bun ready to eat when several men approached him casually, yet surrounded him. The leader was a bit taller than Zhuo Yi, about 180 centimeters, with a rather rugged appearance. Hey kid, you're so skinny, can you finish such a big bun? The man rudely said to Zhuo Yi, why don't you show respect to Uncle Tang? I'll make sure you live peacefully here after that. Qin Yuan frowned. Just as she was about to step forward, Sun Xiong pulled her back and whispered a warning. That guy is Tang Ju, the biggest bully around here. He has immense strength and surrounds himself with cronies to oppress others. He particularly likes picking on newcomers. Don't offend him, or you'll regret it. Qin Yuan snorted disdainfully. With such talent, instead of setting up an independent camp, he lingers in this prison-like place receiving relief food and bullies those weaker than himself. Truly, at the end of the world, all sorts of scum emerge. This statement was loud enough for many people to hear. They started whispering and nodding in agreement with Qin Yuan's words. Of course, Tang Ju heard it too, his face turning red with anger as he stormed towards Qin Yuan. Woman, do you feel like having a taste of your own medicine? Believe me, I'll take you down today. His voice was rough, sounding like thunder. Qin Yuan handed the bun to Sun Xiong. Keep it for me. Then she rolled up her sleeves coldly and said, after fighting zombies for so long, I almost forgot what it feels like to hit real flesh. Come on, let's practice. Tilda. Tang Ju shouted, lunging toward Qin Yuan. His fat body quivered chaotically as he threw random punches. At this moment, Zhuo Yi stepped in front of Qin Yuan, standing firm in a horse stance. He extended one hand, lightly tapping on Tang Ju's joints with an apparent grace but hidden force. Tang Ju fell as if struck by a heavy blow, losing all his strength, landing heavily in front of Zhuo Yi. He groaned in pain. You've killed me. So, amazing. Qin Yuan gaped in awe as she watched Zhuo Yi take down the huge Tang Ju in the blink of an eye. If you ask nicely, I'll give you half my bun to eat. But you can't snatch it, and certainly can't bully my friends. Zhuo Yi said to Tang Ju lying on the ground, raising his palm in a gesture of deference. Sorry, but I win. Good. Young master, you're really skilled. Cheers erupted all around. These refugees had long endured bullying from Tang Ju, but now seeing Zhuo Yi easily knock him down in just a few moves won their admiration. Coupled with his noble demeanor, many young women cast appreciative glances his way. Cheng Zhangqiu, Jing Xan, and Cheng Ling followed the markers leading to the refugee shelter, leaving signs along the way for their companions to see. They were among the first to discover the refuge base, but Cheng Zhangqiu did not enter directly. Although the outside world was dangerous, Cheng Zhangqiu knew humans could be far worse than zombies. So these past 2 days, they've been hiding near the base, observing the refugee camp to understand their situation, while waiting for Su Yu and the others in the town. If they see the markers, they should be coming soon, right? It turned out that Cheng Zhangqiu's caution was well-founded. One day, they witnessed a melee from the rooftop. A group of people refused to return with the base's officers, so the base forcibly seized them, resulting in a violent clash. In the end, the group was forcefully shoved into vehicles and taken away. After such a long apocalypse, Cheng Zhangqiu had never seen a place where they forcibly grabbed people to take refuge. Moreover, those people weren't just women, there were men too, young and strong. If they didn't want to go, what could be gained by forcing them? He couldn't quite figure it out. Nonetheless, he secretly rejoiced that they hadn't foolishly rushed to surrender to the refugee shelter. It seemed that the sign welcoming everyone was nothing more than a baited hook. Cheng Zhangqiu discussed with Jing Xan whether they should leave the town and move farther away. As the only adult among them, he felt useless, dragging along 2 kids whose combat abilities surpassed his but who were still children after all. They also had a dog, one of the 3 harmless breeds in the world. It wagged its tail at everyone and acted affectionate. If the refugee base found them and attempted to seize them, they would have no room for resistance whatsoever. Jing Xan and Cheng Ling had no objections, so the 3 of them, along with Mao Mao, timidly drove away from the town. However, just as they left the town, a car approached from the opposite side of the road, colliding right in front of them. What should we do? Cheng Ling looked worried at the oncoming car and asked Cheng Zhangqiu, they're definitely people from the base. Will they abduct us? Attack first, or you'll suffer later. Jing Xan, kill them. Cheng Zhangqiu steeled his resolve and ordered Jing Xan. Jing Xan immediately took out his gun and fired several shots at the approaching vehicle, shattering the windshield. The other side seemed unwilling to yield, shooting back with their guns. Jing Xan hurriedly shielded Cheng Ling and ducked, as the car window glass shattered loudly. Cheng Zhangqiu instantly slammed the gas pedal to the floor, speeding past the car. Since the opponent's windows were already smashed, it was unlikely they'd turn around to chase them. At the very moment when the 2 cars brushed past each other, Jing Xan's heart leapt suddenly. His teeth chattered as he turned to look at Cheng Zhangqiu. The person in that car looks like my brother. Just as he finished speaking, both cars simultaneously hit the brakes and came to a stop. There was silence for a few seconds before Jing Xan jumped out of the car and rushed straight to the SUV. Brother. From the SUV, Su Yu and Jingi stepped down. Jing Xan sprinted toward Jingi but was abruptly grabbed by the collar and hoisted up. I taught you marksmanship, and now you use me as target practice. Ah. I didn't see your face. I thought you were people from the base. Jing Xan blushed while explaining. Su Yu nearly went berserk with joy upon seeing Mao Mao. When she returned to the ranch, some animals were dead and others injured, and Mao Mao had disappeared without a trace. Now, seeing him again, she embraced him affectionately as if regaining a precious treasure. Cheng Ling also ran over and hugged Su Yu. Sister Su Yu, meeting you is such a relief. Finally, we don't need to live in constant fear. Is that so? Following me means living in fear then? Why don't you go be her sister? Cheng Zhangqiu joked, clearly aggrieved. I'd love to, Cheng Ling smiled. It breaks my heart to think about how much I've exhausted myself worrying for you 2 every day, only to be rewarded with a little Zunai wolf. Everyone laughed, a joyous reunion after surviving a crisis. Everyone was thrilled, especially Jingi. Su Yu noticed the deep concern he had shown for Jing Xan these past few days. While he didn't display particular excitement this time, the faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth was particularly captivating. Cheng Zhangqiu led everyone back carefully to the small warehouse where they had previously stayed. They lowered the roller door, parking the car inside to avoid being discovered by the refugee shelter's people. Cheng Zhangqiu dragged over 2 discarded sofas, and the group sat down, recounting their experiences over the past few days, sighing with shared sorrow. Especially when hearing about the evolved zombies, everyone was startled. Su Yu did not conceal the part where she was bitten by a zombie, nor the changes happening to her body. She truthfully recounted everything. Cheng Zhangqiu also introduced himself to Su Yu and provided details of his observations regarding the refugee camp over the past few days. In any case, they are definitely not a simple refuge. What kind of shelter forcibly grabs people? Last time, Jing Xan and I climbed to the high ground opposite. Far off in the distance we saw greenhouses and operational factories over at the base. I reckon those people are forced into labor. Qin Yuan, could they be inside? Su Yu wondered aloud, have you seen them these past few days? Cheng Zhangqiu helplessly shook his head. They bring the wandering refugees in often at night. We can't monitor them 24/7. Just grab someone and ask, then we'll know. Jing Xan said casually, with his hands in his pockets. Anyway, Su Yu and my brother are both here. We can crush them. Su Yu remained silent about Jing Xan's mysterious confidence, but the idea was straightforward and brutal, worth a try. According to Cheng Zhengqiu's observation, the refugee base sent a few people every afternoon to search for supplies in town or pick up refugees attracted by roadside signs. The plan was soon set. Su Yu and Jingi would pretend to be refugees. Jing Xan would provide long-distance cover while Cheng Zhengqiu and Cheng Ling kept watch from a high position. Jingi drove the car while Su Yu sat in the passenger seat as they entered the central civic square of the town. Su Yu looked up at the rooftop where Cheng Zhengqiu stood. He gave her a signal indicating that the group was approaching. Su Yu slowed down the vehicle, and sure enough, she soon encountered an SUV coming from the base. It stopped, and 3 fully armed men jumped off the vehicle, glancing at Su Yu and Jingi before pointing their guns at them. "Don't shoot." Su Yu quickly raised her hands in surrender, nudging Jingi's elbow. With great reluctance, Jingi mimicked her stance and raised his hands. "Who are you two?" asked one of the tall men wearing a vest. "We're ordinary citizens who escaped here, saw the sign on the highway saying there's a shelter here, so we came to seek help. You know this wretched apocalypse, it's driving us crazy." Su Yu shrugged nonchalantly. To be ordinary citizens surviving this long in the apocalypse is impressive indeed. "By the way, what's your relationship?" Vestman asked warily. "I'll count down from 3, and you two answer together." Su Yu and Jingi exchanged a glance. 3, 2, 1. Su Yu, husband and wife. Jingi, brother and sister. Chapter 35, Research Room. 3, 2, 1. Su Yu, couple. Jingi, siblings. Jingi was completely stunned. Did she say couple? Couple? Are they a couple? Why are there so many pink bubbles in the air? Su Yu held her forehead. What's this nonsense about siblings? Weren't we supposed to say we're a couple? They don't look anything alike. Who would believe they're siblings? Jingi must have zoned out again during the meeting. The two answers were completely different, and immediately the 3 men raised their guns towards them. At that very moment, Jing Xan reacted quickly, firing a shot that struck the man in the calf, who screamed in pain and rolled on the ground holding his leg. Meanwhile, Su Yu and Jingi both moved swiftly, disarming the other 2 and pinning them down within a few moves. Jingi glanced at Su Yu with surprise. Her speed seemed much faster indeed. Could this be the result of body evolution? It was effortless to subdue those 3 men as Cheng Zhengqiu and Jing Xan came downstairs. Cheng Ling had several ropes in hand. "Tie them up first and take them all away. It's not safe here." Cheng Zhengqiu and Jing Xan helped tie the 3 men tightly and stuffed them into an SUV. Su Yu drove toward the warehouse. In the dim and mysterious warehouse. "Now it's my turn to ask, who are you?" Su Yu stood in front of the 3 men and asked slowly. Cheng Zhengqiu held a small flashlight, shining bright light continuously onto the faces of the 3. "Hey, we're all big bad guys from the outside world. Clean confession gets leniency, resistance will result in severe punishment. If you don't confess, we'll break your hands and legs and throw you to the zombies." Did you hear what he said? Answer my questions truthfully. Su Yu had a small antenna, which she rhythmically tapped against her palm, clearing her throat before saying, "We're all very, very bad guys." As if responding to this statement, Maro Maro barked twice theatrically beside them. Jing Xan and Cheng Ling exchanged looks with black lines on their foreheads. Do the 3 of them look even remotely like bad guys? Can their acting skills get any more exaggerated? Only Jingi stood by, arms crossed, attentively appreciating Su Yu's performance. "I'm Xiaming, and we are staff members of the shelter." One of the men, with a scruffy beard, said, "We just went out looking for displaced people to bring them back to our shelter, keeping them safe from zombies and dangers. I don't know why you're doing this to us." He looked at Tang Li beside him, who had fainted due to continuous bleeding from his calf. "But it is certain that if we don't return soon, the base will send someone to search for us, and they will eventually find you." This statement played both the lamb and contained threats. Su Yu gave a cold laugh. She wasn't buying it, directly lengthening the antenna and poking its sharp end into Xiaming's ear, inching further inside bit by bit. Xiaming screamed in fear, his face deathly pale. Once it seemed to have reached its limit, Su Yu stopped her movements, leaning closer and lowering her voice. "Answer honestly or let me continue exploring your ear." You ask." Xiaming's teeth chattered with fear as he fixated on Su Yu's hand, terrified she'd puncture his eardrum with a single twitch. "Over the past 2 days, have you kidnapped a woman, a bald little monk, and a boy and girl?" Cheng Zhengqiu squatted down and asked. "Think carefully before answering." Xiaming closed his eyes and thought for a moment before answering. 2 days ago, 4 people came, exactly as you described. 1 woman, 2 children, and a bald man, whose monk status I can't confirm. However, we didn't kidnap them. They entered the shelter willingly. All refugees we accommodate join voluntarily. We're good people." "You dare." Su Yu almost exploded with curses but swallowed them down after glancing at the underage Cheng Ling and Jing Xan nearby. "Yesterday I saw you kidnapping people who refused to go to the shelter, yet you still claim to be good people." Cheng Zhengqiu adjusted his glasses and asked sharply. They attacked us first, wanting to kidnap us and exchange us for supplies with the shelter. You know, there are all kinds of people in the apocalypse. Xiaming explained. "This is too dragging." Cheng Ling couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and plunged a knife directly into Xiaming's calf, followed by an ear-piercing scream. Everyone stared at Cheng Ling in astonishment. Cheng Ling innocently blinked her big eyes. "Aren't we very, very bad guys?" She pulled out the dagger, and blood gushed from Xiaming's calf. "Now tell the truth, or each of us will stab you once. No duplicate wounds." Su Yu put her hand on her forehead and looked up at Xiaming. Xieming counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 people. Swallowing painfully, he decided to tell the truth. Our shelter is actually an experimental base. All refugees are test subjects. Lu Jianxin, Sun Xiong, Ding Ziyang, Lu Jiayun, Maro Shui. In this round, you 5 have been selected and can obtain the official resident status of the base. Lu Qing stood at the door, holding a list and smiling as she said, "Congratulations to you." The refugees whose names were called excitedly embraced their friends and family members around them. Sun Xiong happily bid farewell to Qin Yuan, who had a somewhat serious expression. Sun Xiong consoled her, saying she believed Qin Yuan would soon be chosen too and they would meet again. To be honest, Qin Yuan wasn't that optimistic. Her intuition told her things weren't so simple. This kind of instinct was polished by survival in the apocalypse, and it was usually very accurate. The 5 people chosen rejoiced as they were led out. Qin Yuan felt that she couldn't just sit here and wait for doom. She had heard Sun Xiong mention before that sick people would be taken to the medical room for examination where there were very professional doctors. She decided to pretend to be ill and leave the factory building first. That evening, Qin Yuan collapsed in apparent unconsciousness. Zhuo Yi slapped the large door of the factory frantically, and soon several armed men walked over, grumbling as they asked, "What's wrong? My companion seems not quite right, already unconscious," Zhuo Yi said with some anxiety in his tone. It was difficult for him to lie, so Qin Yuan decided to keep it from him for now. But hearing his panicked voice made her feel a little sorry. Unconscious. One of the men unlocked the factory door, came inside, and looked down at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan continued to feign death as he squatted and patted her cheeks without any response. So, that man waved his hand, and the other 2 men came forward and directly carried her out. Qin Yuan was laid on a bed in the medical room. The faint smell of disinfectant filled her nose. Judging by the sound, the doctor was a woman. Those guys left after placing her on the bed. The female doctor examined Qin Yuan's eyes and tongue coating, muttering, "Slightly dehydrated." Then she turned to get a small bottle of glucose solution prepared for injection into Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan opened her eyes slightly and saw her fiddling with something while her back was turned. Qin Yuan looked at the iron tray beside the bed, which contained tweezers and small knives. As the female doctor inserted the needle into the glucose, she suddenly felt a chill at her neck as Qin Yuan stood behind her, pressing the blade of a pair of scissors against her throat. Sha! Her breath hit the doctor's earlobe, warm but making the female doctor shiver with terror. "Don't talk, don't make noise, I won't hurt you," Qin Yuan whispered softly to her. Wearing a white coat, Qin Yuan quietly closed the medical room door after exiting. The female doctor had been gagged with tape, her hands and feet bound with bandages and stuffed into a closet. The medical room was located in a dim and shadowy corridor. Qin Yuan glanced left and right, hands in her pockets, and headed toward the end of the corridor. She passed armed guards patrolling, but they didn't suspect her identity or even glance at her. Turning the corner, Qin Yuan was met by a large laboratory brightly lit like daylight. Many people wearing white coats moved about inside, both men and women. There were about 20 people in total. Some sat on chairs using microscopes to observe things, a few held test tubes discussing among themselves, appearing to be very professional researchers. Qin Yuan continued walking along the corridor and arrived at another research room. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, Qin Yuan saw 5 inclined beds positioned at a 60-degree angle. On these beds lay the 5 people chosen earlier, including Sun Xiong. They were bound tightly with leather straps, fixing them securely onto the tilted beds. They all seemed terrified, desperately struggling but unable to break free. In front of them stood 2 researchers in white coats. Both wore masks, one male and one female. The female held several syringes filled with green liquid. The 2 researchers were discussing something which Qin Yuan couldn't hear, but judging from their looks, they were very focused. The female researcher injected all 5 syringes with the green liquid, placed them on a tray. The male picked up one syringe and walked to the first bed. Qin Yuan recognized this man. His name was Lu Jianxin, an honest and plain man. The female researcher stuck the needle into Lu Jianxin's wrist vein and slowly pushed the green solution into it. Soon, Lu Jianxin's body began to change. His skin quickly changed color, as if he had transformed from an Asian to a Caucasian, but it was a sickly pale hue. The flesh beneath his skin withered rapidly, as though it had been drained of all moisture. Red blood filaments continuously moved in his eyes, entwining the entire pupil like wriggling worms. He thrashed about wildly, his mouth wide open, emitting a low growling sound from his throat. His facial muscles were nearly contorted, and then his gums began to rot and turn black while his teeth grew sharp. Finally, he turned into a zombie. Chapter 36, Captured. A male researcher was holding a writing board, recording the changes occurring in Lu Jianxin. The 4 people beside him were completely shocked, while an overwhelming sense of panic enveloped them. They began to scream and cry. Soon, the second subject, Maro Shui, was also injected with the green solution. Her transformation was similar to Lu Jianxin's. She turned into a zombie. The male researcher shook his head and continued writing on his board. The third subject was Sun Xiong. At this moment, Sun Xiong's nerves were utterly shattered. She cried, begging the female researcher to spare her. But that female researcher, as emotionless as a robot, ignored Sun Xiong's pleas and expressionlessly injected the liquid into her wrist. Sun Xiong's mutation lasted longer than others. A guttural gag sound came from her throat, and her arms and body swelled to more than twice their original size. The two researchers exchanged a glance, revealing slight excitement on their faces. Sun Xiong transformed into a zombie but with muscles that had grown more than double their previous size. She glanced around the room and emitted a low, deep aou sound from her throat. Qin Yuan was secretly astonished. They were using drugs to turn humans directly into zombies. Moreover, this zombie Sun Xiong seemed different from other zombies. Something felt strange, especially about her eyes. No. How could a zombie have a gaze? Sun Xiong turned her head and looked at Qin Yuan. Their eyes met briefly, leaving Qin Yuan deeply shaken. Following Sun Xiong's gaze, the two researchers also turned their heads and saw Qin Yuan. After muttering a few words to each other, the male researcher took out a walkie-talkie and said a few sentences. Realizing the situation was not good, Qin Yuan turned and ran. Quickly behind her, several armed guards chased after her. A series of gunshots went off near her, and in the chaos, Qin Yuan pushed open a door and rushed inside. The room was dim and confusing. Qin Yuan touched the switch on the wall and pressed it, lighting up the entire room. As soon as she saw what was inside, she froze for 2 seconds, nearly stopping breathing. Inside the room, there were over 10 zombies confined, all wearing uniform blue hospital gowns. Some stood, some squatted, but all their eyes focused on Qin Yuan. They were just like Sun Xiong, these zombies, their gazes filled with yearning, the kind one sees when they look at food. "My, mommy," Qin Yuan exclaimed while leaning against the door. In an instant, the zombies charged toward her. Qin Yuan quickly pushed the door open, skillfully slipping outside and closing it behind her with a loud bang. The zombies incessantly pounded on the door, letting out aou cries. Suddenly, a tingling sensation shot to the top of her head. Behind her, Lu Qing held an electric baton and struck it against Qin Yuan's neck artery. As her vision went black, Qin Yuan collapsed heavily onto the ground. In the warehouse, Xieming panted heavily as he recounted the situation of the base to everyone. "Our refuge used to be a military experimental base where the army gathered biology and medical professors and students from his university at the onset of the apocalypse. Together, they formed our current research lab focusing mainly on studying a cure for the zombie virus. The military provided us substantial support in terms of weapons and supplies. However, because the structure of the zombie virus is so complex, even after a long period of research, there were no significant breakthroughs. Thus, the military gradually abandoned this experimental base and withdrew its troops. But the professors refused to give up. They decided to discard all their previous ideas and formulas and try another path. If a cure for the zombie virus cannot be developed, then we would find a way to make humans evolve into something stronger, something that can resist zombies." Upon hearing this, Suyu slightly startled. Human evolution? Could her sudden bodily transformation be related to this? Xieming nodded and continued, "However, human evolution usually requires long-term adaptation to the environment. But the current situation is urgent. If we really have to wait tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, humans would have been extinct long ago." So the professors began researching how to use drugs to promote the physical evolution of humans. But regular drugs are like the stimulants athletes take, only able to sustain maximum bursts of energy for a short period of time, not permanently. Thus, the professors turned their attention to zombies. They used zombies as fertilizer to grow herbs. At first, the herbs that were watered with zombie fertilizer almost all withered away. But after extensive experimentation, one type of herb managed to survive the strong stimulation of the zombie fertilizer. I don't know the name of this herb, but it's a long string of English letters. Later, the professors extracted valuable medicinal components from these zombie herbs and injected them into human bodies for experimentation. A large portion of the subjects were infected with the Z virus and became zombies. However, a small part of the humans were different from ordinary zombies. Their bodies were stronger, faster, more powerful in attack, and they possessed limited intelligence. They were brutal and bloodthirsty, sometimes eating ordinary zombies when they were hungry. The professors called them Level 1 evolutionary humans. So what if they have intelligence? Cheng Zhengqiu retorted. If something eats both people and zombies, can it still be called human? Xieming continued, anyway, the professors saw hope in these evolutionary humans. They believed that as long as research continued and the purity of the drug was increased, the IQ of the evolutionary humans could rise, making them more rational and able to think like real humans. After all, humans are defined by our ability to think, right? Therefore, the professors hoped to use these evolved humans to eliminate ordinary zombies and re-establish humanity's dominance over Earth. That's why the base needs a large number of experimental subjects. Suyu connected the dots. That's why you keep sheltering or kidnapping refugees and treating them as your test subjects. Xieming sighed helplessly and quickly defended himself. Everything we've done is for the future of mankind. Lian Jingxuan immediately realized the severity of the issue and lashed out mercilessly. What kind of evolutionary human? More like an evolved zombie. On the pillar of shame marking the future downfall of humanity, your names will certainly be written with bold strokes. Suyu didn't bother considering the future of humanity or zombies. Her priority now was rescuing Qin Yuan and Zhui Yi, who were still inside the base and in serious danger. When Qin Yuan woke up, the light was blinding, so she instinctively tried to shield her eyes with her hand, but where was her hand? Her hands were tightly bound by leather straps, her whole body secured onto a tilted hospital bed, unable to move. In front of her stood 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. They were all wearing white lab coats and looked like doctors. But Qin Yuan knew they weren't. They were demons turning humans into ghosts. As Qin Yuan opened her eyes and adapted to the harsh light in the room, she recognized one of the women. It was Lu Qing, the one who had brought her back here. Professor, everything's ready. The other man nodded at Lu Qing, holding a syringe filled with half a vial of green liquid. She has an excellent constitution, she should make a successful test subject. Lu Qing walked over to Qin Yuan and examined her before saying, if it works, she'll become the most skilled of the T2 humans so far. Thinking about what happened to Sun Xiong and the others after being injected with this green liquid, Qin Yuan felt waves of nausea. She struggled fiercely, but the leather straps on the bed held her firmly in place. Meat on the chopping board, left to be butchered. When the male researcher approached her with the syringe, she glared fiercely at Lu Qing with disgust and defiance. Let me go. I don't want to turn into a monster. How dare you call our T2 humans monsters? Lu Qing stared incredulously at Qin Yuan. T2 evolutionary humans are the hope of all humanity. They will save the Earth. You should feel honored to become one of them. They're zombies. Qin Yuan desperately tried to delay things as much as possible. Lu Qing suddenly smiled, her Danfeng eyes gleaming with excitement. Her face trembled with exhilaration, as though boasting to Qin Yuan. You're wrong. The Z virus turns humans into walking corpses, but my T2 humans do the opposite. They transform zombies into their own kind. In the future, the entire Earth will belong to the T2 humans. Survival of the fittest, that's the true law of nature. We are the ones who have evolved into a newer form of humanity. Humans don't cannibalize each other, and we certainly won't eat disgusting zombies. Qin Yuan sneered. Deceit, backstabbing, superficial smiles with hidden daggers, domestic violence, school violence. Aren't these all exclusive to humans? Humans are the most adept at devouring each other, Lu Qing said proudly. Our T2 humans have just made this method more direct. Qin Yuan seemed speechless. The male researcher approached her with the syringe and disinfected her wrist with a cotton ball. Just as he was about to insert the needle, Qin Yuan realized the situation was dire and quickly shouted, I'm pregnant. The needle paused right above her skin, almost ready to pierce through. The male researcher glanced at Lu Qing, uncertain what to do since they had never encountered a pregnant test subject. Pregnant? Lu Qing furrowed her brows. How long? 1 or 2 months. It's still not visible yet. Whose is it? Lu Qing asked skeptically. The little monk who came with me. Qin Yuan noticed her suspicion and hastily added, you know, in this apocalypse era, finding someone is hard. So we didn't use protection. Now Lu Qing was really troubled. She paced back and forth in the office for about 15 minutes while Qin Yuan watched nervously. Finally, Lu Qing seemed to have made up her mind. She looked up at Qin Yuan and suddenly gave an eerie smile. It was quite chilling. Then Qin Yuan thought something bad was coming. As expected, Lu Qing smiled faintly and said, experiments need continuous breakthroughs and innovations to yield new results. Don't you agree? Agree with what? You're sick pervert. Don't come near me. I'm serious. You even exploit pregnant women. Are you even human? Chapter 37, Zombie Evolution. More newcomers? Yeah, they came willingly. Hee hee, fools. Su Yu and Jingi were led into the factory closest to the gate by 2 men with guns. According to Xieming's statement, they would surrender their weapons there and undergo a full-body inspection. Su Yu and Jingi handed over the handguns they carried, then spread their arms to let the men behind them check. After the checks were done, the person responsible for collecting weapons nonchalantly took out a cigarette and asked, Where are you from? Heda City. Su Yu answered, We saw your signpost saying there was a shelter, so we came. 2 people, what's your relationship? The man asked again, I'll count down from 3, and you both answer simultaneously. Are all these people here playing this game? Su Yu grumbled inwardly. Husband and wife. Husband and wife. This time, the 2 were fairly in sync. Only after Jingi finished speaking did his face completely redden. It seemed like the pink bubbles in the air kept multiplying. The man had no more questions, and he said to the 2 men behind him, Take them to the residential area. The 2 armed men then led Su Yu and Jingi toward the residential factory. They opened the factory door and pushed the 2 inside. As soon as Su Yu and Jingi entered the factory, they exchanged glances and attacked at the same time. Caught off guard, the 2 men behind them were knocked to the ground. Su Yu even threw in a couple more punches, knocking them unconscious, then grabbed their rifles and slung them on her own body. All the refugees inside the factory stopped their actions and stared blankly at them, puzzled. Sister Su Yu. Brother Jing Yi. It was Xia Tian's voice. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan emerged from the crowd, and Zhu Yi also walked out, waving at them. Master Zhu Yi. Seeing them again, Su Yu was delighted and excitedly asked, Where's Qin Huan? Qin Huan fell ill and went to the infirmary. She hasn't returned yet. Zhu Yi said with some concern. Infirmary? Su Yu slightly furrowed her brow. Qin Huan certainly didn't seem like the type of girl who easily fell ill or was weak-willed. She figured it must be Qin Huan's way to escape. How did you end up here? Zhu Yi asked Su Yu. We tied up some people here. They spilled the truth. This so-called shelter is actually an experimental base. All fleeing refugees who come here are test subjects, injected with viruses and turned into zombies. Su Yu glanced around at those malnourished refugees due to insufficient food supplies and said, There might be chaos soon. If you can run, do it quickly. This place isn't any kind of shelter. After saying that, she nodded to Jingi, and the 2 left together. Although Zhu Yi couldn't help them directly while leading Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan, he followed them out too. At this moment, gunfire could be heard from the front yard of the base compound. A jeep charged forward, crashing twice and creating a big hole in the iron fence gate. Then, the jeep continuously backed up and drove toward the small forest ahead. That jeep was driven by Cheng Zhengqiu, who circled around where the zombies gathered, luring a large group of zombies before driving away out of sight. However, the main gate of the base now had an opening, and zombies continued to flood into the base. All firepower in the base was concentrated in the front yard, giving Su Yu and Jingi quite a bit of time. Su Yu activated the smart map, revealing an overview miniature map of the entire base, including the zombie zones marked with red dots and the residential zones marked with green dots. To save time, she deliberately avoided the scattered patrols and entered the research building directly, searching floor by floor for Qin Huan. Many zombies had already broken into the research building, and numerous researchers dressed in white gowns fled their laboratories, trying to escape. Su Yu captured one of them, threatening and questioning about Qin Huan's whereabouts. Test subject. All test subjects are on the fifth floor. After finishing, Su Yu released the man and rushed toward the 5th floor in just a few strides. Jingi followed behind her, noticing how fast she was moving, so fast that it became challenging for him to keep up with her. To be honest, Jingi was slightly flustered. Su Yu checked room by room until she finally found Qin Huan tightly bound to a hospital bed in the second laboratory around the corner. Qin Huan, who had already mutated. Her body had grown more than double its original size, her skin was ashen white, and her previously delicate and beautiful face was now grotesque, baring her teeth and wanting to bite Su Yu. Qin Huan fixed her gaze on Su Yu with bloodshot eyes, grinding her teeth incessantly. She was hungry. She craved meat. They had arrived too late. Su Yu covered her mouth with her hand, trembling slightly as she took a step back, looking at Qin Huan, her heart feeling like it was being cut by a knife. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I came too late. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down between her fingers. She had trusted Su Yu so much, willing to give up everything to follow her, but look at the result. She had turned into a zombie. Overwhelmed with heartache, Su Yu let out a loud wail and trembled all over. Jingi embraced her from the side. He hugged her tightly, his strong chest radiating a steady heartbeat that made Su Yu feel safe. But Qin Huan's heart would never beat again. She closed her eyes as tears soaked through Jingi's shirt. Her tears didn't just wet his clothes, they pierced straight through to his flesh, sinking into his heart. With each heartbeat came a shiver, carrying Su Yu's sorrow. Jingi patted her back while pulling a handgun from his waistband, aiming it at Qin Huan's forehead. But just before he pulled the trigger, Su Yu suddenly gripped the gun handle and pressed it down, making Jingi glance at her in confusion. By then, Su Yu had wiped away her tears, her red eyes fixed on Qin Huan with determination. She picked up a clean syringe from the lab bench and jabbed it into the vein of her left arm, filling the tube with blood. I can't give up on her. Biting her lip, she moved closer to Qin Huan, resolved to make one last attempt. Su Yu plunged the needle into Qin Huan's carotid artery, injecting her own blood into her veins. The moment the blood flowed into her body, Qin Huan, who had been thrashing violently, instantly calmed down. Her head tilted back, mouth open, making gurgling sounds from deep within her throat. Her bulging eyes were filled with red veins that rapidly spread across her grey-white irises like snakes fleeing from danger. Soon, an eerie transformation began. The greyish-white skin on Qin Huan's body slowly became rosy, her swollen frame shrinking until it returned to normal. The bloodshot veins faded, the clouded white haze in her eyes clearing away, revealing brown irises once more. Su Yu hadn't dared to hope when she used her blood, thinking this might not work, but Qin Huan's transformation immediately revived her spirits. This was the first time she'd brought a zombie back to life using her blood. Qin Huan could be the first and last one she saved this way. She wouldn't want her companions to turn into zombies before being saved. As for others, she simply didn't care. There were too many zombies in the world, no amount of sacrifice from her could possibly save them all. Moreover, Qin Huan's rescue was likely due to her recent mutation. The first words Qin Huan uttered after waking up were, "Damn it, they don't even spare pregnant women, it's inhumane." Qin Huan, overcome with emotion, Su Yu rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Ouch, for a second there I thought you were a zombie coming after me. Qin Huan glanced at Su Yu's tear-streaked face and chuckled bitterly. Xiao Yu, seeing you again, is wonderful. When the solution entered her body, Qin Huan had contemplated becoming the world's first zombie to commit suicide if she regained consciousness and control over her brain. Su Yu untied the restraints holding Qin Huan, and the three of them walked out of the room together. Before leaving, Qin Huan ran into the main laboratory where Su Yu opened fire on various containers, bottles, and devices. Not a drop of this evil sauce should remain untouched. Finally, Su Yu knocked over a row of alcohol lamps, the sparks igniting the liquid and engulfing the entire lab in roaring flames. That's enough. Let's go, Jingi said, glancing outside. Zombies surrounded the base completely, the survivors having fled far away. On a nearby hilltop, Cheng Zhengqiu's vehicle waited for them. They would have to fight their way through waves of zombies to reach it. According to Su Yu's smart map, there was an arsenal on the second floor. Though short on time, she decided to run upstairs anyway and emptied the entire stockpile into her storage space. These weapons, mostly remnants from the previous military stationed here, were far superior to the scraps they collected elsewhere. Downstairs, an ambulance sat ready. Jingi cleared a path by killing the obstructing zombies, opening the doors of the ambulance. The three climbed inside, with Jingi driving and plowing through hordes of zombies toward the rendezvous point where Zhuyi waited. Jingi drove the ambulance out of the compound. In the distance, Jing Xan spotted Lu Qing, dressed in a white coat, transformed into a zombie rushing toward them. Taking aim, Jing Xan shot her in the head, murmuring softly, "You're wrong, not all humans will devour or crush one another. Even in the apocalypse, I still have trustworthy friends who support and rely on each other. This is our hope to survive this prolonged war between humans and zombies." After the ambulance had driven far away, the off-road vehicle came down from the high ground, and the two vehicles traveled side by side. Suyu looked back at the base. Inside the base, zombies began to tear into each other, biting and devouring one another. The evolved zombies kept feeding on regular zombies, while many normal zombies that had been bitten just once by T2 zombies started to change, becoming stronger like T2s, moving with incredible agility, their grey-white eyes regaining focus. They were infected with the T2 zombie virus, thus evolving, and this catastrophic plague began to spread endlessly, soon infecting an entire district, and possibly the whole world. Suyu's heart grew colder and colder, knowing the road ahead would undoubtedly become even harder. Because humanity's nightmare was about to begin. Chapter 38, Carpe Diem. As evening approached, Suyu used a smart map to discover an abandoned rural courtyard near the highway. She decided they would stay there for the night to rest and regroup. After the shelter incident, they had been driving non-stop for hundreds of kilometers to evade the evolved zombies. Based on current observation, these creatures could not match the speed of their vehicles, and everyone was already utterly exhausted. There were several zombies wandering around the courtyard, but all were shot by Jing Xan from the car, ensuring temporary safety. A SUV and an ambulance were parked in the yard. Cheng Zhangqiu got out of the car and warmly embraced Qin Yuan and Zhui Yi. Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan were also excited upon seeing Cheng Ling and Jing Xan. However, Jing Xan was reluctant to hug or exchange pleasantries and stood awkwardly off to one side. Reuniting after a long separation, everyone's emotions were high. Together, they cleaned and organized the yard and house. This courtyard appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. The chairs and tables were covered with thick layers of dust. As night fell, everyone lit a fire at the stove and gathered around it to eat dinner. Currently, their food supply was quite abundant apart from the grains and preserved meats gifted by Xiao Tan. Suyu also had plenty of food stored in her dimensional space. In addition, having scavenged weapons from the base's arsenal, their equipment had been renewed. Generally speaking, their post-apocalyptic survival group was doing relatively well. Regarding future plans, Suyu felt it necessary to discuss them with everyone. According to our previous plan, I intended to head north towards the capital. The main reason is that with the apocalypse underway, all national military arms and resources would likely converge in the capital. But, she paused, looking at the group, now, I'm considering changing my mind. After the shelter incident, Suyu began doubting whether going to the capital was a good decision. Certainly, the capital would also be researching antidotes to the zombie virus like the previous shelter had done. And Suyu, carrying an antibody within her, was essentially a living vaccine. To what extent can human hearts distort in this apocalypse? Look no further than Lu Qing, who treated refugees as experimental guinea pigs, calling it progress for humanity's future while committing atrocities indistinguishable from the Japanese Unit 731's heinous experiments in northeast China decades ago. She feared that if she reached the capital and her ability to cure or even eliminate the zombie virus through her blood became known, she couldn't fathom what kind of situation she might face. Anyway, they were now like leaves floating aimlessly on stormy seas, with Suyu as the helmsman. It was her responsibility to ensure the safety of the entire group while also taking care of her own safety. Currently, we have two options. First, follow the original plan and go to the capital. Second, keep heading southwest. There are fewer people down there, which means correspondingly fewer zombies. I want to find a suitable environment to establish a refuge base. The idea of moving westward had been brewing in Suyu's mind for a long time, mainly due to the sparse population in that region, meaning fewer zombies. Plus, the area had many ranches, ensuring an adequate food supply. If they could settle there, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Suyu decided to give everyone the final say. What are your thoughts? I think the capital is probably safer than out here. After all, there's the military presence. But once inside, we'll definitely lose some freedom compared to out here. Cheng Zhangqiu spoke up first. Moreover, all of us have blood on our hands. Once we get to the capital, we may very likely be forcibly restrained, making it difficult for us to escape even if we wanted to. I actually think we don't necessarily have to choose between the two options, Qin Yuan said. We could first check out the southwest. If conditions are favorable, we'll stay. If it turns out to be harsh and unlivable, we can then move towards the capital. Jing Xan chimed in. Wherever I don't have to go to school, I'm down. Even a small ranch having schools made him fear the prospect of being forced into schooling or preparing for college entrance exams if they went to the capital. Zhu Yuan and Xia Tian nodded in agreement with Jing Xan, while Cheng Ling rolled her eyes and quietly muttered, immature. Zhui Yi didn't have strong feelings either way, preferring to go with the flow, and Jingi was completely silent. He seemed to have fallen asleep leaning against the wall. So, it's decided. We will head to the southwest first. If conditions prove suitable for survival, we won't go to the capital. If conditions turn out too severe, we'll then head north. Suyu finalized the decision. Later in the evening, Qin Yuan called Suyu aside. She recalled being injected with a green liquid during the experiment, implying she should now be a zombie. However, her memories since then were blank, only coming back when she woke to see Suyu beside her. She found it puzzling but hadn't shared this information with anyone else. Suyu knew that Qin Yuan would ask her sooner or later, so she laid out the whole matter simply to Qin Yuan. She trusted Qin Yuan absolutely and held nothing back. Of the few people in this world she truly trusted, only Qin Yuan and Jingi knew her secret. She wouldn't tell anyone else about this. Qin Yuan looked at Suyu with astonishment, finding it hard to imagine that her blood could turn zombies back into humans. This is also why you don't want to go to the capital, right? Qin Yuan looked at Suyu and realized the seriousness of the situation gradually, beyond her initial surprise. Suyu nodded. Don't worry, I'll protect your secret, and absolutely no one will know, Qin Yuan assured her. Of course, Suyu only told her because she believed in her. The children in the room were all asleep, peaceful and quiet. Neither of them felt sleepy at all, sitting on the outdoor small table and chairs in the backyard holding hands and looking at the stars. They had endless words to share after their long separation. Maro was lying quietly by Suyu's side, yawning. Jing Xan got up to use the restroom and saw them holding hands. He couldn't help but mumble, "Will you two lovebirds please be more considerate of us minors late at night?" Suyu picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it at him. "If you don't stop talking nonsense, I'll take care of you." Jing Xan blocked it with his hand. "You dare bully me, and I'll report you to my brother." Wow, how scary. Suyu put on an exaggeratedly frightened look while teasing him. "Me. You wait." Jing Xan ran inside and shouted loudly, "Brother, come quick and see. Suyu and Qin Yuan are kissing in the yard." There was a crisp sound of something falling in the room. It was probably Jingi's knife. "You little liar, what nonsense are you talking?" Suyu stood up immediately to chase him, but Qin Yuan grabbed Suyu's collar. Since everyone knows Jing Xan speaks without thinking, there's no need to get angry. But Jingi can be very straightforward, who knows if he'll misunderstand. Suyu's heart was unsettled. "Suyu, are you afraid that Senior Jingi will misunderstand?" Qin Yuan suddenly smiled, looking at Suyu with meaning-filled eyes. "Ah!" Suyu was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, "In matters like this, misunderstanding by anyone is not good, of course." Qin Yuan smiled without speaking. Senior Jingi came out from the house, gently closing the door and looking at them with eyes as pale as moonlight. "Senior Jingi, do not really believe Jing Xan's teasing about Suyu and me." Qin Yuan helped Suyu explain to Jingi, his face slightly red as he hummed in acknowledgement. "Senior Jingi, did you have something to find Suyu for?" Qin Yuan asked again. Jingi nodded. "Then we'll talk," Qin Yuan said as she entered the house, smiling back at Suyu as she left. Suyu pretended not to understand what her smile meant. After re-entering the house, Qin Yuan forcibly pulled Jing Xan off the window where he was sneaking a peek. "Little scamp, go back to your bed and sleep." "But my brother." Jing Xan was reluctant about Suyu and Jingi being alone together. No excuses, nighttime is adult time. Qin Yuan decided to keep an eye on Jing Xan and make sure he didn't disturb. "Ah Suyu, if you dare touch my brother's peak, I'll never forgive you." His brother was a highland flower admired by countless women. If Suyu, who seemed fierce, plucked him, how could Jing Xan possibly live with himself? Suyu sat back down, and Jingi followed her to sit down next to her. Neither Jingi nor Suyu spoke, knowing full well that Jingi was a slow warmer-upper. Sitting in the yard, they silently observed the stars for a long time until Suyu yawned. "Senior Jingi, if there's nothing else, I'd like to go inside and sleep," Suyu told him. Jingi's face turned pink once more. "No, nothing. Good night, Senior," Suyu smirked faintly before going inside. Jingi finally extended his hand from beneath the table, tightly gripping a bunch of wildflowers he'd picked earlier on the embankment. Red, white, and blue ones extremely charming. He thought these flowers were beautiful, just like her. The wildflowers lay quietly on the wooden table, and Jingi sighed deeply in regret. His palms were sweating profusely. In the previous half hour, though calm on the surface, he was internally stormy. He was losing his mind. The next morning, everyone set off along National Highway 159, heading westward. The kids took the ambulance, Cheng Zhengqiu and Jingi took turns driving the ambulance, while Suyu and Qin Yuan alternated driving the SUV with Zhu Yi in the same vehicle. "Did Senior Jingi say anything private to you last night after I left?" "Nothing." Suyu looked out the window. The blue sky dotted with white floating clouds resembled cotton candy. She felt a bit hungry. "You two spent most of the night in the courtyard yesterday, yet said nothing?" Qin Yuan looked at her through the steering wheel, clearly incredulous. "You know Senior Jingi well, he doesn't talk much to begin with, and maybe he just wanted to come out for some fresh air." "I thought he'd confess to you," Qin Yuan said with a smile. "Are you kidding me?" Suyu was startled by Qin Yuan's comment. "That's impossible. Please, it's obvious that Jingi likes you. Maro can see it too." Wow tilde Suyu laughed at her remark and reached back to pat Mao's head. Maro is pure-hearted. Woof. "Speaking of which, how do you feel about Senior Jingi?" Qin Yuan asked curiously. Suyu blushed slightly. "It's not the right time to talk about this kind of thing, is it?" In this chaotic end-of-the-world era, they had to pack up their bags and run for their lives at any moment. Where was the time or place for romance? This is exactly the right time, isn't it? Qin Yuan's attitude toward the matter was completely different from Suyu's. In a world where tomorrow isn't guaranteed, we should seize happiness when we can. It seemed to make sense, leaving Suyu speechless. She leaned against the window, originally planning to take a short rest, but her heart wouldn't settle down no matter what. Chapter 39, Artificial Intelligence. Suyu carefully calculated her own points and found that she already had nearly 5,000. The number of zombies she had killed on many occasions before were also counted in the total points, and now she could exchange these points for a lot of things. The weapons depot was still far away, as the infinite ammunition weapon depot required 20,000 points, while the always-on supply supermarket, which provided unlimited supplies, was even more expensive at 40,000 points. These were all dreams, something to strive for in the long run. After weighing her options, Suyu decided to spend 2,000 points to buy an artificial intelligence system. An AI was akin to a main control computer, capable of helping Suyu with numerous tasks, such as analyzing and making optimal choices when faced with dilemmas, or scouting out the entire surrounding situation like where there were supermarkets or pharmacies for a full overview. It could even evaluate people's various details by analyzing subtle expressions and actions of strangers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the artificial intelligence system. Monthly maintenance will require 200 points. 200 points, not too much. Ding! Artificial Intelligence 0 has gone online. A tilde. Suyu was absolutely sure she heard a man's voice, slightly deep and husky, but it was emitting strange groans. A tilde. Continuously, groaning voices echoed inside her head. This lasted approximately 5 minutes, leaving Suyu sweating profusely. Then came a clear low roar, like a release. System Master, I want a refund. She said quietly. Ding! Already exchanged, the host cannot return it, but you can leave a negative review. Probably 2 minutes later, Suyu was sure she could hear distant sounds of water flowing and whistling. Damn! Is this AI really intelligent or what? Hey! What's going on? Am I being kept? When did I get kept? Go away. Why didn't I hear a notification? Ah, my image. Suyu sighed. She hadn't interrupted him since he seemed so engaged. Hi, is this the host? I am the artificial intelligence, codename, 0, you can also call my nickname, Jiaoxing no. Lock Beauty. Oh how embarrassing, cover my face. Damn, why does this feel like a strong wave of rural cyber style coming at me, and what exactly were you doing online that's utterly embarrassing? I'll just call you 0 then. Suyu was drenched in sweat. Just now. I was working out, nothing's up, just saying hi. I'll call you if I need anything. I'm always online. Bye. Suyu felt that the style of the artificial intelligence bound to her seemed stuck in the elementary school stage for some reason. Qin Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror, the ambulance behind them stopped on the side of the road, Qin Yuan quickly hit the brakes, the two got out of the car and walked to the ambulance. Cheng Zhangqiu emerged from the back of the vehicle looking worried. Cheng Ling has a fever, rashes appeared on her face. Rash. Suyu quickly climbed into the ambulance. Cheng Ling was sitting in a corner seat leaning against Xia Tian, listlessly saying, I'm fine, just a little tired. Her pale neck indeed had scattered red rashes, but they weren't very noticeable. When did it start? Suyu asked Cheng Ling in concern. Just these past couple of days. At first, it started with pimples, really itchy, thought it might be an allergy so I ignored it. Cheng Ling opened her eyes and softly responded. Jing Xan stayed seated beside Cheng Ling, his brows furrowed tightly, worry written all over his face. Suyu got out of the vehicle, Cheng Zhangqiu's face was tense as he said, the symptoms seem somewhat similar to chickenpox. Early symptoms of chickenpox, besides breaking out in spots all over the body, also include fever, headache, nausea, and vomiting. It wasn't a particularly serious disease, but if it worsened without proper treatment leading to pneumonia, complications would arise. Now in this post-apocalyptic world, medical care wasn't simple at all. We have some medicine in our vehicle. Suyu hurriedly ran to the off-road vehicle and took out all the medications she had gathered from her inventory space, stuffing them in a large bag and handing them all over to Cheng Zhangqiu. Suyu herself knew nothing about medical matters. Cheng Zhangqiu looked through the items and picked out a box of antiviral oral solution, preparing a drink for Cheng Ling to consume. We need to find a place to settle down. Qin Yuan suggested, with patience, we can't keep traveling long distances. This is the He's boundary, another 60 kilometers ahead lies the western city. Jingi gazed at the distant highway, murmuring softly. 60 kilometers had exceeded the range of Suyu's smart map. They couldn't see the condition of zombies in the city, but at least within the city limits, they could replenish supplies and medications and perhaps rest in safety before continuing. After discussing, everyone returned to their vehicles and drove towards Western City. Cheng Zhangqiu remained in the back of the ambulance taking care of Cheng Ling, so Suyu took Cheng Zhangqiu's place, driving the ambulance. After nearly 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the third ring road outside the West City. The number of zombies outside the third ring was not too large, but glancing into the distance, there were still quite a few. As they had been driving on suburban roads up until this point, catching sight of such a concentration of zombies made everyone feel somewhat unsettled. The closer they approached the city center, the higher the density of zombies became. Suyu used the smart map to search for routes that avoided the large hordes of zombies wandering throughout the city. Jingi took out his gun, attached a silencer, and leaned by the window, shooting any nearby zombies. Suyu drove while looking for a suitable temporary dwelling place for them. There were skyscrapers all around the city including hotels, office buildings, shopping malls, and apartment complexes with elevators. However, very unfortunately, these tall buildings were filled with zombies inside. To find a foothold, they would have to clear out every zombie in a building, a tremendous undertaking. Ding 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 ding, my dear host Yu, the system is issuing a task. Zero's deep and magnetic voice sounded in Suyu's mind, causing her to jolt awake as she now always developed goosebumps upon hearing his voice. Yu wanted to return him, even if it meant losing points. She didn't care who could come and take away this seductive villain. Rescue a trapped girl in the underground mall. Reward, 1,000 points. Each zombie kill earns you 10 points. Do you accept the mission? Yu noticed that the mission rewards were increasing, and so were the points for killing zombies. That's right, Zero explained. Because Yu's level has increased, the corresponding point rewards have also increased. Yu learned that her current level was T2. If she kept upgrading, it would be possible to reach the maximum points in the future. Is there a cap on how many points I can accumulate? Of course. Once you hit the maximum points, you'll receive a great unexpected super prize. All hardships you've endured during the apocalypse will be compensated 100-fold. That sounds kind of intriguing. How many points are needed to reach full? This will be revealed when your points reach 150,000. For now, I can't tell you yet. This was one advantage of having an artificial intelligence system. It could provide answers to many things Yu couldn't understand, though within narrow permissions. She wouldn't ask something like where the system came from since it was a prohibited question. Asking it once wouldn't get her an answer, and she'd lose points. By the way, I forgot the main matter. Do you accept the mission, Yu? No. Yu replied directly. They were currently taking care of patients, and the immediate priority was finding a living space, then raiding hospitals and pharmacies to try to locate Chengling's necessary medicine. Missions like this one were simply not within their capacity at the moment. Refusing the task, suddenly, what was originally an open flyover ahead surged with a wave of zombies charging towards them. What the hell is going on? Upon seeing so many zombies, Yu broke out in goosebumps. Yuan driving ahead immediately turned back. Yu quickly spun the wheel hard, turning around and attempting to avoid that swarm. Whoa. My first ever issued task got rejected so cruelly. I'm so sad. Punish Yu with a zombie wave. Shit. Yu slapped the steering wheel hard. Are you freaking insane? Jingi, who was focusing on firing bullets at zombies beside her, twitched his hand, missing for the first time in his life. Startled, he looked over at her. Did she scare Jingi-kun? Yu gave him a gentle smile. Not talking about you. Yu genuinely regretted trading for this erratic AI system. Regretting won't help. You will need to use points to maintain me later, but I'll do my best to help you too. Fight. Yu supported her forehead. First, they needed to resolve the crisis behind them. Those zombies rushed toward the car ferociously. Since zombies naturally congregated together, undoubtedly more zombies would be attracted in the city area. I'll take the mission, okay? Yu helplessly muttered in her heart. Why didn't you say earlier? Yu really is Tsunder. Immediately after, Yu's smart map popped up with the trapped girl clearly marked. Furthermore, Zero plotted a safe route for her. Yu steered several circles, turning around, descending from the Ring Expressway, and following the map until the group of zombies gradually dispersed. Yu's vehicle stopped at the entrance of an underground mall. There weren't many zombies around here, just a few wandering ones who were killed instantly with Jingi's shots. Yu got out of the car and told the others, I'll go into the mall and look for something. You wait here. Try to stay inside the car and don't come out. I'll go with you. I also need to get something. Yuan calculated that her period was approaching, and to avoid any awkwardness, she had to grab some feminine products. Yu nodded. After all, having an extra pair of hands would be useful. Jingi had initially planned to accompany Yu, but since Yuan was going, he had to stay behind and keep guard. Otherwise, if anything happened to Yi, she wouldn't be able to handle a sudden zombie crowd alone. Be careful, Jingi said with concern. If there's any danger, shout loudly. I'll hear you. Hearing this, Yu's heart raced slightly, and she nodded. Don't worry. Yuan and Yu disappeared into the entrance of the underground mall together. Chapter 40, 5-Star Hotel. The underground mall was in great disorder. Many of the merchandise shelves had already been looted by survivors of the apocalypse, especially for preserved foods which were now scarce. However, many daily necessities like shampoo, toothpaste, and toothbrushes still remained. Yuan entered the mall and immediately headed to the shelf with feminine hygiene products. Yu went to the second floor. According to the smart map marked by Zero, the trapped girl should be in the southeast area of the second floor. Yu quickly ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, she saw many zombies wandering between the shelves, and there were sounds of a struggle coming. A woman cursed loudly. Rough. I just came here to grab some sanitary pads, but you also followed me. Don't you have any sense of shame? Do you even know what shame is? I'm on my period right now. Don't effing mess with me. Damn your ancestors to hell. Get out. Yu sweated. Was this really the trapped young girl? Yu took out the short knife given by Jingi, and looked for her according to the sound. She saw quite a number of zombies gathered around the shelves, among them a woman dressed in a black lace mini dress holding a spiked club smashing the head of a zombie, splattering its brains all over. Her long hair flowed freely, but it was suddenly grabbed by a zombie's hand, causing her pain. Damn it. You dare pull on my hair. She raised her spike club and smashed up the face of the zombie behind her. Yu also rushed forward, joining the battle to help her break out. Hey, who's the cutie? As she kept on hitting the zombies' heads, she sized up Yu. Yu wore Jingi's oversized black windbreaker which concealed most of her body, appearing very dashing, along with her short hair and delicate facial features, easily mistaken as a boy. Yu didn't speak. She stood before the woman helping her kill the zombies. It was evident that although the woman was strong, her attacks were messy and haphazard, exhausting herself too fast. Given how many zombies there were, if she ran out of strength, it would be very troublesome. That woman kicked the female zombie in front of her down with her high heels, then stepped hard on it until the heel punctured its brain. Cutie, your skin looks nice. Suyu pulled her, passing through racks with fewer zombies heading straight towards the escalator going down. Several more zombies lunged at them. Suyu immediately took out her gun, shooting each one, accurately clearing their path. Cutie, I'm falling in love with you. The woman's voice carried a faint hoarseness, very sexy. Yuan had already collected what she needed, stuffed them into her pockets, and a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Seeing Suyu pulling a woman downstairs with a horde of zombies trailing after them, she blinked and burped. Run. No sooner said than done. Yuan took out her gun and fired multiple shots in quick succession, taking out the closest zombies with perfect headshots. Blood splattered all over the woman's dress, who wiped it off angrily. Oh dear. Little girl, you're way too rough. My LV. It's time like these, which is more important, life or dress? Yuan glared at her. Dress. The woman steadfastly held onto her position without waver. Suyu led the two people out of the underground mall. Jingi, leaning against the car, saw them come out, quickly opened the door, got in, started the engine. The woman also climbed aboard Suyu's ambulance, while Yuan drove the SUV. The two cars drove out of the street consecutively. The woman stuck her head out the window looking at the swarm of zombies rushing out of the underground mall behind them and cursed again. Damn it, I didn't get what I came for, and my dress is ruined. Bad start today. Suyu glanced at her through the rearview mirror. This lone woman wearing a short skirt with 10-centimeter high heels, running into an underground mall filled with zombies, was indeed suicidal. Next time she gets another task like this, she truly wouldn't want to take it. I am so sad, she was carefully selected by me for little used tasks. You'll soon see her benefits. Hi there, handsome fellas, I'm a Han. A Han leaned her face forward, looking at Jingi driving the car, and then at Suyu, thinking at first that the cute little lad rescuing her was already handsome, but didn't expect there to be an even more handsome man on the car. Ha ha ha, jackpot. A Han secretly rejoiced in her heart. My name is Suyu, he is Jingi. Out of politeness, Suyu also introduced himself. Your voice. For such a delicate-looking person, why is the voice also so fine? Seeing Suyu's unfriendly expression, Jingi's mouth curled slightly. She is a girl. His eyes were gentle when looking at her, his voice also softened a few degrees. Hey. It's rare for brother Jingi to talk voluntarily. Suyu looked up at Jingi, who had a smile on his face without any change in his demeanor. She then looked back at a Han. No way. Was it because of the presence of a beautiful woman that brother Jingi, usually as cold as an iceberg, also spoke and even smiled? Suyu felt a slight twinge of pain in her heart. A Han looked incredulously at Suyu. You're a girl? I thought you were a boy. She stretched her head over and leaned close to Suyu's face for a long while before noticing a hint of elegance behind her masculine features. You must be blind. Suyu muttered unhappily. A Han returned disappointedly to her seat, consoling herself with the fact that there was still a genuine big handsome man sitting beside her. She could smell the strong male hormones from afar. Never seen you guys in West City before. Are you new here? A Han asked. Where do you come from? Hada district. We've just arrived in the city. We have a patient and are looking for a place to settle down. Suyu said. Since you saved my life, why don't you follow me back? It's relatively safe there. Suyu turned around and glanced at her, finally understanding what Zero meant earlier. She had actually found them a landlord. We're quite a large group. Don't worry about it. Even if there are another 100 people, there'll be enough room. A Han confidently patted her chest, but then added, however, food may not be enough. The car drove into the gate of a 5-star hotel. The gate operated through a computer, and the iron gate automatically closed afterward. Outside was a garden-style fence that kept the zombies out. There was a musical fountain and sculptures inside the garden. The entrance to the hotel had already been sealed with steel plates nailed firmly in place. The car went straight into the underground garage and from there could take an elevator directly to the hotel lobby. Currently, the garage was the only access point to the hotel. Such a defense system was indeed ingenious. The group rode the elevator to the hotel lobby, which was lively and filled with many people wearing all kinds of clothes, appearing to have different identities. Some wore suits, some wore long skirts, others were in hotel staff uniforms or casual wear such as t-shirts and jeans. There were about 20 or so people, varying widely in age, from teens to those in their 60s or 70s. On the way, a Han had already explained the situation to Suyu. They were all guests stranded in the hotel when the apocalypse began, and afterward, they had stayed in the hotel. The hotel manager had organized reinforcements to strengthen the iron defenses around the perimeter. Zombies couldn't break through, so this place was still fairly secure. The hotel originally had large refrigerators stocked with supplies. Since the apocalypse, they had organized groups to go out and collect more materials, so clothing and food were not yet scarce. When a Han brought people back, many faces displayed a look of vigilance. Suyu and Yuan both had their hands ready on the gun handles behind their backs, always prepared in case someone made trouble. After all, strangers were the least trustworthy now, for both sides. A Han, who are these people? One of the men stepped forward and asked, looking around 27 to 28 years old, tall, dressed in a police uniform that looked somewhat old. Qian mean, these are the people I brought back from outside. They saved me, and now they need to stay here for a few days. Upon hearing this, everyone began murmuring among themselves. What kind of joke is this? Didn't we already vote that no outsiders should be allowed in? Min seemed very upset that a Han had brought people in. So what if I like the handsome men in their team? A long-haired woman scanned her gaze over Suyu, Jingi, and Zuiyi's faces, sneering contemptuously at a Han. So what? The average looks of the men in our hotel are pretty low. Can't I indulge in a bit of excitement? A Han was unapologetic, crossing her arms and speaking openly. In any case, they can't stay here. Our food supply is already limited, and if we give part of it to these outsiders, what will we eat in the future? Min flatly rejected the idea. Min, you better think it through. Most of the food here was brought back by me, risking my life. Just because you're wearing a police uniform doesn't mean you're really a cop. A Han yelled angrily at Min with her hands on her hips. Why don't you come with me next time I go out and gather supplies if you've got the guts? Otherwise, shut your mouth. Min trembled all over in anger, pointing at a Han as he stammered, fine. Since no one listens to me, let's stick to the old rule, we'll have a vote. Vote then, whatever. Before the voting started, Suyu scanned the people in the hall and decided it was necessary to say a few words. Everyone, we are just here temporarily and won't stay for long. There's a sick child in our group, so we need a place to settle down and treat them. Don't worry, regarding food, I will arrange for my team to gather supplies together with a Han, trying not to take any of yours. Suyu didn't mention that they actually had enough food themselves. There were too many people here, and some might be greedy. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted for good reason. Chapter 41, Voting. The voting was hosted by a man wearing glasses who looked gentle and elegant. According to a Han, he was the manager here, named Xan. He had a mild character and a kind heart. The guests here all respected him greatly. It was even he who proposed using voting to decide major and minor matters. It was said that he was not only the manager of this five-star hotel but also its crisis public relations expert, very skilled in handling interpersonal relationships. This was precisely why there had been no significant conflicts so far despite the large number of people in the hotel in the end times. Next, we start the voting. Raise your hand if you agree for them to stay, Xan said, his thin eyebrows sweeping over the hall. Those who raised their hands were sparse. Suyu quickly took note of their faces. Most people were against their staying, something Suyu had already anticipated. After all, concerning their own immediate interests, few would wholeheartedly consider others when they themselves were struggling to survive. Suyu understood them, but today, no matter what, they had to stay. Everyone naturally plans for themselves, and Suyu had to plan for her team. Cheng Ling was sick. They couldn't continue their journey, especially as the hotel environment here was excellent, beneficial for her recovery. Their team had rushed around tirelessly for many days now and needed some time to rest and regroup. Sorry, friends, we can't take you in. This is the resolution of everyone, Xan turned to Suyu and said. Suyu gave a cold laugh, her hand already reaching for the gun handle on her back. Power flows from the barrel of a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to solve problems with violence. However, at this moment, a hand stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes coldly scanned the room. If a person doesn't care about oneself, they'll be destroyed by heaven and earth. You, for the sake of surviving, are unwilling to share your food supplies with others. But they saved my life. I, a Han, will never forget kindness. If you refuse to take in outsiders, then I, a Han, will leave with them. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted into chaos, with loud protests echoing. A middle-aged woman looked quite flustered. A Han, you can't go. What will we do without you? That's right. You should think clearly. There are monsters outside everywhere that eat people, and only here is safe. Another old woman tried to dissuade a Han. Upon hearing that a Han was leaving, everyone became anxious. In this hotel, a Han was one of the few daring enough to go outside and look for supplies. Without her, what would they eat or use in the future? Besides, her martial skills could protect them. Suyu, let's go. Anyway, I'm a reckless guy, no matter where I go, I won't starve to death. A Han finished speaking and was about to enter the elevator but was stopped by Xan. He realized that a Han was using reverse psychology, so he took the opportunity to suggest, why don't we vote again? What voting? Haven't we voted once already? Min complained unhappily, let her go if she wants to leave. Can't we survive without her? Moreover, we still have Mu Lin. Why don't you say we have you, Min? A little girl spoke out sarcastically, if you're so talented, go find supplies outside to replace Sister Han. Don't just blabber nonsensically if you're not capable. You're just bullying people inside the hotel, what trash. Suyu remembered that this little girl had also voted for them to stay before. She looked at her gratefully, and the little girl, caught off guard, blushed. After being reprimanded by the little girl, Min couldn't respond, his face red as he cursed and stomped off to the side. This time, more people voted in favor of letting Suyu's group stay, and the number of those raising their hands was much more than half. But Suyu noticed that at the back, there was a man who had never spoken, sitting alone at a table. In the first round of voting, he had raised his hand in support of allowing them to stay. However, during the second round of voting, he did not raise his hand and instead voted against it. This five-star hotel had many rooms, over 1,000, and Suyu's group selected several rooms on the 4th floor of the north area to stay. Xan led them to their rooms and explained some rules they had to follow living here. First, although there are many hotel staff and logistics personnel, they are only responsible for maintaining the hygiene of the hotel. Each guest must keep their own room clean. Second, everyone here has their assigned labor tasks, and food is distributed based on the amount of work done. For example, a Han, who collects supplies, or Qianan Min, who maintains order in the hotel and prevents disturbances. If you want to stay here, you must also contribute within your capabilities. I have no problem with that, Su Yu said. Third, which is also the most important point, absolutely no stealing is allowed. Any thief will be expelled from the hotel. Su Yu smiled faintly. Don't worry, sometimes we might be bandits, but we won't be thieves. If necessary, they would resort to open plundering and certainly wouldn't lower themselves to stealing. Mingxian shrugged his shoulders, then walked them down the corridor on the 12th floor, handing each of them a room card for their respective rooms. Although there were many rooms, Su Yu still chose to share a double room with Qin Yuan so they could keep an eye on each other. Jingi and Jing Xan shared another one. Cheng Zhengqiu decided to stay in the same double room as his sister Cheng Ling for convenience, while Zhuyi took a single room, and Zhu Yuan and Xia Tian had their own rooms as well. The environment of this 5-star hotel was absolutely impeccable. Qin Yuan never thought she would be able to live in such a comfortable room after the apocalypse. The soft king-sized bed, the plush carpet, a spacious desk with a computer. Although it couldn't connect to the internet, it was possible to play some standalone games. The bathroom was even more luxurious, equipped with a 2x2 soaking tub and a shower. This place is truly paradise. Qin Yuan stretched lazily on the large bed. Of course, the difference between paradise and hell is only a window away. Su Yu stood by the window, looking into the distance. The entire city had fallen into ruin, vehicles haphazardly abandoned by the roadside, countless aimless zombies roaming the boulevards. Some rooftops were even occupied by them. If the windows weren't closed, you could hear the eerie growls of the zombies. If food were abundant, this place would indeed make for an excellent refuge during the apocalypse, offering an extremely comfortable environment that starkly contrasted with the world outside. However, Su Yu also noted their defenses. The outer garden's brick walls and iron gates at the entrance were sturdy and not easily breached. This would serve as absolute defense against ordinary zombies. But Su Yu had seen evolved T2 zombies, powerful, fast, and possessing some degree of intelligence, and such walls and iron gates would hardly hold them back. The second line of defense would be the elevator leading to the underground garage. Ordinary zombies may lack the intelligence to operate elevators, but T2 zombies likely wouldn't. In the evening, a Han came to find Su Yu and Qin Yuan, informing them about a party happening tonight and delivering several long dresses. A party? It had been so long since Qin Yuan had heard that word. Yeah. Every weekend we host a dance party. Although there isn't enough food, the alcohol supply is limitless. In this grim and desolate apocalypse, if we don't find some joy, everyone might go insane, a Han said. That's true, Su Yu agreed. Even if we're living day by day in this apocalypse, it can either be lived happily or despairingly. Nah, these clothes are from stores I've raided. I picked out a few that fit both of you, try them on. A Han placed the clothes on the bed. All luxury brands. Qin Yuan glanced at the tags hanging from the clothes. Now, we have as much as we want. A Han laughed and said, I'll wait for you downstairs. Qin Yuan changed into a red short dress with a plunging V-neckline, accentuating her mature womanly charm. In reality, when Qin Yuan dressed up properly, she was quite seductive, but her usual practical style completely concealed her curvaceous figure. On Su Yu, these skirts looked awkward no matter what. She lacked Qin Yuan's figure, and with her being flat-chested, revealing necklines were off-limits. So she picked a relatively modest little dress, which made Qin Yuan directly snatch it and throw it aside. After searching through the pile, she found a sexy, tight black mini dress and handed it to Su Yu. Wear this, it suits you perfectly. Su Yu hesitated. No thanks. Yes, Qin Yuan replied seriously. A Han has already set her sights on Jingi, that cunning woman. Her tactics are ruthless, and although Jingi is disciplined, he's still a man who has weak moments. If you don't take action soon, you'll lose him. I don't care. You lying liar. That handsome guy merely talked to you a little earlier, and you've already been secretly seething in jealousy. Zero's voice drifted faintly in her mind. Sister Su, don't blame me for not reminding you, men like brother Jingi are rare treasures. Once this train passes, you might not find another like him even if you turn the whole earth upside down. Qin Yuan continued painting her eyeliner while warning earnestly, you must seize this chance firmly. After a long pause, Su Yu finally asked dumbly, how do I seize it? Confess, kiss, and consummate the relationship. Qin Yuan answered succinctly, painting half her eyeliner and glancing at Su Yu, if you two are efficient, tonight could be the winning strike. Su Yu turned bright red, clutching the tiny dress in hand, and silently entered the bathroom to change. A Han led the two women to the ballroom on the 3rd floor. Almost all the hotel guests were present at the party. The primary reason Su Yu came here was to better understand the composition of people within the hotel. Since they would be staying here for some time, it was crucial to thoroughly familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Qin Yuan spotted Zhuyi from the corner of the dance hall. Surrounded by a group of women, Zhuyi looked completely at a loss, as they were pushing drinks on him. Zhuyi's face turned slightly red, and despite his protests, he ended up drinking 2 cups. However, it seemed like they weren't about to let him off easily. Zhuyi had a delicate and refined appearance, the kind that naturally attracted female attention. To be fair, regardless of their combat abilities, Su Yu's team boasted looks that were undoubtedly world-class. I'm going to rescue the little monk, you two carry on with your chat. Qin Yuan said her farewells to the others before walking straight toward Zhuyi. Chapter 42, Confession. A Han took Su Yu around the dance hall, introducing her to everyone here one by one. That guy dancing on stage is Jiang Zhahan. He's a big Korean celebrity, came to China for a concert, loves being a diva and isn't very pleasant, but because he's handsome, a bunch of girls like him. But now that you two are here, his popularity will probably plummet. Suyu looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, there was a man on the stage dressed fashionably with hip-hop flair, breakdancing, with several earrings on his ears, heavy eye makeup, and pale skin, quite embodying the look of current South Korean entertainment stars. A hand then looked towards a woman at the bar counter wearing glasses who appeared well-educated. Her name is Jiyu Lu, 28 years old, a female novelist. This time she came to Shicheng also for a signing event. They say she writes romantic suspense novels, which sell really well and are especially liked by young women. That girl who helped us speak up this afternoon, a Han nodded her head. She's called Wei Lan, a female university student, has a fiery and straightforward personality. I actually quite like her. Suyu noticed that Wei Lan had a few beer bottles in her hand, playing finger games with a group of men while drinking. She indeed was uninhibited and carefree. That one over there is Dr. Lin Xiao, who just graduated with a master's degree from medical university. He's here to attend an academic symposium, and got stuck in the hotel as well. If any of us get sick, we'll ask him for help. A Han pointed at a quiet man drinking alone at the booth area. Lin Xiao was rather handsome and clean-cut, not a trace of stubble on his face. Suyu estimated he probably suffered from obsessive cleanliness. Over there, that elderly couple, a Han gestured towards an elderly couple seated at a booth area. It's rare to see them so much in love despite their age. Her gaze then shifted to another pair nestled in a dim corner, kissing ardently. Not like those two, they argue every 3 to 5 days, creating chaos everywhere. The man is a white-collar worker, rather weak-willed. The woman is a journalist, sharp-tongued, and often publicly abuses her husband in front of everyone, quite fiery. Who is that person? Suyu glanced towards a shadowy corner where a lone man was drinking. He was tall and burly, with a flat-top haircut, sharp facial features, and a stubble of dark beard on his chin. Although he wasn't handsome in a conventional sense, he exuded a strong masculine charm. That's Mu Lin. One of our rare physical fighters. I've seen him fight zombies. His ferocity is as if someone had killed his entire family. A Han suddenly realized what she had said and quickly spat a few times. Damn my foul mouth. Mu Lin is actually a good person, cold on the outside but warm-hearted within. You'll find out soon. Suyu nodded. She remembered him. It was precisely he who raised his hand in agreement with letting them stay earlier today. The second time, however, he opposed it, making her curious about him. In the middle of all this, someone called a Han over for drinks. Originally, a Han was going to drag Suyu along, but Suyu declined. She didn't want to get drunk like a mudfish. Jingi walked into the ballroom, clad in a crisp white dress shirt. With his excellent figure, the dress shirt accentuated his silhouette, radiating a strong masculine allure. Jingi seemed to prefer wearing shirts, but when zombies surrounded them, the restricted movements in a shirt became impractical. Jingi's eyes swept through the room, finally settling on Suyu. His gaze contained surprise and subtle emotional fluctuations. Suyu went to the bar counter where various wines were displayed, beer and imported spirits alike. Since the apocalypse began, people had been rushing to grab food supplies. Wine factories remained untouched since alcohol was inconvenient to transport, couldn't fill stomachs, and drinking too much could only cause trouble. Therefore, Ming Xian specifically organized people to bring back large quantities of wine from factories, allowing them to relax when bored. After all, staying cooped up in the hotel all day was suffocating. People tended to act bizarrely when idle, so entertaining diversions were necessary, and Ming Xian understood this clearly. Suyu ordered a whiskey, swallowed it in one gulp, and then walked over to Jingi. Seeing Suyu coming, Jingi fumbled awkwardly and stuffed his hands into his pockets. Big brother, it's too noisy here. Let's go out for a walk. Suyu smiled and asked him. Sure, of course. Jingi wouldn't refuse. The two walked side by side, taking the elevator down to the underground garage and strolling aimlessly through the garden. A crescent moon hung low in the west, and the sky was dotted with countless stars. So beautiful, Suyu sighed while gazing at the starry sky. Under the night sky, Jingi's gaze was firmly fixed on her face illuminated by moonlight. Yes, very beautiful. The street lamps stretched their shadows long across the ground. Suyu stopped by the fountain where shimmering ripples fractured the moonlight. She sat down on the carved railing chair, and Jingi sat beside her. Both were silent. Suyu swallowed hard, moistened her lips, and suddenly her heartbeat quickened violently, feeling like a rabbit might jump right out of her chest. Jingi, I think. I kind of like you. She closed her eyes and said it all in one breath. If you also like me, please go out with me. After saying that, it was as if time had stopped. Suyu's entire brain went blank, her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. Jingi was completely stunned. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Jingi was still dumbfounded. Jingi didn't speak, and Suyu's heart began to cool. Yes, Jingi had rejected so many girls, why would he take a fancy to her? Even in the apocalypse, even though they were on the same team now, it wasn't necessary for him to be with her, there were plenty more women in the world besides her. Her heart felt a little bitter, her eyes dry. Sorry. I'm going back. Suyu hurriedly stood up to leave quickly. Just pretend nothing happened tonight. As Suyu was about to rush off, Jingi suddenly grabbed her wrist. Jingi hesitated. Sorry, I don't have good eloquence. So many words are piling up in my heart, but I just can't bring myself to say them. His voice was low and deep, like the slow flow of cello notes. I don't know what liking someone means, but every time I see you, I feel very happy, and when I don't see you, I feel uncomfortable. When I see you in pain, I wish I could suffer for you instead. There are so many things I want to tell you, if you're willing to listen. I am willing, utterly willing. Suyu's voice trembled. She would spend her entire life listening, if they had one left. An inharmonious sound rang out. Ding. Who says handsome guys can't flirt with girls? This guy's flirting skills are amazing. I need to jot this down. Jot it down. Step aside. Suyu sat back on the bench, sitting next to him. Jingi stiffened his body, unsure of what to do. So, was her confession successful then? Suyu scooted closer to his position, their thighs almost touching. Suyu wore a short skirt, and through the thin layer of fabric, Jingi's whole body was heating up. Time passed slowly as the two of them remained seated. Just sitting like this isn't working, Suyu suggested. We should walk. All right. Suyu and Jingi walked side by side along the pebbled garden path, Suyu deliberately letting her hand graze his. Jingi's Adam's apple moved up and down, but he didn't move his hand. 2 minutes later, Suyu grew impatient and directly grabbed Jingi's hand, her action large, like catching a big fish, which startled Jingi into flinching. Realizing her movement might have been too exaggerated, Suyu quickly let go, frustrated with herself and hurriedly moved forward. Jingi caught up, and his warm palm instantly gripped hers tightly. Suyu could feel his palms were full of sweat. Jingi clutched her hand tightly, gripping it so hard it hurt, showing how nervous he was, without realizing how much force he'd applied. Suyu winced, enduring the pain, thinking his being nervous was worth it, as long as they were holding hands. The two continued walking hand in hand around the garden, circle after circle, well into the night. Neither wanted to be the first to suggest going back, they both didn't want to return, wishing they could stay together forever, even finding sleeping a waste of time. Finally, Suyu told herself there were days ahead, no need to rush at this moment, they'd see each other every day, every single second could be spent not apart. Jingi, let's head back. By the time the elevator door opened, their hands were still tightly held. Good night. Suyu reached her room door while Jingi's room was around the corner. He bid her good night and turned the corner. Suyu didn't enter her room, she followed and leaned against the wall at the corner, her heart flying with happiness as she secretly peeked at Jingi's silhouette from behind the corner. Unbeknownst to her, Jingi stood there by the wall, eyes closed in bliss, smiling faintly. Then they bumped into each other right away. Back in the room, Yuan, dressed in a strapless nightgown, leaped up from her bed and ran to Suyu, eagerly asking, how did it go? Did you get him? Suyu showed Yuan her already bruised hand. If Jingi refused, that's fine, but why resort to violence? Yuan looked at Suyu's hand sorrowfully. No. Suyu smiled shyly, her face brimming with happiness and sweetness. It's from him holding my hand. Yuan, I don't understand you military academy students. After Jingi returned home, Jing Xan immediately sprang up from the bed, running to Jingi's front and circling around him like a dog sniffing with his nose, as did Maro nosing around excitedly. Brother, where have you been all night? Jing Xan interrogated. Jingi drifted into the room and flopped onto the big bed, feeling limp, his eyes gazing blankly at the ceiling. As soon as he saw this, Jing Xan knew something was off. Did you get drained by those women downstairs? Jing Xan approached with concern and leaned over the edge of the bed. Jingi was completely unresponsive. He turned over, got up, and walked straight to the bathroom. The sound of rushing water followed. Jing Xan glanced at Maro beside him. Maro whimpered and looked up at Jing Xan with wide eyes. Alas, I'm just worrying myself to death. Chapter 43, Hospital Breakthrough. After Dr. Lin Xiao gave Cheng Ling a rough checkup, he turned to Cheng Zhengqiu and said, it's definitely chickenpox. How is she doing now? Cheng Zhengqiu asked with concern. She's been running a fever and sleeping all day. She doesn't have much appetite, and the medication seems to be ineffective. Because her fever wasn't brought down in time, there's a bit of inflammation. Her condition isn't very good at the moment. I've given her a fever-reducing injection, it should take effect in half a day. However, for the inflammation, we need anti-inflammatory drugs and some antibiotics. These are prescription drugs that can only be obtained from the hospital, which I don't have here. Dr. Lin, please make a list of the medications you need, and I'll go get them, Suyu told Lin Xiao. The nearest Huaxi hospital is full of zombies everywhere, Lin Xiao warned, as the last time he wanted Han to accompany him to retrieve medicine from the hospital, but they were deterred by the swarm of zombies around the hospital. Since then, Lin Xiao dared not approach the area, opting instead to visit nearby pharmacies and collect as many supplies as possible each trip to minimize outings. Nevertheless, many prescription drugs remained out of reach. This world is teeming with zombies anyway, Suyu said nonchalantly with a shrug, as she had already grown accustomed to it. Regular zombies weren't much of an issue for her. Seeing Suyu's confidence, Lin Xiao didn't say anything further. He took a piece of paper and wrote down the medicines he needed, ending up with quite a long list, which he handed over to Suyu. The first 3 drugs are necessary for treating chickenpox. For the rest, take what you can find, if not, that's fine. They're what I require. Suyu nodded and accepted the note without looking, since she had her own storage space. She planned to raid the hospital ward, bringing back all the supplies and sorting through them later. After all, traveling through the apocalypse, having ample medical supplies was indispensable. Any amount added was beneficial. This mission to Huaxi Hospital required more people due to the anticipated large number of zombies. As always, participation would be on a voluntary basis. Jingi, Yuan, Cheng Zhengqiu, Zhui Yi, and even Jing Xan insisted on joining the group. Su Yu immediately excluded Cheng Zhengqiu. You, just take good care of Cheng Ling at the hotel and don't add to the chaos. Otherwise, we'd have to split our attention protecting you, and heaven forbid something happens to you, it would leave Cheng Ling distressed for life. But, this is my sister's matter. It wouldn't feel right for me not to go along while others risk their lives for her. Cheng Zhengqiu expressed guilt for staying behind. Cheng Zhengqiu, we're part of the same team. Stop saying things about who's doing something for whom, we all have roles to play. You're not suitable for frontline action, so stay put at the rear, Su Yu said firmly. In the future, you will have important uses. Although Cheng Zhengqiu understood this as merely a consoling statement, he didn't think he had any significant contributions to offer. Just clinging on to Su Yu gave him another day of survival, and for that, he deeply appreciated her. Su Yu didn't see it this way. Cheng Zhengqiu was shrewd-minded, proven by his survival skills thus far. Just last time at the shelter incident, being the first to arrive, a man with no self-defense abilities bringing 2 children managed to hold back and observe before rushing in for help, an act demonstrating remarkable insight. After persuading Cheng Zhengqiu to remain behind, Su Yu naturally didn't plan to let Jing Xan come either. If anything happened to him, how could she face his brother? But Jingi didn't seem opposed to Jing Xan joining the group. Su Yu looked at him questioningly. Are you sure you want your younger brother to go? I don't want to keep him cooped up in the training ground. Real combat opportunities are rare. Let him practice more, accumulate experience, it won't hurt, Jingi stated confidently. Alright, now Su Yu had an extra responsibility. With Jing Xan joining the group, he was the first one she must protect. The elder brother favored tough love, yet she, as the prospective sister-in-law, felt obliged to double her vigilance. Hey, future sister-in-law, aren't you embarrassed? Zero suddenly interjected, causing Su Yu's face to flush red. At the hotel, Han was naturally also part of the group set to go. Medicines weren't just for Cheng Ling, the hotel also needed drug reserves. Since Mu Lin didn't have anything pressing, he joined the group too. Thus, their team grew larger. To maintain balance, Su Yu left Zhui Yi and Yuan behind, reminding them, we can't send out all of our core members. We need at least 1 or 2 people guarding the rear, including 3 children and a veterinarian. Who knows what might happen at the hotel while we're gone? Su Yu certainly couldn't fully trust everyone, especially when Han wasn't around. Yuan nodded, I'll stay behind. It'll be fine. Zhui Yi didn't insist much and stayed behind with Yuan to guard the hotel. Mu Lin drove out a mighty off-road vehicle from the parking lot. The car had been modified by him, with 5 or 6 steel knives inserted on both sides of the body and a spear at the front. Once the vehicle was driven out, a group of zombies surrounded it. Those that rushed forward first were cut into halves by the sharp steel knives on both sides of the car, creating a bloody path as it drove through. Jing Xan marveled. This design is incredible. It's Mu Lin's idea, Han explained. This kind of vehicle design was truly perfect for breaking through hordes of zombies, especially when they gathered densely around the car. As soon as the car started moving, surrounding zombies approaching would be instantly split in half. Big Brother Mu, I also want to modify our off-road vehicle this way. Can you help us design it? Su Yu looked at Mu Lin seated in the back seat, who nodded expressionlessly, sure. Su Yu opened her smart map and chose a route with fewer zombies. Though it took a longer route, without the obstruction of zombie swarms, time was saved. Han was slightly surprised by Su Yu's foresight, but Su Yu just smiled, saying she observed the roads during their last visit into the city and thus knew there were fewer zombies on these paths. The main entrance square of Huaxi Hospital was full of dense zombies, so Su Yu drove the car into the emergency department through a side door. The car stopped below the stairs. Jing Xan equipped his gun with a silencer, taking down one zombie after another as they lunged towards them. Su Yu noticed that more zombies in the hospital's wards had already discovered their presence and were rushing towards the emergency section. She said to Han, there are fewer zombies at the back gate. You and Mu Lin drive there and wait for us. We will head directly to the back once we get the medicine. Han had noticed the influx of zombies, knowing how unsafe it was. He nodded immediately and got into the car with Mu Lin, driving towards the back door. Su Yu originally intended for Jing Xan to stay in the car for greater safety, but reconsidered, deciding that he would be safer by her side. It wasn't because she didn't trust Han, but because she barely trusted Mu Lin. After all, he wasn't part of their team. Su Yu and Jingi guarded Jing Xan in the middle as they entered the doors of the emergency department. Jing Xan ran to the door and pressed the button to close it. Several stainless steel rolling shutters dropped down, keeping the zombies outside. The hall became dim, so Su Yu turned on the lights. Many white-coated zombies emerged from the hall corridor, doctors and nurses who had been infected and mutated. Because they were too close for gunshots, Su Yu and Jingi each took out a knife and slashed their way through the zombies. The pharmacy was located in the ward hall at the end of the corridor. There were quite a few patient beds parked along the corridor, arranged haphazardly. White sheets covered lumps on the beds. It was unclear whether dead bodies or zombies lay beneath. Regardless, the stench was overwhelming. Jing Xan swallowed hard, feeling spooked as he looked at the beds. It seems to have moved. Jing Xan tugged at Su Yu's clothing, pointing at one bed. Su Yu approached a bed, while Jingi stood ready with his knife. In a flash, she pulled the white sheet open. Instantly, a ghastly and decaying zombie sat up, charging at Jingi. With one swift move, Jingi stabbed the zombie straight through its head, blood dripping from the tip of the blade. Subsequently, the zombies on other beds in the corridor woke up. Either missing a hand or with bruised, decaying skin, their eyeballs hung loosely as if about to fall out. These zombies weren't only infected with the zombie virus but also suffered from illnesses themselves, having lain in the hospital for 3 months. Their grotesqueness was indescribable. Jing Xan nearly vomited. Su Yu and Jingi fought side by side, slaughtering all the zombies in the corridor with their blades. Su Yu pulled up Jing Xan, who was retching nearby, walking towards the end of the corridor. Now isn't the time to throw up. At the corner of the corridor, strange sounds were heard, teeth grinding and tearing flesh apart. When Su Yu and Jingi turned the corner, all three paused. Not far away, near the stairwell, a small, agile female zombie devoured another larger zombie corpse voraciously. She grabbed the brains of the zombie under her and shoved them into her mouth, white brain matter oozing from her blackened mouth. A T2 evolved zombie. Only evolved zombies ate other zombies. Su Yu gestured frantically, quietly retreating with the other two to the previous corridor, trying not to alarm the T2 zombie. Jing Xan clamped his mouth tightly, seemingly ready to throw up any second. Damn it, next time there was such a mission in the hospital, he vowed never to join again. These diseased zombies were disgusting. Su Yu carefully peeked around the wall corner toward the staircase where the T2 zombie had been, but the staircase was now completely empty except for the one ordinary zombie whose brains had been eaten. There was nothing else. But it wasn't the ordinary zombie that was eaten. Su Yu truly thought she might have hallucinated seeing the T2 zombie. However, the next second, Jing Xan looked up and screamed loudly. On the ceiling, the T2 zombie was nimbly climbing, her hand pulling on a chandelier, swaying back and forth as she bared her teeth and screeched at them like a monkey. Her sharp teeth gleamed as white pus continuously flowed from her mouth. Arg! Jing Xan couldn't hold it in anymore and turned to vomit. The next moment, that T2 zombie leapt directly down at them. Su Yu immediately shielded Jing Xan, while at the same time, Jingi's long blade flashed and pierced straight through the zombie's body, impaling her on the blade. With a quick twist of his wrist and a strong upward thrust, the long blade split the upper body of the zombie into 2 halves, its sharp edge piercing out of her head. The zombie twitched a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground. How could it be so fast? Su Yu frowned deeply as she stared at the corpse of the T2 zombie. How could they already be here? They were moving too quickly. Chapter 44, Why don't you go die? Go! Su Yu shouted, and the three of them ran towards the inpatient department hall. There were a few zombies lingering in the hall, left to Jingi to deal with. Su Yu ran to the pharmacy and kicked the door open with her foot. 2 female zombies in white coats reached out their hands from behind the door. Su Yu took one down with a single slash of her knife, felling both zombies. She entered the ward, looked behind her, and saw that Jing Xan and Jingi were fully focused on dealing with the zombies. She found a bag and filled it with medicines symbolically, storing the rest inside her space, instantly leaving the pharmacy empty. She exited the ward holding the bag and called out to Jingi, "Got it, let's go." Jingi nodded, piercing the heads of the last few zombies, then sheathed his sword and quickly followed Su Yu's steps. The intelligent map directed her to the hospital's back gate. Passing through the radiology department, the infectious diseases department, and the small garden of the inpatient department, they arrived at the back gate. The off-road vehicle driven by a Han was already waiting at the entrance, with many zombies gathered around the outside. A Han sat in the driver's seat, calling for Su Yu and the others to quickly get in. Mu Lin wasn't in the car, and Su Yu looked around. At the main gate, she saw Mu Lin's figure. He held a pickaxe and was breaking through the crowd of zombies, covered in blood as if he were a hellish Azura. A pile of zombie corpses had already accumulated beside him, clearing a bloody path for the SUV to drive out of the hospital gates. Still expressionless, the pickaxe was full of blood and flesh, every muscle in his body trembling, indulging in this massacre. Mu Lin, get in the car quickly. A Han parked the car by the gate and opened the door, but Mu Lin remained oblivious, still killing zombies fiercely. More zombies surged toward them. Mu Lin, what's wrong with you? A Han was getting anxious. Let's go. Kill them all. His voice was low and deep. Su Yu noticed that Mu Lin's eyes had turned bloodshot, completely red from the killing. Many zombies gathered behind him, surrounding him entirely. Mu Lin didn't care, continuing to fight fiercely. Damn it. Su Yu got out of the car, running to Mu Lin's side to block the zombies coming from behind him. She thought this man was simply looking for death. Jing Xan armed the gun, continuously taking down the zombies around them, while Jingi and a Han also rushed out to break through together with Su Yu. A Han ran to Mu Lin's side and slapped him across the face. You're seeking death. But don't drag all of us down with you. Mu Lin seemed to finally come to his senses, stopping his actions at last and following them back to the SUV. After closing the door, they found themselves surrounded tightly by zombies. A Han started the engine and charged straight forward, the blade splitting the zombies in half, blood and pus splashing continuously onto the car windows. After driving a certain distance, they finally distanced themselves from that large group of zombies. These few sparsely scattered ones on the roadside posed no threat. What's your problem? A Han angrily turned around to question Mu Lin in the backseat. I know you're good at killing zombies, but you don't have to show off at such times. Just now we almost all got wiped out. You can drive away. Mu Lin said expressionlessly, no need to wait for me. A Han didn't bother arguing more with Mu Lin, knowing this person always had such a character, muttering, forget you, you're already like a zombie. Su Yu glanced at Mu Lin, who was gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Then she noticed a scratch mark on his arm, possibly left by a zombie. In an instant, Su Yu had already pulled out the gun, pointing it at Mulin's head. Wow. Wow. Easy everyone seeing the tension escalate in the backseat, Han slowed down the car and said, even if he's seeking death, you don't have to personally take action to kill him, do you? There's a wound on his hand, left by the zombie. Suyu concentrated all her attention on Mulin. There was Z virus in the saliva and nails of zombies, so whether scratched or bitten, mutation would occur. Han also noticed the wound on his arm and slammed on the brakes. Shit. Her eyes complexly looked at Mulin. You. Even with the gun pointed at his head, Mulin remained calm, unperturbed. I won't mutate, you don't have to worry about being eaten by me. That's not up to you. Suyu said. Wait, from when we came over, it's been at least 20 minutes. It only takes 10 minutes for the Z virus to invade the brain and cause mutation. Han looked at Mulin doubtfully. How, are you fine? Indeed, it was so. Normally, people bitten by zombies would turn within minutes, but Mulin had gone this long without any signs of mutation. Are you immune? Suyu surprisingly retracted the gun. Mulin raised his eyes to look at her. Unfortunately, yes. There are a few immune people in this world who won't be infected by the zombie virus. Suyu was one of them, and unexpectedly, Mulin was as well. That explained why he had been so reckless just now, completely unafraid of these zombies. Han restarted the off-road vehicle and relaxed, exclaiming repeatedly, Mulin, you're so cool. You're an immune person. Mulin seemed to have no special feelings about it, instead appearing quite low-spirited. He closed his eyes and stopped talking. Suyu looked at this guy and thought he seemed eager to die. The modified off-road vehicle returned to the hotel. Suyu organized the medicines stored in her space and then compared them with the list given to her by Dr. Lin Xiao, extracting the medicines he needed and handing them over in her pocket to the doctor. Dr. Lin Xiao checked the medicines in his pocket, glancing at Suyu with disbelief. I found all of them. You are truly amazing. Suyu smiled faintly. It's no big deal. Lin Xiao administered some anti-inflammatory drugs to Cheng Ling with the needle. Cheng Ling no longer had a fever, and her appetite improved significantly. Jing Xan sat on the windowsill accompanying her. You should leave. I'm contagious, Cheng Ling said while sitting on the bed to Jing Xan. Why must you drive me away among so many people? Jing Xan grumbled, saying, if you don't like me, just say it outright. You're still a kid. They are adults with strong immunity. I'll grow up soon. Don't treat me like a child anymore. I can protect you. He rolled up his sleeve and compared the muscles on his arm with Cheng Ling. Soon I will become as strong as my brother. Cheng Ling rarely smiled, but seeing her smile, Jing Xan suddenly felt much better. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door came. Come in. Mulin was standing before the disinfectant water, cleaning the wound on his arm. Looking back, he saw that a little girl had come in, and his expression clearly darkened somewhat. Is there something? Xia Tian walked into the room, softly calling out, Uncle Good. Mulin's expression turned noticeably more serious. What is it? Dr. Lin is counting the medicines right now and asked me to bring you a bottle of medicine, Xia Tian said as she happened to pass by Dr. Lin's office and was asked to help deliver it. Put it there. Mulin pointed to a small table. Xia Tian tiptoed and placed the medicine on the tabletop, then looked at Mulin again. Thank you. Mulin was taken aback, only to see Xia Tian smiling and saying, thank you for helping get the medicine for Sister Cheng. You're a good person. Her eyes squinted into slits, and her ears held two perky little braids, looking extremely cute. She sincerely appreciated Mulin, thinking earlier that he looked fierce, but now he didn't seem so terrible. But as he looked at her face, Mulin's mind went boom, recalling the night 5 years ago when another little girl like this looked at him, covered in blood, filled with despair, helplessness, anger, and fear. Those eyes tormented his soul day and night. Was he a good person? No, he wasn't. And he didn't want to be a good person. Mulin's hands trembled slightly, and the bandage in his hand fell to the ground. Xia Tian went over to pick it up and handed it to him, but Mulin did not accept it. His pupils quivered. After a long pause, Mulin suddenly spoke lowly and harshly, Go. Xia Tian didn't understand. Get out of my room. Mulin suddenly raised his voice and yelled at Xia Tian, causing her to shiver. Shocked, she dropped the bandage and turned around, running out of the room far away. Leaning against the wall, she gasped heavily. That man was so terrifying. Did I annoy him? Xia Tian thought sullenly, but what had she done wrong? Mulin slammed the door shut heavily, then leaned against the wall, revisiting unpleasant memories of the past. He was overwhelmed, collapsing in the corner, hitting his head fiercely. Why don't you just go die? Maybe, you were dead long ago. Regarding the evolution of zombies, Suyu told Han everything without reservation and reminded her that the current defenses of the hotel might not be sufficient to withstand T2 zombies. Just now at the hospital, Suyu had seen one, outside seeming to still be ruled by regular zombies. But she knew that before long, T2 zombies would sweep through the entire city. Zombie viruses were like plagues, no, worse than plagues. Their spreading speed was unprecedented. I knew it. Qian Min paced back and forth in Ming Xian's office, making a Han feel restless and agitated. Didn't I say before that these people have bad intentions? They are trying every way to drive us out and then take over our hotel. What nonsense is this about evolved zombies? Suyu said nothing, leaning casually against the windowsill, indifferently watching the desolate world outside the window. She merely wanted to give them a reminder. As for what they chose to do, it was their own business. She cared not. I believe what Suyu said. A Han turned to Qian Min. I've seen their team's combat ability. If they really just wanted the hotel, they could have killed all of us, without leaving a single person. Su Yu's lips curled slightly, and she remained silent. This Han really understood her. You say our walls can't stop evolved zombies. Then do you have any suggestions? Ming Xian looked at Su Yu and asked, there's no way out except running, we need to leave before they fully cover the West City. Su Yu replied. See. Qianmin shouted again, they want to trick us all into leaving, not a chance. You shut up. A Han irritably cursed at Qianmin. Do you know how hard it was for us to build such a shelter? Ming Xian sat down and told Su Yu, most people here, including myself, don't have the ability to survive outside this hotel. If we leave, we might not last more than 24 hours. Su Yu shrugged indifferently. Whether they could survive outside or not had nothing to do with her. She only wanted to give them a warning. Unless you promise to protect us, Ming Xian said. That's impossible. Su Yu shook her head. We can barely protect ourselves, let alone protect others. Perhaps even Ming Xian realized how unreasonable that request sounded. He smiled awkwardly. All right, I will find a way. Thanks for your reminder. No problem. Su Yu finished speaking and walked out of the office. She knew Ming Xian was very unhappy inside, but this guy truly had an amazing self-control capability. He was still able to maintain his politeness and dignity, hiding all his inner grievances deep inside. Chapter 45, Flirting with the Senior. Jingi was under a tree cleaning and wiping his steel sword. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled shadows on the grass. Seeing Su Yu walking over from afar, he hastily wiped the sword and sheathed it before facing Su Yu. Go ahead with your business, don't mind me, Su Yu said as she sat down on the nearby bench, gazing blankly at the dappled tree shadow. Jingi obediently nodded and took out his sword again to wipe off the remaining water droplets. Earlier, Ming Xian said if we leave here, he wants me to protect them, but I refused. Su Yu's voice sounded gloomy. I don't know why, but my heart feels clogged, like I'm too selfish and cold-hearted. After a long silence, Jingi only faintly replied, a poor man perfects himself, a successful man helps all under heaven. So what do you think? Am I poor or successful now? Su Yu turned her head to ask Jingi. Taking care of Xia Tian and the others is within your capability. Protecting these people is likely beyond our reach. Jingi looked back at Su Yu. Su Yu smiled with relief as a ray of sunshine fell into her bright eyes. In Jingi's eyes, she was breathtakingly beautiful. A poor man perfects himself, a successful man helps all under heaven. Senior Jingi, I will remember your words. Su Yu stood up and earnestly said. The two stared at each other for a long time. The scattered tree shadows fell on their bodies, indistinctly clear and blurry. Suddenly, Jingi's heart started pounding rapidly, and the surrounding air began to feel scorching. Su Yu stared directly into Jingi's eyes, whose gaze was pure and transparent, reaching deep into one's soul. Jingi's throat felt dry, his Adam's apple moved up and down, and his body suddenly tensed up. Su Yu was originally rather nervous, but she could see that Jingi was even more so. So she suddenly relaxed and no longer feared anything. The words from yesterday were left unsaid, her eyes sparkled with sunlight, showing a hint of a smile. What words? Jingi asked nervously. Su Yu stepped closer, staring intently at Jingi's eyes. Her heart started racing. I said, I like you. Would you be willing to date me? Jingi abruptly clenched his hands. The air was full of her scent. His thoughts started to become disordered, and his spirit was lost in bewilderment. Date. He muttered, how to date? Su Yu knew that many girls who confessed to him failed at this step. Senior Jingi fundamentally did not know how to court a girl. Like. Su Yu suddenly smiled faintly, her eyes filled with a cunning look. She felt her soft hand gradually insert into his tightly held palm and gently grasp it. Jingi's nerves slowly relaxed, reciprocating the grip. Is this it? He can do this, tightening his hold based on how much he liked her. But Su Yu's hand broke free, shaking her head at him, not like this. She re-grasped his hand, applying gentle force, teaching him to replicate her strength. This time, he didn't hurt her. So, it appeared that Senior Jingi, still a blank slate, needed some guidance indeed. Next. Su Yu looked at him, slowly tiptoeing. She would kiss him next. Jingi opened his eyes wide, incredulously watching her close in, inch by inch toward his face, near his lips. His face reddened all the way to his ears. Her lips, though slightly pale, carried an irresistible allure. Jingi's Adam's apple moved again. He didn't know what to do, wanting to run but finding his feet rooted to the ground. At this point, Su Yu was already tense with uncertainty. If one observed carefully, they would notice her quivering eyelashes trembling fiercely. Jingi closed his eyes, silently waiting for that mysterious and sacred moment to arrive. He could almost feel her hot breath brushing against his face, causing fireworks to explode in his mind. Brother, I'm here. You said you'd teach me sword techniques today. Jing Xan's voice called from far away. Their interlocked fingers immediately loosened, and Su Yu staggered back a few steps, feeling somewhat devastated. Jingi's inner turmoil was even greater. In a fluster, he turned around, continuing to wipe his sword with the cloth, his face red as a tomato. Hey! Su Yu, are you here too? Jing Xan approached, looking between Su Yu and Jingi. With his brother's flushed face, he suspected and questioned, what have you done to my brother again? She was about to claim him as hers. Nothing, I'll go, Su Yu said unhappily, unwillingly glancing at Jingi. Similarly reluctant, Jingi watched her departing back with longing, feeling a bit disheartened. He gave Jing Xan a sour face. I'm not feeling well today. We'll change the day for your sword practice. Jing Xan was innocent. What had he done wrong? Why did both throw angry glances at him? In the evening, at the Shituan Lanya restaurant, each person was precisely allocated 1,000 calories worth of food by the chef. This included some vegetables and 100 g of corn mixed rice. Su Yu wasn't particularly worried about the food situation. She had already stored an ample amount in her own space. Thus, she didn't need to rely on the hotel's food supply. Her team sat around one table, and Su Yu distributed cans of food and bread to everyone. They laughed and talked cheerfully while eating, but Qin Wan leaned closer to Su Yu and whispered teasingly, "Their meals seem so meager, don't they? When I was helping clean up in the kitchen once, I saw a refrigerator as big as a room filled with frozen meat. If they're not going to eat it now, are they saving it for the new year?" "Perhaps they're saving it for the new year," Su Yu quietly replied. "After all, there are many people here, and they intend to stay here indefinitely." Qin Wan shrugged. "If the T2 zombies really attack, do you think they'll survive long enough to see the new year?" Su Yu remained non-committal, knowing that others' food distribution was none of her business. All that mattered was that her team shouldn't go hungry. Otherwise, how would they have the strength to fight zombies? Jingi sat beside Su Yu, taking out the canned meat, carefully draining off the oil, then placing it in Su Yu's bowl. "Big brother Jingi," Qin Wan smiled slyly, joking, "there are so many of us, yet you only give meat to Su Yu, aren't you being too biased?" "That's right." Cheng Zhengqiu joined in without fully understanding the context, adding humorously, "Big brother Jingi, give me some oil-free meat as well." "That's enough from you too." Seeing Jingi teased, Su Yu couldn't bear it and interjected with a tone of authority, "Are you picking on Jingi because he's so honest? Just focus on your meal, and stop messing around." Qin Wan smiled meaningfully, but after seeing them quiet down, she no longer said anything. Jing Xan was envious nearby, reaching his bowl over too, pouting as he looked at Jingi. Helpless, Jingi gave him another piece of meat. Suddenly, someone threw their plate and chopsticks. "What garbage is this? I'm done eating." A man wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and jeans stood up, throwing his plate to the ground. Corn-mixed rice spilled all over. Su Yu remembered Han had introduced this person before. His name was Jiang Zhahan, a Korean star. Despite this, Su Yu noticed his Chinese was quite fluent with a strong Beijing accent. Everyone's attention turned to Jiang Zhahan's action, finding it a pity as his wasted corn-mixed rice reminded them of the daily lack of food, which made them detest wasting even more. "You damn bastard, yelling about what?" Han shouted from far away, banging her chopsticks hard against the table. "Do you want to compete who has a louder voice? If you don't want to eat, get lost. No one forces you." Jiang Zhahan knew better than to provoke Han, aware of her fiery temper and excellent fighting skills, thus choosing not to challenge her. "But why do they get to eat meat?" Jiang Zhahan pointed towards Su Yu's table, attempting to divert the conflict towards them. "They brought their own food," Ming Xian calmly responded from another table. Seeing the canned food on their table, Jiang Zhahan swallowed hard. "Meat. Since you live in the hotel, you should eat the same food as us. What's with setting up your private feast like this? Ho, overseeing heaven and earth, and even telling others what to eat on their own table." Qin Wan sneered sarcastically at him. "Why can't I interfere?" Jiang Zhahan seemed to be picking a fight, walking over and pointing at them. "You're living on our territory and should follow our rules, everyone treated equally. The last time your leader mentioned the rules, there was nothing about prohibiting bringing our own food." Su Yu coldly stated. "Leader? Who's the leader?" Jiang Zhahan disdainfully glanced at Ming Xian. "There's no leader here. Everything big or small is decided through democratic voting. You outsiders living free in the hotel should contribute your food and share it with everyone else, which would serve as your rent." The crowd began to murmur. Seeing the possibility, Jiang Zhahan quickly added, "Let's take a vote now. Those who agree that they should hand over their food, raise your hands." With that, he raised his hand himself. A few scattered hands also rose in the Shituan Lanya restaurant. "Enough." Ming Xian stood up gracefully, wiping his mouth with the napkin. "To be precise, the hotel doesn't belong to anyone specifically. We're all just temporary residents here, merely arriving at different times. Asking others to pay their room fees with food isn't reasonable. Besides, they've also participated in labor, so there shouldn't be any distinction in treatment compared to the rest of us." After Ming Xian spoke, those who had raised their hands hesitantly lowered them, silently continuing to eat. "The hotel doesn't allow food to be wasted, and you know that." Ming Xian turned around to Jiang Zhahan, his voice turning cold as his gaze fell on the corn-mixed rice scattered on the floor. "So what? The food I waste is mine. Moreover, eating this every day has left a bland taste in my mouth," Jiang Zhahan retorted unyieldingly. "All the food here belongs to everyone. It's a public resource. If you don't want to eat it, that's fine, but you can't waste it." Ming Xian's tone was firm. "Then tell me, what are you going to do about it?" Jiang Zhahan crossed his arms, acting unconcerned with an arrogant manner. "You have two choices." Ming Xian adjusted his glasses. "First, pick up the food on the ground and eat it. Second, leave the hotel." Chapter 46, The Pure Senior. 123 Romance Exclusive Release. "I'll give you two options." Ming Xian adjusted his glasses. "First, pick up the food on the ground and eat it. Second, leave the hotel." "You." Jiang Zhahan didn't expect Ming Xian to be so ruthless, and he became furious instantly. "You're taking this too far." "Not at all." A hand stood up and said bluntly, "If we don't teach you a lesson, you really think you're some big-name star? There are no brainless fans here to support you. If you don't follow the rules, get out. One less person means one less mouth to feed, allowing us to hold out for a bit longer. That's right. Exactly. Kick him out. I've had enough of his arrogant attitude. What's he even thinking? The emotions of the crowd were stirred up, and Jing Xan realized he was in an unfavorable position. He could only relent, dejectedly squatting halfway down as he gathered the grains of rice from the floor with a spoon into a plate. Then, awkwardly sitting back down at his seat, he snapped angrily at everyone. What are you all looking at? Happy now that I'm eating this? The Lan Ya restaurant at Situ's place returned to calm once more, with quite a few glances being cast intentionally or unintentionally towards Suyu's table. Suyu didn't mind. Let them look. She wasn't going to share her food no matter how much they stared. After all, the supplies she stored away would serve as provisions during their journey west. After the meal, Ming Xian approached Suyu. Regarding the zombie evolution matter, I hope you can keep it confidential, Ming Xian stated in the hall. Confidential? Suyu found this rather odd. Shouldn't people be informed so they could prepare themselves? Letting everyone know now is premature. I don't want to cause unnecessary panic. I hope you understand, Ming Xian explained. If people only find out about the large-scale T2 zombies when it's already happening, it will be too late, Suyu retorted. I apologize, but I cannot help you conceal this. Those who wish to survive, I will ensure they remain vigilant. Suyu's firm rejection didn't seem to irritate Ming Xian, who instead gently tried to reason with her. Do you realize that even if you inform the people in this hotel, apart from spreading fear, they won't be able to do anything? They cannot react like you guys who pick up weapons to fight back. They lack both the courage and the strength. Imagine killing someone in their sleep versus telling them beforehand that tomorrow will be their last day, causing them anxiety or despair before the end comes. Which is crueler need not be said. Suyu admitted he had a point, but not everyone is born knowing how to fight zombies. After the apocalypse began, many ordinary folks like a Han had previously held regular jobs and might never have even touched a knife, yet when cornered, they still resisted fiercely. It's the survival instinct of humanity, and Suyu had saved numerous girls, some perished, but others continued living tenaciously, fighting against zombies to earn their right to live. I stick by my stance, Suyu stated firmly. You can't take away someone's right to know. Ultimately, everyone wishes to survive. Of course, except for someone like Mu Lin, his actions clearly indicated he was looking for death. But then again, he was immune, so dying wouldn't be easy for him. Ming Xian finally sighed. Perhaps you're right. With that, he passed Suyu, deeply worried as he returned to his room. Suyu turned around and watched his retreating figure, contemplating. This guy has quite a temperamental personality. No, it's not that he's well-tempered, it's because he has immense self-restraint and doesn't easily lose his cool, making it hard to find his weaknesses. Seemingly flawless, such a person is truly terrifying. However, Suyu didn't care much anymore. In normal life, if every day involved dealing with people like him, she'd probably feel intimidated. But in the apocalypse, they're just passers-by who will soon part ways, so there's no point fretting over anything. When night fell and all was quiet, the room lay silent. Suyu rose quietly from bed, softly calling out to Yuan in the darkness, but receiving no response, she determined she was asleep. Putting on slippers, she tiptoed carefully out the door, ensuring to make no sound as she stepped outside. Down the corridor, Jingi leaned casually against the wall with his hands in his pockets, the warm yellow light casting a shadow beneath his bangs and eyelashes. Far off, seeing Suyu emerge, he gave her a distant wave. Standing upright, he gazed tenderly at her, a slight smile curling the corner of his lips. Sister Qin's asleep, Suyu walked over, hiding her hands behind her back as she tilted her head mischievously and told him, I sneaked out. Jing Xan is also asleep. Jingi scratched his head sheepishly, whispering, I snuck out too. Then let's take a walk. Sure. The two walked side by side in the garden. The moon was full and bright tonight, and Suyu chose a bench to sit down on, looking at the stars and the moon with Jingi. It's likely that only in the apocalypse would there be such a rare opportunity for a pure, old-fashioned date. In the bustling modern society, people eat together, watch movies together, or go to bars. There are always ways to entertain oneself. Now, with limited conditions, taking a walk and being alone together became the way to cultivate feelings between the two of them. However, Suyu was more than content. Every moment of love seemed stretched infinitely thin and sweet, wanting to stick close to him regardless of what they did. If we could go back 3 months ago, or even 3 years ago, and know in advance that the apocalypse was coming, what would you do, Jingi? Suyu asked suddenly. And you? Jingi asked her. Since I asked first. But Suyu didn't intend to quarrel with Jingi. She thought for a while. I would stock up a lot of food and daily necessities, then build a hidden house deep in the forest, put all the supplies inside, and when the apocalypse comes, I'd move to the mountain and live a reclusive life. Suyu went on and on. Your turn now. If you knew the apocalypse was coming, what would you do? She was very curious about his answer. I would. Jingi looked at her. Earn as much money as possible, then help you buy the supplies. Finally, I'd tightly hold your hand until the end of the world comes. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Chime. This sentence must be noted too. Jingi is simply a master at flirting. Goodness me. Help. Suyu laughed brilliantly and looked at the sky. Neither of them spoke, and this silence wasn't awkward, it was filled only with their growing affection, slowly diffusing in the air. Suyu looked up at the sky, while Jingi looked at her. Time seemed to turn into sand, slowly slipping away. Noticing that Jingi was looking at her, Suyu turned away her gaze, then leaned toward Jingi, teasingly asking, "Do you want to continue what we didn't finish this afternoon?" Jingi's face reddened slightly, his Adam's apple moving up and down as he finally whispered softly, "Yes." Suyu leaned in closer. Jingi closed his eyes, his face solemn, his brows slightly furrowed, completely prepared for sacrifice like a hero. Suyu lightly touched his lips. Jingi felt something cool and soft covering his lips, making his brain explode as if the world had spun around. Suyu just barely touched and then pulled away. Jingi remained frozen there, stars flashing endlessly in his mind. Still unsatisfied. "Alright, next, it's your turn to kiss me," Suyu teased like a bad uncle luring a little child into committing crimes, tilting her chin upward, her eyes provocatively drawing Jingi in. Jingi opened his big eyes, inch by inch, moving towards Suyu's lips, his heart rate reaching its limit during strenuous exercise. Then the two just let upper lips touch lower lips, staying still for a full minute. Suyu felt a bit anxious. Jingi was really completely a blank sheet of paper, knowing nothing, so she took the initiative, tentatively sticking out her tongue, licking Jingi's dry, thin lips. Jingi stiffened all over, his eyes wide open, staring at Suyu. Suyu stuck out her tongue again, prying open the teeth Jingi clenched so tightly, then lightly brushed his tongue. Ah! Jingi nearly fainted. How could it be like this? How could she do this? Finally, Suyu stopped, pulling her face away and lowering her head. An inexplicable sense of shame arose. Was she really turning into a pervert who lured little children to commit crimes? Obviously, she was too hasty. She shouldn't have listened to Yuan's strategy of 3 steps. Jingi was so pure, fut. She was truly terrible. "It's not early anymore, let's go back." Suyu stood up, and Jingi followed suit. Sorry. I wasn't good enough." No, it's my fault for being too forward," Suyu hurriedly replied. "Wait, a kiss, yet they apologize to each other? What kind of nonsense is that?" "No." Jingi sounded a little rushed, "It's my problem. Or, shall we try again?" Suyu's heartbeat grew chaotic once again. Swallowing, she turned back like a hungry wolf, gazing at Jingi, whose shy demeanor was absolutely intoxicating. "Okay, let's do it again." Suyu took a deep breath, and Jingi also tightened Suyu's hand as if they were embarking on a dangerous journey together, solemn and serious. Just as their lips were about to touch, a scream erupted from the building, piercing through the quiet night sky, particularly distinct. It was Xia Tian's voice. Both Suyu and Jingi immediately realized the situation, rushing one after another back to the building, running into the underground garage. Suyu anxiously pressed the elevator button, with a ding sound signaling its arrival. They quickly stepped in, both hearts still racing. Wasn't it true for her as well? After stepping out of the elevator, Suyu ran through the long corridor and found Xia Tian's room. Meanwhile, many doors in the corridor had already opened, everyone had been awakened by the scream. Xia Tian's door was wide open, with Mu Lin standing inside while Xia Tian sat on the bed hugging her knees, trembling violently as if she'd experienced a great shock. The room was already crowded with people. Ming Xian, Ah Han, and Qian Min had all rushed over. What happened? Suyu walked over, placing her hand on Xia Tian's shoulder and pulling her close, patting her back gently to comfort her. "I was sleeping, and I woke up drowsily to find someone standing in my room. I was terrified." Xia Tian tried hard to calm herself down. "I thought it was a zombie, so I screamed. Then that person ran out of the room." Chapter 47, Who is the pervert? "Ho, I wondered what happened. Turns out it was just a nightmare," Qian Min said with great dissatisfaction. "You woke all of us up and we couldn't sleep." "I wasn't having a nightmare, I really saw a man," Xia Tian argued. "Then tell us, who was that person?" Qian Min asked impatiently. "It was too dark, I couldn't see clearly." Xia Tian furrowed his brows and tried hard to recall. "Then how do you know it was a man and not a woman?" "Enough." Suyu coldly interrupted Qian Min's words. Who was the first one to come in just now? If Xia Tian had screamed and the man had run out, then he would surely not have gone far before being discovered because every room along the hotel's corridor was occupied. As soon as everyone opened their doors, they would see him. So, the best method would be to pretend that they were attracted by the scream and then naturally mix into the crowd while entering the room to check the situation. "It was me," Mu Lin said. All eyes turned toward Mu Lin. "I remember, your room is on the 8th floor. Suyu stood up and looked at him suspiciously. Mu Lin lived on the 11th floor, but Xia Tian's room was on the 12th floor. To rush here first wouldn't be easy. The shower in my room was broken, so I came up to find an empty room to take a bath." Mu Lin replied casually, seemingly to confirm his words, as his hair was still slightly damp. "Every room here is locked. How did you get into an empty room without a keycard?" Qian Min looked at him suspiciously. "Isn't it simple to get a keycard?" Mu Lin took a card from his bag and then walked over and took a card from Ming Xian's chest pocket. "Sorry, Mr. Ming, I stole your card." "What? When did you take it from me?" Ming Xian looked at the master room key in shock, completely unaware that it had been stolen. "Taking a bath requires stealing a keycard?" Someone nearby snorted coldly. "It's making a mountain out of a molehill." The speaker was named Song Hui, who with Jiang Shimeng, formed a newlywed couple honeymooning here. Qian Min watched Mu Lin with glee. "I was actually wondering how the pervert managed to get into the young girl's room. Now the truth is clear, it's because he stole the master room card." He had always disliked Mu Lin since Han often compared him to Mu Lin. Chumph. He worked hard to maintain discipline and order in the hotel and acted fairly. His contributions were no less than Mu Lin's. "Let you think what you want." Mu Lin stood to the side with a gloomy expression, speaking coldly. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone was looking at Mu Lin and whispering among themselves, as if they had made judgments in their hearts but were afraid to say them out loud because they all feared Mu Lin somewhat. It's not him. Xia Tian suddenly spoke up. Miss, don't talk nonsense. Qi Anmin glared at Xia Tian threateningly. At first, you said you didn't see clearly, and now when the pervert has been found out, you're saying it's not him? In the middle of the night like this, are you deliberately fooling around with us? That person was shorter than Uncle Mu, not much shorter, and also thinner than him. Xia Tian said, glancing around the people in the room. Most of the men present, except for Jingi, were shorter than Mu Lin, so she was unsure of exactly who it might be. Are you sure? Su Yu asked Xia Tian. Xia Tian nodded forcefully. I'm certain. It's not Uncle Mu. He indeed was the first one to rush into the room and told me not to be afraid. She gave Mu Lin a grateful look, and Mu Lin uncomfortably turned his face away. In any case, the hotel rules state that there can be absolutely no theft. Ming Xian stepped forward and looked at Mu Lin. You know this, right? Mu Lin nodded without speaking. Well then, for this week, you will be responsible for the cleaning and sanitation of floors 12 through 15 of the hotel. Ming Xian said thusly. What? Qi Anmin shouted loudly. Just doing some cleaning will do? Shouldn't stealing immediately lead to being expelled from the hotel? Ming Xian, you're favoring him way too much. If we drive Mu Lin away, who will go out with me to find supplies? Ah Han gave Qi Anmin a cold glance. Oh. According to your logic, in this hotel, anyone with skills can do whatever they want, and even stealing doesn't need consequences. Qi Anmin rudely countered Ah Han. Is this fair to the rest of us? Yeah. Standing behind with his arms crossed watching the drama unfold, Jiang Shahan suddenly chimed in. This is too unfair. Yesterday, he was almost driven out for merely dropping food on the ground, but this Mu Lin only got penalized with cleaning duty for theft. Ming Xian, we don't agree with your favoritism. He originally intended to incite a bit more chaos, but everyone else seemed to keep quiet, with no one responding to him. The end times leave no room for fairness. Su Yu sneered coldly. People without abilities should secretly feel grateful for each day they survive in the end times, as there are those willing to protect you. That settles it, Ming Xian said expressionlessly. If anyone has objections, speak up now. Everyone glanced at each other but stayed silent, no one daring to object. They weren't as foolish as Qi Anmin and didn't want to offend Mu Lin. Ming Xian finally turned to Su Yu. I will investigate this matter thoroughly tonight. He looked around the group. Among them, there was definitely someone who had entered Xia Tian's room. Currently, there were more than 10 men in the room, including Mu Lin, Jingi, Jing Xan, Cheng Zhengqiu, Song Hui, Qi Anmin, Jiang Shahan. Mu Lin spoke first, saying he was taking a shower when he heard the scream from the next room and rushed out. In the hallway corner, he glimpsed a fleeting figure passing by, but instead of chasing after that person, he returned to Xia Tian's room due to concern about her safety. The fleeting shadow, it must have been the pervert who invaded Xia Tian's room. After turning the corner, the intruder could easily blend in with the crowd of people coming out of their rooms in response to the scream, an almost perfect disguise. At that time, Cheng Zhengqiu, Jing Xan, Song Hui, and Jiang Shahan came out from the turn. Jing Xan could be ruled out, he was too short to match Xia Tian's description. Cheng Zhengqiu was always together with Cheng Ling, who could vouch for him, so he could also be ruled out. By the way, big brother, I saw your bed was empty when I woke up, Jing Xan asked while pouting suspiciously. Where did you go? All eyes turned to Jingi. Song Hui and Jiang Shahan sneered coldly. Catching thieves themselves, it sounds like self-inflicted betrayal. Jingi hesitated, then tightly closed his mouth without answering. Jingi was with me, Su Yu interjected when Jingi seemed unsure how to respond. We were strolling in the garden. Following this, Song Hui and Qi Anmin presented their alibis. Qi Anmin and Jiang Shahan were drinking together. They left the room at the same time. Song Hui was with Jiang Shimeng at the time. It seemed there were no obvious issues with their accounts. For the moment, the issue remained unresolved. Ming Xian dismissed everyone and promised he would investigate later. Even Su Yu couldn't make judgments right away, since everyone provided plausible explanations for not being on the scene. She then let Xia Tian stay in her and Qin Yuan's room, moving herself into Xia Tian's room alone. As the group dispersed, Qin Yuan led Xia Tian back to the room. From afar, they spotted Mu Lin heading toward the elevator, his face dark as he packed his belongings. Uncle Mu, Xia Tian suddenly called out to him, and Mu Lin turned around with a cold gaze. Thank you tonight, Xia Tian murmured shyly. You chased the bad guy away just in time. It was mere coincidence, Mu Lin said coldly before stepping straight into the elevator. As the doors closed, Xia Tian still smiled at him. Mu Lin felt uneasy inside. When the elevator reached the 9th floor, it opened momentarily, as if someone outside pressed the button but didn't enter. Without much thought, Mu Lin pressed the close button again, only pausing when he overheard voices whispering from behind the corridor. What were you doing tonight? It was Jiang Shimeng, sounding irritable, and making me lie for you. What could I possibly do? Do you really think I broke into the little girl's room? Song Hui retorted. Am I some kind of freak? I was just restless and went out for a cigarette. Out for a cigarette on the 12th floor? Who are you fooling? I know you must have gone to meet Ah Han, that flirtatious little brat, again. How could I? I have you, how can my eyes ever wander to others? Me. Don't let me catch you. With that, Mu Lin quietly reclosed the elevator door, shutting out their voices. The next day, Su Yu and Jingi set out together to search for supplies. Jing Xan hurriedly ran down the corridor and encountered Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan, who were playing hide-and-seek. Jing Xan, big brother, join us. Xia Tian invited him. A bunch of immature kids, Jing Xan muttered dismissively as he passed by, glancing around everywhere. Big brother Jing Xan, what are you looking for? Xia Tian asked. Jing Xan quickly spun an idea in his mind, then turned to Xia Tian and said, I'm about to leave with Su Yu, but you can help me with something. Tell me. Maro disappeared this morning, and I can't find her anywhere. I don't dare tell Su Yu because she might never let Maro stay with me again. Since you have nothing better to do, can you help me look for her? Sure. Xia Tian readily agreed. Go ahead without worrying, I'll definitely find her for you. Alright, Jing Xan nodded, I'll treat you both to chocolates when I come back. Great. Zhu Yuan cheered. After Jing Xan left, Xia Tian told Zhu Yuan, let's split up to look for her. Zhu Yuan nodded. As it approached noon, he heard barking from the kitchen and hurried over, only to hear voices coming from inside. Ha ha ha, it's been ages since I last had meat. Thanks to Brother Qi, today we can indulge in some foreign delicacies. It was Jiang Zhahan's voice. Qi Anmin let out a cold laugh. That woman opposes me every step of the way, so today we'll make her dog pay the price. Let's see if she still has the nerve to bark orders at me, but that woman looks fierce. Is it really okay to kill her dog? It's just a dog. Does she expect me to compensate her for its life? You have a point. But, Brother Qi, do you know how to kill a dog? Jiang Zhahan asked him. No, do you? Neither do I. Why don't we find a cook? Jiang Zhahan suggested. Why look for any cook? The more people involved, the more mouths there are to feed. Besides, this matter is between the two of us. If it gets blown out of proportion and Ming Xian finds out, who knows what trouble will ensue. That makes sense. Jiang Zhahan agreed repeatedly. So how do we deal with this dog? What if it starts barking later and everyone hears it? I've already thought of something. I stole some anesthesia from Dr. Lin Xiao earlier. We'll knock the dog out, mess around with it a bit, boil it, and it'll be done. Qian Min said. Stealing? Jiang Zhahan sucked in his breath. What's there to fear? Wasn't Mu Lin stealing room cards yesterday? Nothing happened, did it? Ming Xian just likes scaring people, he won't actually kick us out. Chapter 48, Words Piercing the Heart. Zhu Yuan covered his mouth and rushed out. On the second floor, he found Xia Tian. He ran over and pulled at Xia Tian's sleeve, panting heavily. I've found it. Don't rush, take your time. Xia Tian patted his back gently to help him catch his breath. Where's Maro? In the kitchen, Zhu Yuan said anxiously. Those people are going to stew it. Ah. Xia Tian screamed and covered her mouth. Maro is dead. Not yet, but it will be soon, Zhu Yuan said with urgency. We need to save it quickly. All right. Without a second thought, Xia Tian followed Zhu Yuan and ran toward the kitchen. After a few steps, she stopped. No, the two of us kids won't be able to save Maro. What do we do then? Zhu Yuan was sweating profusely. Su Yu isn't here either. If we hesitate any longer, Mao's life won't be spared. Xia Tian furrowed her brows in thought, then suddenly exclaimed, someone can help us. She turned and ran into the elevator, pressing the button for the 14th floor. The elevator door opened. Mu Lin stood alone in white cleaning uniform, holding a mop, sweeping the stairs. Seeing Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan rushing over, he paused his work. Uncle Mu, save us. Xia Tian ran up to Mu Lin, short of breath. What's wrong? Mu Lin asked upon seeing her anxious expression. Someone wants to kill Maro. Can you please, help us save it? Xia Tian grabbed Mu Lin's hand and dragged him toward the elevator. Mu Lin had intended to pull away. Human lives barely mattered to him, let alone a dog. However, Xia Tian's soft hand reminded him of a little girl who had clutched his hand tightly just before dying. Her touch reminded him of the unforgivable sins he had committed. Mu Lin froze momentarily, forgetting to reject her plea. His mind went blank as he silently followed her into the elevator. This is where. Zhu Yuan led the way and brought Mu Lin to the kitchen door, which he kicked open. Maro, tied by the door, barked once. Qian Min held a kitchen knife, standing beside a cage, looking at Mu Lin helplessly, while Jiang Zhahan, seeing Mu Lin burst in, could only sigh helplessly. Don't say I didn't invite you. You get a share too. Maro. Xia Tian ran over, trying to untie the rope around Mao's collar. Maro saw Xia Tian and excitedly licked her hand. It clearly hadn't realized its impending fate. I'm taking this dog, Mu Lin stated coldly as he stared at them. Why should we let you? Jiang Zhahan immediately changed his tone. Are you trying to hog all the benefits? This dog was caught by us. The dog belongs to us. Why did you catch it to eat? Xia Tian shot back defiantly. You annoying little brat. Qian Min glared at her fiercely. In these times, humans don't even have enough food. Raising dogs is excessive. How is raising a dog excessive when we're not using your food? Yeah, Zhu Yuan timidly added from behind. You also stole Dr. Lin Xiao's anesthetic. Qian Min was taken aback by Zhu Yuan's accusation. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Which I saw me stealing anything? Startled by his yell, Zhu Yuan hid behind Xia Tian and remained silent. Mu Lin didn't bother wasting words on them. He directly untied the collar chain from Mao's neck and took the dog away. Qian Min and Jiang Zhahan dared not provoke Mu Lin, knowing they weren't his match, so they could only watch resentfully as he led the dog away. Xia Tian stuck out her tongue at them mischievously and happily followed Mu Lin outside. At the elevator entrance, Mu Lin handed the leash over to Xia Tian. Originally, Xia Tian wanted to thank him, but Mu Lin remained silent, his expression cold and aloof. Before Xia Tian could say a word, he stepped into the elevator and pressed the close button. This uncle is strange and a bit scary. We'd better avoid him in the future, Yuan said as he led Maromaro into the hall. I think Uncle Mu looks cold on the outside, but he has a warm heart. Just look, if it wasn't for him today, Maromaro would have been stewed already. So don't judge someone by their appearance. Xia Tian replied. Alright, then should we tell Sister Suyu about today's incident? Let's tell brother Jing Xan first and see what he says, Xia Tian suggested. Alright. Cheng Ling's acne had almost all crusted over, but she constantly worried about scars being left behind. Itched unbearably, yet she dared not scratch. Feeling stuffy all day long, she stayed in her room, not wanting to go anywhere. Cheng Zhangqiu thus let Jing Xan and the others come over more often to play with his younger sister. Jing Xan was of course delighted to spend his days running to Cheng Ling's room, though Cheng Ling wouldn't give him a kind look, always feeling that he was there just to laugh at her. On the third time Cheng Ling angered Jing Xan to the point where he ran out, Cheng Zhangqiu finally spoke. If anyone can get young Jing Xan speechless, my sister is truly accomplished. TCH, he isn't even a big deal. Cheng Ling shot him a disdainful glance, turned around, and grabbed a magazine to lie down on the bed and read, muttering, just boasting with his words, and, don't think I can't tell the sarcasm dripping from your voice. Jing Xan does more than boast, his shooting skills could be considered god-level operations. And look at his close combat moves, TSK, no complaint. Even if his shooting skills are good, aren't they still worse than his brothers? Cheng Ling scoffed, and as for close combat, is he stronger than Qin Yuan and Zhui Yi? He's still young, give it a few years. At the speed Jing Xan is growing now, he will definitely become another senior Jingi. Cheng Zhangqiu sat next to her, changing his tone. I mean, you should be nicer. He comes here with good intentions to play with you, and you keep offending him. That's not nice. I just don't want him to keep appearing before me, driving me crazy. Cheng Ling pouted slightly. The people I want to see are nowhere to be found, and those I don't want to see are everywhere. You're so annoying. You shouldn't glare at me like that. Cheng Zhangqiu stood up, hands on his hips. Don't think I won't hit you just because you've grown up. If you don't want to see me or Jing Xan, who do you want to see? Zombies. Cheng Ling pouted. None of your business. Go away. Get out. Cheng Zhangqiu was directly pushed out of the room, and Jing Xan waiting outside quickly turned to leave when he saw Jing Xan hurrying away. Cheng Zhangqiu felt uneasy in his heart and called out, Jing Xan. Jing Xan stopped but didn't turn back, only unsteadily murmuring a hum. Don't take what Cheng Ling said to heart just now. He guessed Jing Xan had heard everything after standing outside the door for such a long time. She didn't mean it. I know, she's just in a bad mood. After speaking gloomily, Jing Xan entered the elevator. Cheng Zhangqiu sighed. It was clear that although Jing Xan sometimes acted like a child by picking fights, inside he was actually very proud. If Cheng Zhangqiu had known Jing Xan was listening outside, he would never have allowed Cheng Ling to say those words. Isn't he some amazing person? He just likes to show off his mouth skills. As good as his shooting might be, isn't it still worse than his brothers? As strong as his close combat may be, isn't he still weaker than Qin Yuan and Zhui Yi? He's always in front of me, making me feel so annoyed. When Jing Xan entered the elevator, he felt a bit oxygen-deprived, lightheaded. The words Cheng Ling just said cut deep into Jing Xan's heart, opening a wide gash. What chilled him the most was this line. As good as his shooting might be, isn't it still worse than his brothers? Indeed, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He could never catch up to his steps. Since childhood, too many voices echoed in his ears, telling him to learn from Jingi, to become someone like Jingi. He'd already worked so hard, but he simply couldn't match his greatness. Living under his brother's shadow, he felt really exhausted. Now, even Cheng Ling was saying this. Ding. When the elevator reached the first floor, he spotted Xia Tian and Yuan coming with Maromaro. Big brother Jing Xan. Xia Tian rushed forward first, and Jing Xan dully responded, taking the leash of Maromaro. Thank you too, I'll treat you to chocolates later. After saying that, he walked away, leaving Xia Tian and Yuan looking at each other. Xia Tian quickly caught up and pulled at Jing Xan's sleeve. Big brother Jing Xan, didn't you ask where Maromaro went? Does it matter? Jing Xan muttered sulkily. Actually, Maromaro wasn't lost on its own, someone captured it intending to butcher it for meat. Yuan said quietly. Jing Xan turned around, his face darkening. Who? Su Yu was together with Qin Yuan, using a map to plan their upcoming route. Jingi stood nearby silently observing, occasionally giving advice. Jingi's careful consideration always brought up things Su Yu hadn't thought of. At that moment, Xia Tian hurriedly ran over. Trouble. What happened? Qin Yuan moved toward her. You're rushing like that, don't you worry about falling? That. Big brother Jing Xan, in the hall, he's about to kill someone. By the time Su Yu and the others reached the hall, Jing Xan was practicing with Qian Min while Jiang Zhehan lay unconscious on the ground, his nose and face swollen black and blue from being beaten by Jing Xan. Although Jing Xan was shorter than Qian Min, his small frame made him agile and hard to catch. Several kicks aimed at Qian Min's knees and shins caused him to retreat several steps. However, Qian Min had been a policeman, with some combat skills under his belt, making him unlike the weak Jiang Zhehan, so Jing Xan wasn't able to easily knock him down. Jing Xan fought fiercely, pressing step by step with a series of rapid moves, kick, punch, throw, lock, culminating in a sweep kick that sent Qianmin sprawling on the ground. Without giving Qianmin a chance to recover, he grabbed his collar and pummeled his face with relentless punches. The onlookers watched in horror, not believing such a young boy could beat two much larger men into submission without them being able to fight back. They hesitated to intervene as Jing Xan's eyes glinted dangerously, striking fear into everyone present. Qianmin was already dazed and bleeding from the mouth when Jing Xan unleashed his final blow, only to have a large hand suddenly grip his fist. Glaring up furiously, Jing Xan met the serious gaze of Jingi. Chapter 49, Don't Talk About Ghosts at Night. Brother, let me handle him. Jing Xan forcibly pulled back his fist, but Jingi didn't give him the chance, continuing to firmly hold onto his hand. Jing Xan, feeling stifled with anger, quickly dodged free from Jingi's grip. Then with a series of kicks and punches, he began sparring on the spot with Jingi. Jingi did not yield, seriously engaging in a few moves with him before effortlessly subduing him. He locked Jing Xan's joints and elbows behind his back, leaving Jing Xan unable to move for the time being. Su Yu watched appreciatively from the side. Her senior Jingi was cool beating zombies, but teaching his younger brother a lesson was even cooler. Seriously, couldn't people just admit how hot he was? Teaching you martial arts isn't for you two. Jingi glanced at Jiang Zhahan and Qianmin lying beaten on the ground, bully seniors with lesser skills. Some people around them chuckled at Jingi's words, even Qin Wan burst out laughing. Who would have thought that senior Jingi, who usually stays silent, has such a good sense of humor? After hearing the events from Xia Tian and seeing Qianmin and Jiang Zhahan with bruised noses and faces, Su Yu tugged at Jingi's sleeve, signaling him to release Jing Xan. Obedient to Su Yu, Jingi let go of Jing Xan's hand. Jing Xan, still dissatisfied, adjusted his clothes without a word. That's enough, they've been taught a lesson by you. This counts as revenge for Mao Mao. Su Yu put her arm around Jing Xan, noticing a scratch mark on his elbow. Come on, let me take you to apply some medicine. At first, Jing Xan felt like the whole world was drenched in icy rain, but Su Yu's sudden concern was like an umbrella offered to him, melting away his coldness in an instant. Grudgingly, Jing Xan nodded and followed Su Yu. Jingi had initially intended to teach his increasingly bad-tempered younger brother a lesson, but after Su Yu's interference, he had no further words. Helplessly, he watched them leave. Now Jing Xan was willing to obediently listen to Su Yu when previously he often retorted to her. Qin Wan saw how Su Yu petted Jing Xan, thinking she was becoming more and more like a big sister-in-law. Su Yu took Jing Xan to her room and applied ointment on his arm while Jing Xan quietly buried his face. Do you know why your brother was so angry? Su Yu asked as she applied the medicine. He's mad. I'm furious too. Jing Xan pouted, stubbornly saying, those people almost slaughtered Maro Maro today at noon. How is it wrong for me to discipline them? Revenge for Maro Maro is fine, but trying to kill them? That's your problem. Su Yu murmured, your brother is mad because those people could not fight back once knocked down by you, and they begged for mercy. But you gave no quarter. Bullying the weak, that's no different from what Qianmin and his gang do when they dominate the hotel. Your brother looks down on such behavior and does not wish you to become someone like that. Even though Su Yu agreed with her words, she wasn't as rigid as Jingi about principles. She liked taking matters into her own hands. Anyone who wronged her deserved double retaliation. Who cares if it was bullying if you were too weak to stand up for yourself? However, Jingi seemed more principled and filled with justice, strictly adhering to rules and boundaries, never deviating. This was one aspect where he completely differed from Su Yu, and Su Yu appreciated exactly this quality. It was complementary. I was enraged at that moment, Jing Xan said. Trying to prove something? Su Yu immediately saw through to the deepest secrets hidden within Jing Xan. Jing Xan glanced at her, as if finally determined, telling Su Yu, our grandfather and father are soldiers. Mom left early, so Dad has always been managing us militarily since we were little, with strict demands. My brother excels at everything, learning instantly and gaining Dad's favor easily. But I am different. I can't understand why I can't learn what he understands at first glance. Sometimes, I even doubt whether we're real brothers. Su Yu accompanied Jing Xan, sitting by the window, carefully listening to his story. I hate festivals the most. When relatives gather together, they always compare me with my brother. I detest hearing them say that I should look up to and learn from my brother, trying to become like him, but I just cannot do it. No matter how hard I try, I cannot be as good as him. If Dad and our relatives see me now, they must be very disappointed. I simply cannot become as capable as my brother. Jing Xan's voice was agitated, trembling. Jing Xan. Su Yu suddenly interrupted him. Why must you become Jingi? Jing Xan lifted his gaze, confusedly looking at Su Yu, not understanding her meaning. In this world, there is only one Jing Yi and one Jing Xan. Su Yu smiled faintly. Why do you have to work so hard to become someone else? Isn't it better to be yourself? Look, even Cheng Zhengqiu, that kid is quite weak, right? But there is only one Cheng Zhengqiu in this world. He has a smart brain, thinking things through carefully, which helped him avoid many detours. There are too many brave but foolish people who die at the hands of zombies or human guns, but Cheng Zhengqiu survived. So, everyone is unique, with their own special skill. Come to think of it, even Jing Yi has his shortcomings compared to Jing Xan. Really? Yep, Jing Xan can talk well, better than your brother, whose eloquence leaves much to be desired. But, my words seem pretty hurtful. Jing Xan said sheepishly. Are you kidding me? You actually know that? Su Yu silently complained in her mind. It's not just pretty hurtful, it's extremely, outrageously hurtful. I see. Jing Xan raised his eyes to look at Suyu, solemnly nodding his head. I won't do any more stupid things anymore. Suyu, you're actually pretty good. I admit you now. Admit what about me? Suyu felt secretly pleased, hoping to hear him acknowledge her as the sister-in-law. Admitting you are qualified to be our leader. Jing Xan gave her a thumbs up. Keep it up, I believe in you. Suyu's lips twitched slightly. Haha, I appreciate your approval. Jingi had been standing by the door for a long time, listening, with a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had already sensed Jing Xan's thoughts and wanted to have a good chat with him, but didn't know how to start. Jing Xan acted childishly innocent in front of him, as if he hadn't grown up, yet his inner self had already matured, holding on to a lot of things. However, Jingi always felt that he couldn't break through, even though Jing Xan was now his only family member left in this world. He decided that he would have an open-hearted conversation with him later in the evening, but for now, he didn't want to disturb them. As Jingi turned around, Cheng Ling happened to walk over. Senior Jingyi. Cheng Ling saw him coming and suddenly became nervous, unsure of what to do. I'm looking for Jing Xan. Cheng Zhangqiu told her that today, Jing Xan heard all the harsh words she said outside the door, making Cheng Ling feel restless all day and wanting to apologize to him. His in Suyu's room, Jingyi walked straight past and then suddenly thought of something. By the way, you should call me senior brother Jingyi, like Jing Xan does. Cheng Ling was taken aback, her face flushing red. Senior brother Jingyi. Deep into the night, another scream woke everyone up. However, this time, the voice wasn't Xia Tian's, it was another man's voice. What kind of cursed hotel is this where we can't sleep properly? Qin Yuan grumbled as she stepped out of her room, following the group towards the direction of the screams. Suyu trailed behind her, muttering darkly, Qin Yuan, don't talk about ghosts at night. Qin Yuan shivered, goosebumps covering her arms. It was 1 a.m., and the scream came from the garden. When everyone arrived, they found Song Hui in his pajamas hugging a woman under a tree. His mouth hung open in disbelief, veins bulging at his temples as tears streamed down his face. He was in a frenzied state. Dear, wake up. Wake up. In his arms lay his newlywed wife, Jiang Shimeng. Jiang Shimeng's clothes were in tatters, with bruises on her lips, and she was still unconscious. Dr. Lin Xiao pushed through the crowd and went forward, while the others tried to calm down Song Hui. After roughly examining Jiang Shimeng, Dr. Lin looked back at Ming Xian and said, she's dead. Then he lifted her skirt for further inspection. Before dying, she also suffered from sexual assault. Her thighs, arms, and wrists were covered in bruises and cuts, and the cause of death was a fruit knife stabbed into her chest, killing her instantly. The hall was brightly lit. When did you discover her? Ming Xian asked after Song Hui calmed down somewhat. About 10 o'clock tonight, she told me she wasn't feeling well and wanted to take a walk alone in the garden. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Then, after 2 hours, when she hadn't returned, I went downstairs to look for her. And, then I found her body in the bushes. Song Hui hugged his head, in extreme anguish. It seems there really is a perverted rapist and murderer among us. A Han sneered coldly, glancing around the hall. Everyone looked uneasy, but it was impossible to tell who the culprit was. Suyu wasn't particularly surprised. In the apocalypse era, there were all sorts of people, and it was fortunate that Mu Lin arrived last night in time. The man who likely tried to break into Xia Tian's room might be the one who killed Jiang Shimeng today. Since it's a case of rape and murder, looks like we need to narrow down our suspicions by half again. Ming Xian glanced at everyone present. Same old rules. Gentlemen here, tell us what you were doing just now, and who can verify your alibis. Jingyi and Jing Xan were on one bed, having an earnest heart-to-heart. Cheng Zhangqiu was still with Cheng Ling. Jiang Zhahan and Qian Min were at Dr. Lin Xiao's place, where she was dressing their wounds. The others all gave accounts proving they weren't at the scene as well. In the end, only Mu Lin remained unverified. Nobody could confirm his whereabouts because he had been alone in his room. With no one to corroborate Mu Lin's whereabouts, once again, he became the most suspicious person in the room. Chapter 50, Killing His Wife. Qian Min, who still had a band-aid on his face, seized the moment. He thought it was a good chance to get back at the incident of being deprived of meat in the afternoon. So he cleared his throat and walked out to say to everyone, cough cough, everyone, listen to something I have to say. What nonsense are you going to blab about? A Han ruthlessly disrupted him, just disliking him for some reason, always opposing him. I'm saying something serious. Qian Min moved to the center of the hall, looking at Mu Lin's face, with an evil smile appearing. This is something I've been hiding, but now, I think it's necessary for everyone to know. He pointed at Mu Lin. This person, your great hero, is actually a criminal. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted into an uproar, with people whispering amongst themselves. Mu Lin gazed at Qian Min's crafty smile with clear and calm eyes. Do you have any evidence? Suyu questioned. Evidence? I am the evidence. The case when he killed that girl originally, it was led by me, Qian Min declared loudly. Everyone looked at Mu Lin with disbelief. Ming Xian stepped up to him and stared into his eyes, asking, is what Qian Min said true? Mu Lin clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, while Suyu noticed his hands shaking, seemingly triggering extremely painful memories. Yes. Mu Lin's voice was heavy as he admitted frankly, I killed a girl, about her age. His finger pointed toward Xia Tian, whose wide eyes revealed fear, causing her to hide behind Qin Yuan. Why didn't you say before? Ming Xian asked, turning towards Qian Min. It was never mentioned because I wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Huff. After recent incidents, I believe it's time this matter was revealed. Jian proclaimed righteously, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Last night, he already raised enough suspicion, and then today, there's this situation. If we let him stay, would all of us not end up dead? At this point, no one helped Mu Lin like they did last night. Indeed, compared to others, Mu Lin had greater criminal suspicion. After all, he'd killed someone, and she wasn't strong, a mere child. Who else could be the psycho? Mu Lin. Ming Xian tried to say more, but Mu Lin shook his head. This woman wasn't killed by me, though I doubt you'll believe me. I can leave, right now. Mu Lin finished speaking and moved toward the elevator. No one expected him to leave so easily. For a moment, they weren't quite sure how to respond. If Mu Lin left, what would happen afterward? With only a Han, wouldn't the supplies decrease even more? But if he stayed, what if the psycho killer was indeed him? That'd put them all at significant risk. Everyone fell into conflict. Wait a minute, Mu Lin, a Han suddenly interjected, don't go. What do you want to do now? Are you going to protect him? Jian got angry at once seeing a Han messing up his plans. I will go out with Mu Lin. Many times, he has helped me and saved my life. I don't care what kind of person he used to be or what he used to do before the apocalypse, but now, in my heart, a Han thinks he's a good person. There is no way he'd commit such insane actions today. I trust him. A Han rarely spoke seriously, but this time he did, with righteousness. Humph. Believing him. What use does it serve? The facts are laid here, he has killed people. No one here is less suspicious than him. Jian retorted fiercely. To judge him guilty solely based on past killing, that logic makes no sense. Su Yu suddenly stood up and argued. You. Jian became irritated. This is our internal affair in the hotel, and none of your business outsiders should interfere. Su Yu chuckled coldly. How arrogant. Can't even express opinions freely? Do you think you're an emperor? You. Jian found himself speechless and couldn't come up with a proper counter-argument. If we talk about previous murders, who hasn't shed blood during the apocalypse? Su Yu muttered, I've killed people too. According to your logic, wasn't Jiang Zidream molested and then murdered by me? She then turned to Song Hui. Sorry, no intention to offend. Just pointing out the fact. Everyone was discussing in low tones. Somehow, her points made sense, and mostly, deep down, they still didn't wish for Mu Lin to leave. I believe in Uncle Mu Lin too. Xia Tian suddenly stepped forward, her voice soft but strong. Uncle Mu Lin is a good person, and he helped us find Maro today. Originally, Mu Lin didn't care how the people here doubted him. If things got too bad, he could just leave. After all, living and dying felt the same now. Death was impossible to achieve, so he might as well keep dragging on, regardless of where he went. However, Xia Tian's sudden voice made his heart tremble sharply. He turned around towards her, hardly believing it. Xia Tian, usually timid, now showed immense courage in her eyes. She nodded at Mu Lin, as though encouraging him. At that very moment, Mu Lin truly felt a power injected into his otherwise withered heart. I suddenly remember, something happened last night. Mu Lin suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention towards him. He then turned towards Song Hui. Last night, I heard you arguing with Jiang Zidream. It seemed like she had fabricated evidence for you. You two weren't together last night, and what's more, you were also on the 12th floor. After these words, all doubting gazes immediately turned to Song Hui. Stunned, Song Hui opened his mouth wide. You're making it up. I remember too. Last night, while I was washing clothes with Jiang Zidream in the laundry room, she complained about her husband being unfaithful to her. With a Han, said a middle-aged woman who suddenly chimed in. Hey, why drag my name into this mess? Han called out loudly. Do you even know how despicable he is? Fut. There's no way I'd look at him. Even if I lost all sense, I wouldn't flirt with her, Jiang Zidream. If anything, I'd prefer Jingi. Su Yu lightly coughed to interrupt Han and turned towards Song Hui. So last night, you weren't with Jiang Zidream? Instead, you were on the 12th floor. Song Hui became momentarily speechless. I just went to the 12th floor to smoke. You've come quite far to have a smoke. Han sarcastically added. The intruder in Xia Tian's room, was that you? Su Yu suddenly asked sternly, startling Song Hui. He looked around nervously and kept saying, no, it wasn't me. Then, was it you who killed Jiang Zidream? Ming Xian stared at him without blinking, refusing to miss any hint of emotion on his face. When they mentioned Jiang Zidream, Song Hui became suddenly fearful, nearly collapsing from his frayed nerves. His reaction sparked suspicion among everyone present. I didn't want to. He burst into tears all of a sudden, kneeling down. I really didn't want to. She was threatening me, saying she would tell everyone about my absence last night, and I feared they would misunderstand me. It was clear now it was Song Hui who had killed Jiang Zidream, and before the murder, he had committed an assault on her. After we got married, she has always been very domineering, criticizing me in front of others, which humiliated me. She earned more than I did, looking down on me for being unaccomplished. Moreover, she was suspicious and constantly accused me of having affairs with other women. I simply couldn't take it anymore. Song Hui collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. I really didn't mean to kill her, but at that moment, I don't know why, seeing her frantic face, it was like seeing demons outside. The whole affair dragged on, leaving everyone exhausted. Ming Xian didn't want to hear any more, so he waved his hand and said to Jian and the rest, drive him out. Jian approached Song Hui and said listlessly, no need for me to force you, go yourself. Song Hui shakily stood up and followed Ah-han towards the elevator. Hold on. Ah-han suddenly stopped him. If you're going, give him at least some kind of weapon for self-defense. Sending someone out there defenseless is equivalent to a death sentence, even though he certainly deserves it. Ming Xian thought for a moment and still let someone give Song Hui a dagger. I want Ah-han to accompany me, Song Hui unexpectedly said as he stepped into the elevator. TCH, asking for a beauty to escort you even on your way out, such pickiness. Jianmin mocked him sarcastically. Ah-han shrugged her shoulders and walked toward the elevator door. Jianmin chuckled coldly as he stepped aside. Ding. The elevator door closed again, and all returned to silence. Su Yu decided to leave the hotel the next day. Cheng Ling had recovered from her illness. Each extra day spent here increased their danger. Setting aside whether the people in this hotel were trustworthy or not, merely thinking about the impending T2 zombies reaching the city made Su Yu feel a chill run down his spine. However, early in the morning of the next day, Su Yu's room door was knocked upon. It was Ah-han who entered, seeing Su Yu packing up their belongings, hastily asked, "Are you planning to leave?" Su Yu nodded. "Take me with you," Ah-han abruptly said. "Do you want to come with us?" Ah-han nodded. "I don't want to sit around waiting for death. I believe in what you've said about evolved zombies." "So, the people in the hotel probably won't want you to leave," Su Yu said, closing the door and walking in with Ah-han. He gestured for her to sit down. "In a disaster like this, I can barely take care of myself, let alone worry about others." Ah-han smiled helplessly. "I've been considering this plan for a few days now. I do have some attachment to this place, but I've finally made up my mind." "What made you so determined?" Su Yu was curious. "Last night, after I saw Song Hui off, he told me something before leaving. The person who intruded into Xia Tian's room wasn't him." "That doesn't really matter anymore," Su Yu replied. "They would be departing soon anyway. Song Hui said that the reason he was on the 12th floor last night was due to an affair with female writer Ji Lu. They've had a relationship going on for quite a while. However, when he left her room, he did see someone suspiciously sneaking into Xia Tian's room." Su Yu's curiosity was piqued. Who was it? Chapter 51, Dao Tai. He said that the reason he was on the 12th floor at the time was because he was having a secret affair with a female writer named Ji Lu. They'd been seeing each other for quite some time. However, when he left her room, he did indeed see someone sneaking into Xia Tian's room, said Su Yu, piquing her interest. "Who?" asked Su Yu. "No matter what you might think, it's very hard to believe, but it's Ming Xian," replied Ah-han with a bitter smile. Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ming Xian? How could it be him?" "You can't tell, right?" said Ah-han. "At first, I was also very surprised, but I feel like Song Hui had no reason to lie to me. Ming Xian, if we're talking about who owns all the hotel room cards, there's only one person, Ming Xian, and not only does he have one card, he has multiple. Entering any room late at night would be as easy as pie for him. Xia Tian's room was rather distant from everyone else's. If he suddenly attacked, covering her mouth or knocking her unconscious, it wouldn't easily be noticed by others. But Ming Xian probably didn't expect that Mu Lin was showering in the room next door. The scream was heard clearly by both Mu Lin and likely Ming Xian, which made Ming Xian hastily leave before Xia Tian could raise her voice fully. Only then did everyone rush over, finding Mu Lin standing inside the room. "After thinking all night yesterday, I've decided to leave with all of you. Ming Xian is an unfathomable character. Before you arrived, there were already several deaths in this hotel, yet none ended in anything substantial. Reflecting now, it truly chills me to the bone." "Do you suspect Ming Xian?" asked Su Yu. "I never suspected before, but Song Hui's words made me wary." Ah-han looked straight into Su Yu's eyes and said, "We retrieved plenty of food previously, storing it all in the basement freezer of the hotel, but the daily ration Ming Xian distributes to us is minimal, barely a drop compared to what's stored in the ice cellar. I discussed with him about whether we should increase the daily food distribution to everyone, but Ming Xian refused. His reasoning was that we still need to stay here for a long period, so we must practice frugality and optimize our resources. At the time, his explanation seemed reasonable enough, so I didn't think much of it. But last night, I suddenly had a terrifying thought if those mysterious deaths were people who had no use or were too weak. Could Ming Xian be quietly solving the hotel resource problem by eliminating useless individuals under the guise of optimization?" "Ah-han, your theories sound like they're ripped out of a mystery thriller," Su Yu praised with admiration. "I'm being serious," Ah-han retorted, uncharacteristically earnest and a bit irritated. "Whether it's true or not doesn't really matter anymore since it no longer concerns us now that you've decided to join our team. We'd warmly welcome you." Su Yu smiled and extended the invitation. She appreciated including Ah-han due to his impressive combat skills and, more importantly, because Ah-han was a person who stood firmly by principles and loyalty. Su Yu hated backstabbers or naive do-gooders trying to save the world. Clearly, Ah-han fit neither category. He was simply someone striving to survive in this apocalyptic world, making him suitable for their survival team. With everything almost packed up, they were ready to leave. The group welcomed Ah-han aboard while news of his departure spread quickly. Everyone from the hotel gathered in the lobby, blocking the elevator doors and refusing to let Ah-han leave. "Ah-han, if you go, what will happen to us?" "Yes. Right now, only you and Mu Lin in our hotel know how to kill zombies. You absolutely cannot leave." "Exactly, Ah-han, don't leave. I was even thinking about letting you marry my grandson." An old woman stepped forward, blocking Ah-han's path without a second thought. Ah-han sighed heavily, his usual sarcasm kicking in. Madam Huang, let's just stop this madness. Your son is such a deadbeat, even a female zombie might be better suited for him. You people are disgraceful. We kindly sheltered you, and now you repay us by stealing away our own people. An enraged crowd directed all accusations toward Su Yu and her companions. This has nothing to do with them, it's my choice to leave, a Han defended on behalf of Su Yu's team. Haven't you heard? T2 zombies are coming, and it's far too dangerous to stay here in the hotel. That's why I decided to leave. Nonsense. What T2 zombies? That's probably their made-up lie just to lure you away. The mob chimed in together, that's right. They're all a bunch of deceivers. Go ahead and leave if you want. But take a Han with you. Absolutely not. Qin Yuan suddenly gave a cold laugh. In the apocalypse, you encounter every kind of shameless creature, and I must say, this takes the cake. Listen closely, a Han is neither part of your family nor your slave. Whether she stays or goes is none of your damn business. We're running out of time, move aside already, Su Yu said irritably. No way. Unless you leave a Han behind. Those people banded together unanimously, collectively blocking the elevator entrance, stubbornly preventing Su Yu and her team from leaving. Qin Yuan had long grown tired of arguing with these people. She pulled the gun from her waist and said, if you don't move now, then it's your own fault for dying. When the crowd saw Qin Yuan pull out her gun, they grew fearful, but soon enough someone shouted, they wouldn't dare shoot us. Don't be afraid. With this, the crowd gained some courage again. That's right. If you've got the guts, kill all of us and step over our corpses. Otherwise, you'll never take a Han away today. Do you really think I won't dare? Qin Yuan raised her gun, but just then, the numbers next to the elevator door suddenly moved. From -2 to -1, it was going up. A Han couldn't recall who had gone out that morning. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. At the exact moment, Qin Yuan's gun fired with a bang. Everyone clapped their hands over their ears and panicked as they ran in every direction. From the elevator behind them, several T2 zombies jumped out, and Qin Yuan's bullet just happened to blow one of their heads apart. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The evolved zombies pounced on the people around them and began gnawing at them as if in a frenzy. These people had never seen such ferocious zombies before, they were powerless, resorting only to pleading, don't come near me, stay away. However, Su Yu and her team immediately drew their guns and weapons. Each zombie they shot dropped instantly, but those who'd already been bitten turned into T2 zombies almost in the blink of an eye. The T2 zombie virus mutated much faster than ordinary zombie viruses, conversion could happen in a flash. Zhuoyi had already picked up his long staff, sweeping through the hall and doing his best to protect the civilians who hadn't been bitten yet. Jing Xan and Jingi worked together, coordinating their shots as they advanced toward the horde. At once, Su Yu looked toward the elevator doors. Cheng Zhangqiu, quickly go press the elevator button so it doesn't descend. Cheng Zhangqiu immediately understood what Su Yu meant and held the button outside the elevator door just as it closed. In the basement by now, T2 zombies must have filled the space, and since they had a degree of intelligence and knew how to use elevators, not stopping the lift would result in another wave coming up. After clearing the zombies in the lobby, everyone was left in shock. They stared at the dead zombies scattered on the ground, terrified beyond words. Meanwhile, more zombies outside had started smashing against the glass doors, greedily eyeing the food inside. Several panes of glass already bore deep cracks. The entire lobby was immersed in fear and despair, with many people starting to cry. This time, however, Zhu Yuan didn't shed tears. Instead, he and Xia Tian gripped tightly onto Zhuoyi's coat corners. Soon, the zombies would break through, and the hotel would fall completely. Are there any other ways out of here? Su Yu asked the group. Besides the underground garage. There is. One man dressed in a chef's uniform raised his hand. On the first basement floor, at the end of the storage corridor, there's a small door we use to bring in supplies. Su Yu checked the smart map and confirmed that there was indeed a small gate where the chef described, leading to an alleyway where very few zombies roamed. Hurry, let's go to the first basement floor. Su Yu called out, and everyone rushed down in panic. Jingi swiftly came forward, holding Jing Xan's hand with one hand while pulling Su Yu along with the other. Cheng Zhangqiu grabbed Cheng Ling tightly and kept her in front of him as they moved forward with Su Yu. In the first basement floor, more zombies appeared. They were feasting in the kitchen, tearing apart a heavy-set chef. His bloated belly had been ripped wide open, revealing blood and flesh. A zombie had its mouth full of yellow fat, carrying a twisted intestine in its jaws. The first scream came from a child. Immediately, the three zombies looked up and spotted the crowd in the hallway. Without hesitation, they leaped forward with alarming speed. Even climbing walls and jumping from the ceiling, they landed on people and bit into necks. Those bitten transformed instantly and started attacking others nearby. As Su Yu's group arrived at the back of the pack, they were greeted by a corridor full of zombies. Without delay, Su Yu retrieved a machine gun from her spatial pocket and unleashed a hail of bullets upon the zombies. Jing Xan and Jingi also drew their weapons, and within moments, the whole corridor echoed with gunshots like raindrops, tat-tat-tat, illuminating the dark passage brightly. Once the last zombie fell, only about 10 people remained surrounding the group. Their numbers had decreased by more than half. Jingi led the way, taking everyone to run towards the small door beside the storage room. However, when they passed by the cold storage, someone spotted Ming Xian. Su Yu turned around and saw Ming Xian crouching in front of the fridge, stuffing himself with food, jam, cake, even raw steaks. He looked like a savage beast that had been starving for a long time, gorging indiscriminately on anything he could get his hands on. Seemingly sensing something, Ming Xian suddenly looked up and saw everyone standing at the entrance of the cold storage, their expressions of astonishment not dissimilar from when they had seen the level 2 zombies earlier. No, it was even more shocking than seeing those zombies. Ming Xian turned his back on them, ignoring their stares, continuing to stuff his face. Whenever he choked, he simply grabbed a frozen can of cola nearby to drink. Watching him, everyone suddenly felt hungry too. They hadn't eaten properly for days, getting only 1,000 calories worth of rations per day, which left no one truly full. But now, despite the hunger gnawing at their stomachs, no one could bring themselves to eat, because the zombies were right behind them, closing in fast. Ming Xian, come with us. Arhan shouted compassionately. Ming Xian's back was still turned to them. He didn't reply but shook his head, his body trembling slightly as though sobbing. Go, just go. He had lost all face, to face the people in this hotel who trusted him. He would never leave with Su Yu and the others. Su Yu helped Ming Xian close the door of the cold storage. The door could not be opened from the outside, so if the zombies couldn't enter, then the food inside would probably last Ming Xian for several years, assuming he was willing to spend the rest of his life alone inside, with nothing but icy cold food. Chapter 52, A Wall of People. Although there were no zombies outside the door, a group of people running out would soon attract them. The car was still in the garage, and it was estimated that the garage had already fallen. With this in mind, Su Yu entered the system to wake up Zero and wanted to exchange for a car. Clue. Little Yu, your current points are 4,000, you can spend 1,500 points to exchange for a recreational vehicle. Zero's voice came through. Su Yu chose to exchange without hesitation. There should have been other models available for selection, but what Zero recommended to her should be the best choice now. This was why she spent points to buy artificial intelligence. As soon as the door opened, a brand new recreational vehicle appeared in front of her eyes. There were a few ordinary zombies around who, as soon as they saw someone come out, rushed toward them. They were quickly dealt with by Jing Xan's gunfire. Holy crap! Heaven sent reinforcements. Cheng Zhengqiu marveled at the sight of the RV. Stop talking nonsense and get on the vehicle quickly. I hope there's still fuel. Su Yu deliberately said. An RV, counting all the people present including Su Yu, could not accommodate more than 20 people. At this moment, surprisingly, that ambulance drove over and stopped right in front of them. The driver was none other than Mu Lin. Mu Lin got out of the car, his body covered in pus and blood, looking like a bloody man, and at first glance, he appeared quite terrifying. The cross pickaxe in his hands seemed to be smeared with a layer of blood, dripping continuously. Mu Lin had charged alone to the underground garage and managed to bring the two ambulances out. It was hard to imagine what kind of hell he had gone through to break through from the T2 zombie crowd. Su Yu noticed that there were several scratch marks on his arm, and bite wounds on his leg. Hurry up and get in the car, the zombies are already coming. Mu Lin said. Everyone followed him onto the ambulance while Su Yu and Jingi climbed into the RV, with Yuan driving. The two vehicles then drove out of the alley, one after another. If the time when ordinary zombies occupied the city could still be considered relatively peaceful and quiet, now the entire city was in complete chaos. Countless evolved zombies surged in, running wild in the city. Not only did they eat humans, but they also ate regular zombies. Zombies whose limbs were torn off but whose brains weren't eaten rapidly mutated and evolved into T2 zombies. Their missing limbs regrew and became stronger. Now the entire city had become a bloody slaughterhouse for T2 zombies. Without doubt, their two vehicles were extremely eye-catching to zombies. Numerous ordinary and evolved zombies sprinted madly towards their cars, especially the evolved zombies which were incredibly fast. Many had already leapt up and pounced onto the roofs of the cars. All the firepower in the car was deployed, everyone who knew how to use a gun now had one. Yuan let Cheng Zhengqiu drive for her as she set up a machine gun by the window and began shooting at the zombies. Jingi extended a long blade out of the window with its sharp edge facing the direction the car was moving, cutting down many zombies along the way. Cheng Zhengqiu pushed the car to maximum speed, rushing straight towards the wilderness. After getting on the highway, the number of zombies decreased significantly, but there were still a few chasing behind. Some were shot down, others were thrown far away by the car. As long as they couldn't see the car anymore, they'd probably stop chasing. Although the evolved zombies possessed some level of intelligence, their brain development from their activity behavior wasn't perfect. The environment inside the recreational vehicle was very comfortable, with 4 berths and 5 or 6 seats, plus a kitchen and bathroom, though all were very narrow, better than nothing. The car ran all afternoon on the highway and finally managed to escape danger. Now the entire West City had probably become the domain of T2 evolved zombies, and it was believed that T2 zombies would spread nationwide soon. To think about it, no matter how they hide, they can't really escape. Su Yu gazed out the window at the setting sun, feeling melancholic. Jingi walked over and sat next to her, reaching out to hold her hand. The two sat together unnoticed, intertwining fingers. Everyone was exhausted, dozing off in their seats. He sensed Su Yu's worry, remained silent, tightly holding her hand, passing strength to her. Su Yu leaned against Jingi's shoulder and closed her eyes, preparing to take a nap. His shoulder always made her feel secure to fall asleep. Not long after, an abrupt break startled Su Yu awake. Jingi reacted quickly, shielding her forehead with his hand so she didn't collide with the seat in front. Everyone else woke up due to inertia. Zhengqiu, what's going on? Su Yu stood up and went forward. Zhengqiu replied, the ambulance ahead has stopped. Su Yu looked up and sure enough, the ambulance had stopped by the side of the road. Qian Min, Jiang Zhahan, and the others had already gotten out of the vehicle. These people were truly skilled at escaping no matter what. They always managed to survive longer than others during critical moments. Jianmin kept waving towards the RV, as if urging them to get out. What's going on? Cheng Ling had been sleeping just now, her head hit the railing in front directly due to the sudden movement. She rubbed her head and grumbled unhappily. I'll go take a look. Su Yu finished speaking and opened the car door, stepping down. A number of people from the ambulance also got out. Jianmin loudly shouted towards Su Yu, we demand a change of vehicles. Change to what vehicle? Su Yu looked at him. How come you few can ride in such a good recreational vehicle? Jianmin glanced at the RV, while we have so many people and must cram ourselves into an ambulance. This is unfair. Everyone, right? That's right. Change vehicles. Jing Xan joined in. Many eyes covetously eyed that brand new RV, all nodding in agreement. To be reasonable, shouldn't a nice vehicle be rotated among us? We haven't slept for a long time, it's impossible to sleep properly in the ambulance. That's true, let us ride in it for a while, or else how are we supposed to endure such a long journey in this broken ambulance? Most of these people were accustomed to a comfortable life living in hotels and could not endure the hardships of such a long trip. The car was purchased by Su Yu with her points, even though they didn't know it, there was nothing to argue about. Of course, Su Yu would not switch cars with them. Who said? I would include you in my future plans. Su Yu sneered coldly. What do you mean? Jianmin glared at her. To begin with, I didn't plan to say this so soon, but since you're making trouble, I'll tell you, you don't need to rush the way I do because I'm not taking you along. Use that ambulance yourselves and rest wherever you want, but I won't wait for you. Also, forget about the RV. Su Yu glanced at them and said. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted like a bomb had gone off, muttering to each other incessantly, showing clear dissatisfaction. You! What kind of nonsense are you talking? You brought us here and now you're going to abandon us. What should we do then? Jianmin pointed at Su Yu furiously. I said, stop being so arrogant. Yuan stepped forward when she couldn't bear it anymore. When T2 zombies attacked the hotel, Su Yu helped you escape and saved your lives. Are you expecting more? But, if you leave us here, we will die. You're committing murder indirectly. Aunt Huang stepped forward emotionally agitated. With such an exaggerated accusation, I really can't handle it. Su Yu mocked coldly, life and death are predestined, take care of yourselves. In that case, at least you should share some of your food with us. Seeing Su Yu had made up her mind not to take them along, Jianmin backed down slightly. Otherwise, are you letting so many of us starve to death? Su Yu didn't feel like wasting another word on these people. Truly disgusting. Our food, why should we give it to you? Yuan was truly angry. Whether you starve to death or not has nothing to do with us. Bringing you out of the West City was already doing our best for you, wasn't it? What more do you want? If you're hungry, go find food yourself. There are wild rabbits and pheasants in the wilderness, perhaps stray livestock in the fields too. Go catch them yourselves. After whispering and discussing among themselves for a while, Jianmin, Jing Xan, Aunt Huang, and others formed a human wall in the middle of the road holding hands. If you don't take us with you and don't leave any food for us, we won't let you leave. Run over us if you dare. Han held her forehead. She really didn't want to associate herself with these people. Not everyone ran over to form the human wall. Beside the ambulance stood several individuals, a grandfather, a woman around 20 years old, a decently dressed man, and Dr. Lin Xiao. Perhaps they thought Jianmin's behavior was shameful and embarrassing, thus stood aside silently, their faces tense without uttering a word. Su Yu looked at them, turned back and called out angrily, Yuan, Jingi, Cheng Ling, Han, get in the car. Hearing her command, everyone climbed back onto the RV. Jianmin hesitantly watched her, wavering a bit, but muttered as if consoling himself, she wouldn't dare run over us. Su Yu got into the car, looked once again at Mu Lin nearby, and shouted, Mu Lin, come with us. Uncle Mu Lin, please join us. Xia Tian popped her head out of the RV and smiled at Mu Lin brightly. To Mu Lin, it didn't matter much whether he stayed or went, he cared little about either choice. Let's go together, Uncle Mu Lin. Su Yi called cheerfully from the RV, her face glowing with warmth. After taking a look at Jianmin and the others holding hands blocking the side of the road, and then looking at Su Yu and Xia Tian's group, she finally nodded and got on the RV. Dr. Lin Xiao, and the rest of you, get on the vehicle too. There is still room. Su Yu called out to the people by the ambulance. The man and woman appeared delighted as though they had received a pardon, running over immediately. See. Can we come aboard too? Yes. Su Yu stepped aside to give them space. Lin Xiao and another man who looked about 50 also climbed aboard together. Thank you. After the old man boarded, he turned around and sincerely thanked Su Yu. His bearing was dignified and unpretentious. Why should they be allowed on board? Aunt Huang pointed at Su Yu, saying viciously, you're being utterly unreasonable. This is my car, and I decide who can and cannot ride in it. Su Yu gave him a cold glance as she said, on the first day we arrived, if I remember correctly, these were the ones who voted against us staying. Chapter 53, New Companion. This is my car. I have the right to decide who gets in and who doesn't. Su Yu gave him a cold glance and said, on the first day we arrived here, I remember they all raised their hands when we were voting on whether or not to stay. After getting into the car, Cheng Zhengqiu started the engine. However, those people still seemed hesitant to move. Cheng Zhengqiu looked back at Su Yu. Boss Su, shall we drive? Drive. Su Yu glanced at them, her eyes revealing a trace of ruthlessness. The motorhome was set in motion and headed straight toward the human wall blocking the road. The people ahead held hands, forming a barrier in the middle of the road. As Cheng Zhengqiu's motorhome approached, he instinctively pressed his foot onto the brake, ready to stop abruptly at any moment. Su Yu stared at them with great intensity and shouted loudly, "Don't brake. Drive through." Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhengqiu gritted his teeth and finally released the brake pedal, pressing down the accelerator fully. All passengers' hearts tightened up as the car neared the crowd. Just before impact, someone broke ranks first, causing the human wall to disintegrate instantly, and everyone scrambled away, covering their heads. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, Cheng Zhengqiu most of all, beads of sweat still hanging from his face. He swore that he would never do anything so nerve-wracking and immoral ever again. "Boss Su, it was a close call. I'll be having nightmares every night for the rest of my life." Cheng Zhengqiu exaggeratedly turned around to complain to Su Yu, "Dreaming about a group of vengeful spirits coming to claim my life. You should calm down. Didn't those people just block us because they wanted to survive? Since they didn't want to die, of course they'd scatter." Su Yu sat back casually beside Jingi. "Even if what you say makes sense, but what if?" Cheng Zhengqiu still had some lingering fear. After all, he was the driver then. His sensory perception was entirely different from the surrounding Gawkers. What if? Su Yu looked up at Cheng Zhengqiu, flashing a smile. "Veterinarian, I believe in you. I know you can control your brakes even at the last moment." Damn. Cheng Zhengqiu got so excited that he almost veered off the steering wheel, causing the motorhome to sway sharply on the road. "You actually bet on me. If I listened to you, you wouldn't." Su Yu shrugged nonchalantly, leaning against Jingi's shoulder. "You see, even though you like to play little tricks sometimes, overall, you're still a good person." Cheng Zhengqiu was mentally shattered. "Good. Hell no. I only did it because I trusted you. Wait. Su Yu noticed that everyone in the car was looking at her strangely, then realized that her head was resting on senior Jingi's shoulder. Once she relaxed, she forgot about this natural action of hers that others might perceive as quite strained. Cough, cough. Su Yu quickly straightened her posture. Senior Jingi kindly lent me his shoulder to lean on. I'm really tired." "Ha." She patted Jingi's shoulder with a sly smile. Jingi watched her and suddenly a warm spring-like smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The motorhome was cruising steadily on the kilometer-long road. The few passengers who had just boarded introduced themselves. The man's name was Li Jiaxu, 28 years old, president of a certain company. The woman's name was Meng Yulan, 27 years old, a nurse at the hospital. And the elder, named Fang Yinbo, was a university professor specializing in biology genetics. Among these three, Su Yu contemplated that Meng Yulan being a nurse could assist Dr. Lin Xiao, making her rather useful in their team. The other two specialties were currently unknown, so Su Yu directly asked, "Let's hear about each of your skills. This way, we can make better use of everyone's abilities. Everyone has a talent that can help the team, even if it's something small, which would also be helpful. Let me start. I used to be a corporate president, relatively savvy in business acumen, skilled at identifying market opportunities, and negotiating with others. Noticing that everyone seemed somewhat indifferent to his previous billion-dollar fortune, Li Jiaxu awkwardly scratched his head. I also know how to cook." "Alright then, how about this teacher?" Su Yu turned to look at Fang Yinbo. "I'm a university professor, specializing in biological genetics. Regarding the Z virus, before the global outbreak of the virus, I had already conducted research on it, publishing a paper once comparing the connection between the Z virus and rabies virus. However, it was called nonsense by the academic community." He smiled politely, appearing very kind. "I originally wanted to conduct more in-depth research, but the institute didn't have enough funding anymore. As they all knew, the Z virus initially only broke out in small areas with limited contagiousness, much like rabies. Infected individuals would bite anyone around them, but those infected wouldn't survive more than a week. Later, the virus evolved continuously until it became the catastrophic Z virus we see today. This Professor Fang had conducted research on the virus and could certainly provide a more professional explanation about the evolution of the zombie virus. In general, it was quite good that both Professor Fang and Meng Yulan were useful to the team. As for this president, he slightly brought down the average but was still helpful enough to make up for his shortcomings. The further west they went, the more mountains appeared. The terrain was no longer flat plains, instead, there were ravines and hills everywhere. As night fell, Cheng Zhengqiu drove off the highway and onto a high ground where they planned to rest for the night and continue their journey tomorrow. It would have been ideal to find a house, but this area seemed uninhabited, so they had to camp outside. However, there were benefits to having fewer people around. Fewer humans meant fewer zombies. They decided to camp under a parasol tree. Li Jiaxu probably realized he might be one of the less useful members of the team, so he worked especially hard to compensate. He gathered many dry branches with everyone else and even attempted to start a fire by drilling wood. At first, they thought he was just playing around, but to everyone's surprise, he eventually succeeded in igniting the fire, even attracting the usually aloof Jingi to watch closely. Li Jiaxu wiped the sweat off his face with a slightly proud look. "How's that? Not bad, right? Uncle Li, you're so awesome," Xia Tian exclaimed without restraint, greatly satisfying Li Jiaxu's vanity. Su Yu, who had originally held a lighter in her hand, casually put it away. "How did you learn these skills, Mr. President?" Qin Yuan asked curiously as she walked over. Li Jiaxu sheepishly wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. I've always been interested in these kinds of things. I attended some wilderness survival boot camps abroad in the past and learned a lot of useful knowledge. I've seen these reality TV shows before. Aren't these boot camps about abandoning people in an uninhabited mountain or deserted island, making you survive using natural resources? Yuan squatted next to him, lighting the fire and asking with interest. Yeah, something like that, Li Jiachushu nodded. In fact, I'm also very interested in this. Watching the American drama Lost always made me want to jump into the plot and survive with the protagonist in the wild. It must be extremely exciting, Yuan said with a smile. Actually, what we're doing now is way more exciting than those wilderness survival scenarios, Li Jiachushu said with a laugh. That's true. Li Jiachushu wiped his sweat again and accidentally smeared a black smudge across his face. Yuan kindly reminded him, so he started borrowing tissues from others. In the apocalypse, paper is such a precious thing, Suyu joked as she handed him a leaf. Make do with this, President. Li Jiachushu smiled bashfully, took the leaf, and wiped the dirt off his face. Upon closer inspection, he was quite handsome, with sharp features and defined three-dimensional facial structure. According to Yuan's words, his nose looked like a nose, and his eyes looked like eyes. His personality wasn't unpleasant either, as he didn't act snobbish despite being wealthy. But now, he wasn't rich anymore, either. Overall, everyone liked him quite a bit. Now, the team was growing larger. Whether intentionally recruited members like Yuan and Mu Lin, or unintentionally joined ones like Li Jiachushu and Meng Yulan, since they were already part of the group, they should be treated equally. Counting herself, there were 15 people in the team now, plus Maro, making a total of 16. This number wasn't too big, nor too small. Among them, excluding Cheng Zhengqiu, 8 people could genuinely fight zombies. That was okay, more than half the team. For the rest, they needed to teach them some basic defense skills, at least enough to know how to kill zombies. Suyu planned that the current maximum limit of the team size shouldn't exceed 20 people. If there were too many people, each with their own ideas, it would easily lead to disunity, making it hard to work together as a cohesive unit. However, if her abilities grew stronger in the future, perhaps she could bring more people, particularly skilled ones. For the time being, keeping the number below 20 was the most ideal state. As for food, although the number of people increased, Suyu did not cut back on the amount allocated per person for every meal. Especially for those still in their developmental years, like Jingi and Chengling, they were allowed to eat their fill. If there wasn't enough, more food could be added. Her space stored large amounts of food that wouldn't spoil or expire. Earlier, when they passed by a rice field, she swept it clean of its matured rice crops, ensuring they now even had rice and didn't need to worry about food shortages. Moreover, once she earned more points, she could exchange for permanent convenience stores. Food was currently one thing they did not lack. People like Li Jiachushu and Meng Yulan, who had previously consumed a lot of calories in hotels, felt as if they had arrived in heaven. They ate voraciously without caring about their appearance. However, Professor Fang Yinbo ate much less. Suyu intentionally served him more food, but the professor politely declined with thanks. An old man can't eat this much, let the children have it. Suyu immediately understood what Professor Fang was thinking and said, Professor, you don't need to feel any pressure or burden being with us. We have plenty of food. Look, I can't really help you all that much, so eating less is only fitting. Professor, perhaps one day, you will be the most important member of our team. Suyu looked at him seriously and said, I believe your research on the Z virus is quite valuable, and if you're willing to continue. I do want to further my research in this field, but without samples or a laboratory. Who says we don't have them? Our current environment filled with enemies provides countless samples, and as for a laboratory, it will certainly come along. Suyu thought, once they settle down, arranging a lab for the professor won't be difficult. She has her space, and when they pass through cities, emptying a lab will be an easy task. Chapter 54, Routine. After dinner, Jing Xan called Chengling aside and took out a piece of dark chocolate to offer her, exclusive private dessert after the meal, for you. You are already so old and still eat these childish things. Chengling glanced at the chocolate in his hand. I don't want it. Give it to Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan instead. Giving it to them is not as good as me eating it myself, Jing Xan pouted. Then you eat it yourself. After Chengling finished speaking, she was about to leave, but Jing Xan quickly held her back. Hey, then tell me, what do you like to eat? If there's a chance, I'll find it for you, either spicy seaweed snacks or fries. I don't have anything I particularly like now. 2 meals a day that fill me up are enough. Chengling looked at him impatiently, her brow creasing. Can you stop acting like a child? All right, I'm going to help clean up. You enjoy your chocolate slowly, Chengling said and walked toward the crowd. Jing Xan felt a pang of melancholy as he stared at the chocolate in his hand, slightly confused why liking chocolate seemed childish when adults liked eating it too, just like his older brother. Feeling irritated, he directly threw the chocolate down the hill, not eating it if he wasn't allowed. At night, they took turns standing guard, each person 2 hours. In the quietness of deep night, occasionally one could hear unknown little insects chirping once before fading away abruptly. Suyu sat alone under a tree playing with the campfire. Everyone had fallen asleep, their snores rising and falling. She kept an eye on the surrounding environment. Now her hearing, sight, and even all 5 senses were extraordinarily acute. Even in the dark, she could clearly see every scene and object around her. The snapping sound of a dried grass breaking over 100 meters away could be detected by her sharply. Her body had indeed evolving along with T2 zombies to the T2 level, but If her team could evolve together, then this apocalypse would actually not be so terrifying. Sensing movement behind her, Suyu suddenly turned back and found Jingi getting up, walking over and sitting next to her. Suyu made sure everyone around was sleeping before also moving closer to him. The two of them now resembled high school students secretly dating behind their parents' backs, exciting and novel. Tired after a long day. Time is still early. You can sleep later while guarding the second half of the night, Suyu said kindly to him. Jingi shook his head. I'll keep you company. Later we'll go to sleep together. Upon hearing this, Suyu's face turned red. Although she knew Jingi didn't mean it in a sexual way, she couldn't help but think of some inappropriate things. The night sky was tranquil, with countless stars shining brightly. Sitting on the grass, Suyu rested her head on Jingi's shoulder, and Jingi naturally reached out to embrace her. For a while, the two quietly gazed at the stars without a word. Suyu thought, something must naturally happen right about now, so she turned her head and asked him, do you want to continue what we didn't finish last time? As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned bright red. Seeing her blushing appearance, Jingi felt somewhat parched. Of course, he said. This time, Jingi was more proactive. He lowered his head voluntarily, capturing her lips. They entangled for a bit but remained obediently just holding her lips. Learning from her mistake last time, she shouldn't stick out her tongue again, because Suyu regretted scaring Jingi with her previous excessive actions. He was such a good boy, and she should not spoil him. Everything needed to proceed at his acceptable pace. A dry leaf spiraled down silently, the two intertwined passionately for quite a while. Something warm seemed to lick her lips, Suyu's whole body trembled, and Jingi immediately stopped, looking at her bashfully. His long eyelashes quivered gently. Is it okay? He asked. Suyu nodded shyly. Of course. Next, Jingi cupped her face, and his burning lips descended swiftly, his hot tongue forcing her teeth open and caressing her tongue, tightly twining. Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at him. He had his eyes closed, unrestrained and passionate, seemingly transformed into another person entirely, fully indulging in her taste and the world she offered. In Suyu's mind, fireworks burst cluster after cluster, resembling flooding rivers and erupting volcanoes. Standing at the top of the world, the highest cloud, the world before her eyes became surreal, like a dream. It seems that deep emotions require no teacher. Without needing her guidance, Jingi followed only the direction of his own feelings, reaching her destination. The two lost themselves in prolonged kisses, neither wanting to part. Finally, Suyu pushed him away and chuckled softly. Jingi was a bit uneasy because of her laugh. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong again? No, you're fine, Suyu smiled and said, but continuing will lead to problems. Jingi didn't fully grasp her meaning. Perhaps she was worried about being seen by others. He nodded, wrapping his arms around Suyu again and reluctantly holding her, still not satisfied. But whatever Suyu said, he would follow. Nestled in Jingi's embrace, Suyu suddenly felt like no man could compare to having such a boyfriend. What more could one ask for? In the dark, there was someone who had never fallen asleep. From the moment Jingi rose, Chengling had awakened. She had deliberately chosen a spot close to Jingi to sleep so that she would sense when he got up. Chengling's eyes followed him the whole time, watching as they embraced and kissed, their silhouettes particularly touching in the firelight. Yet, shame and jealousy twisted like vipers in her heart. At 14, soon to be 15, she had never thought herself similar to the other girls in her class entering adolescence, confessing to boys or dating them. She even scoffed at those schoolboys who seemed so immature to her. She had no interest in any of them. She admired the strong, like Suyu and Jingi, and yearned to become someone like them. But when the two people she most admired came together, she realized she couldn't accept it. The rest of the night passed peacefully, until a pained groan echoed through the air. Though soft, it was enough to wake everyone. Everyone sat up, looking around. The person next to Mu Lin seemed unusually wrong. He curled up like a shrimp, his face turned toward the tree, shaking violently, emitting grunts. Everyone was alarmed as Dr. Lin Xiao hurried over, supporting Mu Lin to lie down properly and conducting a physical examination. Mu Lin was drenched in sweat, pale-faced, with tensed muscles and bulging veins in his temples. His eyes were wide open like large bells. Dr. Lin noticed something important. Blood vessels in his eyes kept rapidly cracking. Lin recognized these symptoms. This was the prelude to an infection. Upon seeing the scratches and bite marks on his hands from zombies, Lin confirmed his suspicions. He then told Suyu, he is going to undergo a transformation. At this statement, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Mu Lin. Jing Xan already drew his gun, ready to act should Mu Lin suddenly attack. It won't happen, Suyu walked over, examining Mu Lin's eyes. He's an immune individual, he won't get infected. That's right. Mu Lin has been scratched by zombies before and was fine. Ahan came over and wiped the sweat off Mu Lin's face. But it's never been like tonight, so painful. Previously, it was ordinary zombies, but this time, it's evolved T2 zombies. Qin Yuan muttered anxiously. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Evolved zombies. Previously, she had also been bitten by an evolved zombie and experienced the same symptoms as Mu Lin. However, after enduring it, her body achieved full evolution. If Mu Lin could survive this ordeal, would he also evolve? There will be nothing wrong. Suyu looked at Mu Lin. Mu Lin's body twitched violently, worsening by the second. Although Suyu reassured everyone there wouldn't be an issue, she was unsure if Mu Lin could endure this. If his immunity couldn't devour the Z virus within him, he might truly mutate. That process was excruciating. Who knew what she went through then? It wasn't just battling the body, it was struggling against another version of herself. The distance between giving up was perilously thin. If it hadn't been for Jingi steadfastly staying by her side, she feared becoming a zombie and hurting him. With unimaginable pain burdening her, she might have given up entirely. Move Mu Lin closer to the fire. Su Yu ordered. Li Jiaoshu volunteered and carried Mu Lin with Cheng Zhengqiu to the edge of the campfire. Since his condition was unclear, Dr. Lin did not dare to administer any medication easily. Su Yu instructed everyone to go back to sleep, as they needed to travel the next day. The night guards were to watch Mu Lin and awaken everyone immediately if anything happened. Cheng Zhengqiu was next for guard duty. Su Yu handed him a gun, instructing him to shoot Mu Lin instantly if he mutated. Cheng Zhengqiu nodded, accepted the gun, and sat beside Mu Lin. Mu Lin shivered and convulsed in extreme agony as the blood vessels in his eyes grew increasingly red, nearly covering his entire pupils. Cheng Zhengqiu worried for him. When everyone finally fell back asleep, Mu Lin seemed to calm down, though beads of sweat continued to drip from his face, indicating ongoing pain. Cheng Zhengqiu heard Su Yu mention bodily evolution. Was this what was called rebirth? If he could also evolve, what form would he take? Cheng Zhengqiu glanced at the gun in his hand. He had only just learned how to use it and was still very inexperienced. However, aiming and shooting were basic skills he'd managed to acquire. He longed to grow stronger and not be a burden to the team. But first, he needed to muster the courage when facing zombies. Cheng Zhengqiu pointed the gun at Mu Lin's head from a short distance away, practicing his aim. If Mu Lin mutated, he would pull the trigger. It felt like someone was watching him from nearby. Startled, Cheng Zhengqiu turned back to see Xie Tian's dark eyes, gleaming like the night sky. Are you going to kill Uncle Mu Lin? Xie Tian asked. I'm not killing him now. Cheng Zhengqiu lowered the gun. But if he turns into a monster, I will kill him. Xie Tian nodded and walked over to sit beside Mu Lin. Come back. Don't get so close to him, Cheng Zhengqiu warned. He's dangerous right now. Chapter 55, Awakening of the Energy. Come back, don't get so close to him. Cheng Zhengqiu reminded them, he's very dangerous now. But Uncle Mu looks like he's in a lot of pain, Xie Tian said, and then she used her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Mu Lin's face. At that moment, Mu Lin suddenly grabbed her wrist, his eyes shot open, the pupils filled with bloodshot veins turning bright red, and a muffled sound came out of his throat. Cheng Zhengqiu immediately raised his gun, trembling hands pointing at Mu Lin. Hurry, hurry, let her go, he shouted weakly. Mu Lin didn't release Xie Tian's wrist. Xie Tian looked at his appearance and felt a little scared but did not struggle. Damn. Cheng Zhengqiu dropped his gun and rushed over, trying to rescue Xie Tian from Mu Lin's grasp. However, Xie Tian did not move. She furrowed her brow and stared into Mu Lin's eyes. Uncle Mu Lin seems like he wants to say something. He might be saying that you smell nice, Cheng Zhengqiu said as he attempted to pry Mu Lin's hands apart. What are you saying, Uncle Mu Lin? Xie Tian leaned her ear closer to Mu Lin's mouth, making Cheng Zhengqiu nervous. Be careful. He could mutate at any moment. Xie Tian put her hand to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Sorry. Mu Lin looked at Xie Tian and muttered repeatedly, sorry. While gripping Xie Tian's hand tightly, he kept apologizing to her. Xie Tian looked confused at Cheng Zhengqiu, who also had no idea what was going on. Is he still human? Of course he is. Xie Tian mumbled, worriedly looking at Mu Lin. Uncle Mu Lin, you must recover soon. She gently gripped his rough palm with her small soft hand. In the morning, Mu Lin woke up, and everyone surrounded him, concerned eyes gazing at him. Being the center of attention for so many people made Mu Lin somewhat uncomfortable. Xie Tian happily grinned at him. I knew Uncle Mu would wake up. Mu Lin didn't understand how she just knew, but seeing her smile inexplicably brought comfort to his heart. How are you feeling? Su Yu asked anxiously. I'm fine, last night was hard, I thought finally. Mu Lin suddenly paused, not continuing further. Su Yu chuckled, knowing he meant he thought he'd finally be free. She thought to herself, after surviving last night, if he wanted to die in the future, it probably wouldn't be easy again. If you're okay, get up, let's practice. Su Yu stood up and told Mu Lin. Ah, Boss Su, the person has just woken up, and you already want to pull them into practice. That's too cruel, Cheng Zhengqiu exclaimed. Su Yu was not worried at all. When she had woken up, she had felt completely unblocked, as though her flesh and bones had been cleansed. She felt exceptionally good and believed Mu Lin definitely felt the same way now. Can we start? Su Yu asked him. Yes. Mu Lin stood up. Indeed, he felt incredibly comfortable, clear-headed, and in top condition. He walked to an open grassy area and asked Su Yu, what should we do? Just some close-range combat. Su Yu also went over, facing the sunrise with her figure standing upright. Alright, let's begin. After Mu Lin finished speaking, a punch directly flew toward Su Yu. It was evident that Mu Lin was eager to practice, clearly ready to give it his best. Su Yu nimbly dodged Mu Lin's punch and immediately retaliated with a sweep. Mu Lin seemed to have no intention of blocking. His punches rained down like a storm on Su Yu. He was attacking fiercely, making Cheng Zhengqiu and the others anxious. Su Yu reacted swiftly, performing a backward somersault to escape this situation. Soon, Su Yu identified Mu Lin's flaws. His punches lacked method or pattern, just a chaotic barrage, relying entirely on speed and force to hold off Su Yu for such a long time. But Su Yu's physical state was now extraordinary, and naturally so was Mu Lin's, so they fought for a long time, with no clear winner between them. Su Yu noticed that his muscle density appeared much stronger. Her attacks landed on his body without Mu Lin seeming to feel anything, which didn't make sense. Su Yu's punches were far from gentle. How could he not feel a thing? Jingi, watching on the side, slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Su Yu decided she would no longer indulge in meaningless entanglements with him. She had to test something out right away. Suddenly, in mid-air, a dagger appeared in her hand. The cold gleam flashing, Su Yu thrust the dagger straight towards Mu Lin's heart. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath, thinking Su Yu was trying to take advantage and kill Mu Lin. However, an unexpected event occurred. The blade stopped dead center against Mu Lin's chest and snapped clean off. The knife failed to penetrate Mu Lin's flesh. Instead, his very flesh broke the blade. Su Yu looked at him, astonished, then at the broken blade in her hand, incredulous. Everyone around them gasped sharply at this incredible turn of events. Ding! Xiao Yuyu, your teammate has unlocked the same physical energy as you. Nice job. Ling's voice rang out in Su Yu's mind. Is his physical energy invulnerability to blades and bullets? Su Yu murmured while picking up the broken blade from the ground. Your ability is perception, his is defense, but it's just at the T1 basic physical stage for now. So, are you saying it will level up? Of course. Can everyone trigger their physical energy? Su Yu continued questioning. This depends on each individual's physical condition, can't be sure. Then how do we trigger it? Do we have to get bitten by a second-level zombie? Don't think that. If you get bitten by a zombie, an average person would immediately turn into one themselves. So, normal people still cannot unlock their energy. There are many ways to awaken abilities. This requires kismet. Some people may never awaken their ability, others might wake up one day and suddenly have it, just like you who became immune after waking up from a coma. There's no telling. Well, don't ask anymore. This is all I can tell you, or my points will drop. After finishing speaking, Zero automatically went offline. Looking at Mu Lin again, he seemed extremely incredulous as well. Are these legends of physical evolution? Qin Yuan asked with wide eyes filled with surprise looking at Mu Lin. Everyone had heard Su Yu mention before about body evolution, but when it truly happened right in front of them, they couldn't help but feel amazed. Su Yu, did you know earlier that Mu Lin's body would become so tough? Cheng Zhengqiu thought carefully over his words. It was discovered during our fight. His muscle density far surpasses that of an ordinary person. A regular human taking a punch from me would have already died. Su Yu said while gesturing her fists, but he endured for so long without even flinching, which defies logic. Qin Yuan walked over and smiled at Su Yu, then retorted, if a single punch from you could kill someone, I wouldn't believe it. You are indeed capable, but not to such an extent. I don't believe it either. Cheng Zhengqiu shook his head. You all don't believe me? I do. Jingi responded very appropriately with a low tone, his voice full of magnetism. He believed whatever he said. Su Yu gave him a faint smile, slightly embarrassed. It was originally a joking remark, and she hadn't expected Jingi to be so obliging. Cheng Ling watched their interactions through glances, feeling somewhat sour inside. She turned around and walked toward the camper van, while Cheng Zhengqiu followed behind her. Little Ling, why are you walking so fast? No one is fighting over your spot. Everyone gradually moved towards the camper van in groups of 3 and 2. Mu Lin seemed not to feel particularly happy due to the awakening of his unusual power, instead his silence and grim expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Su Yu approached him, sighed, now, you're really immortal. Live well. At least I'm alive. Mu Lin muttered gloomily. Just being barely alive. There will always be a reason worth living for, find it. Su Yu patted his shoulder, and walked towards the camper van. A reason worth living for? Mu Lin looked at the rising sun in the east and remained lost in deep contemplation for a long time. The car drove along the highway steadily. Occasionally, there were a few zombies spotted by the side of the road. The kids took turns practicing shooting them, enjoying themselves immensely. Su Yu remained sitting next to Jingi, their fingers intertwined tightly, never letting go once. Jing Xan moved away from the window, handed the gun to Xia Tian, then sat down in his seat, furrowing his brow as he observed the couple in front, muttering under his breath, Su Yu has been stealing my spot for the past 2 days. He climbed onto the seat and leapt forward towards them, landing directly above their heads. Woman, why are you always clinging to my brother? What does it mean? Su Yu had been nodding off but was abruptly startled awake by his voice. She quickly let go of Jingi's hand. Jingi woke up just then as well, seeing Jing Xan standing on the seat and staring at them, slightly angered, yelled, how old are you? I want to sit with my brother, Jing Xan mumbled petulantly, clearly upset. We used to sit together before. I'll switch with you. Su Yu stood up, letting Jing Xan take her place, and sat at the back with Cheng Zhengqiu. Not long after, Jing Xan fell sound asleep hugging Jingi's arm, oblivious to everything. Every so often, Jingi would turn his head, making eye contact with Su Yu as if worried that she would vanish if he looked away. With some helplessness, Su Yu would occasionally push his head back gently, only for him to twist it back towards her every moment. That's enough. Cheng Zhengqiu stood up and quietly said to Jingi, let's switch places, go sit at the back. Jingi agreed willingly. He gently pushed Jing Xan's arms holding him aside to let Cheng Zhengqiu pass through and then returned to sit beside Su Yu. Su Yu gave him a faint smile, and he took the opportunity to hold her hand, continuing their tight grip. Is it too obvious? After a long while, Jingi finally became aware of the issue. Will he figure it out? He was referring to Cheng Zhengqiu in the front. Cheng Zhengqiu was incredibly smart. He had already figured it out long ago. Not at all, he's stupid. Su Yu whispered secretly to Jingi near his ear. Jingi nodded. Cheng Zhengqiu glanced back at the couple with his peripheral vision and silently sighed. Even in the apocalypse, one could still stumble upon endless displays of affection everywhere. Chapter 56, The Church. The vehicle drove for 3 days on the road. Su Yu estimated that the spreading speed of T1 zombies couldn't catch up this fast, so he slowed down the team to let everyone restore strength. As it approached 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yu opened the smart map to check if there were any vacant houses nearby for resting. Unexpectedly, just after he closed his eyes, a loud bang was heard. Li Jiaxu hit the brakes abruptly, and everyone involuntarily tilted forward. Jingi quickly used his hands to protect Su Yu's head. She heavily bumped into his arm, causing Jingi to bump into the front chair bar with a muffled sound. Are you hurt? Su Yu anxiously lifted his forehead, and Jingi had a high forehead with a red bruise appearing from the impact. I'm fine. He shook his head. Su Yu felt extremely heartbroken as she touched his forehead, then stood up with an angry voice. President Li, how did you drive? It's not me. Li Jiaxu looked innocent. It's the tire blowout. Without braking sharply, we might have collided with the poles. How could the tire blow out? Qin Wan looked outside. The sun is not big enough, it has already set. Su Yu jumped off the RV and went down to check the tires, only to find one after another large nails under the tires, which punctured right into them. Someone intentionally set obstacles on the highway. Just as Su Yu realized this, the icy touch of a dagger landed on her neck. Hand over your car and food. A man's voice came from behind. So, they encountered roadside robbers. Su Yu turned around and saw 2 young men wearing tank tops. Their clothes were very dirty, and their hair was messy. Hey, this little girl isn't bad. One of the men stared at Su Yu greedily, showing a missing tooth while laughing. Ho, if you're bored for too long, you'll even think a female dog is good, the other curly-haired man said. This woman really looks like a man. Anyway, I can't get hard. Su Yu felt extremely insulted. That curly-haired man ran to the driver's seat, forcefully opening the door. Get out quickly. Li Jiaxu cooperated fully by raising both hands. Don't kill me. His performance was quite realistic. The missing tooth man held Su Yu hostage, walked to the RV rear door, opened it, only to find 6 or 7 rifles and handguns aiming at him. The man was immediately stunned. Su Yu took the opportunity to deliver a back kick, directly knocking the missing tooth man to the ground. The curly-haired man freed Li Jiaxu and ran over. Seeing Su Yu and her group's weaponry, he scared himself so much that he urinated on the spot. His body went limp. He dropped the dagger and raised his hands. Spare us, hero. Su Yu kicked the dagger away with her foot. With such equipment, dare to rob on the road. Isn't this suicidal? Qin Wan and others got out of the car and looked at these 2 men in front of them. Su Yu, how should we deal with these 2? Su Yu turned back and looked at Zhui Yi, loudly said, we have a compassionate master in our car, let's not kill them, avoid leaving behind a reputation for bullying the weak. Thank you, heroine, for sparing our lives. Both men continuously kowtowed to Su Yu in repentance. But Jingi getting his head bumped and being insulted cannot be forgiven easily. You may leave, but leave your clothes behind. Ah, shall I repeat myself? Both men hastily stripped themselves of their clothes. Su Yu turned around and returned to Jingi's side. Jingi softly whispered something in her ear. You are mischievous. You will gradually discover that there are even more mischievous sides to me. Su Yu's breath tickled at Jingi's earlobe, making him feel very comfortable. Cheng Ling observed the intimate whispering between the 2, feeling uncomfortable inside. After the 2 men were stripped naked, they hurriedly fled into the woods. Qin Wan lit the clothes with a lighter, burning them all, still feeling not quite satisfied, muttered discontentedly. They messed up our car wheels, shouldn't have let them go so easily. Killing one more person might create another zombie in this world. My team must keep some restraint in this aspect. In fact, Su Yu had wanted to bring up this issue for discussion earlier but never found a chance. Today seemed to be a proper time for it. Once, a famous professor at Stanford University conducted a well-known experiment, recruiting a batch of people from all walks of life to act as prison guards and prisoners, aiming to examine how far human cruelty would escalate when power goes unchecked. Soon, these guards began to abuse the prisoners cruelly. The experiment didn't end naturally but was forcibly stopped. Su Yu's current situation was somewhat similar. With sharp weapons and equipment, in this lawless world of apocalypse, she couldn't be sure whether anyone on the team would become overconfident and start to despise weak lives, killing innocents indiscriminately. Sometimes, changes in human nature were hard to detect, accumulating day by day. Maybe one morning, the once familiar person could already look entirely different, which was very terrifying. In non-life-threatening or non-team endangering situations, we should aim our guns at zombies rather than humans. Su Yu set the first rule for their team. I support this. Cheng Zhengqiu was the first to raise his hand. Being weaker himself, he could better appreciate Su Yu's thoughtful intention behind setting this rule. Alright, I support it too, Qin Wan said, and everyone else also agreed. Since the rule had been passed, what Su Yu needed to consider now was the car tire issue, which was really quite challenging. They had no spare tires, nor any abandoned cars around. In this wilderness, they had no idea where to find a tire. Su Yu opened the smart map, wanting to search for towns nearby. Where there were towns, there were likely cars. Finding a spare tire shouldn't be that hard. She didn't find a town, but instead saw people. Not far from them, a group of people gathered together, about 30 or so. Suyu decided to investigate, thinking they might be able to get some tires. Although such an approach was risky, since their vehicle was stopped here, it was only a matter of time before someone found them. It was better to act preemptively. I'll check if there are any abandoned cars nearby, Suyu told the others. I'll go with you, Jingi said. All right, Suyu nodded, jumped off the road, and headed toward the group with Jingi. I feel like these two have some unresolved chemistry. Arhan held a bottle of mineral water, looking at the retreating backs of the pair. Jingi is like sticky candy, always sticking to Suyu. You've just noticed. Cheng Zhengqiu grinned knowingly. I warn you, stop making assumptions. Jing Xan turned around and glared at the two of them. There's no way my brother would do something like that. Jing Xan, why do you keep your brother so tightly guarded? What's your real agenda? Qin Yuan walked up to Jing Xan, wrapping his arm around his shoulder and laughing while asking. There's only my brother left in this world as family. If he runs off with some other woman, wouldn't that make me even more pitiful? Jing Xan pursed his lips unhappily. Have you ever thought that if your brother brings back a great sister-in-law, wouldn't that be even better? Chimph, no need. I'm fine with just my brother. Jing Xan finished speaking and moved aside, unwilling to deal with them anymore. He was utterly irritated. Seeing the situation, Qin Yuan didn't dare to say anything further. It was clear Jing Xan wasn't ready to let go of this attachment soon. After crossing a small hill and forest, Suyu and Jingi discovered a church in the valley. The church didn't look new, featuring Gothic architectural style with tall spires and carrying traces of age-old history. Surrounding it were wire fences used to defend against zombies. The green dots displayed on Suyu's map concentrated within this church. From afar, they could even hear hymns and prayers coming from inside. Apparently, all the people had gathered inside the church, with none outside. Suyu and Jingi exchanged a glance and walked to the gate of the wire fence. The gate was unlocked, allowing them easy entry. Jingi paid attention to several vehicles nearby. Suyu quietly approached the window to observe inside. There were approximately 30 to 40 people sitting inside the church, including men, women, elders, and children. The priest prayed beneath the crucifix, eyes closed as others murmured prayerful words silently, possibly seeking peace. To find so many people and such a grand church in the middle of this wild place was unusual. Hello. A man's voice came from behind. Suyu and Jingi simultaneously drew their guns and turned. The man quickly raised his hands. Don't be hasty. He looked like a refined young man, with a gentle voice, dressed in a black robe of a monk, holding a thick leather-bound book. Many people inside the church were now staring toward the window. It seemed they'd unintentionally drawn attention. I mean no harm, the man explained again to Suyu. I saw you enter and thought I'd say hello. Actually, it was Suyu and Jingi who intruded on someone else's territory. Logically, it should be others pointing their guns at them. Exchanging looks, both gradually lowered their guns but remained alert. My name is Chen Bo, the man extended his hand, but Suyu didn't shake it, forcing him to awkwardly pull it back. More people kept walking out from the church. Suyu tightened her grip on her gun once more. Hello, I'm Archbishop St. John. May I ask if there's anything you need? The Archbishop who had been standing beneath the crucifix came over, maintaining a modest smile. He was a foreigner with short golden hair, about 40 years old, speaking fluent Chinese. Our car on the roadside had a tire blowout. We need a tire. She glanced at a few vehicles parked outside and said, we can exchange food or something else, whatever you need. St. John replied without hesitation, it's a pleasure to help others, but our cars have also had their tires replaced several times, and currently, we don't have any spare tires left. If we want to provide one, we'll have to dismantle a car. Suyu looked at the cars and confirmed that indeed none of them had a spare tire in the back. Chapter 57, The Bishop. Seems like, it's indeed somewhat unreasonable to ask. You can name your price for any form of compensation, Suyu thoughtfully said. Even buying them a car would be fine. Without wheels, the convoy couldn't move forward and they'd just be stuck here. This wasn't what Suyu wanted. At the moment, we're self-sufficient and don't need anything in particular. St. John politely declined. What a big mouth, self-sufficient. Do they have a fixed food source? Suyu glanced at the church, where people inside were also curiously looking at her, yet they had quite a lot of mouths to feed. Then do you need weapons? Suyu steeled herself. She could trade weapons with them since she had emptied the experimental base's armory earlier. Money was no object now. St. John elegantly smiled. We don't need that either. Weapons not needed. Suyu was slightly surprised. Then how do you defend against zombies? Unless they already had enough firepower. But really, even in an apocalypse, weapons are never too much. The Lord will protect us, keeping demons away. St. John's eyes radiated with holiness, and the people around started making crosses on their chests, chanting together, Amen. She found it speechless. In fact, Suyu had considered that if the other party wouldn't offer help, it wasn't entirely impossible to forcibly take what they needed. But if the other party acted aggressively, she wouldn't feel bad about doing the same, right? But the problem was that these people were so polite. It didn't seem to fit her style to just randomly resort to robbery. Sigh, headache. I have an idea, Chen Bo suggested. There are some abandoned cars on the dirt road near Wasteland Hill. I can lead you over there to get the wheels. I can bring some back too, though. He glanced at the sunset toward the west border. There are a lot of demons there. Traveling at night is very dangerous. Demons, meaning zombies, right. Looking at his gentle and frail appearance, he probably wouldn't kill zombies himself. That was why he wanted to hitch a ride with Suyu to get some spare wheels and return while offering to guide the way, though Suyu didn't mind sharing the wheels with him. Alright, let's go there tomorrow, Suyu replied cheerfully. If that's the case, you can stay here for the night temporarily. Our campsite is inside the forest, very safe, Chenbo said. Who are these people here? Suyu looked around inside the church and asked, needing to first clarify their identities. They're all refugees from different places, as well as surviving villagers from nearby settlements gathered here. As I said, this place has God's blessing and protection, which can keep demons at bay, St. John explained. It was a bit strange, but Suyu took another look at those people, truly seeing elderly, children, young adults, very big age gaps, definitely resembling ordinary refugees and villagers with little to no combat ability. I'll go back and discuss with my friends first, Suyu said. Chenbo nodded, saying before leaving, you must come back. I'm waiting for you to join me in fetching the tires. After going back, Suyu explained the situation to everyone, and they agreed to stay in the church vicinity for the night. The distance was not far, the RV was parked by the roadside. With broken tires, there was no risk of someone driving it away. Indeed, the believers' camp was built inside the forest, a few hundred meters away from the church. Many small tents and some large ones had been erected. Compared to the solemn praying scene earlier in the church, this camp added more earthly vibes with smoke curling up from cooking fires. The locals were also kind, helping Suyu and her group set up a relatively larger tent in a corner. Although the camp also had barbed wires for defense against zombies, Suyu still felt it wasn't secure enough. She found the kind aunt who helped them put up the tent and asked, has your camp been attacked by zombies? Do you mean demons? The aunt shook her head, not here in the camp, though outside is unpredictable. We rarely go out. Here, God blesses and protects us. Such a large number of people living in this camp, and yet there have been no zombie attacks at all? Suyu found this hard to believe. She doubted whether any divine power truly blessed and protected this land. Zombies don't listen to gods after all. How long have you been living here? Suyu continued her inquiries. I came with my family a month ago fleeing here. The bishop kindly took us in. The aunt smiled kindly. Here, we welcome all refugees. This sounded familiar somehow, just like the signposts on the road at the evacuation site back then, which also welcomed all refugees only for it to be a trap. However, this camp looked rather normal. Except for the abnormality of being unaffected by zombie attacks, everything seemed fine. Maybe it was because there weren't many zombies in this area yet, and they hadn't discovered this camp yet. Whatever, they would only stay for one night and leave once they find the tires tomorrow. As dusk fell, Ahan found Suyu tidying up the bedding in the tent. Come on, little you, let's go take a bath. Where are we going to take a bath? Suyu was confused. I asked the local women, there's a small lake in the forest. They all bathe there, Ahan explained. Suyu sniffed herself and realized she did smell pretty bad. Recalling that she had spent the whole day leaning against Jingi, she felt somewhat embarrassed and readily agreed to join Ahan. Exiting the tent, Ahan took her hand as they walked together toward the edge of the campsite. Jingi, seeing Suyu leave, quickly followed. Ahan turned back and smiled at Jingi. You're really like sticky candy? Jingi didn't understand what Ahan meant, but wherever Suyu went, he would follow. Are you coming with us to take a bath? Ahan teased deliberately. Just as expected, Jingi's face immediately flushed red to the roots of his ears upon hearing this. Big brother Jingi is worried about my safety. Suyu quickly diffused the situation for Jingi, telling him, you don't need to come along. If I'm not back in an hour, you can come find me. Okay. Jingi nodded. I'll patrol around the forest while you wash first, then we'll switch, Suyu warned carefully, not that she feared any person, but mainly zombies. She didn't want them both fighting off zombies while naked. Ahan agreed. Crossing the woods, sure enough, they found a clear little lake shimmering under the moonlight, ripples rippling in the night breeze. Zhuyi shed his robe, stepping into the water with bare arms. His skin was pale, his muscles taut yet elegant. He splashed water over himself, washing away dirt and exhaustion from their journey. Under the tranquil moonlight, everything seemed peaceful and beautiful. Hearing some noise, Zhuyi turned back and saw Ahan standing nude by the lakeside, cautiously dipping her toes in the water before slowly walking in. The water covered her smooth thighs. Bathed in moonlight, her graceful silhouette was enchanting, her red hair radiant and seductive. At that moment, Ahan noticed Zhuyi. But it was too late. Separated by the reflection of a crescent moon, they looked at each other across the water. Zhuyi's face burned red as fire. He quickly turned around, his heart racing so hard it felt like it might leap out of his chest. Immediately, he submerged his head underwater. However, behind him, Ahan giggled loudly. Little monk, if you don't resurface soon, you'll drown. Zhuyi surfaced, gasping for air, repeatedly saying, sorry, I'll leave. Without daring to look at Ahan, he hastily swam ashore, dressed hurriedly, and disappeared into the misty forest night. Zhuyi's face stayed bright red throughout the entire evening. Yuan thought he was sick and wanted to feel his forehead, but Zhuyi recoiled instinctively, bumping into a pile of firewood. Why so jumpy? Yuan was puzzled. Yuan sis, stop teasing the little monk, he stays far away from women, Ahan laughed nearby, glancing meaningfully at Zhuyi. Seeing her, Zhuyi reacted as if he'd seen a ghost, stumbling out of the tent in great haste, colliding with several people on his way. Alone under a tree, he sat cross-legged, chanting the Heart Sutra, trying to calm his mind. From afar, Ahan watched him, finding it all endlessly amusing. In the evening, food was distributed to everyone in the camp, apparently meat cooked in a large pot. It smelled fragrant, but no one could tell exactly what kind of meat it was. To be safe, everyone in the group stuck to the food they brought themselves, none objecting after all. Their parents had always taught them not to eat anything given by strangers, something especially important in these apocalyptic times. Late at night, all were asleep except for Jing Xan, who couldn't sleep. Cheng Ling had been silent during the trip, refusing to speak to him, worsening his mood considerably. Since sleep eluded him, Jing Xan got up quietly and stepped outside. The entire camp was quiet, eerily still as if no one remained in those dark tents. Pale moonlight illuminated the ground, which was unsettling. Jing Xan probably overthought it. Maro Maro, his dog, barked softly when he saw Jing Xan exit the tent and also got up, following closely behind. "Wanna take a walk?" Jing Xan asked Maro Maro. Looking at him, Maro Maro obediently trotted alongside. Man and dog wandered aimlessly through the woods until they discovered the church. Warm light flickered faintly inside. So late, yet there was still someone inside. Out of curiosity, Jing Xan entered the church with Maro Maro. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of warm yellow light spilling outward. Leaning against the doorframe, Jing Xan peeked inside. Maro Maro squeezed his head below the door, looking in curiously. Inside the church, it was packed with people seated closely together. Torches lit both sides, casting shadows onto the walls, flickering intermittently. They were all the refugees seen earlier in the campsite. Now, wearing identical black robes, they sat solemnly, their eyes fixated on the bishop standing before the crucifix. Jing Xan had felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. After observing for a while, he finally realized the cross hanging in the church was an upside-down cross. What kind of church would invert the symbol of Jesus' cross like this? Below the cross were 2 stone slabs, and on each slab lay a man, their bodies completely exposed. Their eyes were wide open with sheer terror, yet they seemed unable to move even though Jing Xan could see there were no restraints binding them. At the same time, Jing Xan recognized the 2 men. They were the curly-haired man and the gap-toothed man who had robbed their motorhome earlier in the day. He hadn't expected to encounter them again here. Chapter 58, Black Mass. Bishop St. John, dressed in a long black robe, stood before the stone bed of the toothless man. He spread his arms wide and began to mutter something indistinct. From a distance, Jing Xan couldn't hear it clearly, but faintly he could make out words like Lord Satan and Black Mass, though he wasn't entirely sure. The congregation within the church looked upon Bishop St. John with devout eyes, hands pressed to their chests as they made the sign of the cross while murmuring prayers. Then, Chen Bo walked over, carrying a black tray lined with black velvet. On it rested a sharp dagger. The bishop took the dagger and held it over the flame of a silver candlestand for a moment. He then turned around and faced the toothless man, who watched in terror at the knife in the bishop's hand. His mouth opened wide, yet no sound came out. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolded. The bishop used the dagger to slice open the skin on the toothless man's thigh, and blood gushed forth along the direction of the blade. The toothless man's facial muscles twitched violently from pain, but he couldn't shout or move as if under a spell. The bishop cut out a piece of flesh from the toothless man's thigh, and the faithful, each holding plates, lined up one by one. An elderly woman was first. She approached the bishop, raising her plate above her head. The bishop placed the first piece of flesh onto her plate and bestowed a blessing upon her. "May Satan protect you." Bishop St. John cut off pieces of the toothless man's flesh one by one, placing them onto the plates of the believers. In no time, the entire thigh of the toothless man was reduced to a bone structure. The believers' eyes were full of piety. Not one showed disgust or revulsion, not even the children of 7 or 8 years old. They returned to their seats, took out knives and forks, and began eating the meat as if partaking in a holy sacrament, enjoying every bite. The curled-haired man lying on another stone slab had already been scared unconscious by this horrifying sight. Jing Xan covered his mouth, unable to suppress the acid rising in his stomach. He quickly stepped back several steps and vomited. His commotion drew the attention of those inside the church. The door was opened, and Bishop St. John, accompanied by the congregation, emerged outside. Maro Maro rushed back to Jing Xan's side, baring his teeth and growling menacingly at them. Jing Xan trembled as he pulled the gun from his waistband, pointing it at St. John. "Don't come closer." His voice quivered. St. John still held the small dagger used to cut the flesh. Blood stained the mouths of others nearby, making them resemble devils from hell. "My child, did I frighten you?" asked St. John in an incredibly gentle tone, extending his hand toward Jing Xan. The next day, Jingi woke up in shock from a nightmare. Instinctively, he went to check on Jing Xan, who was sleeping peacefully in his blanket, softly smacking his lips, looking completely tranquil. He wiped the sweat off his face. It was just a dream, albeit a rather intense one. Upon stepping out of the tent, a Han informed Jingi that Suyu and Zoe had already left with Chen Bo to retrieve the wheels from the hill because Suyu didn't want to wake him due to his deep sleep. After hearing this, Jingi hurriedly washed up and shouldered his sword to leave the camp. "Senior brother Jing, they have been gone for quite some time," Qin Yuan called out to stop Jingi. "I'll go and meet them," replied Jingi. "Zoe is there, nothing will happen. And there aren't many zombies there either, Suyu can easily handle it." Qin Yuan continued to persuade him, having been entrusted by Suyu. Suyu guessed that Jingi would definitely chase after them, so she asked Qin Yuan to block Jingi and ensure he stayed behind to rest well as these few days of travel had been exhausting, and, "She wants you to stay and protect all of us here." These words seemed to take effect. Jingi halted his steps. Just at that moment, a bark sounded behind him. Jing Xan, who had just come out of the tent, was apparently still in a bad mood after waking up. For some reason, Maro started barking furiously at Jing Xan, appearing extremely hostile, a behavior never seen before. Jing Xan walked up and kicked Maro hard in the stomach, yelling, "Get lost! You ungrateful little beast!" Maro was kicked far away. After struggling to stand up, he let out 2 low whines but dared not approach any further. He stared at Jing Xan from afar without daring to bark again. Jingi walked over, squatted down to soothe Maro by stroking his back, then turned around and looked curiously at Jing Xan. Hadn't he always been especially fond of Maro? Jing Xan cursed under his breath as he exited the tent to freshen up. When he passed Cheng Zhengqiu, he pushed him roughly, nearly making Cheng fall. "Watch where you're going, you little punk." Cheng steadied himself and teased light-heartedly. Jing Xan coldly responded, "I only see people, not beasts or veterinarians who treat beasts." "Ouch, you little rascal, have you eaten gunpowder this morning?" Cheng Zhengqiu approached to pat his head but was unexpectedly thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw by Jing Xan. Jing Xan glared at him ferociously and said, "Stay away from me." "Jing Xan, what are you doing?" Cheng Ling ran over to help Cheng Zhengqiu up, ready to argue with Jing Xan, but Cheng Zhengqiu held her back. The expression on his face when looking at Jing Xan was complex. That guy seemed a bit abnormal since he got up in the morning. "I'm just teaching an animal a lesson." Jing Xan glanced coldly at her. "Who do you call an animal?" Cheng Ling was also enraged. "In the early morning, aren't you sick? If you say another word, don't think I won't hit you because you're a girl." Jing Xan glared at Cheng Ling menacingly. "Don't think I'll be afraid of you because you're a boy." Cheng Ling stepped forward without backing down. Jing Xan tightened his fist, then threw a punch, about to hit Cheng Ling's face, but suddenly Jingi pulled his hand hard from behind. Jing Xan turned around and kicked with his leg, but Jingi skillfully grabbed his joint and pressed him down to the ground. Then several heavy punches landed on his face, causing blood to flow out of Jing Xan's nose. Even Cheng Ling was startled and hurriedly ran over to stop Jingi. "Brother Jingi, stop it. If you keep hitting like this, you'll damage him. Think you're so capable now, huh?" Jingi asked, his voice calm and deep as always, but filled with uncontrollable anger. "My capability won't be limited to just protecting women all day long." Jing Xan stood up, brushed his clothes, and looked at him disdainfully. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Jing Xan to say such words. Jing Xan looked around at Qin Yuan, a Han, Cheng Zhengqiu, Xie Tian, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, smirked, and said, "Garbage," then turned and walked out of the camp. "What's gotten into him?" Qin Yuan came over and asked. "I don't know." Jingi shook his head, his brows furrowing into a frown. "He's never been like this." Although Jing Xan sometimes speaks irresponsibly, he would never insult others or swear. Jingi knew this well since he had grown up with him. Therefore, Jing Xan's unusual behavior in the morning was completely illogical, as if he were someone else entirely. But it was definitely Jing Xan. Su Yu, Zoe, and Chen Bo returned. Zoe's long staff had 4 wheels strung on it, Su Yu carried 2, while Chen Bo carried 1. When they returned to the camp, Su Yu kept 3 wheels as spares, leaving the rest at the camp. Li Jiashu volunteered to change the wheels, and Qin Yuan teased beside him. "President Li, you can even fix wheels?" Li Jiashu, embarrassed, wiped the sweat. "A president must connect with life too, right?" After changing the wheels, Cheng Zhengqiu tried driving for a moment, and it could go on the road. "Pack up our stuff, let's set off," Su Yu called everyone. "Su Yu, Jing Xan hasn't returned yet," Xie Tian said. "This morning, in a bad mood, he ran out. Jing Yi and Cheng Zhengqiu went to look for him but haven't found him yet." Su Yu jumped off the car. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Jing Yi found Jing Xan in the church. He sat among those believers, devoutly watching the bishop preach under the crucifix, his eyes gleaming strangely. If you weren't careful, you really couldn't tell that Jing Xan was also among them. "Jing Xan, let's go," Jing Yi called outside the window. Jing Xan glanced at him, ignoring him. Su Yu saw Jing Yi, walked over, followed his gaze, and looked inside. Jing Xan was making the sign of the cross like everyone else there. Not seeing him for half a day, and he has faith already? Su Yu was very surprised. Jing Yi furrowed his brows deeply. "I don't think this is good. Jing Xan, we're setting off." Su Yu called out loud from outside. The two stood by the window, like young parents waiting to pick their child up after school. Jing Xan gave them an annoyed glance, seemingly displeased that they interrupted the bishop's sermon, but still got up and walked out. "I'm not leaving." In the courtyard, Jing Xan told Jing Yi, "I want to stay. If you leave, go ahead without me." "That's impossible." Jing Yi outright rejected Jing Xan's decision. "I'm about to turn 15, I can take responsibility for my own decisions." "You can't control me," Jing Xan angrily said to Jing Yi. "You'd still be under my control at 25, 35, 45, Jing Yi said. "Brother, are you done annoying me yet?" Jing Xan irritably turned around, looked at Su Yu, and suddenly said, "Then you choose between her and me, break up with her, and I'll go with you." "That's impossible." Jing Yi once again denied Jing Xan's words without hesitation. "You have only 2 options, leave standing with me, or leave lying down with me." Jing Xan's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "You're always like this. Always forcing me to do things I don't want to do. You never listen to what I think. Do you even know what I like or dislike? All you care about is whether I've eaten and if I'm still alive. You don't give a damn about my feelings. You're not my mom. Why should I listen to you? Mom died because of you," Jingi suddenly said. Jing Xan stumbled back several steps, covering his mouth as tears streamed down his face. He turned around and ran out, vanishing in no time. Jingi closed his eyes in pain. Suyu walked over and tugged at Jingi's sleeve. Words without thought, regretful now? Yeah. Let's stay one more day. I'll talk to him. Suyu reached out her fingertip to rub Jingi's furrowed brow gently, soothing him softly. Kids, they can be pacified easily. Teenage kids are hard to pacify. Jingi held her fingers and said, ignore him, so he doesn't say something hurtful again. Chapter 59, Return to the Past. When Suyu found Jing Xan, he was sitting alone by the lake, playing with pebbles and skipping them across the water. His gestures were so cocky and swaggering that he looked nothing like the old Jing Xan. Normally, whether standing or sitting, even if not as upright as his brother, he still didn't have an overly casual air about him. There was a kind of poise that came naturally from extended military training. But now, his demeanor had completely changed. Jing Xan, what's going on? Suyu walked over, scratched his head, and then squatted beside him, leaning against him. Nothing. Jing Xan responded glumly but didn't resent her actions. I've just been in a bad mood these past couple of days. Don't you want to act like an adult? Suyu said as she looked at him. If you're upset, taking it out on others isn't something an adult should do. I heard this morning you kicked Maro Maro. If it weren't for the fact that you're Jingi's younger brother, I would have kicked you into the lake. She waved her fist at him. Try kicking me. Jing Xan glanced sideways at her. You'll see how my brother handles you. You know your brother cares for you. Suyu teased, shaking her head. Do you really like my brother? Jing Xan suddenly turned to her and asked unexpectedly. Is it that obvious? Suyu picked up a pebble and started playing with it, skipping it across the water with him. Can't be any more obvious. Let me tell you a secret. Jing Xan suddenly leaned closer to Suyu's ear. During college, my brother secretly fell in love with a girl. A small pebble dropped from Suyu's hand, rolled, and fell into a crack between some rocks. Jing Xan suddenly smiled, feeling his purpose achieved. There's a picture of that girl on his phone. Every night, he looks at it. He really likes her, really loves her. After a few seconds of silence, Suyu picked up a stone and threw it directly into the lake. It didn't skip but instead caused ripples before sinking. Do you think I would care about things in the past? Suyu softly murmured. I think you would. Jing Xan stood up and smirked mischievously before walking away from the lakeside. The next day, despite Suyu's cajoling, Jing Xan still climbed onto the back seat of the car, refusing to talk to anyone. Following the incident the previous morning, no one in the car wanted to start a conversation with Jing Xan either. After everyone greeted each other with a good morning, Cheng Zhangqiu drove the car further west. But before they went far, through a haze of clouds, they spotted a city in the distance. Everyone was immediately drawn forward, looking out through the window to catch sight of the city. It was a real city, full of tall buildings. There's no annotation on the map showing a city here. Yuan took out the paper map and checked it again, confirming there were indeed no signs of any city marked. Could it be a mirage? Li Jiayu mumbled while staring ahead. Suyu shook her head. Let's go check it out. Anyway, the road ahead continued straight without forks. The closer they got to the city, the lower the probability that it was a mirage became, since they could already see the surrounding buildings up close. What was more surprising was that they weren't greeted by hordes of zombies. Instead, people appeared. There were plenty of people, a hurried white-collar worker holding a bag, a roadside vendor shouting out breakfast options, and students carrying backpacks as they headed to school. It seemed like this place had remained untouched by the zombie infestation, like a haven free of the Z virus. Cheng Ling was shocked too, and even Jing Xan, who had been lackadaisical and listless, rose and pressed his face against the window to peer outside. What is this place? Xia Tian exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the scene outside. Who knows, Jing Xan lazily remarked, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Cheng Zhangqiu parked the car on the white-lined road along the side of the street and suggested, why don't we go take a look? Being stuck in the car made everything feel unreal. Maybe stepping out would provide clarity. Agreeing, they all stepped out of the car, finding the familiar scenes from their previous lives felt strange after the chaos of the apocalypse. This is the real world. Xia Tian excitedly bought a pancake at the roadside stand. How did she even have money? Wait, that wasn't the key point. Don't eat it, Suyu warned her, feeling that this city had a strange aura, and it might not be safe to eat food here. With great reluctance, Xia Tian set aside her pancake and decided not to eat it. Walking along the streets, there were shopping malls, designer clothing stores, coffee shops, everything they used to have. Suyu attempted to contact Zero but, no matter how hard she called, Zero never responded. I think we should leave temporarily, Suyu suggested. This place is too strange. No one replied to her words. When Suyu turned around, there was no one behind her except for strangers, no familiar faces to be found. Jingi, Qin Yuan. Suyu ran back looking for them, but neither the road nor the alleyways held any sign of them. She began to panic. In a fleeting glance through the glass display window, she saw what she looked like now, ponytail, oversized school uniform hiding her thin frame, and a large black backpack on her back. Now, she appeared as she did in high school. The surrounding streets suddenly seemed familiar too. This was the path she took every day going to and coming back from school. Suyu quickened her pace along this road. At the end stood an elevator apartment building. Taking the lift to the 19th floor would bring her home where her father and mother still waited for her return for dinner. Her hands trembling with nervousness, she struggled to fit the key into the lock. It dropped to the ground. Picking it up, Suyu fumbled once more to insert the key into the lock. Just then, the door opened, revealing her mom wearing a grey sweater, confused as to why Suyu was lingering outside their door. Yuyu, what are you doing out here? Suyu's key fell to the ground again. What's wrong? Her mother picked up the key, looking at Suyu quizzically. But instead of answering, Suyu hugged her tightly, saying, Mom, I've missed you so much. Startled, her mother replied, is it just the stress from studying for your senior year exams? Suyu shook her head repeatedly at this. Just then, her dad, still in his apron, walked out of the kitchen, and Suyu let go of her mom to rush and hug him next. I've missed both of you. Just one day without seeing each other, and you're already missing us? Dad chuckled awkwardly, having never experienced his daughter initiating a hug before. Sitting down on the sofa, Suyu pulled out her homework from her bag and looked it over. Sure enough, these were questions from when she was in her final year of high school, plus a comprehensive test paper for science subjects. Suyu had always been a top student, though her parents wanted her to enroll in a military academy. Suyu preferred to apply for the Electronic Technology University in the capital where she could study computer science. Suyu started solving the problems absent-mindedly as if everything really had gone back several years, time serene, life peaceful, and under her parents' doting care, she lived happily. But, how could that be possible? Mom, what's the date today? Suyu asked suddenly. March 27th. You've forgotten? Don't worry, I remembered it for you. There's less than 100 days until the college entrance exam. March 27th, a date Suyu would never forget. That was the very day her parents left after receiving a phone call and were never seen again. Ding ding ding. Suyu shuddered all over and immediately looked at the phone on the cabinet. Moving swiftly, she reached the phone before her mother could, hanging up the call and even unplugging the phone line. What's going on? Mom asked, noticing Suyu's unusual behavior, with a slightly puzzled look. A boy is chasing me. Suyu fabricated a lie. 3 years ago, she probably wasn't good at lying, but now things had changed. This wasn't high school girl Suyu anymore, but rather Suyu, boss of the post-apocalyptic survival team. What? Hearing this, her father came out from the kitchen with a spatula. No early love affairs. It'll affect your studies. Of course not. I wouldn't give him the time of day. He's persistent though, constantly calling the house. So, I decided to unplug the phone line. Suyu said this calmly and without hesitation. If he's causing trouble, then so be it, it's cut off, Dad huffed angrily. Tell me the name of that kid, I'll go to the school and deal with him. We're almost done with our high school years, and he's not focused on studying but messing with others, completely unreasonable. Exactly. Unreasonable. Suyu nodded fervently. What's his name? Cheng Zhengqiu. Suyu blurted out instinctively. Suyu went to her room to do her homework. Her heart pounded loudly. Her mind was tangled like a knot. She couldn't think rationally about what had happened. Was this some sort of rebirth? Not until her parents called her for dinner did she manage to pull herself together. When Suyu stepped out, she saw her mom on the balcony answering a call on her mobile phone. Her heart sank instantly. Yuyu, your dad and I have to go to the base later. You should stay home and review carefully, Mom told Suyu while passing her a chicken leg during dinner. Afterward, Suyu never ate chicken legs again. Suddenly, Suyu clutched her stomach and fell onto the floor. Yuyu, what's wrong? Her mother immediately stood up anxiously, and her father rushed over too. My stomach hurts. Suyu curled up, mimicking extreme pain. Must have eaten something bad. Hurry, take Yuyu to the hospital. Dad lifted Suyu up and ran out the door. At the hospital, the doctor examined her thoroughly but couldn't find any real physical illness. Her parents stayed by her bedside the whole time. Mom's phone rang several times, but she chose not to answer. Suyu actually felt a little guilty inside, looking at the worried faces of her mom and dad. She felt somewhat sorry for deceiving them. She had always been a good child, never lying to her parents, studying hard, and meeting their expectations. Pretending to be sick was something she had never done before. But now, she had no choice. She couldn't let them leave, because once they were gone, they wouldn't come back. Good girl, sleep well. I've asked for your leave from school, so you don't have to go tomorrow, Mom said as she sat by the bedside and poured Suyu a glass of hot water. Mom, Dad, would you stay here with me tonight? Suyu asked. Of course, we're not going anywhere but staying right here with you, Dad replied. Suyu then looked at Mom, who nodded. Rest well, stop thinking about studies for now, and I'll be here with you. The next morning, when Suyu woke up, she heard Mom and Dad talking in the corridor. It seemed that the military had sent someone else to carry out the task. A huge weight was lifted off Suyu's shoulders. If her parents could remain by her side all the time, she didn't care about anything apocalyptic happening in the world. Chapter 60, Deep in Memory. Qin Yuan walked into the narrow, damp alley. Mud splattered on her black little leather shoes. The smell of cooking wafted from the stairs as an auntie stir-fried her meal. A bra hanging on the line swayed precariously. A few drunks, stumbling in broad daylight, leaned on each other and disappeared into a unit. Outside the building, spider webs clung to the walls, emanating the musty smell of time. This was where Qin Yuan grew up. Now, it felt like she'd stepped back 10 years. She paused at the door of her home, hesitant to enter. Inside, sounds of fighting and quarrels leaked through, as they had day after day, year after year. Finally, Qin Yuan pushed the door open just in time for a vase to fly towards her, nearly hitting her straight on. Inside, her stepfather was yelling and hitting her mother with a belt, while her mother cried and darted around trying to escape his blows. Chaos reigned. Qin Yuan ran over to shield her mother. She was short, barely reaching her mother's thigh. Once I grow up, I'll kill you, she spat furiously at her stepfather. This time, it wasn't an idle threat but a promise she intended to keep. With bleary eyes, the stepfather leered at Qin Yuan, his gaze sweeping over her body before he sneered and grabbed her shoulder, dragging her toward the bedroom. What are you doing? Let go of my daughter, her mother shouted, running after them and grabbing the stepfather's pants leg. You get lost. He kicked her off and shoved her onto the ground before dragging Qin Yuan inside the room. The mother frantically pounded on the door from outside, screaming, "Monster, leave my daughter alone." Inside, Qin Yuan's small frame was no match for the brute strength of the man who flung her onto the bed, climbing on top of her as he began tearing her clothes. Yet, Qin Yuan remained eerily calm, so much so that even the stepfather noticed. What? You're not screaming? Scream already, he demanded, his gaze growing more deranged as he stared at her. In the past, whenever he touched her, she would scream and resist fiercely. Today, her composure unnerved him. Qin Yuan looked at him with a piercing gaze, filled with both coldness and contempt. Such an expression was not something one would expect from a 13-year-old girl. You're not allowed to look. Fearing her stare, the stepfather reached to cover her eyes, only for Qin Yuan to snap her teeth down on his hand with all her might. Blood flowed sweetly into her mouth, and she finally understood why zombies craved blood. This touch between flesh and bone felt oddly intoxicating. He screamed exaggeratedly, "Ah, little wretch, let go of me." Then, with one blow to the left side of her face, he forced her mouth open, leaving her bleeding profusely. After being bitten, the stepfather became even more savage, violently tearing at Qin Yuan's clothes. In response, her fingers closed around a pair of scissors on the bedside table. Finding their mark, she plunged the blade deep into the major artery of his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, drenching Qin Yuan from head to toe, turning her into a blood-soaked figure. Only her eyes glowed with a pale light. Her stepfather stopped moving, lying lifeless on top of her, his blood pooling beneath them. If time could rewind, and everything started over, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you, Qin Yuan said coldly, staring at him as if he were merely a soulless zombie unworthy of sympathy. As Su Yu walked out of the hospital with her parents, a familiar figure flickered by at the corner of the stairwell. It was Mu Lin. She rushed to the corridor but found no trace of him. Was it just her imagination? Her parents followed her confusedly, asking, "What are you looking at?" "I thought I saw someone I knew, maybe I imagined it," Su Yu murmured. "Let's go." Her parents took her hands and walked down the stairs. Su Yu glanced back hesitantly. Mu Lin had discovered the ward where his mother was hospitalized. He never imagined that fate would allow him another meeting with her. On the bed, his mother, grey-haired but still gentle, lay weakly. Mu Lin ran to her bedside and knelt with a loud thud, tears streaming down his face. "What happened?" she asked anxiously, quickly helping him up. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What nonsense is this? It's just a little illness. I didn't want to bother you since you've been working so hard, but the doctor insisted that a family member sign some forms. Honestly, I just need some rest. No need for hospitalization, it costs hundreds a day. Too wasteful. I'll pack my things tomorrow and go home." "Mom, I've already arranged for your admission and paid for 2 weeks of hospital fees," Mu Lin explained firmly. "I'll continue to pay the remaining amount. Please, focus on getting better." "How can this be right? How much do you earn a month? Where are you getting all this money?" his mother questioned. "Please don't worry about it, Mom. Your health is what matters most," Mu Lin said determinedly. His mother's illness was late-stage liver cancer. The later it progressed, the more exorbitant the costs became. Mu Lin worked at a factory, earning a little over 2,000 yuan per month, which wasn't enough to cover his mother's medical bills. Until one day, an older brother he had once helped came to him with a job offer. If Mu Lin successfully completed the task, he would be paid 200,000 yuan as a reward. But this job involved bloodshed. His mother passed away half a year after he went to prison. Mu Lin received that call. It was a business deal commissioned by a boss and passed through the older brother to him. The task was to kill a rival in the business world, and upon completion, Mu Lin would be rewarded with 200,000 yuan. He had no choice. His mother desperately needed that money. He infiltrated the target's villa. He had been in many fights before, but this was the first time he'd ever attempted murder. Holding the dagger in his hand, he couldn't stop it from trembling. He forced himself to calm down. The room was eerily quiet, as if there was no one inside. Mu Lin's beads of sweat dripped down his face as he climbed step by step up the stairs. His heartbeat was deafening, echoing painfully in his ears. His palms were drenched in sweat. If he pulled off this job, his mother would have a chance at survival. Thinking about this, he tightened his grip on the dagger. The door was locked from the inside, but Mu Lin kicked it open effortlessly. In the darkness, a little girl hugged her doll, staring at him fearfully, trembling. At that moment, the sound of someone opening the door came from downstairs. It seemed they had returned. The little girl suddenly screamed shrilly, her voice piercing the silence. From below, hurried footsteps followed. Someone was coming up. At that moment, Mu Lin rushed toward the little girl, intending to silence her screams. Somehow, the dagger slipped into her chest. It wasn't until her blood flowed onto his hands that he snapped back to reality. The little girl clutched his arm tightly, her eyes filled with despair, hatred, and injustice. Those eyes in the dark haunted Mu Lin's heart countless times in the nights to come during his imprisonment. Later, the little girl's face turned into Xia Tian's face. Mu Lin tightly held his dagger, yet ultimately, he didn't stab. Then the police took him away. The family of 3 stood in shock near the door as Mu Lin was led to the police car. Before leaving, Mu Lin turned around and looked at the little girl who resembled Xia Tian. He gave her a smile, a profoundly peaceful smile. He hadn't killed her, but he'd saved himself. Cheng Ling stood in the middle of the park, spotting Jingi sitting on a bench far away. She ran up excitedly. Jingi, brother. Seeing her approach, Jingi stood up. What is this place? She asked curiously, looking around. Where are my brother and the others? This is my school, Jingi replied. Cheng Ling was startled. Turning back, she indeed saw the military academy gate nearby. Is this really where you study, Jingi brother? She asked eagerly. Can you take me on a tour? Sure. After saying this, Jingi shoved his hands in his pockets and walked towards the school gate. Cheng Ling hurried to follow behind. As they entered the campus, autumn leaves fluttered everywhere. Cheng Ling quickened her pace and stood side by side with Jingi. Though she had matured early and was taller than Jing Xan already, next to Jingi, she was still significantly shorter, reaching just his chest or abdomen area. Everywhere Jingi went, he drew admiring gazes from girls. Indeed, brother Jingi was very popular. Suddenly, Cheng Ling felt her cheeks flush. On impulse, she reached out and grabbed Jingi's hand. Jingi looked down at her with surprise. Cheng Ling thought her breath might stop altogether. After a long while, Jingi finally held her hand too, like an elder brother gently guiding his younger sister. They took a leisurely stroll across the campus. Cheng Ling believed that this short yet happy moment could last her a lifetime. Hey, Jingi, come play basketball. A group of boys in sportswear beckoned to Jingi from the court. Then they tilted their heads to glance at Cheng Ling beside him and teased, wow, is our Jing god seeing someone now? Cheng Ling's face turned bright red, a sensation she had never experienced before. The 3 words girlfriend resonated deep within her, and she bashfully lowered her head. That's not true. She's my sister, Jingi said, letting go of Cheng Ling's hand and walking over to pick up the ball. With elegance and confidence, he executed a smooth 3-point layup. Sister. So be it. Although she was younger, she would grow up soon. Very soon. And when that happened, things would change. Cheng Ling sat on a bench by the grass and watched Jingi play basketball. The sun was low in the sky, and as she saw him drenched in sweat on the court with an air that flipped the hearts of all the girls, Cheng Ling felt her own heart full to the brim. This was the university life of brother Jingi that she most wanted to understand. In the evening, Jingi took Cheng Ling to eat at the school cafeteria, but Cheng Ling insisted on having roadside grilled skewers outside. Jingi thought it wasn't hygienic, but Cheng Ling laughed and said, hey, don't treat me like your younger sister and manage me as strictly as you do Jing Xan. Just think of me as a friend. Jingi thought for a moment and finally agreed. At a stall outside the school, Cheng Ling and Jingi sat at a small table. The shopkeeper brought their cooked skewers to the table. Jingi's posture was restrained and upright, and Cheng Ling guessed it must be his first time eating at a street stall. How wonderful, his first time, and she was part of it. Cheng Ling wanted to order beer, but Jingi firmly stopped her, citing the reason that minors were not allowed to drink alcohol. Such a bore, Cheng Ling thought to herself that it wasn't her first time drinking anyway, she had secretly tried it several times before. However, Jingi was just such a person, precise and meticulous in everything he did, steadfast and unwavering when loving someone, year after year without fail. Chapter 61, For My Sister. Cheng Zhengqiu was almost driven mad. Not only did he lose his teammate, but just after arriving at this city that resembled a paradise on earth, where there were no zombies and everything seemed perfect, within minutes, chaos erupted in the front streets as countless zombies surged towards his direction. The orderly streets had now fallen into endless confusion, with cars crashing randomly and people panicking and running for their lives. Many bitten victims mutated, spreading the virus wildly. Cheng Zhengqiu immediately turned around and fled along with the crowd towards the other side of the street. Feeling around his waist, he found a pistol, and there was also a dagger in his bag. But with his skill level, out of 10 shots, maybe only one could hit a headshot accurately. After careful thought, he decided to flee as it would be best for him. Compared to the frantic, panicked public, Cheng Zhengqiu was far more experienced. He quickly found an unmanned small store to hide in, using tables and chairs to block the door. Then he turned off the lights inside the shop. Zombies have sensory abilities including hearing, sight, and smell. If they can neither see nor smell him, they won't be able to find him. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, he could see the entire street in utter chaos, with the asphalt road already washed over with blood. Countless people had their hearts eaten or intestines devoured before they turned into zombies themselves. Even with empty stomachs, as long as their brains remain intact, they can still walk and hunt. Cheng Zhengqiu held the pistol close to his chest as cold sweat trickled down his face, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Now the district had been occupied by zombies, leaving him trapped here, with only the hope that his partner might come and save him in time. But given the current situation, the chance of them finding him was minimal. Just then, Cheng Zhengqiu heard a familiar scream, Cheng Ling. Through the window, he saw several zombies surrounding Cheng Ling across the alley. Cheng Ling didn't have a gun, she only held a metal stick, plunging it into the brain of the nearest zombie and pulling it out, covered in brain matter. Yet, even more zombies continued to swarm toward her, confining her in the narrow alley. Little sister. Cheng Zhengqiu hurriedly rushed forward, trying to move the tables and chairs blocking the entrance of the shop. However, even if he went right now, he would not be able to make any difference, it would only result in death for both him and his little sister. If he stayed put, perhaps he could escape this peril. His mind raced rapidly calculating. 2 deaths if he goes. One if he doesn't. Cheng Zhengqiu felt like the gun in his hand weighed 1,000 catties, pressing so heavily on him he could barely breathe. He stared at the gun in his hand with widened eyes, looking alternately at the gun and Cheng Ling outside through the window. The zombies were getting closer to her. She kept resisting desperately, but it was futile. She stood no chance of surviving. She was doomed. She's doomed. Was he going to sacrifice himself to join her in death? Even if she's his beloved sister, life only comes once, and it belongs to each individual alone. He couldn't do it. Even with the gun, he simply couldn't shoot the zombies accurately. Cheng Ling screamed again. Damn it. Cheng Zhengqiu tightly covered his ears. I'm sorry. Sister, I'm sorry. Brother has failed you. He lacked the capability to protect his most cherished person. He couldn't even guarantee his own survival. But that was his only sister, the little girl who'd always trailed behind him from childhood, crying and throwing tantrums to get hugs. More than once, he had promised himself that he loved her more than his own life. But now, he hesitated to sacrifice his own life. What kind of brother was he? Finally, gripping his teeth tightly, Cheng Zhengqiu stood up, kicking away the chairs and tables in front of him, bursting out of the store and rushing towards the opposite alley. Cheng Ling. Brother is coming to save you. He yelled as some zombies turned around and lunged at him. Cheng Zhengqiu fired multiple shots indiscriminately. Though he had poor aim, luck was on his side as one zombie's head exploded under his barrage. He drew his dagger, fiercely driving it into the forehead of the nearest zombie, drawing out a gush of pus, before another zombie lunged at him, which he managed to kick away. Without knowing how many zombies he had killed or how many died around him, all he could focus on was Cheng Ling ignoring the burning pain on his body and the numerous wounds on his arms inflicted by bites. Cheng Zhengqiu reached Cheng Ling's side, tightly embracing her, protecting her in his embrace. Sister. Brother will protect you. He smiled as he told her. Behind him, zombies started gnawing at his back. Cheng Ling opened her wide eyes, tears streaming down her face. Despite all this, Cheng Zhengqiu did not let go of the tightly held Cheng Ling in his arms. She remained cradled against his chest while the sound of flesh tearing resounded. Death was such a prolonged, excruciating event. Cheng Zhengqiu realized, indeed, he feared death after all. But fortunately, to die like this would be better than living a life filled with guilt, wandering destitute and miserably. He didn't want to be like Mu Lin, alive yet feeling dead, wanting death but unable to achieve it. He loved Cheng Ling more than his own life. It turned out that even he, Cheng Zhengqiu, could be very brave. At this moment, the zombies behind him feasted greedily. Cheng Zhengqiu's eyes were already crisscrossed with blood-red veins moving rapidly, and his irises had turned ashen white. He opened his mouth wide, emitting a clicking sound from his throat. He was about to mutate. His consciousness was constantly fading away. He was struggling to control his body. But Cheng Ling was still in his arms, and he couldn't turn into a zombie. Xiao. Xiao Ling, leave me. Cheng Zhengqiu stammered brokenly, managing to push Cheng Ling away. Mechanically, he used his body to block the frenzied attacks of the zombies behind him, buying her some time. Go. Cheng Zhengqiu roared deeply, his voice full of agony. The horde of zombies behind him resembled waves incessantly waving their arms toward Cheng Ling. Cheng Zhengqiu strained his back against them, looking increasingly overmatched. I can't hold on much longer. Cheng Zhengqiu gritted his teeth, his face showing prominent veins as his feet dug into the ground, churning up layers of mud. Brother. Cheng Ling cried tears as she turned and ran a few steps further, then paused, glancing back at him. Run. Cheng Zhengqiu shouted hoarsely. The zombies broke through his defense line and surged toward Cheng Ling, causing her to stumble forward. Watching the zombies nearly reach her, she was overwhelmed by terror. Cheng Zhengqiu fell to one knee under the weight of it all. Blood drenched his entire back, turning him into a bloody figure. Don't. He stared at Cheng Ling's direction helplessly as zombies approached her. As Cheng Zhengqiu closed his eyes, something extraordinary happened. When he blinked, an immense clarity enveloped him. All the zombies disappeared, leaving him standing in a dark void. Around him spread countless glowing green vines sprouting from one place. These tendrils bound his companions Su Yu, Jingi, Zhuyi, Qin Yuan, Mu Lin. They were unconscious. At the end of the vines stood Cardinal St. John, controlling these glowing vines. Somehow, Cheng Zhengqiu managed to break free of his mental control. Extending his hand, a green vine shot out. It was incredibly flexible and sensitive, stretching to wherever his will directed. Shocked, Cheng Zhengqiu immediately focused his thoughts. With precise intent, he controlled the vines to tightly bind the cardinal. Suddenly opening his eyes, St. John looked at Cheng Zhengqiu with disbelief. You've broken my mind control. Cheng Zhengqiu didn't know how this happened, but he understood he needed to help his friends escape the demon's grasp. Carefully controlling the vines, he trapped St. John and exerted maximum mental force. In a flash, the cardinal vanished, and simultaneously, the entire spiritual field collapsed. The glowing vines around Su Yu and the others disappeared. The surrounding environment began to change, darkness dispersing little by little. This was the church they had visited before. Everyone from their group now lay beneath the church's crosses, with ominous inverted black crosses looming above. Cheng Zhengqiu was the first to rise, followed by Su Yu and the others, who completely woke up. Facing them were countless believers and Cardinal St. John himself. Their car hadn't left, they'd all been caught in an illusion without noticing when it started. The Cardinal had controlled them. Among you is someone who has developed psychic abilities. St. John locked his gaze fiercely on Cheng Zhengqiu, smiling coldly. Unfortunately, your nascent psychic power isn't strong enough to match mine. At this moment, Cheng Zhengqiu felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. He could sense the emotions and thoughts of everyone in the church. Focusing slightly harder, numerous glowing green vines stretched forth, empowering him to manipulate them. My ability. He stared at his hands. Mental control. Who are you people? Cheng Zhengqiu asked, looking at Saint John, who responded by spreading out his arms. We are servants of Satan. It's he who protects us from the demons of hell. Believers devoutly crossed their chests with inverted signs. Suyu glanced around bewilderedly. So, everything just now, thinking that she could keep her parents forever, it was all an illusion. Not only Suyu but all who had awoken found themselves momentarily lost. What you have just experienced are the deepest desires hidden in their hearts. If you sell your bodies to Satan and offer yourselves as living sacrifices, your souls will attain eternal life, St. John said. In another world, you will receive everything you desire. Everything we desire, Suyu murmured. To be with my parents forever. To offer oneself as a living sacrifice. Jing Xan suddenly remembered everything, recalling that night in the church when he saw the toothless man and the curly-haired one being sliced piece by the archbishop. Their flesh and blood were regarded as holy communion by these believers. Over these days, the food they had been eating, those meats with unknown or unnameable origins, could they all have been human flesh from the living sacrifices? Thinking of this, Jing Xan gagged audibly. Chapter 62, A Cowardly Past. The archbishop looked at them, scared and shook his head as he raised his hand slightly. Those who volunteer to sacrifice themselves will be liberated. His gaze swept over Suyu, Jingi, Cheng Ling, Han, and finally stopped on Mu Lin, pain, despair, living like the walking dead, finding no meaning in life. Offer your body to Satan, and your soul will find rest. A flicker of imperceptible sorrow passed over Mu Lin's face. It turned out, everything was just his obsession. His past had not changed, and his sins were beyond redemption. He slowly walked towards the archbishop. Mu Lin. Suyu quickly tried to stop him. Don't go there. Mu Lin turned back with a look of sorrow in his eyes, and in them, Suyu saw an intense desire for liberation that shocked her. Didn't she want nothing more than to live forever with her parents and follow the choices of her heart? Maybe, they could truly be free. Suyu. Cheng Zhengqiu yelled sharply, don't let yourself be controlled. Suyu snapped back to consciousness. Just now, Mu Lin's gaze had once again drawn her into an illusion, almost controlling her. The St. John's ability to control minds was so powerful. Mu Lin moved towards St. John. But just then, a small hand suddenly pulled at the hem of his clothes. Mu Lin turned around and saw Xia Tian's clear-eyed gaze. Uncle Mu Lin, please stay, okay? Her face overlapped with the image of that little girl. Mu Lin's pupils trembled violently, and he dumbly lowered his head looking at Xia Tian. Even though it's exhausting to live, when you die, there is nothing left, came Xia Tian's innocent voice, shaking his eardrums. When you're dead, there's nothing left, all misfortune and pain disappear. Why should one continue living? Suyu had said to find a reason to keep living. A reason to live. Looking into Xia Tian's crystal-clear eyes, Mu Lin seemed as if he'd found it already. Protecting her would atone for the mistakes he had made. Cheng Zhengqiu exerted himself again, breaking the spiritual oppression the archbishop had cast upon Mu Lin. Completely now, Mu Lin took Xia Tian's hand and nodded to her. I'm not leaving. The archbishop, St. John, clearly showed a shadow of malevolence across his face. Infidels, the wrath of Satan will burn everything in the world. You will be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu retrieved her gun from the spatial dimension and pointed it at Mu Lin's head, but her finger hesitated, unable to pull the trigger. She was being controlled by St. John's mental power. Cheng Zhengqiu, help me, Suyu managed to say with great difficulty. What Cheng Zhengqiu saw was different from everyone else. He could see the embodiment of St. John's spirit, those green glowing vines wrapped around Suyu's fingers, continuously spreading, winding around her body and brain. Not only Suyu, everyone had been controlled, unable to move. Cheng Zhengqiu once again tried to manipulate his mental energy to break the archbishop's control. To death, do you seek? The archbishop turned, his sharp triangular eyes focused on Cheng Zhengqiu. In an instant, Cheng Zhengqiu's mind buzzed, and all his mental energy scattered, forcing him down onto one knee. Your mental threshold is far below mine, St. John revealed a ferocious look. Once I consume all your spirits, you will be even less of a match for me. Dream on. Cheng Zhengqiu gritted his teeth, extending his hand. Luminous green vines shot out from behind him towards St. John. St. John, waving his robe, deflected those green vines. They instantly dispersed upon touching the archbishop's body. If so, you're simply no match for me, St. John taunted Cheng Zhengqiu as he projected his spiritual form, tightly binding Cheng Zhengqiu. Let's see how terrible and pitiful your past really was. St. John closed his eyes and mumbled, so, weakness, cowardice, smarts deemed as arrogance, self-doubt, self-denial. Quite pathetic indeed. Cheng Zhengqiu felt as if he had returned to the past, surrounded by a group of delinquent teenagers in school. Each loomed over him like menacing gods. Don't hit me. All my money. I'll give it to you. Cheng Zhengqiu hurriedly fished out every coin from his pocket and handed it over to them. Ha ha ha, so boring, giving in so easily. A boy with dyed red hair and dazzling earrings laughed. I thought we'd get some exercise here. That's simple enough. Another tall student with his uniform open came closer. Brat, kneel before me. Cheng Zhengqiu stared blankly upwards. All my money. I've given it to you. I know, but I told you to kneel, said the tall student impatiently. Cheng Zhengqiu did not move. Can't understand human language, can you? The red-haired boy extended his fist toward Cheng Zhengqiu. Don't hit me. Cheng Zhengqiu hastily shielded his head with his arms. I'll kneel. Leaning against the wall, he slowly knelt down before them, lowering his head as tears streamed down his cheeks. Hey. He's crying. Like a woman. He was born like a woman, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the red-haired boy spread his legs wide. Crawl under me, and I'll let you go today. Beg, please, don't do this. Cheng Zhengqiu's face turned crimson as he pleaded with them. What will we do? Speak up. What should we do? Several boys surrounded Cheng Zhengqiu, pushing him around and yanking off his glasses to stomp them into pieces on the ground with a snap. My glasses. Cheng Zhengqiu squinted, frantically searching for them. Come here, your glasses are here. The red-haired boy pointed between his legs, standing in front of Cheng Zhengqiu, forcing him to crawl underneath. Ha ha ha. A group of them laughed at his awkward movements. What are you doing? A sharp voice cut through like a silver bell ringing out clearly. Not far away, Cheng Ling descended from the stairway. At that time, Cheng Zhengqiu was in sophomore year of high school, and Cheng Ling had just finished elementary school. Sis, don't meddle in other people's affairs. The red-haired boy glanced distantly at Cheng Ling. He is my brother. Cheng Ling rushed over to try pulling Cheng Zhengqiu up. Wow, who would have thought this guy looks weak? But his sister has grown so pretty, said the tall boy as he pinched Cheng Ling's chubby cheeks. Cheng Ling pushed him away, retreating 2 steps and looking at these people with disdain. Cheng Zhengqiu, it's none of your sister's business. Hurry, leave. Cheng Zhengqiu could only see her vague outline while squinting. Don't rush, sis, how about we take you out to play tonight? The red-haired boy moved towards Cheng Ling. You leave my sister alone. Cheng Zhengqiu struggled to rise in front of Cheng Ling, but was kicked away by the red-haired boy. Go away if you want to live. Brother. Cheng Ling rushed to shield Cheng Zhengqiu as those delinquents grabbed her hands. This brother is too useless. Why don't you recognize us as your brothers instead? Ha ha ha. Let go of my sister. Cheng Zhengqiu suddenly rose and crawled in front of Cheng Ling, wrapping her in his embrace. Sister, I'll protect you. His eyes were tightly shut, teeth gritted, enduring their brutality and venting. I will protect you. I will protect you forever. Slowly, Cheng Zhengqiu stood up. His eyes began leaking drops of blood. St. John did not expect that despite his mental contamination and pressure, Cheng Zhengqiu still retained consciousness and managed to break free from his control. Increasing the spiritual force, green glowing vines directly whipped Cheng Zhengqiu, knocking him back onto his knees again. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Cheng Zhengqiu stubbornly raised his head, glaring fiercely at St. John, his eyes wide open almost to the point of splitting apart, panting heavily, then slowly rising again. Though mechanical and rigid, his movements showed determination and resolution. I absolutely refuse to kneel down before anyone ever again. He bit his lower lip and painfully voiced out. The blood streaming from his eye sockets already covered half of his face, resembling a demon. As he uttered those words, countless light green tendril-like streaks shot out rapidly from behind Cheng Zhengqiu, piercing straight towards St. John and completely encircling his entire body, coiling around more and more layers, just like a cocoon. St. John roared angrily in a deep tone. Under Cheng Zhengqiu's oppression, his spirit manifestation couldn't be fully exerted, never imagining that such a seemingly inferior mental control could explode with such overwhelming suppression power. It must have been due to prolonged restraint and compression that caused Cheng Zhengqiu to burst his potential completely at this moment. At that instant, all the restraints binding Su Yu, Jingi, and others disappeared. Su Yu immediately stood up, walking in front of St. John with her gun aimed at his forehead. You don't need to make a move. Behind her, Cheng Zhengqiu said solemnly, an eye for an eye. You peered into our secrets, now let's see what your past is really like. When the female doctor brought out the infant, her thick eyeglass lenses gleamed with a mysterious look as she scanned the worried husband and family inside the room. The small life in her arms had only one hand that blindly moved about, making random grabbing motions. The doctor handed the child to the father, who took him, lowering his head to look at the baby in the swaddling clothes. The fine wrinkles at the corner of his eyes disappeared, replaced by a furrowed brow as he gazed intently at his son. His son, who had only one hand. The parish priest of the district refused to baptize him, citing his soul's imperfection from birth as the reason. At the age of 10, St. John keenly realized how different he was from others. Thus, he always wore black robes and no longer went outside, confining himself all day in a dark, damp, and narrow little room. His parents gave him a younger brother, a healthy and adorable child, like an angel. All the love that should have been his was poured onto his younger brother. From then on, St. John became quiet, and every so often, sinister glimmers would flash in his eyes. Dark souls always attract dark things the most. On the day of his 15th birthday, he offered himself as a sacrifice, selling his soul to Satan and thus becoming the devil's servant. That year, 3 murders involving dismemberment occurred in his district. Chapter 63, Stepfather. Cheng Zhengqiu's mental oppression caused the archbishop to go completely insane, and his supporters, free from the archbishop's mental control, woke up and dispersed. The wheels have been repaired, and the group set off again. After this incident with the archbishop, everyone had something on their mind. Jing Xan sat in the backseat of the RV, sulking silently. That night, he witnessed the brutal blood sacrifice orchestrated by the archbishop who attempted mental pollution against him. It seemed as if many unpleasant things were done, but they were all the repressed desires hidden in his subconscious. Thinking about himself, it was really terrible. Jingi rose from his seat and walked over to Jing Xan. Cheng Zhengqiu immediately gave up his seat and sat beside Cheng Ling instead. Jingi stayed beside Jing Xan for a long time. The two brothers looked out at the endless grassland and occasionally spotted a few zombies without exchanging words. Jingi was considering how to open the conversation, but Jing Xan spoke first. Don't force it. Jing Xan smiled faintly, revealing an appealing smile. If you can't say those corny words, then let's understand each other without saying them. Jingi looked at Jing Xan with surprise. Do you know what I want to say? Can't even your toes guess? You must be thinking that you didn't care for me enough in the past, haven't fulfilled your responsibility as an older brother, and now will make up for it, allowing me to grow strong under your paternal care. Qin Yuan at the front almost burst into laughter. Jingi blushed. All right, my dear brother, I understand your intention. Those words that day weren't my true feelings. If they hurt you, I'm sorry. Jing Xan apologized to Jing Yi. Jing Yi pressed his lips, finally showing a faint restrained smile, reaching out to embrace Jing Xan's shoulder. Good brother. Jing Xan nodded. He deeply loved his brother. No matter how many complaints or dissatisfaction he harbored, this point would never change. Cheng Ling's gaze inadvertently fell upon Cheng Zhengqiu, drifting towards Jing Yi at the back row. Their eyes accidentally met, and Cheng Ling quickly turned her head away, red-faced and flustered. The fantasy of walking around the campus together was just a one-sided dream after all, but after waking from her reverie, Cheng Ling's ardent affection for Jing Yi grew stronger every day. She became entranced, often distracted, merely because of a word, an action, or even a glance from him. Cheng Zhengqiu had already noticed Cheng Ling's unusual behavior and found the source of her strange actions. It was the most charming man within their group. Unfortunately, this man already had someone else. Cheng Zhengqiu wasn't sure how to console his sister during this period of adolescence. Reasoning with her was bound to irritate her and wouldn't help. He decided to take a different approach. Jing Xan will soon turn 15, Cheng Zhengqiu murmured. Cheng Ling wasn't paying attention and didn't answer. You two are of similar age, Cheng Zhengqiu continued talking to himself. I think Jing Xan looks quite handsome with rosy lips and white teeth. Sharp eyes, probably will end up being even better looking than his brother. This time Cheng Ling clearly heard him and subconsciously replied, impossible. How is it impossible? Can't you see that both Jing Xan's eyes and brows look like they're carved from the same mold as his brother? Cheng Ling glanced back at the quiet brothers gazing at the scenery. Yeah, they somewhat resemble each other, but Jing Xan is far behind Jing Yi. Cheng Zhengqiu made an objective evaluation. I don't see where he falls short. Jing Xan is youthful and dashing, excelling in close combat and distant shooting. In the future, he will surely catch up to Jing Yi's level. His pride might be a bit excessive, but it's normal for young people. Cheng Ling stuck her tongue out slightly but didn't comment on his remarks. Cheng Zhengqiu wasn't in a rush. His current strategy was to subtly shift Cheng Ling's focus from Jing Yi to Jing Xan. Jing Xan held a favorable impression of Cheng Ling, and both were in their adolescence. They might develop curiosity or fondness for the opposite sex. With proper guidance, there wouldn't be any major problems. After all, Cheng Zhengqiu, as a brother, has already developed abilities due to his deep concern for his sister. If she cannot pull back on her own, he doesn't mind interfering with her mind using these abilities. Mu Lin and Xia Tian sat together. For some unknown reason, Xia Tian naturally liked this uncle who was 20 years older than herself. She followed him around all day, possibly due to growing up without a father. Now, as she slept resting on Mu Lin's lap, she felt a great sense of security. Meng Yulan and Li Jiayu began discussing the events that happened to them after they entered the illusion, all regrets from their past, big or small. But now that they've let go, it didn't seem to matter much. They exchanged smiles and moved on. The most important thing is the future. The apocalypse had altered everyone's life trajectory, guiding them toward a new direction. Past obsessions, which seemed impossible to let go of, now in the chaotic present, left no choice but to be forgotten. As they talked about the events inside the illusions, Shui Yi's face turned red as he glanced at Han. Involuntarily, he gripped the edge of his clothes tightly, his breathing quick and disordered. He felt ashamed and uneasy about himself. Inside his illusion, Han's beautiful figure appeared. He couldn't resist his desire and did something that filled him with shame. When he regained consciousness and realized everything was just an illusion, not reality, Shui Yi didn't feel any better. Instead, he felt even more humiliated. Little master, are you feeling unwell? Why are your cheeks so red? Qin Yuan asked Shui Yi with concern. No, I'm not unwell, Shui Yi replied, his voice slightly trembling. Cheng Zhengqiu chuckled and said, senior brother Jingi also blushes easily, and it's not always due to physical reactions. His meaning was unmistakable. Is Shui Yi infatuated with someone? Cheng Zhengqiu, that's enough. Su Yu interrupted, always bullying the honest ones. How come you never tease Jing Xan? Jing Xan? That supreme deity who anyone would regret bothering? Do you think I'm dumb? Cheng Zhengqiu laughed while saying this. Seems like only Jing Xan is a deity to you, and we're just transparent objects for your amusement. Qin Yuan joked. I didn't mean that. Cheng Zhengqiu made things worse by ignoring them completely. Qin Yuan exchanged glances with Su Yu, wondering who Little Master liked. Su Yu shrugged, indicating he had no idea either. Cheng Zhengqiu's heart was crystal clear. After awakening his mental ability, he could explore one's past through mental investigation. However, this was highly energy-consuming and quite impolite, especially towards his own companions. But earlier, the Archbishop mentally polluted everyone, and Cheng Zhengqiu absorbed the Archbishop's mind when devouring his spirit, so he became aware of everyone's inner thoughts, Cheng Ling's and Shui Yi's included. Yi fancied a Han, but clearly, her attention wasn't on him. She favored good-looking men, and although Yi was also handsome, a Han obviously preferred Jingi's type. Upon reflection, since knowing everyone's spiritual weaknesses, Cheng Zhengqiu started worrying endlessly. Thinking of his sister's mess, he didn't know how to fix it. It really showed his carefree side. He quietly injected some comforting and calming emotions into Yi using his psychic abilities, gradually soothing Yi's restlessness. "Look over there," Yuan suddenly shouted as he watched the scenery outside the window. Following Yuan's gaze, not far away in the wilderness stood a red SUV surrounded by around 10 zombies. They were pounding on the car windows. There seemed to be people inside. Their RV came to a stop, and Jing Xan picked up the gun, leaned by the window, and fired several shots in succession, each zombie receiving a direct headshot. Hearing the noise, these zombies turned around and ran towards Su Yu's vehicle. Jingi got out of the car, drew his long blade, and smoothly executed several slashes, cutting down 4 or 5 zombies with ease. Watching Jingi's dashing back, Su Yu's eyes sparkled. Likewise, Cheng Ling's eyes lit up too. Cheng Zhengqiu looked worriedly at Cheng Ling, then took out his handgun. Let the remaining few zombies be his target practice. His several shots failed to hit the zombies' heads, but Jing Xan acted quickly, taking Cheng Zhengqiu's targets and eliminating those zombies before making a victory sign at him. All right, you're talented," Cheng Zhengqiu lazily replied, holstering his gun. The zombies surrounding the SUV were easily dealt with. 4 men stepped out of the vehicle, looking disheveled. Jing Xan kept his gun raised while the others lifted their hands. "Don't shoot, we're humans." "I see that," Su Yu replied casually. "Our car broke down, so we stopped to repair it. Then we encountered a wave of zombies. Anyway, thank you for saving our lives." One man in a white tank top stood forward, tall and rugged with a scruffy beard. He told Su Yu, "If you'd allow us, we'd like to repay you." "How will you repay?" Su Yu asked. "We can join your team and work as your assistants." The man said, "My name is Zhang Jie. These are my teammates, Huang Tian, Li Xiong, and Zhu Ziye." They were all young and strong men, except for Li Xiong who looked slightly older. This Zhang Jie was a good calculator. What he called repayment was actually because he had noticed Su Yu's group with sufficient firepower and excellent skills. "You're not qualified to join my team yet," Su Yu shrugged and turned around. "Let's go, we should set off." At this moment, Cheng Zhengqiu keenly sensed someone nearby having emotional fluctuations, and the amplitude was quite large, indicating great excitement. Looking around, Cheng Zhengqiu noticed Qin Yuan's gaze firmly fixed on one of the men. Su Yu also noticed Qin Yuan's abnormality and followed her gaze toward the man. His name was Li Xiong, and he was the oldest among their group. "What's wrong?" Su Yu asked. "He is my stepfather," Qin Yuan gritted her teeth and said viciously. Cheng Zhengqiu immediately understood. No wonder Qin Yuan's emotions were so intense. This man named Li Xiong was none other than her stepfather who had molested and raped her when she was young, the very stepfather she wanted to kill in her illusion. Chapter 64, Letting Go. Qin Yuan. Li Xiong obviously recognized Qin Yuan as well, and his expression changed slightly, revealing a touch of jealousy. "Do you know her?" Zhang Jie looked at Li Xiong. It turned out someone in his team knew the person from the other side, which made things easier. Wow, what a coincidence. He laughed nervously, trying to bridge the gap between the two parties, hoping that Su Yu and her group would take his team along, much safer than the 4 of them fleeing around everywhere. Coincidence, isn't it a wondrous thing? Qin Yuan snorted coldly and took 2 steps toward Li Xiong. Li Xiong frowned, instinctively taking a few steps back as he said, "Little Yuan, I raised you for 5 years. Your tuition and living expenses during these 5 years were all paid by me. So, your family." Zheng Jie smiled even more brightly, then it settled. "He raised you for 5 years, so..." Zheng Jie suddenly changed his expression, his mouth wide open in disbelief as he looked at Li Xiong. "She can't be the one you mentioned, the girl, daughter." Li Xiong glared at him, signaling him not to talk nonsense. "Oh, we're in trouble." Zheng Jie covered his head, suddenly feeling a headache. "Well, we're just passers-by, barely even friends, this is none of our business." He hurriedly distanced himself from Li Xiong and turned back to Huang Tian. "Quickly, fix the car, let's leave." Huang Tian nodded, picked up the wrench from the ground, and crawled under the car. Soon, the car was fixed, and the 3 quickly climbed into the vehicle. Zhang Jie stuck his head out of the window. "Thanks for helping us today, but we don't know him well. Any grievances or vendettas, they're yours, not ours. See why." With that, he abandoned Li Xiong and sped off in the SUV. Li Xiong, abandoned by his companion, looked somewhat helpless. From Zheng Jie's bits and pieces of conversation and the hatred in Qin Yuan's gaze, Su Yu seemed to have vaguely pieced together a rough idea. She handed a gun to Qin Yuan and told her, "Resolve it yourself." With those words, she got into the car first. Seeing Su Yu enter, everyone naturally followed suit. Qin Yuan, holding the gun, pointed it at Li Xiong. Her gaze was cold and filled with piercing bone-chilling hostility. Li Xiong felt as if all his blood had frozen solid. A series of gunshots rang out from behind the car. A minute later, Qin Yuan, looking deathly pale, boarded the vehicle. Everyone remained silent. Li Jiashu started the RV and drove away. Su Yu looked back and saw Li Xiong standing alone in the desert, surrounded only by several bullet holes near his feet. Those were where Qin Yuan had fired earlier. Behind him, some tattered zombies emerged from the grass. "She didn't kill him. He doesn't deserve to be killed by me," Qin Yuan suddenly said coldly. Not anymore, the zombies will deal with him. That's right, a man like him deserves no better than to become dinner for the zombies. Yuan had finally come to peace completely, leaning on Suyu's shoulder, feeling lighter than ever before. Everything in the past should be left there. The apocalypse marked a new beginning. Of course, if she hadn't endured the indignities and pain from her childhood, perhaps there wouldn't be the Yuan of today. Perhaps she wouldn't have survived this long. In the evening, the group set up camp beside a small grove of trees. Everyone's mood was good, and they busied themselves cheerfully. Dr. Lin Xiao had Meng Yulan help conduct a quick overall health check for everyone. Apart from Professor Fang Yinbo, who had a history of heart disease, everyone else was relatively healthy. The professor's condition was managed through medication, which Suyu easily found when she cleared out the pharmacy at Huaxi Hospital earlier. They had food, medicine, vehicles, and people with abilities, making them quite a formidable force for surviving in the post-apocalyptic world. For now, the situation looked decent. The zombies were evolving, and so was her team. Cheng Zhengqiu, Mu Lin, and herself had all evolved with special abilities. Cheng Zhengqiu had the power of mind control, Mu Lin had a body as hard as steel, and Suyu's physical attributes improved dramatically. Both Mu Lin and her abilities could handle zombies, whereas Cheng Zhengqiu's power targeted humans since zombies lacked minds and willpower for him to control. But they couldn't help but wonder, were there others in this world who had also evolved abilities? Logically speaking, luck shouldn't have favored only their team. Under the full moon, everyone gathered around the fire telling stories. Suyu stood up, glanced at Jingi, then walked into the dark woods. Jingi followed shortly after. Sigh, another love scene, Arhan sighed. Maro barked twice, expressing his discontent. I wasn't talking about you, Arhan said lazily to Maro, who barked again. You little beast, do you dare challenge me? Do you believe I won't slaughter you for meat right now? Woof woof. Wow, you really go at it with a dog. Impressive. Cheng Zhengqiu gave Arhan a thumbs up. How dare you spread so much dog food around, disgusting. I'll kick you over. You're just jealous. Mitch, me finding a man is as easy as pie. Arhan retorted. Jingi Sr. was taken, but I still have Jing Xan. With that, she reached out to put her arm around Jing Xan, who was so scared that he quickly moved away, leaving her hugging air. You, pay attention to your behavior, I'm still a minor. So what if you're a minor? Don't you kids love sneaking around behind your parents' backs? Arhan said loudly. I wouldn't do that with you anyway. Jing Xan crawled over to sit next to Cheng Ling. I like people my own age. His unintentional words made Cheng Ling frown slightly and move a little further away from him. So sad. Rejected. Arhan exclaimed dramatically. Everyone laughed, except for Zhui Yi, who looked at Arhan with clear, watery eyes. As soon as Jingi entered the woods, he couldn't wait to press Suyu against a thick tree trunk for a fiery kiss. So rushed. Senior Jingi had been reserved before when he didn't understand such things, but now that he did, all his restraint had flown out of the window. Suyu pushed him away, she hadn't come here to kiss him, stepping back a few steps to maintain some distance. Confused, Jingi looked at her, his eyes showing a hint of resentment. He didn't know where he went wrong. I'm sorry, he said, probably thinking he'd been too rash. She hadn't even said anything yet. Why was he apologizing? Originally, Suyu planned to be serious about this, but now it felt like she was bullying him instead. Never mind, Suyu decided to get straight to the point. I heard. Senior Jing Yi had a secret crush on a girl in university. This issue had been lingering in her mind, making her feel conflicted for a long time about whether to ask or not. The whole thing had already passed. Even if there had been someone, it would have been before they met. She had no right to question him now. But not asking was like having a thorn stuck in her heart, always pricking painfully. Jing Yi soon realized he'd been betrayed by his good brother who just professed their love moments ago. Seeing Jing Yi fall silent, Suyu knew that this was very likely true. She inexplicably felt hurt inside. Suyu felt disinterested and turned around to leave. Then she was stopped by Jing Yi's warm palm gripping her wrist. Suyu. He called her name. Nothing serious, just chatting casually. I don't care about past matters, she said, turning her face away. Hypocritical, she was feeling crazy inside. Jing Yi tightly held her hand, seemingly unwilling to let her go. Suyu glanced back at him. His gaze was filled with moonlight, serene and captivating. It seemed that Senior was not going to let her go easily. Suyu sighed softly, leaning closer to him, tiptoed to peck his cheek as a sign of comfort. She truly didn't have the energy to fool around with him anymore. Good night, she said. One after another, they came out of the forest, and everyone tacitly pretended not to notice anything. Jing Yi's cheeks were thin-skinned, so they spared him from embarrassment and joked around happily before heading off to sleep. With Cheng Zhengqiu's mental protection, there was no need for someone to stay awake overnight. As soon as anything unusual happened, Cheng Zhengqiu would wake up immediately. Everyone found a place to sleep. Jing Yi slept beside Suyu, who turned her back on him. She could sense that Jing Yi wasn't asleep, his gaze fixed on her silhouette. Suyu couldn't sleep either. Her heart was heavy, regretting asking him. Knowing the truth made her more uncomfortable than ignorance. Did she like Jing Yi to this extent? Previously, she thought being together with Jing Yi was just the natural outcome. Jing Yi clearly liked her, and she did have feelings for him too. However, deciding to be with him was mainly to keep him by her side, so no other women or teams could take him away. Honestly speaking, her intentions for being with him weren't entirely pure. On the other hand, Jingi gave her his full sincerity. Now, it seemed that she liked him a bit more. Yu was an extremely ambitious and possessive person, especially in the apocalypse. She couldn't stand anything that belonged to her, even slightly not belonging to her fully, including Jingi. In the past, he had liked another woman. She cared deeply about this. This somehow didn't seem fair to Jingi. She shouldn't punish him for something that had already passed, but she simply felt uneasy. All night long, Yu was caught in this state of contradiction. Jingi was not an object, he couldn't possibly belong solely to her in body and soul. He also had a past, friends, and a life of his own. Finally, she sighed deeply. Love doesn't mean complete possession. There was still much that she needed to adapt to and change. Feeling Jingi stir behind her again, one of his hands stretched out, encircling her chest, pulling her closer into his embrace. Yu obediently leaned against his chest, still able to hear the steady and powerful beat of his heart. How much she craved his affection, it was like an opiate, making her addicted without mercy. In just a moment, she wanted to forgive him, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Silently scolding herself for being without principle or bottom line, after enduring the entire evening, she was about to surrender so easily. She turned around, locking eyes with Jingi's clear gaze. "Kiss me," she said. Jingi obligingly pressed his lips lightly onto hers. She responded eagerly, entwining endlessly, as if wanting to absorb all of him into her own body. His hand roamed aimlessly on her back. Yu took his hand, guiding it beneath her blouse to hold the softness in front of her chest. Jingi's body shuddered violently, his breathing became instantly hot and heavy, his kisses more unrestrained, mixed with fiery passion and longing. Feeling a certain part of Jingi's body undergo a change, Yu kissed the corner of his lips, murmuring, "Let's go to the woods." Chapter 65, Occupy the Prison. Jingi nodded, and both of them stood up at the same time, walking into the dimly lit grove. Jingi was gentler now. He found a flat area, took off his black softshell jacket, laid it on the ground, and then gently carried her to lie down on the clothes. His rough large hands trembled as they softly caressed her body, kissing her cheeks, neck, collarbone, as if he wanted to taste every inch of her skin. Yu was filled with feverish heat, almost unable to bear it anymore. "Senior, come closer," she said. Jingi always followed her instructions. He undid his belt, but at that moment, there was a rustling sound behind them. They both startled instantly, and Jingi immediately drew his gun from his waistband and aimed it at the darkness. Yu also sat up right away, retrieving her gun from the dimension space. From all directions, countless zombies came rushing toward them. They are evolved zombies. Yu stood up in panic, firing several shots in quick succession, blowing the heads off the nearby zombies. Jingi also fired several times, then pulled Yu and ran out of the forest. Cheng Zhangqiu and the others were awakened by the gunshots. Everyone woke up to the gunfire echoing through the forest and quickly grabbed their weapons. Yu and Jingi held hands while running out of the forest. There was no time for everyone to question why they came out together when the evolved zombies had already appeared. Their speed was incredibly fast, and some could climb trees. A female zombie with tangled hair bared its teeth and leapt from the tree. Jingi directly plunged his long sword into the zombie's body. Yu was soon surrounded by zombies. She threw away the gun because using it was too slow. She took out the short knife Jingi gave her and moved swiftly. In just a few seconds, several evolved zombies near her collapsed. Her knife-wielding slashes were swift, allowing her to quickly break through the crowd of corpses. Several zombies were heading towards Cheng Zhangqiu and the others. Yu rushed over, taking down a zombie in front of Fang Yinbo. Fang Yinbo thought he might be seeing things. Yu seemed to move 10 meters in an instant, which was far beyond human capability. A zombie lunged at Xia Tian. She kept retreating until Mu Lin, who was closest to her, rushed forward and lifted her up. Behind them, the zombie bit down on Mu Lin's shoulder. Xia Tian screamed, but what surprised her was that the teeth of the zombie biting Mu Lin snapped off completely, along with its jaw being shattered. However, Mu Lin's shoulder remained perfectly unharmed. More second-level zombies continued to emerge from the forest. Yu could judge their numbers by their chaotic footsteps on the fallen leaves. There were hundreds of them. "There are more and more zombies, let's leave quickly," Yu shouted. Li Jiayu had already driven the RV close. Yu and Jingi resisted outside while Qin Yuan guarded everyone at the car door. Mu Lin tightly held Xia Tian's hand and led her onto the vehicle. Jing Xan took out his gun and shot from the window, covering Jingi and Yu. Cheng Zhangqiu shouted to Yu and Jingi, "Get in the car quickly." Yu looked back and saw everyone had already boarded. So they retreated step by step, dealing with the nearest zombies, and finally climbed in as well. The RV engine started and lurched onto the road. Behind them, the evolved zombies persistently chased after the car. Moving incredibly fast, 2 to 3 times faster than regular zombies, several zombies even managed to climb onto the top of the car. "Hold on tight. Fasten your seat belts," Li Jiayu shouted. Then he slammed on the brakes abruptly, throwing the zombies on the roof forward violently due to inertia. He restarted the engine and stepped on the gas pedal, mercilessly rolling over those zombies. Blood splattered everywhere. Behind them, the sky was gradually brightening. A new day was about to begin. Following the sudden attack by the second-level zombies, everyone's hearts were still racing from shock. "It's my fault. I didn't detect such a large group of zombies coming." Cheng Zhangqiu touched his head apologetically. "I'm still not proficient enough with mental manipulation." These zombies utilized the forest cover. Yu furrowed her brows and said, "Could this have been a premeditated attack?" Qin Yuan replied, even if the evolved zombies have some intelligence, planned mass attacks would require a leader among them. Currently, there probably aren't any evolved zombies capable of commanding all zombies. Su Yu shook her head. I don't know. She only suspected this. If the zombies developed a leader, it wouldn't be good news for humans. You too, you're really amazing. Li Jiayu glanced back at Su Yu and Jingi with admiration. Thank goodness you noticed in time, otherwise we would have been in danger. Thinking about what they had failed to finish earlier, Jingi's face turned red again. He really hated these damn zombies. Su Yu coughed lightly and sat next to Jingi. Looking at his flustered yet restrained expression, she thought he was adorable. She leaned close to Jingi's ear, gently licking his earlobe. Jingi suddenly stiffened, clenching his fists. Teasing Jingi was truly amusing. After traveling long distances for several days, they were finally approaching Q City, the last large city in the western part of Huaxia country. Q City is a mountainous city, with steep slopes throughout the urban area. Every district is layered upon another, with numerous slopes and long staircases. One might need to climb over a hill to get from one district to another. Two great rivers converge here, making it the most vibrant city in the west. However, now it had become a dead city. This was Su Yu's planned destination. Having grown up here, Su Yu knew the terrain well. It was easy to defend but hard to attack. Due to historical reasons, many air raid shelters had been built into the mountainside, which made it very suitable for constructing a base. They didn't enter the city but stopped at an abandoned toll booth on the edge of the urban area for a brief respite. Xiao Yu, are we going into the city? Qin Yuan took a sip of water from the cup Li Jiayu handed her and asked Su Yu. There were quite a number of zombies inside the city, and she was slightly worried. I want to take a look. After finishing, Su Yu closed her eyes and opened the smart map to check the terrain of Q City. The number of zombies inside the city was terrifyingly large after all, being such a big city. Ding. Little Yu, do you need my help? Do I even need to ask? Cough. Can't you be a little gentler to me? Just like how you treat that handsome young man. An artificial intelligence teasing her made Su Yu feel awkward. If you could behave normally, I might enjoy paying 200 points each month more. Compete. Annoying. Do you still want your points this month? Alright, I'll tell you. My smart map has detected a mountain not far from you in the suburban area, which contains a large prison inside. The mountain is hollow, with 3 entrances, all very concealed. After precise calculations, within a 1,000-mile radius, it is the most suitable place as your refuge base. Qin Yuan looked strangely at Su Yu. Su Yu sat alone, head lowered and eyes closed, murmuring to herself. What is she doing? Qin Yuan didn't understand. Cheng Zhangqiu drank some water and glanced at Su Yu. Sister Su can communicate with spirits, he said mysteriously. Su Yu stood up, her eyes shining brightly, and announced loudly, our base is settled. Qin Yuan widened her mouth, looking at Cheng Zhangqiu in disbelief. She really could communicate with spirits. Getting back into the vehicle, Cheng Zhangqiu drove while Su Yu sat in the front passenger seat, directing him according to the map. They traveled roughly an hour along the abandoned expressway surrounding the city and arrived at the destination, Jin Mountain. The mountain wasn't very tall, with an elevation of around 100 meters, nor was it particularly large. The RV circled around the mountain and found the first entrance to the prison, a tall iron gate hidden among the bushes. Around it were sturdy stone walls, blending seamlessly with the mountain. If one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be easily discovered. Su Yu relied on the prison's blueprint from the smart map to find this iron gate. One underground passage led directly into the city, another gate was located within the city itself, and a third gate existed somewhere on the mountain. A vertical staircase on the wall led to the rooftop. There were no zombies inside the prison, but there were people. From the smart map, there appeared to be about 20 people, not too many. It seemed that occupying this prison wouldn't be easy. The vehicle stopped in front of the prison gate, and Su Yu decided to discuss the action plan with everyone. There are people inside the prison. Su Yu scanned everyone. They could be prisoners or civilians. If they are just ordinary people, then that would be good. But if they're other survivors with weapons like us, it could be troublesome. Roughly speaking, there are about 20 of them living inside. The number isn't excessive, given how vast the prison is. We can negotiate with them and see if we can coexist peacefully, Qin Yuan suggested. Think about it, if we had this advantageous shelter and one day, an external team wanted to join us. They had firepower and special ability users. Would I agree to their joining? Su Yu said. Qin Yuan shook her head. She understood Su Yu. She certainly wouldn't agree. One mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Outsiders are always threatening, especially survivors who've endured so long in the apocalypse. None of them would be easy to deal with. Would those inside the prison agree to let them join? And if they refused, what then? I am determined to take this prison. Su Yu's gaze was resolute. Suddenly Cheng Zhangqiu chuckled softly, and everyone turned to look at him. Big brother, why are you laughing? Cheng Ling asked curiously. There are 23 people in this prison. 16 of them are ordinary civilians from all walks of life, good-hearted individuals. The remaining 7 are prison guards. After the zombie virus outbreak, all the prisoners fled the prison, and these people stayed behind. They pose no threat. Their only weapons are a few service pistols belonging to the prison guards, but the ammunition has already run out, Cheng Zhangqiu slowly explained. They're no threat, and at the same time, their food supplies are dwindling. I believe they will welcome us very much. Everyone was stunned, and Cheng Ling nudged him. Don't make things up. How could you know so clearly? A slight smile appeared on Su Yu's lips. Cheng Zhengqiu had psychic abilities, allowing him to delve into others' thoughts and memories. Of course, he would know the background and nature of every person in the prison. Chapter 66, Privacy. Su Yu knocked on the prison gate. About 5 minutes later, the gate opened, and several men pointed their guns at Su Yu. Seeing that there was only Su Yu, a woman, they slightly relaxed their guard. "Who are you?" one of the men asked Su Yu. "Just a passerby. I thought your place here was nice, so I wanted to move in." Knowing that their guns had no bullets, Su Yu took 2 steps toward them. "Are you alone?" the leading man asked again. "Of course not." After Su Yu finished speaking, Jingi and the others came out, each holding a gun. Even Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan did not make an exception. The faces of those people changed. "Our guns are full of bullets." A Han patted the heavy machine gun in his hand and smiled brilliantly at those few people. "You, what do you want to do?" A few minutes later, Su Yu and her fully armed group arrived at the main hall of the prison. This prison was divided into East Zone, West Zone, and Central Zone. All 3 areas were sections of prison cells. The gates on both sides were located in these 2 zones, while the Central Zone was where the dangerous criminals were held. In the middle of the Central Zone was the hall, from which you could go to the cafeteria in the North Zone, and the guard's office and rooms in the South Zone, as well as the medical room. Between the warning office and the cafeteria was the yard, where you could bask in the sun. All around were towering stone walls reaching up to the mountain peak. Above, a small patch of sky allowed for 1 or 2 hours of sunlight at noon every day. Those former prison guards led them to the main hall of the Central Zone. People poked their heads out of their separate cells, curiously looking at Su Yu's group, with various expressions. Su Yu also surveyed them. There were men and women, old and young. They appeared to be ordinary citizens, lacking any offensive nature. On the contrary, these prison guards seemed more threatening. Among them, some looked amiable, others savage, and cunning individuals were also present. Often, much can be revealed about a person from their face, especially their eyes. The kind of gaze someone possesses determines the kind of person they are. It seemed there was indeed no other choice. Su Yu's group was strong, so whether they liked it or not, they would have to allow these outsiders to occupy part of their living space. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Cao Pengtian, the warden here. Including me, there are 7 prison guards here: Kong Xiangfei, Luo Kangshun, Zhu Hu, Song Chengen, Yaro Zhang, and Jiang Kani." Su Yu nodded, scanned the faces of those prison guards, then briefly introduced her team to the prison guards and those ordinary civilians. "Starting from today, we will stay here. Since you live in the Central Zone, we will reside in the East Zone. We'll lead our own lives, sharing the areas but not the supplies. If you need anything, we can exchange, but I'll decide if the exchange happens or not. Besides," she looked at the prison warden Cao Pengtian, "considering we are all staying in this same prison, everyone's actions affect the safety of all. From now on, I will make the decisions here. If anyone's behavior harms the group's interests, I will drive that person out." Cao Pengtian's expression darkened immediately, casting a sinister look at Su Yu. "You are too tyrannical. We agreed for you to stay out of kindness, yet you want to take over. It seems you've been out of touch with reality for too long." Su Yu smirked coldly, turned around, and before anyone could see how she did it, her gun was already pressing against Cao Pengtian's forehead. Cao Pengtian's eyes narrowed inward as he stared at the gun on his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. "The survival of the fittest," she whispered with a smile. "That's the rule. Boss, I have no objections." Cao Pengtian showed practical sense. Satisfied, Su Yu withdrew her gun and scanned the remaining prison guards. Their expressions varied, but none dared to say anything further, thus implicitly agreeing with Su Yu's words. The common people had even less to say. Anyway, they were just surviving day by day in this prison, marking time. Previously, the prison guards treated them like slaves with the power of their guns, and now with the new leadership, they didn't really have any thoughts or opinions on the matter, showing relative indifference. "Although what we do may seem somewhat unkind," Cheng Zhengqiu interjected, "however, with us around, the safety level of your prison has skyrocketed. And we're not bad guys either. If we were truly dealing with villains today, they would probably have wiped all of you out and occupied the prison without wasting so much time arguing. Now that we're here, the probability of such events happening is reduced. Don't you think encountering us is also a stroke of luck?" Everyone discussed and surprisingly nodded in agreement with Cheng Zhengqiu's words. This guy, without even needing to use mind control, convinced most of the people present in a few words to accept their arrival, avoiding many potential troubles in the future. Su Yu felt glad that her initial choice had been right. Cheng Zhengqiu had grown rapidly, vastly different from the timid and cowardly person she first met. It was no exaggeration to say that he was now a pillar of the team. The prison cells in the East Zone were also compartmentalized, about 10 square meters each. Each cell had a small bed, and the doors were barred gates. Su Yu and her group chose a small cell each to live in. After tidying up a little, they found the environment not bad. Meng Yulan was quite resourceful and crafted curtains for each cell door to cover them. At the end of the corridor was the communal bathroom, which surprisingly had solar-powered hot water supply. For Su Yu and her group who had been wandering outside for nearly 6 months, this was truly a pleasant surprise. The women hurriedly went to the communal bathroom to bathe, while the men cleaned up in the East Zone. After the women finished bathing, the men took turns entering the bathroom. Su Yu walked to Jingi's small room with a basin, placing his changed clothes inside it. Then, she noticed Jingi's phone charging there. The communication function on the phone was almost useless now, only good for checking the time or playing games. Was he still using the phone? Suyu remembered Jing Xan's words that night. He looks at that girl's photo every night. Were there still photos of that girl on his phone now? Her heart started pounding, and she reached out for the phone. It was a Samsung Note 5. Should she take a look? Suyu hesitated. This was his privacy, and she shouldn't interfere. But she really wanted to know whether there were still photos of that girl on his phone. If she didn't look, she would always keep wondering about it. Suyu wasn't a saint, she had no noble virtues. She took a deep breath, and her trembling hand stretched toward the phone screen. The screen lit up as she swiped through, revealing a 3x3 grid password page. It has a password. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and strangely, she felt somewhat relieved. Sometimes, you need an external force to help control yourself. Then she heard footsteps coming closer, steady and heavy, Jingi's footsteps. Suyu hastily put down the phone. The door was pushed open, and Jingi lifted the curtain and walked in. He saw Suyu looking a bit suppressed, glanced at the basin in her hand which contained his changed clothes, then, looked at the mobile phone on the bedside cabinet. The phone screen was still lit. I came to see if you had any clothes to change. Suyu lowered her head, her speech somewhat stammering, brushing past Jingi as she walked out. Thank you. Jingi turned around and said to her, actually, you don't have to do these things for me. But I want to. Suyu turned back and gave him a faint smile, but as she turned away, the corner of her lips carried a trace of bitterness. Beside the sink, the faucet gushed with water, and Suyu absent-mindedly rubbed her clothes. Yuan came over with a basin, stood next to her, turned on the faucet to fill the water, and upon seeing Jingi's black hoodie in Suyu's basin, teased, helping wash clothes too, your relationship seems to be developing quite nicely. Suyu sighed, not saying anything. What's wrong? Am I being too domineering? She suddenly asked Yuan. You're more than just domineering, you're tough to the point of having no friends, right? Yuan didn't think much of it and spoke frankly. Suyu felt a little depressed. As the leader of this team, whether in attitude or tactics, she had to be strong-willed. This was necessary to ensure the team's survival in this apocalypse. Men probably wouldn't like such a woman, would they? Suyu asked Yuan. Yuan thought for a moment. A woman like you is usually too tough for regular men to handle, but regular men aren't someone like you, Suyu, could ever look up to. Jingi, on the other hand, is a very powerful man. Perhaps he likes your type. It doesn't matter if he doesn't like me. It can be a peaceful breakup either way, Suyu grumbled sullenly. I won't change myself for anyone. Yuan looked at Suyu in confusion. Why are you suddenly thinking this way? Suyu needed someone to confide in, and Yuan was a very good friend. So, she told Yuan about it. So, you have a rival living inside a phone? Yuan found it quite interesting. Might be a cute girl, Suyu muttered sullenly. Never expected Jingi, who usually keeps quiet, to have such deep emotions inside, Yuan chuckled. This matter is serious, okay? Suyu was a little upset. How could Yuan still laugh during times like this? Suyu, is Jingi your first love? Yuan smiled and looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded. Jingi was indeed the first man she had feelings for. Before him, she never thought about such matters. None of the boys she had encountered in her life were worth a second glance. I see. No wonder you have no experience in this matter. Let me, a married woman, give you some advice. If I were you, I would choose to downplay this issue, Yuan said to Suyu. It's normal that he might have liked someone else before meeting you. But now, his eyes only see you. If you keep dwelling on his past and make it hard for both of you, first, it shows that you lack tolerance, and second, if he really did like that girl before, your persistent inquiries might annoy him. And with senior Jingi's personality, this annoyance will be subtle, something you might not even notice. Once there's a crack, it'll only get deeper over time, until... Yuan shook her head. You don't want to lose him, do you? Chapter 67, Trust Crisis. Suyu paused, deep in thought. Of course she didn't want to lose Jingi, she really liked him. But I can't stand it when he's with me and his mind is elsewhere. Suyu set down the clothes she was holding and furrowed her brow, speaking urgently. In this apocalypse, there's basically no use for a phone, but he still insists on charging it. And yet, I never see him take out his phone to play games, so what does he use it for? He must be secretly looking at that girl's photos at night. Besides, that girl is an alumnus of the military academy, so it's possible she's still alive. If one day we happen to meet her, do you think he might leave me? Yuan looked at Suyu, her expression growing serious. Suyu, is this how little you trust senior Jingi? Suyu was stunned. Did he not trust her? The truth was, she lacked confidence in herself. Suyu, you must believe in yourself. You can even charm women, how much more men? Yuan encouraged her. You just said I can charm women, that only proves I lack femininity, she said dejectedly. She really lacked femininity. She wasn't as alluring as Han, nor as charming as Yuan. On top of that, she even had well-developed biceps and was often mistaken for a man. A self like this made her completely unsure if she could attract someone as outstanding as Jingi. Yuan was left speechless. Suyu finished washing the clothes, feeling melancholic as she bid Yuan farewell and stepped out of the laundry room. As Suyu was hanging clothes in the hallway, Cheng Zhengqiu walked over. Sister Su, there's something I need to tell you. Suyu took the black hoodie belonging to Jingi and hung it up. Speak. After probing their memories, I've clarified the general situation of this prison, Cheng Zhengqiu said. The ordinary civilians didn't mention much, but those 7 prison guards are causing trouble. Among them, led by Cao Pengtian, are extremely dissatisfied with us occupying the prison. They were once the dominant tyrants in here. The younger women in the prison, they have all, you know what I mean, all unwillingly. Cheng Zhengqiu continued, initially, there were more than 40 refugees here, but these prison guards forcibly drove out the sick, the elderly, and those without family connections. So now there are only 20-some left. So that's what happened, Su Yu remarked. Their names. Kong Xiangfei, Luo Kangshun, Zhu Hu. You need to watch these 4 especially carefully. It's easy to dodge direct threats, but hard to guard against hidden ones. If possible, it would be best to drive them out to minimize danger. As for the other 3 prison guards, they didn't participate in such things. Song Cheng'an has a weak character and is selfish and cruel. Yaro Zhang is a righteous man who tried to discourage Cao Pengtian's gang, but it was ineffective. Yaro Zhang's combat skills are the best, he protected many people from being expelled. Lastly, Jiang Kani is clever and manipulative, good at using small tricks to get around. Although his heart isn't entirely bad, he knows how to navigate things smoothly. After getting all this information, I worked for half a day and am exhausted. Cheng Zhengqiu stretched lazily. I'll treat you to candy. Su Yu took out a lollipop from her spatial ring. Jingi loved sweets, so whenever she found a supermarket, she'd stockpile its lollipops and chocolates. These high-sugar treats were also popular among the displaced refugees, so she usually could only scavenge very few from each store. Cheng Zhengqiu glanced at her disdainfully. 1 lollipop is supposed to compensate for my hard work? You're way too stingy. Forget it then. Su Yu put it back. I'll go check if Cheng Ling is done cleaning up. I'll head off first. Cheng Zhengqiu leaned his hand behind his head and sauntered towards the cells carelessly. Wait. Su Yu suddenly had an epiphany and called out to Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Zhengqiu turned around. Anything else? Su Yu hesitated for a long time before finally sighing. Nothing. Cheng Zhengqiu shrugged and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Su Yu was startled by the sudden idea that popped into her mind. Had she actually considered using Cheng Zhengqiu's mind control to peek into Jingi's mental world? As soon as the thought surfaced, Su Yu suppressed it right away. She refused to become that kind of person, always suspicious and unable to find peace. Perhaps she should relax a bit more, as Qin Yuan suggested, live for today. Why worry about imaginary problems like whether the virtual rival inside Jingi's phone might someday come and steal him away? If that day ever came and he chose to leave, it would undoubtedly be his loss. After everyone toiled through the entire night, the eastern section was finally cleaned up. Things began to feel slightly homely. Everyone chose the cell that suited them best. Having grown accustomed to outdoor camping where even the rustle of leaves sounded threatening, sleeping in a proper cell provided everyone with a good night's rest. The cafeteria in the central area was originally for the natives of this place. Since food wasn't to be shared, Su Yu didn't need to go there and attract envious glances. It would be best if those people did not know that they had plenty of food. However, there was a problem. These natives didn't have much food either. If their food ran out, they were bound to covet what Su Yu and her group possessed. As the saying goes, you're never afraid of thieves stealing from you, but you are always worried about them keeping an eye on you. Su Yu did not want any trouble. She planned that since they were going to build a base here, surely these commoners from all walks of life could be put to some use. If they were willing to work together to build the base, then sharing supplies might not be impossible. Of course, this was not the most pressing matter at the moment, so Su Yu simply thought it over and decided to take things step by step. Su Yu found a small room in the eastern section and turned it into their kitchen, cooking large pots of rice, which was far better than eating bread and biscuits. Meng Yulan voluntarily took up the role of head chef, displaying her excellent culinary skills, while Li Jiaxu assisted her. Dr. Lin Xiao, naturally, worked in the infirmary. The natives were extremely delighted to hear there was a doctor among them and finally welcomed Su Yu and her group. This was certainly a good omen. In the afternoon, Su Yu climbed up a metal vertical ladder at the airing yard to reach the mountaintop. It was merely a small hill, 100 meters high, offering a view of the entire Q City. Unfortunately, the scenery wasn't pleasant as Q City was densely packed with blind zombies. From the hilltop, they looked like ants, quite terrifying. Cheng Zhengqiu, Qin Yuan, Jing Xan, and others also climbed up, standing on the peak and gazing down. This place was originally where prisoners could come, so beneath the small hill, there was a tall wall isolating it to prevent escapes. But now, it had become their natural barrier. Su Yu squatted down, examined the soil on the ground, and suddenly said, "How about we plant something here? Great idea. If we can grow grain here, we might actually live in the prison forever." Cheng Zhengqiu remarked, walking over. "That will make us lifetime inmates, won't it?" Jing Xan chimed in. You're right," Su Yu agreed. "But isn't being a lifetime inmate better than the death sentence?" Jing Xan shrugged, agilely climbing a tree, and brought down a bird's nest filled with chicks. Surprisingly pleased, he presented it to Cheng Ling, who had just climbed up. "For you." Jing Xan handed the nest to Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling looked at the little birds inside, still covered with sparse fluff, crying loudly for food, and said disdainfully, "No. Why don't you want it? They're cute. I'd have to catch bugs for them, too troublesome." "Not at all. Do you think there aren't enough bugs in this prison? The baby birds will die soon without their mother's care, and I don't know how to raise them anyway." Cheng Ling rolled her eyes and walked away. That was true, Jing Xan thought, climbing back up the tree and placing the nest back. Su Yu roughly surveyed the mountain. If they were really going to reclaim it and grow food, it wasn't impossible, but it would definitely be a huge project. She added it to the planning list and decided to discuss it further later. Upon returning to the room, as soon as she entered, someone covered her mouth. Before she could react and strike backward, a fiery kiss landed on her neck, followed by a familiar scent. Turning around, it was Jingi. "Why are you ignoring me?" he asked. All day, Suyu hadn't said a single word to Jingi and had even deliberately avoided him. Jingi, with his keen sense, had of course noticed. "It wasn't intentional. I was busy today." Suyu glanced aside indifferently. Jingi responded with a casual hum, then lightly kissed her dry lips, moisturizing them. His gaze was like a virus, infectious. Suyu felt herself deeply infected, unable to pull away. Suddenly, Suyu shoved Jingi away. "Why aren't you angry?" she asked him. Jingi was confused. "You clearly know I'm just faking. Why don't you press me further? Don't you care that much?" Suyu's emotions suddenly lost control, as if the accumulated pressure over these days was about to explode at this critical point. Jingi stared at her, his eyes deep. "I care deeply, but I still can't enter your world." Suyu cast a final disappointed look at him, trying hard to suppress her emotions, and turned to leave the room. However, Jingi quickly grabbed her hand. The moment their hands touched, Suyu struck out, punching directly towards Jingi's face. Acting on instinct, Jingi dodged. "Let's practice." Suyu finished speaking and attacked Jingi again fiercely, aiming straight for vital spots. Her strength and speed were both superior to Jingi's, and Jingi relied solely on his well-honed fighting techniques to hold out through dozens of exchanges with her. Unable to maneuver properly due to the confined space of the room, they moved the fight outside. Suyu attacked with ferocity, targeting crucial areas, making the sparring more intense. "Hey, why are they fighting?" Arhan came out upon hearing the commotion and wanted to separate the two, but was held back by Zhuyi. "You'll get hurt," he told her. For people at Suyu and Jingi's level of hand-to-hand combat, anyone stepping in to mediate would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Are they playing some kind of game? Cheng Zhengqiu didn't quite understand. The two were usually inseparable. Why were they fighting now? Yuan was getting anxious and rushed over to intervene, but their speed was too fast for her to stop them. "Hurry up and use your mental power to control both of them," she appealed to Cheng Zhengqiu for help. Cheng Zhengqiu stood aside with no intention of getting involved. "If I do that, Elder Su will tear me into 8 pieces. Chapter 68, The Bandit. In the end, it was Jingi who ended the fight. He stood still and stopped all his defenses. Suyu's last punch finally landed squarely on Jingi's face. Although she had suddenly reined in her strength at the last moment, she still left a bruise on the corner of Jingi's mouth. Suyu looked at him blankly, unable to imagine what would have happened if she hadn't controlled her strength and this punch had struck Jingi with all her might. Upon such thoughts, Suyu felt both heartache, anger, and regret. Her eyes became red, and she turned around and ran away. Jingi wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and wanted to chase after her, but Cheng Ling pulled him back firmly. She looked at him with immense worry and said, "Brother Jingi, you're injured." "It's nothing." After saying that, Jingi still chased after the direction where Suyu had run off. Cheng Ling was very anxious and about to go after them when she was stopped by Cheng Zhengqiu. He said nothing, just shaking his head at her. Suyu ran all the way to the deserted Western Zone prison, dived into a cell, and struck the wall hard with her fists. She hadn't been able to control her emotions properly and had hurt Jingi. She'd never hated herself as much as she did right now. Jingi walked to the door and looked at her. Suyu sat down, turning her back, not wanting him to see the tear marks in the corner of her eyes. When she woke up alone in the hospital and faced the end of the world, she didn't cry. When she was bitten by a zombie for the first time and thought she wouldn't live long, she didn't cry. Even during countless dark nights when her parents went missing, she bit her teeth and refrained from crying. But after hitting Jingi, she couldn't help but shed tears. Jingi walked in and sat beside Suyu. "Go apply some medicine," Suyu muffled her voice while wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "Not yet," Jingi replied, looking at her reddened nose tip tenderly. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Just this one phrase, "silly girl," made Suyu lose control. She wailed like a child. This crying made Jingi's heart all tangled up. In his flustered state, he tried to wipe away her tears and blew her nose, getting both his hands and sleeves soaked. Eventually, Suyu felt embarrassed and stopped crying. She reached out to touch Jingi's cheek, whispering softly, "Stupid head, why didn't you retaliate? Hitting you would have caused me more pain." Jingi smiled lightly. "Getting hit by you feels good. You talk as if I'm bullying you or something." Heartbroken, Suyu embraced Jingi's neck and kissed the wound at the corner of his lips. Jingi followed suit by extending his tongue to lick her lips, and Suyu bit down. They were entangled for a long time until Jingi took out a phone from his bag and handed it to Suyu. Suyu looked at him curiously. "You've always been curious about my world," Jingi continued, while unlocking his phone and opening the photo album. He then handed it over to Suyu. Surprisingly glancing at him, Suyu had never imagined he'd willingly hand over his phone. Taking it, she flipped through the album only to find it filled entirely with her pictures, her photos in the military academy, from various angles, her running silhouette, daydreaming and dozing off during classes, even a few selfies she posted on her social media. Back then, she still had short hair, wearing oversized military uniforms, looking even more like a boy than she does now. "My world has never been closed to you because it's full of you." Jingi looked down at her earnestly. "I don't know when I started liking you, but it must have been a very long time ago." Suyu's heart trembled fiercely. Senior brother Jingi has always had a favorite girl, and it turns out that girl is her. Jingi caressed Suyu's cheek with his rough palm, brushing against her smooth skin, making her heart race wildly. Why didn't you tell me? She turned to ask him and realized it had caused her gloomy feelings for many days. Afraid you'd get angry. Suyu didn't understand. Jingi gave an awkward laugh. I used to think you were a boy. The first time they met, senior brother Jingi had already mentioned that he once thought she was a boy. It seemed, he had uncovered some significant secret. Senior brother Jingi liked her, the male version of her. Could it be that senior brother Jingi was gay before? Suyu wished she hadn't discovered the truth. Holding her chest, she quivered and asked, so senior brother, you like boys? No. Jingi hurried to explain, I'm not into guys, I've never liked anyone else before. I just like you. No matter if you're a boy or a girl, I still like you. Why does it feel so touching? But still, it seems odd. Senior brother Jingi rejected so many girls before, not because he lacked experience with romance, but because he already had someone in mind and he assumed that person was a boy. He didn't tell her because he feared she couldn't accept. But, how could this man be so stupid and silly? If he had time to secretly take so many photos, why didn't he bother to inquire? Moreover, she always entered the girls' dormitory. Did he just ignore it? You really are an idiot. Suyu pushed him a little, and then Jingi pulled her into his embrace and initiated a passionate kiss. Suyu carefully responded to him while Jingi flipped her over beneath him. I'll help you apply some medicine. Suyu nudged him again. Jingi's hazel eyes misted over with moisture as he remained still. What, are you being disobedient? Suyu stared at him face to face. Her disordered breath tickled his face softly. Jingi finally sat up. Suyu stood up, smoothed her collar, and turned around. She glanced at Jingi sitting sullenly on the bed. He looked utterly resentful. Let's go. Suyu tugged his hand, but he was still reluctant to leave. Suyu smiled faintly, leaning close to his ear and gently cooing, Be good, Jingi. Let me first apply the medicine, and I will come find you tonight, alright? In the evening, as soon as Suyu stepped out of the door, there was a ding sound, signaling another system task. There were 2 women currently being assaulted right in the prison. Even if Suyu used her toes to think, she would have known what had happened. As soon as she stepped out, Cheng Zhangqiu also rushed out hastily from his room to stand before Suyu. I was about to sleep when an intense wave of emotion abruptly invaded my spirit. Something seems wrong in the central zone. Qin Yuan, who lived next to Suyu, also came out upon hearing the noise. She looked at Cheng Zhangqiu with puzzlement and asked, What has happened? Let's go check. Suyu, Qin Yuan, and Cheng Zhangqiu walked one after another through the main hall of the central zone prison. The closer they approached, the louder the women's cries grew. At the hall entrance, it became particularly clear. Many prisoners stuck their heads out from their cells. They were already accustomed to such sounds, and only after noticing Suyu's group running towards the scene did they get dressed properly and curiously follow behind. In the bathing area of the central zone, 2 men, both shirtless, were straddling 2 women and tearing at their clothes. The 2 women screamed and resisted fiercely, their tear-stained faces streaked with sorrow. Their shirts were ripped into shreds, leaving them barely covered. Bruises and scratches covered their bodies. When one woman refused to comply, a man struck her harshly across the face, imprinting 5 red lines of palm prints on her cheek. Blood already trickled from the corner of one woman's mouth, and she wildly pounded on the man's body, trying to push him off her. The men seemed unaware that Suyu's group had arrived. They pinned the struggling woman's arms forcibly overhead, then attempted to rip off her pants. Hell, we've never seen you filthy sluts act this fierce. You think you got someone protecting you? Huh. Let me tell you, those people care about everything else under heaven, but they can't stop me from teaching my wife a lesson. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt something hard and cold press against the back of his head. Seeing Luo Kangshun holding a gun pointed at his partner Ju Hu, he immediately scrambled off the woman, turned around to pull up his pants, and surrendered quickly. Luo Kangshun also rose promptly, carefully stepping aside. Qin Yuan took the coat offered by someone nearby, walked over, and draped it over the 2 women. Attempting to help them up, the 2 women saw Suyu approach like a savior, and both hurriedly knelt down in front of her, crying as they hugged her legs, Please, please save us. Suyu helped them up, then handed them over to Qin Yuan beside her. Don't worry. I'll deal with this. Even without seeking justice, as it was a system task for points, she was determined to intervene anyway. You do meddle too much. Ju, who still showed some dissatisfaction as he said to Suyu, She is my wife. I am not. The woman cried out defiantly, Whoever is his wife must have had the worst luck of 8 lifetimes. Bitch, you dare defy me. Do you believe me or not? I'll do it to you right now. Saying that, Ju Hu tried to grab the woman. Suyu acted swiftly, twisting his wrist. With a loud crack, his wrist dislocated and twisted into an abnormal position. Ju Hu yelled, clutching his injured wrist with his left hand. As soon as Suyu made her move, several women behind her ran out, clamoring loudly and pleading for Suyu to intercede on their behalf. These men always bully us. That's true. We didn't consent willingly, they raped us. They beat us too. They lifted up their sleeves to show numerous bruises and scars, old and new. Ju Hu and Luo Kangshun stood aside awkwardly as Luo Kangshun muttered under his breath, We risked our lives to go outside and find food for you all, so what if we asked for some servicing in return? Without us, you women would have starved to death already. All the food came from what we brought ourselves. You cowards didn't even dare to step out. One of the women gathered her courage and rebutted. That's right. All the food in the cellar is ours. Every time you went out, you just loitered around outside and never brought back a single bit of food. An elderly man also stepped forward to protest. I've said it before, anyone who endangers the group will be cast out. Suyu coldly eyed Juhu and Luo Kangshun. Shall I personally send you off, or will you leave willingly? Juhu exchanged glances with Luo Kangshun, who indignantly replied, this is our territory. Who do you newcomers think you are to drive us away? Looks like there are still those who refuse to understand the situation. Without hesitation, Suyu fired a bullet next to Luo Kangxian's foot, frightening him into retreating a few steps. I'm taking over here now. If you don't want to walk out with a crippled leg, better start cooperating nicely. You're bandits. Even if we were bandits, at least we follow principles and wouldn't stoop as low as forcing women like scum such as yourselves. Qin Yuan mocked coldly. Chapter 69, Car Theft. At this moment, the other prison guards approached as well. Luo Kangshun, like he had found his savior, rushed to Cao Pengtian. Boss, this woman is trying to drive us out. You have to take care of her. Me. I've already told you not to do too many evil deeds, but you wouldn't listen. All of this is your own fault. Yaro Zheng coldly sneered from the side. Shut up. Luo Kangshun glared angrily at Yaro Zheng. Yaro Zheng didn't bother with him and stood aside on his own. It's Suyu who's in charge here now, said Cao Pengtian as he looked at Suyu and said to Luo Kangshun and Juhu, let's go, don't make me force you. After clearing away these two villains, everyone felt refreshed, especially the women who were often bullied. They admired Suyu so much that they simply couldn't like her more. Though Cao Pengtian and Kong Xiangfei were also troublemakers who often bullied them, they believed that with Suyu around, these men would absolutely not dare to harm them anymore. Dr. Lin, please help put some medicine on these women, said Suyu to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded and told the women, follow me to the medical room. The women hesitantly thanked her when passing by Suyu, their faces flushed. No problem, Suyu gave them a reserved smile. She is so handsome. The women whispered in the medical room discussing Suyu. If she was a boy, I wonder how handsome she could be. If she was a man, I would marry her for sure. Right, as if someone like you. She might not even glance at you. Fan shining, what makes you think she will glance at you? Suyu had no idea that after she left, the women started gossiping behind her back, even becoming jealous and argumentative. When the three returned to the east zone, the lights were still on in Jingi's room, laughter and talking sounds came out of it. Suyu felt curious and stepped inside, only to find Jing Xan, Chengling and Jingi playing a board game called Monopoly. I found this board game under my bed, Jing Xan excitedly told Suyu. There are quite a lot of treasures in there. Prisoners indeed hid numerous items privately, among which there were some private utilities not worthy of being mentioned. In Suyu's own cell, she had discovered one, her face turning red as she used a bag to wrap it and threw it outside. As soon as Jingi saw Suyu approaching, he got ready to stand up but was stopped by Chengling. Brother Jingi, if you leave, we won't have fun. Yes, brother, you can't ruin the mood. Jing Xan also chimed in. Suyu exchanged a look with Jingi and said, you play with them, I'll go back to rest first. I'm a bit tired today. Okay, Jingi, although slightly reluctant inside, nodded, you rest well. Chengling, upon seeing Jingi sitting back down, showed a faint smile in the corner of her lips. Her mood became much higher as she began laughing over a chess move with Jing Xan. Cheng Zhengqiu quickly realized that Chengling was deliberately dragging Jingi along. He gave Chengling a deep look. Once Chengling met his gaze, she turned away immediately. Little Ling, come back to sleep, said Cheng Zhengqiu firmly. No, replied Chengling unhappily. We're not in school during the apocalypse anyway, let little Ling play for a bit longer. Jing Xan continued encouraging beside them. Cheng Zhengqiu said nothing, looking at Jing Xan and thinking to himself, why are both of them acting so stupid? He truly didn't know what to say. But as he left, he reminded them, before 10 o'clock, you must return to sleep. Chengling naturally agreed wholeheartedly. 2 of the 4 threats that Cheng Zhengqiu had warned Suyu about were gone, while the remaining 2 practically didn't pose any threat. The next morning, Suyu gathered the residents of the central zone and announced her plan to build a base. Those willing to join and contribute your strength can receive food, said Suyu as she glanced at them. Their food supply wasn't abundant originally. Hearing Suyu's offer, all of them enthusiastically raised their hands to obey her command willingly. Suyu nodded and declared her first plan, land reclamation and agriculture. I've observed the mountain topography. Aside from steep slopes, the mountaintop is relatively flat. I want to plant crops and vegetables on the mountain. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. It seemed to be an extensive project. Among them, there were several farmers from nearby areas who expressed doubts. The main concern, however, was the issue of tools. This prison didn't have basic agricultural equipment like hoes or plows. All these are minor issues. Whether it's fertilizers or tools, I can obtain them, said Suyu confidently. If the tools are complete, it wouldn't be impossible, one of the men stood up and said. He was about 30 to 40 years old, with dark skin that exuded a sense of tsang-sang, as if he'd been weathered by years of exposure to the elements. His name was Jiang Gage, and he was a genuine farmer. If they could solve the #1 problem of food, living in the prison would no longer mean just eating and waiting to die. People buzzed around discussing, but each face revealed a hopeful glow. Suyu brought them hope. Since land reclamation had been placed on the agenda, Suyu decided to make a trip outside today to bring back all the needed tools. I know that there are many shops selling fertilizers and farm tools in the nearby Huangtuan area, Jiang Gage volunteered, having frequently visited there in the past to buy pesticides and fertilizers. Are you willing to show us the way? Su Yu asked him. Though she knew the route well, her team certainly didn't have much knowledge about pesticides and fertilizers. If Jiang Gage would come along, this issue could be solved. Jiang Gage clearly hesitated. He was aware of how terrifying those zombies were. Since arriving at the prison, he hadn't ventured outside. Don't worry, we'll prioritize your protection, Su Yu reassured him. Jiang Gage glanced at them, then gritted his teeth and finally agreed. He had farmed all his life, never feeling that he amounted to anything significant. But now things were different. Everyone here looked to him expectantly, making him feel like a hero for once. They set off in the afternoon. Su Yu sent Jingi, Zhuyi, and a Han along with the group. Zhuyi and a Han's main task was to protect Jiang Gage while Su Yu and Jingi focused on clearing out zombies. Huangtuan was located in the suburban areas, where farmers from surrounding towns often came to buy their farming tools. It was a relatively large agricultural trade market, not only offering farm tools and fertilizers pesticides, but also many vegetable and fruit seeds. Su Yu used a smart map to select a route with fewer zombies heading toward Huangtuan. Jiang Gage was surprised at how familiar Su Yu was with the routes here. Naturally, Su Yu couldn't mention the smart map, so she explained, I grew up in this city, it can be considered my hometown. Her parents had worked at the Southwest Military District before, so her childhood and adolescence were spent in City Q. Later, when her parents were transferred back to the capital, she transferred to school there in high school. Then, her parents disappeared, she entered the military academy in the capital, and after graduation was assigned to his district, just in time to meet the apocalypse. Never thought we're from the same hometown. Upon hearing that Su Yu was also from City Q, Jiang Gage immediately felt closer and began speaking in their local dialect with her. If we get a chance later, let's have a hot pot meal together. Jiang Gage was in high spirits. Alright, once the base is built, we'll find some time for all of us to have hot pot, Su Yu smiled and replied. Jingi didn't fully understand the dialect they spoke, but watching Su Yu smile, he felt very comfortable inside. The car stopped in an open alleyway at the Huangtuan farmers market. The few wandering zombies were easily killed by Su Yu. Walking ahead, Jingi and Su Yu led the way, while Zhuyi and a Han protected Jiang Gage in the middle, heading towards a store that sold farming tools. Inside, a couple of zombies charged at them when they saw people enter. Su Yu and Jingi each took one and quickly killed them. Once it was confirmed safe, a Han locked the shop door. Jiang Gage moved around the store, bringing out lots of items including farm tools and fertilizers, which Su Yu stored in her space. Jiang Gage found it hard to believe, things he had seen just moments ago vanished without a trace. Rubbing his eyes, he made sure it wasn't an illusion. Su Yu hadn't concealed the matter of her space from everyone else. To a Han and the others, it wasn't unusual anymore. Su Yu gave a simple explanation to Jiang Gage, who still seemed puzzled, but roughly understood that the stuff had already been stored. Since there was no issue with carrying weight, he became more relaxed and visited several stores, gathering plenty of farming tools. Confirming that nothing had been missed, it was already twilight. The group tried their best to avoid drawing the attention of the zombies wandering in the farmer's market as they walked towards the small alley where they had parked. However, just as they approached the alley, they heard the sound of a car engine starting. Su Yu's heart sank as she ran ahead first. Their RV was driving straight toward them, with a man sitting in the driver's seat. As soon as Su Yu recognized his face, she instinctively raised her gun and shot at him. The car window shattered, but the man did not stop and drove straight at them. Su Yu kept firing, while Jingi quickly pulled her aside. If he had been a second late, the car might have already crashed into her. A Han realized what happened, that man had stolen their vehicle. She muttered a curse as the man sped off with their RV. With the RV gone, many zombies were now attracted to their alley and started surrounding them. Jingi drew his long knife from behind, and Su Yu also took out her short blade, swiftly killing the nearest zombies. Jiang Gage, who had never seen so many zombies before, was already trembling with fear. A Han supported him up and snapped, "Be stronger, don't hold us back." Su Yu opened her smart map and noticed there were fewer zombies in the alley behind them. She shouted to a Han, "You and Zhuyi take Uncle Jiang first. Jingi and I will buy you some time." "Okay, be careful." A Han responded, pulling Jiang Gage and turning to run. Zhuyi guarded them closely, and any zombie that lunged toward them was hit to the ground by his staff, its brain pierced through with one strike. Su Yu and Jingi faced the large swarm of zombies rushing at them without any fear, fighting fiercely amidst the crowd. Chapter 70, Captured. Zhuyi ran ahead, clearing all the zombies in front. A Han came out with Jiang Gage, who had already been scared stiff and couldn't straighten up against the wall. "It's over. We're going to die here. What should we do?" Jiang Gage kept muttering. Zhuyi used a long stick to clear the zombies in front, while a Han directly grabbed his collar without caring if Jiang Gage could walk or not, and dragged him across the road. Jiang Gage was almost dragged all the way by a Han. Several zombies leaped at them from behind, but a Han shot the nearest ones with his gun and took shelter in a hardware store on the other side of the street with Zhuyi. After a Han and Jiang Gage entered, Zhuyi slammed the door shut and picked up an iron rod on the ground to secure it. Outside the door, there were large numbers of zombies blocking their escape. A Han patted Zhuyi's shoulder, and Zhuyi turned around as a Han pointed to the inner room. Through the shadowy light, they could see the figures of zombies moving inside the inner room. Moreover, judging from their physique and appearance, they seemed more like evolved zombies. A hand placed her slender finger on her lips, signaling for silence and especially giving a threatening glare at Jiang Gage, who immediately covered his mouth. Although he was so frightened, he still bit his teeth hard to prevent himself from screaming and having a nervous breakdown. A hand pulled Jiang Gage carefully to the counter edge, gently opening an empty cabinet door and letting him hide inside. Jiang Gage obediently crawled into the cabinet, and a hand closed the cabinet door. The zombie inside the room heard some noise and came out, looking around the room but didn't see any living beings. A Han and Zhuori hid in another cabinet. The cabinet space was narrow, and the two stood face to face, their bodies pressed tightly together. A Han heard Zhuori's heart beating incessantly. She assumed he was nervous, so she gently pulled his hand to comfort him. Unexpectedly, this made Zhuori's heart beat faster, and his face turned completely red. A Han looked up and seeing Zhuori's awkward expression, a thought occurred to her how sharp she was. She immediately saw that Zhuori's blushing and rapid heartbeat were abnormal. This little monk. Could he be attracted to her? There wasn't time to think about it further because the heavy footsteps of the zombies were already very close, lingering right next to them. Cold sweat broke out on a Han's back despite herself. If it were ordinary zombies, she and Zhuori would have rushed out to kill them all mercilessly. But with an entire room full of evolved zombies, she really didn't feel confident. Their physical strength was incomparably superior to that of regular zombies, and they could even think and dodge. And the bullets in a Han's gun were running low, and worse, she also had Jiang Gage to take care of. If they could avoid confrontation, they should do so. Through the cracks in the cabinet, they could vaguely see the silhouettes of the zombies. They seemed to have sensed something unusual here, but their limited intelligence wouldn't allow them to analyze it further. They slowly walked away from the counter. A Han exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, before she could fully relax, she heard a sound from the opposite closet, Yuan. The zombies that had just left suddenly turned back and lunged toward the cabinet where Jiang Gage was hiding. Inside the cabinet, Jiang Gage struggled desperately to hold onto the cabinet door, his face turning bright red. His strength was no match for those physically enhanced evolved zombies who effortlessly forced the cabinet door open. Jiang Gage stood inside the cabinet, his face distorted due to extreme panic. Behind him, a Han and Zhuori burst out of their hiding place simultaneously. Zhuori swept his long stick, knocking down the evolved zombies blocking the cabinet entrance, while a Han picked up her gun and fired directly into their heads. Su Yu and Jingi fought their way through the zombie horde, actually cutting a bloody path for themselves. However, not far away in the streets, zombies continued to gather and surged towards their direction, including several evolved zombies with agile movements. Su Yu's stamina was still sufficient, but obviously, a normal person like Jingi wouldn't be able to endure much longer. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a woman suddenly joined the battle. She wore a linen tank top and brown shorts, with short hair. Her single-lidded eyes emitted fierce glares, her thin lips were tightly pressed, and her whole body was muscular. Her skin was a healthy tan, her chest was solid, and she clearly had six-pack abs and a defined oblique line. She wielded 2 daggers, her figure incredibly swift and agile. In the blink of an eye, she slaughtered all the zombies nearby. Jingi noticed her knife-handling techniques very proficient and skillful, which was definitely a posture formed naturally after long-term training. The 3 of them held off the zombie army together. Several evolved zombies leaped out from the crowd of zombies and pounced fiercely at the trio. Su Yu and Jingi instinctively stepped back to dodge the sudden attacks, but that woman actually ran directly towards those evolved zombies, single-handedly taking on multiple evolved zombies. Another reckless one. Without a word, Su Yu and Jingi rushed over to help her. The 3 of them formed a triangle, engaging with the evolved zombies. With the evolved zombies joining the battle, many regular zombies naturally sensed the danger and no longer surged forward all at once. Instead, they gradually dispersed. "Let's go while we have the chance," Su Yu shouted at them. "You go ahead," the woman replied. She had just pulled her dagger out from under the jaw of an evolved zombie and plunged it into another one. Seeing her frenzied killing spree, Su Yu was reminded of the first time she met Mu Lin. They truly shared something in common in their approaches. "Let's go together." After Su Yu said this, she joined the woman in fighting off the zombies. She valued righteousness. This woman clearly didn't need to involve herself in their predicament, yet at the most perilous moment, she resolutely stood by them and fought side by side. Now, Su Yu couldn't possibly leave her behind and run away. Perhaps realizing that continuing like this would mean none of them would escape, the woman began to restrain her killing intent and fled together with Su Yu and Jingi toward the streets with fewer zombies. Su Yu remembered seeing a civilian truck by the roadside earlier. That truck was parked right in front of the farmer's market entrance, and now all they could do was hope it still worked. Zhuori stood at the door with his long stick in hand. The evolved zombies watched him from afar, their black gums revealing sharp teeth oozing with red pus. They huffed and puffed before rushing Zhuori all at once. Resolutely, Zhuori held off the rear door, his stick striking left and right, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. He didn't allow them to advance any further. Behind him, a Han led Jiang Gage, sprinting along the alleyway. At this moment, Zhuori's originally clear gaze became clouded with a layer of blood mist. His long stick was covered in fresh blood, all of which belonged to the evil-infested zombies. In the alley, Jiang Gage suddenly stopped and tugged at a Han's sleeve, trembling fingers pointing straight ahead. A Han looked up and saw 2 figures walking shoulder to shoulder toward them from the alley entrance. One man wore a black jacket, and the other a vest. Each held a machine gun. Before a Han could speak, a gunshot shattered her eardrums. The world went silent and desolate. She turned around. Jiang Gage beside her had been shot through the head, streams of blood flowing out from the wound on his forehead, blossoming into a crimson flower on the ground. His mouth was wide open, as if he still had something to say, but he'd never get the chance again. Your ancestors. A Han roared and pulled out her dagger, lunging toward the two men. However, another gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck her in the calf. She could hear the sound of her bones breaking. A Han collapsed onto the ground, her blood flowing down her leg. Pain threatened to overwhelm her, and as she nearly lost consciousness, the two men approached, taking her dagger and dragging her by the arm out of the alley. Upon hearing the gunshot, Zhuori thrust his stick deep into the brain of the last evolved zombie and then ran toward the alley. The empty alley returned to an eerie silence. Jiang Gage's body lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Meanwhile, a Han was nowhere to be seen. A long trail of blood stretched from her dragged body to the end of the alley. In desperation, Zhuori chased out of the alley and saw the RV disappear around the street corner. They had stolen the RV and taken a Han with them. Zhuori felt a strange panic, a feeling he had never experienced before, not even when he first encountered the flesh-eating zombies on his descent from the mountain. Thinking about what a Han might endure, his heart burned like it was on fire, and even reciting mantras couldn't soothe his restless mind. Standing at the deserted intersection, Zhuori didn't know what to do next. Behind him, many zombies were drawn to the scent of blood, encircling Jiang Gage's body in the alley. Zhuori quickly turned around, went back into the alley, and hoisted Jiang Gage's corpse onto his back. Blood streamed down his shoulders, quickly soaking half of Zhuori's clothes. Carrying Jiang Gage's body, Zhuori walked toward the end of the avenue. His mind was completely blank as the surrounding zombies lunged at him, encircling him tightly. Zhuori defended himself desperately, keeping the zombies temporarily at bay. However, at that moment, there was some movement behind him. A large truck came speeding toward him, barreling through the zombies and scattering them across the ground, turning them into mush. Jingi was driving, and Suyu stood atop the truck, reaching her hand out to Zhuori. Zhuori grabbed the opportunity and jumped onto the truck as it sped up, leaving the zombie-infested streets. Zhuori laid Jiang Gage's body down. Suyu looked at the gunshot wound on his forehead, clenching her fists tightly. "Where's a Han?" "She was kidnapped." Zhuori's voice trembled slightly, by the same group who stole the RV. Suyu suddenly raised her gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire against the zombies by the street, pouring out all her anger and frustration on them. She had promised Jiang Gage that she would protect him if he came with her. But now, all that remained of him was a cold corpse, having evaded the zombies but mysteriously dying under human fire. Suyu brought Jiang Gage's body back and buried him on the mountain. She sat alone on the mountain for a long time until darkness fell. The feeling of breaking a promise was terrible, but owing someone their life felt even worse. Chapter 71, Rescue. After Zhuori returned, she did not utter a single word, locking herself in her room and didn't come out for dinner. Cheng Zhengqiu leaned against the wall, his eyes profound as they focused on the voluptuous beauty Suyu had brought back, who was now voraciously devouring meat at the table. TSK, this woman gave him an instinctive sense of danger. Her mental form was extraordinarily powerful, difficult to control unless she had undergone special mental training in the past or experienced some major psychological trauma and then overcome it herself, honing the willpower she exhibited now. In short, Cheng Zhengqiu tried to intrude into her memories but barely entered before expending a large portion of his spiritual energy. Her world was completely soaked in blood, all her memories revolved around slaughter. Be it humans or zombies. Kill, kill, kill. Then he seemed to see a city, standing at the edge of the world, its gates tightly locked, with the heavens dyed crimson in deathly silence. Cheng Zhengqiu abruptly withdrew his spirit force, striving hard to calm the surging emotions within. His psychic control was still very unskilled, easily influenced by the other party's emotions. Now, for instance, a nameless wave of immense sadness surged into Cheng Zhengqiu's heart, rippling through his emotions like ripples in a pond. Suddenly she lifted her gaze, sharp as an arrow, directly piercing Cheng Zhengqiu. At that instant, she disappeared. That's right, she just vanished into thin air. Cheng Zhengqiu thought he might be hallucinating, so he removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, but indeed, she had truly vanished. Alarmed, Cheng Zhengqiu quickly activated his mental search. Behind him, a formidable mental force was approaching. Right then, the cold blade of a dagger pressed against Cheng Zhengqiu's neck. She reappeared, holding the dagger that held the key to Cheng Zhengqiu's life. Just a little more pressure and Cheng Zhengqiu would have met his end there. "A level 2 telepath," she said coldly. "Didn't anyone tell you it's extremely impolite to randomly explore someone else's memory?" At that moment, Cheng Zhengqiu understood this woman too was an anomaly bearer. The sudden disappearance and reappearance earlier were likely results of her abilities. Was it invisibility? It seemed that she could detect Cheng Zhengqiu's mental intrusion. Certainly, she wasn't an ordinary character. "Sorry about that," Cheng Zhengqiu conceded in this situation. "Since you're new here at our base, being cautious is always a wise choice." She let out a low humph and withdrew the dagger, threatening him with, "If it happens again, I'll cut off your ears." Cheng Zhengqiu believed her threat wasn't merely words, she was capable of carrying it out. "My name is Cheng Zhengqiu, glad to meet you." Cheng Zhengqiu extended a hand in friendship. She gave him a cold glance and ignored him, retaking her seat and continuing to eat. Her mannerisms made it seem as if she hadn't eaten for days. Cheng Zhengqiu sat opposite her, watching her wolf down her meal. She was dressed so casually, it drew his attention to her flaxen-wrapped bust. He guessed she must be wearing a D cup. He subtly measured by placing his palm under the table. Later Cheng Zhengqiu found out that the woman's name was Dao Hua. Definitely not her real name, but since she didn't wish to reveal it, no one forced her. However, looking at how cold and fierce she appeared at times, Cheng Zhengqiu found it almost impossible to associate her with the spring-like image of blossoming peach flowers. The hall was brightly lit. Su Yu wore a heavy expression as he briefly explained today's events to everyone, including Jiang Gage's murder and Han's abduction. It seems that Q City has more survivors than just us. Cheng Zhengqiu massaged his temple in irritation. Han should not be in any mortal danger. That makes it even more terrifying. Yuan reacted emotionally. Torture and humiliation are far worse than death. Dao Hua suddenly sneered, glancing sideways at Yuan. Death is far more terrible than anything you described. Her tone carried a hint of nonchalance, but her expression betrayed nothing of the lightness in her words. Cheng Zhengqiu, perceptive as ever, caught something deeper lurking in her eyes. And who are you? Yuan questioned sharply. Indeed, everyone had noticed the new addition to their group brought back by Su Yu. They had stayed silent thus far, but since she had now drawn attention to herself, ignoring her was no longer an option. Her name is Dao Hua. She saved Su Yu and Jingi when they were surrounded by zombies earlier. Su Yu interjected on behalf of Dao Hua, calming the group's suspicions. Actually, Dao Hua had been reluctant to return to the base with Su Yu. It was Su Yu's repeated invitations, along with her extreme hunger, that eventually convinced her to follow him back. Have you always lived in Q City? Alone? Yuan clearly did not trust her. Dao Hua nodded. The group that captured your partner, I've encountered them a few times before. They're all bandits, armed and powerful. Most importantly, there are anomaly bearers among them. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Indeed, with the coming of the apocalypse, challenges kept piling up one after another. Humans began to evolve, gradually overcoming their own limitations, resulting in anomalies appearing. How many of them are there? How many anomaly bearers? Su Yu asked. Dao Hua shook her head. I'm not sure. I've never seen all of them at once. But so far, I've only encountered 2 anomaly bearers. Since you're an anomaly bearer too, why didn't you choose to join their team? People like you must be highly welcomed by them, right? Cheng Zhengqiu suddenly asked. With your skills, they should gladly accept you. I have my own mission. Dao Hua replied coldly, and I don't need to join any team. When it came to herself, she seemed unwilling to talk further, so no one pursued it anymore. Instead, the topic returned to rescuing a Han. So far, those 2 anomaly bearers possessed defensive and physical enhancement abilities, Dao Hua continued. This bore some resemblance to Mu Lin and Su Yu's powers. If there were only these 2 anomaly bearers, Su Yu felt confident about crushing them easily. After all, they also had Cheng Zhengqiu, who possessed mental abilities, and their supply of ammunition was certainly sufficient. However, they couldn't be sure whether there were any other unknown anomaly bearers among them. But no matter how dangerous it might be, she had to get a Han back. Su Yu meticulously selected weapons from the space storage and loaded them into a large truck. Everyone was eager to go along. Through the smart map, Su Yu located their position and number around 10 people, located in the central hospital of Q City. The numbers were similar to theirs, but among their group were elders and children. In terms of real combatants, there were just a few. Su Yu decided that Jingi, Mu Lin, Yuan, Cheng Zhengqiu would go together. Zhuori volunteered as well, wanting to go with Su Yu. Concerned, Su Yu said, we might have to kill, little master, are you sure you want to come with us? Zhuori firmly nodded. A Han was taken under my watch. I have to bring her back. At the same time, Dr. Lin Xiao also requested to go along. In such a dangerous operation, having a doctor around is essential. A Han woke up groggily, finding herself lying in a hospital room. Thinking it was a dream at first, she vaguely remembered that her leg seemed to have been shot. But now, she felt nothing, no pain at all. She abruptly sat up, pulled the blanket off to check her calf. Unbelievably, her calf was intact, without even a single scar. Yet she distinctly remembered being abducted after getting shot in the leg. How could there be no trace of it? She tried getting out of bed, walking to the window, and looking at the blurry night scenery outside. She thought she was going to start hallucinating. But she was indeed kidnapped. A Han glanced around the room. There were no usable weapons for self-defense. The several daggers she always carried had all been confiscated by those people. Her gaze fell on the vase on the bedside table. She took off her clothes, wrapped the vase, and then smashed it hard on the floor. The vase shattered, and she picked up a sharp piece from it and held it tightly in her hand. Then she walked to the door and tried turning the doorknob. Click. The door opened. She peeked out cautiously. There was no one in the corridor. A Han's heart was filled with excitement as she stepped out of the room. It was indeed the hospital corridor. Shockingly, each ward contained a woman. Some were in patient gowns, others were even completely undressed. Some looked disheveled, while others were dressed up provocatively. Just as a Han turned around, she caught sight of a woman with bruises on her face staring at her. Her eyes locked onto a Han's, and she opened her mouth wide. A Han gestured to her to be quiet, but the next moment, the woman's sharp scream pierced through. Someone is escaping. Soon, footsteps echoed down the corridor. A Han knew there was no escape. She glared furiously at the woman before retreating back into her room. As soon as the door closed, not long after, she heard the cries of agony from the women in the opposite room. It seemed the woman was beaten for false reporting. Quickly, the door to a Han's room was forced open. A man strode in. He was tall and muscular, but his appearance was ugly, his eyes roving lecherously over a Han's body. Approaching a Han, he grabbed her arm and threw her forcefully onto the bed, pressing down on her immediately. Instantly, a Han understood what this man intended to do. He was not her type at all. A Han pretended to be compliant, guiding the man to undress. Her docility made him let down his guard. Just as he was fumbling over her body, a Han thrust the piece of glass she had been tightly holding straight towards the back of this man's neck. However, what she hadn't expected was that the shard of glass broke into several pieces upon contact, while the man's neck remained completely unscathed. He scratched his neck like it was an itch, and when he felt the broken glass shards, his eyes turned colder and more brutal as he looked at a Han. He struck a fierce punch directly into a Han's stomach. She hunched over, clutching her stomach, the pain making her feel like her stomach was churning. Another punch followed, landing on her face, and half of her face instantly swelled up. Chapter 72, Imprisoned. A Han wanted to resist him, but this man's body was like a copper wall and iron wall. No matter how she attacked, there was no way she could hurt him even slightly, and the final result was that she was abused even more brutally. Xiongzi, you've beaten her up so badly, how are you going to sell her for a good price? Outside the glass window, a wiry and short middle-aged man looked at everything happening inside the room indifferently. The man called Xiongzi finally stopped his violence. A Han fell on the ground, covered in wounds, and her face was blooded and unrecognizable. Do we need to get a doctor to cure her? The man with glasses standing beside the wiry man said, the buyer is coming soon to inspect the goods. No, keep the new arrival first, let the brothers have fun for a couple of days. He finished speaking and walked away. Xiongzi directly pulled a Han up, threw her violently on the bed, and then tore off her clothes. A Han could not remember how many men had come into her room. She now just wanted to sleep, but in her dreams, there was endless torture. But she had said the same sentence to every man who had visited her. I will bite your necks off. She was still alive until now solely because of the flame of revenge burning in her chest. In the bar, wine glasses clinked against each other. A Han, dressed seductively and heavily made up, walked in. Seeing handsome men she liked, she would invite them to drink an expensive bottle of Jack Daniels, then chat for a bit, and walk out of the bar together. She could not remember how many times she had brought men back home. Her parents were busy with their business and rarely returned, leaving the large villa empty except for her living alone. She didn't know when it started, but indulging in one-night stands filled the void in her spirit through the pleasure of the flesh, making her addicted. Every night, she would bring all kinds of men back home. Later, her parents found out. Her father was furious, calling her a disgrace to the family, and sent her for mandatory treatment and psychological intervention, saying if she couldn't be cured, she wasn't allowed to return home. Actually, a Han did not want to go back to that cold house anyway, she was just restricted in the treatment center. At the treatment center, they showed her slides of male genitalia and used electroshock therapy to make her feel nauseated by male bodies. At the most severe period, she would vomit just at the sight of them. Just like now, she really felt like vomiting. Later, when the apocalypse arrived, the streets were filled with zombies devouring humans. The treatment center, being fully enclosed, remained relatively safe. However, it was a Han who opened the gate. She watched the doctors who tortured her be eaten by zombies, and an unusual sense of satisfaction surged within her. In the post-apocalyptic world, people with rebellious personalities like a Han easily survived. She learned to fight zombies, and in the endless killings, her mind found peace. Later, a Han tried dating a few girlfriends, but they were all killed by zombies. Gradually losing interest, she discovered she still liked men. But her physical passion seemed to fade completely, and she no longer had the desires she once had. Her sexual addiction was cured by the apocalypse. As a Han's thoughts drifted far away, suddenly, there was a loud explosion, followed by what felt like an earthquake, shaking the entire building. Then came deafening gunshots. The man lying on top of a Han quickly got up, hurriedly put on his pants, grabbed his gun, and ran out. On the opposite high-rise facing the hospital, Su Yu held a telescope observing the movements at the hospital across the street. There was a high fence outside the hospital, which effectively kept the zombies out. Cheng Zhengqiu activated his mental exploration ability and managed to figure out roughly the situation of the people inside. The opposing side is a group of human traffickers, specifically trafficking young women to some male-dominated survivor teams in exchange for weapons and food. It appears that there are quite a number of hidden survivor groups in this mountain city. Cheng Zhengqiu muttered, I've located a Han. She's on the 4th floor, and her condition isn't very good. How many psychics do they have? Su Yu asked. There should only be 4. One has enhanced physical abilities, one has defensive skills, one can predict the future, and another is a healing type. Hearing about the healer, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Is it the type that can heal quickly? He asked. Cheng Zhengqiu nodded, closing his eyes again and searching through the memories of those people one by one. He saw the short wiry man, their mental energies clashed sharply as his sharp gaze met his. Immediately afterward, Cheng Zhengqiu abruptly opened his eyes, feeling an intense pain in his forehead. Before he could react, he had been subjected to a mental attack. The other side also has a psychic type ability user. When he said these words, everyone seemed a little deflated. The opposing side had 5 psychics, excluding the healer, there were still 4 left. Suddenly, the power disparity became apparent. Ignoring all else, Su Yu turned around, picked up the fire cannon on the ground, and aimed it at the hospital wall. With one blast, a large section of the wall collapsed. She then aimed at the hospital building and fired 3 consecutive shots. People began to flee from the building in panic as Jing Xan took out his gun and started shooting them one by one, thoroughly enjoying the killing spree. Soon, the other side realized their position and started firing back. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jingi and Zhuyi swiftly jumped over the collapsed wall and infiltrated the hospital building. Moving quickly and cautiously, they effortlessly sneaked inside. Su Yu had calculated that while the hospital was large, there weren't many people on the other side, making infiltration relatively easy. They were providing cover fire from outside to help Jing Yi's group go inside to rescue hostages. But Su Yu hadn't anticipated one thing: the other side also had a psychic-type ability user. If so, Jing Yi's group would be detected as soon as they entered like lambs into the mouth of a tiger. She began to feel anxious. At this moment, Cheng Zhongqiu suddenly spoke up. "The opponent's mental power user is contacting me." "What did he say?" Su Yu asked. "He told us to stop shooting immediately, otherwise, they will kill our people, not only a Han but also those who have already gone inside." Jingi and Zhuyi, Cheng Zhongqiu replied. "That's impossible." Su Yu's eyes glinted with determination. "Tell them to release the captives now, or I'll blow the hospital into nothing." After all, she had sufficient firepower. Cheng Zhongqiu relayed the message, waiting for the response soon after. The opponent said he could kill those 3 people at any time now. "We'd get nothing," Cheng Zhongqiu reported. Su Yu frowned, then continued, "Tell them that our team didn't send any psychics on this risky mission. Trading the lives of 3 ordinary people for their team's annihilation sounds very worthwhile to me." Meanwhile, the cannon kept wreaking havoc on the hospital building. Qin Huan stared at Su Yu in shock, finding it hard to believe she would say such a thing about the lives of 3 ordinary people. Jing Xan, upon hearing these words, threw down his sniper rifle and angrily confronted Su Yu. "You're using my brother as cannon fodder." Cheng Zhongqiu looked at Su Yu. Of course, he understood her intentions. Pretending Jing Yi's group wasn't important was, in fact, the safest strategy for now. Fortunately, Cheng Zhongqiu had already activated the mental shield earlier, so the opponent couldn't explore their true intentions. Now having no time to explain, Cheng Zhongqiu suddenly said, "The opponent requests negotiations. How do they want to negotiate? Each of our teams will send 1 psychic to fight in a one-on-one duel. If we win, they will release the captives immediately and return the RV and food as compensation. If we lose, we must hand over all the women in our team." Cheng Zhongqiu opened his eyes and looked at Su Yu, adding, "I guess they don't know yet that our leader is actually a woman." "Tell them we accept the challenge," Su Yu said. Jing Xan and Qin Huan remained on the high-rise to monitor the enemy's movements. On the hospital square, Cheng Zhongqiu, Su Yu, and Mu Lin had walked forward, and the other side sent out several men to meet them. The short wiry man in the center was undoubtedly their leader, and also the only psychic on their team. His name was Li Cheng. Standing next to him was Fang Da, the body-enhanced psychic, who had been chosen to participate in the duel. Originally, Mu Lin volunteered to fight, but Su Yu didn't agree. Mu Lin's psychic ability made him nearly indestructible, but it wasn't continuous. Every psychic possessed something akin to psychic energy within their bodies, and prolonged use would deplete it. Once it ran out, the psychic ability would disappear. Su Yu was very familiar with Fang Da's psychic abilities, his agility, strength, and speed, but she wasn't sure if Mu Lin's defensive abilities alone would be enough to counteract Fang Da. Su Yu decided to step in herself. A body-enhanced psychic at her level was someone she'd never encountered before, and this would be a good opportunity to practice. After the fight began, Su Yu fought conservatively, both to preserve her strength and to test her opponent. Soon, she realized that besides his enhanced bodily functions, Fang Da's combat techniques were extremely crude, with no real methods or strategies, just a brute force brawl. Su Yu, on the other hand, had undergone systematic professional combat training at school and had received pointers from Jingi over the past few months. Now, her combat skills were highly refined. Her advantages quickly became apparent. With similar physical capabilities, she could effectively counter each of his moves. Even to an outsider, Fang Da was clearly at a disadvantage. Su Yu's final punch fiercely slammed Fang Da to the ground, the entire concrete floor cracking from her tremendous force. Only such power could ensure that Fang Da wouldn't be able to get up again. Su Yu was confident about this. The fight was over. Fang Da fell unconscious on the ground, and Su Yu arched an eyebrow as she turned to look at psychic Li Cheng. "You've lost." Li Cheng smirked slyly. "Is that so?" "Su Yu." Mu Lin suddenly called out her name, pointing at Fang Da on the ground. His hand twitched, and then he actually managed to struggle and stand up. Chapter 73, I Like You. At this moment, half of Fang Da's face had already been swollen from Su Yu's beating, but he stood up again and launched a fierce attack on Su Yu. The speed and power of this attack increased significantly, forcing Su Yu to retreat step by step under his overwhelming assault. It was as if the previous Fang Da had deliberately hidden his true abilities to let Su Yu win that round in order to deplete her stamina. Was this truly his actual skill level now? Su Yu realized that Fang Da's techniques had obviously improved a great deal this time. Even many of his fighting moves and styles were exactly the same as hers. Could he have completely learned Su Yu's techniques in such a short amount of time? Unbelievable. Cheng Zhongqiu adjusted his glasses frame, looking at Fang Da, then at Li Cheng behind Fang Da. Li Cheng was watching Fang Da intently, his pupils shifting with every movement Fang Da made, very focused. Cheng Zhongqiu suddenly understood what was going on. Even though Fang Da had been beaten to the point of being completely defenseless, he suddenly became violent again. This was controlled by the psychic. Fang Da's physical strength was already exhausted, yet his body remained strong. Li Cheng used mental control over him, making him stand up again. Every move Fang Da executed now was actually being controlled by Li Cheng. It wasn't that Fang Da had learned Su Yu's techniques, but rather that Li Cheng had learned them and was controlling Fang Da to execute them. What a lunatic. Cheng Zhengqiu silently thought to himself. This was the equivalent of draining all resources dry. Fang Da's physical strength was already depleted, continuing to fight using psychic control would make him collapse due to exhaustion, possibly even cause him to go into shock, posing a serious threat to his life. Cheng Zhengqiu wanted very much to inform Su Yu of this through telepathy. It was blatant cheating, but after some consideration, he didn't do it. Even if she knew, at this moment, Su Yu had no better way than to continue defending herself. Arguing with these people wouldn't accomplish anything. He didn't want to affect her emotions, so silently through telepathy, he conveyed some proof of emotions like encouragement and motivation to Su Yu. After Jingi and Zhuo Yi entered the hospital, initially, no one stopped them. They went straight to the 4th floor, heading toward a Han's ward according to Su Yu's directions. However, just as they reached the 4th floor, they encountered a tall middle-aged man holding a long knife, waiting for them. Yarrow Mutian looked at Jingi. He had heard Li Cheng talk about this before. There was someone in the opposing team who was skilled in swordsmanship. He really wanted to engage with him, so he intentionally stayed here. Li Cheng trusted this person thoroughly. Jingi saw that he was targeting him specifically and also drew his katana from behind his back. After a silent exchange of gazes, both simultaneously raised their knives and charged toward each other. The two fine blades collided in the air, sparking loud, sizzling sparks. This man seemed to have also received professional training. Whether it was offense or defense, his movements were impeccable. Jingi fought against him for several rounds and found that no matter what kind of technique he employed, the opponent could always preemptively defend or evade, as if he could predict it in advance. Jingi recalled that during their reconnaissance earlier, Cheng Zhengqiu had mentioned that the opponent had a psychic who could foresee the future and anticipate everything that would happen within the next 2 minutes. Therefore, during their battle, Yarrow Mutian was always able to predict Jingi's next move and counter it effectively, keeping him in check. As the battle progressed, Jingi began to feel strained. In contrast, Yarrow Mutian appeared relaxed and pleased, even managing to smirk and challenge Jingi with a nod after deflecting his attacks. While Jingi was engaged in fierce combat with Yarrow Mutian, Zhuo Yi had already rushed anxiously towards a Han's room. He passed by many wards. In some wards, women cowered in fear, trembling because of the gunshots and fighting sounds outside. In others, women appeared mentally unstable, completely unafraid, and kept waving Zhuo Yi over while laughing unknowingly. Zhuo Yi searched room by room, and finally, at the end of the corridor, he found a Han in a ward. She had been beaten until her nose and face were bruised, naked, lying on the bed, and her expression was vacant. When Zhuo Yi entered and lowered his gaze, he saw her body covered in bruises and injuries from being abused. Nothing was left of the beauty they had witnessed that evening by the moonlit lake. His heart clenched abruptly, quickly removing his robe to wrap her up fully. Then he picked her up and prepared to leave. "Little monk." She suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse like sandpaper. After yelling all night, her voice was completely ruined, but at this moment, it sounded unusually gentle. Zhuo Yi responded quietly. "Little monk," she called out again. Zhuo Yi continued responding to her. As the third call of little monk rang out, a Han suddenly began to cry. Her tears flowed like a fountain and soaked his grey robe. Zhuo Yi realized his heart was aching beyond control, unable to remain as calm as still water as he usually did. He carried her out through the main gate, hurrying towards the other end of the corridor when suddenly, a gunshot nearly shattered a Han's eardrums. Zhuo Yi's body trembled violently. She turned back in fear, seeing two men standing at the end of the corridor, guns in their hands. Blood spread across Zhuo Yi's back. A Han helplessly looked at him, and he clenched his teeth in pain but continued walking forward without looking back. Each step tore through excruciating agony. A Han covered her mouth and began crying uncontrollably. Their opponents seemed surprised that one bullet couldn't kill the man, so they quickly fired several more shots. "Ah!" she cried out. Finally, Zhuo Yi could no longer support himself and collapsed, but even as he fell, he protected her from falling too. The two men dragged a Han out of Zhuo Yi's arms. Blood pooled beneath Zhuo Yi, and he lay face down in the crimson pool, yet his hand remained tightly clasping a Han's. "Isn't this monk actually here?" The man who fired the gun said with mockery. "Is this woman not his wife?" "Can monks marry women?" another man asked. "Maybe he's just a lecherous monk, haha. This woman isn't dead yet, but she probably will be soon. Brother Wang, should we take advantage of her while she's still warm?" Hehe. What happened next? Zhuo Yi could barely hear anymore. His consciousness was gradually fading. Perhaps, he was dying. When the apocalypse came and his master passed into nirvana, his master had instructed him to cut off his monastic roots and return to the secular world to experience the red dust of human life. Zhuo Yi didn't understand the deeper meaning of his master's words. Instead, he chose a path to guide others according to his own heart. But slowly, he found that guiding humanity also meant killing everyone because only through bloodshed could lost souls find peace. Life is death, and death is life. "Little monk," a Han's desperate cries kept ringing in his ears, lingering endlessly within his fading awareness. Life is death, and death is life. Life is death, and death is life. It seemed, he was beginning to understand. Suddenly, Zhuo Yi's eyes snapped open, and all he saw was one of the men straddling a Han. Never before had Zhuo Yi felt such intense loathing for these people. His eyes filled with blood until they glowed an angry crimson. Brother Wang. Brother Wang. The person beside him trembled and called out. Hurry up, why are you urging me? Brother Wang impatiently said. It's not that, Brother Wang, the monk, he seems to have come back to life. He shakily pointed at Zhuo Yi. Brother Wang glanced at Zhuo Yi and instantly panicked, stepping back repeatedly. Oh my god, a ghost. In the pool of blood, Zhuo Yi stared at them with large blood-red eyes as if his gaze alone would drag them straight into hell. Brother Wang's hands trembled as he fired more bullets at Zhuo Yi, but these shots caused no reaction on his body. Then Zhuo Yi arched his back, and with a tearing sound, his clothes burst apart. His muscles inflated wildly, and bullets embedded in his flesh popped out. These two men gaped in astonishment at Zhuo Yi, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Zhuo Yi's body kept swelling, growing over twice its original size. Soon after, his skin started splitting, revealing black flesh and bones. Finally, the skin burst open entirely, revealing a 3-meter-tall black leopard standing before them. Its eyes were blood red, emitting terrifying ferocious light. This red was like freshly spilt blood. The two men gasped and widened their mouths. Suddenly, Brother Wang shouted, "Run!" The two raced toward the end of the corridor. This was a sprint powered by all their remaining strength, but their speed could not match the fastest creature on Earth. Its claws were as big as both their heads combined, and with one swipe, it crushed their skulls. Brains splattered everywhere. The leopard turned its head, and a hand sat up, smiling faintly at it. At that moment, her smile chilled people to the bone. I've always wanted to ask you a question, and if I don't get the answer, I can't die in peace. Her lips curled with a trace of hopeless laughter. Now that you're here, little monk, do you, like me? In a hand's hand, she held the gun that had fallen from Brother Wang, with one last bullet inside. The leopard dashed at a Han in a 100-meter sprint, but no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun the speed of the bullet. With a dull gunshot sound, the corridor suddenly fell silent. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. When Zhuo Yi rushed to a Han's side, she had already committed suicide with the gun. His claws had turned back into hands, he had returned to his human form. Trembling, he reached out and tightly held a Han in his arms. He cried like a lost child who couldn't find his way home. Yes, I like you. Chapter 74, His Departure. The fierce knife fight between Jingi and Yaromutian was in full swing. Yaromutian's skills were excellent, though not as great as Jingi's. He could foresee Jingi's next moves, allowing him to counter every attack with precision. If the fight continued this way, Jingi would gain no advantage and instead expose more flaws. In the next minute, I foresee your death. A joyous and arrogant victory shone in Yaromutian's eyes as he grinned, sentencing Jingi to death. There followed several more aggressive strikes. Cuts appeared on Jingi's arms, blood flying everywhere. However, all of Jingi's attacks were effortlessly deflected by Yaromutian. It seemed they had entered a deadlock. Yaromutian did not give Jingi a chance to catch his breath. With the final blow, Yaromutian's blade stabbed straight at Jingi's abdomen. Jingi lifted his knife to block, creating an ear-splitting metallic friction. Showing no signs of retreating, Yaromutian increased his strength and drove the long blade straight into Jingi's abdomen. The feeling of the sharp blade slicing through flesh thrilled Yaromutian. He had killed him. The long blade pierced through Jingi's waist, so much that Yaromutian could feel its icy touch. I guess you couldn't have foreseen your own death. Jingi stared coldly at him. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a dull gunshot. Shocked, Yaromutian stretched out his hand towards his stomach only to see it covered in blood. Collapsing heavily onto Jingi, Yaromutian was kicked away. That strike was a deliberate move to make Yaromutian lower his guard. His premonition ability lasted for 2 minutes. Once convinced Jingi would die, he wouldn't activate his foresight power anymore. Jingi took this last minute as a gamble. If Yaromutian had been less arrogant and more cautious, Jingi might not have succeeded. Feeling the piercing pain in his abdomen, he swore that such desperate tactics were something he'd never want to experience again. Jingi closed his eyes, and suddenly a vision rushed into his mind. He saw Dr. Lin Xiao rushing over to him. Opening his eyes, the corridor was empty, devoid of any presence. An illusion? Yet, 1 minute later, Dr. Lin Xiao indeed appeared. Jingi suddenly realized that Yaromutian's foresight ability had transferred to himself. He could predict what would happen within the next 2 minutes around him. For instance, right now, Lin Xiao rushes over to check his wounds and suggests removing the long knife from his abdomen. Did killing an abnormality grant you their powers? But even so, Jingi himself was dying too. Can you trust me? Dr. Lin Xiao looked seriously at Jingi, saying, I can save you. Jingi nodded, agreeing to let Dr. Lin Xiao pull the knife. He hadn't seen Su Yu's last face, and dying like this made him reluctant. With sweat dripping from his nose, Dr. Lin Xiao counted 1, 2, 3 and pulled the knife out abruptly. Simultaneously, scorching hot blood splattered across his face. Dr. Lin threw the long knife away, while Jingi was almost fainting from the pain. Dr. Lin placed his hands on Jingi's abdominal wound and activated the healing ability. A silvery white light shimmered beneath his hands, and Jingi's torn flesh began to quickly mend. Jingi glanced incredulously at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao avoided his questioning gaze, saying indifferently, I killed that doctor with the healing ability and inherited his powers. His gaze remained detached, emotionless, as if talking about an everyday event. The battle between Su Yu and Fang Da seemed endless, stuck in a stalemate. Under Li Cheng's control, Fang Da significantly improved in reflexes, speed, and technique, resembling a puppet, tireless. But Su Yu was different, her stamina was gradually waning. As Li Cheng's spirit controlled Fang Da, it also delved into Cheng Zhengqiu's mind. How funny that a mental controller is content to play second fiddle, serving a physical anomaly bearer, isn't it? His scornful voice echoed in Cheng Zhengqiu's mind. You don't seem to realize how grand your abilities are. You can control all anomalies in the world. Spiritual controllers are born kings. You're the ultimate winner in this post-apocalyptic game. Killing this woman would be effortless for you. Kill her, and you'll be the boss. Everyone will listen to you, he continued. In fact, we can collaborate. Cheng Zhengqiu completely blocked his mental interference. Then, he perceived some bad news. Jing Xan, shoot and kill Li Cheng. Cheng Zhengqiu's voice resounded in Jing Xan's mind. Roger. Jing Xan aimed his sniper rifle at Li Cheng, who was focused on controlling Fang Da. With a gunshot, a blood-red centipede burst out from Li Cheng's forehead. At the same moment, having suddenly lost control, Fang Da was knocked down by Su Yu with a single punch. Immediately after, all his muscles began to shrink. The tall and big man turned into a lean small one and eventually collapsed to his death. Su Yu now felt a surge of power within her body, and the fatigue caused by her lack of stamina had vanished like mist dissipating under sunlight. She seemed to have regained her strength. Looking at her hands, she could feel them full of vigor. Congratulations, little analog. Your abnormality has been upgraded to level 2, significantly improving your speed, strength, and physical endurance. Zero's voice resounded in her mind. Why did it upgrade suddenly? Su Yu was puzzled. You killed a physically enhanced abnormality bearer, so you have a chance to acquire their powers. A chance? Yes, generally speaking, if an ordinary person kills an abnormality bearer, they have a 50% chance of acquiring their ability. If an abnormality bearer kills another, the chance rises to 70%. Zero patiently explained to Su Yu. Seeing Li Cheng and Fang Da fall one after another, Xiongzi roared furiously and rushed at Su Yu. Jing Xan aimed his sniper rifle at his head, but bullets bounced off him. He possessed an unbreakable body. Mu Lin stepped in front of Su Yu and blocked Xiongzi's fierce attack for her. Cheng Zhengqiu immediately stretched out his mental vines, finding Xiongzi's mental form and lashing him repeatedly. Though Xiongzi looked impervious to blades and bullets, his mind was extremely fragile. Quickly driven insane by Cheng Zhengqiu's mental corruption, he ultimately chose to commit suicide by swallowing his gun. The ordinary men without abilities retreated continuously and turned to flee. Su Yu originally didn't plan to press the chase since they no longer posed any threat. However, after learning of Han's death and the circumstances through Cheng Zhengqiu, she pulled out her gun and executed every fleeing man, sparing not a single one. Lin Xiao and Jingi walked out of the hospital. Behind them, Zhuyi carried Han's corpse, utterly dispirited. Su Yu glanced distantly at Han, then picked up her gun and walked before Li Cheng's body, firing numerous shots in succession. Even this wasn't enough to quench her deep hatred. It wasn't until Jingi approached, gripping Su Yu's hand holding the gun and pressing it down. In just a few days on the mountain, 2 more bodies were added, suppressing everyone with a heavy mood of anxiety and sorrow. Cheng Zhengqiu tried as much as possible to comfort everyone using his mental healing, especially Zhuyi, who witnessed Han's suicidal act. Moreover, Zhuyi broke his own code by killing someone, events which were enough to shatter his previously peaceful heart. Cheng Zhengqiu encouraged Zhuyi with positive emotions and even suggested clearing away some of these undesirable memories or feelings. But Zhuyi rejected Cheng Zhengqiu's treatment. Pain was unavoidable, it coexisted with life itself while also making life fuller and richer, possibly what Master intended for him to experience in the secular world. Ultimately, Zhuyi decided to leave this place and embark on a new journey alone. His decision greatly surprised everyone. Su Yu wanted him to stay, but Zhuyi was determined to leave, and any further talk would be meaningless. Su Yu took out plenty of long shelf-life food from storage, packed it into a large travel backpack along with some clothes and necessities, and handed them to Zhuyi. On the day of departure, all members came to see him off. The 3 of them, Cheng Ling and others, clung to Zhuyi's sleeve and cried bitterly. Turning back, Zhuyi gave Su Yu a thankful bow with joined palms, just like when they first met. Su Yu waved to him and watched as his figure disappeared into the end of the street, feeling momentarily melancholic. In this apocalypse era, whether it was meeting or parting, it was all commonplace. After being depressed for several days, everyone gradually let go and returned to normal life, working enthusiastically with Su Yu to build their new base. Among the original inhabitants of the prison, apart from Jiang Gage, there were several farmers skilled at farming, so they volunteered to take on this monumental task. They cleared out a vast farmland on the top of the mountain. Apart from these farmers, everyone was willing to contribute their strength to build the base, happily following the command of those experienced farmers, helping with tilling and plowing. Soon, seeds of grain were sown in the soil, leaving only time for harvests. Meanwhile, they also developed vegetable fields and fruit plantations to increase food diversity. Speaking of increasing food types, Su Yu thought, catching a few chickens, ducks, or even cows and sheep to rebuild a ranch would make it perfect, because the northern slope was filled with lush grassland suitable for feeding livestock. However, it had been almost a year since the apocalypse began, and it would likely be very difficult to find mammals that hadn't mutated. Cheng Zhengqiu suggested they check out the west, where the plateau was located with many mountain pastures. Perhaps there were still isolated ranches with survivors. They could trade weapons or other supplies for cattle and sheep. It sounded like a good suggestion, and Suyu included it in the base development plan. However, specific details such as who to send and the timeline still needed to be finalized. Much to everyone's delight, just 1 week after the seeds were planted, sprouts appeared. By the second week, the plants began to form ears of grain, a growth rate that was simply incredible. But after the apocalypse, even mutant zombies and ability users had emerged, so it wasn't surprising that plants would also grow abnormally fast. After all, the world was constantly redefining what normal humans could accept. Chapter 75, The Good Guy Card. The plants had such a short growth cycle, yielding grain in just 1 month and solving the group's food problem. Everyone found hope for survival in this dark and bewildering prison. Their spirits were extremely high, and they regarded Suyu as their leader, following her orders without question. After resolving the food issue, Suyu began improving the living conditions in the prison. For instance, she pasted wallpaper, refurbished the damp walls that were peeling paint with fresh paint, then added clean and refreshing wallpaper. She separated the restrooms and showers using partitions, replaced all iron bar doors in the cells with wooden doors that could be locked from the inside, and slightly increased the distance between each room mainly to provide some private space for married couples or lovers while also preserving a bit of dignity for the single members in the group. Li Jiaxu had recently grown closer to Qin Huan. During meals, he liked sitting at the same table as her, helping her serve rice and add dishes. Qin Huan didn't reject the fallen CEO too much. He was diligent, fairly clever, and handsome with a refined demeanor. If it were before the apocalypse, judging by looks alone, he would have been the standard of a dominant president in a novel. However, after the apocalypse, all the wealth and status that gave him his former luster disappeared, and he became more ordinary, less outstanding. But a different kind of quality emerged in him, the warmth of human life. At this moment, Li Jiaxu seemed like an incredibly ordinary man but knew how to care for others. He was particularly attentive to Qin Huan. Suyu was especially concerned about Qin Huan's romantic life and helped Li Jiaxu sound out Qin Huan's feelings multiple times. "You're truly carefree," Qin Huan said, laughing, as she swept through the shelves in the supermarket grabbing items. "Worrying about the whole base isn't enough, you still bother about my issues. In my heart, your lifetime happiness is just as important as this base," Suyu said playfully, pulling on her arm. "Cut it out, who doesn't know that in your Suyu's heart, Jingi comes first, the base second, and me, probably beyond the outer rings." Qin Huan grabbed a pack of sanitary pads and stuffed it into her backpack. If I heard correctly, Sister Qin Huan, are you jealous of my boyfriend?" Suyu smiled and asked teasingly. "Stop being self-absorbed." Qin Huan poked Suyu's head with her finger. Turning around a shelf, Suyu slashed a zombie in front of her, looking at Qin Huan. "Seriously though, what do you think of the Mr. President?" Qin Huan shook her head. "He's a good person." Yet another good guy card. Suyu realized that the CEO had no chance. There are many people like him in this post-apocalypse world, nothing special. Qin Huan laughed, saying, "Honestly, I actually still have this slightly romantic fantasy about heroes, like the purple fairy mentioned in A Chinese Odyssey. My lover should be someone who rides a cloud of 5 colors to marry me, a great hero. Though at my age, I shouldn't entertain such unrealistic fantasies, but this is King Apocalypse. I don't want to live as I used to, simply partnering up with any random man just to get by." Looking at the sparkle in Qin Huan's eyes, Suyu didn't know what to say. Indeed, in this bizarre and monstrous post-apocalypse world, it was destined that they wouldn't lead ordinary lives. At the checkout counter, Suyu picked up a box of Okamoto condoms and slipped it into her bag. Jingi and Mu Lin stood guard outside the supermarket door, weapons in hand. When the two women came out, Mu Lin got into the car and started the engine. Suyu handed the box of condoms to Jingi as she walked by, slipping it into his pocket without him noticing. Qin Huan naturally chose to sit in the passenger seat with Mu Lin, leaving Suyu and Jingi to sit in the back of the truck. Now there were increasingly more evolved zombies in Q City, so they minimized their trips out. A few evolved zombies chased them along the side of the truck. Suyu and Jingi took turns firing their guns, killing zombies one by one and competing against each other. But every time, Jingi would deliberately miss a couple of shots, losing to Suyu. "Senior, you don't need to intentionally miss, I already know." Suyu looked at Jingi after lowering her gun. "You're letting me win on purpose." "No, my shooting skills are my weak point." Jingi solemnly shook his head. "Liar, you trained Jing Xan to be a sharpshooter, how can shooting possibly be your weakness?" Suyu didn't believe him at all. "He just has natural talent," Jingi continued to humbly smile. Suyu pouted. She wasn't buying it either. Wait. Was her once honest and upright senior really capable of telling fibs now? "I want you to give it your all, let's compete properly." Suyu stubbornly lifted her gun again. Jingi finally nodded. "All right." Each of them had 10 bullets. Suyu successfully hit 7 zombies in the head, grazed 2 others' heads with her shots, and missed entirely with 1. Jingi held the gun with a focused expression, his brow slightly furrowed, and his gaze as deep as a pool. Bang 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 10 bullets were fired in succession. Suyu counted 9 headshots, and for the last one, Jingi glanced at her before hitting the zombie's neck, then put down the gun with an innocent look on his face saying, "You see, I told you my shooting isn't good." Suyu suddenly felt that her senior sometimes was truly too annoying. After leaving the area dense with zombies, the street became a little quieter. Suddenly, a few people appeared at the alleyway corner, and Mu Lin stepped hard on the brake, almost colliding with them. "To hell with you," he couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for his sharp eyesight, if Cheng Zhengqiu who had 800 degrees of myopia were driving instead, there was no telling if these people wouldn't have been mistaken for zombies and run over. A man in his 30s rushed over first, constantly waving to Su Yu's group, introducing himself enthusiastically. I'm Hao Jian, nice to meet you. Such a dirty name. Qin Huan couldn't hold back her laughter covering her mouth. Hao Jian didn't care about Qin Huan's mocking smile. He directly approached Su Yu and said to her, you are the leader of the prison, right? I've observed you guys for many days now. Honestly speaking, your prison is indeed an excellent shelter. Su Yu instinctively gripped the gun in her hand tighter, vigilantly looking at him. You've been observing us? I want to bring my team to join yours. Of course, I need to know both parties well beforehand. Through several days of observation, our team has every reason to believe that joining you is the right choice. Your conduct is very righteous. Hao Jian's voice sounded cheerful. He seemed like someone straightforward and simple-hearted, yet precisely such straight-talking people were particularly annoying. But Su Yu found this quite amusing in her heart. It was as though she should feel grateful for them wanting to join her team. She coldly scanned the group behind him with her eyes. Most of them were old people, weak ones, women and children. There were only 2 young people holding guns, 1 male and 1 female, guarding on the side and seemingly having some combat capability. Although the situation in the prison was currently good and food was abundant, Su Yu had taken in some wandering refugees in these past months, but they were all strictly selected individuals. She wanted to ensure that their presence would be beneficial to the base, and not become useless parasites. I don't take just anyone. Su Yu gave those people a glance, and said indifferently, what did you do for work before? What special skills or advantages do you have that could make me accept you? These people looked at each other uncertainly. A man raised his hand first. I used to be a manager at the stock exchange. I know how to trade stocks. Then, a girl wearing glasses raised her hand. My name is Tang Jiao. I studied abroad in the UK before and obtained a master's degree in architecture from Cambridge. Can you build houses? Su Yu asked. I can try. If I have the design drawings, it should be fine. This was pretty good. Su Yu nodded at her and gestured for her to get into the car. Seeing Su Yu extending an olive branch to Tang Jiao, everyone began competing to announce their specialties one after another. Stop. Hao Jian interrupted their self-recommendations, looking at Su Yu, his face appearing quite displeased. I think this is problematic. What's the problem? Su Yu inexplicably disliked this Hao Jian immensely. You have such a large prison, so you should unconditionally accommodate all of us. Why do you treat us like livestock being picked at the market, scrutinizing our quality? Hao Jian said sternly. It was hilarious. Su Yu never even thought of herself as obligated to save the world, let alone giving up her seat on the bus under any circumstances. You've spent all this effort secretly observing us these past days with the firm belief that I'd definitely take you in? Su Yu asked. Do I necessarily have to take you in? Of course. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Hao Jian said. You have such a large prison and definitely plenty of food, enough to feed us. Su Yu, don't waste time talking nonsense with them. These guys are absurd. Qin Huan jumped out of the car, walked to Hao Jian, and bluntly said, strength is forced out step by step. This world doesn't dictate that the strong must necessarily have an obligation to help the weak. Are you crazy from watching too many American blockbusters? Qin Huan? An astonished voice came from within the crowd. Qin Huan was shocked and looked at the crowd. A man dressed in black canvas clothes stood inside, yellow-skinned, muscular but grey-faced and weary, none other than her ex-husband, Shu Ku. Shu Ku also supported his fully wrinkled elderly mother, wielding a cane, Li Ailian. What a small world. Compared to when they parted ways half a year ago, Shu Ku had lost much weight, appearing weathered and far older than his actual age, his eyes hazy. His tattered appearance indicated he must have lived through extremely arduous times. However, his side of the elderly mother, Li Ailian, appeared to have been faring quite well. Her complexion was rosy, and her figure agile and healthy. As soon as Li Ailian saw Qin Huan, a flush of excitement immediately spread across her face. Oh my, it's like the floodwaters have washed into the Dragon King's temple. One family doesn't recognize another. Everyone, we're saved. This is my daughter-in-law. Is that so? Then that's absolutely wonderful. Heaven be praised. Finally, we're saved. Ms. Ailian, you are truly blessed to have such an accomplished and beautiful daughter-in-law. You're our great benefactor. Li Ailian, basking in the flattery and praise from everyone, couldn't help but beam with pride and satisfaction. It seemed she was floating on clouds. Because of her old age and slow pace, these people had treated her coldly along the way, making their displeasure known. Now, it was finally her turn to bask in glory and feel triumphant for once. Chapter 76. She is your daughter-in-law. Shu Ku pulled Li Ailian slightly, blushing a little as he whispered, Mom, she and I are already divorced. Divorced? Li Ailian immediately shook off Shu Ku's hand, obstinately retorting, a wife must follow her husband. If the husband hasn't agreed to the divorce, then there is no divorce. Qin Yuan hadn't expected that after so many years, her mother-in-law's attitude was still so domineering. It was utterly unreasonable. But Qin Yuan was no longer the obedient daughter-in-law who blindly followed all of her commands. Su Yu, don't waste your breath on them. Let's go. Qin Yuan glanced at Li Ailian with disdain before turning to get into the car. Su Yu nodded and said to Mu Lin, let's go. What's going on? Lian Jie, you said she is your daughter-in-law. How come it seems like she doesn't even recognize you? Yes. Are you mistaken, or do you have eye problems? If she really were your daughter-in-law, how could she ignore you like this? Everyone started questioning Li Ailian. Li Ailian realized the situation wasn't in her favor and became angry with embarrassment. She directly lunged forward and stood in front of the large truck, blocking their way with outstretched arms. "You're not allowed to leave." She pointed at Qin Yuan furiously and yelled, "You ungrateful white-eyed wolf. When you first married into our family, how did my son treat you? We fed you well, treated you kindly, and didn't blame you when you couldn't bear a son. Now that you've become successful, you dare to turn your back on us?" Qin Yuan frowned, feeling genuinely repulsed. She turned to Shu Ku and said, "I've already made it clear we have no relationship anymore. From now on, we'll be strangers. It's good to see you still alive after such a long time. But please, both you and your mother should save some face. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of everyone here. Let's preserve some dignity." She struggled to suppress her anger and spoke calmly to Shu Ku. Shu Ku's face flushed slightly as he walked over and pulled on Li Ailian's sleeve. "Mom, stop acting this way. Even in the past, she had complete control over you, and now, even in life and death situations, you're still listening to her, aren't you? Mom has done everything for your sake, losing face in public because of this." Li Ailian tugged at her cheeks. "I'm getting old. How much longer do I have to live? I only rely on you, expecting you to give me a grandson. Otherwise, why would I endure this woman's rudeness?" Shu Ku finally looked up slowly, his face gloomy as he begged Qin Yuan, "My dear, one day of marriage creates 100 days of affection. How can you be so heartless and refuse to help in such dire times? Could you please stop calling me that? It makes me feel sick," Qin Yuan said disgustedly. "It's not up to me whether or not I will rescue you." "I knew it. I knew it." Li Ailian hammered the truck's headlights while continuously wiping her tears, appearing extremely disappointed. "This woman has a wolf's heart, completely merciless. For half a year, you've been doting on her, and look where it got you. Your heartfelt love wasted on her like feeding a dog. Old woman, you should be ashamed to act so unruly at your age." Su Yu couldn't stand seeing Qin Yuan bullied, stepping forward to speak. "Do you remember how Qin Yuan left you? You know exactly what happened. Should I remind everyone about the incident with those cans of food?" Once Su Yu mentioned this, Li Ailian's face lost its composure instantly. She feared Su Yu exposing the humiliating incidents from the past. Everyone around her had lived together for several months. If they learned about these things, she'd lose all dignity. Her face flushing red, Li Ailian retreated, unable to say anything further. "Mu Lin, let's drive." Su Yu decided not to deal with these people any longer. The crowd began blaming Li Ailian. Had it not been for her disruption, they would have had the opportunity to seek refuge at the prison with Su Yu. Now they had ruined that chance. With a red face, Li Ailian gritted her teeth and glared viciously at Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan avoided their gaze, refusing to look at them again. "Wait." Hao Jian called out to Su Yu, "We can make a deal." Seeing that Su Yu wouldn't easily take them in, Hao Jian changed his strategy, hoping to convince her through another method. "What deal can you offer me?" Su Yu asked indifferently. I have some intelligence information," Hao Jian replied. "In Q City, there's a group targeting psychic individuals. They hunt psychics to either obtain their abilities or enhance their own powers." Su Yu listened attentively. If true, these people must be very powerful and dangerous. At present, if they discovered Su Yu's group, they would definitely not let them go unnoticed. "Your intelligence is quite valuable to us," Su Yu said. Hao Jian's face lit up with joy. "Does that mean you'll take us in?" "One last question, how did you come by this information? They're all psychics. It shouldn't be easy for you to observe them secretly unless... Are you a psychic too?" Su Yu looked at Hao Jian suspiciously. Hao Jian shrugged. "I am, but my ability isn't very useful. I can turn into a zombie and blend into the zombie crowd, though only for half an hour. After that time, the zombies detect me, then, well, you get it. I saw those people kill a 5-member psychic squad with my own eyes. If I hadn't been hiding among the zombies, I would have died as well." Turning into a zombie wasn't exactly an insignificant ability. While it lacked offensive power, it was enough to keep one safe in critical moments. But for someone like Hao Jian, with his savior of the world complex, just having a self-preservation ability was truly painful. Sometimes, fate does play tricks on you. Zombies were gradually gathering around. Su Yu glanced at the panicking crowd and finally agreed, "Get on the truck." "Great." The crowd erupted in cheers, thanking Su Yu repeatedly. Jingi helped pull them onto the truck, then joined Su Yu in the cockpit. Mu Lin started the engine, and the truck carrying the group of refugees headed toward the prison. "Qin Yuan, you don't mind if I bring Shu Ku along, do you?" Su Yu asked Qin Yuan on the road. Qin Yuan turned back and smiled. "No problem. I've lived with him and his mother for 2 years, so a little more won't matter." "Actually," Qin Yuan looked at Su Yu, "the intel from Hao Jian isn't important enough to make you take them all in. You were probably already planning to save them, and he gave you a reason." "I'm not that kind-hearted." Su Yu leaned her head on Jingi's shoulder, closing her eyes and murmuring, "I don't want to be the good guy. Being a good person in the apocalypse is exhausting. Indeed, being bad was easier than being good, and survival was better too." But Qin Yuan knew that she simply refused to admit her inherent goodness and courage, which allowed everyone to survive better. Soon, she fell asleep. Jingi tried to keep his shoulder level to let her sleep comfortably. Being good was tiring, but she had never regretted it. Back at the base, Su Yu arranged for Hao Jian and his group to stay in the always empty west area, explaining the base rules to them. To obtain food, they must work according to their skills. Cheng Zhengqiu would assign them different tasks accordingly. Those elderly unable to work were left without mention by Su Yu, but she reminded them to exercise to improve their condition. As for the young and strong, in addition to daily labor, Su Yu also arranged for Qin Yuan and Mu Lin to help them with physical training. These people, already baptized by the apocalypse, quickly learned skills to fight zombies. Hao Jian's half-hour zombie transformation proved extremely useful at the base. Whenever Su Yu went out searching for supplies, they often wasted bullets to no avail. With Hao Jian, sending him alone could easily determine if there were items needed, saving much ammunition when Su Yu's points weren't enough to unlock the weapon storehouse yet. The canteen was managed by 2 chefs, Meng Yulan and Tang Jiqing, original prisoners of the jail, along with a few pretty girls who eagerly volunteered to serve food just to impress Su Yu. Li Jiaxu would always sit opposite Qin Yuan during meals, talking and laughing freely. Qin Yuan didn't reject it at first, finding him insightful with experiences from many places and quite witty, often making her laugh. However, after Su Yu indirectly probed her stance, Qin Yuan felt she should distance herself from Li Jiaxu. Since she had no romantic interest in him, letting him know sooner might prevent wasting his time. This time, just as Li Jiaxu carried his meal toward Qin Yuan's place, she immediately stood up, moving her food to sit with Zhu Yuan, Xia Tian, and Cheng Ling instead. Having spent years navigating the business world, Li Jiaxu was observant and instantly noticed Qin Yuan avoiding him. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he sat alone at a small table in the corner, looking rather pitiful. Unable to resist pitying him, Su Yu placed her tray across from him. No beauty to accompany you, but at least a handsome guy showed up. Li Jiaxu bitterly chuckled. Not bad. I'll take that as a compliment, Su Yu said with a smile. Absolutely. Having you around attracts loads of female attention. Look around, half the girls in this cafeteria are your fans. And you still have time to notice other girls. Seems like Mr. President doesn't need any consolation. It seems she's rejected me. After getting the response from Su Yu, Li Jiaxu's face clearly showed some disappointment. It was he who had asked Su Yu for help to check her stance before, but now he realized that he even somewhat feared talking or meeting with Su Yu again. Actually, deep down, he could already predict her answer. Chapter 77, The President's Artistic Style. Li Ailian and Shu Ku entered the cafeteria, waiting in line to get their food. The girl serving the food sneakily glanced at Shu Ku and gave him a generous portion. Shu Ku was a well-proportioned man, considered handsome with a scholarly yet frail demeanor. When Qin Yuan was still a young girl, she was infatuated with his looks, which led her to marry him. Only after marriage did she discover he was nothing more than an adult big baby, overly attached to his mother. Just as Shu Ku was exchanging glances with the girl, Li Ailian suddenly leaned over, glaring furiously at the girl and cursing, shameless. Before the girl could react, Li Ailian dragged Shu Ku away quickly. Mom, why did you scold her? Shu Ku complained somewhat unhappily. She didn't provoke you. Don't think I don't know what little schemes you have in your mind. Li Ailian poked Shu Ku's forehead. I used to ignore your messing around with other women outside, but now your wife is here. You need to control yourself and behave properly. Shu Ku was puzzled. Mom, isn't it that she can't bear me a son? What do I need her for then? Why did I give birth to such a stupid son? Li Ailian pulled Shu Ku aside, glancing towards Qin Yuan and quietly said, that Su woman never expected today's situation when she lured your wife away back then. She's the boss here, and your wife, she's the second in command. Think about it. If you can win her favor, this place will belong to you. Shu Ku frowned, looking skeptical. No way, how could it be so easy? It seems Qin Yuan has no real power. All the decisions are made by Su Yu. My experience is far richer than anything you've gone through. Just listen to Mom and there won't be any mistakes. Li Ailian pushed Shu Ku forward. Go. Sit at the same table as your wife. I don't want you pushing me. Shu Ku was reluctant but did not resist. Together with Li Ailian, they walked toward Qin Yuan. Li Ailian sat down next to Cheng Ling. Her bulk and excessive weight left no room for Cheng Ling, who hurriedly moved closer to Xia Tian. Grinning, she picked a piece of fatty meat from her bowl and placed it in Qin Yuan's bowl, saying cheerfully, Here, eat this, my daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, we haven't seen each other for a long time, I miss you. Shu Ku sat next to Qin Yuan, causing her eyebrows to furrow in distaste as she spat out harshly, If you call me that again, I'll cut out your tongue, believe it or not. And she immediately discarded the fatty meat onto the table. Seeing Qin Yuan refusing her gesture by throwing the meat on the table and criticizing her son, Li Ailian grew increasingly angry. With a heavy thud, she threw her bowl down on the table and shouted loudly, What do you mean random calling? Aren't you his wife? You were running around outside for months, even forgetting your husband. Her voice was loud enough to draw curious stares from many around the table. Seeing everyone looking, Li Ailian stood up and raised her voice boldly, Qin Yuan, she is my daughter-in-law, and this, pointing to Shu Ku, is her husband. She pulled Shu Ku up as well. We got separated half a year ago but managed to reunite. How lucky. From now on, please show some consideration to us based on our relationship. Li Ailian's saliva splattered all over the bowls nearby, especially into Cheng Ling's bowl. Unable to endure it any longer, Cheng Ling slammed her chopsticks onto the table and roared angrily, I still want to eat, would you please stop being disgusting? Xiao Ling, don't curse. Cheng Zhengqiu's faintly warning voice instantly reached her ears, forcing Cheng Ling to stand up grumpily and move her bowl to sit elsewhere. Seeing the situation escalating, Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan were unsure of what to do. They quietly took their bowls and moved aside. You shut up. Qin Yuan couldn't bear Li Ailian's shamelessness anymore. Not only was she embarrassing herself, but dragging Qin Yuan into it too. Trying her best to suppress her anger, she reminded herself that engaging would make her seem low-class. Make things clear, please. Initially, wasn't it you who persuaded your son to divorce me? Do you fear biting your own tongue now? How can you say I encouraged my son to divorce you? This is unjust. Li Ailian turned red in the face, thumping her chest dramatically, almost ready to sit down on the ground crying. Had you been a bit competitive with pregnancy issues, would I ever have suggested divorce? Besides, we didn't end up getting divorced, did we? Back then, you ran off with that woman surnamed Su, leaving us mother and son neglected. And now, you're still trying to act righteously? Enraged, Qin Yuan trembled slightly. This Li Ailian, with her sharp-tongued ability, excelled at reversing facts and causing chaos. Qin Yuan felt this meal would be impossible to finish today. As Qin Yuan picked up her bowl and rose to leave, she was stopped by Shu Ku pulling her back. Xiao Wan, today we need to make things clear. We haven't divorced at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so legally speaking, you are still my wife, Shu Ku said in an earnest manner. You're full of it. Qin Yuan couldn't help herself and finally swore. Nowadays you talk to me about legalities, how naive can you be, Shu Ku? I don't care, as long as we haven't signed a divorce agreement at the Civil Affairs Bureau, you're my legitimate wife, Shu Ku spoke stubbornly, then he glanced back at Li Ailian who gave him an approving look, giving him more confidence. Just then, an 8 feet 2 inches man walked over and pulled Qin Yuan behind him. Qin Yuan was slightly stunned, not knowing what Li Jiaxu intended to do. What's the commotion? His face grew solemn as he coldly faced Shu Ku. Since Li Jiaxu was already a head taller than Shu Ku, his towering presence made Shu Ku feel even more pressured. After hesitating for a moment and glancing at Li Ailian thought this man didn't speak during the meeting, so he probably wasn't a manager in the base, had no authority, and thus there was no reason to fear him. So she stepped forward, right in front of Shu Ku, facing Li Jiaxu. What business is it of yours? We're teaching our daughter-in-law some lessons, and what right do you have to interfere? Don't listen to them, I've been disconnected from him long ago, Qin Yuan quickly explained. It's their harassment that keeps going on. You heard her, she says she has nothing to do with you too. Li Jiaxu said with a threatening tone. If you persist like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Ailian scrutinized Li Jiaxu up and down with her round little rat eyes, then looked at Qin Yuan. Oh, daughter-in-law, secretly fooling around with wild men while away from your husband. I never would have guessed you were capable of such skill. No wonder you wouldn't recognize us mother and son duo, afraid we might ruin your good deed. Qin Yuan trembled with anger from Li Ailian's words. Stop slandering me. Not only am I unassociated with Shu Ku, even if we were once married, it's because you wronged me first. Now, my relationship with others is above board, not something as despicable as you suggest. Everyone's heard it. She admitted it herself. Oh, why are our lives so bitter? Li Ailian took the chance and sat directly on the ground, crying loudly in a fit of drama. Shu Ku also perhaps felt embarrassed about losing face, as if he truly had been cheated, glaring hatefully at Li Jiaxu, teeth gritted. What exactly is your relationship? Qin Yuan walked over and directly held Li Jiaxu's hand, irritably telling Shu Ku, now you see, we are boyfriends and girlfriends. Her hands were soft and cool, but Li Jiaxu blushed, feeling a surreal joy despite knowing she said it just to get rid of Shu Ku's harassment. Yet, he still felt a flutter in his heart. Qin Yuan, you betrayed me. The small bit of bloodthirstiness left in Shu Ku as a man finally surfaced because Qin Yuan publicly claimed cheating with such assurance. You've gone too far, Shu Ku yelled furiously as he tried to grab Qin Yuan's hand. Li Jiaxu pulled Qin Yuan closer to him, then stood tall, blocking Shu Ku. If you're a man, let's settle this on the training field, using fists rather than tongues which makes people laugh. Initially, Qin Yuan thought Shu Ku wouldn't dare go, she knew him, he was inherently weak, blindly followed Li Ailian's instructions without any backbone, always yielding in every situation, avoiding direct conflict, usually just muttering curses behind closed doors. Maybe it was an explosion after years of suppression. Shu Ku's mind heated up and he surprisingly agreed, let's go, I'm not scared of you. Thus, halfway through dinner, both men headed towards the training field. People watching the spectacle followed along. Qin Yuan didn't stop them, letting Shu Ku learn a lesson would be beneficial, so he could stop incessantly harassing her. The training field used to be the wind shelter area for former prisoners, remodeled by Su Yu into a place for target practice and physical combat training. Everyone came here when idle to hone their skills. It was under Qin Yuan's and Mu Lin's jurisdiction. Su Yu stood beside Qin Yuan, observing the two standing on the training field. From the beginning when Shu Ku and Li Ailian provoked Qin Yuan, she remained a silent observer, deciding not to interfere as it wasn't appropriate for her. However, it suited Li Jiaxu perfectly. Since Qin Yuan had a heroic complex, let her witness the immense energy a man can unleash for love. Perhaps after this incident, her perception of Li Jiaxu might improve slightly. However, as soon as the two started fighting, Su Yu covered her eyes, unable to bear watching anymore. Li Jiaxu had no martial arts foundation whatsoever and was wildly throwing punches without any technique. That said, Shu Ku didn't know how to fight either, so their duel lacked any value. On the training field, they wrestled together, purely relying on brute strength. Over the past few months, Shu Ku had always been wary of zombie attacks, which gave him a slight edge in combat skills. Li Jiaxu, on the other hand, rarely trained, and soon ended up with a bruised nose and swollen face. Even so, he refused to back down, repeatedly getting knocked down only to struggle back up. He was entirely driven by his genuine passion for Qin Yuan. The CEO's style clearly wasn't suited for this world post-apocalypse. Su Yu glanced at Qin Yuan, thinking that she probably didn't care much for Li Jiaxu, especially now that he was being soundly beaten by the weaker Shu Ku. She expected Qin Yuan to disdain him even more, but instead noticed her tightly clenched fists as she anxiously watched the training field. This is getting interesting. Chapter 78, a bit squared away. Finally, Qin Yuan stepped forward and put an end to this heart-rending battle. She stood in front of Li Jiaxu, who had been severely beaten. Perhaps even his mother wouldn't recognize him now. Shu Ku always loved to add insult to injury, and seeing how easily Li Jiaxu was beaten, he became ruthless, beating him as if he wanted to kill him. When Qin Yuan suddenly walked over, Shu Ku arched an eyebrow and said proudly to her, "How can you possibly like such a weak man?" Li Jiaxu, lying on the grass, clenched his fists tightly all of a sudden and struggled to stand up with his trembling body. He was so weak that he really didn't deserve her. He understood her choice, and even he himself detested his own weakness. One more round. A hoarse and muffled voice came from Li Jiaxu's throat. "Looks like you haven't had enough punches yet." Seeing him torturing himself, Shu Ku became even more arrogant. As he took a step forward, Qin Yuan hooked his foot, making him lose balance and almost fall down. But suddenly, Qin Yuan pulled him and then hit him with her elbow on his back, causing him to collapse directly and be unable to get up again. Fool. She sniffed coldly and turned around. She had actually long wished to beat him up. "Hey, you evil woman." Upon seeing her son beaten, Li Aurelian rushed over and pointed at Qin Yuan, scolding her, "For the sake of your handsome-faced man, you dare to hurt your husband? Do you have any humanity left? I am responsible here. Whoever steps onto this training ground can be fought by me." Qin Yuan gave her a cold look. "If you keep bothering me, I will not show mercy." "Want to try?" Li Aurelian saw the icy and fierce glint in her eyes, which chilled her heart, so she finally backed down, quietly saying no more, and helped her son up while cursing under her breath as they left the training ground. When leaving, Qin Yuan glanced at Li Jiaxu. His face full of pain, both eyes swollen like a panda, he looked aside, unwilling to make eye contact with her anymore, for he felt utterly ashamed to look at her. Qin Yuan did not know what Li Jiaxu was thinking. These were wounds he suffered for her. Therefore, Qin Yuan felt indebted and said, "Let's go. We should apply some medicine." Li Jiaxu didn't move. "Come on." Qin Yuan urged once. "Qin Yuan, don't meet for a while." Li Jiaxu closed his eyes painfully. "I will become stronger. Before I become strong, we should not see each other." With that, Li Jiaxu held his chest and shakily walked off the training ground. Qin Yuan looked at his retreating back with confusion and didn't quite understand. In the treatment room, Lin Xiao used healing skills to treat Li Jiaxu. He placed his hand over Li Jiaxu's face, and the bruises and swelling on his face soon disappeared. In no time, he restored his usual handsome appearance. Su Yu leaned against the door, looking at Li Jiaxu. This man was truly useless. Initially, Su Yu intended to let him perform well in front of Qin Yuan. Unexpectedly, it led to Shu Ku showing off entirely, forcing Qin Yuan to save him. It appeared that in his current state, he was far from being the strong figure that resided in Qin Yuan's mind. "Are you really not going to see her?" Su Yu asked deliberately. Li Jiaxu shook his head painfully. "I don't have the face." He felt he didn't have the face to see her anymore. He had never realized how weak he was before. Back in the days when he managed a huge enterprise with ease and countless funds flowed through his hands daily, he never thought he was weak. But now, without the president's aura, for the first time, Li Jiaxu realized how utterly useless he was. In this world where only the strong survive, his survival was purely due to good luck. It was good fortune that he encountered Su Yu and Qin Yuan. He had to rely on their protection to live on. Li Jiaxu truly detested this worthless self. "Su Yu, I want to learn from you as my master." Li Jiaxu suddenly said, "I want to become strong, like you." To have the intention to grow stronger was definitely a good thing. Su Yu liked this person too and was willing to help him. However, since she had bodily strengthening powers, she probably wasn't suitable to train against ordinary people. "I'll let Jingi teach you," Su Yu suggested. "His basics are very solid. Unlike me, I'm like a cheetah." Li Jiaxu nodded seriously, and his eyes sparkled with renewed light. In the evening, Jingi was walking with Momo on the hillside. After letting go of Momo's leash, he threw a tennis ball. Momo barked and ran excitedly, drooling as it brought the tennis ball back. Then it wagged its tail expectantly, watching Jingi. Jingi took the wet tennis ball from its mouth and threw it again, and Momo excitedly went out once more to retrieve it. Su Yu was always busy, and Jing Xan had a short attention span. Now, the only person willing to spend time with Momo for exercise and to burn off its abundant energy was Jingi. He had a great personality, always setting aside 2 hours after meals every day to play games with Momo, training its endurance, strength, and retrieval skills. In the apocalypse, both dogs and humans need exercise so that they can at least protect themselves in emergencies. They must run faster than zombies. Jingi was an idle man. Apart from daily outdoor searches for supplies, training sessions at the training ground, or guiding others, he spent most of his time alone with the dog, watching sunsets on the mountain, gazing at the stars when they came out, contemplating some cosmic philosophical ideas, and then going back to sleep. These past few months, Su Yu had been busier than ever, having no time for either Momo or Jingi. Cheng Zhengqiu unconsciously walked up beside him and joined him in walking side by side. Jingi noticed Cheng Zhengqiu, reached into his bag, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes he had previously asked him to bring along. He tossed it backward in a graceful arc. Cheng Zhengqiu caught it and said smilingly, "Thanks, mate." Cheng Zhengqiu fell silent for about half a minute before walking over to Jingi again. He pushed the pack of cigarettes Jingi had thrown him back into Jingi's bag. "This, you use it instead." A mysterious smile flickered across his lips. Jingi was momentarily stunned. He took the pack out of the bag, but it wasn't cigarettes. It looked like cigarettes but was actually a box of red condoms, silky ultra-thin type. Jingi felt a bit flustered. Cheng Zhengqiu's gaze shifted away from the box of condoms and landed on Jingi's face, which was now unpredictable in expression. Cheng Zhengqiu probably had an idea what this was about, so he casually said, "It's been a long time since I've played with Momo. You go back first, and I'll take him for a stroll." Without waiting for Jingi's agreement, he grabbed the leash from his hand, clipped it around Momo's neck, and led the dog toward the opposite forest. Jingi descended the iron staircase, still somewhat dazed as he walked down the corridor. He tightly gripped the red box of condoms in his hand, feeling dizzy and feverish. He wasn't sure if Suyu had placed them inside his bag, but who else could it have been? Jingi kept himself pure, not just women, but men too. He didn't allow any intimate physical contact with. Ever since childhood, he disliked close human interactions, so he usually gave off a cold and distant air. So, did Suyu do it? Jingi took a cold shower to calm down. When he returned to his room, the box of condoms on the table was gone. Mysteriously appeared, mysteriously disappeared. Jingi stood there in his room, slightly startled, and then his heart sank. He rushed out of the room and ran to Jing Xan's room, bursting through the door. Jing Xan was reading a manga book. Upon seeing Jingi enter, he asked, "Can you knock first before entering my room and get permission? It's basic respect. I have privacy too, you know. Did you knock before entering my room?" Jingi bluntly retorted. "Ah, were you just in my room?" "No." Jing Xan replied too quickly for it not to raise suspicion. Jingi furrowed his brows. "Did you take something of mine? Are you missing something?" Jing Xan reverted to a normal tone. "What's missing? Do you want me to help you look for it?" After saying this, he set down the manga book, hopped off the bed, put on his shoes as though he were genuinely going to help search. What could he possibly say was missing? Walking out of Jing Xan's room, Jingi felt deeply powerless. Only Jing Xan would enter his room, so it was definitely him who took it. However, as a brother and guardian figure, he couldn't embarrass himself by asking Jing Xan to return the condoms. After Jingi left, Jing Xan carefully tiptoed to the door and clicked it locked. He rummaged under the bed and retrieved the box of condoms. His dark and shiny eyes gleamed with excitement as he tore open the square packaging, pulled out the rolled-up latex condom, stretched it, and even blew on it near his mouth. He never knew it looked like this. Jing Xan's curiosity was greatly satisfied. He leaped back onto the bed and pulled out a magazine from under his pillow. This belonged to a former prisoner and contained very intense content. The youthful and naive teenager would often take it out at night to peruse, as if unlocking a new world. Cheng Ling always called him childish, saying he hadn't grown up. Now, as he began exploring the adult world, he realized how frivolous his past behavior really was. No amount of playing could match playing with himself. Jing Xan let his hand slide into his pants and completely relaxed. Back in his own room, Jingi found Suyu sitting cross-legged on his bed, fiddling with a small radio that emitted static sounds. Every night, she would turn on the radio and tune the frequency, hoping to catch some signals from the outside world. But to her disappointment, no one was attempting to send out any signal. She had no idea how many human survivors or psychics were left in the world, or even whether this country still existed. She also wondered if there were still military organizations researching ways to fight the zombie virus and trying to reverse the situation. The outside world had been isolated by hordes of regular zombies and evolved zombies. Just like this radio, every day it could only repeatedly pick up some meaningless static, without any sign of human civilization. Without anticipation, there would be no hope. Without hope, how could one sustain belief? Although they were well provided for now, dangers still lurked all around them. The world had gone haywire. Dangers didn't just come from zombies but also psychics. Chapter 79, Driving. Click. Suyu turned off the radio, placed it aside, sighed, then looked up with a storm of emotion in her eyes. "Jingi, I don't want to sit here and wait for death." Jingi sat next to Suyu, picked up the radio, and tried tuning into several channels. These were secret military channels, but there was only static now. After a while, he put down the radio and asked Suyu, "Do you have a plan?" Suyu nodded. "I want to set up a lab for Professor Fang Yinbo to study zombies and psychics. The lab equipment should be easy to come by. There's a university at the foot of the nearby mountain. As for research materials, zombies are everywhere, and given our current strength, capturing a few evolved zombies shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the professor is very interested in this. You want to study the zombie virus?" Jingi didn't expect Suyu to have such an idea. Relying on just one Professor Fang Yinbo probably wouldn't be enough. Suyu nodded again. It might be a stretch, but Professor Fang really is an expert in this field. Setting up a lab for him won't be too much of a project. She harbored a bit of hope. What's more, my blood can not only immunize, but also cure zombies that haven't mutated too long. If Professor Fang could extract something from my blood, wouldn't this world be saved soon? This kind of thing cannot be revealed to just anyone. Jingi's gaze was full of worry. His words were resolute. If the news got out, Suyu would become the object of worldwide pursuit. Who knows what they'd do to her? "Relax, I'll ensure absolute confidentiality from Professor Fang," Suyu promised. Seeing that Jingi still couldn't let go of his worries, Suyu shifted the topic. There are also these incredible evolved people called psychics who are worth studying, Suyu said. People evolving from monkeys to humans originally was an unimaginable thing, but after millions of years, we actually accept it quite easily. So, this world must operate according to some unique rules. Once we find them, we can use them to survive better. Jingi looked at her. But I don't want to lose you. I definitely won't. Suyu leaned her head on Jingi's shoulder, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Jingi was truly her most solid support. With him around, she dared to boldly build bases and do what she believed was right. Because even if everything failed and she lost it all, she still had Jingi. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Jingi's waist. His waistline was well muscled, evidently belonging to someone who looked slim-clothed but built when undressed. She looked up, lightly kissed his lips, trailing kisses along his cheek till his earlobe, and whispered softly in his ear, "I've missed you so much these days." In these past days, she'd been working like crazy, longing for some intimacy with Jingi, unfortunately always too busy. She'd been restraining herself for too long already. Suyu's hand roamed inside Jingi's shirt mischievously, her cool fingertips drawing circles on the firm muscles of his warm chest. Stirred by her provocations, Jingi turned red-faced, even his breathing became coarse. Finally, he flipped her over and pressed her beneath him, his burning kisses descending from her lips downward, raw and wild as they ravaged her neck. Clearly, Jingi didn't know how to treat her gently yet. Feeling his change below, "Jingi, take out the thing in your pocket," Suyu breathed shakily. Jingi hesitated for a moment, then immediately stopped moving, burying his head in her neck as if trying to calm himself down. "What's wrong?" "That. I lost it." The two stared blankly at each other for a moment. Finally, Jingi painfully asked, "How about next time?" Next time was who knew when. They'd just stocked up on supplies, so they wouldn't be going out soon. "It doesn't matter, I'm not afraid," Suyu said, feeling how shameless this sounded. Then, I'll use withdrawal." Jingi blushed deeply as he said it. Both faces flushed, they glanced at each other for a few seconds. Suyu reached out and undid his belt. Jingi's size was completely unexpected, and hard to accommodate. As soon as he entered, Suyu groaned in pain. Jingi immediately paused, concerned, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Millimeter." The pain almost made her pass out. There was nothing pleasant or enjoyable about it, as Yuan had described in bed. Although she did know the first time was usually like this. "Maybe, we should stop," Jingi reconsidered. "No," she smoothly wrapped her arms around Jingi's neck. "Please continue." Jingi nodded gently, softly kissing her collarbone as he slowly began to thrust. Suyu watched the restrained expression on his brow and knew that he was surely in discomfort too, but for her sake, he had to take it slow. She suddenly thought of something to say, "You are the woman I can't help but treat tenderly even in bed." She used to think this phrase was overly sentimental, but upon reflecting now, she felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. "Senior Jingi, harder, or else it won't work." Suyu tightly bit her lower lip, breathing heavily with beads of sweat. "Get in." "I'm sorry," he said before suddenly thrusting hard. Suyu couldn't hold back a shocked cry, an intense pain accompanied by thrilling pleasure intensely stimulating her nerves. Jingi, fully enveloped, experienced immense joy which surrounded him entirely. Immersed in her warm body, his mind alternated between heat and cold, forgetting to think, to breathe, and the whole world. Unable to contain himself, he let out low groans. Suyu's lips curled slightly. She loved seeing Jingi's pleased expressions. This joy was given by her. She reached up, dragging his sharp jawline with her hand, and then kissed his lips, her tongue exploring inside his mouth, sucking hungrily. "Big brother, move." She discovered Jingi was already frozen. Jingi tried, moved a little, moved some more, like an electric shock coursing directly from his spine to his brain, setting off fireworks in his mind. The first one to feel something wasn't quite right was Suyu. Had he come? And just under 7 minutes. Also, hadn't they agreed on withdrawal? Jingi left her body, slightly embarrassed, his face flushed red. There were two issues, one about accidentally coming inside her, the other about the timing. This was absolutely not his true strength. Absolutely not. He didn't know which to explain first. Suyu had already dressed in a wide and loose sport hoodie, sitting at the corner of the bed, her face still flushed red, her water-filled eyes gazing at Jingi. She was actually already contented. After all, it was their first time. She mostly just felt pain, so the short duration was somewhat better. "I'm sorry, I'll go find medicine for you." Jingi finished dressing and was about to leave when Suyu pulled him back. "It's too late, don't go out." Suyu grabbed his shirt tail firmly. "It's unsafe." What she really wanted to say was, "Are you walking out with your pants on?" "What do you mean by that?" "This, if you take the pill within 48 hours, it will be fine. I'll ask Dr. Lin tomorrow morning." She hesitated and continued, "Stay, sleep with me." This was truly meant only literally. Jingi sat back by the window, gently embracing her into his broad chest, letting her lie down with her head on him. Suyu turned off the light, in the dark, listening to his heartbeat, feeling exceptionally secure. 2 hours of sleepless embrace later, Suyu finally steeled herself. "Since we have to take the pill anyway, Senior Jingi, let's do it again." "Good." This time, Jingi threw all his might into it, determined to reclaim his dignity. They kept each other busy all night. Suyu couldn't help but shed tears. Why did she open her mouth? The next morning at breakfast time, Suyu yawned while announcing the plan to build the lab. Besides this, Cheng Zhangqiu also proposed to set aside a cell in the prison to confine zombies, for research purposes and training for everyone. This bold proposal made some ordinary people in the prison feel afraid and worried, but Su Yu knew that whatever Cheng Zhangqiu said must have been well thought out. She trusted his judgment and therefore agreed with his suggestion. In addition to dealing with zombies, there was another group mentioned in Hao Jian's intelligence report who hunted psychics. They posed a great threat. From what could be seen so far, Su Yu's team was overall weaker than those people. To avoid the base falling into a very dangerous situation, they had to quickly improve their strength within a short period of time. The best way was to awaken latent abilities in regular people. The known methods of triggering such abilities included immune individuals like Su Yu and Mu Lin, who gained evolutionary advantages after being bitten by zombies and defeating the Z virus through immune cells. Another method was potential release during life and death moments like Cheng Zhangqiu's case where latent abilities burst forth under pressure. Lastly, there was Lin Xiaojingyi's type, killing other psychics and gaining their powers. That dangerous group of psychics likely adopted the third method, the one with minimal risk and most direct effect to obtain abilities. Meanwhile, Hao Jian disclosed another piece of information. Those psychics were continuously hunting others but ultimately realized every individual could gain a maximum of 3 abilities, which was the body's limit. Afterwards, they could only imprison psychic opponents, engage them in battle, and relentlessly torment them to enhance their ability levels through combat. Just like Cheng Zhangqiu's previous mental confrontation with the priest, which elevated his psychic control to level 2, stabilizing his mental power so that he could influence people's emotions and even erase their memories. And after Su Yu killed Fang Da, her physical also evolved to T2 level. Su Yu was about to start dual training for the common people in the prison. One was combat against zombies, and the other was mutual PK among psychics, aiming to help as many psychics as possible to upgrade. Meanwhile, she also wanted to recruit more wandering psychics to join her base and strengthen their forces. Of course, these psychics must go through Cheng Zhangqiu's mental exploration. Only those he approved could join. Su Yu did not want to invite wolves into her home. Chapter 80, The Two Brothers. After breakfast, as Jing Xan was about to head back inside, Cheng Ling walked over and stopped him. Jing Xan, come with me for training. No. Jing Xan lazily replied, I'm going back inside to catch up on some sleep. But you just got up. I didn't sleep well last night. Indeed, Jing Xan had 2 dark circles under his eyes and looked lackadaisical. He'd been in this state for more than a day or two, having lacked energy for several days. All right then, Cheng Ling shrugged and headed to the training ground alone. Jingi stood nearby silently observing Jing Xan, finding it strange because in the past he had always been full of energy, never saying that he wanted to go back to bed after waking up. Moreover, recently everyone had been eating well and gaining weight, except for Jing Xan, who had noticeably thinned out. During training, he had become absent-minded. His once excellent shooting skills, which used to hit targets at 100 paces, were now regressing at an alarming rate. Now hitting the 3rd ring would be considered good performance. His physical training was also in a sorry state, so much so that Yuan began to doubt whether he was sick. Jingi shared his doubts with Su Yu. Although Su Yu wasn't entirely sure what the problem was either, she suggested he ask Dr. Lin Xia. No sickness, just low spirit. Jingi briefly described Jing Xan's condition. After hearing this, Lin Xia adjusted her glasses frame and muttered, this child might be indulging in self-abuse. Upon hearing this, Jingi was thoroughly shocked. Su Yu was also dumbfounded. In high school health classes, they had read such descriptions in textbooks. Adolescent boys, even some girls, might engage in such behavior. The textbook stated that this behavior was normal, but if not controlled, it could harm the body. As they walked out of the medical room, Su Yu chuckled and said to Jingi, it looks like you need to find a bride for your younger brother. With a stern expression, Jingi remained serious despite Su Yu's jest and didn't lighten up at all. He considered this matter very severe. I'll go find him. And with that, Jingi went directly toward Jing Xan's room. Jing Xan had just fallen asleep when a hurried knock on the door woke him up. He'd developed the habit of locking his door whenever he went inside. Who is it? Jing Xan mumbled impatiently. It's me, came Jingi's cold voice. Jing Xan dared not keep his older brother waiting and reluctantly opened the door, although he clearly wore an annoyed expression. Jingi entered, paced around the room once, then sat down on Jing Xan's bed. He casually moved aside his pillow, catching Jing Xan completely off guard. Underneath the pillow laid a pornographic magazine, quiet and still. Jing Xan's face instantly turned deathly pale. Jingi picked up the magazine and slammed it hard onto the table. His breathing grew heavier. Jing Xan realized how angry his brother was. Brother. He called him softly, slouching like a deflated balloon, too afraid to look up at him. Stand at attention. Jingi suddenly barked. Jing Xan reacted instinctively, standing straight with chest out immediately. 100 push-ups. Brother. 200. Jing Xan dropped to the floor right away, starting his push-ups. By the time he had done 40, he was already drenched in sweat. His body was far worse than before. During past training sessions, 100 push-ups were effortless. When he felt like he couldn't continue any longer, Jingi took off his shirt, crouched beside Jing Xan, and started doing push-ups alongside him. Having his older brother by his side, Jing Xan had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue, trying his best to keep pace with Jingi, whom he had always strived to catch up to. Now that his older brother was with him, there was no way he could let himself slacken, as he would never admit being weaker than him. After you finish 200, I'll do 300, Jingi increased his own speed as he spoke. By the time Jing Xan had reached 150 push-ups, His sweat had soaked the concrete beneath him. Su Yu, worried about Jing Xan's safety, casually appeared in the hallway and passed by his room, where she saw both brothers taking turns doing push-ups side by side. Sweat streamed from their bodies, pooling into rivers on the ground. These two really have a manly way of solving problems, Su Yu thought privately. After completing 150 push-ups, Jing Xan was almost fainting. Brother, I really can't go on. Jingi had already finished 200 and firmly commanded, keep going. Smiling sweetly, Su Yu sauntered into the room. Jing Xan glanced at her pitifully, clearly asking her to intercede on his behalf. Adding a bit of difficulty, Su Yu settled herself on Jing Yi's back. Let's make it more challenging. Senior Jing Yi, can you handle it? No problem, Jing Yi's deep voice responded. Carrying Su Yu's weight, he quickened the rhythm of his push-ups. Holy shit. Jing Xan had no choice but to push through alongside Jing Yi. Su Yu's sturdy physique wasn't light at all. Seeing the gap between himself and his older brother, driven by sheer unwillingness to give up, Jing Xan finally managed to finish the 200 push-ups. Collapsing heavily on the ground, Jing Xan didn't even have the strength to blink, completely exhausted. Su Yu stood up from Jing Yi's back, the overwhelming amount of male hormones in the room slightly overwhelming her. She wiped his sweat caringly and then walked out. Looking at the prostrate form of Jing Xan, Jing Yi suddenly said, "At this level, you'll never surpass me." Jing Xan's eyes snapped open sharply. Jing Yi's words pierced the most sensitive spot in his heart. He realized he knew everything, knew that he was secretly competing with him, knew the mixed emotions in his heart for him, both love and jealousy. After Jing Yi left, Jing Xan supported himself and stood up again, lost in thought alone in the room for a long time. The moment Jing Yi reached Su Yu's room, he fell onto the bed, startling her. What's wrong? Su Yu quickly moved closer. Last night, I overindulged, can't keep up. A sudden chuckle escaped from Su Yu as she sat beside him and pinched his cheek. It seemed all the composure of their squad leader earlier was just an act. Senior Jing Yi, how can you be so cute, she teased while rubbing his face. Don't mess around. Let me rest. Cheng Zhangqiu squatted by the edge of the training ground, a cigarette in hand, with several butts lying on the ground. His eyes were fixed intently on Cheng Ling, who trained so intensely that her confrontation with Qin Yuan was like putting her life on the line. Relax, little girl. Qin Yuan was forced to step backward continuously. Who are you fighting against? I just. While breathing heavily, Cheng Ling continued sparring with her. Want to become stronger faster, want to be as strong as you, as strong as Su Yu. Qin Yuan went off for rest, and Cheng Ling began to exercise frenziedly by herself. Cheng Zhangqiu watched her do 50 pull-ups without breaking a sweat, followed by sit-ups immediately after. Furrowing his brows into a sharp ridge, Cheng Zhangqiu felt deep concern. Jing Yi strolled toward Cheng Zhangqiu, bending down and picking up the cigarette butts one by one. Our senior Jing Yi has turned into an environmental protector. Cheng Zhangqiu lifted his chin to look at him with a smile on his lips. Jing Yi tossed the cigarette butts into the trash can and spoke, "There will be no more cigarettes brought for you. If you want some, get them yourself. I won't help you anymore." Saying that, he turned around and ascended onto the training field. Upon seeing Jing Yi approaching, Cheng Ling hurriedly greeted him. Her cheeks still flushed red due to the previous exercise, her eyes gazed at him ardently. "Senior Jing Yi, could you train with me?" Jing Yi nodded. Far away, Cheng Zhangqiu observed the pair's exchange and saw the anticipatory yet bashful expression Cheng Ling gave Jing Yi. He crushed the cigarette butt in his hand forcefully and left the training ground. By the evening mealtime, Cheng Ling had not returned yet. Cheng Zhangqiu went back to the training ground to find her, only to discover an empty field. Cheng Zhangqiu found Cheng Ling collapsed in a corner. In the medical room, Dr. Lin Xiao performed basic recuperation and healing on Cheng Ling, then turned to a worried Cheng Zhangqiu saying, "She's simply too tired. She needs good rest." Behind him, Qin Yuan curiously remarked, "These few days, I always feel something is amiss about this girl. As her brother, you should pay more attention to your sister." There was a bit of reproach in her tone. Cheng Zhangqiu caressed Cheng Ling's forehead, looking at her ashen face and pale lips filled with self-reproach. He, of course, knew what she was thinking, training relentlessly, making herself strong, becoming as strong as Su Yu, perhaps hoping to draw an extra glance from Jing Yi. What a foolish girl. Yet there was absolutely nothing he could do about his silly girl. He couldn't even use mental suggestion on her to make her abandon her feelings for Jing Yi. He would never employ spiritual control on anyone close to him, least of all the person closest to him. "I'll take her home. All of you go eat. There's no need to worry." Cheng Zhangqiu lifted Cheng Ling up, heading towards the eastern corridor. Su Yu pulled him gently, concerned, asking, "Is everything really all right?" Cheng Zhangqiu gave her his trademark smile. "Don't worry. My sister has always been competitive. I'll guide her." Jing Xan had barely touched a few bites of his food before leaving the cafeteria, washing his utensils at the sink and then jogging all the way to Cheng Ling's room. The corridor was quite dark, and her room door was slightly ajar, with warm light seeping through the cracks. Leaning against the pillow, Cheng Ling sat on the bed while Cheng Zhangqiu dragged a small stool over and sat next to her. His expression full of helplessness, he looked at her. "Your crush on boys at this age is very normal. I'm not those old-fashioned parents who strictly forbid early romance, but liking a man older than your own brother, how does that make your big brother feel?" With that remark, Cheng Ling giggled despite herself, having expected a scolding but realizing her brother wasn't too angry. Gradually, her mind settled down. Seeing her smile, Cheng Zhangqiu smiled as well, reaching out to scratch the bangs on her forehead. Cheng Ling tilted her head to avoid his hand and said, "I like Jing Yi. He's not married and has no wife, so why can't I like him? If the Civil Affairs Bureau were still open, he would already be a married man, Cheng Zhengqiu replied solemnly. Are you talking about Su Yu? Cheng Ling seemed disdainful. I'll surpass her sooner or later. Do you think Jingi likes her because she's good at fighting? Cheng Zhengqiu stared into Cheng Ling's eyes. So you train your life away every day? Thinking if you exceed her, Jingi won't like her anymore but will like you instead? He was amazed how dumb his normally smart sister could be. Cheng Ling clenched her teeth. She noticed the contempt in her brother's eyes but persisted defiantly. I'm younger than her. One day. Suddenly, Cheng Zhengqiu emitted a mocking laugh. What are you laughing at? Cheng Ling looked up sharply, glaring at him. Seems like Jingi, in your mind, is no more than a lecherous man who abandons his old lover for a new one. That's not true. Cheng Ling rushed to protest. But she found herself at a loss for words. He will eventually see my good points. Cheng Zhengqiu thought, unless he used mental suggestion to force her to forget Jingi, adolescent girls stuck deep in love were as stubborn as 100 oxen pulling together couldn't drag her back. I'll sever our sibling relationship if you dare use mental control on me. Cheng Ling immediately detected the schemes brewing behind Cheng Zhengqiu's glasses. I love Jingi. Unless you expel me from this base, I will fall in love with him over and over again. This is true love, fearless and never backing down. Cheng Ling swore solemnly. Listening to the dramatic declaration of true love from a middle school level girl who viewed death as meaningless, Cheng Zhengqiu inwardly groaned repeatedly. That's not true love. It's just stealing someone else's partner, right? Now he regretted letting her read so many online novels, all poisonous grasses. Chapter 81, Heading to the University. Jing Xan, feeling lightheaded, wandered back to his room. His mind was buzzing with noise. Not looking where he was going, he stumbled right into Su Yu's arms. Su Yu quickly steadied him and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Did your brother mess with you again? I'll go find him, this hasn't ended yet, right? No, Jing Xan hastily grabbed Su Yu's arm. Don't go look for my brother. Su Yu thought he might be scared, so she patted his head gently as they walked into the room together, speaking softly, tell me what's wrong. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Your brother can't do anything bad while I'm around. With such kindness from Su Yu, Jing Xan felt a lump in his throat, almost bringing him to tears. But a man doesn't cry easily, he wouldn't let himself. Yet, it really hurt deep inside. He tightly hugged her waist, gritting his teeth to hold back the tears as he clung to her. Su Yu was surprised by his actions. Hadn't this guy always seemed distant from her? When did he start liking her so much? She felt honored but uncertain, and began to pat his back lightly, trying to comfort him. Am I really that detestable? Jing Xan muttered glumly. You're still young, no one truly dislikes you, Su Yu said quietly. Even though Jing Xan often spoke harshly to her, she didn't hate him at all. In fact, she cared about him deeply because of her affection for the family. When will I grow up? Can I ever be like my brother? To be like him, to attract others, to attract Cheng Ling. Growing up isn't judged by age alone. Then what is it judged by? Jing Xan looked up expectantly with wide eyes. Once you're like Jingi, your senior who takes on responsibility, learns to embrace tolerance and patience, and uses all your skills to protect those you love, I guess you'll then have grown up. As Su Yu said this, Jing Xan noticed the light in her eyes. It was obvious how much she liked his brother. When you like someone, your eyes will shine brightly. He had seen countless times how Cheng Ling's eyes sparkled similarly. But that sparkle wasn't for him. Jing Xan's heart felt heavy with sorrow. Su Yu, you must promise to keep an eye on my brother. Jing Xan clenched his fists as he looked at her. A lot of people like him. Su Yu was slightly startled and narrowed her eyes. Did you hear something interesting? Jing Xan shook his head repeatedly. After finishing his shower, Jingi walked into Jing Xan's room intending to talk to him. Having realized he should pay more attention to his younger brother, he decided to set aside time every day for deep conversation. However, upon entering, he saw Jing Xan hugging Su Yu tightly. The hand holding the towel to dry his hair paused, confused. In Jingi's memory, Jing Xan was still the little kid trailing behind him, yelling excitedly to play with toy guns. It was only now that he realized just how much his younger brother had grown. This embrace between Jing Xan and Su Yu looked just like any loving couple would hug. Even more shockingly, Jing Xan's face was buried against her chest. Thinking about the inappropriate magazines Jing Xan had been reading, anger surged through Jingi's veins. He pulled Jing Xan away and stepped in front of Su Yu, protecting her. Do you think you're still a child? Jingi said rudely. From now on, you're not allowed, to hug her like this anymore. Jing Xan gazed at his brother pitifully, pouting in a heartbroken manner. Su Yu pushed Jingi aside. What's gotten into you? He's just a kid. Why are you being so mean? Jingi glanced helplessly between Su Yu and the aggrieved Jing Xan, unsure of what to say. Brother, I approve of you and Su Yu being together. Jing Xan stepped off the bed, standing solemnly in front of Jingi. Even if his agreement or refusal made no difference to their relationship, Su Yu cherished Jing Xan's acceptance greatly. Winning over this little brat's heart held significant meaning to her. It gave her immense satisfaction. From now on, we're family, pulling Jingi's hand and Su Yu's hand together. Hand in hand, family. Jingi smiled faintly, while Su Yu gazed at his smile, her heart warming at the feeling of being a part of a close-knit family once more. It had been so long since she'd experienced such familial warmth, and now, she finally had her most beloved family again. This time, Su Yu absolutely would not lose them or let them drift away like her parents. She was determined to stay with her family forever, protecting them with all her might. With everything ready, they were now heading towards the university nestled at the foot of Mount Jin to search for the experimental equipment Professor Fang needed. Accompanying them were Qin Yuan, Jingi, Su Yu, and Dao Hua. Although Dao Hua had been saying she wouldn't join their team, she didn't leave either. Especially now that Su Yu was in dire need of psychic powers, staying was the better choice. Going out there would mean likely encountering those frenzied psychic hunters from the other end of the city. Though she didn't fear death, she didn't want to die at the hands of these people. Since she had stayed, eating so much of their food without doing any work, she certainly couldn't stay idle on matters where risking one's life was concerned. Apart from the four of them, two somewhat combat-capable individuals from the group Hao Jian brought over also requested to join: a man named Liang Yuan, 28 years old, skilled with guns, and a woman named Tang Yulon, 24 years old, always giggly and lively. Jingi originally intended for Jing Xan to join the team too, but before Jing Xan could respond, Cheng Ling quickly volunteered herself. Jingi brother, let me go this time. Upon hearing Cheng Ling's words, Jing Xan immediately swallowed the yes that had been ready to come out. Su Yu jumped off the truck and looked at Cheng Ling. Do you really want to go? I want to gain some practical combat experience. Cheng Ling eagerly responded, my kung fu isn't worse than Jing Xan's now, and my marksmanship is pretty good. Jing Xan muttered sullenly, then go ahead, I happen to want to rest anyway. After finishing his sentence unhappily, he shuffled back toward the room. Su Yu glanced at Cheng Zhengqiu, as if asking for his opinion. Absolutely not, Cheng Zhengqiu refused. Brother, Cheng Ling turned anxiously towards Cheng Zhengqiu. I want to go. You can't control me all the time. I can control you until you're 18, Cheng Zhengqiu insisted firmly. I think Xiaoling actually could benefit from going out to train. She has improved a lot, Qin Yuan interjected in support, earning her a grateful glance from Cheng Ling. It wasn't about whether training was necessary or not. Cheng Zhengqiu knew the reason Cheng Ling wanted to follow along was for Jingi, and he feared she'd focus too much on impressing Jingi to overlook the real dangers. He didn't dare take that risk. Not happening, no discussion, Cheng Zhengqiu warned threateningly, glancing at Cheng Ling as though warning her. Cheng Ling gritted her teeth and ran into the dark corridor. Su Yu looked puzzled at Cheng Zhengqiu and then called everyone together, get on the truck. Let's head out. Professor Fang Yinbo accompanied them, with Qin Yuan and Jingi responsible for protecting her. Professor Fang Yinbo was very familiar with the university, as he used to frequently visit it to give seminars. On the truck, Tang Yulon kept looking at Qin Yuan several times, each glance being caught by Qin Yuan. Her gaze wasn't quite straightforward, it contained a touch of deceit and sleaziness, similar to a rat's beady little eyes, which irritated Qin Yuan. Why does she keep looking at you? Su Yu noticed as well, leaning close to Qin Yuan's ear and whispering the question. How should I know? Qin Yuan mumbled unhappily. She guessed it might have something to do with Shu Ku being less than an honest man. Tang Yulon probably had an affair with him. Now aware that Qin Yuan was his ex-wife, Tang Yulon seemed especially fixated on her. Yulon, what's the thing around your neck? Liang Yuan glanced deliberately at Tang Yulon after looking briefly at Qin Yuan. Tang Yulon couldn't help but flaunt the ring hanging from the red string around her neck and showed it off proudly. Shu Ku gave it to me. Qin Yuan's gaze landed on the ring, it was her wedding ring with Shu Ku. HMPH. Noticing Qin Yuan's stare, Tang Yulon became even prouder, removing the ring to wear on her finger. Shu Ku said we'll use this ring when we get married. How are you supposed to marry with only one ring? Qin Yuan sarcastically commented, pulling another matching ring from her pocket and throwing it to Tang Yulon from a distance. Here, take it, they're a pair, and the one I'm keeping is for the bride. Staring at the matching ring in her hand, Tang Yulon's face paled instantly, never expecting that Shu Ku had given her someone else's wedding ring. Actually, Qin Yuan had long planned to throw away this ring, but upon further thought, considering it was a testament to 3 years of her miserable marriage, she decided to keep it to remind herself always, cherish life and stay far away from scum men. Now giving it to Tang Yulon seemed perfect. Soon, the truck drove from Tian City into the southern gate of X University. The campus buildings were entirely abandoned, crawling with vines, appearing eerie and ghostly. The school grounds undulated unevenly, and the main path was broad, flanked by small green school buses parked beside the road. Inside the buses sat a few zombies. The main roads were packed with zombies and soldiers dressed in military uniforms because the Z virus outbreak coincided with the start of the school year. Freshmen were just beginning military training, resulting in numerous zombies clad in green military attire littering the roads. The truck had been modified, with Mu Lin installing a bulldozer's shovel at the front of the vehicle. All zombies blocking the way were shoveled to the side, and long knives protruding from around the truck's body cut down the surrounding zombies, carving out a bloody path forward. With a turn, the truck entered the courtyard of the biology building. Fortunately, the deeper they went, the fewer zombies there were, perhaps due to the relatively remote location of the biology building. The truck stopped in front of the biology building's entrance. Su Yu jumped off and cautiously looked around. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. That's strange. There had been many zombies chasing the truck earlier, but now all those zombies had gathered outside the biology building courtyard, without a single one venturing inside. This is a bit unreasonable. Qin Yuan also jumped out of the truck and stared at the distant crowd of zombies. It's very, very abnormal. Su Yu furrowed her brow as she took the gun handed over by Jingi and tucked it into the back of her waistband. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Dao Hua got out from the passenger seat and said, regardless of the situation, we have to go in, right? Everyone be careful, Suyu reminded the group before leading the way into the biology building. Jingi immediately stepped up and pulled Suyu behind him, saying, "I'll go first." Chapter 82, The Head. The biology building was an old structure, probably built in the 1990s. Its floors were dotted with cement patterns, and the room doors were wooden. However, the equipment inside was advanced. Qin Yuan and Dao Hua stood guard around Professor Fang Yinbo while Mu Lin walked at the rear. Surprisingly, as they entered the building, not a single zombie appeared, which was almost impossible in this apocalypse where zombies could infiltrate everywhere. A cool breeze swept through the hallway, causing Suyu to shiver involuntarily. "Suyu, do you think, are the zombies afraid of entering this building?" Qin Yuan asked faintly. Not asking might have been better. Upon mention, it did seem plausible zombies blocked the yard outside, but the door was unlocked, yet they refused to enter no matter what. If there wasn't something strange going on inside, no one would believe it. Wouldn't there be a ghost inside? Tang Yulon became scared, tightly grabbing onto Liang Yuan's clothes corner, her teeth starting to chatter. Because of the towering camphor trees outside the building blocking the sunlight, the building was often dimly lit. Despite it being a bright sunny day outside, the corridor was eerily cold. "Don't scare yourself," Suyu said. "There's no such thing as ghosts." She didn't want Tang Yulon to create any sense of panic. "Be careful everyone, don't act alone. There must be something in the building, though it's uncertain what. It would be best not to provoke anything, grab what they needed, and leave." According to Professor Fang Yinbo's memory, the central lab was on the 3rd floor, where the most complete experimental equipment was located. Moreover, just a few months before the apocalypse, University X had spent a huge sum importing a set of high-end precision analysis instruments from abroad. Professor Fang Yinbo had visited them during a seminar and had been very curious about the set, hoping it could still prove useful now. "Ah!" Liang Yuan let out a shriek, setting off a chain reaction that made Tang Yulon beside him scream too. Their screams echoed in the empty stairwell, sounding especially abrupt. Tang Yulon trembled fearfully, clutching tightly onto Liang Yuan's clothing. "What is going on with the two of you?" Qin Yuan was angry now. They had agreed to keep a low profile, so were these two deliberately stirring trouble? "I saw something at the staircase entrance," Liang Yuan quickly explained, pointing at the corner of the 2nd floor. "It moved past in an instant." "What did you see?" Suyu asked. "I don't know. It was black. Anyway, it wasn't human." Liang Yuan's eyes were full of terror, and definitely not a zombie. Jingi took his gun and went up the stairs first, leaning against the wall, pointing the gun towards the entrance of the corridor. After checking and finding nothing, he turned back and gave them a sign indicating safety. Could you have mistaken it?" Tang Yulon asked fearfully beside Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan looked puzzled. "I really saw something." "Let's go," Suyu said, glancing back at Mu Lin. "Keep an eye on our backs." "Okay." Everyone continued toward the upper floors. Just as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, Liang Yuan suddenly freaked out again. "Ah, I saw it again." In a state of sheer horror, he kept retreating backwards and almost fell over the stairs, only being caught by Mu Lin. "Where?" Suyu asked urgently. "Over there, right through the stairway entrance." Liang Yuan pointed at the 3rd floor corner. "Black. It was a ghost. There's a ghost here. Really, there's a ghost." Tang Yulon was completely frightened, even though she hadn't seen it herself. She fully trusted Liang Yuan's words and her face now showed nothing but terror. "Even if there really is a ghost, why should we be afraid when we're so many?" came Mu Lin's strong voice, extremely reassuring. "Don't be afraid." Staying calm was the most important now. If they panicked, it would become dangerous. Tang Yulon calmed down considerably due to Mu Lin's words, but Liang Yuan, having seen the thing firsthand, couldn't possibly be unafraid. He kept retreating backward, repeatedly saying, "You all go up ahead, I'm not going. I'll wait for you downstairs. Don't act alone," Suyu said immediately. How could Liang Yuan hear her? With his gun in hand, he turned and ran toward the 2nd floor staircase hastily, as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. "Come back," Suyu shouted loudly, about to run after him when Jingi grabbed her and instead rushed down the stairs to chase after Liang Yuan. Mu Lin followed closely behind Jingi, running in the direction Liang Yuan had fled. "Qin Yuan, Dao Hua, you two protect Professor Fang," Suyu said and followed quickly. But at this moment, Jingi, who was ahead, suddenly stopped in the corridor with a look of astonishment on his face. Suyu looked in the direction of his gaze and saw Liang Yuan lying on the ground, entangled by masses of black hair. The hairs extended from the end of the corridor like a spider capturing its prey. They tightly wrapped Liang Yuan in one circle after another. Liang Yuan struggled desperately. Bang bang bang. His gun fired wildly as Jingi and Mu Lin hurriedly ducked against the wall, narrowly avoiding being hit. Finally, all the bullets in Liang Yuan's gun were spent. Those moving and entwining strands of hair began to crawl into Liang Yuan's mouth and nose. With a muffled groan, Liang Yuan's body started shrinking rapidly, as if his vitality was being sucked away by the hair. Without delay, Jingi returned his gun to his waistband and swiftly drew a long sword from behind his back. Running in front of Liang Yuan, he swung the sword downward, slicing the tangled hair into 2 segments. The other part of the hair recoiled with what seemed like pain and vanished into the distance at the end of the corridor. As for the piece of hair left by Liang Yuan, it quickly began to shrink, losing its vitality. However, upon looking at Liang Yuan, his skin had become shriveled and sunken, now resembling an old man of 70 or 80 years. Jingi squatted down, probed his nostrils, then turned around shaking his head to the others. "He's dead." If only earlier he hadn't panicked and misfired his gun, perhaps Jingi could have saved him in time. His recklessness caused his death. However, thinking about it again, during such moments, not many people would calmly wait for others to come to their rescue. Jingi used his sword to lift up the hair that had entangled Liang Yuan. Qin Yuan walked over intending to grab it but was stopped by Su Yu. We don't know what it is, better not touch it. This thing, it looks just like regular hair. Qin Yuan examined the dried up bundle carefully, it even splits. Ordinary hair doesn't eat people. Dao Hua stared at Liang Yuan's shriveled corpse and got goosebumps. We must leave here, Su Yu decisively ordered. Although they didn't get the lab equipment, as long as they couldn't identify the source of danger, preserving their lives came first. Ding. Little sister Yu, a task has come up. Do you always choose this critical moment to mess with me? Su Yu yelled inwardly. Hey, I'm doing my best to give you points, aren't I? Hurry up and say. Here's the deal. There's a desperate girl somewhere in this biological building. Free her from her torment, and your reward will be 8,000 points. You'll also receive a surprise bonus. Could this hair possibly have something to do with some ghostly girl? Su Yu guessed. Correct answer. Accept. Su Yu decided without hesitation, 8,000 point. Her current total score was already 20,000, and she was getting closer to the weapons vault requiring 30,000 points. Wait. Qin Yuan suddenly spoke. Where's Tang Yulon? Everyone turned around, realizing Tang Yulon had disappeared long ago. When Tang Yulon saw Liang Yuan being dragged off by those black hair strands, she was so terrified that she fled downstairs immediately, disregarding them entirely. Life preservation was paramount, there was no need to lose her life in this haunted place. However, when she tumbled into the hall on the first floor, she was shocked to find that the door was tightly closed with no light passing through. She ran to the door and pounded it fiercely, but the door did not budge an inch. Who had shut the door? Were they trapping them inside? Tang Yulon's fear escalated to its peak, plunging her into a terrible nightmare. She wanted to return to look for Su Yu, but upon turning around, she collapsed on the spot, frightened stiff. All over the walls were dense black hairs spreading everywhere. The whole wall and ceiling were crawling with these black threads, heading straight towards Tang Yulon. Ah! The cries of anguish from the first-floor lobby made Su Yu and her group rush downstairs immediately. Upon reaching the staircase, Mu Lin stepped forward and blocked them with his arms spread wide. Clearly visible from the stairs was that the entire first-floor lobby had become an ocean of hair. At the center, Tang Yulon could no longer be seen, completely wrapped up into a mummy by the hair strands. Only her vague outline was still discernible. There was no time to waste. Mu Lin pulled a lighter from his pocket, ignited it, and threw it directly into the hall. The lit lighter touched the strands of hair, and they quickly burst into flames. The fire spread, and those strands of hair seemed to have some sort of awareness, retreating immediately. Within moments, they had all dissipated. Jingi took his sword and descended the stairs, cutting through the surrounding hair with his longsword and forging a path toward Tang Yulon. Dao Hua also unsheathed her twin blades and began slashing the long hair around her. Her movements were fluid and fierce, a sight that was captivating to watch. At this moment, the hair entwining Tang Yulon had withered completely due to the fire's scorching heat. Jingi pushed aside the strands of hair with his sword to reveal Tang Yulon's entirely shriveled body. Her death was 100 times more tragic than Liang Yuan's. When the blade lightly touched her body, it disintegrated instantly, collapsing onto the ground as a pile of powder. Her flesh and blood had been completely drained by the hair. What on earth is this thing? Qin Yuan's voice couldn't help but tremble. Su Yu walked to the door and tried pushing it hard, but it remained tightly shut. It seemed they were now trapped inside the biological building. Unless they figured out exactly what had killed Liang Yuan and Tang Yulon, and eliminated it entirely, there would be no way for them to leave. Chapter 83, The Alien Species. Su Yu, what should we do now? Dao Hua turned to ask Su Yu. What to do? Since there's no way out, we'll just have to face the situation head on. Stick to the original plan and head to the central lab on the 3rd floor. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu said calmly. Anyway, there's no avoiding it, might as well get the things they need first. My ability is invisibility. I'll go up first and scout the path. If it's confirmed safe, you guys can come up next. Without waiting for Su Yu to respond, Dao Hua vanished right in front of everyone. Su Yu immediately opened the smart map and switched it from the city view to a comprehensive layout of the entire building. On it, you could clearly see the green dots representing the 4 of them, as well as the green dot of Dao Hua above their heads. Even though she had become invisible, the smart map was still able to track her movements. While waiting for Dao Hua's report, Su Yu reviewed the 3D structure of the biology building again. Apart from the 5 green dots that represented their group, a yellow dot was unmistakably shown in a room on the 5th floor to the left. Green dots represent humans, red dots represent zombies, so what does the yellow dot stand for? Su Yu called out mentally to 0, but received no response. Not long after, Mu Lin's walkie-talkie received confirmation from Dao Hua that the coast was clear. The group rushed toward the 3rd floor. The central lab almost took up the entire 3rd floor area. Through the glass window, one could see many orderly arranged experimental instruments. With the door tightly closed, everything inside the lab had been spared. Professor Fang Yinbo found the button on the wall to open the door. But Su Yu didn't see Dao Hua's figure, assuming she was still invisible. She called her name a few times, receiving no response. Realizing something was wrong, Su Yu quickly opened the smart map. She saw the green dot representing Dao Hua rapidly moving, heading towards the yellowed that represented an unknown creature on the 5th floor. Damn! Dao Hua is in danger. After saying this, Su Yu ran out of the lab, while turning around to tell Mu Lin and Qin Yuan to protect Professor Fang Yinbo well. Jingi naturally would accompany her. After leaving, Su Yu pressed the button on the wall again, sealing the lab. Inside the lab, they should be safe for now. Jingi and Su Yu ran toward the 5th floor. Su Yu also pulled out the short knife Jingi had given her from her waist. The door of the room on the left side of the 5th floor was tightly shut, with visible strands of hair spilling out from the crack beneath the door. Dao Hua was inside the room. The door was locked tight. Jingi, step back, Su Yu shouted, and Jingi followed the order to move aside. Su Yu herself also stepped back a few paces before charging forward and kicking the locked door hard. Not only did she kick it open, but the entire door flew away. The sight within the room made Su Yu shudder. It had almost turned into a sea of hair. The moment the door was opened, the black hair surged out like waves. Inside, Dao Hua was desperately wielding dual knives to hack at the surrounding hair strands. These strands surrounded her menacingly, yet held back because they feared the sharp blades in her hands. Come on then. Dao Hua screamed wildly, provoking the strands. They reacted by becoming more vicious, with one cluster sneaking from behind to suddenly entangle her right hand. A flash of resolve crossed Dao Hua's eyes, and she swung her left knife, severing the cluster instantly. Another mass of hair ensnared her legs, and with a fierce pull, Dao Hua was tripped to the ground. Taking advantage of the gap, the hair attacked her from all directions. At this moment, Su Yu and Jingi rushed in together. Jingi dealt with the hair around them, while Su Yu cut through the black hair swarming around Dao Hua and helped her up. You okay? Su Yu asked. Dao Hua shook her head. This thing, it can see me. At this moment, the room had become a complete ocean of black hair, encircling the three of them. Su Yu knew that the yellow dot was somewhere in this room, possibly hiding among the black hair. They just needed to find it. The hair had started winding up, trying to seize the long sword in Jingi's hands. But every time the hair touched the blade, it was swiftly cut off. Jingi's blade wasn't ordinary, it was incredibly sharp. They quickly shifted tactics, attacking from all angles. The hair began binding their hands and feet, aiming to immobilize them first. Dao Hua's two hands were already tangled, struggling as she tried to free herself, but there was simply too much hair, making it nearly impossible to break free. Su Yu glanced at Dao Hua and then at Jingi. His situation seemed equally difficult. His feet were bound, leaving him unable to move. It's just hair. Su Yu grunted, pulling out a Zippo lighter from her bag and tossing it to the densest area of the strands. Hair is flammable. As soon as it caught the smallest flame, it quickly caught fire, and in an instant, the hive around Jingi and Dao Hua loosened. The surrounding black long hair burned fiercely and was soon turned to ashes, the air filling with a strong smell of burning. As the long hair burned, the room gradually became more open and brighter. A sharp and ear-piercing scream continued, as all the hairs in the room were consumed by the flames. Su Yu saw that this must have been a small lab, with various experimental instruments haphazardly placed around. Not far away, on a reclining chair, sat a person, a woman whose hair had almost completely burned off. She looked at Su Yu with despair. Su Yu noticed that from her thighs down, there was nothing left but ghastly wounds, blood-soaked and reeking, crawling with maggots. The flames finally stopped burning, and only a few pathetic strands of hair hung limply from her head, obscuring most of her face. She looked human, yet not quite human. Su Yu knew she was definitely not human, because in her hand, she held something. Upon closer inspection, it was a human head. No, a zombie head. The zombie's teeth were still crazily gnawing and chewing, and in front of her table stood a bowl filled with red strips of meat. She was cutting these meat strips with a scalpel and feeding them to the zombie head in her arms. As long as a zombie's brain is intact, it will never die, even if only the head remains. She must be the woman who needed liberation in the task description. A monster. Before she could react, Su Yu had already rapidly moved in front of her, the short blade protruding as it pierced deeply into her brain. At that very moment, the woman's memories violently surged into Su Yu's mind. The apocalypse came, but Jingi felt extraordinarily lucky. Lucky that she finally had a chance to spend time with Professor Qin Yuan legitimately. Qin Yuan had just turned 28 years old, brilliant and talented. He was already an associate professor of biology at X University. Jingi was his graduate student and also the lab assistant manager. Jingi became a lab assistant because of Qin Yuan. The first time she saw him in the lab, watching him use a sharp little knife to cut open the abdomen of a living mouse, she was deeply captivated by the gleam in his eyes. His knife-handling movement, his focused expression, and the faintly magnetic tone when he explained things, all of this drove Jingi utterly crazy. Of course, she was just one among many female students who liked Professor Qin Yuan, and she was extremely inconspicuous. Qin Yuan was simply too handsome. When the apocalypse arrived, Jingi, dressed in a white lab coat, was dissecting a rabbit in the lab. Outside, there was a clamor, though she didn't know what the fuss was about. Irritated, she wrinkled her brows. Just then, the door to the lab was suddenly opened from the outside. Jingi turned back and saw Qin Yuan rushing in, hurriedly shutting the door, and then pressing a button next to the door, locking it automatically. Jingi's heart skipped a beat. The rabbit lying in her hands had already been partially dissected, its stomach cut open, but since she had paused, it hadn't died yet, writhing in pain with its entrails spilling out. As Jingi eagerly anticipated what would happen next, Professor Qin urgently started moving tables and chairs, barricading the laboratory door. Professor Qin, you've already locked the door, it's an advanced automatic lock. No one can get in from outside, and Ji blushed slightly and reminded him softly. But Qin Ichuan seemed to hear nothing, continuing to move things anxiously to block the door, clearly panicking. This made Ji a bit afraid. Professor Qin, what's going on? And Ji approached him, tugging at his sleeve to ask. Mutated. Mutated. Qin Ichuan kept repeating those words, everyone's dead, all dead. And Ji was horrified. What do you mean, what's dead? Qin Ichuan dragged her to the window, letting her see for herself. And Ji looked through the 5th floor window and saw the entire campus in chaos. Students were frantically fleeing while being chased by others, who continuously pounced on them, biting and tearing them apart. Those bitten quickly mutated and began hunting and devouring others. The end of the world. And Ji collapsed onto the ground, unable to respond or act. Qin Ichuan ran over, closing all the windows and then drawing the curtains. The room quickly fell into darkness. He sat next to Ji, breathing heavily and still shaken. And Ji had watched many zombie movies, such as The Walking Dead, Z Nation, Dawn of the Dead, Fear the Walking Dead, and more. But she had never imagined that she would become part of one of these terrifying worlds. It was simply too frightening. But Ji quickly calmed down and accepted this reality. If she could survive like the protagonists in TV shows or movies, maybe she and Professor Qin Ichuan could endure together in this zombie-filled apocalypse. They would support each other, rely on each other, and perhaps naturally end up together, eventually saving the world. That would be so romantic. And Ji had already shifted entirely from her fear of zombies to daydreaming about a romantic fantasy. Of course, Qin Ichuan couldn't possibly guess what she was thinking. Still recovering from his shock, he asked, how many animals are left in the lab? And Ji stood up and counted the cages in the lab, 7 or 8 rabbits, a dog, and a litter of young hamsters. Qin Ichuan calculated how long these supplies would last them. Just then, there came a loud knocking at the door outside. Bang 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 bang. And Ji was startled and jumped back several steps. Qin Ichuan immediately grabbed a small knife from the table, and the two of them tensely stared at the door. Chapter 84, Eating Meat. Is there anyone? Please open the door. Desperate cries came from outside. Save us. They are coming up. Open the door quickly. And Ji hurriedly moved forward to remove the chairs and tables blocking the door, but was stopped by Qin Ichuan. We can't open the door. But. And Ji was in a state of utter confusion as the knocking continued. But if we don't open it, they will die, she said with an urgent voice. If we open the door, we will die too. Qin Ichuan's voice was much steadier than before. Our food is scarce already. Letting these people in will divide the time we could survive. And Ji's hands paused while moving the chairs. Indeed, judging by the sound, there were quite a number of people outside. If they came in, there would surely not be enough lab animals for everyone to eat. In order to survive in the apocalypse, sometimes you must be cruel. Overflowing compassion often leads to your own demise. In zombie movies, she had seen many foolish protagonists like that. Besides, she didn't want others to disturb her and Qin Ichuan's private moments. Yes, we cannot open the door. The knocking at the door grew more violent, their pleas turned into curses, then finally changed into desperate wails. And Ji stood beside Qin Ichuan, tightly clutching the hem of his clothes, the moans from outside disturbing her thoughts. Finally, the crying sound ceased entirely, replaced by the vague sound from the zombies' throats, and the sound of flesh being chewed in their mouths. Startled, and Ji rushed into Qin Ichuan's arms. Startled, Qin Ichuan gently patted her back, soothing her. Just as Ji had anticipated, during this apocalyptic situation, in such a narrow and closed space, her feelings for Qin Ichuan rapidly deepened, entering the phase of intense romance. In the narrow enclosed laboratory, they hugged and encouraged each other, making love day and night, falling into a kind of end-of-the-world revelry. And Ji even started to thank all those zombies around them. If it weren't for them, how would she have the chance to be alone with Qin Ichuan? How would he have ever noticed her? They had only one small white mouse left. She watched Qin Ichuan use a sharp scalpel to cut open the stomach of the mouse, extract its bloody innards, then skewer it with a knife and place it on an alcohol lamp to roast. Soon, the aroma of the greasy meat filled the air. Swallowing hard, and Ji watched as Qin Ichuan picked up the roasted white mouse. He looked at her distantly, noticing her hungry eyes. He was also hungry. This little bit of energy would never be enough to sustain his body's consumption. And Ji thought that perhaps Qin Ichuan wouldn't share the food with her. However, unexpectedly, Qin Ichuan approached Ji and handed over the meager amount of roasted meat to her. Eat. And Ji looked at Qin Ichuan incredulously. His gaze was so tender that in this moment, Ji felt like she was the happiest woman in the world. No, you eat. I'm not hungry, and Ji firmly replied. For the person she loved, she was willing to give up everything, including her life. In the end, the two of them divided the small white mouse between them. It was the 5th day of their survival in the apocalypse, and their last morsel of food was now consumed. And Ji pulled a small gap in the curtain, looking out from the biology building. The entire school had completely fallen. The garden paths, the playgrounds, the dining halls, everywhere was full of aimlessly wandering zombies. Terrified, and Ji quickly pulled the curtain shut and shivered. They really couldn't leave anymore. They could only stay here, gradually wasting away from hunger. Seated in fear, her whole body began to uncontrollably tremble. Qin Ichuan walked over and held her. Don't worry, we won't die. As long as I'm here, you won't die. He consoled her gently, yet this comfort was utterly feeble. And Jingi threw her arms around Qin Ichuan's neck and hugged him tightly. Before death, to be able to share such a happy time with him, and finally to die together with him, she found peace in it. She truly did find fulfillment in it. Hugging each other, it had been 48 hours without eating anything. And Jingi felt extremely sleepy. It might have been due to extreme hunger triggering her body's stress response to conserve energy, so she drifted off into sleep. She woke up because of a wafting aroma of grilled meat reaching her nose. Feeling disoriented and heavy-lidded, she strained to open her eyes and saw Qin Ichuan standing by the alcohol lamp, using a small knife to grill skewered meat. This strange, unfamiliar smell of meat was incredibly fragrant, causing her mouth to water as her stomach churned painfully from hunger. Was she dreaming? Or had she died and arrived in heaven? Her thoughts blurred as she considered this. Seeing Jingi awake, Qin Ichuan held the roasted meat and squatted down before her, placing the piece of meat near her mouth. Eat. Qin Ichuan's lips curled into such a gentle smile. And Jingi was starving, so she took the skewer of meat, wolfing it down bite by bite. It was so delicious. She had never eaten meat that tasted this good. Eat slowly, there's plenty more, Qin Ichuan smiled gently as he said. And Jingi felt incredibly happy. Being able to eat meat made her feel so fortunate, especially with Qin Ichuan still by her side. How blissful. After finally becoming satiated, and Jingi hesitated and opened her mouth to ask, "What is this meat?" "I say it's zombie flesh, would you believe me?" Qin Ichuan replied with an amused smirk, jokingly saying. And Jingi shook her head and responded in a teasing tone, "Zombies are full of foul odors, their meat must smell just as bad. But this meat smells so fragrant, there's no way it could be zombie meat. You're really good at telling jokes. Fair reasoning." Qin Ichuan nodded in full agreement before turning his gaze to Jingi. "Then tell me, if this meat is so fragrant, where do you think it comes from?" And Jingi gazed upon his warm countenance and the seemingly harmless smile curling up his lips but suddenly shivered involuntarily. This fragrant meat. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? She lowered her eyes gradually. Her right thigh was covered by a cloth draped over her legs. With trembling hands, she pulled the fabric away and found that a chunk of flesh had been carved out of her right thigh, leaving a bloody wound from which fresh red blood flowed in rivulets, collecting into a small river. And Jingi's eyes widened as round as bells, taking quite a while to process what she was seeing. The meat she had just eaten was her own. And Jingi let out a retching sound, vomiting everything she'd just consumed back out onto the floor. The sour bile mixed with the vomit stank horribly. Qin Ichuan pinched his nose in disdain and muttered irritably, "Waste." He retrieved a mop from the restroom and meticulously cleaned up the vomit on the floor without missing a spot. As Jingi stared at him, he appeared to her like a demon straight out of hell. In sheer terror, she tried crawling away using only her arms since her legs had completely lost all sensation, no pain, not even the faintest feeling left. Qin Ichuan finished cleaning Jingi's vomit, washed his hands, then paid her no further mind. For the entire afternoon, Jingi's nerves were shattered. It must be a dream. It must be a dream. Wake up already. She closed her eyes time and again, opening them again repeatedly, every time met with disappointment and eventually despair. This wasn't a dream, it was real. Finally, it was dinner time again. Qin Ichuan approached her wielding a sharp scalpel. "Don't come near me." And Jingi screamed frantically, attempting to escape by propping herself up on the cold, hard floor. "Don't be afraid, Jingi," Qin Ichuan spoke in that same soft voice. "I've injected you with an overdose of anesthesia, your legs are useless now, and you won't feel a thing." "Ah." Covering her head with her hands, and Jingi couldn't believe it, this devil holding a knife was none other than Qin Ichuan, the person she once adored so much. Already crouching before her, Qin Ichuan pulled aside the white cloth covering Jingi's leg, exposing the blood-soaked thigh where the deepest wounds revealed stark white bone. "Please. Professor Qin, let me go. I beg you." And Jingi cried desperately, gripping his hand tightly in desperation. "Let me go. If I spare you, we'll both die." Qin Ichuan sighed helplessly. "Don't worry. I won't eat alone, I'll give you some. This way, we can both survive." With his scalpel, Qin Ichuan began carving into Jingi's thigh ever so carefully, slicing through the delicate skin. Yellow fat emerged instantly, followed by crimson flesh. He wielded the scalpel methodically and attentively, as if dissecting a small white mouse. As he meticulously cut into her skin, Jingi fainted once more. When she woke up, a plate was placed before her, with a piece of cold roasted meat resting on it. In her fury, Jingi grabbed the iron tray and threw it away forcefully, the meat falling off the tray and rolling across the ground a few times. For 2 days, Jingi felt like she lived in hell. All the flesh on her legs had been devoured by Qin Ichuan. Then he scraped her bones little by little with the knife, extracting any leftover scraps of bloody tissue. He brought those to his lips and, in front of Jingi, slowly licked the tip of the knife, drop by drop, relentlessly tormenting Jingi's nerves. Finally, Jingi went insane. On the very day Jingi snapped, countless zombies detected the scent of blood and began gathering outside the laboratory door, pounding fiercely against it. Although Qin Ichuan piled up the experimental tables and chairs in front of the door, this lab didn't have an electronically controlled gate like the central lab. Very soon, the door was smashed open by the horde of zombies, who rushed inside and knocked Qin Ichuan down. However, Qin Ichuan didn't resist. After living for so many days, he was bound to die. No, he wouldn't perish, he would merely live on in another form. Qin Ichuan had turned into a zombie. His abdomen had been hollowed out by the zombies, leaving only an empty body with intestines hanging outside. Turning around, he looked at Jingi with a vacant stare. But suddenly, Jingi began to laugh. She beckoned Qin Ichuan with her hand, and without hesitation, Qin Ichuan lunged toward her, sinking his teeth into her neck. Jingi had gone mad. She felt no pain, only burst into a wild fit of laughter. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, she grabbed Qin Ichuan's head and violently twisted it off. Even with his neck snapped, Qin Ichuan was still alive, his teeth chattering grotesquely as they gnawed uselessly. Clutching Qin Ichuan's severed head in her hands, Jingi suddenly pitied him. What a pitiful and tragic creature. What did she ever like about him? Savage and selfish and inhumane, the only thing she truly cared for was his face. She only liked his looks, not his soul. So, why chase after so much when just having his head would be enough? As long as she had this face, that was all she needed. Holding Qin Ichuan's head closer, Jingi let out a soft sigh. It was really sad. For everything to end like this. Chapter 85, The Crystal Core. After being bitten by Qin Ichuan, Jingi did not turn into a zombie. No. She didn't become an ordinary zombie but transformed into a monster, undead and half human, half ghost. The zombies treated her as one of their own and did not eat her. Every day she watched the zombies wandering before her eyes, feeling as if she had truly become one of them. Her sanity and memories began to fade, and her past recollections gradually disappeared. Driven by immense grief and despair, her hair began growing wildly. In just a few months, it stretched all the way to the ground, soon spreading across the entire laboratory. Gradually, she realized that she could control this hair with her thoughts. These strands replaced her legs. Meanwhile, her hunger grew increasingly intense. Every strand of her hair screamed with hunger, developing an extreme craving for flesh and blood. She started hunting zombies. The blood and meat of the zombies filled the void in her soul. With energy replenished through eating, her hair grew faster and longer. Living like this now was worse than death, but she couldn't die. She fondled Qin Ichuan's head in her hands, her cold, desolate gaze softening slightly. Fortunately, at least he was still there. Suyu stabbed Jingi in the head with a short knife, but Jingi did not die. Instead, she screamed wildly, her hair growing again. It wrapped around Suyu's waist, lifting her off the ground and slamming her against the wall. Suyu collided heavily with the wall, her internal organs crushed together painfully, almost making her faint. Yet Jingi seemed determined not to let Suyu go easily. She had seen Suyu's past, rekindling those wretched memories. Jingi wished nothing more than to shred Suyu into 1,000 pieces. She lifted Suyu's body and threw her toward the ceiling. Suyu slammed into it and fell back down. Jingi saw Suyu being tormented by this creature and his eyes turned red with rage. He charged forward with his long sword, slashing furiously at Jingi. However, Jingi was too preoccupied with dealing with Suyu to notice him. Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood, knowing she must have suffered severe internal injuries. Clutching a zombie corpse with all her strength, she shouted desperately at Jingi. Her hands, look at her hands. In her hands, she clutched the severed head of Qin Ichuan. Over time, it had fused with Jingi's body, connected by flesh and blood. Jingi provided it with nutrients, knowing they would never part again. Jingi immediately understood what Suyu meant. He needed to aim for the human head in her hand. Jingi's blade pierced directly into Qin Ichuan's head. Then, he slashed horizontally, snapping the skull cleanly in two. The restless head in Jingi's hands suddenly stilled, its vitality gone in an instant. At the same moment, the hair wrapping around Suyu loosened, causing her to fall hard to the ground. Jingi hurried over to help Suyu up, while Jingi, sitting on the chair opposite, stared blankly at the dead Qin Ichuan. Her mouth agape, her skin rapidly dried and withered in that very moment, turning her from a once plump girl into a gaunt mummy as if all her life force had been drained. Finally, Jingi was dead. As she died, Suyu caught a glimpse of her expression. This was the human girl Jingi's eyes, no longer monstrous but peaceful, leaving this terrible and bloody world alongside the man she loved but who betrayed her. Jingi carried Suyu in his arms and was about to leave the lab when Suyu called out, "Wait." Jingi paused, looking back. Suyu's knife was still stuck in Jingi's head. Jingi put her down and helped her retrieve the knife, but it was stuck firmly inside Jingi's head. Startled, Jingi noticed something inside it. Bracing himself against the nausea rising in his stomach, Jingi split open Jingi's skull with his long sword. Within the mix of brain matter and blood, he discovered a crystal blue stone lodged there, the thumb-sized piece of rock which had trapped Suyu's blade. He picked up the stone, studying it closely. The translucent crystal blue stone looked like something unnatural for a human brain. "What is this?" Suyu asked curiously. Jingi wiped the stone clean and handed it to her. Holding it up to the sunlight, Suyu noticed that there seemed to be liquid flowing within it. "This is the crystal core of a Tier 3 zombie. Ling's voice spoke up. "A Tier 3 zombie? A crystal core?" "Yes, the creature you just eliminated was a Tier 3 zombie. Compared to Tier 2 zombies, it has superpowers, and its combat ability greatly increases. Inside the brain of a Tier 3 zombie lies a crystalline core, a valuable item. You should keep it. Consider it an extra reward for the system mission. What use does the crystal core have?" Suyu questioned, puzzled. "It has a lot of uses. If you eat it, there's an 80% chance it will upgrade a Psi user's ability. Besides upgrading abilities, it can also replenish the Psi user's energy in battle when it's about to run out. Of course, if an ordinary person eats it, there's a 60% chance they'll gain psi powers. However, there's also a 5% chance it will be rejected by the body, and this could kill a regular person. Psi users won't face this 5% risk. At most, the core would simply have no effect. So that's how it is. No wonder it's a good thing, but only for psi users. Still, Suyu couldn't feel particularly happy. Level 2 zombies were already causing chaos, and after humans evolved their psi powers, they seemed to finally match up against them. But now, level 3 zombies with psi powers have appeared. This world truly reeks of malice. Jingi carried Suyu to the central lab where Yuan, Mu Lin, and Professor Fang Yinbo were all safe. The professor had already selected the experimental equipment he needed, including the advanced analysis machine. Suyu put all the equipment into her spatial ring, and everyone was already used to the fact that she had such a space, so no one showed any surprise. Because Suyu had been thrown against the wall repeatedly by that zombie, her internal bleeding caused her great pain throughout the journey back, during which she was entirely carried by Jingi. At one point, Suyu spat blood, scaring everyone. Jingi's face turned dark with self-reproach. Suyu knew he was blaming himself. Actually, this was her own fault too. She had underestimated the enemy, and before long, Suyu couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Jingi shouted toward the driver's cabin, "Drive faster." His voice was so loud that even Yuan beside him was startled. She'd never seen Jingi speak so loudly before. As soon as they got off the car, Jingi ran like a madman into the prison, directly rushing into Dr. Lin Xiao's medical office. Dr. Lin Xiao was giving rehabilitation training to a farmer's dislocated wrist. Jingi rushed in, placed Suyu on the small bed, then grabbed Dr. Lin Xiao's hand and dragged him over without hesitation, his expression as if he wanted to devour someone alive. "Quickly, save her." At this moment, Suyu had already lost consciousness. Dr. Lin Xiao immediately knelt down and examined Suyu's body. Blood accumulated in her lungs. "It's very dangerous." After saying that, he picked up a syringe, injecting it into Suyu's body, and then quickly rolled up his sleeves to begin healing her. A soft glow surrounded Suyu's chest area. After around 5 minutes, Suyu finally woke up. When Lin Xiao treated her, she was actually conscious and could distinctly feel warmth radiating from her abdomen, with the pain gradually fading until she was fully restored. Many people gathered at the entrance to the medical room, peeking inside anxiously, worried that Suyu might slip into a coma. She wasn't just the backbone of this base, she was also everyone's emotional support. Without her, what would they do? How would they deal with these terrifying zombies or those brutal psi users lurking in the darkest corners of the city? Seeing Suyu awake again, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Zhangqiu pressed his chest, slowly calming his heart. While Lin Xiao was treating her physically, Cheng Zhangqiu stood among the crowd, quietly providing spiritual healing, using positive emotions to console and encourage her, and mentally transferring her physical pain. He had never thought that witnessing Suyu on the brink of life and death would make him feel so afraid and sorrowful, not because of the current predicament but purely because the thought of losing her made him uneasy. However, when Cheng Zhangqiu turned around, he saw Cheng Ling, noticing a flash of disappointment in her eyes upon Suyu waking up. Cheng Zhangqiu furrowed his brows, clearly feeling quite dissatisfied with Cheng Ling's little schemes. In the main hall, Suyu briefly recounted the incident that happened in the laboratory on the 5th floor. Everyone reacted differently to the news about the emergence of level 3 zombies with psi powers. Mu Lin and Dao Hua remained calm, while Yuan and Professor Fang subtly showed their concern. Hao Jian and the original residents of the prison were extremely scared. Although they didn't see the appearance of the level 3 zombie, they could roughly guess how perilous the situation was from Suyu's account. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary person like Suyu return not walking, but carried? Suyu took out the crystal-like item from her bag. Since Ling called it a crystal core, that must be its name. This is taken from the brain of a level 3 zombie. Suyu placed the crystal core on the table and explained its origin and effects to everyone. Of course, she couldn't say that the artificial intelligence in her head told her. Instead, she said she learned about it when she reviewed Jingi's memories. No one delved deeply into how Suyu was able to see Jingi's memories and learn about the crystal core, as this post-apocalyptic world was becoming increasingly bizarre and inexplicable, surpassing all boundaries of scientific explanation. With psi users and psi zombies already appearing, they had grown accustomed to accepting any strange occurrences. So here's the problem, Suyu glanced at everyone present. What do we do with this crystal core? The greatest threat right now was the growing number of psi zombies and the lurking danger of psi hunters. The base naturally needed to become stronger to protect itself. Everyone in the base must continuously grow more powerful because various monstrous creatures were emerging, making survival for ordinary people increasingly difficult. If they couldn't evolve into psi users, their chances of survival would be slim. Should they let an ordinary person eat it? There's a 60% chance they'd gain psi powers but also a 5% risk of death. Alternatively, if a psi user consumed it, there's an 80% chance they could obtain new abilities or upgrade their existing ones. This question was indeed hard to decide. Who wants to consume it? Suyu looked around at the group and asked. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. None of the psi users among them spoke up. Chapter 86, Sneaking a Bite. Everyone looked at each other. Among them, none of the psionics spoke up. Mu Lin, Dao Hua, and Cheng Zhangqiu naturally hoped an ordinary person would consume this psionic core so that there might be a new psionic among them. As for the existing psionics, they'd have plenty of opportunities in the future to upgrade their powers, so there was no rush. However, the ordinary people hesitated even more. On one hand, they naturally hoped to gain these special abilities, but on the other hand, they were also afraid of the 5% risk factor. After all, it was not easy for everyone to survive until now, and they cherished their chance to live on. Meanwhile, they had additional concerns. Since these crystal cores grow inside zombies' bodies and no one has eaten them before, who knows what will happen after consuming them? Although they trusted Suyu's words, there was still a certain fear of new things deep in their hearts, making them reluctant to try easily. It seems the commoners don't dare to eat this thing. Cheng Zhengqiu stepped forward, picked up the crystal core, and looked at it against the light. Inside the core flowed a bright liquid. Cheng Zhengqiu handed the core to Suyu. Otherwise, Leader Su, you should just eat it yourself. He wanted Suyu to consume the crystal and enhance her psionic power. After today's shocking event, Cheng Zhengqiu didn't want to experience the same scare again. Suyu shook her head. My psionic abilities have already reached T2 level. This crystal core is best given to an ordinary person. If you're worried about the 5% rejection probability, then giving it to a level 1 psionic could work as well. Among them, level 1 psionics included Jingi, Dao Hua, Hao Jian, Mu Lin, and Lin Xiao. Only 2 level 2 psionics existed, Suyu and Cheng Zhengqiu. The rest were all ordinary people. Level 1 psionics like Mu Lin, Dao Hua, and Jingi did not care much about eating it. Hao Jian was a little hesitant, and Lin Xiao thought his healing technique wasn't the most pressing need right now. This crystal core would be better used to increase their output. At this moment, Jing Xan raised his hand. Let me eat it. Apparently, he underwent a long internal struggle before finally deciding to eat this crystal core. No way, Jingi immediately opposed, you haven't come of age yet. Previously, Zero had mentioned that crystal cores could possibly cause rejection reactions within the body. With Jing Xan not being fully grown yet, with incomplete physical development, it was better not to take such risks rashly. But I want to have psionic powers, Jing Xan insisted. But you might die. Jingi firmly disagreed for Jing Xan to eat it. Jing Xan sighed, knowing that if Jingi wouldn't agree, Suyu would absolutely not give him the crystal core. Cheng Zhengqiu, you keep this crystal core. Whoever wants it can go to you and consider it carefully, especially non-psionics. Suyu rubbed her eyes gently. I'm tired, I want to rest. Alright, let's all disperse. Cheng Zhengqiu took good care of the crystal core and glanced at Suyu. This matter is left to me, go ahead and rest well. Suyu smiled faintly. She always trusted whatever Cheng Zhengqiu handled. Jingi then scooped Suyu into his arms and carried her back to the room. Slightly embarrassed, Suyu quietly said to him, you don't have to carry me, I can walk myself, put me down. I want to hold you. Jingi stubbornly kept holding her as he walked back into the room and gently placed her on the bed. Suyu comfortably lay on the bed, pulling the blanket up to her neck, only leaving her head exposed, and looking at Jingi. I'm going to sleep. Okay, I'll go close the door. Jingi got up, walked over to the door, and closed it. Suyu closed her eyes and reopened them a few minutes later, finding Jingi still inside the room. Jingi. She anxiously glanced at him, wondering if he had other thoughts. Jingi sat by the bed, saying, I want to sleep with you. He emphasized specifically, just sleep. Suyu shifted slightly, making some space for him. Jingi lay down beside her. His large figure made the single bed hardly fit both their volumes. Suyu tried to move further inside, but Jingi directly extended his arm, pulling her into his embrace, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. Though senior Jingi's shoulder was firm, sleeping on it didn't feel uncomfortable. Suyu thought this was probably mainly due to the fact of being so physically close to Jingi. She rubbed her head against his pectoral muscles, burying her face into his chest, inhaling his scent through the clothes, a full manly aroma. Senior, why don't we take off the clothes, she said, it's uncomfortable sleeping with clothes on. Upon hearing this, Jingi immediately sat up, removed his shirt, revealing solid muscles, and then lay down again. Lying on his warm and tense skin, Suyu's heart raced. A few minutes later, she sat up, removed her top, quickly slipped into the covers, blushing, she pressed herself onto Jingi's chest, extending her wet little tongue to lightly lick a bit of redness on his chest. Sleep well, Jingi said, you've just recovered. His underlying meaning was clear, he intended to act like a gentleman today and not touch her. Suyu pouted and stuck her head out from under the covers again, then kissed Jingi's Adam's apple and his jawline where stubble had emerged. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in peace. Cheng Ling was holding an aluminum basin and leaning against the doorframe of Cheng Zhengqiu's room. Cheng Zhengqiu was gathering his clothes, preparing to take a shower. Brother, let me have your dirty clothes, I'll wash them for you, Cheng Ling said to him. Wow. Cheng Zhengqiu exclaimed with surprise, I didn't think I would ever wear clothes washed by my little sister. This apocalypse hasn't been wasted. Enough with your chatter, Cheng Ling muttered impatiently. Cheng Zhengqiu took off a short-sleeved t-shirt and threw it on Cheng Ling's head. Just this one, help big brother wash it. Cheng Ling held the clothes, pinching her nose in distaste. Smells awful. Is it that bad? Cheng Zhengqiu argued, poking her head, you just don't love me. If it were someone else's clothes, even if they smelled bad, they'd smell good to you. Pa, Jing Yigi's clothes don't smell. Did I say anything about him, and you're already upset? Cheng Ling stomped angrily out of the room. Cheng Zhengqiu grabbed his change of clothes and shuffled into the communal bathroom in slippers. Cheng Ling walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back. Cheng Zhengqiu's door was still slightly ajar. Her heart started racing wildly, and she turned around, re-entering Cheng Zhengqiu's room. She put down the basin and began rummaging through drawers and cabinets to look for that crystal core. The water splashed onto Cheng Zhengqiu's skin. The bathroom filled with mist, and in the opposite mirror, he could see the contours of muscles after long-term training. His figure looked pretty good. For a moment, Cheng Zhengqiu's mind went blank, and then a wave of immense sorrow crashed over him. He clutched his chest, feeling like he couldn't catch his breath. Leaning against the wall, he caught his breath and realized something wasn't right. He turned off the faucet, hastily pulled on his clothes and pants, and rushed out of the bathroom. Xiao Ling. Running all the way back, Cheng Zhengqiu rushed into his room. It was in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. The aluminum basin was upside down on the ground, clothes scattered everywhere, and Cheng Ling lay on the floor, convulsing violently. White foam dripped from the corner of her mouth. Cheng Zhengqiu's gaze landed on a fleece-lined cloth bag in Cheng Ling's hand. He had placed the crystal core inside the bag and tossed it into the cabinet. Now the crystal core had been swallowed by Cheng Ling. A huge wave of terror gripped Cheng Zhengqiu's neck. He ran over, lifted Cheng Ling up, and made her lean forward on his knee. He tried to insert his fingers into her throat to dig the crystal core out. That thing dissolves once inside the body, you can't get it out now. Dao Hua appeared at the door, hands tucked in his sleeves, looking down at them coldly, saying mockingly, whether she lives or dies is her own choice. Bloodshot eyes immediately clouded Cheng Zhengqiu's vision. He picked Cheng Ling up in his arms, shoved Dao Hua aside, and ran toward Dr. Lin Xiao's medical room. Everyone woke up because of the commotion in the middle of the night. They stood worriedly outside the medical room in their pajamas. This was the second time today they had come here. Everyone wanted to know what would happen after Cheng Ling ate that crystal core. Su Yu rushed into the crowd anxiously. Jingi draped a large windbreaker over her shoulders. Doctor, how's Xiao Ling doing? Su Yu asked anxiously. Lin Xiao placed his hand on Cheng Ling's stomach, trying to treat her. But Cheng Ling's eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed, and her expression remained painful. After a long while, Lin Xiao withdrew his hand and shook his head at Su Yu. You're shaking your head for what? Cheng Zhengqiu grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar. Hurry up and cure my sister. Can't you cure everything? You see it yourself. My healing ability isn't working on her, Dr. Lin Xiao said helplessly. You're lying. Cheng Zhengqiu rarely lost his cool like this. His eyes were bloodshot. Cure her quickly. If she dies, I'll kill you. Cheng Zhengqiu. Su Yu stepped in and rescued Lin Xiao from his grip. Get a grip. If there was any way, Dr. Lin wouldn't hold back. Cheng Zhengqiu stared at Su Yu, trembling all over. His mental energy had already spread around the room. Everyone could feel a massive pressure of energy. He was almost losing control. If. Cheng Zhengqiu's eyes flickered to Su Yu, then to Jingi behind him, gritting his teeth, he said slowly, if it were his younger brother, you probably wouldn't be so level-headed, would you? Su Yu didn't want to deal with the lunatic Cheng Zhengqiu. She sat next to Cheng Ling and reached out to touch her forehead. Her body was burning hot. Jingi, go fetch a basin of cold water, Su Yu said, and Jingi immediately left to fill the basin with water. Everyone, please step aside and don't block the doorway here. Su Yu said to everyone, give the patient some fresh air. Hearing this, everyone gradually dispersed. Nevertheless, it was destined to be a sleepless night. After all, Cheng Ling was still just a child. Jingi brought over the water. Yuan handed over a towel. Su Yu soaked the towel in the water, wrung it out, and placed it on Cheng Ling's forehead. Just at that moment, Cheng Ling suddenly opened her eyes. Her sclera was covered with red blood vessels, zipping around rapidly, and she emitted a gurgling sound, a sound so similar to that of zombies. Jing Xan stood behind Jingi, gripping tightly onto Jingi's clothes, his body ice-cold as he stared at Cheng Ling. It felt as though his heart were being squeezed by an invisible hand, leaving him breathless. Never before had he felt such despair as he did now. Chapter 87, Losing Both Legs. This state of agony didn't last long before Cheng Ling's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Lin Xiao looked at her and knew in his heart that the crystal core was likely causing a rejection reaction with her body, but he did not say anything, especially seeing how Cheng Zhengqiu held her hand tightly, his spirit shattered. Actually, there was no need for Lin Xiao to speak, everyone had already understood. Cheng Ling was on her last breath, probably facing the 5% mortality rate head-on. There must be a way. Su Yu anxiously paced back and forth inside the room. What should we do? What can we do? There is no way. A 5% mortality rate. Once the choice was made, one has to bear the corresponding risks. She must have been aware of this when she swallowed that crystal core. Zero's voice reverberated in Su Yu's mind. Cheng Zhengqiu's spirit had completely collapsed. She was the cause of his awakened power, and also the reason he continued to live. Now, she lay dying. Cheng Zhengqiu clutched Cheng Ling's hand tightly and murmured soullessly, don't die. Don't leave your brother. Su Yu noticed the syringes in the metal tray on Dr. Lin Xiao's desk. She walked over, picked up a needle, tore open the sterilization bag, plunged the sharp needle directly into her own wrist, and drew a full vial of blood. She then injected it into Cheng Ling's carotid artery. Cheng Ling showed no response. Lin Xiao listened to her heartbeat through his stethoscope. After a long while, he sighed heavily. Everyone knew what that sigh signified. Ah! Cheng Zhengqiu opened his mouth wide and fell onto the floor clumsily, silently wailing uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Su Yu's eyes were slightly red-rimmed. There's still hope. Stop crying. She drew another vial of blood from herself and injected it into Cheng Ling's body. There was still no movement. Cheng Ling's body was gradually growing cold. Everyone watched as she kept drawing her own blood, vial by vial, injecting it all into Cheng Ling's body. Finally, Jingi couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stepped forward, snatched the syringe from Suyu's hand, and threw it away. Then, from behind, he hugged Suyu tightly as if to stop her madness. Suyu felt like her heart was suffocating. I shouldn't have brought that thing back. She clenched her fists tightly and turned back to look at Jingi. Jingi, it's me who killed that child, it's me who murdered her. Jingi remained silent, only hugging her even tighter. Suyu, you've done your best, Dao Hua spoke up, unable to bear it any longer. It was her own choice. At that moment, Cheng Zhengqiu slowly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Jingi. His face was pale, and his eyes were chilling, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. Jingi staggered slightly, almost instantaneously, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered across Suyu's face. Suyu stared in shock at Jingi, who collapsed instantly, his eyebrows furrowed in pain. It was Cheng Zhengqiu. He was pressing Jingi with psychic pressure. Are you insane? Suyu shouted at Cheng Zhengqiu. Let go of Jingi. If it weren't for him, my sister wouldn't be dead. Cheng Zhengqiu's voice carried endless chill. Suyu assumed he referred to the fact that the crystal core had been excavated by Jingi. It was me who brought the crystal core back. It has nothing to do with Jingi. Attack me. Suyu, watching Jingi fall to the ground in anguish with bulging veins, was nearly driven mad. Cheng Zhengqiu sneered, when Jingi joins her down there, she'll be happy. It seemed as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Cheng Zhengqiu, don't force me to kill you. Suyu already had her gun out, pointing it at Cheng Zhengqiu's head. To protect him, would you really kill me without hesitation? Cheng Zhengqiu smiled with boundless desolation. Suyu had already pulled the safety catch. At this very moment, Cheng Zhengqiu suddenly felt someone grab the hem of his clothes. He spun around abruptly to find Cheng Ling still unconscious with closed eyes, yet her hand firmly grasping his clothing. Brother, if you dare to hurt Jingi, I will disown you. Her voice was barely audible, resembling a faint mosquito's hum. Alive. In that instant, Cheng Zhengqiu retracted his psychic force, allowing Jingi to collapse unconscious, feeling a profound relief. Under the mental oppression earlier, he truly experienced indescribable torment and unbearable agony between life and death. At that exact moment, Cheng Zhengqiu demonstrated the true horror of his psychic powers as a mental ability user. Cheng Ling slowly opened her eyes. They had returned to normal, though they still bore traces of bloodshot, which were gradually dissipating. Lin Xiao immediately activated his ability, conducting a physical examination on Cheng Ling. It was evident that she was already dead. Or more precisely, a corpse akin to a zombie. Perhaps due to swallowing the zombie crystal core, the condition of her body during her death mirrored that of a zombie uncannily. It was Suyu's blood, Lin Xiao said after examining the body. Her blood reacted with the crystal core, creating a material reaction. Although I also don't know exactly how it reacted, from what we can see now, her life was indeed saved. Cheng Zhengqiu, who had experienced an emotional rollercoaster, became so excited that he lost himself. He grabbed Suyu and lifted her up. Thank you, Leader Su. I owe you big time. Get away. Suyu frowned as she pushed him away. She was vengeful and Cheng Zhengqiu's earlier venting on Jingi was something she wouldn't forget easily. Suyu and Mu Lin supported Jingi to get up. Mu Lin carried Jingi on his back, intending to take him back to the room. Big brother Jing. Cheng Ling struggled to sit up, but Cheng Zhengqiu quickly helped her up, only to be pushed away by Cheng Ling. Alright, now he had become the great villain. Cheng Ling got out of bed, determined to go check on Jingi's condition. However, the moment she stepped down, she fell heavily to the ground. Qin Yuan, who was closest to her, hurriedly supported her. Be careful, forget it, let your brother carry you back. She noticed Cheng Ling couldn't exert any force in her legs, there was no way for her to stand up. Cheng Ling was also very surprised. Qin Yuan helped her sit back on the bed. Cheng Ling touched her thigh and widened her eyes in disbelief. Where are my legs? She panicked. She could no longer feel her legs' existence. It was as if these two legs growing below her were not hers at all, just like the cup on the table, an external object that she had no control over. My legs. Cheng Ling didn't believe this nonsense and tried to get out of bed again, but this time Dr. Lin stopped her. Seeing the needles in the plate on the table, Cheng Ling wordlessly grabbed one and stabbed it into her thigh. Her actions frightened everyone around her, especially Cheng Zhengqiu, who reached out and snatched the needle away from her hands, throwing it aside. Sister, are you crazy? Indeed, Cheng Ling was about to lose her mind. The needle pierced into the thigh flesh, bringing out blood, yet she couldn't feel anything at all. I found out during the full body examination, her leg muscles were severely necrotic, although I'm not sure why. Lin Xiao did not continue. Everyone already knew the answer. Cheng Ling had become paralyzed. Cheng Ling's tears streamed down her cheeks. She was only 15 years old, in the prime of her youth, and now she would be paralyzed. And this wasn't the worst part. In the apocalypse, losing both legs meant everything, and everyone was crystal clear about this fact. Suyu suddenly remembered Jingi, a third-level zombie without legs. Could Cheng Ling's paralysis be related to the crystal core and Jingi? Yuri right. Zero came online again, his voice filled with regret. She was supposed to be dead, but you forced her back to life. This is the price she has to pay for staying alive. How can such a thing exist? Suyu thought painfully. A 5% mortality rate, a 0.01% survival rate, and she's hit both. Zero said helplessly. Whether it's luck or misfortune, it's hard to say. After having already gone through the great sorrow of losing Cheng Ling, upon hearing Cheng Ling had become paralyzed, Cheng Zhengqiu did not have too much of a reaction. He held Cheng Ling, who cried her heart out, gently comforting her back. As long as you're alive, that's good. Brother will take care of you, for your whole life, nobody will be allowed to hurt you. That night, none of them slept soundly, and that night would forever be recorded in human history. Because nobody would ever expect that the anomaly crystal core, which became the most crucial turning point in the battle between humans and zombies, was first ingested by humanity at the cost of a 15-year-old girl's legs. Professor Fang Yinbo's laboratory was almost ready. Looking at the advanced equipment in the lab, Professor Fang Yinbo couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he thought that his days were numbered, but he never expected to be able to pick up his former career again, doing the research work he was most passionate about. On the day the lab was completed, everyone gathered at the entrance. Though small, the lab was everyone's hard work, and they had all contributed their efforts, helping move things, arranging items, cleaning according to Professor Fang Yinbo's instructions. However, they did not have high hopes for this lab. After all, relying solely on Fang Yinbo was limited. The zombie virus was a headache for all experts worldwide involved in this field. Almost a year had passed since the beginning of the apocalypse, yet there hadn't been any valuable progress made in finding antibodies, making the prospect look extremely bleak. But none of them would have expected that humanity's slimmest hope would gradually ignite precisely from this very day. In order to support Professor Fang Yinbo's research, Su Yu and Mu Lin both provided blood samples for him. After all, they were the original immune individuals. Meanwhile, the lab also preserved blood samples of the base's psi talents for the professor's research. In addition, he brought 2 medical students who were originally residents of the base and studying at a medical university. They were very interested in the professor's research, so they wanted to join the lab and learn from the professor. Naturally, the professor was happy to take them on as well. At his age, he still hoped to pass on all his knowledge. As for Su Yu, on one hand, she was constantly searching for psi talents and bringing them back to the experimental base. On the other hand, she kept taking system-generated missions to earn points. With the arrival of third-level zombies, system missions inevitably became tied to dealing with these third-level zombies. These zombies, due to their strong abilities, often acted alone instead of grouping up with regular or second-level zombies. They preferred to hide in high-rise buildings and lurk in the darkness. These zombies were transformed humans, retaining human memory and intelligence while simultaneously undergoing physical mutations that turned them into monsters. Chapter 88, Wind Blade. During this week, Su Yu led the psychics and hunted down 4 level 3 zombies, obtaining 4 psychic cores. Because of Cheng Ling's accident, everyone was cautious about the psychic cores. Qin Yuan was the first to attempt consuming one. As an ordinary person, she didn't undergo any changes after consuming the core. She didn't collapse and convulse like Cheng Ling, but neither did she gain a psychic ability. Ordinary people had a 60% chance of acquiring psychic powers after consuming a core. Apparently, Qin Yuan hit the other 40%. She wasn't obviously disappointed either. After all, this was a gamble with her life. Not experiencing bodily rejection was already something to be quietly thankful for, while gaining a power was an extra bonus. Seeing that Qin Yuan was fine after consuming the core, a few men among the ordinary people in the prison were eager to try it themselves. A 60% chance of acquiring a psychic power was still pretty high. 2 of the men swallowed a core each. One obtained water-based psychic abilities, which allowed him to control and manipulate all liquids for attack and defense. Nothing happened to the other man. 3 cores resulted in gaining 1 more psychic. Su Yu thought it wasn't bad, at least no one died. Now, level 3 zombies were everywhere, so as long as they worked together, obtaining cores wouldn't be particularly difficult. The last core, Su Yu kept for herself. After dinner, in a corner of the training ground, Su Yu handed it over to Jingi. I have a psychic ability now, Jingi told her. I know, Su Yu smiled faintly, you can predict events happening within a minute. But I haven't seen you use it much. This kind of ability must seem useless to you. This ability was indeed not very useful for Jingi, who was a practical fighter. In battle, he rarely used his ability to foresee his opponent's next moves unless in a life-or-death situation. Otherwise, there wasn't much point. Moreover, Jingi was also not willing to do so. He had the strength to win. When combating level 3 zombies, this ability would be ineffective anyway since foresight only works on humans. Jingi took the core and swallowed it whole. Su Yu had originally thought that getting him to consume the core would be a tough task since Jingi had always been rather averse to using psychic abilities. Perhaps deep down, he still wanted to be like a normal human, relying on intensive training to earn the right to survive, and he didn't want all his past efforts to become worthless. Thought I'd have to persuade you quite a bit, but turns out brother Jingi is actually quite obedient, Su Yu grinned. When have I ever not listened to you? Jingi looked at her smile, his mood brightening. You ignored me plenty of times, Su Yu blushed slightly, like last night. Jingi pulled Su Yu into his embrace, kissed her forehead through her bangs, and said, I just want to become stronger, even though you may not need it. But I want to protect you. Upon hearing that, Su Yu's heart softened. With someone like Jingi, what else could one ask for? After swallowing the core, Jingi's body quickly reacted. He looked at his hands, a reaction Su Yu couldn't see but Jingi could. A faint glow spread across his hands. Almost instinctively, he drew the long sword behind him and swung it horizontally toward an uninhabited part of the training ground. Although Su Yu saw nothing, a deep mark appeared on the nearby rock wall. Jingi tried hacking a few more times, and the chaotic slashes grew increasingly numerous on the rock wall. Su Yu widened her eyes, ran over, and touched the rock wall, where the slashes seemed bottomless. Behind her, she heard Jingi murmuring softly, Wind Blade. Wind-based psychic ability, Wind Blade, capable of causing damage from afar by harnessing the resilience of the wind. Jingi. That's so cool. In the following month, the number of psychics in Suyu's prison gradually increased, and many ordinary people had become psychics. Luckily, no one died. Once the number of psychics increased, the intensity of hunting level 3 zombies also greatly improved. Within a short month, Suyu had already collected 108 cores. These cores were distributed according to the number of people. Roughly 1/5 went to ordinary people to consume and awaken their latent abilities, another 3/5 were given to psychics to enhance their abilities or replenish them in crucial moments, and the remaining 1/5 was retained by Suyu for emergencies. Li Jiaxu, since the day of the incident in the training ground, truly stopped seeing Qin Yuan. He confined himself in the training ground every day. Whenever Jingi had some free time, Li Jiaxu would pester him to teach him skills, whether it was shooting or martial arts. He studied with great focus. Whenever Qin Yuan came to the training ground, Li Jiaxu would immediately leave through another door, avoiding her. Initially, Qin Yuan hadn't paid much attention, but gradually, she began to feel a bit uneasy. Although she didn't have any feelings for Li Jiaxu, his actions had made their normal relationship awkward. In recent days, the one who had consumed the most crystal cores was Li Jiaxu. Seeing that everyone else had developed psychic abilities, even Shu Ku had obtained a body-hardening ability, Li Jiaxu became increasingly anxious. However, things often turned out this way: what one desired with great urgency could not be attained. Li Jiaxu had already consumed 5 or 6 crystal cores, yet his body showed no reaction at all. This probability was very small. Ordinary people should usually have been lucky enough to gain an ability by consuming their 3rd core, but Li Jiaxu had shown no response. He truly hated himself. In the cafeteria, he sat in the corner and took out the last core of the month before eating. His heart was heavy. Not far away, Shu Ku and the prison guards Cao Pengtian and Kong Xiangxiren sat together at the same table. Due to their shared dissatisfaction with Su Yu, these three got along particularly well and did everything together. Cao Pengtian told a dirty joke, which made Kong Xiangxiren and Shu Ku burst out laughing and slap their thighs. Many women nearby frowned in dissatisfaction and moved their plates further away. Shu Ku's gaze fell on Li Jiaxu, and he sneered coldly, some people are born as cowards, relying on their wealth to live a few years of fame, and now they're nothing more than reverting back to what they really are. His voice was loud, and basically everyone in the cafeteria heard it. Isn't it true? Cao Pengtian continued, picking his teeth with a toothpick while yelling, rich second-generation CEO, Fut. What garbage. He had long disliked how Li Jiaxu always looked down on others. Li Jiaxu had very good living habits, treating people courteously and eating more elegantly than others, manners he had cultivated from childhood, but these were traits that women admired, while men like Cao Pengtian, who carried a slightly rogue demeanor, found offensive and pretentious. Seeing Cao Pengtian backing him up, Shu Ku felt more emboldened. When he noticed that Li Jiaxu ignored him, Shu Ku strode over to stand right in front of Li Jiaxu, placing his foot on the seat next to him. Hey, weakling, do you think consuming so many cores is useful? Not a speck of an ability, just a waste. Get lost, Li Jiaxu said coldly. His mood was already gloomy, and seeing Shu Ku's face only annoyed him more. Cao Pengtian walked over and shoved Li Jiaxu from behind. Unprepared, Li Jiaxu's face hit the table hard, and blood flowed from his nose. Rising, Li Jiaxu grabbed Cao Pengtian's arm and flipped him over his shoulder with anger, slamming Cao onto the ground. I said, get lost. After months of high-intensity training on his own, combined with Jingi's careful guidance, both his agility and strength had improved significantly. Dealing with Cao Pengtian, who lacked psychic powers, was clearly more than enough for him. Cao cried out in pain as he was thrown to the ground. Seeing Li Jiaxu fighting back, Shu Ku immediately became energized. Last time, Qin Yuan stood up for Li Jiaxu in the training ground during a fight where Shu Ku won but lost face, which left a grudge in his heart. Now, he finally had a chance to take action against Li Jiaxu. He immediately used his psychic ability to quickly harden his fists and struck Li Jiaxu in the stomach. The hardened punch hit with several times more force, directly causing Li Jiaxu to spit blood. Shu Ku looked down at Li Jiaxu from above, stepped forward, and crushed Li Jiaxu's face into the ground with his shiny leather shoes. Shu Ku felt a surge of satisfaction not only because of Qin Yuan, but also because of Li Jiaxu's past identity. Ordinary workers like Shu Ku lived in fear of their bosses every day, tiptoeing around and getting scolded frequently, leading to even more resentment towards Li Jiaxu's family background. He wanted to vent all his frustrations from the past onto Li Jiaxu. One kick after another, he struck Li Jiaxu's face with full force. Blood was smeared all over the floor. Stop hitting him. Some bystanders couldn't bear to watch anymore. A psychic fighting against a regular person, wasn't this about to result in someone's death? A few male psychics tried pulling Shu Ku back, but Shu Ku had no intention of letting go so easily. He broke free and took a few steps toward Li Jiaxu, hardened his foot, and kicked Li Jiaxu hard, sending him flying backward and slamming heavily into the wall. Many women nearby covered their eyes, unable to bear hearing the sound of Li Jiaxu's bones breaking. Garbage. Shu Ku spat saliva onto Li Jiaxu's blood-soaked face. He was garbage. Shu Ku. A roar of anger came from the entrance of the cafeteria. Qin Yuan walked in, standing in front of Li Jiaxu, her face full of anger as she glared at Shu Ku. Is your psychic ability meant to bully others? Bully? Shu Ku sneered coldly and replied, even without psychic powers, this trash CEO would never be a match for me. Then his gaze fell on Qin Yuan's face. "You're my wife, what does it mean that you keep siding with other men? Could it be that you really have feelings for him now?" "You disgust me," Qin Yuan said with disdain. "I once thought you were just weak, but it seems you're nothing more than a foul thug." The current Shu Ku reminded her of a sudden millionaire, weak and incapable for so long, he had instantly become arrogant upon gaining some minor abilities. "Qin Yuan, I warn you, you currently don't have any psychic powers, so stop acting like you're above me." Shu Ku looked at her with malice. "Don't blame me if I don't remember our past friendship." "Chemph." Qin Yuan snorted with derision. "Your newfound powers certainly make you talk big. Don't bother reminiscing about old times, I find it nauseating." Chapter 89, Bug Transformation. Shu Ku condensed his hardening ability into his hand, formed a fist, and charged towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nimbly dodged and took the opportunity to grab Shu Ku's arm, delivering a knee strike to his stomach. However, Shu Ku felt nothing. Instead, it was Qin Yuan's knee that shattered under the impact. This guy's hardened body wasn't easy to deal with. Shu Ku laughed haughtily, looking smugly at Qin Yuan who was leaning against the wall. "You're no match for me now. A psychic with abilities unwilling to fight zombies but bullying normal people here, what kind of skill is that?" Dao Hua, who had been watching silently from the side, could no longer bear it. She sarcastically mocked him, saying, "If we talk about cowards, President Li, even as an ordinary person, has already completed several level 3 zombie missions, but what about you? Since you entered this prison, have you ever stepped outside again?" "Exactly. If Mr. President gained any power, he would easily crush you in minutes." "Garbage." A number of women nearby echoed Dao Hua's criticism of Shu Ku, referring to Li Jiaqing as Mr. President out of jest, not only because he used to be a president, but more so due to his gentlemanlike demeanor and upbringing. Despite having beaten Li Jiaqing himself, Shu Ku realized everyone not only didn't recognize him as expected but also mocked and looked down on him. Shu Ku was enraged and lost control of his emotions, shouting as he charged toward Li Jiaqing. He intensified his hardening ability to its extreme, and threw a punch aimed at Li Jiaqing's abdomen. This blow was surely fatal. "Don't!" Qin Yuan screamed, feeling her entire bloodstream freeze. However, the anticipated sense of triumph never came. Instead, Shu Ku felt a sudden, excruciating pain. Looking down at his own hand, it was no longer there. Where was the fist? His fist had already fallen onto the ground. His hand severed cleanly at the wrist, the palm lying helplessly on the floor, blood gushing like a fountain from the cut, immediately soaking the cafeteria floor red with crimson. "Ah! Ah!" Shu Ku howled in agony, trembling while staring at his broken hand. Everyone present was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Glancing at Li Jiaqing now, his figure had stood up, his body covered in black armor, spreading along his skin like a beetle's exoskeleton. Behind him sprouted wings as thin as cicada wings, resembling a dragonfly's. And his hands transformed into 2 sharp blades. It was precisely these blades that severed Shu Ku's hand. Bug transformation. Li Jiaqing's ability, bug transformation. Wait, did his ability activate? Yet, the crystal core he had previously obtained still lay calmly in the pool of blood. He hadn't managed to consume it yet, and somehow it had triggered mutation directly. This was unimaginable. In front of all their astonished gazes, Li Jiaqing's body returned to its human form from the bug-like state. He walked over to Qin Yuan, gently picking her up, being careful not to aggravate her knee, and then quietly left the cafeteria, heading toward the infirmary. Qin Yuan observed Li Jiaqing in astonishment. Throughout the whole incident, he remained silent, his gaze cold yet resolute. Lin Xiao helped heal Qin Yuan's knee, restoring its original flexibility. Meanwhile, she also managed to stop the bleeding on Shu Ku's severed hand. Though there wasn't much else she could do since the severed palm was detached from the body, there was no way to reconnect and regenerate it. When Su Yu and Jingi returned from outside, they heard about what happened today, including Li Jiaqing's sudden activation of his powers. Ling told Su Yu that it was likely due to the fact that Li Jiaqing had consumed several crystal cores earlier. At the time of consumption, no immediate changes were noticeable, but it wasn't unreasonable to assume the effects of one core delayed until Shu Ku provoked Li Jiaqing, causing his body to react. These outcomes were possible. Moreover, Li Jiaqing's bug transformation clearly showed second-level abilities. First-level bug transformations would not produce wings, whereas second-level ones evolved into wings, armors, and sharp blades, all enhancements significantly boosted. So, Li Jiaqing had directly transformed from an ordinary person into a second-level psychic. To this, Li Jiaqing appeared quite calm and didn't seem overly elated. He expressed thanks for everyone's congratulations, but it was evident he had changed significantly, becoming increasingly distant from everyone. He transitioned from being carefree and sunny before to becoming introspective and taciturn. Su Yu noticed clearly, Qin Yuan had changed him. A love without reciprocation often burdens the heart deeply, and Li Jiaqing was evidently experiencing just that. Regarding Li Jiaqing's situation, she approached Qin Yuan multiple times for talks, but Qin Yuan seemed to always evade the subject, refusing to give clear indications. She couldn't help but worry about the external threats while also paying attention to the emotional relationships within the base. Truly, Su Yu thought she had worried herself sick. After several weeks of contemplation, Cheng Ling had gradually come to accept the reality of losing her legs. She no longer threw tantrums, and Su Yu and others had specially found a wheelchair for her. Every summer day, Ju Yuan and a few children from the prison would take turns coming over to play with her, but her face never lit up with smiles again. The emotional wounds Cheng Ling had suffered were irreparable. Although outwardly calm, this serenity was merely to avoid worrying those around her. It didn't mean that she had truly recovered. Each time Cheng Zhengqiu would try his best to soothe her mentally in an attempt to provide some form of treatment, but Cheng Ling seemed somewhat resistant to this opiate-like therapy. This started to make Cheng Zhengqiu consider unconventional methods. Rather than let her live in such agony, it might be better to erase her memories, her recollections of Jingi, and all those stubborn obsessions tied up within her inner struggles. Perhaps then, she would heal more quickly. Having entertained these thoughts, Cheng Zhengqiu began to suffer insomnia. He knew he had no right to wipe away Cheng Ling's memories. Even as her older brother, he had no authority to make such a decision for her. But seeing her pain every day was like being the meat on a chopping block, bleeding incessantly, drop by drop. Seeing Cheng Zhengqiu's increasingly gaunt appearance, Suyu couldn't bear it anymore. In a corner of the training ground, she found Cheng Zhengqiu smoking. Spending his nights sleepless and his days wandering aimlessly or smoking, Suyu only encountered him a few times, each time with a cigarette in his hand. Suyu bent down, picked up a few cigarette butts off the ground, and threw them into the trash can. Cheng Zhengqiu smiled faintly. You and Jingi really are like-minded. He likes picking up my dropped cigarette butts too. Jingi is just clean, said Suyu shrugging her shoulders, adding, and you should smoke less, it's for everyone's health. Cheng Zhengqiu extinguished his cigarette butt on the wall and casually tossed it into the trash bin next to him. For me, your words are akin to imperial edicts. Zhengqiu, Suyu looked at him seriously, asking, what have I done to offend you? What makes you say that? Cheng Zhengqiu pretended innocence. I feel our relationship has become somewhat different. Suyu sat down beside him. After so many experiences, I place absolute trust in you. You're like family to me. But lately, I've realized that you don't seem to trust and rely on me like before. Suyu sighed and gave a weak smile. Maybe you have your own thoughts. You've always been someone who thinks a lot anyway. Frankly speaking, your abilities can be considered the strongest among all the abnormals in the prison. You don't need my protection as much as you did before now, and somehow, I feel somewhat out of place. Suyu, do you know what your biggest weakness is? Cheng Zhengqiu also sat down next to her, watching the shadows come and go in the training field. Suddenly, he asked. Suyu shook her head. You give your heart unconditionally to people you deem trustworthy. Cheng Zhengqiu, the light glinted off the golden frame of his glasses, reflecting the last gleam of twilight. That's not wise. In the apocalypse, you shouldn't trust anyone other than yourself. You saying that is just frightening. Are you saying that even you, Qin Yuan, Jingi, Cheng Ling, would hurt me? Suyu shook her head, seemingly paying little heed to his words. Cheng Zhengqiu turned to look at Suyu, his eyes deep and penetrating. If one day I must choose between Cheng Ling's life and yours, which do you think I'd pick? Or let's rephrase, if faced with danger together, who do you think Jing Xan would choose between you two? Suyu was momentarily speechless. Your question is like when a woman asks her husband, if both me and your mom fall into the water, who will you save first? It's a pseudo-problem with no real solution. Suyu, I'm going to tell you my answer. I'd choose Cheng Ling without hesitation, he said with a seriousness he had never shown before. I know, of course you'd choose Cheng Ling. Though understandable, Suyu still felt an uncomfortable pang inside. These sorts of things could stay in her heart alone, but this guy insisted on bringing it up. All this talk isn't just trying to tell me that I shouldn't overly trust anyone, including Jingi and you, right? Cheng Zhengqiu nodded. My words may sound cruel. I can accept it. Suyu looked back at him. But I have to tell you this, I absolutely will not allow myself to fall into such a passive situation. No one can control my life, and that's why I'm still alive. Her black pupils shimmered with the pale light of night. Cheng Zhengqiu's heartbeat skipped a beat. Suddenly, he laughed softly. Suyu, how come I ended up choosing you? Seeing his rare smile, Suyu's mood brightened significantly. Isn't it because following me means good food? Over the past half year, check how well I've taken care of you. Cheng Zhengqiu suddenly opened his arms and hugged Suyu. Startled, Suyu immediately realized it was a platonic embrace, so she patted Cheng Zhengqiu's back hard. Regarding Cheng Ling, you need to relax. No matter what, I will protect her and ensure she isn't harmed. Since you've put it that way, I suppose I have no choice but to risk my life and pledge my loyalty to you. Cheng Zhengqiu's voice carried its usual teasing tone, yet it was softer than ever before, as gentle as moonlight resting on his shoulders. Chapter 90, The First Signs. As the sun set, in the desolate city, plants were growing rampant. Skyscrapers that symbolized civilization and modernity had now become a paradise for plants, with ivy covering their glass walls. Many streets had been damaged by tree roots breaking through the asphalt, making the ground uneven. Once humans lose control over Earth, it reverts to its original state, gradually erasing all traces of human existence. Under the sunset, the shadows of several solitary zombies walking far away were stretched long. In the backseat of the truck, Suyu looked at Qin Yuan sitting opposite her, who seemed awkward, and Li Jiachen who appeared even more uncomfortable, not knowing what to say. After obtaining his superpowers, Li Jiachen became very proactive. Every time there was a mission to hunt level 3 zombies outside, he would sign up immediately. His level 2 insect mutation power was extremely useful, and he could be considered one of the main members of the team. The reason Suyu was willing to take him along was also because she hoped that at critical moments, he could protect Qin Yuan, who didn't have any superpowers. And indeed, Li Jiachen's good upbringing made Suyu think highly of him. Even though he had gained powers and became the person he always wanted to be, he did not make any inappropriate moves towards Qin Yuan or even speak more than necessary to her. Qin Yuan had already made her position clear, so he would no longer harass her, thinking that just because he now possessed the superpowers that represented strength, he could do anything to her. However, during multiple missions, Li Jiachen quietly but meticulously protected Qin Yuan, taking care of her emotions without getting too close, yet never wandering too far either, always keeping her within his protective radius. This point Su Yu had noticed, and perhaps Qin Yuan had as well. But Qin Yuan's attitude remained ambiguous, and Su Yu couldn't understand her thoughts. Su Yu. Qin Yuan sat next to Su Yu, leaning close to her ear and whispered, "I just saw Senior Jingi go into a jewelry store." Jewelry store? Su Yu was puzzled. What was he doing there? What else? Qin Yuan chuckled knowingly. Was he picking out jewelry for himself? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Jingi, who was driving in the cockpit. She smiled faintly and fell silent, her heart brimming with anticipation. On the other side of the truck were 3 prison wardens from the jail, Cao Pengtian, Kong Xiangshiren, and Yao Zheng, as well as Mu Lin and Dao Hua. Altogether, there were 9 people on this mission, including Su Yu, Qin Yuan, Li Jiachen, and Jingi. Today, they encountered a level 3 zombie, a woman suffering from obesity living in a residential building. When they arrived at the building and entered the apartment, the woman's body had almost swollen to fill the entire room, her pale flesh beneath fat looking like flowing liquid. This zombie had an extremely nauseating power. It used its vomit to attract more level 2 and level 1 zombies, consuming them. Of course, it especially liked humans. Its vomit was highly corrosive, and any contact with the skin would cause the entire body to rot. In dealing with such a zombie, Li Jiachen's insect mutation power for flight played a significant role. The whole room was filled with its vomit, making it impossible for normal people to step inside. Li Jiachen flew in through the windows with twin knives and killed her, digging out an ability crystal core from her brain. On the way back, everyone in the truck remained silent. "Stop the car." Qin Yuan's sudden shout broke the quietness. Jingi slammed on the brakes immediately, and everyone turned around, confused, looking at Qin Yuan. "There's someone upstairs." Qin Yuan pointed at an office building in front of them, saying, "I just saw a flash of light. In one of the windows of this building, someone is peeking," she stated firmly. Su Yu looked at the modern office building covered in green vines in front of her and immediately opened the smart map. Sure enough, as Yuan said, there really were people in this building. There were about 10 green dots scattered across different locations on the smart map, some grouped in twos, others alone, situated on various floors. Just as Su Yu thought this might be a team, 2 green dots disappeared from the smart map. The disappearance of a green dot could only mean one thing: that person had died. Within minutes, 2 people in the building were dead. This situation forced Su Yu to be vigilant. It appeared to be a gunfight between at least 2 teams, or perhaps even an internal conflict within one team. Looking further at this building, according to the plane map, there were few red dots indicating that the zombies had been largely cleared out. As Su Yu hesitated whether or not to enter and investigate, a string of gunshots came from inside the building. Right after that, Su Yu saw another green dot disappear on the smart map, leaving 7 green dots remaining. The sound of gunfire reached Qin Yuan, Mu Lin, and everyone else. Jingi instantly became alert, driving the truck into the shadows beneath the building to avoid being seen. "Su Yu, should we go in and take a look?" Qin Yuan asked. In the past, when they encountered other survivors or survivor groups, they would observe them for a while before deciding whether to interact with them. After all, if psychics couldn't unite against their common enemy with the emergence of level 3 zombies, their chances of survival would be slim. So psychics were generally eager to form teams or alliances. Su Yu glanced around at everyone: Cao Pengtian, Kong Xiangshiren, Yao Zheng, Jingi, Mu Lin, Dao Hua, Li Jiachen, and Qin Yuan. Aside from Qin Yuan, all of them were psychics. Li Jiachen and Su Yu were both level 2 psychics, while Jingi possessed 2 psychic abilities. Their strength was quite formidable, whereas the group across only had 7 people left, and they were still fighting each other. "We'll take a look," Su Yu decided finally. This location was only 10 kilometers away from the prison base, which was already very close. If they couldn't clarify the situation around them, it could be quite disadvantageous for their group. One after another, the team jumped off the truck. Aside from their psychic powers, every one of them carried guns, some semi-automatic pistols and others submachine guns. With their abilities and weapons, they felt confident about their safety. The marble floor of the office building's lobby shone smoothly under the dim light, but the front desk was now covered in dust. There were several zombie corpses on the ground, some shot in the head, others killed by a knife wound to the skull. It was clear that whoever did this was experienced in dealing with zombies. Because the opposing team's members were scattered, Su Yu divided everyone into 3 teams: Cao Pengtian's trio, her duo with Jingi, Dao Hua paired with Mu Lin, and Li Jiachen paired with Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan gave Su Yu a meaningful look, but Su Yu pretended not to notice. Placing Qin Yuan with Li Jiachen wasn't out of ulterior motives. Li Jiachen's insect-based ability allowed him to attack or defend as needed. His power was among the strongest among their team, perfectly capable of protecting Qin Yuan, who didn't possess any abilities. Others might not be strong enough to handle such responsibility. Once everyone took the elevator up to the 15th floor and split up, Su Yu disclosed her possession of the smart map earlier along with the storage space to them, so no one found it strange that she clearly knew the positions of the people inside the building. The green dots on the map were constantly moving without settling in one place, making it impossible for Su Yu to pinpoint exactly where everyone was. She merely provided rough directions and floors to each team before splitting up. Not long after separating, another green dot disappeared from the smart map, meaning another person was dead. If one person was responsible for all this, then an extremely powerful individual, likely a psychic, existed within this building. However, Suyu wasn't overly worried since she trusted the strength of her team. Their recent missions and daily training sessions made it evident that everyone was getting stronger, including those like Cao Pengtian, whose lazy attitude didn't detract from the fact that his psychic power enabled him to stand independently. Walking carefully together, Suyu and Jingi moved through the messy office corridor. There were about 10 desks scattered chaotically. Before them, Suyu picked up a picture frame and wiped the dust off with her hand. Beneath the grime, a clear photograph emerged showing a smiling family of 3. Suyu. Jingi called her from the stairwell entrance of the safety channel. Suyu quickly approached. They distinctly heard movements above the stairs. Jingi motioned for quiet, then the two proceeded cautiously upward. After ascending 2 more floors, they stumbled upon a corpse lying starkly in the stairwell, streams of blood flowing continuously from the person's throat down the steps like a small river. Upon seeing the face of the victim, Suyu froze in shock, and even Jingyi's usually calm demeanor revealed a flicker of surprise. At that moment, another gunshot rang out nearby in the corridor. Suyu and Jingyi immediately sprang up the stairs, running toward the direction of the sound. In the office, it was Kong Xiangshiren who had been shot. He stood beside Cao Pengtian, examining items on a desk. The shooter hid behind the corridor window, aiming a bullet directly at Cao Pengtian. However, at the instant danger was sensed, Cao Pengtian activated his recently developed psychic shield defense. Though he wasn't yet proficient in using it, it was enough for self-protection. The moment the bullet hit his shield, its trajectory abruptly changed, flying straight toward the closest person, Kong Xiangshiren. Kong Xiangshiren was shot in the chest and fell down in front of Cao Pengtian, who could only watch as the shadow in the corridor disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Yaro Zhang hurried over as well, checking Kong Xiangshiren's injuries. The bullet had pierced straight into his heart. He was dead. Meanwhile, Mu Lin and Dao Hua also rushed over from the other side of the corridor, showing signs of surprise upon seeing Kong Xiangshiren lying there. Suyu followed the sound of gunfire and ran into the office, with Jingi right behind her. However, Jingi then spotted a small purple velvet box in the corner of the wall. He squatted down to pick it up and opened it, revealing a light blue crystal necklace inside. His expression suddenly turned grim. He pulled out an identical velvet box from his own bag, which also contained a light blue crystal necklace. This was supposed to be a little gift he had planned to give Suyu. Now, there were 2 identical necklaces here. Chapter 91, Will Die. Suyu followed the sound of the gunshot and ran into the office, with Jingi right behind her. However, he spotted a purple velvet small box in the corner of the wall. He crouched down to pick it up, opened it, and found a light blue crystal necklace inside. In an instant, his expression turned very grim. He fished out an identical velvet small box from his own bag, which also contained a light blue crystal necklace. This was supposed to be a little gift he had planned to give to Suyu. Now, there were 2 identical necklaces here. Jingi looked at the 2 identical necklaces but didn't have time to think about what was going on when another gunshot rang out. Suyu immediately turned her back and hid behind the wall. If she hadn't reacted so quickly, she would have probably been hit. The person who fired the gun was Cao Pengtian. The moment she walked into the office, she saw Kong Xiangshiren's corpse in front of her and Cao Pengtian's face filled with hatred as he held a gun and shot at her. At the same time, Dao Hua quickly became invisible and appeared in front of Cao Pengtian. In a flash, she snatched the gun from his hand, twirled it between her fingers, and said coldly, "Young man, be careful not to hurt your own people." Suyu returned to the office and glanced at everyone in the office. Cao Pengtian looked at her full of hatred, Yaro Zhang had a tense expression on his face, Mu Lin stood silently to the side, and on the ground lay Kong Xiangshiren's gradually cooling corpse. "Explain." Suyu approached Cao Pengtian, looking coldly at him. "You killed Kong Xiangshiren." Cao Pengtian glared fiercely at Suyu. His gun had already been taken away, so he was no match for Suyu. But even if he had a gun, he wouldn't be her match. His superpower is creating boundaries that only protect himself. Suyu looked at Kong Xiangshiren's corpse and said, "Which eye of yours saw me kill him? How dare you say that the person shooting cold shots from the window just now wasn't you?" Cao Pengtian saw it clearly, so he spoke confidently. "I know, your target was me, but Kong Xiangshiren got hurt accidentally. I don't know if you're nearsighted or presbyopic, but the one who fired the gun wasn't me. I have no need to kill him, nor do I need to kill you." Suyu thought it was necessary to explain. Being accused of something she didn't do would make anyone uncomfortable. "I know you've always wanted to get rid of us 3. Suppressed for a long time, Cao Pengtian finally erupted. He pointed at Suyu and accused her angrily. "From the day you came to prison, you wanted to eliminate our group. That night, you drove Luo Shunkang and Ju Hu away, and you originally wanted to drive all of us away. Now you've finally found the opportunity. If you kill me and my brothers, you'll be completely free and easy. Then you can go back and tell everyone that we died during the operation, and no one will ever know about your atrocities." As he spoke, he trembled because of his anger and excitement. "You pretend to be selfless in front of others, but actually, you're a dirty and despicable lowlife. You make me sick. I've slept with so many women, but none of them have been as disgusting as you." Jingi entered the office and walked straight to Cao Pengtian, his gaze cold enough to kill. "Just those words are enough for you to die 100 times. Realizing that Jingi harbored the intent to kill, Suyu immediately pulled him back to her side. Looking at Cao Pengtian, she was calmer instead. His words stirred no ripples in her heart. For someone like him, she didn't have to care how she appeared in his mind. After all, from the day they took over the prison and deprived them of their unchecked power, he had hated her. Accuse me of murder. Do you have any evidence? Suyu countered. I saw with my own eyes. It was you who was firing the cold shots from the window. And you. Did you see it? Suyu turned to Yaro Zheng. Although Yaro Zheng was with Cao Pengtian, deep down, he was a rather upright person. Cheng Zhangqiu had already told him this on the day he arrived at the prison. Yaro Zheng shook his head. I didn't see anything at that moment. He told the truth, but then immediately looked at Mu Lin and Dao Hua and said, they should have seen the murderer when they ran over from the other side of the corridor. Mu Lin and Dao Hua exchanged a knowing glance. Dao Hua smiled and said, when we came upstairs, we only saw a shadow pass by in the hallway and then disappear. You're all in cahoots. Nobody sane believes you, Cao Pengtian said, emotionally agitated. Suyu looked at Dao Hua, noticing that she seemed to look at her meaningfully, as if she really were the murderer. Although feeling somewhat strange, Suyu was confident and unshaken since she knew she was innocent. She turned to Mu Lin. Did you see anything? Mu Lin remained silent, which did confuse Suyu a bit. So she asked again, Mu Lin, what did you see? Speak plainly. Do you really want me to say it? Mu Lin looked at Suyu intently. He rarely beat around the bush, which made Suyu even more curious. Of course. It's you. What? I saw the person who disappeared at the end of the corridor. It was you. Mu Lin took a deep breath and finally told the truth. In an instant, Suyu's face turned extremely pale. Mu Lin had no reason to lie, so why was this happening? Ha 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 ha. Cao Pengtian burst out laughing wildly, his demeanor inexplicably reminding one of Aunt Shui. Suyu, good job raising your dog. In the crunch time, it still bites its owner. However, before Suyu could interrogate further, Jingi suddenly leaned in close to her ear and whispered, Yaro Zheng. Suyu's heart jolted with shock, and her gaze immediately fell on Yaro Zheng, filled with extreme astonishment and bewilderment. This major inconsistency had been obscured by Cao Pengtian's disruption, and she almost forgot about it. Jingi probably just realized as well. The corpse discovered earlier at the staircase belonged to Yaro Zheng, but now, he was standing there alive and well. When Suyu returned to the stairwell where the body was first found, Yaro Zheng's corpse had vanished. What are you playing at? Cao Pengtian stood upstairs, looking down at Suyu from above. The bewildered and even slightly panicked look on Suyu's face didn't seem feigned, making Cao Pengtian feel somewhat uncertain. Suyu glanced back at Jingi. His brow was deeply furrowed, obviously just as confused as she was. But they were sure they had indeed seen Yaro Zheng's body earlier unless both of them had hallucinated. Otherwise, it just didn't add up. Qin Huan got separated from Li Jiachu. They had been walking up the stairs one after another, but after a turn, Li Jiachu vanished. At first, she thought that Li Jiachu might have noticed something important and left, but after searching every room on that floor, she still couldn't find him. This made her a little anxious. Qin Huan instinctively tightened her grip on the gun in her hand and carefully moved forward cautiously through the hallway. From a nearby corner came some rustling footsteps. Qin Huan's heart raced as her pulse quickened. She slowly crept to the wall and then unfastened the safety catch. The footsteps grew closer but also slower, as if the other person had also sensed her hiding behind the corner. Deciding to strike first, Qin Huan sprang into action and pulled the trigger. But just at that moment, Suyu appeared suddenly, grasping Qin Huan's gun tightly at the very last second. She was moments away from firing. Suyu stared hard into Qin Huan's eyes. Darling, be careful. Upon seeing Suyu, Qin Huan relaxed her tense muscles in an instant. Oh my god. You scared the living daylights out of me. I was just about to shoot. I know, but luckily, you're not rash enough yet to pull the trigger without thinking. Suyu grabbed Qin Huan and looked behind her, finding only an empty hallway. Why are you here alone? Where is Senior Jingi? An unfortunate event happened just now, and we lost each other. Now I'm trying to find him, Suyu said, cautiously glancing around. Where's Li Jiachu? Well, we're separated too. Qin Huan said helplessly. Rare for him to lose track of you like that. Suyu smirked lightly. At a time like this, you're saying such things. Qin Huan pouted reproachfully. This place is strange. We must leave immediately once we've found Jingi and go. Suyu tugged at Qin Huan, heading toward another corridor leading off from the office. But, what about Mu Lin and Dao Hua? And Cao Pengtian's group? Aren't we going with them? Qin Huan frowned with confusion. Suyu suddenly stopped and turned back, looking at Dao Hua solemnly. Cao Pengtian betrayed us, Dao Hua went invisible, and I can't locate her anymore. As for Mu Lin, I don't trust him anymore. Kai Wan's mouth opened slightly in surprise at Suyu's words, unable to believe what she had heard. It was hard to imagine how so much could happen within merely half an hour. So, what exactly happened? Kai Wan asked shakily. What happened to Mu Lin? What about Cao Pengtian? How could he betray us? Did he ally with the building's psychics? It's hard to explain everything. Suyu truly didn't know how to describe all of this to Qin Huan. Her voice trembled slightly. This place is eerie, we must leave right away. Otherwise, we'll die. At the sound of we'll die, spoken in fear by Suyu, Qin Huan felt her heart nearly leap out of her throat. She had never seen Suyu act like this. What was she so afraid of? Suyu had always been Suyu. Qin Huan was infected by her fearful emotions. She nodded emphatically, deciding to trust her. From the day she decided to follow her, she had resolved to trust her unconditionally, so she stopped asking questions and quickly followed her toward the corridor staircase entrance. Just as the two had turned into the stairwell corner, Dao Hua suddenly appeared, giving Qin Huan a tremendous shock. Dao Hua. The two words hadn't even left her mouth when the sound of gunfire almost ruptured her eardrums. Su Yu held the gun in her hand, and bullets flew swiftly towards Dao Hua. In the next second, Dao Hua immediately became invisible, yet the bullet still struck her. Blood-red footprints appeared on the ground, extending down the hallway. Su Yu raised her gun again, aiming at the newly appeared blood footprints and pulled the trigger. But Qin Huan abruptly grabbed her hand, causing the bullet to miss its mark and instead embed deeply into the wall. The footprints instantly vanished at the stairwell corner. Chapter 92, The Loop. Su Yu. What are you doing? Qin Yuan grabbed Su Yu's hand and questioned her. Why did you shoot at Dao Hua? Trust me. Su Yu's breathing was also a bit rapid. That person is not Dao Hua. What? That person is not Dao Hua. Dao Hua is dead. She died right in front of me. Su Yu's voice trembled as her expression was very anxious. Dao Hua is dead. Qin Yuan didn't believe it, but the person just now was clearly Dao Hua. Who else could have the ability to become invisible? Don't ask anymore. Come with me. Su Yu pulled Qin Yuan's hand again. However, this time Qin Yuan didn't move. She looked deeply at Su Yu with distrust flickering in her eyes. Su Yu. Are you having hallucinations? Are you doubting me? Su Yu turned back, furrowing her brows and questioning. Your actions and your words can't help but make people suspicious. Qin Yuan shook her head while speaking. Su Yu nodded slightly and her gaze fell to the ground. Suddenly, she smirked. Her cold laugh made Qin Yuan feel a little creeped out. All she heard was Su Yu murmuring, I originally wanted to take you away, but you disappoint me now. Su Yu. Su Yu slowly raised the gun in her hand again, aiming it at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan widened her eyes, looking at her incredulously, trembling and asking, Are you going to kill me? But just as Su Yu pressed the trigger, a black object suddenly appeared in front of her, separating her and Qin Yuan. It was Li Jiayu who had undergone bug transformation. The bullet struck against his hard armor, making a clear ringing sound. I thought you'd abandoned her and run off alone, Su Yu said contemptuously to Li Jiayu. Without saying a word, Li Jiayu's hands transformed into two sharp steel knives, rushing towards Su Yu, slashing. His actions were agile and quick, so fast that one could barely see the shape of the steel knives. There were only two severe shadows. Su Yu immediately activated her ability, her body went berserk, and she took out a short knife to defend against Li Jiayu's attacks. You mustn't harm her. Qin Yuan stood nearby watching anxiously. He is not Su Yu, said Li Jiayu while attacking. Qin Yuan was shocked. She is not Su Yu? Then who could she be? No matter who it is, definitely not Su Yu. Li Jiayu's gaze was extremely cold. He saw everything clearly. After killing Kong Xiangxian, this woman ran off alone. She also killed Mu Lin. If it wasn't for Dao Hua's invisibility, she would probably have been killed already. How could she possibly be Su Yu? Yaro Zheng is already dead. Su Yu pointed at Yaro Zheng, her gaze cold. Who exactly are you? Are you crazy? Cao Pengtian felt Su Yu was utterly incomprehensible. Su Yu isn't wrong. Jingi also stepped forward, glancing at Yaro Zheng. He really is dead. If you say he is dead, where is the body? Where is the body? Impossible for him to come back from the dead, right? Cao Pengtian growled fiercely. The body had disappeared. Su Yu couldn't understand either. In such a short amount of time, where could the body go? Could it really be coming back from the dead? Are you mistaken? Even Dao Hua couldn't help but start doubting. After all, people prefer to trust their own eyes more. Su Yu turned around and exchanged a look with Jingi. Jingi shook his head. No mistakes, what we saw is indeed Yaro Zhang's corpse. Jingi has always been cautious with his words, so when he spoke, his credibility increased significantly. This time, both Mu Lin and Dao Hua changed their expressions. Especially Yaro Zheng, his entire face turned pale white. At this moment, sounds of fighting came from downstairs. The group hurriedly went down to find the raving Su Yu battling Li Jiayu who had turned insect-like. Qin Yuan stood on the side, anxiously watching the two without knowing how to intervene. Everyone noticed another Su Yu, identical to the one standing before them. Even the clothes they wore were of the same style and color. If there had to be any difference, it was the blood-stained clothes of the Su Yu fighting Li Jiayu. The moment Su Yu saw herself, she almost thought she was dreaming, a scenario only occurring in dreams, seeing another version of oneself. Kang Wan also turned back to see everyone. The instant she saw Su Yu, she covered her mouth, entirely disbelieving. The other Su Yu also discovered them. After quickly dodging one of Li Jiayu's slash attacks, she swiftly vanished down the corridor on the other side. Li Jiayu and Kang Wan approached the group. Kang Wan looked at Su Yu and was completely confused. You. Are you the Real? Su Yu. Su Yu furrowed her brows tightly. Who knows what that thing is? Who knows why Yaro Zheng was still standing in front of her alive and well? Who knows why Mu Lin accused her of being a murderer? However, at this moment, Mu Lin who was standing by the window called everyone over. Su Yu quickly approached, following his gaze to look outside the window. On the road, a military green truck slowly drove in from afar. Su Yu peeked through the gun's scope toward the truck's cargo area. The first person she saw was Mu Lin sitting in the front of the vehicle. Following him were Qin Yuan, Li Jiayu, herself, and Cao Pengtian. Just as Su Yu was horrified, the Qin Yuan on the truck had already raised her head and cast a glance in her direction. Su Yu immediately lowered her gun. Soon after, the sound of braking was heard. That military truck parked at a blind spot below the building and disappeared from everyone's view. What had just happened was all witnessed by everyone. Even without binoculars, they could clearly see that the 9 people sitting on the truck were none other than themselves. What is going on? Yuan felt like her understanding of reality was breaking down. Am I dreaming? Suyu's thoughts were racing rapidly. Could the revived Yaro Zheng be like the Suyu who appeared earlier, simply another person? She suddenly remembered a movie called Triangle. A group of people encounter a storm at sea, and after the storm, they discover an eerie cruise ship drifting on the water. When they board it, they are attacked by mysterious killers. Eventually, they find out that those killers are actually themselves. More chillingly, time keeps repeating itself, and several versions of themselves end up boarding the ship. The only way to survive is to kill their past selves and future selves, replacing them to carry on living. The current situation was incredibly similar to the Triangle scenario. Suyu described her hypothesis to everyone. Since Triangle is such a well-known film, most people present had watched it. They understood the current situation quite easily but became increasingly terrified. Although they'd experienced various strange events since the apocalypse began, encountering different versions of themselves from alternate timelines was still unnerving. Now what should we do? Cao Pengtian stammered as he asked. If only Suyu knew what to do. But it seemed like everyone's hopes were pinned on her. If she showed any sign of helplessness, it might drive everyone into despair. We escape, leave this place, Suyu murmured faintly. Avoid the people downstairs. They couldn't choose to continue killing neither themselves nor others from alternate realities. It was too horrifying, and it would never end. In Triangle, countless corpses of one character piled up inside the cabin, which left a chilling impression. Just thinking about it made her shiver. Other than leaving, Suyu couldn't think of a better solution. We act separately. Suyu knew the Suyu downstairs had an intelligent map. If they stayed together, the people below would soon find them. If those people realized that the so-called survivors in the office building were simply themselves, nobody could predict what chaos might ensue. By splitting up, the people downstairs would also need to divide their actions. Then Suyu's intelligent map wouldn't reveal everyone's precise location, increasing their chances of escaping significantly. Once the decision was made, the group split according to their previous grouping and ran toward the ground floor. Of course, the elevator was off limits. There were bound to be alternate versions of themselves hiding inside this building, especially the cruel Suyu. Nobody knew at which floors the elevator might stop or if someone would be waiting for them when the doors opened. They decided to use the stairs. There were many safety channels, and each chose the one they considered safest, keeping an ear out for any sounds near the staircases. As Suyu was walking, her pace gradually slowed down. What's wrong? Jingi turned back and asked. Suyu shook her head and caught up with Jingi's steps, but something deep inside her told her that things weren't quite right. She recalled entering this office building, where 2 green dots had disappeared one after another on the map. These 2 green dots must correspond to 2 members of their team. Her heart sank heavily as she calculated that around this time, 2 people from their group would die. Who would it be? At the very moment Suyu was lost in thought, Cao Pengtian and Yaro Zheng came running from the other side of the staircase. Boss, I think it's safer to follow you. Cao Pengtian smiled sheepishly at Suyu. Originally, Suyu had guessed that these 2 were the ones most likely to die prematurely. After all, Qin Yuan had Li Jiayu to protect her and was thus harder to kill. Mu Lin and Dao Hua, with absolute defense and invisibility respectively, were even safer. Only these 2 were slightly weaker. But now they were standing right in front of her. The ones who had died couldn't be them. Just as Suyu was lost in random thoughts, Cao Pengtian had already approached her, tugging at her. Boss, let's go. With 1,000 thoughts in her mind, Suyu took a step toward the stairwell entrance. But just at that moment, she suddenly felt someone behind her shove her hard. Taken by surprise, she lost her balance and plunged forward, falling down. Jingi caught her hand the instant she began to tumble down from the stairwell. His movement was disrupted by hers, but fortunately he was steady on his feet and forcefully held Suyu tightly in his arms, preventing her from rolling down the stairs. At the same time, a gunshot rang out from behind. Suyu felt a sudden wave of dizziness. She distinctly heard a dull thud, the sound of a bullet penetrating flesh and striking bone. Suyu's eyes abruptly widened. Right after that, she noticed how heavy Jingi, who was holding her, had become, nearly making it impossible for her to keep him upright. Hugging his back, she unmistakably felt a warm liquid dampening her hands. Shaken, she looked at her own trembling hands. She had never realized before that blood could be so vividly crimson and hot. Jingi had been shot, and the one who pulled the trigger was Cao Pengtian behind them. He was also the one who pushed her earlier. In an instant, Suyu understood what it meant to nurture a tiger as a future hazard. Chapter 93, Hallucination. Cao Pengtian glared fiercely at Suyu. Seeing that Jingi had taken a bullet for her, he immediately raised his gun and aimed it at Suyu's head. If this chance failed, there might never be another. But the moment he pulled the trigger, Suyu had already vanished from sight. With a speed he couldn't imagine, she moved behind him. Cao Pengtian felt a sharp gust of cold wind brush past his ear, followed by the click of a safety catch being disengaged. He knew what she intended to do. She was going to shoot him from behind and avenge Jingi. Cao Pengtian instantly activated his boundary defense ability. Suyu fired several rounds in quick succession. The bullets in her gun were spent, but Cao Pengtian stood before her unscathed. His boundary defense was truly formidable. Realizing the situation was dire, Cao Pengtian knew he couldn't afford to linger here with Su Yu. Sooner or later, his ability would deplete, and when the boundary disappeared, he'd meet a terrible end. Thus, he abruptly took a few steps back toward Yarou Zheng. Thinking that Cao Pengtian intended to use his ability to protect them both while escaping, Yarou Zheng also moved closer to him. However, Cao Pengtian suddenly grabbed the collar of Yarou Zheng's shirt, pushed him forcefully toward Su Yu, buying himself time to escape. He stumbled up the stairs and disappeared around the corner. Su Yu drew her short knife from its sheath, the whites of her eyes bloodshot. Yarou Zheng coughed lightly in his throat, about to explain, but Su Yu gave him no such chance. Her blade pierced through his throat without hesitation, and as she withdrew it, a stream of his blood flowed like a small creek. Su Yu had lost all reason. With a heavy thud, Yarou Zheng fell face down at the foot of the staircase, looking exactly like the corpse of Yarou Zheng she had seen upon entering the building earlier. Su Yu crouched beside Jingi's lifeless body, her hand caressing his cheek. It was still warm, as if he were merely asleep. She let out a panicked laugh. Jingi, wake up. It's time to go. Wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore. It's not safe here. Holding his hand, Su Yu pulled him up, then hoisted Jingi onto her back and began walking down the corridor. There's really nothing I can do with you. I'll find a safe place where you can have a good rest, and then, after I've dealt with everyone, we'll leave together, Su Yu said softly, her voice tender, but her gaze vacant. She found an inconspicuous little room at the end of the hallway and turned the handle to push open the door. Jingi, you'll stay here and rest well, I'll come back for you soon. There was no reply. As Su Yu pushed open the door and entered, a wave of pungent blood scent hit her. The scene inside froze her entire body. Inside the room, the floor was covered in hundreds of Jingi's bodies, lying haphazardly everywhere, impossible to count. Blood pooled thickly on the ground, turning it into a lake of crimson. Flies buzzed incessantly, gathering over the bodies. Their faces bore expressions of peaceful slumber, just as if they were sleeping. They lay sprawled across the floor in every possible pose. Su Yu trembled all over. Behind her, Jingi dropped heavily to the ground. Aya! Su Yu clutched her head and screamed wildly. Staggering, she ran out of the room and slammed the door shut behind her. The hellish scene she just witnessed remained firmly imprinted in her mind, impossible to shake off. She covered her mouth with her hands, bending over against the wall in a corner, retching. Yet nothing came out. Grief. She couldn't even feel it anymore. Only endless fear and despair clawed at her like two enormous hands tightening their grip on Su Yu's throat, leaving her breathless and almost suffocating. How could this happen? How could this be true? Su Yu couldn't believe any of this. Her nerves were teetering on the edge of collapse. From the stairwell entrance, she thought she heard someone talking. Forcing herself, Su Yu carefully edged toward the staircase opening. Jingi, he, is Yarou Zheng. Su Yu recognized her own voice. Did he die? Stab wound. The wound is deep, and the method of killing is professional. At the sound of Jingi's voice, Su Yu's whole body jolted in shock. Yarou Zheng, she was the one who had killed him. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Now it seemed the whole world had abandoned her. This feeling was far more desperate than anything she'd ever faced, even during the apocalypse. She retrieved a gun from her pocket and slowly raised it, aiming it at her temple. If she died now, would it end the nightmare? Would Jingi survive? Her pupils quivered violently, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Should she commit suicide? End her life? Take her own life? Su Yu angrily smashed the gun on the ground. No, she couldn't die. She didn't want to die. In the apocalypse, dying is a form of relief. But she refused to give in just like that. She had already survived for so long. If she died now, all her past efforts would have been wasted. Su Yu picked up the gun again. Risking her life, she was determined to fight for even the slightest chance at survival. She couldn't simply give up. Su Yu resolved to kill everyone and leave with Jingi. At this moment, footsteps came from the end of the corridor, and Su Yu immediately hid in the shadows near the stairs. The people coming were Cao Pengtian, Kong Xiangxuan, and Yarou Zheng. It was them who had just arrived. Cao Pengtian. Su Yu clenched her teeth and hissed at the mere mention of this name, the man who had killed her beloved. Her blood boiled to the top of her head. By now, Cao Pengtian, Kong Xiangxuan, and Yarou Zheng had entered an office. Su Yu made up her mind and tightly gripped her gun as she approached the office. Standing by the window, she looked at the three men, Cao Pengtian, Kong Xiangxuan, and Yarou Zheng, and raised her gun without hesitation, aiming at Cao Pengtian's chest. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, Cao Pengtian caught sight of her. They locked eyes across the distance, and then, in the next second, he activated his defensive barrier. Su Yu knew the bullet would hit Kong Xiangxuan instead. A sense of destiny weighed heavily over Su Yu. Damn it. Su Yu ultimately did not pull the trigger and turned around, quickly vanishing at the end of the corridor. When she looked back, she saw Mu Lin and Dao Hua emerging from the other side. They clearly saw her too. Su Yu locked herself in the room and breathed heavily, relieved she hadn't pulled the trigger. Because she clearly understood that doing so would only kill an innocent person. But in previous occurrences, Su Yu had always fired the shot anyway. However, in this instance, she restrained herself, suppressing the overwhelming hatred within her heart and pulling herself back through the sole remaining shred of rationality. Thus, Kong Xiangxuan in this time-space had not died. She had changed the plot of the infinite loop. But even so, it didn't change the current perilous and bizarre situation. How could she possibly escape alive? Just at this moment, Su Yu heard a dull gunshot come from the internal bathroom inside the room. she started, holding her gun and slowly advancing toward the bathroom. Blood kept seeping out from the bathroom. Suyu kicked the door open, and what she saw froze her once again. Inside the bathroom, there were more than 10 bodies lying on the floor, all versions of herself. All had committed suicide by gunshot, holes blown into their skulls, white brain tissue intermingled with the blood flowing onto the ground, creating a grotesque scene. Suyu stumbled backward a few steps and collapsed against the wall, sitting down in shock. These people, no, these selves, they had committed suicide. Could this be her ultimate fate then? Was there truly no escape? Despair felt like a pair of large hands from hell, gripping her throat instantly. The heavy stench of blood in the air choked her. The nightmare seemed to have no end. As if possessed, Suyu lifted the gun in her hand, a mysterious force guiding her as she slowly placed the muzzle into her mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Dead. Would the nightmares finally end? Could she finally rest? Could she finally go find Jingi? But just as Suyu's finger was about to pull the trigger, Cheng Zhengqiu's slightly magnetic voice suddenly rang in her ears. All day today my eyelids have been twitching, and I've had this feeling that something was going to happen. How are you guys? Cheng Zhengqiu contacted her telepathically. Given his mental probing skills had a short range, probably not exceeding 1 kilometer, she could hear his voice, meaning he must be close. Was he here too? Tears poured from Suyu's eyes uncontrollably as she took the gun out of her mouth. Immediately, Cheng Zhengqiu sensed Suyu's despair and fear. This threw him into some panic. He had never seen such a broken-down version of Suyu. Quickly, he attempted to mentally calm her, transmitting positive and reassuring emotions. This slightly improved Suyu's state. Where are you? Cheng Zhengqiu hurriedly asked. In hell. She shook her head, her voice trembling. Don't come. She feared that if he came, it would throw them both back into another endless loop. What about Jingi? Cheng Zhengqiu asked further. Is he with you? I tried reaching out to him, but mentioning Jingi caused Suyu's previously steady emotions to lose control once more. Jingi, he's dead. Suyu muttered absent-mindedly, her expression dazed. He's dead. Cheng Zhengqiu found it hard to believe and fell silent for a moment. Eventually, he calmed down and firmly said, Wait for me. I'll come save you. After saying this, Cheng Zhengqiu cut off his mental connection with Suyu. He feared that hearing her despondent and helpless voice any longer might affect his own sanity. At this moment, Cheng Zhengqiu and Jingi were sitting in a small car, parked in a desolate alley somewhere. Have you found Suyu and my brother? Jingi asked while slinging the gun over his shoulder, seemingly ready for battle at any moment. Cheng Zhengqiu said nothing. He didn't mention that Jingi's brother, Jingi, was already dead. He reorganized his thoughts, then activated his mental scanning ability, beginning to scan all the people within a 1-mile radius. From Suyu's mind, Cheng Zhengqiu had already roughly understood what they had gone through. This kind of unfathomable event that resembled a movie could not have happened without reason. Cheng Zhengqiu didn't believe in endless death loops. He felt that perhaps everything was just an illusion created by Suyu. Chapter 94, Flood. Soon, Cheng Zhengqiu's search bore fruit. Not far from him, on one of the buildings, there was a child, yes, a child about the same age as Jing Xan. He was an illusionary ability user who could use his mind to fabricate environments, driving people insane until they committed suicide. Cheng Zhengqiu immediately saw through his spiritual manipulation that extended and wrapped around the office building right across. That office building should be where Suyu and the others were located. Without wasting any time, Cheng Zhengqiu intruded into the boy's spirit. The boy let out a strange scream before falling down. He had been in the middle of a meticulous hallucination repair, not allowing for even the smallest mistake. Every detail in his illusion, including the bricks and plots, were personally designed by him. His favorite movie was Triangle, so purely for fun, he used its storyline to trap these people inside the film. Excitedly, he watched them kill each other, enjoying their fear when they saw their own corpses. This made him feel excited and thrilled. At that moment, he felt like God. However, Cheng Zhengqiu's sudden invasion interrupted his environmental control. His level 2 psychic power struck the boy's mental shape, torturing him unbearably. Please, leave me alone. The boy finally begged, unable to endure it. But Cheng Zhengqiu didn't let go. Instead, he increased the severity of his strikes. Tell me who you are. My name is Xiang. The boy painfully said, my team is nearby. If you kill me, they won't forgive you. Cheng Zhengqiu could fully understand all of Xiang's thoughts, thereby learning that this Xiang was the person mentioned earlier by Hao Jian, from the group of special ability hunters. I don't like being threatened, Cheng Zhengqiu said. Xiang quickly changed his tone to one of submission. I'm only 16, I'm still a kid, please let me go, please. Just a kid, Cheng Zhengqiu sighed helplessly, then his mental vines suddenly loosened. But just as Xiang thought he'd escaped a disaster, the vines suddenly tightened around his brain. Xiang's eyes widened. Then the vines loosened again, and Xiang's spirit dispersed. His face contorted with agony as he fell lifeless to the ground. Unfortunately, Cheng Zhengqiu continued what Xiang hadn't finished saying, those who bully her must die. His expression was mercilessly determined. With Xiang dead, Suyu instantly woke up from the illusion. She was now standing in the lobby of the office building, with Qin Yuan, Mu Lin, and Jing Yi. All of them were safe and sound beside her. None of them had died. Cheng Zhengqiu had already conveyed the causes and consequences through telepathy to Suyu, soothing her emotions. It had all just been an illusion. Su Yu walked over to Jingi, reaching out to embrace his neck tightly and burying her face in his chest, breathing deeply of his scent. You're alive. That's wonderful. He was her precious loss found again. Jingi embraced her waist, hugging her back with strength. He bent down, placing a burning kiss on her forehead. Jingi didn't say a word throughout. Everything he wanted to express was embedded in his kisses. Qin Yuan turned around, meeting Li Jiashu's worried and fiery gaze. Being caught off guard, Li Jiashu quickly looked away, staring out the window. In a hurry, Cheng Zhengqiu jumped off the car, rushing into the lobby of the office building, searching for Su Yu. Then he saw her in Jingi's arms, watched as Jingi affectionately kissed her forehead. Cheng Zhengqiu unconsciously slowed his steps. Is everyone all right? He asked, directing his eyes toward Qin Yuan and Mu Lin. We're fine, Qin Yuan replied. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Just now. It was really terrifying. Su Yu turned around and hugged Qin Yuan again. After going through the despair of life and death, she needed comfort badly at this moment. I thought I would lose you all. Qin Yuan hugged Su Yu tightly in return. Dear, it's over. We're safe. Having narrowly survived the crisis, Cao Pengtian and Kong Xiangxian also embraced forcefully. But when Cao Pengtian was about to hug Yaro Zheng in turn, Yaro Zheng avoided it, spitting once. How could he forget? Even in the illusion, Cao Pengtian had used him as a shield to save himself. Cao Pengtian looked slightly embarrassed. Cheng Zhengqiu walked next to Su Yu. Big sis Su, why don't you give me a hug too? You scared me half to death. This time, we owe it all to you. Su Yu finally recovered her smile. This time, it was truly Cheng Zhengqiu who saved her life, saved everyone's life. Just as Cheng Zhengqiu was opening his arms, Jingi pulled Su Yu close to him instead. In a stiff tone, Jingi said to Cheng Zhengqiu, I don't mind doing it for her. Jingi, who disliked physical contact with others, actually volunteered to replace Su Yu in embracing Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Zhengqiu felt his hair stand on end. Well, let's not. He scratched his head sheepishly, raising his eyes to meet Jingi's gaze and discovering a hint of warning in it. At this moment, Jingi seemed to be protecting Su Yu, also marking his territory. Cheng Zhengqiu locked eyes with him for a long while. He found that Jingi, who was usually emotionally obtuse, was now more perceptive than a bloodhound, detecting the involuntary feelings Cheng Zhengqiu had harbored toward Su Yu. Let's go. Cheng Zhengqiu diverted his gaze as if to cover up, feeling somewhat at a loss with his secrets laid bare before Jingi. He then said, it's those special ability hunters. They will be here soon. The group walked out of the office building one after another. Jingi got into the driver's seat of the truck. Su Yu initially wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but Jing Xan insisted on sitting next to Jingi, eager to hear his incredible story about what happened in the illusion. Su Yu sat back at the rear of the truck, beside Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Zhengqiu appeared very tense, constantly looking around. He had already sensed that the other ability users were nearby. Xiang, whom he just killed, was a level 2 ability user. Cheng Zhengqiu's own abilities were now almost depleted. He couldn't protect them anymore, nor could he ascertain how many people there were, where they were hiding, or what kind of abilities they possessed. Everyone was exhausted. If they had to fight right now, it would be a tough battle. Jingi, drive quickly. Cheng Zhengqiu anxiously stood up and shouted to Jingi at the front of the car. Jingi stretched his arm out through the car window, flashing an OK sign, and the truck took off immediately. The speed was well controlled as they had passed through several blocks already. However, Cheng Zhengqiu's uneasy anxiety grew stronger. Did you hear that? Qin Yuan suddenly spoke. Rumbling, like the sound of collapsing houses, getting closer and louder. Su Yu and Mu Lin couldn't help but stand up, their eyes fixed tightly on the distant street. This has got to be a joke. Dao Hua found it unbelievable staring at the scene before him. Maybe I should have consulted my almanac today, Su Yu murmured as she stood up. Just like countless American disaster films, at the end of the street, a massive wave carrying countless zombies surged toward them, quickly flooding an entire street. Cars abandoned on the street were all submerged by the floodwaters, and streetlights were swept away. The zombies were screaming wildly in the flood. Jingi quickly turned the car around and stomped on the gas pedal, but the car could never go faster than the speed of the flood. Jingi, stop the car. Su Yu started to worry. They wouldn't be able to escape this massive wave, and if Jingi didn't stop, he'd be trapped inside the cabin. The truck showed no sign of stopping. Instead, Jingi was heading towards a higher-lying street. Q City wasn't a vast plain but a mountain city, so the terrain was steep, with slopes and inclines being normal. Jingi, stop the car. Su Yu ran to the front of the vehicle and shouted at Jingi, listen to me, stop immediately. Jingi frowned deeply, glancing at her from the rearview mirror without stopping. The flood was close, but so was the high ground. The upcoming block clearly led up a steep slope, and its height was evidently higher than the crest of the flood wave. Jingi was racing against time to bring them to safety. Li Jiashu didn't care much about what else was happening. He firmly embraced Qin Yuan's shoulders, ready to fly away with her the moment the flood surged. The car climbed up the slope, and the flood behind slowed down significantly. Below, the streets had become a vast water city, yet the wave did not reach the highland area. Su Yu sighed in relief. However, in the direction the vehicle was moving, another giant wave came rushing at them. This one came even more fiercely, submerging the entire truck in a flash. Everything spun dizzily. The floodwater instantly engulfed the truck, almost knocking Su Yu over with the force of the waves. But she quickly regained control of her body and opened her eyes. Around her swarmed struggling zombies, useless though they were. However, underwater, these creatures seemingly weren't subject to drowning. They flailed blindly with teeth and claws. Suyu kicked away some zombies nearby and swam toward the truck, agile like a fish. The truck floated in the water, resembling a lonely island. Jingi was trapped inside, too preoccupied with driving earlier to lower the car window. The compartment was already filled with water, and due to the pressure difference, it was impossible to open the car door. Through the car window, Jingi looked at her, gesturing for her to watch out for the zombies behind her. Suyu drew the knife at her waist, eliminating those zombies swimming toward her. Her anxiety grew more intense. From the outside, Suyu pulled hard on the car door, but it wouldn't budge, completely unyielding, and it was impossible to open. At first, Jingi was also trying to find a way to escape. He swam to the car and tried everywhere to see if he could find any tools to break the window. His lung oxygen was gradually depleting. Eventually, he gave up. He stared at Suyu. Suyu understood his meaning. He wanted her to leave. Suyu shook her head violently. As long as he was here, she would not leave. Jingi began to get a little anxious. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He knew that Suyu must be the same. His fists hit the immovable car window glass heavily. He was angry now. Suyu understood that he was mad because she refused to leave. Suddenly, Suyu took off her coat, revealing a black strapless dress underneath. She extended her arm and quickly activated her berserker ability, smashing against the car window with her elbow. 1 hit, 2 hits, 8 hits, 10 hits. Cracks began to appear on the car window glass, and at this moment, Jingi was already losing consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Blankness started to flash in his mind. Blood flowed out from Suyu's elbow. Countless zombies smelled the blood and surged toward Suyu. With her final blow, the glass shattered. She pulled Jingi out of the car. Jingi still had a bit of consciousness left, tightly gripping Suyu's arm. Together they headed towards the surface. However, just then, a powerful vortex struck. Suyu pushed Jingi with all her might at the crucial moment. The current carried Jingi to the surface. In that brief touch of air, Jingi breathed deeply, every part of his body feeling renewed. And in the next second, he dived underwater again, searching for Suyu. But there was nothing in the water except for zombies. Chapter 95, Flight Ability. Soon, the floodwaters receded as quickly and unexpectedly as they had come. Cheng Zhangqiu stood on a floating plank of wood, Mu Lin pulled Peach Blossom and held tightly to an edge of a tree nearby, while Li Jiashu hugged Qin Yuan and was flying in the sky. As for those 3 prison guards, they were nowhere to be seen. They were probably washed away to a farther place by the water. Where's Suyu? Cheng Zhangqiu looked at Jingi's figure swimming in the water and suddenly became somewhat panicked. Damn. Jingi slapped the water surface heavily with his arm, splashing up a wave. Cheng Zhangqiu's heart sank suddenly. This was definitely not an ordinary flood. It was caused by a water-based ability user. Suyu's disappearance at this moment meant that he might have already fallen into their hands. Suyu clearly remembered being caught in a whirlpool at the time and then being fished out after. It was a small boat, okay, who knows where these guys had found the boat. On it stood about 10 people wearing dark-colored clothing. Both men and women were present, all appeared to be ability users. Their muscular physiques suggested they had been well trained. Suyu was rudely thrown onto the ship's deck. A man walked over and kicked Suyu's face with his foot, thinking Suyu was unconscious. However, Suyu got up and bit his leg, causing him pain. In retaliation, the man kicked him, throwing Suyu towards the edge of the ship. Despite his strength sapped, Suyu managed to pull himself down off the side of the ship and jumped back into the water. Liu Na, draw back the water. The man whose leg was bitten by Suyu said to a short-haired, tall middle-aged woman beside him. Almost instantly, the floodwaters receded, and the boat stably landed on the street. The district was in desolate disarray. Yet there was no sign of Suyu. How could she possibly escape in such a short time? That man obviously seemed puzzled too. Cert. Suyu was saved by a little girl. She remembered plunging underwater when suddenly a pair of hands grabbed her. Instinctively, she struggled, but almost immediately, both of them moved from the water onto land. Suyu coughed violently, having swallowed some water. Then, she suddenly realized that she now found herself curiously inside a room fully furnished with household items, the floor wet from the water dripping off both her and the girl. Suyu was utterly astonished. Just a second ago, she had been on the street, and now, she ran to the window to look down below. They were at least 20 or 30 floors high from the ground. The ground was dry and clean, with no traces left of having just been devastated by floods. So, this was the world of ability users, huh? It's halfway across the city from Nan District. You can rest assured, they won't find us for now. The little girl behind her, squeezing the water out of her clothes, told Suyu. Who are you? Suyu examined her. She looked a little younger than herself, around 13 or 14 years old. Her appearance was quite ordinary, neither particularly beautiful nor ugly. Now, with her drenched clothes clinging to her body, her well-shaped physique contour was clearly visible. My name is Pei Yi. The girl stood up, looked at her bedraggled self, and said to Suyu, however, we shouldn't be talking like this or we'll catch a cold. Go take a shower in the bathroom and change your clothes. Pei Yi took Suyu to the bathroom and selected one set of her own attire for Suyu to wear after washing. Suyu learned that Pei Yi was also an ability user. Her ability was space transition. Simply put, it was akin to Doraemon's anywhere door, enabling instantaneous movement from one place to another, though within a limited range not exceeding 5 kilometers. Additionally, using this ability consumed a great deal of energy. Without a crystal nucleus constantly replenishing her, she could only use it once every 5 days at most. Su-yu had absolutely not expected a clumsy drunkard to barge into the bathroom during her shower, holding onto the toilet next to her and vomiting. Pei-yi heard Su-yu's thunderous curse from her room. What the hell? Pei-yi had a premonition of trouble. When she ran to the bathroom, Su-yu, wrapped in a bath towel, her upper body bare, held Jong-yong before the window. The cold wind blew fiercely, and she intended to throw him out the window. Calm down. Pei-yi rushed over, shouting. What is this thing? This isn't a thing, it's a man. His name is Jong-yong. He's drunk. He hasn't seen anything, I guarantee it. Su-yu grunted and threw Jong-yong to the ground forcefully. He indeed was very drunk, so much so that he was completely unaware even as he was lifted by Su-yu. Pei-yi supported Jong-yong, more accurately dragged him out of the bathroom, repeatedly apologizing to Su-yu. Sorry about that. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Pei-yi was already sitting on the couch in the living room waiting for her. Warm lights illuminated the cozy but cramped space due to various clutter filling the small living room. But simultaneously, it felt rather warm and inviting. Jong-yong, the drunkard, was asleep on another couch. Pei-yi had already cleaned him up, and he was now lightly snoring, which reminded Su-yu of her dog Maro. I apologize on his behalf, Pei-yi said sheepishly. Su-yu shrugged. What could she say? He was a drunkard after all, and this wasn't her home, it was theirs. Are you two, a couple? Su-yu asked uncertainly, thinking that the girl looked too young to be married. Absolutely not. Pei-yi stuck out her tongue and said, who would date a drunkard? This guy spends half of his day drinking and the other half looking for more alcohol. Huh. Su-yu laughed as she was amused by her words. That's an exaggeration. Not at all. Pei-yi crossed one leg over the other long leg and said, he is just like you. 4 months ago I saved him. At that time, he was lying in a box severely injured, barely alive. His injuries weren't from zombies but from humans. Pei-yi clenched her teeth while talking about it. After saving him, he didn't even say thank you, but drank all my booze. However, I guess his skills are pretty good since he always comes back drunk without any issues. You mean when he's drunk, he's out there? Su-yu found it hard to believe. Was this man crazy? How could he get drunk in such a zombie-filled world? Yes. He always goes out in the morning and comes back in the evening. I don't know what he does outside. Sometimes I wish he'd die out there. Pei-yi grumbled. Why did you save him then? Su-yu asked. Maybe because living alone was too lonely. Pei-yi shrugged. At first, I thought he was handsome, so I figured we might develop something. But now, forget it. But one good thing is, every time he comes back, he can bring some food. Sometimes it's 1 or 2 cans, or wild rabbits. Pei-yi smiled while saying it. Have you been alone until recently? Su-yu asked. Previously, I joined a few teams, but soon they all died out. I think I'm just destined to be a team destroyer. Whoever joins ends up unlucky, so later I went solo. I was lucky enough to kill the first level 3 zombie and obtained its crystal nucleus, giving me the ability to space transition, which is enough for survival. Pei-yi said nonchalantly. Su-yu looked at Pei-yi and felt her power must be considerable. I have to go back, Su-yu told Pei-yi. Now. Pei-yi shook her head. If you go out now, you're exhausted and tired, traveling through half the city without a car, you will surely be eaten by zombies. You know, zombies now aren't the same as before anymore. But I must go back, my friends are still in peril. Su-yu seemed quite anxious with this thought. Except for you, I didn't see anyone else on their ship, Pei-yi muttered. I think your friend must have the strength to protect themselves. Su-yu went to the window and took a look outside. Zombies roamed the streets, level 2 zombies eating regular zombies, and lurking in the dark were level 3 zombies waiting for their moment. She had used up her body-enhancing ability, and without a crystal nucleus to replenish, it would take several days for her natural recovery. Jingi refused to go back until it got dark. He kept searching for Su-yu, tracing that group of people, but those guys disappeared as quickly as the floodwaters, leaving no trace behind. Cheng Zhengqiu had no choice but to use his mind control ability to bind Jingi and bring him back. Their abilities had already reached their limits, staying outside any longer would be extremely dangerous. But surprisingly, on their way back, they unexpectedly gained something. An aerial ability user fell from the sky, shot down by Jing Xan's gun. After going back, Lin Xiao healed him. Under Cheng Zhengqiu's mental pressure, the man admitted he was part of the ability user hunting squad. They had been monitoring them, wanting to find out the exact location of their prison base. The reason the hunting squad allowed them to leave was for this purpose. Jingi had lost all his sanity. He pounced on the aerial ability user, grabbing his collar and lifting him up, drawing his long sword which rested against his throat, radiating chilling energy. Where is Su-yu? The man gazed fearfully at Jingi, swallowing hard. I don't know, she bit Boss Chiu once, then fell into the water, and disappeared. Jingi wanted to slit his throat right away, but Cheng Zhengqiu stepped forward, pressing down Jingi's sword, asking the man, what's your name? Li Ji. All right, Li Ji. Cheng Zhengqiu looked at him calmly and asked, so you're saying, she fell into the water and disappeared, meaning she's not in your hands now, is that correct? Li Ji nodded tremblingly. Cheng Zhengqiu finally relaxed his tense heart, exchanging a glance with Jingi. It was clear that Jingi's expression also slightly softened. Li Ji, when did your people first take notice of our base? Cheng Zhengqiu continued to ask. Li Ji clenched his teeth, somewhat unwilling to speak. Cheng Zhengqiu's mental pressure immediately tightened around him. Even if you don't say. I have ways to find out. His voice was cold and full of authority. It was a month ago, Li Ji said in pain. The level 3 zombie we had planned for was killed by you. That's when you came into our sights. Later, through observation, we found that you didn't seem short of food because your activities were mainly focused on killing level 3 zombies. Unless eating crystal nuclei could fill your stomachs. He paused to catch his breath. That's when Boss Chiu became interested in you. You should have a large base, storing a lot of food. These are all things we need. You want our base? Qin Huan asked. And your lives. Lock him up in the cell. Cheng Zhengqiu rubbed the corner of his eye. He was very tired now. He would wait until tomorrow to recover a bit more, then he would thoroughly probe his mind to understand the situation of those people. Chapter 96, I Want to Fly. Cheng Zhengqiu returned to his room, tired. The light in Cheng Ling's room across from his seemed still on. As he approached, he heard Jing Xan's voice. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Jing Xan's voice was more sincere and serious than ever before. Cheng Zhengqiu's heart raced with concern over what hurtful words might come out of Cheng Ling's bad temper. Millimeter. Cheng Ling's voice was unusually gentle, surprising Cheng Zhengqiu. After losing her legs, Cheng Ling's personality had changed a lot. She became quiet and rarely spoke, most of the time staying alone in her room. Cheng Zhengqiu wanted to spend more time with her, but with much on his hands, he often couldn't manage it. Did you encounter a lot of danger today when you went out to look for Suyu and the others? Cheng Ling asked softly. It was very dangerous. The floodwaters came rushing in instantly, just like a movie scene. Jing Xan enthusiastically described the situation to Cheng Ling, who listened attentively. Are you injured? Cheng Ling interrupted him, placing her hand on his forehead, where a part had been scratched. Her cool, soft hand made Jing Xan's heart race suddenly, his face flushed. No, nothing. He quickly bowed his head, slightly uneasy. I bumped into something in the water. Wait a moment, I have band-aids. Cheng Ling moved her wheelchair to the cabinet, opened the door, and reached out with effort to grab the first aid kit placed in the uppermost compartment. I'll get it. Jing Xan walked over and effortlessly retrieved the first aid kit from the cabinet. Perhaps because she was seated, or maybe because Jing Xan had truly grown taller, as he got closer, Cheng Ling's heart skipped a beat. Looking up at his sharp jawline from her angle, she momentarily thought she saw Jingi. Jing Xan handed over the first aid package to Cheng Ling, then pushed the wheelchair and sat back beside the bed. Cheng Ling reassessed Jing Xan, 177 centimeters tall, well built with muscles, looking strong and robust. Stubble emerged on his jaw, though there was still a trace of childishness between his brows. He had begun to resemble Jingi. Jing Xan waved his hand in front of her eyes. Didn't you say you'd put the band-aid on me? Why are you spaced out? Oh. Cheng Ling snapped back to reality, opened the medical box, found a band-aid inside, and tore it open. Lean closer, Cheng Ling said. Jing Xan obediently brought his face closer to hers. Cheng Ling's breathing quickened. She tore one side of the band-aid and carefully stuck it onto the wound on Jing Xan's forehead. Her sweet breath caressed Jing Xan's face, making his heart flutter. It's done. Cheng Ling said softly. Millimeter. You can move your face. Jing Xan immediately sat up straight. Was what you just said true? Cheng Ling asked him. What? Jing Xan replied dumbfoundedly. You said, you would protect me. Cheng Ling's voice was low, her face flushed red. It's true. Jing Xan hurriedly promised. My brother told me that men should keep their word. If they can't fulfill it, they shouldn't say it. About you, I feel. I can do it. Thank you. Cheng Ling smiled faintly, lowering her head. Can you take a walk with me? Jing Xan stood up immediately, went behind Cheng Ling, and wheeled her out. Cheng Zhengqiu instantly retreated into the dark shadows of the corner, watching Jing Xan's figure retreat. Many accumulated negative emotions in his heart were finally released. As long as Cheng Ling had sorted things out in her heart, a stone in his own felt lifted. But, would the usually obstinate, even obsessive, Cheng Ling so easily accept Jing Xan? The two, one standing and one sitting, were on the training ground, gazing at the starry sky above, tranquil and peaceful, exactly the same as the year before. But this world had completely changed its appearance. Jing Xan, I want to fly. Huh. I want to fly in the sky like a bird, free and unrestrained. Jing Xan looked down and saw Cheng Ling's bright eyes, filled with a whole expanse of stars, with light within them. She said, wasn't the prisoner captured today a flight mutant? After deliberating for a long time, Suyu decided to set off early tomorrow morning. The night road was not good to travel, requiring them to cross through the entire city, which would be a bit difficult given her current state. Let's sleep together tonight, Pei Yi suggested. There are no extra rooms. You've seen how small this dwelling is. I'll sleep on the couch, Suyu responded, as she wasn't used to sleeping with others, especially those she didn't know well. Pei Yi shrugged, understanding Suyu's thoughts after all. It was the apocalypse era, trust between people had almost disappeared entirely. Then help me support this drunkard into the room, Pei Yi requested. Suyu nodded and walked to the couch, helping Pei Yi support Zhongyong, walking him to his room. Pei Yi didn't hesitate, directly throwing him onto the bed. Suyu stared at Zhongyong's face. I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before. Pei Yi smiled. You must have seen him. Confused, Suyu glanced at Pei Yi. He is Zhongyong. Which Zhongyong? Suyu was even more confused. Last year's Olympic men's archery shooting champion who broke the world record, Zhong Yong. Pei Yi contentedly read off Su Yu's incredulous expression. Back then during the Olympics, how popular did the archery champion Zhong Yong get? It felt like all the girls in the country, no, all the girls in the world wanted to become his fans, not just because he broke the world record, but also for his handsome looks. Su Yu had a hard time associating that spirited man back then with today's drunkard. Only heaven knows what he has gone through to turn into this sorry state. Pei Yi sighed deeply as she exited the room with Su Yu, adding one last sentence. There are only two things that can utterly crush a man, power, women. Guess, which one is it for him? Su Yu smiled. I guess, both. As the night grew silent, the cool evening breeze picked up. Suddenly in the darkness, a pair of hands covered Li Ji's mouth, followed by the icy touch of a cold blade pressing against his neck. Don't make a sound. Li Ji nodded frantically. The knife on his neck was the most effective threat, he dared not utter a word. The person behind dragged him step by step along the damp corridor. They arrived at an empty training ground. Under the moonlight, the skin of the young girl in the wheelchair appeared deathly pale, startling at first glance, making Li Ji's back hairs stand up. Jing Xan certainly hadn't let her down. Cheng Ling gave him a radiant smile. Is this the one? It's him. Jing Xan tied Li Ji's hands together, stuffing a cloth ball in his mouth, tightly blocking any words. Can you fly? Cheng Ling spun her wheelchair towards Li Ji. Looking at your figure, I don't think so. Li Ji obviously had already sensed something ominous and knelt down before Cheng Ling with a pitiful sound of a He wept quietly, as if begging for mercy. Cheng Ling looked down disdainfully at him, drawing out each syllable. Look, I wish to stand but I can't. You can fly, but choose to kneel. Why don't you give me your wings? If she killed a mutant, she might acquire the other's superpowers or enhance her own powers. This much Cheng Ling had heard from adults. Li Ji continued to retreat backwards, but Jing Xan grabbed him by the collar, dragging him to Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling pulled out a sharp dagger hidden under her sleeve, the tip pressing against Li Ji's chest, feeling the smooth texture where the sharp blade met the skin. Cheng Ling thought her heart was already dead. It was just killing a person. If she didn't kill, maybe she would kill herself instead. However, at the instant her blade pierced Li Ji's skin, her hand trembled greatly. Li Ji's facial expression seemed to express pain. Originally it should be done in the blink of an eye, yet Cheng Ling was clearly inexperienced. He even doubted if she'd ever killed someone. The tip of her dagger paused slightly within his skin, which was surely an immense torment for someone aware they were about to die. Why can't I do it? The very ability group hunting team relied upon by hunting other mutants for enhancing their abilities, meant killing them could be seen as carrying out divine justice. Cheng Ling gritted her teeth, determined to plunge the blade. Xiaoling, maybe, let's not. At this moment, it wasn't just Cheng Ling's heart full of contradiction and pain, but also Jing Xan's struggle was equally intense. You, don't kill him anymore. Wherever you want to go later, I'll carry you there, I'll be your legs. Jing Xan struggled to swallow, softly speaking to Cheng Ling. I think this isn't good. Cheng Ling slightly lifted her eyes to look at him, her gaze detached and cold. I don't want to become disabled, nor do I want to rely on others for my entire life. Cheng Ling clenched her teeth, slowly inserting the blade into Li Ji's chest, moving very slowly, using great strength to push the whole blade inward. Killing really wasn't easy. Li Ji died in excruciating pain. His face was very close to Cheng Ling's, almost within arm's reach. His eyes fixed intently on Cheng Ling while she gradually pushed the knife towards his heart. In his eyes, she read many emotions, though she couldn't articulate them. This feeling made her shiver uncontrollably. Li Ji fell to the ground, his blood soon soaking a patch of the grass. Cheng Zhangqiu woke up startled from a nightmare. In her dream, it was Cheng Ling's utterly desperate screams. Only to find out after waking up that it wasn't a dream at all. Cheng Zhangqiu stumbled to the training ground where he saw Li Ji's already cold corpse, and Cheng Ling in a pool of blood. Xiaoling. Cheng Zhangqiu rushed over, hugging Cheng Ling tightly. Are you alright? Tell your big brother. Are you injured? Cheng Ling didn't respond, her eyes were blankly fixed on the body, with a trace of sorrowful smile lingering on her lips. Cheng Zhangqiu examined her body and found no wounds, thus calming down somewhat. Then, his gaze fell upon the small knife sticking out of Li Ji's chest, and suddenly Cheng Zhangqiu felt as if he had fallen into an icy pit, all the blood in his body froze. Chapter 97, Shouldn't Die This Way. Mu Lin, Qin Yuan, and Jingi were also awoken by the commotion and hurried to the training ground. Upon seeing the scene before them, they were all very surprised. What is going on here? Qin Yuan asked Cheng Zhangqiu, looking at him with confusion. Cheng Zhangqiu had already let go of Qin Yuan and slowly stood up. He didn't help her up, nor did he say another word. Jingi looked at the corpse on the ground, then glanced at the stunned Jing Xan, as well as Cheng Ling in the blood pool, lost and confused. In an instant, he understood what had happened. Jingi approached Jing Xan, who kept his head down, too scared to look into Jingi's eyes. Without warning, Jingi raised his hand and struck Jing Xan with a heavy slap that made him stumble, almost falling over. The left side of his face went numb instantly, feeling as though millions of ants were crawling on it. His mind became blank. Big brother. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. It was the heavy sound of that slap that brought Cheng Ling back to reality. Seeing Jing Xan getting hit, Cheng Ling looked up. When she saw the disgust on Jing Yi's face, her inner flame extinguished immediately. Jing Yi. Let it be. Anyway, this guy deserved to die. Qin Yuan tried to persuade Jingi to let Jing Xan off. Jingi looked at Jing Xan, disappointment clear in his eyes, but absolutely not, like this, he emphasized the last few words heavily. Everyone understood why Jingi was angry. Jing Xan could kill people, competing fairly in battle, rather than doing so as if crushing a helpless ant like now. Even if Jing Xan didn't personally do the killing, he was still indirectly responsible. Cheng Ling widened her eyes slightly as she looked at Jing Yi. From beginning to end, he never once glanced at her, knowing fully well that she had killed someone. What mattered to him wasn't Li Ji's death, it was only Jing Xan. Throughout it all, she had no place in his heart. Mu Lin and Li Jiayu carried Li Ji's body up the mountain under the cover of night and buried him. Cheng Zhangqiu shook his head, took one last look at Cheng Ling, full of disappointment, said nothing, and turned to leave. Ling, I'll take you to have a bath. Yuan walked over, helped Cheng Ling up, and placed her in the wheelchair. Jingi also left. Jing Xan walked to Cheng Ling, gritted his teeth, and said, I've been using you. Cheng Ling's voice was cold. Now since things didn't work out, you're meaningless to me. Jing Xan clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling slightly as he asked for the last time, do you feel anything toward me? Nothing. Cheng Ling cut him off. Just leave. Jing Xan tore off the band-aid on his forehead and threw it onto the ground with great force. Taking one final glance at her, he angrily turned around and stormed away. Killing an ability user doesn't guarantee you'll get their power, right? Pei Yi asked Su Yu while walking down a dimly lit alley with fewer zombies. That's true. Even consuming the crystal core is random, let alone hunting ability users. However, Su Yu answered based on his experience, hunting ability users indeed has a higher chance than consuming the crystal core. But it depends on how the killing is done. If it's a one-on-one fight where both abilities are pushed to their limits, the surviving side will have a much higher chance of gaining or upgrading the fallen person's ability. But if it's just assassination or similar ways, it might not be as easy to gain an ability. I see. You mentioned before that this guy called Asyong trapped you in an illusion. If we were all fighting at our peak and died in that illusion, wouldn't he have been able to obtain our abilities? Su Yu nodded. He would have gained the abilities of 2 members from our team, and the others would just be used to upgrade his powers. These group attack type ability users really have an advantage in such cases. Wow, this hunter group has killed quite a number of ability users recently. They must be extremely skilled. Pei Yi exclaimed in admiration. They should be extremely talented. Su Yu recalled the floodburst yesterday. A level 1 water element ability user could only control minor water-based attacks, limited to small water columns. To summon such a large volume of floods, it was likely a level 3 ability user or above. A few abandoned cars were parked ahead on the street, but several zombies were wandering around. Do you know how to hotwire a car? Su Yu asked Pei Yi. Basic survival skill in the apocalypse. No problem, she said confidently, running toward the nearest car. Su Yu drew his dagger, covering Pei Yi as they moved forward aggressively, cutting down zombies along the way. Their commotion attracted more zombies. Are you done yet? Su Yu impaled a zombie's head with his dagger, turning around to check on Pei Yi. Pei Yi had practically climbed halfway into the car cabin, fiddling with the mechanism inside. Almost. Su Yu held his knife in one hand, while pulling out a gun from his storage space with the other, shooting down zombies further away. Let's go. Pei Yi shouted. Su Yu kept firing while running toward the car, jumped in, and Pei Yi started the engine. The car drove off with a horde of zombies chasing behind. Su Yu opened up the smart map, selecting a route with fewer zombies for Pei Yi to drive. By the way, does the Olympic champion go out every day? Su Yu asked Pei Yi on the road. When they left this morning, Zhongyong was already gone from the room. Yes, he goes out as soon as he wakes up to look for alcohol, Pei Yi replied, steering the wheel. Is he also an ability user? Su Yu asked. Without abilities, one wouldn't easily survive alone in the current apocalypse. He probably is. Pei Yi wasn't sure. I've never seen him use his ability before. That guy doesn't have much sober time when he's around me. To tell you the truth, would you like to come back with me and stay at my base? Su Yu invited Pei Yi. Not to mention for her abilities, she had saved her and kindly sent her back, so it would be proper to repay her. I would love to. Pei Yi honestly said. Your base doesn't lack food, and it's relatively safe. But, if I leave, what about Zhongyong? I can't leave this drunkard alone. Once he dies, though, I'll come find you. Su Yu smiled, just about to say yes, but instead blurted out, watch out. Suddenly braking hard, Su Yu, who hadn't fastened the seatbelt, hit her head heavily against the window. The car stopped, and Pei Yi lifted her head from the steering wheel. Looking ahead, half of a green train car lay across the road, blocking their way. Damn. What is this thing doing here? Pei Yi cursed. Su Yu got out of the car, looking at the overturned train car, extremely surprised. How could there be a train here? Pei Yi also got out. Not good. Hide. Without another word, Su Yu grabbed Pei Yi and hid into a nearby alley. On the green train car stood several men and a woman. They were armed with machine guns, immediately opening fire on Su Yu and Pei Yi. Su Yu and Pei Yi were pinned down in the alley, pressed against the wall, bullets narrowly missing them. These past few days, Su Yu had become highly sensitive. Any event that didn't follow normal logic was surely caused by ability users. As expected, those people standing on the green train car were none other than the ability users' hunting team led by Qiu Xiong. It was he who kicked Su Yu on the ship, and her stomach still hurt from it. The only woman among that hunting team was Liu Na, the water element ability user. The previous illusion ability user Ah Seong was also part of their team. Pei Yi poked Suyu and pointed at a few cylindrical trash cans nearby. They seemed to be moving. As soon as she finished speaking, those trash cans floated into the air and flew towards Suyu and Pei Yi. Just as they were about to hit them, Suyu stood up, blocking Pei Yi, punching the closest flying trash can away with great force. Her body quickly entered a frenzied state, but her ability energy was only at 20%. Yesterday it was 10, after resting overnight, it had slightly recovered, but was far from enough. All the iron trash bins were deflected by her. Her ability value dropped quickly to 18%. Suyu hastily took out 2 guns from her storage space, handing one to Pei Yi. Wow, where did you pull these out from? Seeing her conjure 2 guns like magic, Pei Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Now's not the time for that, Suyu said, glancing back. As soon as her head showed out, they fired bursts at her, forcing her to duck back quickly, nearly getting hit. Besides the 3 telekinetically controlled trash bins, the enemy seemed in no hurry to use their abilities. Maybe they thought they didn't need them to deal with the 2 of them. I'll count to 3, we run together. Suyu looked at the alley entrance not far away and said to Pei Yi. Okay. Pei Yi nodded. The 2 practically leapt up simultaneously, sprinting at full speed. The alley entrance was growing nearer. However, at the end of the alley, a muscular man carrying a long machete strutted out, lifting his face to provocatively stare at them. He blocked Suyu's path. Suyu and Pei Yi quickly stepped back, further retreating. A few more men also emerged from behind, cutting off their escape route and trapping them inside the alley. Looks like today, they wouldn't be able to escape. Suyu glanced back at those people, recognizing the leader, a bald, short-haired muscle man, as Cho Seong, who should be the boss of this group. What do you want? Suyu lifted her gaze to look at Cho Seong. To trade you for your base, Cho Seong bluntly stated. I'm not worth that much. I think you are. Chapter 98, Olympic Champion. HMPH. Before Suyu could let out her scoff, Cho Seong mumbled an indistincta from his mouth. Then he collapsed right in front of her. The sunrise climbed slowly from behind. The first streak of sunlight saw an arrow cutting through the wind and piercing directly into Cho Seong's forehead. His eyeballs gathered toward the center between his eyebrows. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead. What? Pei Yi screamed loudly, completely unprepared for what just happened before her eyes. This plot development was a little too fast. Seeing the arrow embedded in Cho Seong's forehead, everyone's expression turned grim. Their eyes met, and that woman Yuan looked incredibly terrified, as if she had seen something truly terrible. The wood defensive paranormal ability user named Miao Yuan exclaimed fearfully, he is still alive. He, obviously wasn't referring to Cho Seong. The sun has risen. Shu Zhongyi muttered while staring at the distant sunrise, as though it had become something capable of incinerating them into ashes. Fear flashed across their faces. Retreat. Finally, after gritting her teeth, Liu shouted the command. The hunters seemed to have been waiting for this signal all along, turning to run away faster than rabbits. They quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. Suyu and Pei Yi stared at each other blankly, not understanding what had just occurred. They seemed extremely afraid of the owner of that arrow. That's right, who shot this arrow? Just at this moment, only the sound of bottle collision echoed clearly from deep within the alley, melodious and lingering. A man stepped out bathed in dawn light. The sunlight shone on his somewhat dirty red and white sport jacket. In one hand, he held 2 empty wine bottles, in the other, a bow-crossbow combination. He walked with unsteadiness, swaying left and right. It was a drunkard. Drunkard Zhong Yong. Pei Yi's mouth opened wide enough to drop her jaw. Zhong Yong. Zhong Yong mumbled a vague acknowledgement without looking at her. He tried lifting up the empty bottle to drink but realized there was no more wine left inside, frowning like a child. Suyu realized how drunk he actually was, yet in this state, he still managed to shoot straight through Cho Seong's brow heart. This Zhong Yong wasn't simple at all. No more wine. Zhong Yong frowned and said, "Stop drinking already." Having narrowly escaped death, Pei Yi took away Zhong Yong's empty wine bottle and threw it aside, asking, "Why are those people so afraid of you?" "They're not afraid of me, they're afraid of the sun." Zhong Yong squinted his eyes at the slowly rising sunrise and mumbled, "Talking nonsense again." Pei Yi pouted, then turned to look at Suyu. "What should we do now? Since we've already come out and even brought the drunkard along, follow me back to the base." "Okay." Pei Yi readily agreed, not caring whether Zhong Yong wanted to or not. She dragged him by his collar, walking past Suyu together and getting into the car. Hao Jian, who was keeping watch on the mountain, was the first to discover an approaching vehicle near the base. They immediately armed themselves with guns and sent someone down to notify Cheng Zhengqiu. When Suyu was absent, Cheng Zhengqiu became the top leader of the base, handling both big and small matters. Cheng Zhengqiu hadn't slept all night, worried about Cheng Ling's issue, and had experienced rapid mental energy depletion. But he still felt it was Suyu who had returned and promptly sent someone to open the prison gate. Jingi also had not rested well due to concern for Suyu's safety and anger from Jing Xan. Unable to sleep well either, he woke up early at dawn and spent the whole night sharpening knives on the training ground, causing everyone's hearts to tremble with fright, especially Jing Xan, who was scared like a rabbit. Jingi originally planned to set out at sunrise to search for her, but evidently, it wouldn't be necessary anymore. The concealed east side gate of the prison opened. Unable to contain his inner anxiety and urgency, Jingi rushed out first. Suyu quickly got off the car and ran towards Jingi. Jingi did not directly embrace her but carefully examined her body for any wounds. Known for being extremely meticulous, he overlooked nothing, including the tiniest skin abrasions. Remembering the injury on her arm from when she broke the car window with her elbow yesterday to rescue him, he felt great pain, his brows knitting together tightly. I'm fine, completely fine. Suyu cupped his face, insisting repeatedly, if you don't hug me soon, I'll hug someone else. Only then did Jingi tightly hold her, her legs dangling as if she were his daughter. He carried her around for a spin. I should get a pair of handcuffs and lock you up, refusing you to step away from me even half a step. Suyu chuckled. Does senior brother want to play imprisonment with me? What? Nothing. While Jingi sincerely delivered sweet words, Suyu always tended to misinterpret them. Yes, self-reflection time. This time, Jingi did not appear shy at all. He kissed her openly under everyone's gaze, carrying his longing and regret, as well as the overwhelming joy of surviving a disaster. The kiss was deep and lingering. His feelings had always been restrained, many ripples buried in his heart, rarely revealed before others. This time, he had truly been frightened. Everyone was considerate enough not to disturb them. Cheng Zhangqiu stood at the gate, looking from afar, feeling unable to describe what was in his heart. After their intimacy, Yuan finally walked over and held Suyu's hand. Thank goodness you're all right. Of course I'm fine, you should trust me. Suyu comforted her, saying. Yuan nodded earnestly, she had always trusted her. Suyu introduced Pei Yi and Zhongyong to everyone. Of course, Zhongyong was still in a drunken state, completely unaware of where he was. After everyone finished talking and entered the prison gate, Jing Xan finally crept out from behind, glancing at Jingi with a somewhat fearful look. Jingi remained by Suyu's side, and he didn't dare approach, merely watching her from afar. Jing Xan, Suyu called his name first. Come over. Jing Xan hesitated for a moment, finally shuffling over, but then Jingi embraced Suyu and quickened his steps, directly passing by him without so much as a glance, heading straight ahead. Suyu couldn't understand why, constantly turning back to look at pitiful Jing Xan. Jing Xan sighed, turning to look at Cheng Zhangqiu, who ignored him and headed toward the hall. He felt like he really might have committed quite a serious mistake, yet every time he thought about what Cheng Ling said yesterday, his heart turned cold. Fortunately, Yuan walked over and consoled. Don't worry, Suyu has returned, your brother won't stay mad at you for long. Regarding that flight ability user, after hearing about it, Suyu also felt very sorry. More information about the hunting group could have been gained from Li Ji, but now this lead is cut off. As for the issues between Jing Xan and Cheng Ling, Suyu had no time to deal with them. There were 2 older brothers present here, so educating the kids wasn't her responsibility. Moreover, there were more pressing matters. The group of psychics has already declared war on this base, and Suyu would not ignore this, nor would she sit around waiting for these people to come knocking. It seemed that a battle between the 2 sides was inevitable unless peace would never return. In the hall, they made a rough count. Suyu's team had more than 10 psychic abilities, Jing Yi's wind blades and foresight, Cheng Zhangqiu's mental control, Mu Lin's defense power, Pei Yi's space transfer, Peach Blossom's invisibility, Lin Xiao's healing ability, Li Jiashu's insect transformation, Hao Jian's zombie disguise, as well as some fire and water type ability users. Through ingesting crystal cores, most abilities had evolved to the 2nd level. Cheng Zhangqiu's mental control successfully upgraded to the 3rd level because of eliminating the illusion ability user named Arxiang. As for weapons, after consuming half of the stockpile accumulated over the last 6 months, there would be enough firepower to counteract the hunting group. Currently, the known information about the opposing psychics came from Pei Yi's daily observations and partial interactions of those previous encounters with the hunting group individuals who managed to escape after losing their companions in pursuit by them. Upon meeting Suyu, they joined the base. According to them, Qiu Xiong from the hunting team possessed telekinetic powers. He was the one who attacked them with a metal trash can today, though he was killed by Zhongyang's arrow. Liu Na was a 3rd-level water-based ability user. Another man named Xu Zhongyi could manipulate regular zombies. Miao Yuan was a wood-based defensive ability user. Fan Ping had an earth penetration ability, along with several fire-based psychics. For other individuals, the specifics of their abilities weren't too clear, but they were surely at the 2nd level or higher. Having killed so many psychics and obtained crystal cores from slaying 3rd-level zombies, their ability levels wouldn't be low. The biggest issue at present was the lack of complete information. If mutual knowledge could be attained, Jingi could formulate a combat strategy, given that military tactics were his specialty from the military academy. Insufficient information might lead to potentially fatal oversights. And Suyu's eyes fell on Zhongyong, who was dozing off on the table. Ever since this morning, Suyu had been suspicious about Zhongyong and the hunting team of psychics. They appeared to fear him deeply for some reason. Suyu woke Zhongyong up. That guy sleepily raised his head. Yuan cried out in surprise. Ah, it's really my idol. Previously, she thought it might just be a coincidence when Suyu called him Zhongyong. After all, there was no way to associate this bearded drunkard with the Zhongyong from back in the day, the spirited Olympic champion who shone on the sports field. However, when Yuan moved closer and observed him carefully, she realized without a doubt that this was indeed the former shooting champion, Zhongyong. Suyu, shaking her head helplessly, told everyone, Olympic champion Zhongyong is here. If anyone's a fan, now's your chance to ask for an autograph. Upon hearing these words, a group of young women nearby let out loud screams. Ah, it's Zhongyong. My goodness. It's really him. I never expected to meet my idol here. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. How popular Zhong Yong was back then became evident if you looked at his Weibo followers, 50 million fans across all age groups, making him a genuine national icon. But now. Chapter 99, Return to Base. Zhong Yong blankly looked between Su Yu and Qin Yuan, then glanced at the group of fangirls around him, finally directing his gaze toward Pei Yi, someone he was more familiar with. Yezi, do you have any alcohol? Still drinking? I swear, one day you're going to drink yourself to death. Pei Yi rolled her eyes irritably. These past few months, Zhong Yong had never been sober, and she'd long since grown accustomed to it. Zhong Yong appeared rather troubled, standing up without a word to anyone. Ignoring everyone, he dragged his feet lazily and headed directly towards the dark end of the corridor. Su Yu knew he was looking for more alcohol. Zhong Yong, wait, Su Yu called out to stop him. Zhong Yong hesitated but didn't turn back, only saying, you won't get anything valuable from a useless person like me. His voice carried a heavy nasal tone, sounding very resonant. Apparently, his mind was still relatively clear. He knew what Su Yu wanted to probe from him. Zhong Yong, we really need your help. Qin Yuan also stepped forward, appealing to him emotionally. The information you provide might save many lives. Many lives? Zhong Yong coldly laughed, and why should that concern me? Qin Yuan was momentarily speechless. This guy was too heartless. He wasn't even being asked to do much, just share what he knew. If you don't care about others' lives, why did you help us this morning? Su Yu asked, looking at his silhouette. I was drunk then, Zhong Yong replied. In other words, if he'd been sober, he definitely wouldn't have saved them. This man was intriguing indeed. Zhong Yong continued walking ahead. Suddenly, his figure froze as he lost his balance and almost collapsed against the wall. Su Yu jumped in alarm and rushed over. She saw that his eyes were tightly closed, his expression extremely pained. His mouth was slightly open as though recalling something terrible. Turning around, Su Yu saw Cheng Zhengqiu, whose expression wasn't relaxed either. She immediately guessed that Cheng Zhengqiu was performing a mental probe on Zhong Yong. Cheng Zhengqiu, stop it. Su Yu yelled urgently. Her warning wasn't out of respect for Zhong Yong's privacy. Compared to that, she valued her comrades' lives more. What worried her was that Zhong Yong, feared so much by the hunting team, clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was dangerous for Cheng Zhengqiu to attempt a psychic intrusion on him so rashly. Cheng Zhengqiu, who was already mentally fragile, soon released the psychic constraints on Zhong Yong. Almost at the exact moment he let go, Zhong Yong leapt up, charging toward Cheng Zhengqiu, grabbing the collar of his shirt, slamming him forcefully against the wall, and landing a punch on his left cheek. The glasses fell off. Before Su Yu could act, Jingi, who was closest to Cheng Zhengqiu, had already intervened, rescuing Cheng Zhengqiu from Zhong Yong's fist. At the same time, he took over Zhong Yong's attacks, exchanging several moves. Zhong Yong, despite his skill in combat, was no match for Jingi and was quickly subdued. However, the force behind Zhong Yong's right punch was genuinely astonishing. Jingi subdued Zhong Yong and pinned him down on the ground. After struggling a bit, Zhong Yong ceased, but Jingi remained vigilant and wouldn't allow another attack. Zhong Yong glared fiercely at Cheng Zhengqiu, issuing a threat, Psychic Controller, watch your life. Zhong Yong, Cheng Zhengqiu meant no harm. I don't care whether he did or not. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate, Zhong Yong threatened sternly, all traces of his previous harmless demeanor gone. Apparently, he detested having his past explored. Zhong Yong turned and walked away. Su Yu quickly went over to help Cheng Zhengqiu up, checking his left cheek. Zhong Yong had certainly hit hard, the entire side of his face was swollen, and Cheng Zhengqiu spat out a blooded saliva. Dr. Lin Xiao treated him in the medical room, while Cheng Zhengqiu mocked himself, saying, I guess conducting these kinds of activities still requires some courage. It's my fault. I didn't stop him. Su Yu felt somewhat responsible. Zhong Yong was brought back by her, and given his potential danger, if something happened, she would bear the responsibility. Soon, Cheng Zhengqiu's left cheek returned to normal color, and Dr. Lin Xiao applied some medicine. Unfortunately, his glasses frame had broken during the struggle, making everything blurry for him now, causing him to squint when identifying people. Other things might be manageable in the apocalypse, but getting new glasses was difficult. Su Yu picked up the broken glasses frame and its shattered parts. This can probably be repaired. Until it's fixed, stay put. With your -900-degree myopia, without your glasses, you're practically blind. If you wander into a women's restroom and get beaten up as a pervert, I can't help you. After days of gloom, Cheng Zhengqiu finally revealed a faint smile. Though blurry, he could vaguely make out her outline. As long as she returned, his heart found peace, half of his worries dissipated. The mental probe I just conducted on that guy did reveal some things, mere fragments of memories. His guard was very strong, and my mental power wasn't sufficient to extract everything. He must have been a member of that hunting team in the past. Cheng Zhengqiu muttered. Stay out of Zhong Yong's affairs, Su Yu reiterated firmly. Keep your distance from him. She turned to Qin Yuan and the others. All of you keep away from him. That guy is explosive when sober and even more dangerous when drunk. Don't provoke him, leave it to me. Qin Yuan nodded, adding a caution, you be careful too. Right, Su Yu replied, then continued, the hunters sent a flight type abnormal to track you guys back here. This shows they don't know the exact location of the base. But today, as we returned, we can't confirm if they've truly left or if they're still trailing us. So from now on, we need to prepare for battle at any time. How many crystalline cores do we have left? We still have 109, Qin Yuan replied, noting that she had been in charge of them. This is precisely the moment to put them to use. Distribute them equally among everyone, abnormal ability users and regular people. Follow a 3-to-2 ratio. For ordinary people, participation should be voluntary. We'll try our best to awaken abilities before we engage with them. As for the abnormals, they can choose whether to consume their cores to upgrade or reserve them as supplies, Suyu went on, detailing various matters they needed to be cautious about. From this point forward, increase the number of people stationed overnight for night duty. Switch every 3 hours. Pay special attention during the second half of the night. If attacked, raise an immediate alarm to notify everyone. Once those bastards attack, Qin Yuan, protect the normal individuals and guide them to take shelter in the West District. The West area was the deepest section of this mountain cave-turned-prison, with the thickest soil layers and rock, sturdy enough to serve as an air raid shelter. Qin Yuan nodded. Professor Fang, Suyu turned her head towards Fang Yinbo. Any progress with your research? Fang Yinbo sighed and shook his head, preparing to update Suyu about the current situation. However, Suyu cut him off, saying, no need to tell me, I won't understand anyway. Most importantly, there's no rush, and you shouldn't overwork yourself. It'd be great if this works, but if not, it's fine. Just treat it as a hobby, not a task. Fang Yinbo, touched, nodded in agreement. Suyu especially reminded Qin Yuan to ensure Professor Fang and the elderly were looked after during emergencies. The most important thing right now is that all of you get some rest and conserve energy, Suyu said as she glanced at Cheng Zhengqiu. Especially you, look at all the new grey hairs in just a day or two, you look at least 20 years older than me. There's nothing I can do. None of you let me have peace, Cheng Zhengqiu chuckled helplessly. As for Cheng Ling, let it go. She's young, and suddenly losing both legs would be hard for anyone to accept. A big brother like you should guide her properly. Suyu said this, glancing briefly at Jingi. Of course, this wasn't meant solely for Cheng Zhengqiu. Jingi turned his face away. Thinking about Jing Xan made him irate. Before, he thought Jing Xan was mischievous, sure, but fundamentally good-hearted and righteous. Thus, Jingi wasn't as strict with him as his father had been with him, often allowing his younger brother's personality to develop freely. However, what happened yesterday completely changed Jingi's impression of his younger brother. Without principles, killing indiscriminately, using force to coerce others, showing absolutely no remorse after taking a life, treating human life like weeds or those undead creatures outside. Jing Xan's behavior last night crossed a line. It was difficult for Jingi to overlook such small mistakes as he used to. Suyu woke up groggily, shaken awake by Pei Yi. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she saw Pei Yi looking anxious. What's wrong? Suyu quickly became alert, pulling back the covers. What happened? Did they come? No. It's Zhong Yong. He hasn't come back yet, and I'm starting to worry, Pei Yi nervously explained. He went out to look for alcohol, and now he still hasn't returned. I'm afraid he might have run into danger. I don't even know if he went back home. When did he leave? Suyu asked. Afternoon. Calculating the time, it had already been 7 or 8 hours. I'll go find him, Suyu stood up, quickly slipping into her high-waist jacket and marten boots. I'll go with you, Pei Yi hastily followed. Suyu declined Pei Yi's offer. Mainly because Pei Yi's powers hadn't recovered yet, so taking her along wouldn't help much with the search. With dangers lurking everywhere outside, it was safer for Suyu to act alone. Her abnormal abilities were already nearly fully restored thanks to consuming the core, making solo operations more efficient. Just as Suyu was walking out the door, Cheng Zhengqiu's voice floated down from the hill. Where are you going at this hour? Wow. Suyu jumped and turned to look at Cheng Zhengqiu. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing up so high in the middle of the night? Looking up at the stars, contemplating life. Cheng Zhengqiu stood up, patted his pants, and shoved his hands into his pockets. Chapter 100, The Hunt. Look up at the stars, contemplate life. Cheng Zhengqiu stood up, dusted off his pants, and slid his hands into his pockets. Pretentious. Suyu pursed her lips and muttered, I'll go look for Zhong Yong. Don't disturb anyone else. I don't want to make a big fuss. Running out in the dead of night to look for men, not afraid that your upperclassman Jingi will get jealous? Cheng Zhengqiu jumped down from the mountain along a vine. Jingi. Suyu laughed incredulously. It was hard to imagine him being jealous. He wouldn't. You're just too carefree. Cheng Zhengqiu lectured her like a sister, brushing Suyu's bangs aside. Jingi is delicate in thought. He has much more buried inside him than what he says. Suyu turned her head to avoid his hand. All right, thanks for the reminder, I'll be careful. But I have to go. Zhong Yong, although he has a bad temper, seems to have some subtle connection with them. Especially at this critical moment, we can't lose track of him. Truly. Cheng Zhengqiu stretched lazily. Another busy day. None of you let me relax. After speaking, he walked towards the nearby garage. Hey. Suyu looked at his figure as she hadn't intended for him to come along. Hurry up. Cheng Zhengqiu looked far back at Suyu with his hands in his pockets. How would you find people without me? The smart map can't distinguish between friend and foe. Suyu had planned to drive over to Pei Yi's place for a look-see. However, bringing Cheng Zhengqiu along had its advantages on the road. He could activate his mental powers to explore the surroundings. In that case, Suyu shrugged and sat into the car's driving seat, driving onto the wide expressway. As Suyu drove, Cheng Zhengqiu sat on the passenger side with the window open, the wind tousling his hair. All the windows had been equipped with anti-zombie protective iron nets by Mu Lin and Li Jiayu. I remember the first time we met. Cheng Zhengqiu lit a cigarette. In the night, other than the vast sky full of stars, the only other faint starlight was the glow from the cigarette in his hand. The suburban area around was silent, and one could see zombies walking alone in the distance, though their numbers were few. How nostalgic about your flashy little Hamlet motorcycle. I also miss how full of nonsense you used to be. Suyu glanced at him sideways, not knowing when he seemed to have changed completely. You've changed a lot now. Being part of Leader Su's team, actually, everyone is stressed. Everyone is trying to catch up with your footsteps and grow rapidly. I'm just a bit luckier, that's all. Cheng Zhengqiu said, but this is very good. The apocalypse requires us to quickly become stronger. You've brought us hope and strength for survival. As for Cheng Ling's matter, I am deeply sorry. I didn't realize it would bring her so much unseen pressure. Suyu looked at the road ahead, feeling somewhat self-blaming. It's not your fault. Cheng Zhengqiu's smile faded, taking a deep puff of the cigarette. It's Jingi. Suyu turned back in surprise. She likes Jingi, assuming that if she becomes strong enough, she'll attract his attention. Cheng Zhengqiu wrinkled his eyebrows slightly, tossing the cigarette butt out the window. That child has always been straightforward in her thinking. Call her naive or foolish, but she doesn't know how to hold anything back, not inheriting even half of my tact. Suyu fell silent, unsure what to say. She never realized Cheng Ling liked Jingi. Indeed, as Cheng Zhengqiu said, she was too carefree. Upon recollecting, after Cheng Ling started spending time with her, they barely spoke anymore, and Suyu hadn't paid any attention to it. I'm a veterinarian, not a psychologist. Cheng Zhengqiu's face showed helplessness, also carrying some sorrow. I can soothe others' emotions, but I couldn't pull her back from this increasingly distant wrong path. I failed as an older brother. Suyu wasn't good at these kinds of situations, so she suggested, shall we have Jingi talk to her? All stupid ideas. Cheng Zhengqiu gave a faint smile, his voice filled with an indescribable sentiment, containing hints of indulgence and affection. Don't let Jingi know about this. Little Ling is very proud, I'm afraid she can't handle it. After the hunter group situation settles, I'll find a way to help her move past it. He gazed softly at Suyu. As for you, stop meddling unnecessarily. Focus on keeping everyone safe. I'll manage everyone's psychological health. We each have our roles. Suyu nodded like a chick pecking grains. In fact, you really are a good older brother. And I'll also become a good husband. Phut. Suyu chuckled at his solemn expression. First, you need a wife. There will be bread, and there will be a wife. Cheng Zhengqiu smiled faintly, the glass's frame he had patched together with tape restoring some of his old-time charm. The sedan continued on its journey, entering the urban district. Cheng Zhengqiu activated his mental powers for exploration, and Suyu opened her smart map to begin searching for individuals. Suyu, stop the car. Cheng Zhengqiu suddenly spoke out. Suyu quickly found a hidden alley entrance to park the car, and soon zombies started gathering around but in small numbers. The protective iron nets surrounding the car provided sufficient protection, so there was no issue. What's wrong? Suyu noticed Cheng Zhengqiu frowning intensely and quickly glanced at the smart map, finding that not far from their location in a building, several green dots had appeared. It's them. Cheng Zhengqiu slowly opened his eyes and said. Of course, Suyu knew that them referred to the hunter group. Zhongyong is also there, they've captured him. Cheng Zhengqiu continued to sense the surroundings, then a look of surprise and unease crossed his eyes. Among them, there's a mental mutant. Have we been discovered? Suyu understood that if there was a mental mutant, he would likely have detected Cheng Zhengqiu when Cheng Zhengqiu discovered him. Even without active mental detection, Cheng Zhengqiu's subtle mental probing was very easy to expose. Wait. Cheng Zhengqiu shook his head. He hasn't detected us yet, because all his focus is on Zhongyong. It seems, he's beating him. Mental lashing. This was one ability of a mental mutant, using deep-seated darkness and vulnerabilities from an enemy's inner world to repeatedly torture their mind until it collapses. It was a kind of harm far more destructive than physical damage, which could be healed by healing mutants. However, mental collapse was permanent, incurable through external forces. Suyu suddenly thought, might Zhongyang's alcoholism have something to do with this? Could he have gone through a similar mental lashing in the past? Suyu will be discovered soon. Cheng Zhengqiu looked at Suyu, his expression grave as he said, there are over a dozen mutants on the other side, and we might not be able to save Zhongyong. Suyu furrowed her brows. Just the previous morning, those members of the hunter group seemed afraid of Zhongyong. How did he end up in their hands now? How is Zhongyong doing right now? Suyu asked him. Cheng Zhengqiu shook his head. He's still holding on, but his mental power is getting weaker. What level is that mental mutant, can you determine? Suyu asked. Judging by the intensity, he's at least level 3 or higher. Cheng Zhengqiu murmured as he sensed the spiritual force field around them. Turning to look at Suyu, he felt uneasy. Wait. Boss, don't tell me you're still planning to save him. With just the two of us trying to rescue him from at least a level 3 mutant gang, isn't that a bit too science fiction? I know. Suyu said inwardly frustrated. Do you have any ideas? The best plan would be to leave without being noticed before they discover us, Cheng Zhengqiu said. Suyu herself knew that rescuing him with just the two of them was indeed slim hope, and they might get themselves trapped as well. Zero, I need your help, Suyu finally called out to the artificial intelligence. Only thinking of me when in trouble, Xiaoyu, you really lack goodwill, I don't want to deal with you. Was an AI talking about goodwill? Do you not want your 200 points per month anymore? War, I hate you. I want to rescue someone, is there any way? Suyu asked directly. Given her current situation, the AI should already understand things clearly, so she didn't need to explain anything further. There is a way, but I'm afraid Xiao you might be reluctant. Speak. 5000 points will temporarily disable their mutation for 15 minutes and it can only be used once. Xiao you currently have 18,000 points, and you're about to unlock the infinite ammunition weapons depot. Are you sure you want to spend so many points on this man? Suyu thought about it. 5,000 points wasn't actually a lot considering her current level, she'd earn it back after a few missions. But she was just about to activate the unlimited weapons depot, which would provide great assistance to the base if it could be done before these hunter group actions. To hell with it, exchange 5,000 points. Ding, transaction successful. Little Yu now has 15 minutes to save someone. Cheng Zhengqiu, lead the way, let's go rescue him. Suyu got out of the car after speaking and hacked down some zombies gathered around the vehicle with a few slashes. Holy crap. Cheng Zhengqiu, watching her silhouette, gritted his teeth, eventually deciding to follow her and walk behind Suyu. They walked in front and back into an office building. They're in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Cheng Zhengqiu said. Their powers will temporarily fail for 15 minutes. As Suyu spoke, she drew 2 assault rifles from her dimensional pocket and headed towards the 3rd floor together with Cheng Zhengqiu. The pale moonlight hung outside the corridor's floor-to-ceiling window, and Zhongyong knelt on the ground with his body curled up, trembling violently. Beside him stood over a dozen members of the hunter group with special abilities, both men and women. They included Liu Na and Xu Zhongyi, as well as some unfamiliar faces. In the center stood a short man who looked quite young. His appearance was refined and sharp, complete with glasses. He had an air of scholarly sophistication. Zhong Can, why have you stopped? Liu Na glanced at the neatly featured young man, whom Suyu suspected was the mental mutant Cheng Zhengqiu had mentioned. Don't know, maybe my mental power is insufficient. Zhong Can shrugged, failing to notice any anomaly as he approached Zhongyong, pressing his foot onto his face and grinding it slightly. Big brother, I didn't expect your life to be so tough. No news for such a long time, we thought you were dead. He squatted down with a faint smile. By the way, if you still don't die, your big sister-in-law downstairs will be awfully lonely. Chapter 101, finally letting go. Zhongyong's half-opened eyes muttered something at the corner of his mouth. Zhong Can leaned in closer with his ear to Zhongyong. What did you say? Zhongyong suddenly raised his head and bit down hard on Zhong Can's ear. Zhong Can let out a cry of anguish. Zhongyong's mouth was filled with blood. He had torn off more than half of Zhong Can's ear. Blood gushed out in an instant, staining most of Zhong Can's face red. Zhong Can screamed, pointing at Zhongyong. Kill him. Kill him. A few paranormal beings walked up. It's now. Suyu held a submachine gun and fired shots from both sides. Gunshots boomed through the corridor, lasers flying everywhere. Those paranormal beings quickly looked for cover, but some still fell riddled with bullets before they could hide. Cheng Zhengqiu followed closely behind Suyu, carrying Zhongyong towards the corridor. Suyu guarded their back, while members of the hunter gang hiding behind doors successively activated their powers, only to find them ineffective. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Suyu had already protected Cheng Zhengqiu and Zhongyong as they fled across the street. Zhong Can angrily stomped his foot. We can't let him escape. Absolutely not. He then pulled out a gun from his bag and aimed it at Suyu's retreating figure on the road. Suyu skillfully dodged. Cheng Zhengqiu helped Zhongyong to hide under the eaves. Suyu ran to the alley entrance, drove out the car, picked up Cheng Zhengqiu and them, and left speeding away. These paranormal beings usually relied on their abilities, so they didn't have the habit of carrying guns, and their supply of weapons and ammunition wasn't abundant to begin with. Use them once and they'd diminish. Zhongyong lay in the backseat compartment. Cheng Zhengqiu drove fiercely toward the prison. Boss Su, I didn't think you'd dare to go in. Thinking back to the earlier scene made Cheng Zhengqiu shudder. It's strange though, why didn't they use their abilities on us? If their powers were activated, we'd be done for in seconds. Suyu slightly smirked, telling Cheng Zhengqiu about how she used points and a system for exchange. The matter concerning this system Suyu had not yet told anyone. It was too far-fetched. Even if she told others, they wouldn't believe her. Cheng Zhengqiu did not reveal much astonishment. I should have guessed it. You always seem like you're pulling a magic trick, escaping danger time after time. It turns out you've got a cheat. Calling her a cheat wasn't entirely exaggerated. Though cheats don't come without risk, her points were earned through all sorts of dangerous endeavors. But talking about that, you didn't know that their abilities would temporarily become useless just now, but you still rushed into it recklessly. Were you not afraid of death? Suyu looked back at Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Zhengqiu rested his hand on the steering wheel, staring straight ahead into the dim night, saying nonchalantly, afraid, but I'm more scared that you'll go alone and die. Huh? Suyu widened her eyes. You stop overthinking it, brat. Cheng Zhengqiu smacked her on the back of her head and laughed. I'm just scared that if you died, Jingi would chop me down with one strike. The two sped through the night back to base, where Pei Yi anxiously waited by the door. Seeing the two supporting Zhongyong inside, she hurried over. What happened to him? She looked worriedly at Zhongyong who seemed unconscious. He was captured by the hunting gang, but he is fine now. Suyu said this, and together with Cheng Zhengqiu, carried Zhongyong into his room. Cheng Zhengqiu performed mental soothing on Zhongyong for healing purposes, carefully restoring every part damaged by Zhong Can. I will take care of him, thank you. After Zhongyong slept, Pei Yi said gratefully to Suyu and Cheng Zhengqiu. All right. Suyu was very tired. All she wanted now was a good nap. Suyu returned to her room, pressed the ceiling light switch, and saw Jingi sitting by her bedside, looking up at her. Suyu was slightly startled, a bit surprised. How are you here? I waited for you, Jingi said solemnly. I heard you didn't sleep last night either. Suyu walked in, took off her coat, hung it up, turned around, sat down, looking tenderly at Jingi with some blame. Do you think you're made of iron? You and Cheng Zhengqiu went out? His voice was a bit hoarse. Yes, we went to find Zhongyong. That guy ran off and almost caused trouble. Suyu realized she was speaking out of turn, so she stopped hastily. She didn't want Jingi to worry, thus changing her words. It would have been bad if something had happened. Jingi ignored her slip of tongue and only said, why didn't you call me? Not calling him, but taking Cheng Zhengqiu along. I just wanted you to rest well. Suyu did not notice the look of disappointment on Jingi's face. Things I can handle, I won't bother you. Don't want to bother me, but will bother Cheng Zhengqiu? Jingi asked rigidly. Suyu was stunned. Big brother Jingi, surely you're not jealous? Jingi's face flushed slightly, turning his head to one side, awkwardly replying, no. You do. Suyu chuckled and reached out to pull on Jingi's reddish ear. Don't be mad. Jingi still ignored her. Jingi. Suyu pulled his muscular arm, elongating her tone in a coquettish manner. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Let's sleep. You're tired too. After saying this, Jingi got up and was about to leave. Suyu held onto his sleeve and said petulantly, not sleeping. What do you want? Jingi looked down at her with drooping long lashes. To fall asleep, I need my senior to give me a kiss. She finished talking and pouted her lips. After 2 seconds of eye contact with her, Jingi softened and bent down to kiss her forehead. But Suyu suddenly lifted her head and bit onto the warm lips of Jingi, slowly grinding against them. Jingi put his hands around Suyu's nape and pressed her against the wall, exhaling hotly as he murmured, what should I do with you? Jingi, I love you. Jingi hesitated for a moment, then started kissing her neck wildly, licking every inch of her skin, his voice trembling slightly. Say it again. I love you. She hummed lightly and put her hand around Jingi's waist. Stay tonight. As she was about to unfasten his belt, there came a knock from outside. Suyu, are you asleep? It was Cheng Zhengqiu's voice. The couple stopped their action. Jingi sat down on the bed looking annoyed while Suyu combed her hair and opened the door. So late, what is it? Cheng Zhengqiu glanced into the room and grinned. Oh, coincidentally senior brother Jingi is also here. Suyu glared at him fiercely and hissed in a low voice. Is pretending to be foolish at this time meaningful? He would have easily known by simply probing with his spirit power. It must be deliberate. Cheng Zhengqiu scratched the back of his head. I have something important to say. Come in. Suyu opened the door wider and brought over a stool for Cheng Zhengqiu. Jingi stared daggers at Cheng Zhengqiu. Cheng Zhengqiu felt immense pressure. Suyu sat next to Jingi and asked, why can't it wait until tomorrow morning? If I tell you tomorrow morning, you will definitely blame me for not saying earlier. All right. Anyway, you are right. Suyu sighed helplessly. Tell me quickly. You've always wanted to know the relationship between Zhongyong and the hunting group, haven't you? Let me tell you. Are you asking for death? Suyu abruptly stood up somewhat excitedly. Didn't I tell you to stop investigating him? He's no good guy and won't show mercy. Cheng Zhengqiu didn't care at all, looking at Suyu and smiling broadly. Seems like you are really worried about me. Jingi tugged on Suyu's hand and pulled her to sit beside him, raising his eyes to look at Cheng Zhengqiu. We all care about you. Cheng Zhengqiu shivered involuntarily. You guessed it, Zhongyong was indeed once a member of the hunting group, and he was even their leader. Suyu was slightly surprised. Can't quite see that. This drunkard used to have a pretty good life. Cheng Zhengqiu slowly said, also, that psychic paranormal Zhong Can, his Zhongyang's younger brother, biological brother. Biological brothers? What grudge could lead to such a you die I live situation? Suyu clicked her tongue in amazement. Can you stop interrupting me? Just go ahead. Early next morning, Suyu took her toothbrush and toothpaste to the sink to wash up. Pei Yi walked to her side and flashed her a brilliant smile. It's hard today, the drunkard didn't run out early to look for alcohol to drink. Luckily he knows his place. Suyu turned her head to look at Pei Yi. You seem to care a lot about Zhongyong, don't you? Pei Yi's face turned slightly red and she awkwardly turned her face to answer. Having lived together for so long, if he died, I would feel very uncomfortable. In general, he is a good person. Suyu thought about what Cheng Zhengqiu had said last night, and for a moment her mood became heavy, muttering to herself, your insight is good. By the way, Zhongyong woke up and has been looking for you. Pei Yi told Suyu, I just came to deliver the message, he's waiting for you at the training ground. When Suyu arrived at the training ground, Zhongyong was wearing a black singlet, standing facing the sun with his eyes closed, arms spread wide as if a plant absorbing sunlight nutrients. Then an amazing scene occurred. The muscles on his arms began to emit a pale light, star-like resembling fireflies. Very soon, the fireflies surrounded his entire body, forming a bright protective shield. Suyu couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Noticing someone, Zhongyong immediately retracted his power, and the glow disappeared into the dust. Was that your paranormal ability? Suyu stepped out from behind and guessed aloud. Millimeter. Zhongyong looked at his own right hand and responded indifferently. What's your paranormal ability? She asked again. Zhongyong raised his eyes, gazed at the rising sun in the distance, and muttered, the sun. It was rare for Zhongyong to be so sober, and when he was sober, he spoke as sparingly as Jingi. Mysterious. Suyu jumped up and sat on a pair of parallel bars. Then why did you call me? What's up? To thank you. Jongyong walked up to Suyu and looked at her sitting on the parallel bars. Last night, you saved my life. My pleasure. Suyu stretched her neck and arms. That morning, you also saved mine, so we're even. The things about my past that you've always wanted to know, I think that psychic paranormal should have told you already. Jongyong said solemnly. Hey, don't touch him. Suyu hopped off the parallel bars and stood in front of Jongyong. I made him do it. If anyone is to blame, it's me. Don't worry, I won't harm him. He saved me last night, Jongyong explained. But this matter, I want to tell it in my own words. Suyu understood that this was his pent-up knot, and the root cause of his prolonged indulgence in alcohol. Only by speaking it out himself could he truly resolve it. Chapter 102, Jongyong. Jongyong looked at the overcast sky outside the window, his eyelids kept twitching, and he felt an uneasiness rising in his heart. Not far away, Yuan and a group of her brothers were equipping themselves with weapons and ammunition, preparing to go out to search for supplies. From afar, Yuan glanced at him and a smile appeared on her face. She had long hair flowing down her back, a beautiful appearance, and features that exuded classical beauty. She was Jongyong's girlfriend. For all these years, while he had been busy training and had little time for her, she had always supported him without ever leaving his side. Jongyong was deeply moved by this and vowed to love her forever, making her the happiest woman in the world. Let's not go today, I have a bad feeling, Jongyong said to her before they set off. Yuan looked at her waiting companions, hesitating as she said, that wouldn't be good. She pulled Jongyong's hand and teased him with a gentle smile. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Brother, I'll protect sister-in-law well, Jongkan grinned as he approached them. Nothing will happen to her. Jongyong didn't trust Jongkan much. This guy was selfish and slippery. Though a blood brother, Jongyong preferred to trust others more than him. Qin Zhuo, Yuan is entrusted to you, Jongyong said, looking at an armed man beside him. Big brother, don't worry, I'll protect her. They walked out of the building. Jongkan and Yuan, both carrying guns, walked slowly behind the group. Jongkan reached out and touched Yuan's arm, causing her to immediately sidestep slightly. Frowning slightly, she warned Jongkan in a low voice, if you keep touching me like this, I'll tell my brother. I am his only younger brother. If you want to make us brothers uncomfortable with each other, then just say it. Let's see whether he wants a woman or a younger brother. Jongkan laughed shamelessly, reaching out to grab Yuan's buttocks. Yuan endured silently, feeling as if she'd swallowed a fly, repulsed. You are so different from him. It's hard to imagine you two could actually be brothers. Do you think I want to be his brother? Jongkan spat out a mouthful of saliva. That weak man, he isn't even worthy of being the boss. If he doesn't deserve it, do you? Yuan sneered, looking at him with disdain. Just wait. A trace of sinister thought crossed Jongkan's eyes. Since they left, Jongyang's heart has been unsettled, unable to shake off an impending sense of disaster. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there came a burst of radio static through the walkie-talkie. Jongyong turned it on. Inside was Jongkan's rapid panting. Brother, something bad happened. We're under siege by zombies. We can barely hold on. Where are you? Jongyong asked succinctly. The department store. I'm coming right now. After saying this, Jongyong picked up his weapon and rushed out the door. In front of the department store, zombies gathered thickly, but Jongyong jumped out of the car and went straight to the department store gate. He held a knife and fought fiercely, clearing a bloody path. Once inside, he closed the doors, blocking the zombies outside, yet there were still plenty of zombies trapped within the building. Driven crazy by the urgency to find Yuan who was now in peril, he felt his entire body burning with rage, wishing he could eliminate every single zombie inside instantly. Jongkan, where are you? While killing zombies, Jongyong took out his walkie-talkie. I've arrived. We're on the rooftop. How's Yuan? She's fine. Jongyong, don't come. Jongyong vaguely heard Yuan's cry in the walkie-talkie, but soon after, the signal was interrupted and unclear. Throwing away the walkie-talkie, Jongyong rushed towards the staircase of the department store. At this point, Jongyong had already been bitten by several zombies, covered in wounds and completely drenched in blood, unable to distinguish whose it was between him and the zombies. But luckily, he was immune and did not need to worry about mutation, which was also one of the advantages that made him qualified to be the leader of the team. Fighting his way upward, by the time Jongyong arrived at the rooftop, he was almost utterly exhausted. Stumbling through the door onto the rooftop, all he could think about was Yuan. On the roof, Jongkan and a few other brothers were sitting casually on the railing. Seeing Jongyong arrive, Jongkan jumped off and walked towards him. Where's Yuan? What's wrong with her? Jongyong anxiously looked around uncontrollably. Jongkan scornfully looked at him. Look at your pitiful state. Ooh. Jongyong heard Qin Zhuo's muffled voice. Turning around, he found Qin Zhuo bound and lying on the ground, with a bandage tied around his mouth, continuously struggling and urgently looking toward Jongyong. Jongyong instantly understood the situation. In disbelief, he stared at Jongkan. Did you trick me? You brought this upon yourself. Jongkan didn't try to hide it, clapping his hands together, as Yuan was dragged out by Liu Na, who had a gun pointed at her head. Jongyong, go away. Yuan's face was full of bruises as she shouted at Jongyong through her tears. Jongyong clenched his fists tightly, trying hard to suppress the anger inside him. Jongkan, you are my own younger brother, Pa. Jongkan spat forcefully. International level athlete, Olympic champion, how great you are. But I really don't want to be your brother. Jongkan, what on earth do you mean? For all these years, I've worked just as hard as you. Ever since primary school, my grades have been better than yours. I obtained a master's degree in finance from Columbia University and became the president of an important bank in the capital, earning more money than you. Do you know how others always introduce me? They say I'm Zhongyang's younger brother. How proud, how glorious. To have a brother bringing honor to the country. PH, do you know that what I hate most in my life is being your brother, Zhongyang? You've obliterated all my efforts and pride. I hate you. I wish you were dead. Zhong Can crazily vented out his grievances and anger. All the bitterness and rage, along with the disguises and hypocrisies, collapsed in an instant. So, this is how much you hate me, Zhong Can laughed coldly. Go after me directly, messing around with my woman is no skill. Have I not said it before? Brother is pretty awesome, a sharpshooter who can also resist the zombie virus. Attacking you would only lead to my death, Zhong Can said coldly. I am certainly not a gentleman. As long as I can bring you down, I have no problem using any despicable means. You're all following him? Zhongyang looked towards the several team members behind Zhong Can. Xu Zhongyi stepped forward, looking at Zhongyang. Leader, everything about you is great, except for one thing, you're too kind-hearted. In this world full of zombies, it's survival of the fittest. Whoever has the strength survives. You forbade us from robbing other people's supplies. But look now, the food we collect every day is getting less and less, and the expiration date keeps shortening. If we keep going like this, we will all starve to death. Following Zhong Can, we can live more easily and freely, Yuan said. Sorry, leader. Zhongyang looked at their cold faces, feeling extremely heartbroken. These people were all his brothers who followed him through thick and thin. He considered them family. The taste of betrayal by someone close is truly hard to swallow. Wanting my life? Fine. Let my Yuan go. Brother, what kind of person do you think I am? Zhong Can smiled coldly. Why would I take the life of my own elder brother? He walked up to Yuan, putting his face close to hers, which was trembling with fear, and licked her cheek with his tongue. Damn it. Zhongyang watched him furiously but didn't dare move a step, because Liu En's gun was pointing directly at Yuan's head. Just cripple those hands of yours, and I'll let you both go, Zhong Can said maliciously. He hated Zhongyang's hands immensely, those hands that carried glory and also bore his pain. Zhongyang shakily drew out the long knife from his waist. Do you mean it? Of course. Don't do it, Zhongyang. And Yuan cried desperately. He won't let us go. Just leave without me. Take care of yourself. With a slap, Zhong Can hit Yuan, causing half of her face to swell. Stop. Don't hurt her. Zhongyang shouted in excitement. Then hurry up and act, dragging it out like this, what kind of man are you? Zhong Can turned back and stared at Zhongyang with eyes like wild animals' gleams. Painfully holding the long knife, Zhongyang pointed it at his left arm. Don't. And Yuan cried out despairingly. Zhongyang, you once told me that these hands achieved your dreams. Now, are you going to destroy them with your own hands? Dreams. Zhongyang opened his eyes painfully wide, staring at these two hands. Indeed, they accompanied him through countless nights and days in the training ground, sweating profusely. They were everything to him, whether in failure or success, they shared both honors and disgraces. My dream now, is you. He looked at Yuan, then raised the knife and chopped at his arm. Ah. The intense pain shot up from his spine into his brain, almost making Zhongyang faint. Blood poured profusely from his arm, muddling the flesh. However, it wasn't so easy to sever. Another stab and a horrifying scream echoed across the sky. Liu En and Xu Zhongyi couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. At that moment, Yuan suddenly broke free from Liu En's grip, hitting her stomach with a punch. Taking advantage of Liu En bending over clutching her stomach, Yuan snatched the gun from her hand. In that instant, everyone pointed their guns at Yuan. Yuan's face was covered in tears as she looked at Zhongyang, filled with desperation. Right after that, a peculiar smile curved her lips. I love you. Satisfied? No. Zhongyang realized it was too late as she aimed the gun at her own chin. A muffled gunshot rang out and a mist of blood exploded from her head. Zhongyang screamed in panic, rushing to embrace Yuan's lifeless body. My love, wake up. He could no longer awaken her. Zhongyang turned back with hatred, staring at Zhong Can. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed. The rays of the setting sun broke through the gloom, casting a golden glow upon Zhongyang. Then, a soft golden light enveloped him, and his arm wound miraculously healed. Chapter 103, The Glow. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed, and a streak of golden sunlight from the distant sunset pierced through the gloom, shining upon Zhongyang. Then, a faint golden glow enveloped Zhongyang, and his arm wound miraculously healed. Everyone was awestruck by this mysterious scene. Shit. Zhong Can snatched the gun from Xu Zhongyi's hands and fired several shots at Zhongyang. However, the glow of the sunset gradually formed a light halo barrier around him, deflecting the bullets. How could this happen? How? Zhong Can couldn't believe his eyes. Zhongyang looked at his hand, more light gathered there, and a force began to build within him, slowly spreading to his hand. The light grew stronger as Zhongyang fixed his gaze on the people around him with a determined expression. Then the light coalesced into an exquisite bow and arrow. 3 arrows were notched onto the bowstring and shot out simultaneously. Those struck disappeared instantly, transforming into the residual glow of the sunset. It was like a miracle. Liu En and Xu Zhongyi were almost unable to stand, stumbling toward the small door and fleeing in panic. Zhong Can wouldn't give up, continuing to fire endlessly, but all bullets were deflected by the glowing aura until he ran out of ammunition. Zhong Yang's gaze fell upon Zhong Can. Realizing resistance was futile, Zhong Can dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly to Zhong Yong. "Brother, I'm sorry. Please let me live. I don't want to die," he screamed like a madman. Zhong Yong truly harbored murderous intentions, stepping closer to Zhong Can one step at a time. "Brother, would you kill me for a woman? Can you face our parents?" Zhong Can shouted wildly without thinking. "Brother, forgive me. I'm still young. Forgive me." "Ah." Zhong Can let out a wailing scream, kicking Zhong Can violently and stomping furiously on his stomach. "Puppy, you're unworthy of me even killing you," he said with hatred. Zhong Can knew he had escaped death. He understood Zhong Yong too well, how loyal and righteous he was to never go through with killing his own younger brother. As Zhong Yong walked away, carrying An Yun's corpse, Zhong Can finally got up, holding his bruised stomach and glaring fiercely. "Wait, just wait, sooner or later. I'll kill you myself. I personally buried An Yun. Since I couldn't accept her death, I drowned myself in alcohol." After Zhong Can developed psychic abilities, he built his own team and started hunting others with special powers. "He has never stopped pursuing me." Zhong Yong looked at the sun in the distance and muttered, "When there is no sun, my powers cannot be used, so they dare not do anything during the day. Assassination attempts only occur at night or on cloudy days, but they have always failed. Did speaking about it make you feel better?" Su Yu approached him, leaning against the bar, and asked. Zhong Yong nodded and took a sip of mineral water. "After An Yun left, my life became like that of a walking corpse, not different from zombies. I thought living or dying didn't matter. But last night, when I was tortured by Zhong Can, I realized. I really want to live. To want to live is good." Su Yu patted his shoulder. "An Yun would surely hope you can continue living. I have to settle accounts with Zhong Can. I gave him chances, which he refused to cherish. This time, leave Zhong Can to me," Zhong Yong said, turning to Su Yu. "His other teammates are not worth mentioning." "Wow, such big talk," Su Yu smiled. "What if they launch surprise attacks on you during cloudy nights or nights without a sun?" "I will personally avenge An Yun," Zhong Yong clenched his fists resolutely and said. "I will arrange Cheng Zhengqiu to assist you." Sure enough, as Su Yu predicted, the hunter group launched a sneak attack on the prison late at night, while everyone was asleep. The guards patrolling on the mountain detected no abnormality because they did not start off attacking with guns and bullets. Instead, they used water-based abilities. This move proved clever. The prison fortress was located inside a cave that served as an air raid shelter during wartime, nearly impregnable. Using water as an attack method turned out to be the most effective way, just like how children enjoy pouring water into ant nests, flooding them out. Similarly, all inmates were forced out of their cells due to the sudden influx of floodwaters. The rushing waters poured into the prison, waking everyone with its thunderous roar. They didn't even have time to put on their clothes, scrambling chaotically like ants on a hot griddle. Su Yu rushed out of her room as Cheng Zhengqiu's voice immediately sounded in her mind. "Where are you?" Su Yu glanced at the floodwater that had already risen to her knees, and it was still rising. "Don't ask where I am. Use your telepathic power to tell everyone not to panic. Let them all go to the east area and climb up the mountain using the long ladder. Do not run out of the prison gate." Running out of the prison gate would lead to certain death because through the smart map, she clearly saw that zombies had been attracted in large numbers around the prison. No one could survive if they left the prison. All right, Cheng Zhengqiu immediately did as Su Yu said, using his mental power to calm down the frightened crowd and guide them towards the east area's mountain ladders. Suddenly, the group regained order. Qin Yuan followed the task given by Su Yu and led everyone toward the east area while Li Jiaxu helped her. Su Yu and other psychics such as Jingi were rushing to their positions according to the specific locations provided by Cheng Zhengqiu, ready for the upcoming battle. "You don't need to stay by my side." Qin Yuan pulled out a gun from her waistband and said to Li Jiaxu, "Here is safe temporarily. Go help Su Yu." Li Jiaxu hesitated but finally nodded. "Be careful. In critical moments, do not disregard your own life." Cain Yuan smiled faintly. "I know what I'm doing." Li Jiaxu looked at her with reluctance, finally mustering the courage to hug her tightly. "Your survival means everything to my life." Then without daring to look at her face, he turned and activated his psychic powers. His thin wings flapped at high frequency, lifting him off the ground. Cain Yuan paused briefly, her face flushed slightly before she quickly returned to focus, escorting the people to safety. Jing Xan didn't rush outside either. When the flood erupted, his first thought was of Cheng Ling. He ran to her room, only to meet Cheng Zhengqiu struggling to carry Cheng Ling out of her room. "Give her to me." Jing Xan rushed forward and said to Cheng Zhengqiu, "You go help my brother." Cheng Zhengqiu nodded, as he was physically weaker than Jing Xan. Trusting Cheng Ling to him gave him more peace of mind, enabling him to concentrate on helping Su Yu and Jingi pinpoint locations via his telepathy. "I'm leaving my sister with you." Cheng Zhengqiu patted Jing Xan on the shoulder. "Take care of her." "Certainly," Jing Xan, carrying Cheng Ling, solemnly promised Cheng Zhengqiu, "I will use my life to protect her." Leading all the non-psychics, including old and young ones, Qin Yuan ran towards the mountain ladder in the eastern zone. Just then, Li Ailian came running over and grabbed onto Qin Yuan's sleeve. "Dear daughter-in-law, my son is missing. Could you please find him for me?" Qin Yuan's blood pressure shot up upon seeing Li Ailian. She coldly retorted, "What does it have to do with me if he disappeared? If you want to find him, go yourself. I have so many people here to take care of." If it had been someone else, Qin Yuan might have been a bit gentler. But when it came to Li Ailian, she simply didn't have any good face to show. What are you talking about? He's your husband. If you won't find him, who will? Besides, it was your beloved person who broke his arm, so it's your responsibility to deal with it. Li Ailian kept pestering Qin Yuan relentlessly. After Qin Yuan brought a wandering child back into the group, her temper flared up instantly. She pulled the safety of her gun and aimed it directly at Li Ailian's head. Try calling me daughter-in-law one more time. I'll kill you just to save myself the trouble. Seeing the murderous expression on Qin Yuan's face, Li Ailian became immediately intimidated and mumbled away with the crowd, not daring to say anything more. Many women of her age nearby gave her looks of disdain, whispering, "Little Qin is such a wonderful child. How dare you call her your daughter-in-law? How shameless." Su Yu, the water-type psychic Yuan, is in the woods at the back of the mountain. Cheng Zhengqiu found a relatively higher ground and concentrated on using his telepathic abilities to locate every psychic in the hunter team. Li Jiaxu, there's a wood-type psychic near you. Cheng Zhengqiu reached the hillside and noticed a shadowy mass far away in the dark. He guessed something bad was about to happen. The enemy has a psychic who can control zombies, and they're coming continuously towards the prison direction. If we don't stop him, the prison gates will soon be broken through. Who wants to go? I will. Jingi stepped up without hesitation. He's hidden among the zombies. All right. Cheng Zhengqiu separately located the other psychics, yet the spirit manipulator Zhong Can whom he had been searching for remained nowhere to be found. He couldn't detect any trace of his mind or information. Still, Cheng Zhengqiu knew Zhong Can was certainly hiding somewhere, secretly controlling this battle before dawn. Spirit manipulators always concealed themselves safely to maintain control over the entire situation. Cheng Zhengqiu felt uneasy. Zhong Can's mental manipulation ability was higher than his. If they were to clash head-on, he wasn't sure he'd be a match for Zhong Can. Su Yu swiftly darted into the woods at the back of the mountain and soon spotted Liu Na, who was controlling the floodwaters. As soon as Liu Na noticed Su Yu's approach, she immediately manipulated water droplets, shooting them towards Su Yu's position. However, Su Yu moved far too quickly, easily evading Liu Na's attacks. Liu Na quickly changed her position, but all in vain. There was no way she could keep up with Su Yu's agile movements. In no time, Su Yu closed in on her and slashed toward Liu Na with a short knife. Liu Na hastily summoned a water wave to block Su Yu's attack. Su Yu immediately shifted her position again. The water waves that Liu Na created couldn't possibly encase her like a protective barrier from all directions, so she could only mechanically and passively defend herself. Soon, Liu Na had consumed half of her psychic power, and the rise of the water in the prison noticeably slowed down, tending towards a steady state. However, just at this moment, Su Yu clearly felt a surge of mental pressure invading her mind. The headache was unbearable, and Su Yu's movements instantly slowed. She clutched her head, trying her best to alleviate the mental pressure. Zhong Can's mental energy had tightly wrapped around Su Yu's spirit form. At the very moment Su Yu's motions lagged, Liu Na unleashed a jet of water that struck her far away, causing her to crash violently into a tree. Su Yu felt an excruciating pain as if her spine were about to break. Cheng Zhengqiu, she called out his name in her mind. I know. Cheng Zhengqiu sounded strained, as though he was struggling on the other end. I'll try to help you shake him off. Liu Na gave Su Yu no opportunity to catch her breath. She immediately charged forward, unleashing another powerful stream of water. Cheng Zhengqiu helped shield her from a significant portion of the mental attack, allowing Su Yu to barely evade the water jet, which instantly split the large tree behind her in two. You, hurry, I can't hold out much longer. Cheng Zhengqiu's breathing became obviously labored. All right, Su Yu took a deep breath and charged toward Liu Na with her knife, exerting all her strength this time. Weaving left and right, dodging her water wave assaults, in the blink of an eye, she reached Liu Na's back, holding her blade horizontally across Liu Na's neck. The cold edge made her body tremble uncontrollably. Farewell, Su Yu said coldly, and there was a slicing sound as the blade cut through Liu Na's throat. Blood spurted everywhere, and Liu Na fell limp like a puppet that had lost control, blood gushing from her throat while also spilling from her mouth. Chapter 104, Battle. Li Jiaxu found the wood element psychic on a vacant lot. Without hesitation, he drew two sharp daggers from his back and lunged toward the wood element psychic. As soon as the psychic saw Li Jiaxu coming, he quickly threw out a piece of wood to block him, but it was instantly split into two by Li Jiaxu. It seemed that this wood element psychic wasn't an offensive type. He was now only concerned with self-protection, layering wood techniques to shield himself. Li Jiaxu slashed left and right at his wooden defenses, but to no avail. It was highly effective. If it weren't for Jingi's windblade ability, physical attacks alone would be nearly impossible to break through. Hiding inside there, what kind of man are you? Li Jiaxu said in frustration. I'm not a hero anyway. I'm just a defensive type psychic. Why do you keep pursuing me like this? The man didn't seem to care about Li Jiaxu's ridicule. Li Jiaxu transformed his arms into insects, becoming covered in black armor, then began pounding furiously against the wood element defense. He wished he could directly turn into a bug and chew the wood into dust. You're wasting your strength. You can't break my absolute defense. I'm a level 4 wood element psychic. The man's voice muffled behind the protective barrier. Just then, a girl's giggles rang out. President brother, you're a bug, and his wood, your natural mortal enemies. A young, pretty girl jumped out from the side, her eyes bright and clear. Li Jiaxu recognized her. She was Fan Shining, Su Yu's fan, and a level 1 fire element psychic. Li Jiaxu was a level 2 psychic who could generate insect armor and the ability to fly. If he could reach level 3, he would develop powerful insect pincers, which would easily destroy the wood element armor. Do you have any crystal nuclei? Li Jiaxu asked Fan Shining. You, a level 2 psychic, are asking me, a level 1 psychic, for crystal nuclei? Fan Shining pouted. Nope, all gone. In anger, Li Jiaxu struck twice more, but it did nothing. You're really stupid, aren't you? Fan Shining smiled and asked, do you have a lighter? Li Jiaxu pulled a small lighter from his pocket. Light it for me. Li Jiaxu lit the flame, and Fan Shining approached, extending her hand. The flame transferred from the lighter to her palm. She activated her psychic powers, causing the flame to surge higher and grow larger, turning into a blazing fireball. Fan Shining hit the fireball against the man's wood element defense. As soon as the wood touched the flames, it began burning fiercely. Fan Shining increased her psychic power, making the fire even stronger. Ah, it's so hot. The man screamed in agony. No matter how hard or foul you are, you can't withstand the invasion of flames. Fan Shining grinned wickedly. The man immediately retracted his psychic abilities, reverting to his normal human form, still rolling on the ground while the flames devoured him. He cried out desperately, please, let me go. Put out the fire. Li Jiaxu said to Fan Shining. No way, Fan Shining giggled flirtatiously. There are enemies. He has already surrendered. Capture him. Being lenient with enemies is being cruel to oneself. Not only did Fan Shining not withdraw the flames, but she intensified them. Soon, the psychic fell silent, collapsing lifelessly on the ground, exuding a charred stench. Fan Shining pinched her nose. Yuck Tilda, you've truly become a burnt piece of dead wood. Li Jiaxu shot her an annoyed look and turned around, flapping his wings and flying away. Where are you going? Fan Shining chased after him and asked. To help. Jingi emerged from the prison onto the street, where zombies were streaming towards him en masse. Jingi drew his long sword, unleashing several wind blades that cleared out a large number of zombies. But the zombies seemed endless, kill one wave, and another came. It felt like all the zombies in the city were rushing toward their prison. Normal disturbances wouldn't attract so many zombies, someone was controlling them. But with too many zombies around, Jingi couldn't see where the controller was. Cheng Zhengqiu. Jingi tentatively called out Cheng Zhengqiu's name in his mind. Damn. Cheng Zhengqiu's voice sounded tormented, clearly suffering greatly under the mental control. Jingi decided not to disturb him anymore. Jingi moved swiftly, cutting wind blades to carve a path forward. Before long, he spotted Xu Zhongyi among the throngs of zombies. Xu Zhongyi and Jingi exchanged a glance, realizing that Jingi had spotted him. Xu Zhongyi retreated quickly while controlling more zombies to surge towards Jingi. Suddenly, Jingi's mind was restrained, and he violently shook his head in an attempt to clear it. His grip on the knife began to falter, unable to summon his psychic powers, forcing him to cut down the approaching zombies with just his long sword. As Xu Zhongyi controlled the zombies and backed away, he soon disappeared from sight. However, at that moment, a dagger suddenly landed on Xu Zhongyi's neck, startling him. He turned back only to see one of the zombies holding a blade against his throat. He could never have imagined that the master of zombie control would die at the hands of his own controlled undead. As he died, Xu Zhongyi's eyes were wide open in disbelief, staring at the zombie. After Xu Zhongyi was killed, Hao Jian dropped the dagger. This was his first time killing someone with a knife. As soon as Xu Zhongyi was dead, the zombies under his control immediately smelled blood and rushed forward, tearing him apart. Hao Jian, now a level 2 psychic, could disguise himself as a zombie for 2 hours. Walking out of the pack of zombies, Hao Jian reached Jingi, who was struggling to stay on his feet. Leaning on his long sword, surrounded by piles of zombie corpses, even under mental control, Jingi still managed to hold on without falling. The surrounding zombies stared hungrily, advancing toward Jingi. Just then, Hao Jian ran over. When he got close to Jingi, Jingi swung his sword, almost cutting him in half. Damn, it's me. Hao Jian exclaimed loudly. I'm not a zombie. Jingi's head throbbed painfully, but at least he didn't make any dangerous moves against Hao Jian. Hao Jian quickly went to support him, then spat in his hand, rubbing it before smearing it on Jingi's face. Gross. Jingi clearly detested this action. Stop complaining, just focus on staying alive. Hao Jian helped Jingi walk through the crowd of zombies, which sniffed closely at them but showed no signs of abnormality. Hao Jian could disguise himself as a zombie because his psychic ability generated the same corpse smell as zombies, allowing him to escape Zhongkan's mental control, which couldn't manipulate zombie brains. For the duration of his transformation, Hao Jian became a real zombie. Jing Xan carried Cheng Ling on his back, walking through water one step after another, heading toward the eastern district. The water had gradually receded, leaving the floor wet. Cheng Ling lay awkwardly on his back, feeling uneasy. Actually, you don't need to care about me. If I don't care about you, who else should I? Jing Xan muttered. I said, even if so, I won't like you, Cheng Ling whispered, so you can stop wasting your effort. Now is not the time for this. Jing Xan clenched his teeth, suppressing the bitterness rising inside. Saving you doesn't mean I expect anything in return. But I don't want to owe you a favor. Cheng Ling's expression looked very uncomfortable. This favor, you must owe anyway. Jing Xan smirked. You're really annoying. If you keep nagging, believe me, I will leave you here right now. Jing Xan said impatiently. At that moment, he suddenly paused. He heard clearly that human footsteps were coming from nearby. At this time, it was impossible for them to be prisoners, since Qin Huan had already led everyone up the mountain, and the psychics had already left to fight. Soon, 3 men with guns appeared in the corridor. Jing Xan covered Cheng Ling's mouth, taking her to hide in the nearest small cell, crouching beside the cabinet. These 3 men seemed to kick open a cell door, looking around briefly, finding no one before retreating and checking another cell. They were searching the prison to see if anyone else was there. The true fugitive was hiding in a cell not far from them. The steps grew closer and closer. Cheng Ling's heart felt like it might jump out of her throat. Jing Xan's forehead furrowed as he tightly gripped his fists. He pulled out the gun from his waist and placed it in Cheng Ling's hands. No words needed, but his determined gaze conveyed his meaning. Stay here. Cheng Ling grabbed onto Jing Xan's coat corner, shaking her head desperately, her eyes filled with panic. Suddenly, Jing Xan cupped her face and hastily kissed her between her eyebrows. Startled, Cheng Ling saw him get up and dash outside. There's someone. Stop. Seeing Jing Xan running out of the cell, disappearing around the corner, those 3 men instantly took their guns and chased after him, the sound of footsteps fading further away. Cheng Ling tightly held the gun, trembling all over. In the distance, the echoes of several gunshots rang out, and Cheng Ling's heart plummeted. She didn't know if the bullets had hit Jing Xan or someone else. Her face turned deathly pale, and an eerie silence enveloped her surroundings as darkness consumed her entirely. With a determined resolve, Cheng Ling crawled out of the cell, struggling on the ground like an insect, heading in the direction from where the gunshots came. Jing Xan, please be okay. Not far away, in the dimly lit corridor, a person lay sprawled on the ground, a crimson pool of blood spreading around them. Cheng Ling recognized it, Jingi's black tactical jacket, now perfectly fitting Jing Xan. Ah! Cheng Ling struggled to crawl closer. No! It can't be Jing Xan. It definitely isn't Jing Xan. She plunged into the blood, covering herself in it, crawling to his front and turning his body over. Jing Xan's eyes were wide open, gazing blankly at the ceiling, gasping his last breaths. He had been shot 5 times, 2 in the legs, 2 in the abdomen, and 1 more in the back. Chapter 105 His Death. Jing Xan, please don't die. Cheng Ling held his belly, and the blood kept gushing out from between her fingers. With chaotic breaths, Cheng Ling cried and pleaded, if you die, what am I going to do? You promised to protect me. You're not allowed to die. Jing Xan slightly opened his mouth as if trying to say something. Cheng Ling leaned her ear close to his lips but only heard him speaking intermittently, his breath barely there. My temper is really bad, not as good as my brother's. You've annoyed me for so long, I really hate you. Don't talk anymore, save your strength. I'll go find help. Cheng Ling wailed. Jing Xan grabbed her hand. Let me finish, I may not last much longer. Don't speak, don't talk anymore. Tears streamed down Cheng Ling's face as she sobbed in despair. I know you don't like me, that's okay really, as long as I can be by your side, I'm very satisfied, but it looks like I can't now. He struggled to raise his hand to stroke Cheng Ling's face, wanting to wipe away her tears. Cheng Ling immediately grasped Jing Xan's hand tightly. You survive. In the past, it was my fault, truly, I treated you badly, give me a chance, I'll make it up to you. Cheng Ling cried out in despair, her hands falling limply. His body gradually turned cold. Cheng Ling hugged his head, tightly embracing him into her arms. Fool, actually. I lied to you, I wasn't powerless. Cheng Ling looked at her own hand, disoriented, murmuring. When she swallowed the 3rd crystal core, she had already activated her special ability. But this ability meant nothing to her, she wanted to become stronger, and this ability couldn't help her with that. Jing Xan, you've been good to me. I said I didn't want to owe you anything, and now, I'll pay you back completely. She dropped the last tear from the corner of her eye, using a dagger to cut her wrist, dripping her blood onto Jing Xan's forehead. Love makes people unrecognizable. I hate such a self. Fortunately, such a self still has things to do for him. Cheng Zhengqiu's spirit had been continuously oppressed and tormented by Zhong Chan. He did not show even a bit of resistance. In the distance, the horizon, dawn began to emerge faintly. He curled up in a dark corner of the prison, shivering all over. His eyes were wide open, looking ready to burst, the veins on his forehead bulged, his head aching fiercely. A 3rd-level mental ability user could never match up against a 5th-level one. His disadvantages were quite evident. Signs of confusion started appearing in Cheng Zhengqiu's mind. Nevertheless, he still did not forget to spread a mental tendril, closely following Cheng Ling. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of sorrow swept through him. Tears streamed endlessly from his eyes. Though his spirit was controlled, his heart still belonged to himself. He knew, the person he vowed to protect with his life, had left forever. Sadness. Zhong Chan's chilling voice reverberated in his mind. This world does not belong to those who are incompetent and weak, death is a form of liberation. Cheng Zhengqiu forcibly excluded his interference. He deeply inhaled, his eyes and nose red, tears and sweat, together with snot, constantly rolling down. He emitted a low growl, akin to a wild beast, echoing in the damp and dark prison. Su Yu was battling a few light element users, Dao Hua and Mu Lin assisting on the side. All of Cheng Zhengqiu's spirit went into breaking the mental vines that confined their team, drawing Zhong Chan's attention entirely to him, giving Su Yu and others some time. I have found Zhong Chan. Cheng Zhengqiu used the last ounce of strength in his life to tell Su Yu, the top floor of an office building in the southeast district. We will come immediately, hang on. Su Yu also sensed his waning spirit and feeble breath. Zhong Chan clearly hadn't expected Su Yu to arrive so quickly. He soon realized, previously, when he was mentally controlling the other spirit user, they showed no resistance at all, hiding their real strength, using their spirit vines to locate his position. However, Zhong Chan just sighed lightly for underestimating and being too careless. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. As a spirit user, their most powerful force was spirit energy, while their physical bodies were very fragile. Su Yu holding a short knife approached him slowly. Zhong Chan kept retreating, but he didn't appear overly fearful, for he naturally had his trump card to save his life. Just as Su Yu was about to stab him in the chest, Zhong Chan suddenly said, "That man who loves you, our spirits are linked together. If I die, he will follow me to hell." A hint of sinister smile appeared on Zhong Chan's lips. The tip of the knife stopped a centimeter away from his chest, and it could not advance any further. He spoke of Jingi. "Your companions are all dead," Su Yu said coldly. "You can't escape. Those brainless fools, their deaths mean nothing." Zhong Chan pointed to his own head. "But as long as I'm alive, you will always be my underlings." Zhong Chan gave a cold laugh and turned toward the door behind him, leaving. And Su Yu, watching him go, could do nothing. However, at that moment, the first rays of dawn rose from due east, and just as the sunlight touched Zhong Chan's back, he seemed to shudder, as if already having foreseen his death. A beam of light, riding on the sunrise, pierced through and struck his back. In that instant, an inexplicable expression flickered across his face. His body began to gradually disappear, transforming into the morning twilight. Far away on the opposite hill, Zhong was standing with the sun bow in his hand, its golden glow shining brightly. Su Yu covered her mouth as she watched Zhong Chan turn into ashes. He was dead. Jingi. Without a second thought, Su Yu ran downstairs like mad, rushing towards the base, her heart pounding violently. Everyone had been relocated to the birch forest at the rear mountain. No one was left in the prison. Su Yu ran back up the hill, asking everyone she met, "Have you seen Jingi?" Dao Hua grabbed her sleeve. "Don't worry, Jingi and Li Jiashu are still searching for any remaining hidden ability users of the hunting team. He's fine." Su Yu didn't believe it and ran in the direction Dao Hua had pointed out, only stopping when she saw Jingi standing before the mountain, beside Mu Lin, checking the aura of a corpse. Only then did her heart settle. Zhong Chan must have been lying to her. She was about to walk toward Jingi when suddenly, her mind buzzed. Cheng Zhengqiu's mental connection had completely ceased. An ominous feeling crept into her heart. Su Yu turned and rushed toward the Eastern District's mountain steps. In a small room within the prison, she found Cheng Zhengqiu, curled on the ground, clearly in great pain. Her hand rested on the doorframe, but her feet refused to step inside. She didn't dare approach, didn't dare to check his body. She feared seeing something cold and lifeless. Cheng Zhengqiu. She tried calling out to him once, not realizing how much her voice would tremble. "Don't joke around anymore," she attempted stabilizing her tone. "If you keep pretending to be dead, I'll get angry." Suddenly, a soft laugh resonated in her mind, Cheng Zhengqiu's voice. "Su Yu, close your eyes, don't look." Tears streamed down her face. They were Cheng Zhengqiu's lingering mental remains. His physical body had no life left in it. How could it be you?" Su Yu fiercely shook her head, unable to believe that Cheng Zhengqiu was gone. Zhong Chan had said he would take the man who loved him to hell together. The person he took was Cheng Zhengqiu. "Because I also love you." Cheng Ling's body lay alongside Cheng Zhengqiu's. Jing Xan stood alone under a tree, tears streaming down his face. All his bullet wounds had disappeared, transferred onto Cheng Ling's body. It was the concealed ability Cheng Ling had kept secret all along, life substitution. She had gone to another world in place of Jing Xan. Jing Xan had heard her last words. Fortunately, even such a self still has things to do for him. She did it for Jingi, trading her life for his. Jing Xan's heart suddenly constricted so painfully he couldn't breathe. It should have been him. Su Yu knew Cheng Zhengqiu had already sensed Cheng Ling's death. That's why he'd left them all without hesitation, choosing to depart this world with Cheng Ling. "You bastard. You killed him." Su Yu ran to Zhong, punching him in the face. "It's you who killed him." Zhong didn't dodge. Another punch sent Zhong flying far away. She was about to rush forward again when Yuan stopped her. "Su Yu, calm down. This isn't Zhong's fault. He didn't know Zhong Chan had taken control of Cheng Zhengqiu. He shouldn't have died. I promised to protect him well. He shouldn't have died." Grieving, Su Yu crouched down, unable to cry further. Enveloping her was boundless sorrow and regret. Pei Yi hurried over to Zhong's side to examine his injuries. Zhong waved a hand, signaling that he was fine, then closed his eyes in anguish. He had never wanted to harm Cheng Zhengqiu, but that person had indeed died because of him. When he saw Su Yu letting Zhong Chan escape, he had been overcome by uncontrollable anger. He had only wanted to immediately end Zhong Chan's life and avenge Yuan. Cheng Zhengqiu and Cheng Ling were buried together. Jingi walked over, placing a hand on Su Yu's shoulder, softly comforting her. "Be strong." Su Yu wiped away her tears and gazed at Cheng Zhengqiu's serene face, which looked as though he were merely sleeping. He had not changed much this year. If anything, the only difference was the streaks of frost-like white in his temples. He was only 27 years old, yet his growth within the team had been the fastest. From a timid soul who once dared not wield a knife to slay zombies, he overcame his fears and became fearless, facing death with calmness and composure. Maro Maro rested beside Su Yu's feet. After the soil had completely covered Cheng Zhengqiu, the dog suddenly pounced, frantically digging with its front paws into the dirt. Its eyes brimmed with panic and helplessness, letting out a mournful howl that echoed through the air. Jingi stepped forward helplessly and led Maro away. Suyu wiped her tear-streaked eyes and squatted down, hugging the distraught animal tightly. They'll be waiting for us in another world. It won't be long. However, just after burying Cheng Zhengqiu and Cheng Ling, Li Jiashu suddenly leaped down from a tree and said to Suyu, "Someone is coming." Everyone rushed to the hilltop. They saw several military trucks driving along the wide road, bathed in the morning sun, slowly approaching the base. Chapter 106, New Land. The newcomers were soldiers in green uniforms. They jumped off the vehicles one after another and walked towards the base. Mu Lin, Li Jiashu, Jing Yi, and the other men stood on the hill with their weapons raised, looking down at them. As those soldiers approached and saw Mu Lin and his group fully armed, they immediately lifted their guns as well, ready for battle. Behind them, the base residents who lacked special abilities held each other's hands, their expressions filled with worry. They had thought they had just narrowly escaped a disaster, but it turned out that they were merely the prey in a game of ambush. Suyu had every reason to believe that these green uniformed soldiers must have waited until their battle was over before arriving late to reap the benefits. Wanting to gain from others' misfortunes underestimated them terribly. Suyu was seething inside without an outlet for her anger. If they were really plotting ill intent, she wouldn't hesitate to fight fire with fire, aiming for a mutually destructive end. Tensions between the two forces immediately rose. At this moment, a middle-aged man descended from the leading military vehicle. He looked up at the people on the hill, waved his hand, signaling for his soldiers to lower their weapons. "We are not your enemies," he said, taking a megaphone handed by a soldier. "I am Zhao Heng, the battalion commander from the Southwest Military District. I came out to look for survivors." "Zhao Heng, is that Uncle Zhao Heng?" Suyu quickly ran over, scrutinizing Zhao Heng carefully. "You are Suyu." Due to her parents' work, Suyu had lived in Q City for a long time when she was young. Zhao Heng was a subordinate of her parents, over 20 years older than her. He often visited their home. Back then, little Suyu found Uncle Zhao Heng in his uniform incredibly handsome, secretly harboring a crush on him. After moving away from Q City, she mourned for quite a while, never expecting they would meet again one day. The surrounding zombies were swiftly cleared by the army, and the prison gates opened. Zhao Heng and his entourage marched in quickly. He hurried over to Suyu, incredulously appraising her. "It's really you. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and look how much you've grown." Suyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Her eyes were still red from crying earlier as she wiped the tear marks off her face. "Yes. It's been almost 10 years since we last met. Why is Uncle Zhao Heng here?" "I was about to ask the same thing. Why is it you? We came out searching for survivors, and later our mental power users detected conflicts happening here, so we decided to come check the situation." Zhao Heng laughed while examining the prison, where the floor was still wet, very damp. "The floodwaters destroyed everything here, leaving it all in disarray. Although your conditions here aren't great, it's relatively safe. All the hard work of half a year had been ruined in an instant, and everyone's mood was understandably low. Uncle Zhao Heng, have you stayed in the military zone all this time? How is the government doing?" Suyu couldn't help but ask Zhao Heng. "Our troops have been stationed in the Southwest Military Zone all along. After the nationwide outbreak of the zombie virus, the military sent out troops to accommodate many refugees. Our location is up in the mountains, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, thus very secure. We planted wheat, raised livestock, ensuring self-sufficiency in food supply. The army goes out daily to search for survivors. In the past 6 months, there have been fewer and fewer survivors, whereas traitorous psychics have been on the rise, causing us to decrease our frequency of outings. Otherwise, we might have met sooner." Zhao Heng patted Suyu on the shoulder in an elder's manner towards a younger generation member. "For a long time, we lost contact with the capital area. Just 2 months ago, we received a radio signal from the capital, gaining some information. The capital has also fallen, but the capital military zone has established a large base on the mountain, where many scientists and survivors are living. For now, things seem safe there. It's said that top scholars are researching the zombie virus there. Moreover, the capital made contact via radio waves with military zones nationwide, forming special armies to hunt zombies. It's been over a year now, zombies don't reproduce, their numbers won't significantly increase, so killing one reduces the total count. Humanity should still have hope." Zhao Heng's words undoubtedly served as a reassurance pill for the base residents. They hugged each other, celebrating as if the zombies were all gone. Though Suyu felt more reassured in her heart, she didn't show obvious joy, having just bid farewell to Cheng Zhengqiu and Cheng Ling, her comrades in arms. Zhao Heng's determined gaze, honed by years of military service, swept across the residents of the prison, saying, "Do you want to come live in the military zone with me? The environment there is pretty good, and there's plenty of food." The residents looked at each other hesitantly and finally turned their gazes toward Suyu. Afraid to easily trust others, since Suyu was familiar with this general, they naturally wanted to hear her opinion. "Uncle Zhao Heng is the battalion commander of the Southwest Military District and an old friend of my parents. He wouldn't deceive all of you," Suyu said. Although she did not know much about Zhao Heng's character, she often heard her parents praising him, and she trusted her parents' judgment. Hearing Suyu's assurance, everyone expressed their willingness to go with Zhao Heng. "Well, what about you, Suyu? Are you going back to the military zone with me?" Zhao Heng asked Suyu inquisitively. "We're recruiting psychic soldiers. Are you interested in joining?" "I want to discuss it with my friends first," Suyu replied to Zhao Heng. "All right, I'll wait for your decision." "Uncle Zhao Heng, As our place has just been hit by a flood and we have no proper facilities to host you, why don't you head back first? Once we make a decision, we can drive ourselves over. I visited the Southwest Military Zone when I was a child, so I know the way. Zhao Heng looked at Suyu after hearing her words, his gaze deepening momentarily before he suddenly smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes clearly curving upward as he regarded Suyu with an inscrutable look. It seems like you've grown quite a bit in this apocalypse. Your calculating nature rivals your father's now. Suyu's father used to be a military advisor, and the people in the army would often privately call him Old Fox, though of course this was without any malice. How could I not trust Uncle Zhao? Of course, I trust Uncle Zhao, Suyu managed a strained smile. But there are so many people here, and I cannot take too big a risk. Fair enough. Zhao Heng understood Suyu's concerns, given the unpredictable nature of humanity in the apocalypse. It paid to be cautious, especially for a young woman who had managed to survive this long and protect such a large group. Naturally, she had to think carefully. All right then, I'll leave with my men first. Do you have a car? We do, Suyu replied promptly. Vehicles were one thing they were certainly not short on. In that case, I'll go first. Zhao Heng waved at Suyu. It's great seeing you again. Yes. Goodbye, Uncle Zhao. Suyu saw off Zhao Heng and his team from the prison, watching them quickly disappear onto the highway. She immediately ordered the prison gates to be closed once more. Then, back inside the main hall, she looked around at everyone and asked, "Are you all set on moving to the military zone?" The residents of the prison exchanged hesitant glances, whispering among themselves. In the end, the majority nodded. After all, with military protection, none of them wanted to endure another disaster like today's. Suyu, I'll follow your lead, Qin Yuan told Suyu. Suyu's eyes swept over Qin Yuan, Mu Lin, Li Jiaxu, and Jingi one by one. These were her team members, whose attitudes were obvious. They followed Suyu's decisions unwaveringly. Yet, the pain from earlier was something she didn't want to experience ever again. Cheng Zhengqiu's death had made her question her own abilities. Perhaps she lacked the power to protect everyone who believed in her, thinking those trusting, resolute gazes might just stem from blind faith. She realized she wasn't strong enough. If everything Uncle Zhao Heng said turns out to be true, then I will go, Suyu stated, turning her gaze to Jingi, who nodded affirmatively. Regardless of her choice, he would always support her. Since Suyu was willing to move to the military zone, Qin Yuan and the others naturally agreed to follow. However, they couldn't rush into it immediately. Suyu needed to confirm that there were no issues there first, which was why she allowed Zhao Heng to return. Her plan was to personally investigate the situation on the mountain. This decision was unanimously approved. Everyone appreciated Suyu's thoughtfulness, acknowledging her prudence in not blindly trusting outsiders, even familiar faces. In the apocalypse, all relationships were reshuffled, and acquaintances could potentially become the most dangerous foes. With her mind made up, Suyu decided to depart the next day, taking Li Jiaxu, Jingi, and Mu Lin with her. If the military zone truly offered the safety Zhao Heng claimed, she would return and bring the remaining residents from the prison. If things went awry or if the place turned out to be a trap, they were confident that their foursome had the skills to escape safely. Throughout the day, Suyu directed the group in tidying up the prison minimally for overnight accommodation. She took food from her space pocket and handed it to the chefs to cook and distribute to everyone. Exhausted from the day's events, they ate hungrily. Seated at the dining table, Suyu stared at her meal but felt no appetite whatsoever. There were others grieving deeply too. Qin Yuan had known Cheng Zhengqiu earliest on, and Cheng Ling had become her indoor apprentice. Their loss left her heart feeling empty and overwhelmed, leaving her unable to even comfort others. Jing Xan hadn't eaten dinner either, shutting himself in his room. His life was purchased at the cost of Cheng Ling's, creating a heart knot he knew he'd carry forever. In the entire cafeteria, everyone ate in silence without a word, the atmosphere exceedingly heavy. Cheng Zhengqiu had managed his interpersonal relationships well within the prison, practically becoming friends with everyone. With his foresight and thoughtfulness in both speech and action, he had greatly supported Suyu in maintaining stability at the rear end. One could say that without him, there would definitely not have been the Suyu of today or this prison base. Chapter 107, Tears. Suyu spent an hour simply cleaning her small room and organizing her living supplies. As for the others, if they needed anything for their daily lives, they could come to her. She still had plenty of reserves in her space ring, and Suyu was willing to share them, as long as she had them. Of course, not many people knew about Suyu's possession of a space ring. Only a few people from her trusted team knew, and everyone tacitly kept quiet about it. No one would reveal this secret because they were all clear about how much trouble it would bring to Suyu. The room was about 20 square meters, well ventilated, sitting north and facing south, which was much better than the cramped jail cell she stayed in before. Jingi and Jing Xan's rooms were next to Suyu's, followed by Qin Yuan and Mu Lin's rooms further back. Everyone tried to stay close to each other, not only because it would be more convenient in case something happened, but also because every member of the team had grown increasingly attached to each other, making it impossible to part ways. Especially after the deaths of Cheng Zhengqiu and Cheng Ling, they cherished the time they spent together even more and valued each other's feelings deeply. The camaraderie of life and death bonds that previously existed only in TV dramas before the apocalypse now truly resided within their hearts. Suyu walked to the edge of the corridor, leaning on the railing while looking at the distant sunset, feeling a slight breeze brush against her face. Her heavy heart eased somewhat. Reflecting on many things in the past, Cheng Zhengqiu's unintentional care, his half-serious jokes, and especially those last words he spoke to her before dying, "I like you too," each thought sent waves of stabbing pain through Su Yu's heart. She never realized that Cheng Zhengqiu had feelings for her beyond friendship. She had always regarded him as her best friend and teammate. Since the moment he gave up leaving with Qin Yuan and instead chose to save her from the control of the He City gang, she recognized him as her partner. No matter what, the dead cannot be brought back. From today onward, everything will start anew, and she decided to live on carrying both her own life and Cheng Zhengqiu's. Just then, Su Yu noticed that not far away, Jingi, alone, was carrying his longsword and heading into a small forest. Not knowing what he was doing, Su Yu became curious. Rushing downstairs and crossing a wide training ground, she arrived at the edge of the woods and quietly followed the path leading deeper inside. From a distance, she soon heard the sound of Jingi practicing, the whooshing noise as he repeatedly cut tree branches with wind blades. Clusters of twigs fell one after another, and as Jingi hacked left and right, he quickly cleared the foliage around him, turning the once dense and dark area into an open space. Still, he showed no signs of stopping, continuing to slash at the trees as if they were zombies worthy of every ounce of strength he possessed. At first, Su Yu thought Jingi was merely exercising his wind blade ability. Gradually, however, she sensed something amiss. His attacks grew more aggressive, using all his strength from the very start, not unlike a grueling physical exertion rather than training. Soon, Su Yu confirmed her suspicions. Jingi was pushing himself to the brink, nearly to death. Before long, an exhausted Jingi stopped his movements. His sword was fiercely thrust into the trunk of a nearby birch tree. Standing next to the tree, he leaned heavily on it, burying his head in his arms supported by the tree trunk. Motionless. Initially, Su Yu wasn't sure what Jingi was doing, thinking he might just be resting. However, as his body began to tremble harder and harder, she realized through his shaking figure Jingi was crying. Without warning, her heart clenched painfully. Unable to control herself any longer, Su Yu hastily rushed toward him, throwing herself onto his back and tightly hugging his solid waist. One by one, hot tears dropped onto Su Yu's hands. His sorrow made her eyes moist as well, inexplicably drawing her into his anguish. Since these past days, although Jingi appeared low-spirited, he hadn't outwardly expressed much emotion. He continued his daily tasks like normal, occasionally comforting Su Yu and Jing Xan, who both dragged their faces everywhere, seemingly declaring to the world that he didn't want to deal with anyone due to his poor mood. That child. I killed her. Jingi's back shook even more violently, and as Su Yu held him, she could feel the immense grief coursing through him. Jingi is not simple, he knows everything, Cheng Zhengqiu had once said. Not only did he understand Cheng Zhengqiu's feelings for Su Yu, but he probably also comprehended what Cheng Ling's frequent heated glances meant, catching her blushing whenever their gazes met. Deep down, he blamed himself for her death. Jingi, don't do this, Su Yu panicked as Jingi scared her. It's not your fault. If only I had talked to her earlier instead of ignoring it because I didn't know what to do, she wouldn't have lost her legs and ultimately died. Jingi angrily smashed his fist into the tree trunk, leaving a bloody mark instantly. I am an adult, yet she was just a child. I failed to address this situation like an adult and never paid attention as I should have. It's my fault, an irreparable one. Jingi's voice trembled, and Su Yu could feel the intensity of his regret and self-blame. She had no idea how much anguish he'd been suffering through all these days until now, finally letting it all out in the forest. Cheng Ling never explicitly confessed her feelings to Jingi, and although he might have sensed something, it would have been inappropriate for him to bring it up rashly. Su Yu internally excused Jingi for this, but even these thoughts felt inadequate when facing his pain at this moment. What Jingi needed wasn't someone helping him shift blame, but calmness. After a period of silence, having steadied his emotions a bit, Jingi lowered his tone. I'm fine now, are you? Let me be alone for a while. Su Yu's heart suddenly quivered. It was the first time Jingi had ever called her "are you." This nickname had been silently on Jingi's mind hundreds of times. He always hesitated about calling it out, but somehow today, it slipped from his lips without warning. I won't bother you. Just stay here, I'll accompany you. Su Yu pulled Jingi upright, facing him. With her own sleeve, she gently wiped away the tears from his eyes. His red puffy eyes and damp expression revealed such vulnerability that it made her want to protect him. Su Yu sat down beside Jingi under the tree. As his emotions began settling down, they gazed silently at the distant sunset. Leaning her head against his shoulder, she softly whispered, Cheng Ling wouldn't want to see you this way, Senior Jingi. You must pull yourself together quickly, there's still a long journey ahead. Seems like you've learned to console others, didn't notice who was acting lifeless just a few days ago. After calming his mind, Jingi joked with her. Su Yu turned her head in surprise. It appeared he had truly calmed down. Jing Xan hadn't opened his mouth recently, and it seemed like his tongue had run off to Jingi instead. Pushing him lightly, almost knocking him over before pulling him back again, Su Yu muttered humorously, since someone was so deeply distressed earlier, I'll forgive you this time. In the future, we both need to continue moving forward carefully. Jingi took Su Yu's hand, placing his palm on top of hers. Warmth immediately spread across her entire hand. You and Jing Xan, luckily, you two are still here. He and she were his entire world. Leaning her head onto his shoulder, Su Yu looked toward the setting sun, feeling a profound peace within her heart. She had indeed felt fortunate that those she loved most were still by her side during her most painful moments. To not let her fall deeper into grief, he had endured all these emotions without revealing a hint in front of her. This Jingi was meant to walk through life alongside her forever. Senior Jingi, may our lives ahead be filled with mutual support. She tightened her grip on his hand. With a kiss on her brow, he replied softly, of course. Jingi deliberately waited until the flush on his face faded before leaving. By the time it was late into the night, the two finally held hands as they walked back to the small building. They unexpectedly encountered Qin Yuan descending the stairs carrying a water pot. Seeing Jingi, Qin Yuan asked in surprise, Senior Jingi, did you cry just now? The second person was Mu Lin, who spoke little, yet his sharp eyes continuously focused on Jingi's face. Even after passing him, Mu Lin kept glancing backward, making Jingi feel uneasy. The third person was Hao Jian. Staring at Jingi with wide eyes, he didn't even manage to say anything before Jingi glared at him fiercely, stopping whatever Hao Jian had on his tongue. Was it really that noticeable? Jingi covered his face with his sleeve, rushing back to his room. Closing the door, Suyu giggled teasingly, look at your red eyes, they're swollen like fish. Can't get any more obvious than that, can it? Internally, Jingi was devastated. After hanging the cloth, Suyu stretched herself and laid down on Jingi's bed saying, when will Senior Jingi cry for me? Then I can die happy. Don't talk nonsense. Jingi seriously covered Suyu's mouth. That day will never come. Suyu's heart felt complicated. Cheng Ling, that girl, would never know she'd gained something irreplaceable, the sole time Senior Jingi would ever shed a tear in his lifetime. Chapter 108, The Future. Suyu, Jingyi, Li Jiashu, and other psychics joined the army's psychic squadron, while Qin Yuan and Jing Xan joined the regular forces. The psychic army had all kinds of talented people with different abilities such as telekinesis, electricity control, barriers, and metamorphosis. Different psychic powers were grouped into various teams. Suyu joined mainly the physical psychic ability team, which dealt with body enhancement and localized strengthening. There weren't many psychics in the military, and most of them were not from military backgrounds, so they weren't always well disciplined or obedient to orders. During training, many people would glance at Suyu since there were rarely women in the army. Most women, even if they possessed psychic abilities, preferred to work behind the lines rather than be on the front battlefield. Is your power body reinforcement? What level? After observing Suyu for several minutes, a man finally approached her to chat. Level 4. Suyu didn't stop what she was doing, answering casually while training. Her short hair, drenched in sweat, looked like it had just been washed. Level 4, that high? The man stepped closer to examine Suyu. Looking at your thin arms and legs, I doubt it. Why lie when I'm not trying to harm you? Most of the psychics at the base didn't have high levels, level 3 being rare, with many ranging between 1 and 2. Due to their large numbers and limited crystalline cores, few managed to obtain enough. Level 3 zombies weren't as common as regular or level 2 zombies. By comparison, Suyu and her companions had been focusing on upgrading for some time, hunting level 3 zombies and storing a lot of crystalline cores, averaging the distribution among everyone. Naturally, their psychic levels were higher. After finishing her boxing practice, Suyu turned around to see him. He was tall, wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt, showing off his muscular arms, with an athletic build, bushy eyebrows, big eyes, and a clear gaze. Wanna practice? Suyu didn't want to engage in small talk. Judging by his appearance, this guy seemed to also have a body enhancement power. I don't fight women, the man said haughtily, clearly looking down on Suyu. You might want to rethink saying that until you're capable of fighting women, Suyu replied coldly. This remark visibly infuriated the man. PH, you asked for it. Don't go crying to Commander Zhao later saying I bullied you. They exchanged a few rounds, back and forth. In these exchanges, Suyu quickly figured out his fighting style. This man lacked skill and relied solely on brute strength enhanced by his psychic abilities. However, his strength was indeed remarkable, creating a stalemate with Suyu. It appeared he might be a level 3 psychic. Tiring of prolonging the encounter, Suyu found an opening and delivered a combination of punches that took him down, pinning him to the ground mercilessly. The crowd cheered and jeered alike, as it had been quite some time since the training field had seen such a lively scene. Supporting himself on his elbows, the man got up immediately, glaring fiercely at Suyu through gritted teeth. You really are a level 4 psychic. It's got nothing to do with psychic levels. Even if we're at the same level, I could still knock you down, Suyu retorted coolly. Clearly angered again, his face flushed red. Just wait. Once I reach level 4, I'll come find you. Let's see who can take whom down then. The sooner the better. I'm not waiting for you. Suyu glanced disdainfully at him, cold and aloof. In the office, Zhao Heng handed Suyu a cup of water and chuckled. The person you taught a lesson to today is named Li Hang. He's the best at physical enhancement skills. His skill set. Suyu replied with obvious contempt. Uncle Zhao, seems like the quality of your troops needs improvement. They used to be just a ragtag group. A lot of the original military personnel died after the apocalypse. These guys are more like unruly soldiers than proper soldiers, Zhao Heng explained. So, a girl like you mixing in the army has to be extra careful. Zhao Heng specially called her over to remind her to be mindful of her safety. Though Suyu didn't think these people posed any real threat to her, she still appreciated Zhao Heng's concern. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Oh, regarding your parents' matter, I will inquire with Beijing. Since we're already in the apocalypse, past secrets that couldn't be revealed before should all get reshuffled now, Zhao Heng told her. The teacup in Suyu's hand trembled violently, and she stood up immediately. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, please help me with this matter. You, don't be too excited, Zhao Heng waved for her to sit back down. It's just asking around. Whether we'll get any valuable information remains uncertain. Zhao Heng was willing to help Suyu find out some information, and Suyu was already very satisfied with that. At least it was better than being completely in the dark. She just wanted to know if her parents were still alive. Knowing they were alive would put her at ease. As for meeting them, she didn't really expect it. After joining the army, every day besides training, there were also frequent outings, primarily to search for survivors and hunt level 3 zombies as a secondary objective, collecting crystalline cores along the way. Zero had been quite considerate, assigning her tasks that matched well with those given by the military command, and Suyu quickly accumulated enough points to reach 40,000. However, she currently had no plans to use them. Zero had mentioned before that reaching 150,000 points would unlock a mysterious reward, a reward so substantial it could compensate for all the suffering she had endured in this apocalyptic world. Curious, Suyu decided to save up until she reached 150,000 points. Suyu had arranged to meet Jingi at the training ground before dinner. After returning to camp with his team, Jingi took a shower and changed into a casual shirt, even spraying on some men's perfume. He always paid meticulous attention to details, his clothes had no wrinkles, and he carefully buttoned each one. In terms of living habits, he was an extremely refined person. Feeling fresh and cheerful, he left the room. He originally thought this would be a romantic sunset rendezvous. However, after the green-clad soldiers on the training ground gradually dispersed, only Jing Xan remained, practicing martial arts by chopping and striking against a wooden post. When Jing Xan turned around, he naturally saw Jingi. The two brothers stood apart from each other, gazing silently through the iron fence. Jing Xan looked slightly awkward and turned his head back, staring at the peaks of distant mountains. The two brothers had been in a cold war, each lost in their own thoughts, not speaking to one another for a long time. Finally, Jingi walked onto the training field. Jing Xan glanced behind him and asked expressionlessly, "Where is my sister-in-law?" "I'm looking for her too," replied Jingi casually, immediately understanding that Suyu had deliberately brought both of them to the training ground. Jing Xan turned back, feeling a bit embarrassed, and continued his training. Jingi, hands in his pockets, watched his brother's movements. Unable to resist, he gave some pointers. Extend your arm fully when punching. However, Jing Xan kept failing at this movement, so Jingi rolled up his sleeves, stepped up to the wooden post, and demonstrated. All of Jing Xan's skills were personally taught by Jingi, who had strict requirements for his younger brother. Try it again. Jing Xan followed the instruction obediently, and this time, Jingi nodded in satisfaction. Seeing his brother's relaxed demeanor, unlike the recent icy attitude, Jing Xan felt much more at ease. "Brother, what is that smell?" Jing Xan sniffed while rubbing his nose. "You sprayed so much mosquito repellent." Jingi's face flushed faintly as he responded seriously, "It's not mosquito repellent." Jing Xan broke into a grin, characteristic of young boys. "You're going on a date, aren't you? Got stood up by your sister-in-law?" Jingi maintained his dignified posture, saying nothing as he held a stiff expression. Jing Xan knew that Jingi wasn't angry anymore, so he approached, draping his arm over Jingi's shoulders. Growing rapidly, Jing Xan would soon catch up to his brother's height. "Looks like the date's off. You're dressed so formally, we can't waste this opportunity. Let me treat you to dinner instead." Jing Xan laughed. Jingi didn't say anything but nodded. Jing Xan then picked up his clothes from the wooden post, slinging them over his shoulder as they exited the training field together. "Stay away from me. Your sweaty smell is unbearable," Jingi grumbled, moving slightly aside. "You shouldn't talk, I haven't complained about your mosquito repellent smell yet." "It's not mosquito repellent." Jingi frowned deeply. "It's cologne." "It must be expired cologne," Jing Xan snickered, then instinctively repositioned his arm on Jingi's shoulders. As they entered the cafeteria, they encountered Yuan holding her lunchbox and coming out. When she saw the two brothers making up, she was about to greet them, but upon approaching, she covered her nose and furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "You two smell awfully strong." Jingi blushed faintly, feeling embarrassed, and hastily distanced himself from Jing Xan. As the only healer among the psychics in the hospital, Lin Xiao indeed enjoyed VIP-level treatment. Whether it was eating or lodging, it was significantly different from that of ordinary base residents. Naturally, because of his significant role, he also enjoyed privileges unavailable to most people, such as meeting the leader of the military zone, Qin Mulin. Qin Mulin looked about 50 years old, but he was actually over 60. Years of exercise had helped him maintain a good physique and a youthful appearance. His body exuded a robust aura, and overall he presented an unapproachable dignity. "Dr. Lin, please sit down," said Qin Mulin with a deep, powerful voice. "Leader Qin, hello." Lin Xiao sat down confidently. "According to Dean He, you've been wanting to see me. What is it about?" Qin Mulin, being a military man, skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Since Qin Mulin had asked directly, Lin Xiao didn't hold back and replied straightforwardly, "I have an important matter to report to the commander." What important matter?" Qin Mulin looked at Lin Xiao. He couldn't imagine what significant event this person, who had only been in the military zone for a few days, could possibly need to tell him face to face. "It concerns." Lin Xiao paused briefly before continuing as he glanced at Qin Mulin, the future of humanity. Chapter 109, I Want to Marry You. Lin Xiao had already anticipated that Qin Mulin would disdain his words. But without a sure thing, how could he have taken on such an important task? So he spoke frankly, "I don't have any miraculous pills in my hands, but..." He adjusted his glasses and looked at Qin Mulin's eyes, I know that there is someone whose blood contains antibodies against the zombie virus. An immune person? There are some like that in the base. Even though their blood may contain antibodies, it cannot stop the spread of the virus. Not an immune person, Lin Xiao said slowly. This person's blood can make zombies turn back into humans. There was silence for nearly 3 minutes, then Qin Mulin's brow furrowed slightly as he stared at Lin Xiao's eyes, realizing that he wasn't making something up. His heartbeat began to quicken. Is this true? If I told even half a lie? Lin Xiao glanced at the gun on Qin Mulin's waist. You could kill me anytime. He was guaranteeing it with his life. Who? Qin Mulin immediately asked. However, Lin Xiao smiled meaningfully and did not say directly. Qin Mulin has met countless people and naturally saw right away that Lin Xiao was about to start making conditions. He slightly raised his chin, squinted his eyes, sipped a mouthful of tea, and only then slowly opened his mouth to ask, Dr. Lin, what do you have in mind? My demands aren't high, Lin Xiao stated. If we really can create an effective drug against the hell zombie virus, I hope to be among the first recipients of it. After all, if there were really a special medicine developed, given so many survivors and psychics across the nation, there certainly wouldn't be enough for everyone. As a healer-type psychic with no other means of self-protection, he only needs to take the medication ahead of time to obtain a better chance of survival. Qin Mulin tapped his fingers lightly on the table while looking at Lin Xiao, seeming to think for a moment before finally saying, if that day ever comes, I guarantee you will be one of the first to receive the drug. Qin Mulin never made promises lightly, but once he said them, he always kept them. Knowing that the two Jing brothers had reconciled, Su Yu happily knocked on Jingi's door. Coming. Jingi arranged the candles on the table, turned off the light, smelled his clothes again after re-showering and making sure that the flower water scent was washed off completely, before heading over to open the door. The room was dimly lit. When Su Yu poked her head in, she saw the candle on the table and asked curiously, Is there a power outage here? Didn't Su Yu notice that Jingi had specially created this romantic atmosphere? Yeah, the fuse burned out. Jingi felt awkward and blurted out a random excuse. I know how to fix that, let me help you. Su Yu walked into the room, pulled a stool by herself, and went to the electricity box outside the door. She stood on it and opened the box door. You, stop. Be careful not to fall. Jingi didn't know what to do and rushed to persuade her. No need to repair it. It's not fine, Su Yu replied casually. Back when I lived alone in the apartment, fuses breaking were a common thing, I've got this. Su Yu seriously examined the circuitry in Jingi's room and said, It's fine. Come down quickly. Jingi held the chair for her firmly. Don't try anymore. Strange, Su Yu took the flashlight, sticking her whole head into the electricity box, pondering aloud, what's the problem? Jingi's scalp tightened and he directly lifted Su Yu down around her waist, hoisted her on his shoulder, and returned indoors. He didn't forget to carry the stool back either. Hey, you! Jingi slammed the door heavily, put Su Yu on the sofa. Only then did Su Yu notice the bunch of colorful wildflowers next to the candle on the coffee table. They were picked by Jingi in the woods earlier. Su Yu sniffed the flowers. Are these for me? Who else? Jingi was quite dissatisfied with Su Yu's delayed reaction. Being bad at expressing himself but deeply devoted, paired with Su Yu's carefree nature, truly left him wondering how their future together would be. Su Yu was in high spirits and wrapped her arms around Jingi's neck, giving him a smacking kiss on the left cheek. I love you to death, brother Jingi. How could I possibly love you more? Jingi's face flushed a bit, appearing especially charming under the candlelight. He flicked Su Yu's fringe gently and responded modestly, girls shouldn't talk about loving their own men so freely. What's embarrassing about loving my man? Su Yu justified boldly. Come closer. Jingi tugged her slightly and Su Yu moved nearer, sitting directly on his thighs. Thank you today, Jingi sincerely expressed gratitude, for helping with Jing Xan. How will you thank me? Su Yu leaned close, her big eyes staring straight at him intently. Jingi's heart skipped 2 beats, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. What do you want? I want you. Su Yu naturally circled Jingi's neck with her hands, lowered her head, and lightly kissed the corner of Jingi's lips. Then inch by inch she moved to his earlobe, biting his blood-red earlobe that was as red as if dyed. Jingi felt his body about to explode. He directly threw Su Yu onto the sofa and loomed over her, pulling apart her coat. The zipper made a sound as it opened, accompanied by her breaths near his ear, full of temptation. Inside was a close-fitting black tank top. Jingi's hand reached beneath the hem of the clothing, his rough palm brushing against the softness of her chest as if handling something extremely precious, careful not to use too much force yet thorough in every motion. He opened his eyes and intently looked at Su Yu below him. Su Yu's gaze carried a watery hue, each breath trembling. Her hair was damp from the hot air, and her sweat-drenched body clung to Jingi's burning and solid frame. Jingi skillfully controlled the rhythm, tightly holding her waist without rushing for his own enjoyment. After every vigorous movement, he paused to kiss her lips, nose, and cheeks. Intense affection wrapped around her entirely, making her feel like floating in the clouds, ethereal, as though her very soul would be extracted. Thank you. For what? Su Yu asked shakily. For giving me such joy, Jingi said repeatedly as he impacted her. Even if it means my life, I do it willingly. You're my life. His words made every cell in Su Yu's body tremble, and her suppressed moans barely held back. Jingi pulled her face toward his, forcing her to look into his eyes. Let it out. No, someone might hear. Here walls were not entirely soundproof. Jingi quickened his pace, and finally, Su Yu couldn't suppress a low moan that resonated through her. This made Jingi's entire body boil with excitement. I love hearing your voice. It makes me feel like I'm bringing you joy. The moonlight, cold and clear, entered through the glass window, bathing the room with an elegant romantic glow. Leaning on Jingi's sturdy chest, Suyu traced her fingers along his forehead, eyes, and nose bridge. Jingi's eyes were filled with tenderness. She raised her head and softly kissed his eyelashes. Jingi, you talk a lot when doing this. She had discovered multiple times that Jingi liked chatting while they made love, as if all the things he didn't say otherwise poured out when he was most excited. All those cheesy love phrases came out without restraint. If you don't like it, I'll stay quiet. Jingi blushed faintly, slightly embarrassed. No, I like it. Suyu smiled meaningfully. This shows that Jingi's body and heart are together. At the moment the body is honest, so is the heart, and she liked this side of Jingi. Suyu, let's fight. Suyu, I've leveled up to grade 4. Let's go again. Damn. Suyu, this time I'll definitely knock you down. When Suyu floored Li Hang for the 10th time, the guy finally settled down. Suyu seemed to ignite an infinite fighting spirit within him. Every day, one could see him training hard and sweating profusely. But now, upon seeing Suyu, he avoided her like a ghost, walking around another path, even hesitating to speak to her too much. Saying more than a few words turned his face red, his tongue tripping, mumbling incomprehensible sentences. As Qin Yuan put it, this Li Hang must have Stockholm Syndrome, a masochist who had fallen in love with Suyu. Thus, when this piece of gossip reached Jingi's ears, logically one day when Jingi passed by the training field, he engaged in a PK with Li Hang. Your ability isn't physical enhancement, right? Fighting this way, I'm afraid others will say I'm bullying you. Li Hang was confident, having lost against Suyu's body reinforcement, but never putting other opponents in high regard. Enough talk. Jingi glared coldly at him, looking increasingly irritated. How dare such an ugly person like his woman? Today he needed to teach him a lesson. You're asking for death. You really want to die. In the medical room, Suyu painfully watched Jingi, bruised and swollen with 3 broken ribs, lying motionless on the bed. Dr. Lin Xiao used healing powers to restore his ribs and erase the bruises from his face, ensuring there was no serious issue. Nonetheless, Suyu continued to frown deeply. The thought of broken bones caused her immense distress. Holding Jingi's hand as they walked out of the medical room, Jingi's face remained clouded with dark anger, teeth clenched tight without a word. What are you competing for with that guy? Suyu scolded slightly. I don't like the way he looks at you, Jingi said grimly. Suyu's lips curved slightly, and a jealous Jingi was truly adorable. This simply proves that your wife, me, has great charm, Suyu said with satisfaction. What did you just say? I said I have charm. Wait, what did she just say? Suyu's face turned bright red in an instant, and Jingi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly pulled her into his arms. I want to marry you. Chapter 110, Heading to the Capital. When Zhao Heng came to see Suyu, he was in a hurry. Xiao Yu, may I speak with you privately? Zhao Heng said on the training field. Seeing his troubled expression, Suyu's heart started racing. She left the field with him and went to an open flower bed where no one else was around. Uncle Zhao, is there any news about my parents? Suyu asked anxiously without delay. Zhao Heng nodded but then said, don't get too excited yet, we've just caught a whiff of some information, but it isn't entirely certain. It was impossible for her not to be excited. Struggling to suppress her inner turmoil, Suyu worked hard to calm down, composing herself so her tone wouldn't sound hurried. Please tell me. The situation is this, your parents, they might be in the capital now, Zhao Heng told Suyu. However, we can't reach them temporarily. A friend of mine found out through connections in the military department in the capital. It seems there's someone who matches the description of your father alive and in the capital, but because it has gone through many layers of investigation, there's still no way to contact them. Seeing Suyu breathing rapidly with clearly fluctuating emotions, Zhao Heng added quickly, we only know that the name matches, we're not sure if it's the same person. He didn't want Suyu to be overly disappointed if the information turned out to be wrong. I understand. Suyu managed to regain her composure and then spoke solemnly to Zhao Heng. Compared to having no news before, at least now, there's some hope, isn't there? Knowing that her parents might still be alive and in the capital already made her feel satisfied. Seeming reluctant to look at her like this, Zhao Heng pondered for a long time and finally, as though making up his mind, said, actually, if you want to go to the capital, it's not impossible. Suyu was slightly shocked, widening her eyes and looking at Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng continued, I have a few friends in the capital. If you want to go, they will probably find a way. When you arrive, seeing with your own eyes is better than worrying over thousands of miles. But, now, with the world ending, level 2 and 3 zombies spread everywhere, and the capital is so far away. It's easier said than done. Suyu thought for a moment but still believed going to the capital wasn't realistic. Zhao Heng laughed and said, you're thinking too much. Don't we have plenty of helicopters in our vast southwestern military region? Going to the capital is easy. However, the situation over there is very complicated. All of Suyu's blood boiled. Uncle Zhao, if possible, I want to go to the capital. If her parents were truly alive and in the capital, and conditions allowed, of course she wanted to see them. The monitoring for entering and exiting the capital base right now is very strict. I can have my friend help take you in, but whether you can return or not. Looking at Suyu's hopeful eyes, Zhao Heng sighed at last, I'll try my best. 2 days later, Zhao Heng informed Suyu that the application for the helicopter had been approved, and they could set off the next day. At the same time, Chief Qin Mulin suggested Professor Fang Yinbo accompany the group to the capital since he was an expert in this field and did not have much use in the southwestern military region. However, the specialized research base in the capital was in dire need of talent like Professor Fang. Zhao Heng went to discuss this with Fang Yinbo, who gladly agreed, as the capital offered better conditions for deeper experimental studies. After learning Su Yu would head to the capital the next day, Jingi quietly returned to his room to pack things. Su Yu followed to the doorway, observing his gloomy expression with trepidation before stepping inside. The border checks in the capital are extremely strict. Uncle Zhao's friend said I'd be the only one able to go. Professor Fang is also going. Jingi took his backpack from the wardrobe and methodically placed clothing inside. Professor Fang is specially permitted as a researcher with a pass. Jingi paused briefly while packing, turning to walk to the balcony and leaving her a desolate silhouette of his back. Jingi was genuinely upset. It's not like I won't come back. Su Yu quickly moved by Jingi's side, pulling his sleeve playfully and promised, at most a week, I'll meet my parents, confirm they are safe and healthy, then immediately return without wasting even half a minute. It's not that I don't want you to go. Jingi looked down at her with a hint of frustration in his voice, it's just that I'm not comfortable letting you go alone. We don't fully understand the situation in the capital. I can protect myself. Seeing Jingi's softened tone, Su Yu quickly responded, besides, Uncle Zhao's friend is connected with the military forces in the capital. I'll be fine. Still tightly furrowing his brows, Jingi couldn't trust anyone but those closest to him like Jing Xan and Yuan. Thus, there was no way he could let her leave without worry. Seeing Jingi was still not very happy, Su Yu pouted, the flight is tomorrow morning. Are you really going to be mad at me all night? I'm not angry with you. Jingi turned around and faced her, saying, I just don't feel comfortable letting you go. Su Yu slowly snuggled into Jingi's arms, hugging his strong waist tightly, buried her head in his chest, breathing in the unique smell of him, softly spoke in a never-before-heard tender tone. I promise, as soon as I get there, I will try my best to contact here and report my safety, okay? Jingi took a deep breath and hugged Su Yu in his arms tightly. If I don't hear from you within 2 days, I'll come to the capital. How will you get there? Su Yu looked up, surprised, and asked him. By car. Jingi said firmly, from here to the capital, non-stop day and night, 3 days will be enough. Don't do that. Su Yu pushed him lightly. You know how dangerous driving is, you're intentionally making me worried. I don't care, I can't bear the risk of losing you. Jingi became unprecedentedly stubborn. Su Yu knew that it would be useless to persuade him now. What he decided, others found hard to change. As soon as I get there, I'll find a way to contact you. Su Yu could only do this much. The moon was unusually large and bright tonight, and Jingi was restless throughout the night, hugging the person in his arms but constantly feeling uneasy. This premonition grew stronger with time, though he couldn't tell whether it was some sixth sense or merely worry for her. But he had no way to change her desire to go to the capital. After all, these were the parents she had yearned for so many years. At this moment, footsteps echoed outside the door. In such a quiet night, they were extremely clear. These steps weren't hurried but heavy and slow, pacing back and forth as if hesitating over an undecided matter. Jingi's thoughts moved along with the steps outside the door. Finally, the steps stopped in front of the next room's door. A careful knock on the door sounded, but it wasn't his own door, so the sound was muffled and not very distinct. Next to Jingi's room lived Su Yu. He woke Su Yu up. When the door opened, Su Yu saw none other than Professor Fang Yinbo knocking on her door late at night. Seeing Su Yu coming out of Jingi's room, Professor Fang didn't seem surprised. Su Yu, however, was a little shocked. Professor, is there something at this hour? There was an enigmatic look on Fang Yinbo's face. Yes, there is something. Su Yu noticed that he held a folder in his hand. Come in and talk. Su Yu realized she would leave for the capital with the professor the next day, and if he came to see her at this time, there must be something important. Once inside the room, Jingi went to the kitchen to prepare some snacks, and Su Yu asked Professor Fang Yinbo to sit down. Professor, what's the matter? Fang Yinbo placed the brown wooden file folder on the table, pushed his glasses up slightly, and said, all of my research findings over the past 6 months are here. He handed the file to Su Yu, hesitated for a moment, and then added, it hasn't been completely fruitless. Su Yu watched Professor Fang Yinbo start and stop, her heart beating faster. Professor Fang, please speak plainly. I did indeed discover antibodies against the zombie virus in your blood. Of course Mu Lin also has them, but they're different. Fang Yinbo looked at Su Yu. Your antibodies can destroy the virus, which is why I haven't announced this result, because I still haven't found a better way to study a serum that would make everyone immune without harming you. In the kitchen, Jingi paid close attention to what Professor Fang was saying. If the authorities in the capital learn of this, they will definitely not let you go. So far, there isn't even a method to refine or replicate high-purity immune serum from a single tube of blood in this field. Our technology hasn't reached that level yet. Su Yu, you would become the first human guinea pig, losing your freedom, for humanity's future indefinitely until an effective method to purify the serum is developed. Before Su Yu could react, Jingi came out of the kitchen in big strides, picked up the document, lit its corner with a lighter, and immediately it caught fire. Jingi! Su Yu exclaimed and was about to snatch the burning file when she heard Professor Fang Yinbo say, good thing it's burned. Until the last bit of ash turned black and fell to the ground, Jingi silently grabbed a broom and swept everything clean, remaining silent throughout the whole process. Professor Fang, why? Su Yu looked at Fang Yinbo, a trace of confusion appearing on her face. If you handed this document over to the research center in the capital base, you would become the savior of human civilization, and perhaps your name would go down in history. Fang Yinbo, however, chuckled heartily. If it were a year ago, I might have done just that. Back then, my research findings weren't recognized by the academic community, and everyone ridiculed my study of the zombie virus as sheer nonsense. Look where that got us. The world is destroyed. But since the apocalypse began, I've seen too many supposedly clever people tie themselves up in their own knots. And so, I think, maybe this world was wrong to begin with. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Biological science is an incredibly pure thing, and I also wish to be a pure person. Without you, I would already be dead, so I must absolutely not do anything that harms you. Chapter 111, Kidnapping. Thank you, Professor. This expression of gratitude did not come from Su Yu but Jingi. He looked at Fang Yinbo with gratitude. It was easy to imagine that if he took this report to the capital, Su Yu would be in great danger. Fang Yinbo smiled and said, regardless of right or wrong, only seek an unblemished conscience. That's what I learned from little Su. After seeing off Fang Yinbo, Jingi finally realized the root of his unease all along. It was on Su Yu. Her blood could bring back Yuan, who had already turned into a zombie. With just this point, it was enough for her to fall into irredeemable trouble. If the Prime Minister knew about this news, would he let her go easily? Don't even think about it. Sending her to the capital is no different than sending a lamb to the slaughter. The two stared at each other silently for several minutes before Jingi finally formulated what he wanted to say and was about to explain the situation thoroughly, but Su Yu beat him to it, saying something that made Jingi slightly stunned. Jingi, I won't go to the capital. Really? Jingi's heartbeat quickened. Yes. Su Yu nodded. Once we reach the capital and enter the base, physical health monitoring will definitely be mandatory. If they need to draw blood, I shouldn't take the risk. And if I'm detained, you will surely try to rescue me. How dare I allow any of you to rush into the capital alone like that? As for saving the world, damn. I don't want to be the savior. I just want to live well. I don't want to end up in hell. A heavy stone in Jingi's heart finally dropped as he reached out and firmly gripped Su Yu's hand. Her hands were covered in cold sweat. Don't be afraid. With me around, no one can hurt you. When are you going to marry me? Su Yu changed the topic, looking at Jingi. How about tomorrow? Jingi paused for a moment, then pulled her into his arms and softly replied, all right. In the end, Su Yu refused to board the helicopter, so the chopper ultimately carried only Professor Fang Yinbo to the capital. Zhao Heng seemed somewhat puzzled by Su Yu's decision, but didn't say much more. He simply thought she might be concerned about possibly meeting someone who wasn't actually Su Jinshan and didn't want to face such a huge disappointment, so perhaps preserving some hope was better. When Su Yu quietly told Qin Yuan about her impending marriage to Jingi, within half a morning, everyone in the previous team had already found out and successively came over to offer their gifts, congratulating them both. Of course, although they planned to get married the next day, organizing an actual wedding still required time and effort. Jingi spared no expense to ensure Su Yu received a decent ceremony, making preparations in every aspect necessary. Therefore, they still needed time to handle everything properly. It has been 3 days since Professor Fang Yinbo's departure. That early morning, most of the team, including Jingi, left on an assignment while Su Yu stayed behind because tomorrow was her wedding day. Filled with sweetness in her heart, she had just finished changing clothes, preparing to go to the training ground to release some excitement when she saw a man in military attire walking up the stairs. These men Su Yu had never seen before. These faces were completely unfamiliar to her. Clearly, they were heading toward her, and upon spotting her, they immediately walked directly toward her. Su Yu subconsciously became alert. However, just as her hand touched the pistol at her waist, she suddenly experienced a violent shock accompanied by dizziness and almost lost her balance, hurriedly supporting herself against the wall. One of these men was a mental controller. Under their control, Su Yu followed them down the building without being able to resist. She moved like a puppet under the command of the telepathic ability wielder behind her. Though she tried desperately to break free, it was futile. The opponent's level of psychic abilities was extremely high. As soon as they exited the building, they encountered Li Hang. Hey, my ability just reached level 5. This time, I don't believe I can't defeat you. Li Hang shouted from far away to Su Yu. I don't have time. Su Yu clenched her teeth. However, these words were also controlled and emitted from behind by the mind controller. Li Hang tilted his head slightly, furrowing his eyebrows. Seeing her clenched teeth like that, it was clear that she really wanted to fight with him. Really? He asked, then when do you have time? Can we schedule it? Tomorrow. The telepathic ability user once again manipulated Su Yu, causing her to growl deeply. Well, fine. Tomorrow morning, see you at the training ground. Li Hang shrugged helplessly and let Su Yu and the others pass. Those men in uniform encircled Su Yu in the middle and headed toward the airstrip on the back mountain. Li Hang watched their retreating figures, with a complex look on his face. Hearing about her upcoming marriage, Li Hang felt a bit uncomfortable inside. All the grievances and unpleasantness in his heart were vented on the training field, which allowed him to train and achieve a 5th level ability. Just as he was about to show off his newfound strength by challenging her again, it turned out he would have to wait until tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow? Isn't tomorrow the day she's getting married? Deliberately brushing him off, realizing he had been fooled, Li Hang felt a surge of suppressed anger in his chest. He stomped his foot hard and followed them. Su Yu was controlled by the mental manipulator all the way to a small airport at the back of the mountain where a helicopter was already waiting for her. Beside the helicopter stood a man in military attire whom Suyu recognized from multiple army inspection ceremonies. He was Qin Mulin, the chief officer of this military district. Suyu boarded the helicopter herself, not voluntarily, but completely under the control of the psychic abilities wielder. Qin Mulin looked at Suyu's resentful eyes, feeling somewhat guilty inside, yet given the matter concerned humanity's future, there was no way he could hide such an important fact for one person. She must be sent to the capital for authorities there to take over. If you had gone to the capital with Professor Fang 3 days ago, this incident today wouldn't have happened. Qin Mulin sat opposite Suyu after boarding the aircraft. The mental manipulator lessened their control over Suyu, at least allowing her to speak. Looking at Qin Mulin, she questioned bitterly, "So, my parents' matter, was it all just a conspiracy? You and Uncle Zhao conspired to deceive me into going to the capital. It has nothing to do with Zhao Heng." Qin Mulin remained fairly honest, not fabricating any lies. He genuinely intended to help you find your parents. However, the information coming from the capital was altered. It was I who, in consultation with my superiors, decided to deceive you into coming here. But I didn't expect that you'd change your mind last minute. Today's actions were, indeed, out of desperation. Taking her hostage and then claiming it as necessity, Suyu gave a wry laugh. Director Qin, at least you're a decorated general. So I should naturally show loyalty to the nation. After saying that, Qin Mulin got off the aircraft without looking back. The helicopter blades had preheated sufficiently and began lifting off the ground. Anxious, Suyu peered out of the window and spotted Dr. Lin Xiao standing at a distance in his white coat, hands tucked into his pockets, watching her intently. Actually, since the last incident when a Han was kidnapped, and Dr. Lin Xiao single-handedly rushed to the hospital to kill an opposing healer and steal his ability, Suyu should have become wary. Apparently, she still underestimated the complexity of people around her. Standing under a tree, Li Hang froze as he watched the helicopter ascend into the sky. Because of his physical enhancement, even though the helicopter was at quite a distance, he could still overhear the conversation inside the cabin. While unclear about the exact happenings, he could vaguely piece together that Suyu had been taken hostage through conspiracy. The mastermind behind the act wasn't anyone else but the highest commander of this base. Taking a deep breath, Li Hang forced himself to appear calm as he walked back to the soldiers' training area. Strictly speaking, he was hardly a genuine soldier. As an ability user entering the base purely for better survival resources, patriotism or military honor meant less to him than a sumptuous meal. Instinctively, he felt repulsed by such upper-level actions. Though Suyu joined the force much later than he did, her contributions were significant, yet she was seized and dragged away like this, perhaps even secretly executed. This arbitrary power grab left him worried and fearful for his own future. Li Hang glanced toward the other side where another team of psychic warriors was starting to gather, with tanks rolling out a rare large-scale operation. It seemed clear the target was Suyu's team of psychic ability users. They hadn't returned from their mission yet, but they would soon. As soon as they arrived, they'd surely fall right into a trap. After hesitating for a moment, Li Hang finally exited the base gate. "Where are you going?" The guard blocked him. "Oh, it's like this." Li Hang scratched his head. "The director assigned me a task. I need to go outside for a while." The guard cast a suspicious glance at him but did not stop him. Entering the base wasn't easy, but leaving was relatively unrestricted. Occasionally, psychics wanted to hunt on the mountain, so they had to be allowed to leave lest things turned sour within the base if the psychics became unruly, making the situation unmanageable. The hum of the rotor blades continued to irritate Suyu's nerves. Unlike before, she stopped constantly resisting the psychic control. Sensing her compliance, the mental manipulator in the cockpit relaxed their vigilance slightly but did not entirely withdraw control. After all, she was a highly dangerous physical enhancement psychic ability user. Though no ropes bound Suyu, the mental manipulation rendered additional restraints unnecessary. Several fully armed psychic warriors also flanked her, closely monitoring her with utmost attentiveness. Suyu's gaze had been fixed on the psychic ability user in the cockpit ahead. She watched as he adjusted his seat's backrest, shifting into a more comfortable position to lean against. Due to Cheng Zhengqiu, Suyu was all too familiar with the limitations of psychic ability users. They couldn't sustain high-intensity mental control for long due to the immense energy depletion it caused. The mental duel with Suyu along the way had clearly worn him out. Now that Suyu had suddenly ceased her struggle, exuding an air of resignation and acceptance of fate, the man picked up on this change and immediately relaxed his vigilance, seeking a moment of rest. The opportunity Suyu had been waiting for, this was it. Chapter 112, Reunion. Suyu subconsciously wiggled her fingertips. Good, that mental power psychic seemed to be asleep too, and didn't notice Suyu's small movement. Suyu then smoothly moved her wrist, turned her head, and her gaze fell on the window. Below was a lush forest. It had been over an hour since they left the base. Calculating by the northbound route, this area should be within the Qinling mountain range. Finding someone in the deep mountains would be like finding a needle in the ocean. In just an instant, Suyu had done the math. A gun from her space slid directly into her hand. She turned around and fired a shot, instantly blowing off the head of the psychic. Blood splattered all over the pilot, who was terrified by this sudden change. The helicopter immediately veered off course. Several individuals quickly drew their guns and pointed them at Suyu. Suyu was sure they wouldn't shoot. Their superior must have ordered them not to harm her. Suyu kicked open the helicopter's door, the howling wind instantly filling the entire cabin. Suyu looked back at them for a moment, said nothing, and jumped out of the aircraft. The crazed descent didn't last long, but it was enough time for Suyu to use her points to trade with the system for a life-saving parachute. Below was endless green wilderness. Her parachute got caught in a tree, and the helicopter above kept circling above her head, unable to find a place to land. However, those psychics had already parachuted down as well, seemingly intent on fighting her until the bitter end. Suyu immediately used a dagger to cut the parachute cords. Although she wasn't far from the ground, she still took a significant fall upon landing. Without time to feel the pain, Suyu got up and ran, racing against the clock, paying no heed to the muddy, slippery path after the rain in the woods. She sprinted desperately, trying to put as much distance between herself and the psychics as possible. However, it seemed the other side had a powerful tracker-type psychic. Suyu had run around blindly for half a day when suddenly one beast transformation psychic appeared, carrying the other psychics, rushing toward Suyu. Suyu stopped in her tracks, calming her breathing, looking at them coldly. She decided not to flee anymore. Let's fight. Suyu activated her body enhancement ability, coincidentally matching 3 of theirs, all of whom possessed body enhancements. These 3 showed no decorum and charged toward her for a beat-up. Suyu, with rich combat experience supported by previous martial arts skills, barely managed to keep up with the trio. But after some time, she began to struggle under the pressure. Soon, another beast transformation psychic joined the fray, clearly aiming to end things quickly. The lion-shaped beast form was several times larger than an ordinary lion, its charge shaking the very earth. Up close, Suyu would certainly suffer a disadvantage. Without hesitation, she immediately pulled out a submachine gun from her space and unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the nearby psychics. The psychics had no expectation that Suyu would have such weaponry. Just like the pistol that killed the psychic earlier, they had thoroughly searched her body before boarding the helicopter and hadn't found a single weapon. Caught completely off guard, they scrambled to find cover. Suyu gave them no chance. After a brief yet fierce burst of gunfire, the bodies of several psychics lay scattered across the ground, blood-soaked and mangled. The beast form psychic, sensing impending doom, turned tail and fled. Suyu didn't give him a chance. From her space, she retrieved a rocket launcher, aimed at his lion head, and fired. A loud boom echoed through the forest ahead as something burst into flames. The scent of well-done meat wafted through the air. The next moment, Suyu glanced upward. That helicopter seemed to have turned around, intending to report back. Not possible. Suyu raised her rocket launcher and, like shooting down a quail, easily brought the plane crashing down. At that moment, Suyu's mind was empty, gazing blankly around her. She might as well leave the crime scene first. But as soon as she turned around, her brain surged with dizziness, and she collapsed heavily into the mud. The decayed smell of dry branches and leaves invaded her nostrils. Exhausted, Suyu only wanted to sleep deeply. She felt as if she were lying on the softest bed imaginable, the sensation of the quilt brushing against her skin simply wonderful. Just like every weekend when Suyu naturally woke up from her Simmons king-sized bed, she couldn't resist stretching her limbs, followed by a jolt. Wait. She abruptly sat up in bed, realizing she was in a bright, spacious room. The morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow over the space. The room was simply furnished, a bed, a wardrobe, and a dressing table facing the bed. Suyu saw herself in the mirror, looking utterly perplexed. She was wearing soft white cotton pajamas. How long had it been since she last slept in real pajamas? WTF? Suyu's head was filled with black question marks. She remembered defeating those psychics and collapsing from exhaustion. How had she woken up back before the apocalypse? Just then, the door creaked open. Suyu instinctively tensed her muscles, on full alert. A woman poked her head inside and seeing Suyu awake, quickly shut the door and left. Suyu could hear hurried footsteps, clearly indicating that she was going to report to someone. Suyu immediately got out of bed. There was no time to ponder how she ended up in these bizarre pajamas. One thing was certain, she was in someone's hands, and the situation did not look good. Suyu looked around the room, but there was nothing suitable to use as a weapon, probably preemptively arranged by the captors. Even the cup on the bedside table was disposable. Stepping into her slippers, Suyu rushed to the window and pulled the curtain aside. The fresh scent of damp morning soil greeted her, making her freeze. Outside were vast stretches of forest, an endless expanse of emerald green. In the distance, undulating mountains appeared intermittently. The rustling leaves swayed gently in the breeze accompanied by birdsong, clear and melodious. At first, she thought she might have been captured and taken back to the previous world, but looking at the mountain ridges through the window, she confirmed that she was indeed still somewhere within the Qinling mountain range. The place where she found herself was a 2-story building whose exact function remained unclear. But what caught her attention were the green tents scattered on the ground, a fenced training field, and several psychics undergoing exercises. Not far off, towering walls surrounded the area with watchtowers spaced every dozen meters or so. Armed men stood guard on them, suggesting that this seemed like some survivor base nestled in the wilderness. Suyu estimated the distance between the windowsill and the ground. Would jumping down result in death? If she enhanced her muscles using her abilities, the fall should be survivable. She opened the window and climbed onto the sill for a test. If I were you, I certainly wouldn't do this, came a deep, magnetic voice from the doorway. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. She never imagined under what circumstances she would meet him again, but it surely wouldn't be now, wearing pajamas while precariously perched on a window ledge about to jump. Xiao Tan stood at the door, impeccably dressed in a tailored white shirt with 2 top buttons undone, revealing sturdy muscles beneath. His hair was freshly combed, much neater than his usual disheveled look. It had almost been a year since they'd seen each other, and he seemed more mature, less in appearance, more in demeanor. As Xiao Tan walked closer after closing the door, Su Yu just stared dumbfounded. "Have you been waiting for me to carry you down?" Xiao Tan chuckled softly and approached her. Reacting as if pricked by a needle, Su Yu immediately jumped down from the window frame, patting her pants and steadying herself against the table in front of him. Her legs felt weak and unsteady. Upon meeting this old acquaintance after such a long separation, shouldn't there be enthusiastic pleasantries exchanged? Why did Su Yu feel so awkward? Especially since Xiao Tan maintained his usual playful tone, which made her highly uncomfortable. "Xiao Tan, it's been a long time." She finally managed to stammer out. Xiao Tan's eyes were as always deep and serious. After one glance, she quickly shifted her gaze. "It's been a long time." Xiao Tan replied gently, looking at her with immense tenderness. "What is this place?" Su Yu asked. "This is the Qinling base, my territory," Xiao Tan casually responded. "After our parting, I traveled westward and northward until I arrived here. The place is great, spacious, sparsely populated, few zombies, and lots of wildlife in the mountains, so I decided to settle here." "How did I end up here?" Su Yu was puzzled. "The guys on patrol kidnapped you accidentally on the road," Xiao Tan grinned. "They prepared to offer you to me as the boss wife. Don't joke around." Su Yu frowned seriously, needing to clarify the current situation. "You took down their helicopter like shooting a bird," Xiao Tan explained. "As the sole leader of this area, do you think I could ignore it?" Xiao Tan was drawn by the commotion she created with the psychic battle and sent his men to investigate. Upon discovering Su Yu, he brought her back. When Xiao Tan realized it was Su Yu among the captured ones, he couldn't stop smiling all day, his eyes sparkling with joy not just from reuniting but also finding something precious again. "I need to get back as soon as possible." Su Yu suddenly worried about what might happen if Jingi returned and found her missing. An entire military district of psychics could easily cause chaos, and they were definitely not people she wanted as enemies. At the thought of this, Su Yu became increasingly anxious. Xiao Tan's expression noticeably darkened. "Is your first thought to leave after we've been apart for so long?" His brows furrowed slightly. It was undeniable that Xiao Tan's sharp features exuded masculinity. "Why don't you tell me what's going on first?" Since he had asked, Su Yu saw no reason to withhold any information, and she recounted everything about her ordeal in Q City and at the military district. She withheld nothing, including the capital's intentions to capture her for experimentation. Her main intention in sharing all of this was to remind Xiao Tan that she was a ticking time bomb. Staying here might put his base in danger. Xiao Tan caught the underlying meaning in Su Yu's words, but chose not to address it. Chapter 113, Xiao Dashi. "You've been asleep for 3 whole days." Xiao Tan seemed to be trying to dissuade her from leaving. He continued, "If something were going to happen, it would have happened already. In the post-apocalypse world, the safety of your companions is certainly important, but you also need to consider what's within your capabilities. They risked their own safety and faced off with the enemy for your sake, which was unwise. And now if you return to City Q alone, you'll only be walking into a trap." As Xiao Tan spoke, Su Yu's heart gradually grew cold. How could Yuan and Jingi possibly pretend that nothing had happened after knowing she was kidnapped and taken to the capital just to protect themselves? And even though she knew returning meant diving back into the tiger's den, how could she not go back to save them? Still, there was no denying that Xiao Tan had a point. "You saved my life again. I guess I'll never be able to pay you back," Su Yu said, realizing Xiao Tan wouldn't let her go easily, so she changed the subject, trying to appeal gently to him. Xiao Tan's expression softened slightly, and he smiled faintly. "Why don't you repay me by becoming mine?" Su Yu finally understood where her awkwardness in front of Xiao Tan came from. His feelings were still on her, making it hard for Su Yu to relate to him as a friend. Another wave of awkward silence ensued. "I want you to stay here for a while longer and look around. It's been so long since we've seen each other, and I really hate to see you go." Xiao Tan didn't try to hide the passionate gleam in his eyes. Su Yu simply dared not meet his gaze, but she was about to decline when a knock came from outside the door. "Boss." Xiao Tan glanced deeply at Su Yu. "I've got some business to take care of. If you find the room suffocating, have someone take you around. Everyone here is at your command. I'll come back shortly to keep you company." After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. "Wow, boss, you look so refined today." The speaker was a chubby, muscular-looking young man Su Yu hadn't met before. He must have been one of the newer recruits following Xiao Tan. "Don't waste words." Xiao Tan turned back, closing the door behind him and walking out with the chubby boy. Listening to his footsteps fading away, Su Yu felt a wave of anxiety inside. It seemed like leaving wouldn't be easy. Xiao Tan, outwardly friendly and polite, laughing all the time, was known by Su Yu to be a real tough guy. Things may seem like they're up for negotiation, but that's not how it really works. If he doesn't agree, then it means no. Since the apocalypse began, Su Yu hadn't feared many people, but Xiao Tan made her nervous. This man was unpredictable. Not long after Xiao Tan left, the door was knocked on again. This time it was Yuan who entered. "Hey, long time no see." Huang Ziwei grinned and walked in, followed by Lin Zun, whose face remained expressionless, and Yuan, who always looked kind. Seeing these familiar faces, Su Yu felt a rush of excitement, even more than she felt when seeing Xiao Tan. "Old Huang, you sure have a big survival instinct, still alive." He, following Boss Xiao, Death isn't an option, Huang Ziwei replied with his usual simple-minded smile. How have you been these days? Ji Yunyan greeted Su Yu. They had all been close friends before, fighting together as comrades, so they were well acquainted. Su Yu briefly recounted the important parts of her experiences after parting ways. After listening, everyone sighed in nostalgia. Cheng Zhengqiu, that little guy usually looks so frail, who would have thought he could unlock spiritual abilities, Huang Ziwei marveled, shaking his head. Truly remarkable. Even in our base, among us, only Boss Xiao has spiritual abilities. You mean Xiao Tan is a spiritual ability user? Su Yu's eyes widened. Not just that, a level 5 spiritual ability, coupled with level 4 beast transformation and level 6 physical enhancement abilities, Lin Zun explained. 3 abilities. Su Yu's eyes widened even further, clearly stunned beyond belief. In this world, an ability user possessing 3 separate abilities was exceedingly rare. Su Yu had never heard of such a person before. And Xiao Tan's 3 abilities were all incredibly powerful, high-ranked abilities, allowing him to practically dominate in the post-apocalypse world. Pretty impressive, right? Huang Ziwei said proudly. For Boss Xiao, surviving in the post-apocalypse world is like child's play. Following him guarantees survival. Want me to show you around the base? It's all thanks to Boss Xiao's vision. Su Yu nodded vigorously. She needed to quickly figure out this place. Stepping out of the room, Huang Ziwei turned to the 2 others behind him. I'll show Su Yu around, you 2 can get back to your own business. Ji Yunyan gave Su Yu a glance, looking as though he wanted to say something but held back, clearly troubled. Su Yu looked questioningly at Huang Ziwei. Being a straightforward and blunt man, Huang Ziwei answered frankly, he wants to know if Qin Yuan is doing okay, whether she's happy, if she's dating anyone, married, or if she's had kids or anything like that. Huang Zirui's words caused Ji Yunyan's face to flush completely red. What nonsense are you talking about? What's embarrassing? Huang Zirui said loudly and bluntly, you call Qin Yuan in your sleep every night, don't you? Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. She had only given them a rough account of her experiences without going into the details, presumably leaving Ji Yunyan's curiosity unsatisfied. Qin Yuan is fine. She's healthy, no diseases, not married, and doesn't have any kids. Ji Yunyan visibly relaxed his expression significantly, but Su Yu changed the subject. But there's a CEO pursuing her, and it seems he's close to succeeding. At this remark, Ji Yunyan slightly raised his eyes, pursed his lips, and obviously became nervous. What kind of CEO? Huang Zirui asked. The guy who runs a company? But that doesn't make sense. There are no companies for him to run in the apocalypse. Why should he pursue our Mrs. Jiyu? Well, he even called her Mrs. Jiyu already, which made Ji Yunyan's face turn bright red. Su Yu stared at their faces, thinking that perhaps Ji Yunyan could help her out of her current predicament. So, she thought silently, Qin Yuan, don't blame me. Then aloud she said, his name is Li Jiaxu. Before the apocalypse, he ran a company and was quite wealthy. After the apocalypse, he accidentally joined our team. He loves Qin Yuan so much that he has developed insect-like abilities. Qin Yuan lacks special abilities, so he acts as her personal bodyguard. As Su Yu went on, Ji Yunyan's face became increasingly gloomy. However, Qin Yuan once told me she didn't have feelings for Li Jiaxu. She likes great heroes. Back then, Li Jiaxu didn't possess any abilities, so she didn't pay much attention to him. But now, I really don't know what's on her mind. Su Yu truly didn't know what Qin Yuan was thinking. That woman had seen through her completely, yet kept herself tightly closed like a cocoon, making her thoughts impossible to guess. Likes great heroes, huh? Huang Zirui patted Ji Yunyan on the shoulder. Our good old Ji Yu is undoubtedly a first-class hero. Far better than that guy called CEO. The time he fought off 2 level 3 zombies and a group of level 2 zombies by himself without flinching was the most impressive. Indeed. Su Yu stared into Ji Yunyan's eyes and continued, Qin Yuan has mentioned you more than once in front of me. Really? Ji Yunyan was nervous, his speech somewhat stuttering. What did she say about me? She said, you're a tough guy. Su Yu really didn't know how to fabricate further. She wasn't good at lying. Looking at Ji Yunyan's face made her feel even more reluctant to deceive him. However, because of the unique situation, she had no choice but to resort to this strategy. I think, she still has feelings for you in her heart. Huang Zirui patted Ji Yunyan on the shoulder again. Don't worry, Su Yu is with us here. You and Qin Yuan will surely meet soon. That's true. By the way, when you said before that Qin Yuan didn't know about your abduction, does that mean they might be in danger now? Suddenly, this realization hit Ji Yunyan, causing Su Yu's heartbeat to accelerate. Finally, he brought up this point on his own. Before Su Yu could respond, Lin Zun suddenly patted Ji Yunyan on the shoulder. Didn't Xiao Dashi ask us to clean up the aftermath of today's plane crash? Let's go. Su Yu looked at Lin Zun's expression. His eyes were deep and seemed to see right through her thoughts. Ji Yunyan nodded, signaling Huang Zirui. Take her around properly. If she needs anything, let her speak up. Do you have to say that? Miss Su Yu is our boss Xiao. Huang Zirui shut his mouth at a crucial moment and only waved them goodbye with a grin. Go. See you later. Ji Yunyan finally gave Su Yu a long glance, and Su Yu nodded toward him. After walking out of the 2-story building, Su Yu discovered that this structure was indeed one of the finest and most elegant in these remote mountains. Other buildings were taller but older, appearing as though they'd been there for many years. Noticing Su Yu's confusion, Ji Yunyan explained, this building was just recently completed and cost us a lot of effort. It was originally planned as Boss Xiao's office building, but since you arrived, Boss Xiao said it would be your accommodation. Hee hee. Su Yu looked at the other houses scattered around the training grounds sparsely and asked, how many people live here? There are over 200 people in total, mostly ability users, but there are also ordinary people. They used to be villagers from these mountains. How far is it from the city? Su Yu asked. The closest town is Hua City. Driving along the mountain roads takes about 3 hours. Huang Jirue added, it's not too far. We get our daily supplies from there. After circling around the base, this place used to be a small logging camp and wasn't particularly large. It only took about 40 minutes to tour. However, the defense system here was impressive indeed. Surrounding the compound was a high wall made of towering old trees that had stood for centuries. There was only one entrance, and surrounding the gate were 4 watchtowers with guards posted on every single one. It seemed escaping wouldn't be an easy task. At this moment, Su Yu wished she could activate a flight ability if she had such powers. Leaving this place would be as easy as pie. The only flying ability user in her team was Li Jiaxu. She hoped he could protect Qin Yuan well. In any case, she hoped nothing bad happened to everyone. Chapter 114, Imprisonment. That evening, Xiao Tan had Aunt Li deliver the prepared dinner to Su Yu's room. The dinner was abundant, all wild game from the mountains. Over the past year, constantly on the move in this post-apocalyptic world, she hadn't eaten anything this good. It was obvious that Xiao Tan had specially arranged this small feast for her. Su Yu worried about Jingi and her companions, so even though the food was delicious, she had no appetite. Still, not wanting to waste it, she invited Aunt Li to eat with her. Aunt Li was a woman over 40 who worked efficiently and spoke gently. Invited by Su Yu, she felt somewhat surprised but shook her head repeatedly. No, Mr. Xiao specifically prepared this dinner for Miss Su. I can't eat it. Looking at Aunt Li's panic-stricken face, Su Yu frowned slightly. What was she afraid of? Where are you from, Aunt Li? Su Yu put down her chopsticks and started chatting with her. I'm from Hua Cheng. Half a year ago, I fled here into the mountains. Luckily, Mr. Xiao took us in. Aunt Li replied. Oh, then, what do you think of Xiao Tan? Su Yu looked at Aunt Li. At the question, Aunt Li trembled slightly and hurriedly said, wiping the cabinet with a cloth in her hand, Mr. Xiao is a very good person. What exactly was she nervous about? Before Su Yu could ask further, the door creaked open, and Xiao Tan walked in. Seeing Su Yu, he smiled faintly. He had changed into a black-fitted casual shirt that made him look relaxed and easygoing. His physique was solid, unlike Jingi, whose clothes emphasized slenderness. Xiao Tan clearly showed muscular contours even when fully dressed, revealing himself to be a truly burly man. His gaze fell on the untouched food in front of Su Yu, and his brow furrowed slightly. Not to your taste. It's not that. Su Yu looked at him, speaking frankly with hidden meaning. I have no appetite at all. As if he hadn't heard her words, Xiao Tan sat down opposite her. Then I'll eat with you. I haven't had dinner either. I'll fetch some bowls and chopsticks for Mr. Xiao. Aunt Li left the room after saying this. How much can you really expect from asking people below him about their leader's character? After Aunt Li left, Xiao Tan's deep voice sounded. Am I a good person or a great villain? You eavesdropped on our conversation. Su Yu raised her eyes and said expressionlessly. No need for that. Xiao Tan leaned against his nose and laughed lightly. You should know they mentioned it. I'm a level 5 mental energy user. Without deliberately investigating, I can perceive the thoughts of those around me. Looking at Xiao Tan's dark, deep eyes, Su Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable chill run through her spine. She finally understood why Aunt Li had been so frightened earlier. Here, Xiao Tan's mental network spread everywhere, capturing every thought that passed through people's minds at all times. She decided to speak directly. Then you should know I want to go back. He picked up his chopsticks and only told Su Yu 2 words, eat. Xiao Tan, did you probe my memories? Su Yu asked again. I've seen them, while you were unconscious. Xiao Tan did not hide this fact and admitted it openly, even offering her a piece of meat. Wild quails are hard to find these days. Try this, it tastes good. So you should know. I said eat. Su Yu's words were abruptly cut off by Xiao Tan's sudden raise in volume, accompanied by a powerful surge of psychic energy that emanated instantly, strikingly intimidating. Su Yu's hands holding the chopsticks began to shake uncontrollably, unable to steady herself to pick up the food. The meal was eaten nervously. After Aunt Li cleared the dishes, only Xiao Tan and Su Yu remained in the room. Neither spoke. A gentle drizzle began outside the window. You weren't this afraid of me before. After a moment of silence between the two, Xiao Tan finally broke the quiet atmosphere. I thought we were friends before. Su Yu replied. You're just pretending. Xiao Tan let out a light laugh. Do you swear you didn't know how I feel about you? In the past, you acted carefree because you knew I wouldn't force you, and I wasn't capable enough to do so. But now, Xiao Tan stepped closer toward her, his smile growing. You sense my threat. Su Yu instinctively took a step back. Even so, if you do anything to me, it will definitely end in mutual destruction. She clenched her teeth defiantly. What are you thinking? Xiao Tan chuckled. Would I hurt you? No, never. Su Yu eyed him warily, readying her body for any sudden transformation. In the apocalypse, your obedient little follower won't be able to protect you anymore. Only me, only I can give you everything you want, Xiao Tan stated arrogantly, confidently backing his own claim. And do you know what I want? You want freedom. Can you give it to me? Su Yu gave him a scornful look, as if she were listening to a joke. Only I can give you true freedom. Xiao Tan ignored the chill in her eyes. After this, news will spread that the entire capital and even the whole world will be issuing warrants for your arrest. Can that little man protect you? He shook his head. Impossible. Suyu remained silent. Suyu, I'll give you time. Not necessarily now, but don't make me wait too long. Xiao Tan walked over, lifting her face as they did when they parted, lightly kissed her forehead just like before, then deeply gazed at her one last time before he stepped out of the room. Good night. His voice was as gentle as always. The moment he left, Suyu felt instantly much more relaxed. His presence had been overwhelming, something she struggled to handle. Her hand lightly touched her forehead where he had kissed it, leaving Suyu's thoughts in disarray. She knew Xiao Tan's spirit had influenced her. In the depth of the night, lying on the bed, Suyu tossed and turned. In her hand, she held the short knife Jingi had given her. Clutching it, her heart slightly calmed. Jingi, please don't do anything foolish. Suyu silently prayed in her mind. Her situation now was dire, far beyond just being rescued by Xiao Tan. It could be said that she was practically imprisoned by him, although not explicitly stated. This soft violence disguised as tenderness was scarier than outright force, making her resistance unable to take root, like punching air. At that moment, sharp as she was, she heard footsteps coming from outside in the hallway, and these footsteps stopped right in front of her room. Suyu sat upright suddenly, gripping the short knife tightly, putting on her shoes and carefully walking behind the door, prepared. The knock was extremely light, almost afraid of waking anyone. Who is it? Suyu asked with an equally low and brief voice. It's me, Yuan. Upon opening the door, Suyu wasn't surprised to see Yuan finding her in the dead of night. Warily glancing behind the door, making sure no one followed, she allowed Yuan inside. What is it? Suyu asked. I'm worried about Yuan. Yuan, suppressing his feelings, stammered, I want to go find her. Yuan's words hit exactly what Suyu wanted. If he could return for her to investigate, it wouldn't be bad. She urgently wanted to know how Jingi and the others were doing, whether they'd run into trouble. And Yuan, naturally as anxious as her, also shared this same urgency. Did you tell Xiao Tan? I'm not sure if Xiao Leader would agree. There was no need to guess, he certainly wouldn't, otherwise, Yuan wouldn't have come looking for her in the middle of the night. Do you plan to sneak away? Suyu looked directly into Yuan's eyes, asking point blank. Yuan's gaze, although shy, was equally resolute. He nodded. Yes, I've made up my mind. I came to you to clarify the exact location and route of the military zone. Have you brought paper and pen? Yes. Yuan was obviously well prepared, pulling out the concealed stationery from inside his clothing. Seeing him act so furtively probably stemmed from his fear of Xiao Tan. Without delay, Suyu took the paper and pen, sitting by the desk. By the moonlight, she sketched a simple but still effective map, mainly showing the route from Q City to the military zone, including the internal structure of the military base. Do you know the route to Q City? Suyu asked as she handed the map to Yuan. I know this route, from my business years ago. They're etched in my mind, Yuan replied. She nodded, asking again, when do you leave? Now. Yuan didn't wish to delay any longer. Wait for me a moment. Suyu walked into the bathroom, grabbing a black bag, then took out many easy-to-preserve canned foods and medicines, as well as a few guns from her space, handing them all to Yuan. Take them, just in case. Looking at the contents in the bag, Yuan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Where did you scavenge up so much stuff? You can consider it as my magic box, Suyu smiled wearily. All right. Yuan loaded everything into the double-shoulder backpack on his back. Then I'll go. Suyu accompanied him to the door, turning around as if remembering something, then looking back to tell Suyu. Actually, Xiao Leader stopping you is also because he worries for your safety. You were unconscious for 3 days, and he was nearly at your bedside every day. For these 6 months, he really has thought only of you, never touching another woman. Yuan wasn't quite sure what to say, finally sighing. Just remember his kindness, and whatever you do, don't argue with him. Don't worry about my affairs. If you happen to meet Yuan, tell her I'm safe, and... Suyu paused. Please protect her well. Yuan solemnly nodded, and then walked away. After closing the door, Suyu ran to the window at the front. Not long after, she saw a SUV drive out and pass through the main gate. Only then did her heart finally feel slightly at ease. She had originally thought that Yuan's visit wouldn't escape Xiao Tan's notice, and he would definitely come out to stop it. Surprisingly, everything went smoothly. Yuan left without being stopped. It seemed even a level 5 psychic ability user needed rest. They couldn't possibly monitor the entire base's situation 24 hours a day. At this thought, Suyu let out a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 115, An Old Acquaintance. In the early morning, Suyu was training alone on the sparring ground. The temperature in the jungle at dawn was low, and the morning breeze was cool. Despite this, Suyu was already drenched in sweat. The sun rose slowly, and gradually, many psychics came out of their houses to prepare for morning exercise. Seeing Suyu alone on the training ground, they curiously gathered around her, whispering among themselves. Suyu's identity had always been intriguing. Initially, it was thought that she was just an ordinary psychic who had been rescued, but later it became evident that Xiao Tan treated her exceptionally well. He not only gave her a new building originally intended for office use as her residence, but also frequently visited her room whenever he was free. Over time, people began to sense something more between them. She's a body-strengthening psychic. Her skills look pretty good. Several body-strengthening psychics, upon seeing Suyu's techniques, couldn't help but challenge her for a match. Willingly accepting, Su Yu fought with full intensity, determined to become stronger. However, these psychics were no match for her and were quickly defeated. Xiao Tan stood on the balcony, observing the training ground below with a detached gaze. His eyes lingered on her figure continuously. Lin Yun stood beside him and said expressionlessly, Yuan left last night. I know. Should I go bring him back? Xiao Tan waved his hand to indicate there was no need, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Let him go, I have my own plans. Again, Su Yu growled deeply. Around her lay several psychics she had beaten, yet it seemed she was not satisfied. She hadn't reached her limit and still wished to continue fighting. Other body-enhanced psychics watched Su Yu and shook their heads. Respect for her started growing in their eyes, though she was merely at level 4. How could she be so terrifying? I'll spar with you. A gentle voice echoed nearby, brimming with consistent warmth. Su Yu turned around and saw Xiao Tan standing tall, perfectly blocking the sunlight behind him. Su Yu roared in anger and threw a fast punch towards Xiao Tan. Calmly, Xiao Tan deflected one punch after another effortlessly, looking relaxed and composed with a faint smile as if he were simply playing a game with a child. Everyone present had witnessed the terrifying power of Xiao Tan's body enhancement ability before. Even using half his strength, he could easily defeat Su Yu within 3 moves. However, he didn't launch any attacks against her. Instead, he focused solely on blocking each of her strikes. Attack me, Su Yu urged impatiently. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. Xiao Tan smiled subtly, whispering softly when they got close. Su Yu's offense grew fiercer, her every move merciless and lethal. Xiao Tan had successfully roused her fighting spirit, while simultaneously tempering her sharp edges and resilience. You treat your little disciple like this too, utterly ruthless. As Xiao Tan tightly grasped Su Yu's arm from behind, pinning her down. Su Yu looked back at him coldly, saying, No, I would never harm him. Xiao Tan abruptly let go of Su Yu. Due to inertia, she stumbled forward, nearly falling, before being pulled back by Xiao Tan into his embrace. You've made me angry again. Xiao Tan's tone remained calm as his hands firmly gripped Su Yu's wrists. Recalling what Yuan told her before he left last night, Su Yu finally softened her stance. Though Xiao Tan liked her in his unique way and tried to do good to her, albeit against her will, she realized there was no need to regard him as an enemy. At least, she shouldn't do anything disadvantageous to herself. Feeling Su Yu stop resisting, Xiao Tan eventually released his grip but continued holding her hand gently. He spoke softly, Go take a shower, then come have breakfast with me. It wasn't a question or invitation, it was a command. Su Yu neither agreed nor refused, heading directly back to her small building. As the cold water flowed over her body, Su Yu felt unprecedented clarity. Aunt Li had already prepared fresh clothes for Su Yu. Upon exiting the bathroom naked, Su Yu noticed a pure white dress lying there. It made her feel excessively girlish, a style she disliked immensely. She detested becoming someone's plaything entirely because of his affection. Seeing Su Yu awkwardly walking in dressed in the white gown, Xiao Tan rested his hand against his lips, admiring her intently. Despite trying hard, he couldn't resist laughing lightly. Looks like I shouldn't have tried this route. Indeed, Su Yu wasn't suited for the cute aesthetic, the uniqueness of her presence clashed greatly with the dress. Xiao Tan thought she looked ugly in the clothes, but Su Yu didn't care, sitting down at the table nonchalantly and biting into a steamed bun. If she looked ugly, so be it, better than going along with his wishes. How about changing into something else? Xiao Tan smiled as he asked, This one truly doesn't suit you. Su Yu slammed the bun on the table, raising her gaze to look at Xiao Tan, expressionless. I'm not your dress-up doll. Xiao Tan shrugged. Your choice, I was just worried that with your movements, you'd tear this skirt. Su Yu froze for a moment, then quickly adjusted her crossed legs and sat upright. Xiao Tan laughed heartily. Your attitude just now reminded me of the old days, when you brought me back home from the valley, looking indifferent and very impatient. Times have changed. Su Yu glanced at him. Nowadays, Lord Xiao is a real boss. The boss who lets those who follow him thrive and destroys those who oppose him. But my feelings for you remain the same as they were back then. Xiao Tan leaned closer, softly speaking by her ear. On the night you saved me and brought me back to your little villa, I wanted you right then. Su Yu gripped the bun in her hand tightly. After breakfast, Xiao Tan had to get busy with his own affairs again, patrolling the base and reinforcing the wall defenses. There were many things he had to handle personally. Undoubtedly, he was a born leader. Wanna come along? Xiao Tan asked Su Yu as they stepped out of the small building. Su Yu confirmed it was a question and shook her head without hesitation. Though Xiao Tan desired to be together with her all the time, to her, it felt exhausting. You can do as you please. If you're bored, call a few people out for hunting, no restrictions on your freedom. Xiao Tan patted her head and, noticing the glimmer in her eyes, quickly added, But you cannot leave me. In fact, Su Yu knew she couldn't escape. Xiao Tan's mental vines would always be on her, ensuring she couldn't get away from his control. Alone, Su Yu wandered around the base aimlessly, getting familiar with its layout and structure. Just then, she heard the laughter and ruckus of some children. Following the sound, she saw them excitedly throwing stones at the window of an old wooden house, laughing fearfully as they threw. Did we hit the monster? I don't know. Why don't you go check? Never. The monster will eat us. Coward. Su Yu was startled. Could Xiao Tan possibly be keeping a zombie here? She hurried over, and upon seeing an adult coming their way, the children scattered like spooked mice, vanishing instantly. Su Yu arrived at the small wooden house. There was a large lock on the door, and the windows were decorated with tattered paper cutouts, one of which already had a hole torn in it. Su-yu approached the broken window cautiously and peered inside. She didn't see any zombies, but she did see a woman with disheveled hair and missing a leg lying amidst a pile of weeds. Despite her ragged clothing, it was evident that she kept herself clean. There were 2 porcelain bowls by her side, one holding half a bowl of water, and the other containing a bun. How could someone imprison a disabled person like a dog? Su-yu was confused, yet the woman seemed to notice someone peering through the window, irritably muttering, "Go away, or I'll eat you." Her voice was sharp and cruel, probably assuming the onlooker was a child she was trying to scare off. However, the moment she opened her eyes and made eye contact with Su-yu, her eyeballs trembled noticeably. Su-yu almost lost her balance. This woman was Zhao Tian, the one who let zombies into the ranch, causing nearly half the cattle to die in a single night. The one who dressed extravagantly and valued her appearance above all else, now lay before Su-yu as a wretched prisoner in total ruin. But Su-yu remembered her captivating eyes. They hadn't changed. It was definitely her. Zhao Tian also recognized Su-yu. In an instant, she lunged toward the window. With only one leg, she managed to stand up against the wall and clutched the window frame tightly. Su-yu immediately smelled the sweat and instinctively moved backward slightly. "Save me." She lowered her voice and kept imploring Su-yu, "Please, save me. I was wrong before. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please save me." The despair in her eyes shook Su-yu deeply. "What happened? How did you end up like this?" Su-yu asked her curiously. "It's Xiao Tan. Xiao Tan made me like this." Zhao Tian's hoarse voice spoke the words, and mentioning Xiao Tan's name was like referring to a terrifying demon. She quickly covered her mouth. No. He mustn't find out. He'll find out." She slid down the wall and sat on the ground, trembling violently. "He'll find out. He'll know." Su-yu guessed that perhaps Xiao Tan later found Zhao Tian and, as revenge for the zombie ambush, made her what she was now. She furrowed her brow slightly. Although the means were cruel, half the people at the ranch had died back then. For those who suffered, Zhao Tian deserved this fate. "Why did you let the zombies in?" Su-yu asked, looking at her. "What did you gain from it?" Zhao Tian shuddered violently, lifting her tear-streaked face. "What did I gain? Yes, what did I gain? Ha ha ha." She laughed and cried hysterically. "Of course I gained nothing, everything went to him." Chapter 116, Hero. Zhao Tian suddenly trembled all over, raising her eyes. Her face was already flooded with tears. "What benefits do I get from it? Yeah. What benefit is there for me at all? Ha 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 ha." She laughed and cried wildly. "Of course, it's not beneficial to me. He's the one who gets all the benefits." Su-yu's expression tightened. "It's Xiao Tan. The person who initially threatened me." "No. The person who instructed me was Xiao Tan. He made me open the ranch gates and leave. Otherwise, he said he would shoot me in the head. I had no choice but to obey." Su-yu's body gradually grew cold. It was Xiao Tan who ordered Zhao Tian to leave the ranch, releasing the zombies inside. It was him. He used the zombies' hands to kill Huang Ling and simultaneously eliminate those on the ranch who opposed him, allowing him to ascend to power. Su-yu recalled Cheng Zhengqiu's unintentional remark at the time. This night raid by the zombies was a cleansing far cleaner and purer than any political coup in human history. Everything was done by him. Zhao Tian was merely his tool for indirect murder and someone to take the blame afterward. "Looks like you're here." A gentle yet familiar voice came from behind. Su-yu suddenly shivered, cold sweat streaming down her back. Xiao Tan walked beside her and looked into the room. Hearing Xiao Tan's voice, Zhao Tian quickly buried her face into the pile of hay, utterly terrified and shaking uncontrollably. "I didn't say anything. I don't know anything about this. Just a madwoman." Xiao Tan said expressionlessly, "Let's go hunting. You must be bored stiff being cooped up." The two, armed with rifles, moved through the forest, one ahead of the other. Su-yu's gaze was fixed on Xiao Tan's back. This man was no longer the Xiao Tan she remembered. In her memories, Xiao Tan, though crafty and cunning, was still considered an upright man and a good person. But now, Su-yu felt completely cold, her face pale as death. She gripped her gun tighter, as Xiao Tan exposed his entire back to her. If she aimed at his head. Su-yu raised the rifle, but her hands were trembling severely. Damn, she couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger. It's Xiao Tan after all. Suddenly, Xiao Tan turned around, and Su-yu immediately dropped her gun in fright. Xiao Tan put a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Quickly picking up her gun again, Su-yu moved stiffly toward him upon Xiao Tan's beckoning gesture. Following his pointed direction, she saw a stag peacefully eating grass between the trees. "It's your turn," Xiao Tan softly said near her ear, and Su-yu could feel how hot his exhaled breath was. She slowly lifted her rifle, aiming as best as she could at the stag. Xiao Tan stepped back a few paces, standing behind her and raising his own rifle. Su-yu could hear the sound of him unlocking the safety. His muzzle, she couldn't tell whether it was aimed at the deer or herself. Her heart felt as if it might burst out of her chest. Gritting her teeth, Su-yu finally pulled the trigger. At the moment her bullet shot out, another gun sounded directly behind her. The bullet grazed past Su-yu's ear and flew off. Su-yu's bullet did not hit the stag, it was Xiao Tan's bullet that penetrated its brain, causing it to fall instantly without a trace of suffering. Su-yu calmed her racing pulse, her whole body unable to stop quivering. She thought she was doomed. The skin of her ear had been grazed by the bullet, and blood dripped drop by drop from her lobe onto her shoulder. Xiao Tan approached, placing a hand on her shoulder, patting her lightly. You can't even hold the gun steadily, Suyu. What are you afraid of? What was she afraid of? Wasn't it crystal clear to him? Every thought in her mind wasn't clearly visible to him, including her recent murderous intent towards him. It seems today your condition isn't suitable for hunting. Let's return. After saying this, Xiao Tan took her hand and turned back towards the base. Suyu allowed herself to be led by him, her figure rigid as they returned to the base. Xiao Tan almost threw her onto the bed, then slammed the door heavily. Before Suyu could rise, he pressed her down under his weight, delivering fierce and chaotic kisses, interwoven with prolonged yearning and explosive anger. Suyu struggled hard to push him away, but Xiao Tan's physical enhancement level was much higher than hers, so she had no chance of resisting him effectively. After committing murder, are you going to add rape too? Suyu, amidst her panic, let slip these scathing words. So what? Xiao Tan made no attempt to conceal his intentions. With a swift forceful movement, he tore open her blouse, revealing large areas of white skin. In your eyes, I'm already not a good person. Perhaps it's better if I'm even worse. His breathing was heavy as his hand touched the softness of her breast. Suyu's body convulsed sharply, then her lips were immediately sealed by his kiss. Enraptured, he kissed her deeply, dominating her tongue, while Suyu bit down ferociously, sending a coppery sweetness around their lips and tongues. Rather than deterring him, this only incited greater excitement. Suyu, let me tell you, he said, one hand tightly holding her arms above her head, the other hand gripping her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes as he enunciated each word distinctly. I deliberately let Yuan leave, so he could inform your little follower, drawing him here. I want him to see with his own eyes, how you become my woman. Suyu widened her eyes and then broke free from Xiao Tan's grip, slapping a heavy palm across his face with all the strength and enhanced abilities she had. Her entire hand went completely numb. As for Xiao Tan's face, it must have hurt like hell. But his heart was aching even more uncontrollably. That slap left him dazed for 3 seconds, enough time for Suyu to pull the bedsheet in front of herself, kick her legs to sit at the corner of the bed, and try her best to distance herself from him. Xiao Tan adjusted his collar, stood up, and his gaze carried a bone-chilling coldness. Only after Xiao Tan had left the room for quite some time did Suyu finally feel somewhat relieved, collapsing weakly on the bed, her fists clenching tightly as shame and unwillingness burned within her. But once she calmed down, Suyu couldn't help but start worrying. Xiao Tan intentionally released Yuan to draw Jingi here, which meant he had prepared to confront Jingi, and based on their strengths, Jingi was clearly no match for him. Suyu became slightly panicked. After a restless night of random sleep, Suyu woke up the next morning, washed herself, changed into a clean cotton shirt, tidied herself up again to maintain a decent appearance, then walked out. She knocked on Xiao Tan's door. Come in. Xiao Tan's voice was as steady as always. Suyu entered and found Xiao Tan eating breakfast, one hand holding an ice pack pressed against his left cheek. It was clear that the side slapped by her was swollen badly. Sit. Xiao Tan seemed to have anticipated Suyu would come, even preparing breakfast for her. Suyu obediently sat down. There was no deep grudge between them before, and she didn't want to push things to an irreparable point. She wanted to have a serious talk or negotiate with him. Both remained silent as they ate breakfast quietly. Finally, Xiao Tan looked at Suyu with a resentful glance. Your hands were truly ruthless. This slap will keep me out of sight for days. Because of what you did last night. Suyu stopped herself, though feeling guilty inside. Whenever she recalled what Xiao Tan did to her last night, every bit of that guilt vanished. I just casually mentioned him, and this slap came flying over. Xiao Tan stared into Suyu's eyes. His voice suddenly turned seductive. If I killed him, what would you do? Suyu's hand under the table clenched tightly. Seeing Xiao Tan's half-smiling expression, she realized he was testing her. Struggling to suppress her emotions, she calmly said, You don't have any reason to kill him. Xiao Tan raised his eyebrows with interest and asked, Give me a reason not to kill him, and perhaps I'll really let him go. Suyu knew what response Xiao Tan wanted to hear, so after hesitating, she finally blurted it out, If you spare Jingi, I'll stay by your side. Satisfied, Xiao Tan pulled Suyu onto his lap, gently pushing her down and wrapping his arms around her waist. If only you had been obedient from the start, I wouldn't have let Yuan go. Suyu closed her eyes, allowing Xiao Tan to tear open her blouse and cover her neck and chest with slow, lingering kisses, leaving behind patches of red. He directly stood up, cradling Suyu in his arms, and walked toward the big bed inside. Just as he was about to enter her, Suyu suddenly said, Give me some time. Xiao Tan leaned down, kissing her lips and cheeks. I've waited for you for half a year, every night thinking about you. He can give you whatever I can also offer, and even what he cannot give, I can. Suyu, willingly be with me, and I'll make you happy, using all my power to bring you happiness. His kiss carried both bitterness and intoxicating passion. Hearing such a declaration, she wasn't unaffected, but her mind and her entire heart were already occupied by someone else, with no room for anyone else. If I abandon everything right now and be with you, would you, being so suspicious, believe I'm sincere? Beneath him, Suyu lifted the corners of her mouth with a pale smile, exuding unparalleled charm. You give me some time, I'll forget him, then be with you. My body, my heart, will belong only to you. Xiao Tan looked down at Suyu, undeniably moved by her words. Even if it was just her temporary tactic, he was willing to wait because he believed that through his efforts, he could make this woman beneath him fully submit to him alone. Still the same thing, Don't let me wait too long, Xiao Tan said as he stood up and went straight to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of the shower came from inside. Su Yu hurriedly got up, dressed herself, and buttoned her blouse high to cover the redness on her neck, then left the room in a flustered manner. She knew that her temporary strategy would not escape Xiao Tan's sharp eyes. After all, she was standing before a psychic ability user. Yet, Xiao Tan was still willing to give her time. She had taken advantage of his confidence and arrogance, but he didn't seem to care about her little tricks. Every girl secretly nurtures a heroic complex in her heart. Xiao Tan believed in himself as being capable of becoming her hero, at least more so than that man who obediently followed her every word. To him, this made him more appealing. Chapter 117, A Gentle Imprisonment. Even though the two had reached an agreement, Xiao Tan still lingered in Su Yu's room at night and refused to leave. I can't sleep, I'm insomnia. Xiao Tan sat on the bed, his gaze full of grievance as he looked at her. Since you came, I haven't had a good night's sleep. What does that have to do with me? Su Yu stood far away by the door edge, refusing to get closer to him. Xiao Tan got up, moving closer to her. He braced his hands against the wall beside her, trapping her under his body with his imposing presence radiating an aura of strength. Knowing clearly that you're right here, how could I possibly sleep peacefully? His tone was filled with ambiguity, gentle yet flirtatious. Su Yu quickly slid out from underneath him like a nimble kitten. Xiao Tan smiled, pacing over to sit at the edge of the bed. Su Yu helplessly watched as he took off his clothes piece by piece, then carelessly flipped the covers before lying down. Then he gestured to the space next to him and yawned. I'm tired. Let's turn off the light and go to sleep. Su Yu knew that he had come over deliberately to act lewdly. He wouldn't leave unless there's no chance to gain any benefit, so she simply turned off the lights and climbed into the bed, lying close to the edge. I say, do you sleep without taking off your clothes? Xiao Tan's voice came from behind. Xiao Tan, don't push your luck. Su Yu gritted her teeth and said, if I were someone who pushes their luck, you would already be my woman. Xiao Tan lay with his arm as a pillow, staring at the dark ceiling. I don't like using force on you, it will only lead to mutual destruction. Since I've promised to give you time, I'll honor that. But you must also show me your sincerity. Su Yu really started to miss Jingi's quiet demeanor. That's right, she just liked men who aren't good at talking, she angrily thought, standing up, and carefully removed her clothes and pants one by one, tightly wrapping herself in the quilt, turning her back to him and lying down. Xiao Tan's lips curved slightly, and soon he intruded under her cover, hugging her entire back, making Su Yu feel as if a scorching iron wrapped around her tightly, suffocating and unable to break free. Good girl, his burning breath hit her ear, sleep well. He closed his eyes. In such a hot embrace, how could Su Yu possibly sleep soundly? She felt Xiao Tan's breathing gradually calming down, he had fallen asleep. Perhaps, this was an opportunity. Su Yu opened her eyes, a trace of determination flashed in her gaze, akin to a leopard lurking in the darkness waiting for the right moment to strike. But very soon, she closed her eyes again, recognizing that without 100% certainty, she couldn't take unnecessary actions. The consequences of angering Xiao Tan were unimaginable. Seeing Zhao Tiantian's state today was actually a warning from Xiao Tan to her. At dawn, Su Yu woke up but didn't immediately open her eyes because the person beside her had already woken up. To avoid unnecessary contact, Su Yu decided to keep her eyes closed and pretend to be sleeping. Xiao Tan's movements upon getting up were very light, seemingly not wanting to disturb her sweet dreams. Hurriedly dressing in his clothes, he walked over to the window near her, squatted down, and Su Yu could even feel the scorching intensity of his gaze searing her face. For a long while, a soft kiss landed on her left eye. As Xiao Tan's footsteps faded away after leaving the room, Su Yu slowly sat up, touching her left eye which he had just kissed, sighing softly. In the days that followed, utterly boring and lacking any news, Su Yu began obsessively undertaking system tasks. However, nearing a year since the apocalypse began, most girls who needed saving had become zombies, and those remaining were more like Su Yu, tough women. Thus, most of the current system missions were zombie dungeons in nearby urban areas. Leading groups to kill zombies, each common zombie earned 50 points, level 2 zombies were worth 100 points, and level 3 zombies could net 1,000 points. Naturally, Xiao Tan let Su Yu proceed and even sent people along to protect her safety. In just a few days, Su Yu's points skyrocketed closer to the target of 150,000 points, her mood increasingly jubilant. Su Yu never expected Yuan to return at this point. And actually bringing Jingi with him, she stood by the window of the small building, watching as 2 large military trucks entered the base gate, with Jingi standing atop one, scanning all around in search of her figure. Just as he seemed to sense something and was about to look up, Su Yu hastily crouched down to hide, covering her mouth as her heart raced wildly. He's alive. They are both unharmed. Tears streamed down her face, it was tears of surviving disaster. For the first time, she felt heaven was kind to her. She faintly still heard voices from below, likely Qin Huan. She was greeting Xiao Tan and the others. After nearly half a year without meeting, several familiar faces reuniting in the apocalypse brought natural joy. Jing Xan jumped out of the car, and Xiao Tan walked over, patting his shoulder. The kid's grown so tall. You're not bad either. Jing Xan retorted with characteristic sarcasm. You're getting pretty old yourself. Xiao Tan chuckled without offense. Summer and Yuan, the 2 little ones, jumped out of the vehicle and rushed to Xiao Tan, each hugging one of his legs. Big brother, it's great to see you again. They hadn't forgotten the kindness Xiao Tan had once shown Cheng Ling and how good he had been to them. They've both grown taller, huh? Xiao Tan patted the children's shoulders and took out 2 chocolate bars to give them. As for others like Mu Lin and Dao Hua, most of them didn't recognize Xiao Tan anymore, but they had heard Qin Huan talking about the ranch during their journey and were naturally curious about this man. It was only Jingi who stood far away, exchanging a glance with Xiao Tan. Xiao Tan saw hostility lurking behind the seemingly harmless eyes of the other. Maro Maro also jumped off the car and, seeing Xiao Tan, barked at him, whimpering as it sniffed around aimlessly, seemingly looking for its master. Finally, it started barking wildly towards Su Yu's building. Jingi went over and squatted down, gently petting Maro Mao's back to calm it before raising his head and looking toward the small building. Qin Huan looked curiously at Xiao Tan, asking, "Where's Su Yu?" "She's in that building," Xiao Tan replied. "Why isn't she coming out?" "Perhaps she doesn't want to see certain people." Confused by Qin Huan's puzzled expression, Jingi suddenly turned around, storming up to Xiao Tan with full hostility. He grabbed the collar of Xiao Tan's shirt and harshly demanded, "What have you done to her?" With ease, Xiao Tan shrugged off Jingi's hands and threw him aside, coldly saying, "Relax, little follower." He glanced at the building. "She is free. She went hunting this morning, after all. And whether or not she wants to see you, that's her choice." Seeing Xiao Tan's displeased expression, Qin Huan quickly went over and pulled on Jingi. At this moment, picking a fight with Xiao Tan was certainly not wise. Everyone on the way had already heard Yuan recount the situation about Xiao Tan, making it clear he was no easy target. Jingi completely ignored Qin Huan, his gaze locked firmly on Xiao Tan, hand resting on the hilt of the sword behind him. "If you dare hurt her." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp voice interrupted from behind. "Jingi, let go of him." Jingi abruptly turned around, seeing Su Yu walking out of the building dressed in a simple white sports shirt. Staring for 2 seconds, Jingi paid no attention to anything else and rushed forward to embrace her forcefully, locking her tightly in his arms. The strength was almost suffocating her. Su Yu could feel through this forceful embrace his panic, helplessness, regret, and longing. "Jing. Qi." Su Yu tried to call out his name against her tears choking her throat, which tightened when Jingi cupped her face and kissed her deeply. An overwhelming tide of affection swept over her. Su Yu felt as though time froze in that very instant, the embrace being the opium garden she could never escape from. From the corner of her eye, she caught Xiao Tan's discomfited expression, and with that thought, she mustered her resolve and forcefully pushed Jingi away. Confused, Jingi stared at her, then noticed the red blotches revealed beneath her collar that hadn't been fully covered. He reached out and lowered her collar, revealing the numerous love bites. Su Yu hastily retreated 2 steps, pulling her collar up, unable to meet the look of disappointment mixed with anger in Jingi's eyes. Jingi drew his gun, pointing it at Xiao Tan. "What exactly did you do to her?" Looking at Jingi's agitated face, Xiao Tan just gave a derisive laugh. "Ask her yourself." "Jingi, put the gun down." Su Yu swallowed hard, forcing herself to remain calm despite the trembling in her voice. Jingi stubbornly released the safety catch on the gun. "I said, put the gun down." Su Yu also drew her weapon, shaking it at Jingi. "If you try anything, I'll kill you." Everyone was utterly shocked by the scene before them, especially Su Yu's own team, Mu Lin, Li Jiayu, Qin Huan, and others. None of them could believe that Su Yu would point a gun at Jingi for a stranger and threaten to kill him. This was Jing Yi, the Jingi she treasured deeply in her heart. "Su Yu, what are you doing?" Jing Xan wanted to rush over but was held back by Qin Huan. She frowned and shook her head at Jing Xan. Jing Yi's face turned ghastly pale in an instant, the gun slipping from his hands as he staggered backward, unable to believe the woman before him could be his Su Yu. Tears flowed freely down Su Yu's face now. Wiping them away with her sleeve, she forced herself to appear composed. "You've seen me now. I'm fine, so please leave." "Su Yu, do you even know what you're saying?" Qin Huan exclaimed urgently. "I'm very clear about this." Su Yu maintained a steady tone throughout. "Our post-apocalyptic survival group will dissolve today. Ah Han is dead, Cheng Zhengqiu is dead, Cheng Ling is dead, Shui Yi has left. Maybe, I was wrong from the beginning. I don't have the ability to be your leader. It's my fault that I asked you all to follow me and listen to me. Now, I'm tired, and I just want to find someone." Su Yu looked at Xiao Tan. "I also want to try being protected by someone, and not live so exhaustedly." Qin Huan shook her head, unable to believe that these were Su Yu's words. Su Yu lowered her head, she no longer dared to look at Jing Yi. She turned to leave but suddenly her wrist was grabbed by a warm yet rough large hand. Behind her, Jing Yi's voice rasped, I can protect you," with an almost pleading tone. Su Yu's heart ached beyond endurance, every breath causing sharp pain. "No," she shook her head and forcefully pulled her hand away. "You can't. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been kidnapped this time. I've thought it through clearly. Jingi, let's break up." Jingi froze for a moment, loosening his grip slightly as Su Yu tried to pull away again. Suddenly, he clenched her wrist tightly. "No, we're not breaking up. I want to marry you." His other hand trembled as it reached into his pocket, pulling out a small black velvet box. "The rings are already prepared. There are wedding rings." Chapter 118, Wedding Ring. "Our wedding ring." Su Yu didn't even look at the ring before snatching it and throwing it away with force. "Stop being silly, I will never marry you." She shouted at him with a sobbing voice. "Stop harassing me, alright? I don't even like you. Being with you is just a physiological need. Maybe you're a decent sexual partner, but that's all there is to our relationship." Su Yu broke free from his grip, turned around, and ran back to her little building. Maro barked once and followed Su Yu inside. Yu slammed the door heavily, leaving Maromaro outside. Maromaro whimpered in sorrow, barking at the door as if asking her to open it. Even the dog doesn't want you anymore, Yuan said perplexedly under his breath. If she doesn't want the man, why would she want the dog? Dao Hua sarcastically chuckled. Big brother. Jing Xan went over and grabbed Jingi's hand, unable to bear seeing him so disoriented. That's enough. It's not early anymore. I've already arranged rooms for our guests to have a good rest tonight. Xiao Tan left with a victorious smile on his face. Yuan, let me take you to where you'll stay. Yuan walked over to pull Yuan, but Li Jiaxu came up from behind and blocked Yuan. Yuan looked at him coldly. Yuan watched these two people. Something had been off between them throughout this journey. She wasn't sure what their issue was. Alright, today's big show by Yu was dramatic enough. Dao Hua came over and linked arms with Yuan. You two stop adding more drama. Time to sleep. She yawned after speaking and pulled Yuan away. Li Jiaxu grunted quietly and followed Yuan from behind. From the setting sun to the moon climbing the mountain ridge, Jingi stood downstairs without leaving. Maromaro also sat beside his feet, accompanying him. Yu leaned against the curtain, turning her head unwilling to look down, reluctant to see Jingi's heartbreaking gaze. Yuan came later to visit her once, giving her a rough update of the situation. After she was kidnapped onto the helicopter, Jingi and his group were also on their way back to base when they met Li Hang coming out to deliver news, telling them Yu had been taken. The base was preparing defenses while waiting for them to return, aiming to catch everyone in one swoop. Right after hearing this, Zhao Heng arrived with his men, discovering Yu's situation too. He warned Jingi's group not to go back, instead giving them a military truck to chase northwards and bringing along Maromaro. During their northbound journey, they met Yuan heading southward, learning that Yu was in the Qinling base. They immediately rushed over. The team not having an accident was fortunate among misfortunes. Compared to that, the current predicament merely caused sadness rather than despair. As long as he was still alive, everything was okay. Jingi's lonely figure, accompanied only by Maromaro, appeared particularly desolate. His eyes were fixated with deep affection on the third-floor window, which was the only one lit up. Yu was tormented. At that moment, the door opened, and Xiao Tan walked in carrying a food container. You haven't eaten dinner yet. He placed the box on the table. Have they eaten? They've been well fed and well treated, don't worry. Your friends are my friends. He looked at Yu tenderly, except for your little lover. Jingi refused to eat anything, staying below her apartment all the time, so how could she possibly have any appetite? But she couldn't reveal her discomfort in front of Xiao Tan. Jingi was within the base, and his safety was most important. It was crucial not to provoke Xiao Tan. Yu sat down, opened the thermal box. The meal inside was personally made by Xiao Tan. She picked up the chopsticks, her face expressionless as she mechanically began eating. Xiao Tan sat across from her, staring intently at her face. I know that what you said today wasn't sincere. You're ruthless to keep him alive. A trace of melancholy crossed his face. You love him deeply. I won't love him soon. Time erases everything, Yu responded coldly. Time will also prove that your choice was correct. He replied. Make them leave tomorrow. Your little companions have rarely gathered together. Why not spend a few more days? Xiao Tan showed understanding now. Knowing that the situation had been settled in his favor, he had some compassion. Who knows when we'll meet again? There's no harm in spending a few more days. There's no need. Yu shifted her gaze elsewhere, her heart feeling as if it was being cut by a knife. Xiao Tan keeping them was meant to restrict her, she didn't want to put them in danger. I'm not low enough to threaten the woman I love with other people's lives. Xiao Tan's tone hardened slightly. What about Jingi? Yu suddenly looked at him, finally losing control of her suppressed emotions. If you hadn't used him to threaten me, would I have said those hurtful words to him? Would I let you keep me here like a pet? Would I let you touch me? She said each word with determination, and Xiao Tan's gaze grew colder by the second. Even knowing that everything you did was for that man, I didn't care. His voice dropped lower, but Yu, my patience isn't infinite. Xiao Tan moved closer and gently pulled her into his arms. You're so afraid of hurting him, but the things you just said made me feel bad too. I'm sorry. Yu immediately regained her composure. She absolutely mustn't show her true feelings, it could cost them both dearly. Even if he knew all her secrets in his heart, she had to act tough. Xiao Tan chuckled lightly and caressed her face before threading his fingers through her hair. To teach you a lesson, I'll punish you. Before Yu could react, Xiao Tan had already lifted her up and placed her on the windowsill, then tore the curtain open. Her entire back leaned against the glass, and without giving her any chance to resist, Xiao Tan approached, gripping her head from behind and forcefully kissing her lips. His tongue forced its way inside, passionately sucking away the bitterness of her own. Yu clutched the curtain tightly in her hands. She knew Jingi downstairs was watching this scene. Xiao Tan was deliberately making sure he saw it. Woof. Maromaro suddenly barked, wagging his tail frantically when he caught sight of Yu's figure. Yu bit her lip hard, forcing back her tears. Absolutely no crying. Otherwise, who knows what else Xiao Tan might do. Summoning all her strength, she yanked the curtain down, refusing to turn around even once. Not long after, loud knocking came from outside the door. Yu froze. The worst thing she dreaded was happening. Jingi had come. How bothersome. Xiao Tan chuckled, but there was a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Yu realized instantly he was intentionally provoking Jingi. He really wasn't going to let Jingi go easily. Just as Xiao Tan turned to open the door, Suyu grabbed his collar and began unbuttoning it. Ignore him. Standing up, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Xiao Tan willingly. The kiss almost took his breath away, leaving him unable to make any other moves. Without hesitation, Xiao Tan picked her up and tossed her onto the bed. The knocking became more intense. It sounded like Jingi was trying to break the door down. Suyu, I want to see you. His voice on the other side of the door persisted. Xiao Tan frowned slightly, evidently not happy with the disturbance. Without another word, he opened the door directly while Suyu hurriedly adjusted her clothes and ran out. You know how irritating you can be. Xiao Tan hadn't finished speaking when Jingi swung a punch at him. In an instant, Xiao Tan stopped the punch with his hand, his voice cold. Watch yourself, I won't tolerate your disrespect much longer. Suyu, we've broken up. Look me in the eye and say that again. Jingi's voice carried a low and hoarse undertone. Suyu didn't dare look into his eyes, one glance into them, and she feared she'd never leave their depths. Just go. Suyu pushed him, saying, stop looking for me. Seriously, we're not right for each other. Jingi seized her wrist instead. Once you've been with me, you're mine forever. No one can take you away from me. Lifting his head, he sent a challenging glare at Xiao Tan. Suyu was utterly shocked. How dare well-mannered Jingi utter such shameless nonsense? Nevertheless, this enraged Xiao Tan. All this pulling and tugging, meaningless. Xiao Tan gave him a cold sidelong glance. Meet me at the training ground. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. He challenged Jingi. Without hesitation, Jingi accepted, turning to walk away. But Suyu pulled at his sleeve, shaking her head incessantly, filled with terror and chaos in her eyes. No, don't go. You're no match for him, he'll kill you. Suyu's worry only confirmed to Jingi that she was acting under duress. Instead of worrying, a wave of relief washed over him. Daring to dump me and go with someone else? After I deal with the adulterer, I'll come back and settle accounts with you. Despite the biting remark, he pulled Suyu tightly into his embrace, pressing her firmly. Suyu, however, couldn't relax at all. Spreading her arms, she hugged him tightly. No, even if I die, I will never let him harm you. Jingi helplessly held his forehead, smiling more broadly, being so underestimated by my wife's stings. In the end, Suyu couldn't stop Jingi. The two men stood under the pale moonlight on the training ground, bathed in a desolate light that emphasized their lonely figures. Suyu was locked inside by Xiao Tan's people, standing nervously by the window and gazing anxiously at the training ground. Using superpowers, you're no match for me. Without using them, let's have a pure showdown between men. Xiao Tan stared at Jingi and said. Whatever, replied Jingi irritably. Suyu watched the two men exchange blows back and forth. Indeed, it seemed neither was using superpowers. If they were, Xiao Tan's level 6 body enhancement would surely make Jingi no match for him. However, at the moment, Jingi didn't seem to be losing. Xiao Tan fought in a very rugged style with disordered moves. Although Jingi had received proper training, his academic background couldn't quite handle Xiao Tan's aggressive attacks, making him struggle immensely. Yet he showed no signs of conceding, staring intently at Xiao Tan as if determined to fight him until the end. Xiao Tan let out a cold snort while launching relentless attacks, leaving no room for Jingi and mocking him at the same time. Military academy students like you, I killed more than 30 when I used to do business in the Yuan and Burma area. Do you really think you're a match for me? The moment these words came out, Jingi immediately understood what this man used to do. He absolutely could not let Suyu fall into the hands of this criminal. Chapter 119 reached. Xiao Tan seemed to have grown tired of his, no longer leaving any room for compromise. Suyu could tell that Jingi's relentless pursuit had stirred up his killing intent, but at that very moment, a loud explosion split the night sky as a streak of light similar to a meteor tore through it, igniting the wooden warehouse not far away into fierce flame. It was a stray bullet. In the distance, black dots appeared in the sky. Suyu instantly realized they were fighter jet. There's an ambush. Xiao Tan no longer had time to deal with Jingi. He ran to the front of the building and set off the alarm. All the psychics came rushing out fully dressed, gathering into formation. Xiao Tan commanded them to retrieve tanks and armored vehicles from the military supplies warehouse. Several tanks aimed at the aircraft in the sky, shooting down one after another like birds. Wow, how did he get all this stuff? Qin Yuan and Peach also came running out. From afar, they spotted Jingi, who ignored everything else and immediately headed toward Suyu's small building. There were quite a few psychic assassins hiding in the jungle, launching an attack on their base entrance. Suyu wasted no time, running out of the building and colliding face to face with Jingi. He grabbed her hand. Leave here. Suyu nodded. Maro, the dog, also rushed over, sticking close to Suyu. A seasoned animal, it wasn't about to be frightened by the scene before it. Peach, Mu Lin, and Qin Yuan also hurried over. Suyu looked at them, taking a head count. Is everyone here? Did we leave anyone behind? All present. Qin Yuan nodded. Mu Lin tightly held Xia Tian and Zhu Yuan. Li Jiashu guarded Qin Yuan nearby. Peach stood beside Jing Xan, Meng Yulan, Hao Jian, Jing Xan, Zhong Yong, and Pei Yi, not a single person missing. Let's go. Suyu nodded at them. Li Jiashu took the lead, flying to the garage and driving the military truck over. Mu Lin got on first, pulling the others onto the vehicle. Li Jiashu climbed into the cockpit, driving past the burning remnants of the wall, directly entering the jungle road. Suyu looked back. The entire base was ablaze, the battle raging fiercely. One could hear cries of agony at every moment. Stop the car. Su Yu shouted to Li Jiaxu. What is it? After Li Jiaxu hit the brakes, he leaned out of the window to ask. They're people from the capital. Su Yu said, they've come for me. So what? Peach immediately sensed trouble ahead. Su Yu, don't do anything stupid. Xiao Tan ultimately saved me once, I can't just run away like this. Su Yu helplessly shook her head. If she left now, regardless of whether Xiao Tan lived or died, her conscience wouldn't let her rest easily. You guys head down the mountain first, we'll meet up in Huacheng. I will definitely come. As Su Yu spoke, she had already jumped off the military truck. Without a doubt, Jingi naturally followed her, just as Xiao Tan said, he was her little shadow that couldn't be shaken off. However, as soon as the two entered the base, the truck turned around again. On board, Peach shouted, shit, we're all one team, we either die together. In no time, several psychics jumped off the vehicle, determination in their eyes. We fight shoulder to shoulder like before, murmured Mu Lin. A slight smile crept onto Su Yu's lips. At that moment, Ling's voice rang out, hey, don't say I didn't give you the chance, there are quite a few ordinary women inside the base. Save them, and I'll bump your points up to 150,000. Su Yu tallied up her points, 144,000. She only needed 6,000 more, it wasn't much. But even without the mission being issued, she had initially planned to save people. Xiao Tan leading the psychics in the frontline fight probably couldn't manage the rear. Su Yu then turned to Qin Yuan and Li Jiaxu, drive into the residential area to rescue survivors. The rest of you go help Xiao Tan. Su Yu pulled out a radio from her space and handed it to Qin Yuan, keeping constant contact. After the tasks were distributed, each group dispersed. Su Yu and Jingi naturally headed to the front lines. Pei Yi and Zhongyong stayed close to Su Yu throughout. Su Yu kept telling Pei Yi, you and Qin Yuan head to the back, it's dangerous here. No way, I might be useful during a critical moment, Pei Yi said. Su Yu remembered her ability was spatial transfer, but it could only be used once. Hordes of psychics swarmed in, their sole target being Su Yu. Jingi and Zhongyong charged forward, plunging into the crowd to engage in close combat. Su Yu and Pei Yi hid in the shadows of the buildings, using guns to eliminate unsuspecting psychic attackers. Just then, Xiao Tan saw Su Yu, leaping directly off the armored vehicle. He crossed the long line of firepower, braving danger to rush straight to her side and grab her arm, his voice filled with furious shouting, didn't you leave already? Why come back? Su Yu forcefully shrugged off his hand, not for you. She took a few steps and leaned against the stone pillar, lifting her gun to aim and shoot at the psychics. Xiao Tan smirked slightly behind her, shouting from afar, hey, you actually like me a bit, right? Do I have a problem? Su Yu didn't bother to turn back and look at him. Xiao Tan's lips curled up a little as he sat down, closed his eyes, and began to use mental control on the invading psychics, doing his best to keep them from using their powers. Sure enough, Jingi and the others soon noticed the psychics around them beginning to appear confused and disoriented, ceasing their active attacks, which gave them an excellent opportunity to strike decisively. Jingi's wind blade could take down several psychics at once, while Mu Lin relied solely on his pickaxe for physical combat. The two fought fiercely in the crowd. Fighter jets above also ceased their firepower attack, giving the psychics in the trenches a chance to catch their breath. Several tanks targeted the aircraft and shot them down. This level of mental manipulation was extremely difficult. Before, 4th-level mentalist Cheng Zhengqiu could only manipulate 7 or 8 psychics simultaneously. However, this base surely housed no fewer than 100 people, and Xiao Tan, a 5th-level mental psychic, was able to control so many. However, he soon showed signs of strain, and those dazed psychics gradually began to awaken, re-entering the fight. Xiao Tan opened his eyes, furrowing his brow slightly. His mental control ability had been completely exhausted, only lasting 10 minutes, but it had shifted the entire battle situation. The intense fighting continued until dawn, leaving the base a scene of bloody carnage, with corpses piled high. Su Yu's points kept soaring, almost reaching 150,000. She had no time to worry about that now, taking out the radio to call Qin Yuan. After a long period of static, Qin Yuan's voice came through, Su Yu, we're all set here, the survivors are now in Huacheng. Where are you? I'm coming to meet you. Su Yu glanced outside. The capital's psychics were no longer a threat. After a night of fighting, they had won. But just then, the nearby jungle began rustling, making a shushing sound. Su Yu put down the radio as Jingi stepped forward with his blade, looking into the depths of the jungle. His knife was covered in blood. The first level 2 zombie suddenly entered the base, shocking everyone. Immediately after, one by one, countless zombies rushed out from the forest, drawn by the scent of blood and violence. They pounced on the bodies of the dead psychics and started wildly devouring them. In the instant of contact with the zombie virus, the psychics began to mutate. My mother! Pei Yi screamed as countless zombies charged toward them. The sunrise cast beams of light over the horizon as Zhongyong fired numerous solar arrows, hitting the approaching zombies one by one, but to no avail. The horde surged forth relentlessly. We need to go. A soldier under Xiao Tan's command drove a military truck out. Xiao Tan shouted to Su Yu, get in. Su Yu and Pei Yi got in first. Zhongyong and Jingi killed the first wave of rushing zombies before jumping into the truck bed. With a roar, the military truck swayed left and right, speeding out from the back gate, followed closely by quite a few zombies. Everyone picked up weapons and began shooting. Pei Yi started activating her ability, closing her eyes softly and murmuring, I need 10 minutes, hold on. Just as Su Yu was about to say it wasn't a problem, the truck suddenly stopped. Xiao Tan stood up. They were surrounded by another large group of zombies from all sides, cutting off their escape route completely. Pei Yi continued driving her ability, and Ji Yuan, along with Xiao Tan's men, wasted no words, grabbing their weapons and jumping off the truck to start close-range zombie kills, buying time. Naturally, Jingi and Zhongyong joined the fray immediately, also jumping off to fight. Meanwhile, Su Yu kept retrieving weapons from her space and provided remote support by firing shots. With the truck as the center, a narrow safe zone was formed, and zombie bodies accumulated more and more. Only 3 minutes. Pei Yi tensely channeled her ability, sweat dripping profusely from her face. Some of Xiao Tan's men couldn't hold on anymore, being attacked unguardedly by the zombie mob, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Tan furrowed his brows tightly, channeling his body ability to the limit of fury, killing zombies with all his might. A halo-shaped gateway slowly appeared in front of Pei Yi. Get in the truck. Su Yu called to everyone. We can leave here now. Big boss Xiao, get in. Lin Zun ran over to cover Xiao Tan. Boy, you take everyone to the truck first. Xiao Tan broke a zombie's neck and turned back to Lin Zun. It's an order. He gripped Lin Zun's arm firmly, then took one step forward and threw himself into the crowd of zombies to continue fighting. Lin Zun gritted his teeth, carrying Ji Yuan and a few other psychics as they all climbed onto the truck one by one. Hurry up and get in. Su Yu called out to everyone, allowing them to pass through the gateway systematically. Looking back, Jingi still wasn't on board. With the retreat of the psychics, the zombies quickly closed in on the truck, their hands clawing madly, dripping with disgusting saliva. Xiao Tan had not yet left, neither had Jingi. The two were locked in fierce battle amidst the horde. Hurry, we can't hold much longer. Pei Yi clenched her teeth painfully. Jingi, get on. Su Yu grabbed her gun and started firing wildly to cover the two. Go. Jingi shouted at Xiao Tan beside him. All right. They both pulled back simultaneously, but when Jingi reached the edge of the truck, he realized Xiao Tan wasn't following. Xiao Tan. He couldn't help but shout. Xiao Tan gave a helpless smile, looking back with eyes that held the same gentle warmth as they did 6 months ago when they parted ways. Boy, take care of her. Su Yu dragged Jingi onto the truck, pushing him directly into the gateway, then turned around, lifting her gun again to help Xiao Tan fight off surrounding zombies. Xiao Tan, get on the truck. Xiao Tan tore his sleeve, revealing a bite mark on his arm. Su Yu, you actually like me a bit, right? He looked back at her with a desolate smile. Idiot. Su Yu wanted to jump off the truck and pull him back, but Pei Yi held onto her hand. Su Yu, I can't hold on anymore. This is our last chance, go. Pei Yi was pulling her into the gateway. Xiao Tan. Her tears flowed like a flood, blurring her vision as the gateway slowly erased his figure from sight. However, his smile was etched deeply into her memory. The gateway disappeared completely, leaving Su Yu in a daze, not knowing where she was. Ding, congratulations, host has reached 150,000 points. This was the last thing she heard. Chapter 120, Return Home. Su Yu's consciousness gradually returned, and almost in an instant, she abruptly opened her eyes. The next second, she sat up quickly, startling the nurse beside her. You've woken up. The nurse held a notebook and smiled slightly at Su Yu. Su Yu stared at her for 2 seconds, then her gaze shifted to the window. Warm sunlight shone on the soft curtains, while lush green leaves swayed outside, trembling in the breeze. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? The nurse asked gently. Su Yu shook her head, hastily grabbing the edge of the nurse's uniform. Where am I? He's Nanshan Convalescent Hospital. He's. Su Yu was greatly confused. Hadn't he already fallen? And how did she end up here suddenly? Was it due to Pei Yi's space transfer that brought her here? What about the others? Su Yu asked urgently. My companions, where are they? The nurse furrowed her eyebrows slightly but tried her best to soothe her. Don't get too excited. Let me call the doctor over. After saying this, she walked out of the room toward the doctor's office. Along the way, there were many patients standing in the corners of the corridor with vacant stares, muttering incoherently to themselves. The nurse cared for these psychiatric patients every day and had long grown accustomed to their behavior. The patient from room 5, Qin Yuan, seems to have worsened, the nurse said as she reached the doctor's office. I see, replied the doctor, getting up and following the nurse back to Su Yu's room. Xiao Yuan, you've been asleep for quite a while. Did you dream anything interesting? The doctor was a middle-aged man wearing glasses who appeared gentle and scholarly. He sat on the stool by Su Yu's bedside, took out a pen and notepad, and patiently asked her questions. You called me. Xiao Yuan. Su Yu widened her eyes slightly, looking surprised at him. A flicker of emotion crossed the doctor's eyes, but he remained calm and patiently asked again, then tell me, what is your name? I'm Su Yu. The nurse and the doctor exchanged a meaningful glance before the doctor finally spoke slowly. All right, Su Yu, tell me what you dreamed of. What did I dream? Su Yu thought this utterly absurd. I think you should first explain why I'm here, and why you're calling me Xiao Yuan. By the way, I do have a friend named Qin Yuan, but hold on, where are my friends? Jingi, Mu Lin, and the others? Where are they all? You'd better make it clear to me, or I won't be polite. As Su Yu grew increasingly agitated, the nurse quickly whispered to the doctor whether sedatives should be administered. The doctor shook his head. Calm down first. We'll explain bit by bit. First off, you're Qin Yuan, admitted to our Nanshan Convalescent Hospital 5 years ago, undergoing rehabilitation training since then. Until now, your condition has been improving. I am Dr. Zheng Ping, your attending physician. Suyu furrowed her brows. What rehabilitation training? Why are you calling me Qin Yuan? I'm Suyu. Qin Yuan is my friend. You indeed have a friend named Suyu. She often came to visit you. However, we can't see her, only you could. But recently, due to medication, she hasn't been appearing frequently anymore, Dr. Zheng Ping said calmly. Qin Yuan, if you stop seeing that friend, you'll be discharged. Let's try a little harder, alright? Suyu looked intently at Dr. Zheng Ping. You mean I have a mental illness, and this is a psychiatric hospital? How ridiculous. It's time for your medicine, Dr. Zheng Ping signaled subtly to the nurse, who turned around to fetch the medication. Afterward, the doctor gave her a few instructions and left the room as well. This patient needs special attention, Dr. Zheng Ping instructed the nurse in the hallway. You're new here, so you might not know much about her case. She suffered from abuse by her stepfather as a child, went through a difficult childhood, and developed schizophrenia a few years ago, creating a friend named Suyu who was very strong and able to protect her. But now, it seems this friend named Suyu has taken over Qin Yuan's body, the nurse inquired, puzzled. What's the situation here? Dr. Zheng Ping also expressed confusion as he adjusted his forehead. Her condition was continuously improving, it had been a long time since she experienced hallucinations. Following this trend, she definitely had a chance for recovery. But unexpectedly, after waking up today, even her main personality seemed lost. While the attending physician and the nurse were talking, Suyu's mind was racing rapidly. Since the apocalypse began, she'd experienced countless unfathomable things. Now, she no longer found the inexplicable events surrounding her odd at all. Instead of bothering to understand what was happening, what she needed to do now was figure out a way to help herself escape this predicament. She walked to the window and gazed at the outside world, a deep blue sky, and in the spacious courtyard, there were many patients in blue-striped uniforms moving around. This scene didn't resemble the end of the world at all. Had she returned to real life? Could this time be like the last incident with the bishop, just an illusion? Wait a moment. Suyu suddenly remembered that after entering the halo circle, the system had suddenly informed her that she had accumulated 150,000 points. She recalled number 0 saying that when one reaches 150,000 points, they would receive a special reward for enduring all their suffering in the apocalypse. Could it be returning to the real world? But as a mental patient. Go to hell. Suyu got out of bed and approached the mirror, carefully inspecting herself. Although she appeared somewhat haggard, there was no doubt it was her, Suyu. She wasn't Qin Yuan. So the question is, where exactly are Qin Yuan, Jingi, and the others? Afterward, the nurse came in once, bringing Suyu her medicine. Suyu didn't say anything more, silently swallowing the pills before informing the nurse that she wanted to go for a walk. The nurse nodded and took Suyu out of the ward into the garden. This place was undoubtedly a psychiatric hospital. On the way, they encountered several mentally unstable and unpredictable patients. Compared to them, Suyu seemed unusually calm. Alone in the garden, she wandered about, looking here and there. In the eyes of the nurse, this was typical behavior for a mental patient. However, Suyu was actually investigating the layout and surroundings, planning how to escape at an opportune moment. Suddenly, a patient not far away violently attacked another patient. The nurse told Suyu not to wander too far and went over with a few aides to subdue the violent individual. Alone near the edge of the garden, Suyu distinctly heard a rustling sound from within the grass patch beside the wall. Immediately alert, Suyu moved toward the shaking grass. There came a crisp bark, and a black head popped out from the grass. It was Maro Maro. Suyu joyfully rushed forward and embraced Maro Maro, who affectionately licked her face and hands. Who would have thought the first one I'd meet would be you? Suyu happily stroked his back repeatedly. You know I'm not crazy, right? We're comrades in arms. Damn, what the hell is going on? Why are you here? Maro Maro grabbed her hand with his mouth and dragged her insistently toward the grass. Pushing aside the foliage, Suyu saw a dog hole. Ha! Suyu shouted in delight. At that very moment, she heard the nurse calling her name. Of course, they called her Qin Yuan. Maro Maro immediately disappeared back into the grass while Suyu stood up, brushing off the mud on her pants. Just then, she noticed a crazy-looking woman standing nearby staring at her. Did you see a dog? Suyu asked her. The woman blankly shook her head. In the dead of night, Suyu tiptoed out of the ward. The corridor outside the ward was quiet. Passing through it, she descended directly downstairs and collided with a security guard who was on night duty in the lobby. Without a word, she executed a move, flipped him over, and knocked him unconscious. Her skills hadn't disappeared. Even though she could no longer sense any superpowers, the techniques she had learned in military school remained intact. This made her even more certain that the doctor's claim was nonsense. She didn't have any mental illness. Finding the key to the main gate on the guard's waist, Suyu ran out, arriving at the corner of the garden wall where Maro Maro waited for her, wagging his tail. Suyu parted the grass, following Maro Maro through the dog hole. Built on a mountain, she didn't recognize the roads here, so she followed Maro Maro the whole way down the mountain, reaching the outskirts of his city. Sure enough, the city still looked like it did before the apocalypse. Even though it was late at night, people were still coming and going on the streets. Dressed in her hospital gown and accompanied by a dog, Suyu drew much attention. Suyu believed that finding her companions was the top priority. Since Maro Maro was here, it indicated that Jingi and the others were likely also nearby. But where should she start looking? Feeling her stomach rumble, she arrived at a night market stall. She was hungry. Looking down at Maro Maro, He looked back at her and indicated that he was just a dog. Maybe I should sell you to a dog trader and make some money, Suyu teased. Maro barked, expressing his protest. Smiling, Suyu was about to leave when suddenly she heard a strikingly familiar voice. I'm getting married tonight in X dance group, friends come and celebrate with me. As Suyu heard the voice, she turned her head and saw a blonde guy sitting alone at a street stall eating kebabs, talking loudly on the phone. My wife is the princess of the S family, her name is Shenbing Chile. Before the blonde guy could finish his call, Suyu had already sat down right in front of him, smiling broadly as she stared at him. Auntie, what are you up to? The blonde guy felt somewhat uneasy under Suyu's mischievous smile. Little Zero Skater, guess who I am? Get it right, and I'll give you points. The blonde guy stared at Suyu for a long while, then suddenly realized, yelling so loudly that he nearly jumped up. Shit. You are. Chapter 121, the final chapter. Zero silently watched Suyu devour 2 large bowls of noodles and frowned, asking, how did you recognize me? With a voice as distinctive as yours, how could I not? No, that's not what I mean. Zero's expression grew complicated. What I mean is, why do you still remember, the events in the game? It doesn't make sense. Game? What exactly is going on? Suyu asked. It's like this. The so-called Apocalypse is nothing but a new virtual reality game developed by Lan Yu company called the Girl Power System. A large number of volunteers were recruited to copy their past memories, consciousness, and personalities into programs embedded in the system. The post-apocalypse scenarios you went through were all part of the game's internal testing. The system bound to your body would be attached to every player when the game officially hits the market, allowing players to complete tasks while receiving rewards as if they had an unfair advantage. And as long as players accumulate 150,000 points, the game will be considered fully completed. As for me, Zero, I'm merely an AI here to help players play better and earn some extra income via the earned points. It's kind of a side job. Suyu listened incredulously as Zero told her everything. You mean my partners, Qin Huan, Jingi, Mu Lin, Li Jiaxu, Dao Hua are all just dead data? In a way, yes, but not entirely correct, because they all have real-life prototypes. Their memories and personalities can all match. What about me? Me too. Zero looked at Suyu and shook his head suddenly. No, not you, Suyu. You have no prototype. You're a character created by a mentally ill patient named Qin Huan. The game development supervisor of Lan Yu company happens to be Qin Huan's current guardian, her uncle. Since childhood, Qin Huan has always had a close friend named Suyu, but after suffering severe psychological trauma, she split her personality into this figure. She imagined that Suyu has always been protecting her, just, full of justice, strong, and fearless. Her uncle believed that such a virtual personality Qin Huan had concocted would be perfect for the game's first female protagonist. So, based on Qin Huan's fabrication, they further refined her background and personality, shaping Suyu within the computer program for the game. Had it not been for the experiences in the mental hospital, Suyu would have thought Zero was simply lying, but now, she had no choice but to believe him. So, I don't exist. I'm just a bunch of code. That's right. Zero's face expressed deep bewilderment. You fundamentally shouldn't exist in this world, yet, here you are sitting before me. This is insane. Suyu tried to sort out her thoughts. All this completely overturned her worldview. How could she accept herself, a person with parents, a history, as non-existent at this moment? Now her personality seemed to be parasitically living inside Qin Huan's body. But then where was Qin Huan's personality? Hey, where are you going? Zero shouted, watching Suyu get up and walk away. I'm going to find Jingi. Suyu said. If Jingi from the game had a prototype, then there must be a real Jingi in life, likely still in the apartment building where they met for the first time in his city. Don't rush into things. Zero stopped Suyu. If you go now, he won't know who you are. You can't possibly tell him you're his girlfriend from the game, right? He'll think you're crazy. Wait. Zero scratched his head in confusion. Oh yeah, you really are. You're Qin Huan. You should go back to the psychiatric hospital. I'm not going back. Suyu pushed Zero aside. Aren't you getting married soon? Go quickly, don't let the girl wait. Hey. Zero watched Suyu's retreating figure with helplessness but ultimately caught up with her and handed her 100 yuan. Take it. I don't have much money, but consider this as transportation fare. That handsome guy's house isn't close by. Suyu didn't refuse, taking the money. If you encounter any problems, come find me anytime. You're driving me crazy. Zero spoke perplexedly. Anyway, even if you're only a virtual personality, we've worked together for a long time, so we're partners in a way, despite my lack of affection towards you. I do admire you though, you're indeed brave. Good luck to you. Suyu smiled faintly. Thank you. Suyu left the night market street, looking down at Maro by her feet, feeling somewhat perplexed. I don't exist, so what about you? She squatted down and stroked Mao's back. You're my dog. Are you real? Mao's round brown eyes gazed at Suyu. It couldn't express much, but it indeed existed genuinely right there by her side. With Maro, Suyu boarded a bus. Originally, the driver didn't allow dogs on board, but she pretended to be blind, claiming Maro was a guide dog, and thus smoothly got on. An hour later, she got off at the street where she had first met Jingi. Following her memory, Suyu found the apartment where Jingi and Jing Xan lived. Standing downstairs, she looked up with an accelerated heartbeat, each beat growing faster, and her breathing started becoming chaotic. She desperately wanted to see him, yet feared seeing him, just like how someone becomes more apprehensive as they get closer to their hometown. This must be what that felt like. He should not know who she is. Suyu's heart churned with worry as she paced back and forth at the building's entrance. Maro tilted its head watching her, unable to comprehend her inner turmoil. Just showing up in front of him would make her look crazy. The real Jingi wasn't the man from the game who had fought alongside her. In reality, he knew nothing. The Jingi in the game was merely a character created using his prototype. As Suyu hesitated, unsure of what to do, the elevator in the apartment rang with a ding, followed by Maro barking loudly and rushing toward the apartment entrance. Maro, come back. Suyu quickly followed after it. At the stairway of the apartment, a familiar voice came. Brother, this dog seems to recognize us. It was Jing Xan. Suyu's lips slightly parted, and Maro barked several times toward Suyu. Then, Jingi appeared. He wore a black polo shirt and stood across the road, looking at Suyu from afar. The moon hung high in the sky, just like their first meeting. Maro, let's go home. Suyu beckoned Maro with her hand. The dog whimpered, nudging Jing Xan's pant leg before walking over to Jingi's foot and rubbing against it. Finally, Maro followed Suyu as she walked away, her back turned to Jingi, heading towards the opposite street, hands in her pockets to hide the trembling. She lacked the courage to reveal herself to him. Brother, do you know her? Jing Xan walked beside Jingi, staring at the woman whose silhouette held him captivated for a long while. I don't know her. Jingi finally shook his head, though his chest felt inexplicably heavy. That night, Suyu had a dream. In it, she saw Qin Huan. Qin Huan told her many things, but upon waking up, she only remembered very little. However, she knew that this Qin Huan was hers, her fighting companion. Suyu, thank you for your companionship all these years. Qin Huan extended her hand. Where are you? Suyu tried to grab her hand, but ended up holding on to emptiness. In fact, I have always wished to step out of my past shadow, living freely as I want, like you do. That's why I asked Uncle Little to help me, allowing me to relive in the game. I feel content. I would rather live forever in that world, even if it's chaotic with zombies everywhere. At least, in that world, I am truly me, able to live as I desire. In reality, I am truly miserable. She hugged Suyu voluntarily, although Suyu couldn't feel anything. I created you, but you also saved me. Go find Uncle Little, he will help you. Smiling softly, Qin Huan whispered in her ear, now, I give the real world back to you. No. Suyu desperately tried to tightly hold onto her hand, but she grasped nothing. She struggled awake, drenched in sweat. She only remembered that Qin Huan said she would give her the real world. A few days later, Suyu found Qin Huan's uncle, Qin Jin, the game development director of Lan Yu Company. Indeed, just as Qin Huan said, he was now the only one who could help her. This is Qin Huan's wish, Qin Jin said to Suyu in the cafe. She wants to stay in the game, so I brought your personality back, placing it inside Qin Huan's body. Actually, it's your own body too, because you are her, and she is you. You are simply the more positive and sunny side of her. I've already processed your discharge from the hospital. Your name and household registration can be changed anytime now. You are Suyu now. There's no need to use Qin Huan's name anymore. You can live the life you want. Suyu accepted Qin Jin's help. His last words as he was leaving were, for all that has happened, I think I owe you an apology. What could Suyu say? She could only forget that she was a virtual character and, as Suyu, re-establish her worldview. She is Suyu, graduated from the Capital Military Academy. With missing parents, all of this is unchangeable. As long as she herself believes it's true, then it is. Jingi had just returned from the military base, still wearing his military uniform. Passing by the garden, he saw that black Labrador again, and for no apparent reason, his heart began to race. Jingi. A slightly raspy yet soft voice called from behind. Jingi turned around and saw Suyu in a clean white shirt smiling at him. His eyes were deep, striving to recall her. Her face was so familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he'd seen her before. Sorry, who are you? He asked in confusion. Suyu extended her hand toward him. We graduated from the same military academy. I'm your junior. Jingi hesitated for a moment but still shook her hand. What do you need me for? He asked. I came here to confess my feelings to you. Suyu smiled mysteriously. I like you. Would you go out with me? Jingi's face instantly turned crimson. His breathing became rapid, his heartbeat increased suddenly. He had faced similar situations before, but usually, he felt nothing and rejected them outright. Looking at Suyu's beaming face, inexplicably, he wanted to accept. So, dating her? Jingi lowered his head and gave a faint smile. What's your name? Suyu froze for a second, realizing she had forgotten to mention her name. Was it because she was too familiar with him? My name is Suyu, Su as in Suzhou, and Yu as in South. Suyu. Jingi repeated her name, savoring it carefully, feeling even more strongly that this wasn't their first meeting. It felt like he already knew her well. Have we met before? Jingi asked. Indeed, he was cautious as ever, Suyu thought silently. It wouldn't be this easy to win him over. Maybe, it's quite a long story. Does Senior Jingi want to hear it? Jingi nodded. So, does Senior Jingi agree? Suyu insisted on asking. I'll treat you to some coffee. He smiled gracefully, dazzling like the spring sunshine. The end.